I was born with a 1,000-year-old tiger demon coming to be my bodyguard, but to my surprise, my mother found it ugly and smacked it into a Garfield look-alike. However, the tiger demon not only bore no grudge but also vowed to be my most loyal little brother. It's all because my mother is not an ordinary person, but a nine-tailed celestial fox. Being impregnated by the heavens as the empress of the nine-tailed demons, she gave birth to a human infant, causing a sensation throughout the demon clan. Living up to everyone's expectations, I became the Scroll King of the demon realm from the moment I was born. Just now, I felt a wetness on my cheek, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a snowy figure staring at me intently. Little monster, why aren't you drinking milk? Can't you do it? My baby can't be this silly, right? That voice appeared directly in my consciousness. My brain cells suddenly started boiling, foolishly staring at the fluffy figure in front of me. What the heck? What is this? A spiritually awakened big wolf dog? Well, this dog is quite good looking. Who would have thought that the next moment, clouds of mist surged, and 9 fluffy fox tails instantly spread out, the white figure transformed into a luxurious beauty with waist-length hair, and directly embraced me. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? I was completely dumbfounded. After a hearty suckling, I let out a burp. The feeling of being full was so real, and I finally accepted the fact that I had turned into a baby. Little monster, mommy will take you out for a walk. I couldn't help but twitch my mouth at being called a child like that. So, amidst the flickering foxfire, my celestial fox mother carried Chubby me for a leisurely stroll. Above us, the sky as dark as ink held a bright moon. Little monster, you must behave and not run around. The nights in this world are very dangerous. When you grow a second tail at the age of 1,000, then you can handle the riffraff in the darkness. As she spoke, my mother turned her head in confusion and asked, "Can you grow a tail?" I hesitantly clenched my small fist. In the next moment, a cloud of mist rose, and the baby as tender as a lotus root disappeared, replaced by a baby fox with barely any fur. At that moment, I noticed my mother's gaze soften even more, followed by a loving lick. Soon, I fell asleep nestled in my mother's pure white fur. In my dream, a small sapling sprouted from my chest, continuously absorbing spiritual energy and growing on its own. In a daze, a panel appeared before my eyes. Fusion of paths successful. Bloodline, son of a fox spirit. Powers, 9 tails. Companion spirit, everlasting tree. However, with the fluctuation of spiritual energy, I felt my chest getting heavier and heavier. Finally, I suddenly opened my eyes and saw a strange and sinister tree rooted on me, its branches hanging heavily with drops of spiritual liquid. No, how can this thing grow so fast? I turned my head in astonishment and saw my mother looking down at me, her 9 fox tails spread out exuding majestic spiritual energy. Suddenly realizing, I exclaimed, "Stop, stop, don't absorb anymore. Why are you so greedy?" Caught red-handed. I kept signaling desperately to the companion sapling. The little tree seemed to have finally sensed something amiss, its branches trembling lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. It quickly retracted into the depths of my heart. I glanced nervously at my mother, only to see a smile forming at the corner of her eyes. Truly my child, this must be some kind of innate magical power. Even when I'm gone, you won't starve with this precious elixir. I breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like this spirit liquid is also a good thing. With a single thought, a transparent tentacle emerged in my consciousness, taking all the accumulated spirit liquid and handing it to my mother. Oh my, have you already learned to control the spirit body? You truly are my child. My mother praised proudly, then extended an invisible tentacle as well. At the moment when the 2 tentacles touched, I felt a sudden connection in my consciousness. Yeah. I didn't speak, but my consciousness had already delivered the message. Mother was overjoyed. Quick, call me mother. I deliberately babbled for a while, finally uttering the 2 words that mother wanted to hear. Mother. Oh, truly my child. Mother's eyes softened with a smile. This palace will give you a name. What should we call you? She joyfully lifted me up high. Just then, her gaze shifted and she finally noticed the neglected spirit liquid on the side. How about calling it Divine Dew? What nonsense. I quickly shook my head. This name reminds me of the 6-god medicated oil. Then let's call it Renlu. I shook my head more firmly. Is it turning into almond dew again? You don't like it at all. Let mother come up with a name for you. I breathed a sigh of relief. Mother's mother should refer to grandma, right? Hopefully, grandma is more reliable than mother. I'll give you a temporary nickname first, okay? Let's call you Little Monster. My mouth twitched again. Is it that casual? Oh well, it's just a nickname. What is mother's name? I inquired and glanced at my mother. My name is Huayang. When I was born, the state of Su had just survived a disaster, so my mother gave me this name. After hearing my mother's explanation, I suddenly lost interest in the name given by my grandmother. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. On the jade platform of the misty sea cloud island, I lay on my mother's head, eagerly watching the magnificent sea of clouds. Mother, when can I become as powerful as you? Little monster will protect mother in the future. These words almost melted mother's heart. Whose well-behaved little one is this? Oh, it's mine. Then everything's fine. She licked my furry little head and said, to become stronger, you need to eat more and sleep more. Because our celestial fox clan is blessed by heaven and earth, we can become stronger just by sleeping. But I was not convinced. What about those races that cannot become stronger by sleeping? How do they cultivate their strength? They are troublesome, needing to comprehend the ways of heaven and earth, practice techniques, and nurture the spirit. Upon hearing this, I excitedly clenched my claws. So, if I also practice techniques and nurture my spirit, does that mean I can be stronger than those of the same kind who only know how to sleep? Mother was suddenly at a loss for words. It seemed to make sense like that. For thousands of years, the celestial fox clan has always been blessed, with no other fox having offspring like their own. The bright eyes were filled with 4 words, I want to improve. I had planned to teach you the arts when you were a little older, but since you are so eager, let's start now. However, cultivation can be very dull. A blazing fighting spirit ignited in my eyes. Half an hour later, as a foxfire exploded, my body's fetal hair also grew visibly at a rapid pace. Looking at my no longer bald cub, Mother's feelings were somewhat complicated. The first time she lit a foxfire was on her first 1000th birthday. It wasn't that she was slow to learn, but that the celestial fox clan raised their young this way. Now that she thought about it, she seemed to have missed many opportunities to become stronger, although, she was already strong now, but who could refuse to be stronger? Now this palace will teach you another use of the foxfire, the fire cloud. In the eyes of the final dry, 4 groups of foxfire in the furry mother's slender fox paw burning, she is so natural from the jade platform to rise up in the air, stepping on the fire, dashing and handsome, so free. That move. So cool. Final Qian condensed foxfire. Foxfire fluttered on one paw, invisibly, he felt a marvelous sense of solidity under his feet, and it seemed that he could stand in the air in vain. But alas, the second mass of foxfire didn't coalesce successfully. It actually coalesced smoothly as well, only the moment the second mass coalesced, the first mass perished. It's still a ball of math. Terminator tried several times and failed in a row. The furry mother who stepped on the fire extinguished the foxfire under her feet and looked at her cub with eyes full of relief. Great, your spirit body isn't strong enough to control 2 flames at the same time. Because the spiritual body is not strong enough? Now that you know what the problem is, you just have to fix it. Final Dry looked at his furry mother-in-law with a burning gaze, eyes that were full of curiosity, full of wanting to get ahead. Auntie, how to improve your spiritual body, besides eating and sleeping? A certain mother was silent. Compared to the other cubs, you've mastered the foxfire 1,000 years ahead of schedule, and you're not satisfied with that? The heavenly fox nymphet spoke with some uncertainty. Meditation? Human cultivators have a cultivation method to enhance the strength of their spiritual body by visualizing the ancient gods. This is a very dangerous cultivation method. Although the contamination of the ancient gods is not fatal, it is easy to become mentally deranged. Not long ago I heard that there was a human cultivator whose spiritual body collapsed into 3 in the middle of his visualization, and he even beautifully said that he had 1 chi that transformed into 3 qings. A look of disgust crossed furry mother's face. However, Terminal Qian froze in his tracks. 1 breath transforming 3 qing, was it the one he knew? That's not. Just thinking of a certain great being, Final Qian hastily stopped his thoughts. The last time I thought of Dong almost let him ga, that person's bid is even higher. Can't think. Auntie, are the ancient gods you are talking about the ones that made me blind? Are all human cultivators so desperate for cultivation? Won't their eyes go blind? Seemingly thinking of some bad memory, Final Dry clearly saw the furry mother's fur shiver a little. Those guys are really scary. For them, eyes blind there are still ears, deaf there is still a nose. Is the nose is not useful there is still touch, even if all the senses are gone that's nothing, they call it Hido. This. Are all the humans in this world so crazy? Trying to roll to win them looks like it's going to take a lot more effort. Well, he's been rolling since he was a baby, and with this wave, the advantage is his. A certain mother's eyes were suddenly ablaze with her pups. Sky Fox Lady? 5 Chapter 5, The World is a Strange One. Observe the ancient gods? One look at the ancient god blinded one eye, causing Mother Fluffy to break a tail. Forewarned is still there, the Final Dry did not act impulsively. Auntie, can you tell us how the human cultivators view the ancient gods? I just looked at the ancient gods and went blind. How do they do it? It can't be that all cultivators go blind just after practicing, right? That's not true. They would start their visualization from the original phase of some great demons. The human cultivators have a perfect cultivation system, based on the strength of the aura, as well as the state of mental disorientation. They divide the realms into refining chi, foundation building, dan forming, yuan yin, out of the body, transforming into a god, merging, dahana, and transmigrating. Terminal Qian's eyes lit up. This was familiar to him. He understands. Heavenly Fox Nymphet saw her cub's interested face, then continued to introduce. Human cultivators are very difficult. Each realm is actually a self-help measure against the pollution of the ancient gods. Refining chi by observing the ancient gods hammering the spirit body. The spirit body of the human race is initially a very weak chi. There is no entity. Refining chi stage of the great completion of the spirit body is beginning to have a solid body, comparable to you now.
Final Chan moved inwardly, so he was now in the great perfection of chi refining stage? And what else?
Foundation building is to avoid madness, laying the anchor of self-knowledge. Well, it is an anchor, like a boat anchor, when the ancient god pollution to a certain extent cannot be maintained before they will be the ancient god pollution gathered into the dan into the conjugation period. Yuaning stage belongs to the stage that has gone out of control. The ancient god pollution by itself to give birth to an independent personality, as if there is a fetus in the womb, so the name is called the Yuaning. A lot of monks stop at this point.
Final dry? He felt that what he thought he knew was a bit taken for granted. Is that what meta-infancy looks like? Ancient god contamination gives birth to consciousness? Still inside? It's something that just doesn't sound very plausible, and it's a bit oozy. Thinking of the next realm, Jianzhuang suddenly realized, the out-of-body stage is to exile the Yuaning outside the body?
Yes, although the contamination of the ancient gods plagued those human cultivators, at the same time these contaminations became their means of a very dangerous art.
What about back there? Terminal Qian couldn't wait to follow up.
Although this cultivation system sounded chaotic, it unexpectedly had a sense of reliability that was stable in the midst of recklessness.
At the very least, they have researched feasible and reliable countermeasures for their own cultivation method, haven't they?
At the god transformation stage, refining out of control ancient god contamination, purifying itself by finding ancient gods whose rules deviate from each other, and letting the two different ancient god wills fight each other.
It's still possible? Terminal Qian was stunned. The person who developed this human cultivation system is truly a genius.
The merging stage is to get rid of the uncontrollable ancient god pollution and merge with the controllable, or acceptable, ancient god pollution.
Terminal dryness is unknown. What about Mahayana?
Mahayana refers to the stable condition of the monks after the merging of the Tao. Some monks see the good to close, stay in this realm, looking for a site of the capital city as a master of the state, or start a sect, not willing to so continue to contact with the ancient gods. When the ancient gods contaminated to a certain degree of disorder, or the killing of sins attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, it will be descended on the apocalypse. The apocalypse is to refine the ancient gods contaminated with the most effective power, to survive the apocalypse of the self-proclaimed as immortal. The heavenly fox nymphette suddenly smiled smugly. According to the standards of human cultivators, this palace is also a ninth tribulation immortal then.
Terminal Qian's thoughts moved. Auntie, do you need to go through another heavenly tribulation after you recover your ninth tail? That it depends on whether or not you want to pick another avatar. If you want to pick another avatar, you'll have to go through another heavenly tribulation, the intensity of which is related to the intensity of picking the avatar. Endless guilt once again rose in Jianqian's heart. Even the idea of visualizing the ancient gods cultivating was much weaker.
He couldn't cause any more trouble for his furry mother unless he was absolutely sure.
Auntie, it's time to condense the spirit liquid.
Terminal Qian put away the fox fire, jumped onto his furry mother's gorgeous blanket, lay down on his back, and a small section of the tree grew out of his heart. He had been repeating this for the past few days, and his furry mother had said that the spirit liquid was effective in recovering from injuries and coalescing the tail. The heavenly fox lady was dumbfounded. That spiritual liquid actually did very little to injure her. The reason why it works is simply to make the little guy think he's actually helping himself. However, for 5 days in a row, the little one was madly squeezing herself and breathing the spiritual liquid. Please mother, gather your aura.
Actually, never before have words been so difficult to say. Come on auntie, wasting time is wasting life.
The heavenly fox nymphette muttered in a whisper in a language that the little monster could not yet understand. There is still quite a lot of time, not afraid of wasting it.
Maybe, in a few days, the little monster will get bored and won't continue?
With a hint of luck, the 8 tails were spread out, and the heavenly fox lady used herself as a formation to draw the spirit veins of the 6 hexagrams in 8 directions towards her. For a time, the sky outside the misty sea cloud boat hung 2 suns, and the aura inside the misty sea cloud boat turned into rain.
1 drop of elixir per breath. 36 breaths and 36 drops.
Every time the 36 leaves were filled with spirit liquid, Final Chan took this batch of spirit liquid and delivered it to the furry mother's hands.
This speed is already very fast. The spirit tree can only condense 1 drop a day on its own. But Jianqian is still not satisfied.
The 36 leaves were unable to condense spirit liquid at the same time, which disappointed him. If each leaf could condense spirit liquid on its own, that would be 36 drops in 1 breath, damn it. Unlike the greedy Final Chan, the heavenly fox lady was satisfied with this. If the little monster could keep it up, then she should be expected to grow a 9th tail within 100 years. Of course, it was just a matter of thinking about it, that is, she couldn't spare it if the little monster wanted to. Repeating such a boring thing every day for 100 years in a row would not be so cruel even if it was a heavenly prison.
How long will he last? The heavenly fox nymphette couldn't help but guess.
It felt like it would be impressive to last 10 days, and the little monster was quite resilient, so it would be 20 days, no more than 30 at the most.
Thinking so, the heavenly fox nymph couldn't help but look forward to it.
It was as if she could already see the little monster playing tricks, pouting, and finding all sorts of reasons to refuse to go to jail. The sun rises and sets, and the sun sets and rises. On days when there is no moon in the sky, that sun looks a little lonely. 10 days, rushed by. Nourished by the aura, some small objects that already had a tendency to demonize began to demonize. The goddess in the painting is curious about the outside world, and from time to time she secretly probes, but is afraid to go out because of the horrible atmosphere outside. The inkstone, which had dried up, rubbed against the brush holder from time to time, until it messed with the brush on the holder, and was not honest until it was kicked by a flying stroke. The room's damask unfolds and pulls itself up according to the intensity of the day's light, and is considered the most daring. Nourished by the aura, the demonized shadow wanted to take a look at the outside world, but it was soon stomped on by the main body, and the idea of leaving home failed frequently, but the heart to leave home became more and more determined. The fog sea cloud boat was filled with daily visions, but all of these visions had the most absolutely pure respect for the owner of the place, the mother and child, as well as the most sincere worship. They were not slaves but were willing to do what they were told, even if the mother and son never told them what to do. They can wait for the time when the Great One, he, is willing to speak, when they will give all they have. In this way, several more 10 days passed on the misty sea cloud boat. The cloud boat is gradually lively, the demonized small objects finally have the courage to move after all kinds of trial and error. The mistress and the little master have never been difficult for them, except for that painting. The mistress and the young master did not have a hard time with that painting, but the painting of the goddess did not dare to go out at all, because the painting depicted the mistress on the cloud boat. Please mother, gather your aura. The heavenly fox nymphet's body trembled, awakening with a start, coming back to her senses from the numbness. Stop. Count me as a loser, I never want to use the spirit gathering formation again. You win, you're great. Terminal Chien, who was already lying down on the gorgeous blanket, was dumbfounded. How did he win and how did Fluffy Mother lose? Final dry? To tell you the truth, the spirit liquid has very little effect on me. That always works, doesn't it? The Sky Fox lady's head was stuck. There is, but as long as it works, Mother Fluffy, open the spirit gathering formation. I feel that my bottleneck is showing signs of loosening. The celestial fox lady was a bit dumbfounded. Just then, the mirror on the dresser suddenly escaped with divine light and flew up on its own, hanging in front of the heavenly fox nymphette, with a golden-furred fox reflected in it. Vein Central, I gave birth, 12 of them. Amazing, isn't it? Upon hearing this happy news, the heavenly fox nymphette was as if she had been pardoned. She thought of reasons to get out of the damn cycle. Going to Pure Fox Ridge for a string. 12? Awesome. I heard you had them too. How many? 1. What? Just one birth? Undisguised scoffing came from the other side of the mirror, as well as undisguised chatter as they ran around telling each other that the third princess of the kingdom of Arisu had given birth to only one child. The heavenly fox lady was suddenly unhappy again. 6. Chapter 6 Relatives of Pure Fox Ridge. Pure Fox Ridge, one of the 4 major settlements of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Compared to the other 3 settlements, this one is primarily a wild one, in every way. Clothing, food, shelter, marriage, funeral, native foxes, what kind they are. To say the difference might only be that it talks, right? What? You only gave birth to 1 in 1 litter? Even when the human heavenly court gave family planning to all the races, they were all able to give birth to 3, and she gave birth to just 1? Put. Goosey. Stop laughing for a moment, let's get down to business. The nine-tailed fox with golden fur and 12 little foxes proudly carried on its back called a halt to the clamor of the forest. Only the lazy foxes were seen staring manically at their gills with their hind paws, scratching leisurely. He shook out his fur again, and only when he was refreshed did he stretch out his slender forelegs in a wild fox stretch, and yawned before he looked right in the face. The human celestial court suddenly disappeared. There is the Sioux country and the human race involved not small. The recent situation is not good. A moment later you do not which fruit is not ripe to pick which, guilty of that cheap mouth. The foxes looked sideways, as if in thought. Recently, there have been a number of rumors related to the Arisa state. I heard that the dogs from the Scourge-Dew clan are here. To make us, Pure Fox Ridge, draw a line in the sand with the Arisa kingdom? I think those dogs are looking for death. Those dogs are nothing. The trouble is behind them. The old division of the ancient celestial court. The group of foxes was silent. Before the human celestial court disappeared, there was the kingdom of Sioux because it made an example of interoperability with the human race, and it was once bustling for a while, attracting visits from 10,000 races. Nowadays if it weren't for the fear that the missing heavenly court would return someday. There are still the Pure Fox Ridge, Mount 2, and the Green Show that didn't draw the line with the Arisa kingdom, and those old ancient celestial court ministries have long since wiped out the Arisa kingdom. The ancient celestial court is long gone, and those old guys are still hopping around. What courage! Yes, although the human heavenly court has disappeared, the order of the heavenly Tao is still in place, and I don't know what kind of daydreaming he's doing. Che, what about the old part of the ancient celestial court? It's our own business who our nine-tailed clan makes friends with, if you keep raving. Damn it, I'll take you guys to the Arisa Kingdom to have some fun, and call the brothers from Tushan and Qingqiu as well. I'd like to see how many farts they can produce." Hearing this, a number of foxes came to their senses. After living in the mountains for so long, it's fun to go to town once in a while. I've heard that in town they all live in houses, and they can be so beautiful they float in the sky. That's a heavenly palace. It's not just the heavenly palace, the human cultivators have come up with organ creations that can also, I remember it was called the Misty Sea Cloud Boat. That interesting? I hear you have to pay for food in town. Do you have any money? Do you have a brain? Our sisters are the king of the country and use the fart money. Right. We're visiting relatives, so of course we're eating relatives' food, and we're helping them guard their turf. Chattering, seeing the topic going to the top of the separation, the old patriarch who was secretly observing this place could not sit still. A pale voice coughed dryly, "Little Golden Amazing, your father and I are still alive, and you're going to rebel against your old man? Why don't I give you this clan leader?" Well, you should have backed off a long time ago. Old patriarch. The sea of clouds churned, and the huge sea of mist cloud boat broke through the clouds. The foxes looked up. Should I say no, the human race is also good for something. Like this cloud boat. Look, that's the Misty Sea Cloud Boat. Wow. So big. So grand. Don't look like you've never eaten dragon meat. Keep your mouths shut and don't force us to bite you. By the way, can that be a joke that she only had one? A fox timidly inquired. Yes, and laugh out loud. The corners of his eyes curved. The enthusiasm with which the sisters greeted them suddenly rose again. There were even foxes already starting to laugh. The sea of mist and cloud boats pressed down from a high altitude, as if Tianju Mountain was refolded, and a dome of heaven covered his face. But in front of the cloud boat is going to hit the ground, only to see the clouds and mist tossing. In front of the eyes has disappeared that cloud boat, only to see a pair of white fox mother and son. The little fox was lying on the head of the big fox, looking tigerish. Fox whistles spread throughout the valley, large and small whimpering. A large group of foxes swift as the wind, the shadow of the wrong blocked in front of the body. The taller ones were more than 10 feet tall, and the smaller ones were only as big as a fist. Eyes burning, all staring at one spot. This scene, even some social cattle in the body of the final dry, all of a sudden surrounded by 110 relatives, also cannot help but some social fear. Really just one? It's certainly not the woeful Central Sisters. Who is this little thing's father? Tell me and I'll taunt him properly. That's it, so crap might as well let me do it. Boom! The loud bang. The furry mama had just raised her paw when a fox went ahead and slapped the mongrel away. Get lost, you colorless bastard. You're not worthy of Sister Johan. Scourge Central was touched in his heart, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing the big fox covered in gold looking up and down, left and right, he exclaimed with a shocked face, really only one was born? Scourge Central? Woeful Central suddenly had the trepidation of having just escaped his son's domination and falling into the trap of an unscrupulous relative. Without spiritual contact to establish a credo, it is ultimately impossible to understand what these relatives are yammering about. But he could tell these guys were laughing at his furry mama. Can this be tolerated? As soon as he opened his mouth he regretted it. Oh, you're in good spirits, let's have a look at you. The huge head of the radiant gold came up and was about to lick it. Ultimate Qian did not resist being licked by animals. Kittens and puppies loved to lick his hands and even his cheeks. But he wasn't so generous with this relative who had a big laugh. A ball of foxfire rose as if it were substance against the other's tongue. Terminator deftly dodged it with a backward jump. Yeah, Sister Woeful Central, you taught him foxfire? Just in case another fox sneaks up on him, Jiqian slides off his furry mother's back and hides in front of him. Ah, the boy's good at everything, but he's so uptight, it's even a little scary. All foxes? A door to a new world opens. Mothers are fond of showing off their pups. Showing off their pups' coat color and showing off their pups' physique. Progress? So, it's okay to show off upward mobility? It was as if they were seeing a brand new, never before explored track. It's good to be upwardly mobile. The clan all teaches arts only at the age of 1000. We've long wanted to raise our opinions to the clan leader. 1000 years those humanoids have all lived out their lives. The little one's spirit body is very solid. It's 100 years old, right? Woeful Central didn't think about it that much, and matter-of-factly returned. No, the 100 days aren't even full. This can't be right. A fox made an immediate lie ruling questioning the truth of the statement. Woeful Central thought of something and was suddenly a bit proud. My cub is an innate spirit tire. All foxes? A spirit child? Who did you have it with? It's so good? I'm going to borrow a seed. I don't know what great wisdom that comes from. To say that spirit bodies were nothing unusual in the past, but after the completion of the human heavenly court, the heart of the heavenly master was biased toward the human race. But that doesn't take away from the topicality of the issue itself. They do wonder who the father of the child is. Because I hadn't even heard of it before. The third princess of the kingdom of Arisu was still very fragrant in the nine-tailed fox circle, with countless suitors. He doesn't have a father. He was conceived by the sense of heaven, the innate Taoist body. All foxes? Spiritual fetus even, innate Tao body is outrageous, such as today's Tao recognized Tao bodies are all humanoid, you are not human either.
Woeful Central laughed. The joys of having a baby are finally here.
A transparent spirit body fox tail tentacle caressed on Jianxian's head, and Jianxian heard his mother's voice rise in his heart, little monster, turn into a human body and show them.
Ultimate dryness didn't change right away.
Reach out with your spiritual tentacles to make contact with your mother's spiritual tentacles and open the consciousness communication letter channel.
Auntie, is it good to publicize this kind of thing? Will it attract prying eyes, or trouble? It's fine, just don't expose the aptitude of condensing spirit liquid. The Tao body can be exposed a bit. After all, you don't want me to just find a father for you, right?
You were conceived by sensing the heavens. It doesn't make sense that you're not an innate Tao body, and this is also considered your own home. It's safe.
Terminal Chen instantly made a decision. Some random dad? He didn't want a messy wild father.
At that moment, without any further hesitation, he directly revealed his human Tao body. The pure Fox Ridge Fox relatives are collectively shocked.
Humanoid. Surprisingly, it's really in human form. What kind of great fortune is this to be conceived by sensing the heavens? When the heavenly Tao is not yet clear, the Tao are directly incarnated. After the birth of the great Tao returns to the position, the Tao incarnated birth can only borrow the abdomen. TSK, our nine-tailed clan is going to come out with the Tao Sana. Not necessarily, it could be the reincarnation of a great power. Listening to the continuous praise and marveling, Bane Central was proud of herself. It was born of her. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard a fox grab the floor. Wait, a human body isn't necessarily a Tao body, it could be born with a human.
At these words, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly froze. Chapter 7 Adopting a child bride as a little brother.
Have a baby with a human. This kind of thing has long existed among ordinary demon foxes, but the sky fox.
The scene was quiet. The human celestial court disappeared, and the kingdom of Arisu was targeted just for befriending the human race. If the daughter of the national lord still has a child
with a human race, then this news is too strong. Sulan's situation is feared to be worse.
What nonsense are you talking about? How could Sister Woeful Central have a child with a human?
Golden Fox snarled. The foxes nodded in unison.
Although they were wildly accustomed to the outside world and had never risen to the entanglement between the demon race and the human race, they were not stupid and knew what was at stake here.
Sorry, I'm babbling.
That fox is also fast-talking, talking without thinking, sensing that it is not good to immediately change his words. The expressions on the faces of all the foxes were serious. On the contrary, the questioned Woeful Central seemed as if he had nothing to do with it.
What are your expressions? Is your nose broken? Or are your eyes blind? Use your noses to smell well, and then take a good look. There can be half a bit of human scent on my cub. It's not true that the Tao body is in human form, but it's not like all human forms are Tao bodies. The crowd of foxes also thought that idea was just ridiculous. Not that they despised the human race. The fact that the human race can establish a heavenly court to dominate the four seas is already proof that it is uniquely endowed. It's just that the lifespan of the human race is really too short, 100 years in a hurry. Sky Fox casually drinks a few more cups and takes a longer nap, and may sleep through 100 years. The human race was like ungrown and extraordinarily anxious-looking children in their eyes, who would marry and have children with a little brat. A common fox demon who is not in a precarious position doesn't count. Sniff 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 sniff. There is no human scent. Didn't smell it. And no treasure was worn to cover it. Awesome, Sister Woeful Central, you actually gave birth to an innate Tao body. Getting the approval of all the foxes, Bane Central proudly tilted his head. Then there is still a fake? Tisk, tisk, sounds of admiration. I heard a saying that heaven and earth have been settled, and most of those who are conceived by sensing the heavens are reincarnations of great powers. This child could have had a vision when he was born. I wonder if he is the reincarnation of a true ruler of the Taoist family, or a reincarnated body of a Pure Land Buddha who has been reincarnated and practiced in his second life? The corners of Scourge Central's mouth twitched in disbelief. Looking down at his waif. Is his waifu the reincarnation of a great power? The idea was vetoed by herself just as soon as it rose. No way, absolutely no way. What kind of great power burns out his eyes right after birth? I heard that next door to the Baifeng bird gave birth to a Buddha son. The child enlightenment ascension directly out of the home do not want the mother, is considered to be raised in vain for so many years. Hearing these words, Scourge Central inwardly moved and looked at his own pup one more time. When I think of my baby shaving his head to become some kind of monk one day, this blood pressure can't stop rising. Isn't that raising a white wolf?
Yes, it's better to be reincarnated as a true lord. True lords wait for the end of their parents' lives before they leave, and are much more sentimental and righteous.
3 major possibilities are conceived by sensing the heavens: the incarnation of the Tao, the reincarnation of the Buddha, and the reincarnation of the Taoist monarch. The crowd of foxes chatting away. The radiant golden fox looked at her sister with some concern and couldn't help but ask, is there a way to tell whether it's the reincarnation of a true lord or a Buddha? The foxes shook their heads. How do they know this? Yeah, I do have an idea, little demon. The foxes looked in unison.
The opening was found to be the earring hanging from the huge fox's ear, a living spirit snake.
Don't talk big, the massive fox reprimanded. Spirit Snake disgruntledly disliked back. I'm not talking big, I really have an idea.
The foxes were all excited at the words, you let it speak, and if it speaks well there is great demon blood and meat to eat. Hearing the blood and flesh of a great demon, that spirit snake instantly came to the spirit, not waiting for the giant fox to open its mouth, positively behaving, thank you for your reward. My method is very simple, all the reincarnated bodies of Buddha don't have a line of marriage, that is to say, there are also sinful fates that can't be truly together, so we can test the roots of the young prince through the bonding of the marriage. The eyes of the group of foxes lit up at these words. This method is also alternative and workable. This little snake of yours has a bright brain, Ada, let's make a deal, can you gift this spirit snake to me?
That won't do, she still has to relieve me of the heat. Relief from the heat? As a scarf? Then it might as well be cooler in the river. Take it or leave it. The relatives chatted animatedly, and Scourge Central was searching for himself. She was not convinced that her cub was the reincarnation of a great power. Her son can gather aura as a life-enhancing treasure liquid, which is an ironclad rule of heaven that needs no questioning. Taoist god of divine dew? That's a good Taoist name.
Sister Woeful Central, I have an idea, this day is the auspicious time, why don't you and I get married, and also solve the doubts in your heart, how about it?
Golden Fox opened his mouth, and Scourge Central was confused. Tying the knot? Now. How?
Golden Fox returned with a big grin, I gave birth to 12, just pick one and take it away.
It sounded like she was taking advantage of the situation, but why couldn't she be happy about it? There is no rule within the clan as to how old you can be to tie the knot, but neither of the kids are even a month old. This is a betrothal, isn't it? But betrothal is a tradition on the human side. Would the foxes of Pure Fox Ridge know what betrothal is all about? With a capital clueless. Only to see the golden fox body shaking, body 12 young fox under the dumplings generally rolled down 9, choose it, nothing else, on the female child more, these 9 are female children. Scourge Central froze out of his mind. An occasional flash of light in her head made her instantly understand Jean de Dumu's intentions. Arisu is in a difficult situation and she is using her own way to get her out of it. I slightly complicated to the guy with the golden face. This guy. Auntie, are we just going to stand here? Why don't we go inside and sit down? From start to finish, Jinshen didn't know what everyone was talking about.
At first everyone's eyes were on him, then they turned to the beautiful snake. After that, it ran off on the golden fox. The golden fox shook her wah off as if to show off. This is a bad game for Mother Nature. There's no house at Pure Fox Ridge, it's a house to them. Ha? Terminal Qian was confused. Just then I heard the voice of Mother Fluffy's mother ringing in my heart, go and choose one, your Auntie Golden Amazing is going to give you a playmate.
Playmate? Terminator is still a bit confused, but on second thought it made sense.
In ancient times, the children of the great nobles' families all kept a few personal attendants by their side, and these personal attendants were all raised from childhood.
Analogously, this isn't supposed to be about choosing a little brother for him, is it? Then this golden fox should be mother's appendage.
Thinking so, Jianzhuan looked towards the 9 golden little foxes. There are 2 especially afraid of life, with shaking down the little legs stirred playfully crawled back. These 2 are definitely not an option, too timid to be used.
And then look at the rest.
There were 3 of them chasing the tails of the other foxes with an intelligent, naive face.
These won't work either. There were a few others who yawned and went to sleep, and they looked too lazy to be wanted. Terminal Qian's gaze swept over the body of a small fox, and finally to the guy with the tiger's head, tilting his head to stare at him with a glaring gaze. As far as physique goes, this guy is just a big, burly guy bigger than the rest of his siblings. The fox's tail wagged, attracting a stupid being to swoop in. Without even returning his head, his little legs stomped, and the sneaky little fox was directly kicked out. The eyes. The hands. This fighting instinct.
Zhong Qian's eyes were glowing. A mother, I want that one.
He is a powerful man, and he looks like a competent general. Scourge Central followed his cub's gaze. Unexpectedly non-annoying.
Okay, go ahead and communicate with her, go ahead. You have to have people willing even after you've chosen them. Final Qian's spiritual sense tentacle probed out, brothers, follow me, and you'll be able to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food in the future.
8. Chapter 8 Milestone Steps. Eating and drinking? A puzzled look appeared in the little fox's eyes. With an inner movement, Final Qian transformed back into a white fox, strutting to the front of his future little brother. The surrounding fox grandparents and aunts and uncles were all caught up in the interaction between the pair of young foxes, only to see the eyes of 2 majestically defying each other collide. Is this a dry run? The uncles continued to talk.
A good way to tie the knot, if it's the reincarnation of a Buddha son, then it definitely won't work out, but if it's the reincarnation of a Dao Lord it's great, and it'll also allow the future Dao Lord to have more affection with our fox clan, it's not a bad idea.
No loss, no loss. Steady money. This wave won hemp.
Not a single word could be understood with the noise ringing in his ears.
Terminal Qian also does not care, those elders are mostly waiting to see his joke.
For the sake of his mother, he couldn't wimp out either.
Moreover, a little fox that has not been weaned is just a little fox, which cannot be subdued, then he does not need to mix, simply go home and honestly eat milk to go.
The psychic tentacles remain entwined and communications are open.
Final Dry continued to show his full sincerity. Come with me and I'll make you strong. A ball of foxfire coalesced in his forefoot and snapped. The fire cloud can travel in the air, and it can also open mountains and break rocks. The ground burned underneath the blow, and the momentum stomped through with a claw. The golden fox followed the movements of the white fox in front of him and stomped down. Ouch, it hurts.
A full blow, not even a stone crushed, and a stone stranded.
But she won't say.
It took a long time for the stiff body to straighten up slightly in place.
A long breath exhaled, still somewhat confused and hesitant.
I still have delicious food that can help you cultivate, but I can't take it out now, it will be snatched away, and wealth should not be exposed, but if you come with me, there will be enough for the future.
Golden Fox blinked in confusion.
My mother is very powerful, just now you see it, that can fly in the sky of the huge cloud boat, that is my mother's, that is, become my little brother, the future cloud boat when there is a place for you, and the cloud boat there are many interesting things, my inkstone will turn over, the table and bench will also, you certainly have never seen. Though the golden fox had not learned any words, the thoughts themselves did not need words to carry them. She could understand exactly what the other person was telling her. What she didn't understand was just not understanding how the other person did it and how she herself could get her thoughts across. See as not fooled away, the final dry pause, my sincerity you see, you have any idea can tell me, if you still will not express also no problem, if you become my little brother, then these I will teach you in the future, never hide, you have to stay in the old family, according to their habits, you have to consume 1,000 years before they teach you foxfire, then I have long since grown to the height that you can never catch up.
Think hard about it.
Catch up with the height, think about it, finally, I promise, no matter what kind of crisis encountered in the future, you and I will share the honor and disgrace together. Borrowing the words of our ancestors, do not ask for the same year and the same day, but ask for the same year and the same day to die.
In the eyes of Final Chien, the golden fox finally moved. Only, sadly, instead of walking towards herself, she shrunk back to stick with Auntie Goldfox. What is it? Too much energy, it's backfiring? Just when Jianzhuang doubted his eyesight, that little golden fox turned its head to his side again and stuck with him? He knows a little bit about fox etiquette, just licking fur. Terminator didn't lick the other, just hung his head and let the other rub against him. Afterward, Final Dry saw the little fox dropping its head and lying down in front of him. At this moment, Jianxian was greatly settled in his heart, and it was accomplished. This was the first little brother he had taken in this world, definitely not the last, but the most special, with a milestone significance. He can't trust everyone, but you can naturally trust the ones you took in as a child and raised yourself. If he can't even be trusted by the people he raised from childhood, then he doesn't need to hang around, he'd better go home and drink milk. Get up! The first rule of becoming my little brother, don't bow down slavishly to any person, any demon, any god, you don't need to do the same to me, but you have to respect me. This respect doesn't need to be expressed, just put it in your heart. The respect that is expressed could be fake, the one that is put in your heart is the real one. The little white fox had a big brother look on his face. The newly acquired minion's eyes burned, woo dash. Feeling the response, Terminal Chien was relieved. This should be understood, tilting his head to let the little golden fox follow him, and finally dry satisfaction back to the side of the furry mother. It's done, he didn't mess this up, his mother's face was saved. Tilting his head to look around at the silent, as if petrified, crowd of uncles and aunts and grandparents, the Final Dry mood is very self-satisfied. A small scene is not enough. Want to see him laugh? That's overthinking it. Just follow me. With a final explanation, Final Dry retracted the transparent spirit tentacle and affixed it to Fluffy Mother's body. Auntie, did I do well? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Well, that's good. Scourge of the Orient tilted his head, the fox fur on his face trembling lightly. Holding back a smile was really hard. The depression of being teased for only having one in a litter instantly dissipated. On the opposite side, the golden fox, whose expression had become dull, finally came back to her senses and finally couldn't help but open her mouth. No, tying the knot. What are you mother and son up to? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding grandparents and aunts and uncles also became odd. There's still a difference between sending a daughter-in-law out and sending a maid out, and it's a big difference. Nine-tailed fox clan inside there is no which face big let other nine-tailed fox as a maid, is the patriarch also cannot, the patriarch and not more than one tail. Scourge central control, a majestic face, promised, of course it is a marriage, but both dolls are not full moon, what do they know about marriage? First as a playmate familiar with, this is good for them all. That said, Scourge Central's heart was still quite looking forward to his son leading his child bride's little brother in a shouting match. Nothing else, at least listen. Even if they end up tying the knot, the woman won't make a fuss all day, much less her. Gee, that's nice. Just in case the other party backtracked, Scourge Central once again promised, don't worry, I will absolutely not treat your daughter poorly, in the future, my cubs have what she has, unbiased, you can rest assured, I only have this one cub, and I don't plan on wanting it in the future, my future are all theirs, you will absolutely not lose. Hearing this, the fox's doubts subsided. If that's true, it's not really a loss. It doesn't have to be that way, not. You really only have one? Isn't it less? The human heavenly court is missing. That what family planning Dao rule shackle is gone. Don't you take advantage of this time to give birth to a few more litters? My cub may be a true monarch in the future, or a Dao monarch. To find a stepfather for a true monarch Dao monarch, how do you think it will lead to no small amount of trouble? Besides, there are not many that can be looked at on this flooded earth, and the ones that can be looked at, are now either missing or have become ancient gods, and have long since lost their thoughts. Like this? Golden Fox suddenly remembered something. I heard you had pursued. Well, how long ago was that? You haven't. Gossiping ears pricked up around them. Pure Fox Ridge's foxes are just as wild as they are, but they also know clearly that this kind of topic is not something to talk about in front of so many foxes, and they changed the topic right away. Terminally dry, still waiting for Mother Nature to finish talking to her family and friends. The large golden fox head suddenly came over, and this time, Final Dry did not hide. It made the other a good deal rarer, brushing the already neat fur again, with a fresh breath of nature unlike the scent of a furry mother. By the way, the Scourge Du clan sent a few dogs to lobby the clan leader to draw a line with the Orisa kingdom, and they're in the welcoming forest right now. Do you want to go check it out? Terminator doesn't know what's going on. But the scent on her mother's body was suddenly different, and the last time she smelled it, Granny Willow, who had the credit, had her tail drawn. Terminal Qian's neck shrank, and it was obvious that some guy was going to be unlucky. 9 Chapter 9 The Dang Dang Taoist son is stuck in the Qi refining stage. What the big foxes went to do, Terminator doesn't know. He and his newly acquired little brother were left with Auntie Aoshi. Aunt Lapis is a green fox, tiny and very quiet. Should I say hello to Auntie Aoshi? His own mother didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with him, a not yet full month-old little guy, learning to communicate spiritually. After all, it was her cub, it had to be different, it had to be extraordinary. But to the other ants, it was more or less unusual. Terminator decided to say hello in baby talk. A fuming Aunt Aoshi looked over. Terminal Chin's eyes gleamed. Aunt Green Fox's body slumped and fell to the ground, revealing the snow-white fluff of her belly. This scene is somewhat familiar. Jianqian's heart was pounding. Without waiting for him to determine the meaning of the gesture as it manifested itself at the moment, his little brother had gone ahead of him and added his own. Final Dry? Blood had begun to drip from her face under the fox fur. Hiccup! Boom! A muffled sound. It's the familiar grumpiness. Terminal Chen tilted his head and saw two channels of black smoke wolfishly rushing up into the sky. The familiar snow-white foxtail extended infinitely, hitting two cinder blocks one after another under one sweep, shattering them in the air and exploding a sky full of charcoal-like debris. A slightly larger piece of debris seemed to have consciousness and appeared in front of Final Dry in a trance. Final Qian subconsciously condensed the fox fire, but much faster than him. Auntie Qingshi opened her mouth and bit, ignoring the distance and orientation under the rules of space. The oncoming falling object was captured by Auntie Qingshi in her mouth, and issued a grinding teeth, crunching chewing sound. It was only then that Terminal Qian could see what was flying, a burning dog's head. In the psychic vision, it was an evil black dog covered in ashes. The black dog creeps to the foot of the mountain, which is impossibly high. Without waiting for Terminal Qian to take a closer look, the scenery suddenly collapsed. In reality, the dog's head had already been chewed up by Auntie Lapis and swallowed with a thud. The stance was so relaxed that it actually had a wild elegance to it. But the next moment, Auntie Qingshi suddenly got up, her intestines wriggled, and she vomited out a puddle of pitch black. Grace is gone. Aoshi, are you going to poison my pups? The golden fox whose spiritual sense followed the black dog to cover this place saw his waifu drinking Qingshi's milk directly exploded and growled in reprimand. Asterisk. My milk isn't poisoned. Who believes that everything is flaunted into the mouth? To say that it is not poisonous I do not believe in the first place. The fact that your cub is still alive is proof of that. 17 Lie down. Receiving his mother's instructions, the little golden fox who had eaten his belly round fell straight down on his back. Green Fox? Scourge Central's divine thoughts also followed, and seeing the planted little golden fox, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You poisoned my son's child bride to death? Green Fox? Final Dry?" Because both Auntie Golden Amazing and Mother Fluffy's psychic tentacles covered this place, Final Dry could hear what they were chatting about this time. Turns out, big foxes are so much fun to talk to. The death of the two-headed Banedou was not a big deal, but in the end, it was a slap in the face of behind them, certain ancient celestial court bigwigs. So, the preparations that should be made, still need to be made. Pure Fox Ridge thus entered a state of readiness, all the outgoing clan foxes were recalled, the ancient and pale woods came to life, there was a misty outpouring that wrapped the entire Pure Fox Ridge, and from afar, it seemed as if there was a crouching cloud drifting tiredly and landing here. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Woeful Central's trip to give birth to a child was only incidental, in fact there was the entire Sioux Kingdom, and even the entire nine-tailed fox clan did not know that this one was pregnant. Her original mission was to visit the Pure Fox Ridge, Mount 2, and the Green Hills.
The kingdom of Arisu was not some ancestral land of the nine-tailed fox clan, and before the creation of the heavenly court of the human race, the demon race did not have any concepts of countries or cities at all. The sky is the quilt, the earth is the bed, and a cool breeze is the norm for all demon races. Even the ancient demon race heavenly court, that was just a circled piece of land, only that land was called Bujo Mountain. The old matriarch of Pure Fox Ridge mused slightly. Your mother wants to keep that city? It is, and so am I. The old matriarch sighed. Well, it seems to me that evacuation was the smartest choice, but your mother wasn't smart in the first place, so it's not surprising that she made that decision. Scourge Central. Has there been any consideration of avoiding the situation and letting the situation move forward a bit, and then rebuilding a city when the situation is clear and the dust has settled? That's really one way to do it. It has also long been projected in the upper echelons of the Orissa State's meetings. There's no doubt that this would have avoided the first round of those restoration attacks. However, there is still the possibility of being used as a pretext afterward. If we take one step back today, we will have to take a big step back tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, there may be no way back. Besides, if they backed out this time, then the friendship between the two clans that had been so hard to establish before would be affected. What city will be built in his day will not be as glorious as it is today. Mother said that the nine-tailed fox would never lose more than a city that way. The old patriarch was silent. Halfway through the day, he couldn't help but sigh. Are you mother and daughter really that optimistic about the human race? Woeful Central returned earnestly. It was never the human race or the friendship of the human race that mother cherished, but we ourselves, our nine-tailed fox clan. Afraid that the old patriarch did not understand, Woeful Central added, there is a Sioux country established has been scolded once by those old clowns. This time if we give up this city, that another part, had sung our praises, and we stand together with our friends will also leave us. At that time, although the world is big, the nine-tailed fox clan will no longer have their own place, at least. There is no accommodation for there is a Sioux country of the nine-tailed fox tribe of the place. Hey, the old patriarch couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head helplessly, I can't believe that came from your mother. It seems you didn't inherit your mother's wisdom, which is good. Bane. I will relay your compliments to mother as is. Ah, this. The old patriarch's beard twitched. There's no need for that, that would be unnecessary. That. Don't you want to hear what I think? Now that you've decided, you can hear my thoughts as well. You say. You have to go to Tushan and Qingqiu next, right? It was intended that way. The old matriarch seemed to have made some kind of determination. Qingqiu and Tushan, no matter which one you go to, they will be on your side. You choose one of these two places to go to, and don't go to the other. Then we, Pure Fox Ridge, together with whichever one you chose, the three of us will step in and try to solve this thorny problem, and if it doesn't work out, we can still leave a lineage in the world. Woeful Central froze slightly. Have you decided? You want to confer with the clans of Pure Fox Ridge? Still negotiating my ass. Amazing Gold gave away all her pups. I think that girl would have run off with you with her clan if she didn't have to bring up her children. Meeting those resentful eyes, Scourge Central was a little weak. Sister Golden Amazing's friendship will be remembered by all of the kingdom of Arisu and sworn not to be forgotten. No, just go back and teach your cub so he always remembers that if ever great trouble comes and he has to die, he will just have to die in front of the boy. This. I can only swear that if that day ever comes, I will die before them. The old patriarch's beard twitched, leaving a backdrop as he turned away. Can't they all just stay alive? Scourge Central? The big foxes don't know about the final draw yet. At the moment, he looked at his medical information and fell into deep thought. It's been months. The bottleneck he was stuck in at the chi refining stage showed no signs of loosening halfway through. Is it reasonable for his hallowed Taoist son to be stuck at the chi refining stage? Didn't the nine-tailed fox clan cultivate by sleeping? Why was it that after so many days, this bottleneck remained motionless? Or does this bottleneck have to be broken through the human cultivation method? He was aware of the human cultivation method. The furry mother has explained it all to him, from visualizing the demonic essence to visualizing the ancient gods. Because this method was too dangerous, for fear of adding any more trouble to his furry mother, he held back from trying it. But it's not good to keep holding back. So who does? View? He has seen not many of the demoness original phase, Granny Lu, the black dog, the beautiful snake, and a few fox relatives. He had never seen any of those with more tails in their true form, and wondered if they were shielded by obscure eyes. Mull it over for a few moments. Ultimate Qian decided that it would be better to talk to his mother first. Perhaps mother has an idea? It's just a small refining stage. Fluffy Mother's realm was analogous to a human cultivator. It was the ninth happening immortal realm. Chapter 10, Let's have a sleeping charm. Auntie, I've been stuck in my realm for a few months now. Do you have any suggestions? Woeful Central froze. Is that what a not yet 100-day-old cub should be thinking? But it's her cub. Oh, that makes sense. Eat well, sleep well, and you'll naturally break through in 10 years. This time it was Terminal Qian's turn to freeze. A mother, a small chi refining realm is just a small realm. How dare you want to jam me for 10 years? What face do I have left to live in this world? For a moment, Scourge Central didn't know how to answer his cub. Allow the palace to think. After a moment's thought, and meeting that gaze full of uptightness, Scourge Central had the feeling of being roasted on a rack of fire, and was already sweating profusely. After another long time, Scourge Central spoke stiffly. Actually, 10 years is a very short time for us nine-tailed foxes. The more the words came out, the smaller the voice became, and eventually, surprisingly, there wasn't even a trace of a backbone left. This reason obviously did not convince the kid, who was full of motivation.
But I am your cub.
Of course you're the quartz cub.
Scourge Central was sure, there was no doubt about it.
Yes, how could her child be mortal? Being stuck at the chi refining stage for 10 years was also indeed a bit too long.
Auntie, I would like to learn more about the meditative thoughts of the human cultivators in detail. You want to view the ancient gods? You can't see the ancient gods. These eyes of yours are meant to keep you from being transformed by the contamination of the ancient gods.
Auntie, you forgot that I have met an ancient god. Of course at first I will not visualize that kind of terrifying existence. You said that human cultivators start by visualizing the demon's true form. Do you have any suggestions for my start?
How do different demons affect me, and will the abilities of the demons determine my abilities? Scourge Central's eyes were hollow. She did say that. She already regrets saying it.
Wait, don't try it on your own yet. This palace doesn't understand these specific cultivation processes very well and can't teach you what to do. But if you really want to try it, you can wait until you return to the kingdom of Arisu, where there are a lot of powerful human cultivators.
How long is that going to take? Etc.
Scourge Central really afraid to say a not short enough time, this puppa too long, cannot wait, and then on their own research.
She wouldn't bet on that scenario.
With a guide of his fingers, a slumber talisman coalesced at his fingertips. Just wait until you wake up, be a good boy and go to sleep, everything will be solved when you wake up.
Final dry? A strong drowsiness set in.
Terminal Qian suddenly panicked, this sleep will not be 10 years later.
That's 10 years. It can't be wasted like that. Before the struggle in his mind could be translated into action, his eyelids closed uncontrollably and completely. End. Sleeping few dash.
Seeing that the little monster was finally quiet, Scourge Central breathed a sigh of relief.
She wasn't even this stressed when she first heard that ancient celestial court was going to take the Orisa kingdom to task.
Yo? Fixing his eyes, he saw that it wasn't his pup, who was sleeping peacefully.
Sleep grows on you, you sleep too.
Another sleeping charm was struck, and the world went completely silent. Invisible forces held the two little ones, resting them on their backs and burying them between their fur, both of them sleeping peacefully. Sister Woeful Central, this use of the sleeping charm to bring up a child is not good, and it is also too impatient. While sleeping is important, proper exercise as well as exposure to this world and understanding it, these are equally important.
Who's lying down and talking? A turnaround. The guy with the golden hair all over him.
Thinking about the fact that this guy had 12 pups before, and now he had 11 to bring up, the retort was too much to say.
But, Sister Amazing Gold, you're so determined to send your child away, it's not because you can't bring him here, is it?
Scourge Central felt like he had discovered the truth. In the history of the nine-tailed fox clan 12 in one litter, that was also a very explosive existence. Even before the family planning of the human heavenly court, the maximum number of them was only 9.
How can that be? It's easy to bring up a child, why don't you throw the child to me?
13 of them I'll bring up as usual.
Scourge Central was silent.
She suspected the other woman was talking big, but she couldn't bring herself to throw the baby out, a lame lie that could obviously be pierced easily, and all she could do was watch as she spouted off at the mouth. Sister Golden Amazing is awesome, worthy of being a ruthless fox that gave birth to 12 in one litter. She talks tough.
I am serious.
The golden fox had a solemn face. Orisa Kingdom is going to be hit by a huge change. When that time comes, you definitely won't have time to bring up the child, so why don't you let me do it?
Keep the baby? Just thinking about it made her heart ache. She feels like she'd go crazy right now if she didn't see her kids all day.
Don't worry, I won't push it if the situation gets really bad like that, not yet, and there are reasons why my pups have to go back.
What reason?
Regarding the matter of his cubs going off the human cultivation method, Scourge Central felt that it was better not to circulate it. Then he changed the topic and said, your father advised me to choose between Tushan and Xingqiu, which side do you think? Scourge Central briefly told the story of his discussion with the old patriarch of the pure Fox Ridge. The nine-tailed fox clan has always been in the same boat, but when it comes to the old part of the ancient celestial court, they will have to do some more thinking. Tushan is full of crazy people, if you don't show them a good time they'll just charge on their own.
Scourge Central's expression couldn't help but look odd. Nice guy, no need to dwell on it. Those guys in Tushan really can't stay honestly in the back. Sister Amazing Gold, you are wise.
The golden fox was smug. That's right, my father said that although my brain is not smart, I still have more than enough surplus compared to your family.
Scourge Central?
The golden fox sensed the displeasure on the white fox sister's face and hurriedly remedied the situation. Of course, it's not that you're not smart, it's just that you're still a little bit worse than me.
The expression on that face wasn't getting any better. Golden Fox simply shrugged it off. My father said it, I think we're equal. Scourge Central let out a long breath and terminated the damn topic, turning to ask, by the way, what about your daughter's dietary problems?
The golden fox froze at the question. Come on you, 12 of me really isn't enough to feed, but you're just 2.
I'll do it. Don't you think it's weird? Sons and daughters-in-law feeding together, so is she my daughter-in-law or my daughter?
This lofty question had never occurred to her.
Will it be weird? It's weird. You don't want to end up with 2 kids who are brother and sister, do you? That really isn't very good.
The golden fox began to think, let's see, there are quite a few sisters in the clan who are still nursing. Take one away with you when you leave. Suddenly thinking of something, the golden fox hastily added, don't bring lapis lazuli. She's got a real problem with her milk, and those kids of hers aren't very bright.
Scourge Central. 11th Chapter 11 Waking up in the misty sea cloud boat.
When Jianzhuang woke up, the cloud boat had already left the pure Fox Ridge. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes, I called up the system interface to see if the attribute points had accumulated to 10. Seeing that the attribute points were still 0, a heart was finally put down. Attribute points can be gained a little bit a year. He was truly afraid of waking up already 10 years later.
Did you sleep well?
No good. Gamble disliked back. This was the first time that Terminal Qian had expressed his displeasure to the furry mother. Today will go down in history as the day the defiant fox cub said a firm no to power. Oh, then sleep a little longer. Seeing that a sleeping talisman was about to fall, Final Qian was frightened and quickly changed his face. Sleep well, no need to sleep anymore. The talisman fell slowly but constantly. Ji Qian didn't dare to gamble on whether this talisman would fall or not, and admitted his mistake with a further sincere attitude. Mother, I was wrong.
My attitude was wrong. I won't dare to do it again.
Seeing that the talisman still has no intention of stopping, the final dry can only make to mom treasure sentence. Mother, I'm hungry.
The talisman was finally put away.
While breathing a sigh of relief, Terminal Qian also obediently found a good position and began to dry his meal in the posture of a fox. When it was time for the dry meal, Terminator was always quiet. Even though she and her furry mother were both in the posture of foxes, but in the end, she was still a bit put out. Final dry thought, when the age of 100 days, find a reason to change the recipe. As he was pondering, a vigorous vitality quickly dispersed to his limbs and bones. In a trance, Final Qian felt as if his body was a small countryside being renovated, with muddy paths paved with solid stone foundations, and there was a sense of openness and smoothness in his body.
There seems to be a sense of the underworld. Ultimately dry tuned out personal information. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 1011. Spirit, 1011. God, 0. Realm, Chi refining stage. Spirit fetus, Avatar 9 tails. One tail is born in 1,000 years, and one tail is an avatar. Strong, right? I've traded my life for it. Every time a fox is born, it has to go through a thunderbolt. Avatar obscure eyes. Shield yourself from the contamination of the ancient god's form. These are the eyes of a mother's love. Dharma, unpracticed. Sure enough, there was a change. Terminal Qian was delighted in his heart. Both, body, and spirit, have been raised by 1 point. The only beauty was that the realm was still at the Chi refining stage. He had thought that when the attribute broke through 11, the realm would follow suit. Nowadays, it doesn't seem to be possible. Or, maybe it takes a full 20 to break through? The hairs on his forehead were gently licked a few times, and a few hairs that had gotten askew during the dry meal righted themselves again. Terminal Qian's heart resounded with the murmur of his furry mother. Don't blame the palace, you're still young, and although your spirit is complete, you still lack experience. The final dryness dawned on him. He sensed his mother's concern. This is true, even if he has a mind that far exceeds that of a baby, but in terms of cultivation, not to mention him, even the most experienced and also the end of life of a 100-year-old man, that in the cultivation of the road, there is no half a bit of experience to talk about. Auntie, until I understand what to do, how to do it, what are the benefits of doing so, and what are the drawbacks, I promise I won't practice recklessly. Hearing this, the heavenly fox lady, who was about to affix another slumber talisman, suddenly hesitated. Is this your promise? The palace allows you to lie to any living being, but any living being does not include the palace, do you understand? Final Qian wanted to say mother you are a sick sentence, but he still held back. Nodding his head firmly, his gaze was bare, truer than even 24-karat pure gold. I'll trust you for now. Terminal Qian felt his already full stomach. A new problem has arisen. Is the attribute enhancement a result of the body's natural development, or is it a matter of meals? Would the attributes continue to improve if he changed his meal plan after 100 days? When Jianchen looked for the sound, the golden figure came into his eyes. The boy was seen mangling towards the furry mama's stomach, but was blocked by the mama's tail. Only then did Terminal Qian wake up with a start. This little guy is about the same age as he is, and he needs to be breastfed too. You're not going to let the furry mother feed her, are you? Pro brothers yes, live and die together yes, but, this makes him some comments. But you can't let your little brother starve. How? About he bleeds for his little brother to drink?
Just as Jin Shen was planning to slit his wrists to prove his brotherly love, a familiar green figure appeared in front of him.
Auntie Aoyagi?
Just as soon as she saw Aunt Lapis's tail tucked in, the little one was pulled to the dining room table. Terminal Chen's heart was also greatly settled.
No more bloodletting. His brother's food problem is solved. Pure Fox Ridge.
After the dawning, a miserable scream spread throughout Pure Fox Ridge.
Bane Central. You're finished. Our friendship is gone. It's all gone.
This miserable scream was just too poignant and tragic, and the startled old patriarch put down all the matters at hand and immediately came over to check it out.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Lapis is gone.
The old patriarch looked at his daughter with a somewhat strange expression. He didn't remember how close this girl was to Qingshi. These two guys had been at odds since they were kids. Put them together and start fighting.
Is that so? Is the rumor true that the more you fight, the closer you get?
Greenstone was taken away by Bane Central and will return in a few years.
Golden Fox looked at his father in shock. You knew?
I know, I was greeted, and while you don't have much respect for me, I'm at the very least a clan leader, and Wolfel Central knows what he's doing, and has asked for my permission.
Golden Fox sobbed sadly. And do you know why she took Green Fox?
I know, feed the little 17.
Hearing this, Golden Fox became angry. You knew why you didn't stop it.
How could you let Qingshi feed little 17?
The matriarch was surprised. Why can't you let the Greenstone feed it?
It's hard to believe that the Greenstone can still take revenge on you for mistreating little 17. Our Pure Fox Ridge can't do something that nasty.
Golden Fox tossed, but her milk is poisonous.
The corners of the mouths of the pair of brothers who had heard their mother's name twitched furiously.
They're trying to bite Auntie. What nonsense!
Green Brick and Green Tile feed so well, and Changfeng and Changle are the best hands in our clan. Long winds and long music, green bricks and tiles are made of green stone. Nagafu Nagar is now six-tailed, and no surprise the seventh will grow in recent years. The bricks and tiles, on the other hand, have been weaned for some time.
All 4 children are healthy and fit.
But the Golden Fox would not listen. She had her own insistence and discrimination. The words muttered, it must be that guy Wolfel Central who was jealous that I am smarter than her, fearing that his own stupid son will not be able to fight little 17 in the future. So he let Qingshi reduce the wisdom of my little 17. The old patriarch was flabbergasted. Many of the foxes who rushed to investigate the situation had heard of the matter of the poisonous green stone milk. Because Aoshi does mess around with food, it has to do with the divine power she has mastered. For this reason the clan's witch doctor had verified it, but it wasn't there. This is kind of the most popular joke in Pure Fox Ridge this decade.
Pure Fox Ridge chickens out.
The hysterical cry was soon heard on the Misty Sea cloud boat as well. Terminal Chan watched the breezy furry mother-in-law laughing and joking with her hysterical auntie Amazing Gold,
talking about something he couldn't understand. But the video call ended with the other party hanging up, and the other party hung up with great determination, as if they had even hung up with the call for the rest of their lives. Does Auntie have other business to attend to?
After facing a storm head-on, Scourge Central only felt refreshed. At Pure Fox Ridge, all the anger from that father and daughter was returned. Cool. Of course, she'd confirmed that before asking Aoshi to come aboard, knowing that the poison and all that was just a rumor made up by Kim Dae-ho. Probably said it so much she forgot it was a rumor herself.
Nothing.
Then please mother, gather your aura.
Scourge Central?
12th Chapter 12 Welcoming the Valley of Robbery, Request for Votes. Tushan, welcome to the Valley of the Robbers. Pale white light rustled and fell, and booming thunder shook the mountains. Since the clear and turbid phase separation, 10,000 years running, the floodplain is no lack of amazing talent, but to the heavenly tribulation as a guest, the establishment of the door to welcome the absolutely very few. Welcome to the Valley of the Robberies, welcome to the heavenly robberies to split. Tushan lined up here every 1,000 years to ask the Lord of Heavenly Havoc to come and split it. After chopping we all talked and laughed and showed each other our newly acquired magical powers. The good use of the sparrow to each other, the next millennium everyone together group by. The ones that don't work well are recorded for future generations to avoid the lightning.
Boom 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 boom.
Welcome to the Valley of the Robbers flickering like day.
Patriarch Tushan looked distantly in the direction of the welcoming Robbery Valley. Today isn't the day of the apocalypse that occurs once every 1,000 years, so how could it have attracted the apocalypse?
The huge fox head sniffed its nose, and the old patriarch smelled the breaking of clan rules. The rules of the Tushan clan, you can only give birth on the day of the welcoming, and if you miss the day of the welcoming, you need to seal the fetus and wait for the next day of the welcoming. This clan rule originated from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's observation of the intensity of the heavenly tribulation over the years, and through their accumulated experience, the Tushan clan discovered that if they lined up to cross the tribulation on the same day, the intensity of the tribulation would decrease in order. In fact, after this clan rule was implemented, the number of nine-tailed foxes that died under the heavenly tribulation obviously plummeted. Nearly 3,000 years and even 0 deaths. But there are those who can't wait, who can't accept sealing their children for 1,000 years, who think that the matriarch who wants to seal their children for 1,000 years has a bubble in his head, and these foxes have left Tushan to join Qingqiu, Pure Fox Ridge, and now one more option, Orisa Kingdom. The end of the apocalypse. 10,000 flying swords like heavy rain, ding sound explosion, repeatedly hammering the fog in the 3,000 women clad in fox fur.
Cutting the head, penetrating the abdomen, cutting the intestines, and ending the tail.
3,000 figures, each stained with blood, stood or fell, coiled or sat. The clouds were dyed red by the splashes of blood, and the bloody cruelty of this place was hard to describe. I thought that the abyss was just like that. The clanking sound lasted for more than 10 breaths before it stopped. A flying sword penetrated into the ground, most of it had broken, and only a small portion was inserted into the bottom of the welcoming robbery valley. This earth, which had been baptized by heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, had long been hammered and refined to be extremely sturdy.
It's over. The robocloud dispersed.
The ground clouds retracted. Mutilated broken limbs and bodies in the distortion of the retransformation of the clouds, that a touch of blood color in the red and more red between the gradually hideous, red-black, black, and at first glance white, a sweep of the dirty gas, all kinds of illusions are collected, the surge of the clouds and fog convergence into the only real fox woman. This woman's body fox tail, wearing black fox fur, looks heavenly, all the articulation of frost wind and snow posture.
Tatsuku, the matriarch, who wanted to catch a break, was shocked.
The heavenly fox Tatsujio has long been full of calamity and has 9 tails, 9 lives, and 9 divine powers.
Did you broke your tail? When did you break it? Because of what? I don't know.
Tatsujio had his back turned, his expression wooden. The chaotic eye sockets constantly have round pupils, vertical pupils, flat pupils, and crucifix pupils. All kinds of different eyes squeezing back and forth, as if they are competing for that only window to look at the outside world. The Tushan patriarch's eyes trailed off, and the fox girl shifted her face away. The wind that blew and the clouds that floated by could not withstand the noise in the fox lady's eye sockets. Distortion and aberration occurred one after another, strange eyeballs grew in the wind, huge shadows emerged on the clouds, and all sorts of anomalies stayed only for a moment, as if they were unrealized phantom visions. The arriving Tushan patriarch was oblivious. All that ominousness seemed to be witnessed only by the fox girl alone. In the fox girl's eyes, the visions returned to their former calm amidst the tearing and churning. It's not a broken tail, I'm just trying out the human cultivation method, and I just got started today and crossed the subjunctive. The patriarch's brain buzzed. After the heavenly Tao is stabilized and the great Tao takes subtle shape, cultivation will not be a matter of equality for all beings.
However, the human cultivators took a different approach, to dip into the ancient god's contamination to forcefully seize the heavenly opportunity, and then open the creation. Strong is really strong and menacing is not safe at all. How does it feel? How is it? The patriarch forced down the urge for accountability. According to the rules of the clan, apart from not having the right to change the rules of the clan, other than that, the full havoc 9-tailed sky foxes could go and do whatever they wanted. It's impossible to control it, and it doesn't make sense to talk about it. It feels good. The arts that evolved from the ancient god's contamination are all very interesting, much more interesting than the divine powers. Saying that, the slender jade hand suddenly twisted into a snake. The patriarch was shocked. The serpent suddenly split into 9 heads in the patriarch's eyes, turning its head violently and looking at him in unison. Terminal Chan locked eyes with Green Fox, who had turned his head to look at him. Green Fox's sideways expression seemed to say, come on, there's still room.
There the little golden fox was puffing and eating.
Terminator is not going to go over there and eat it.
Originally, he had planned to ask Mother Fluffy to turn on the spirit gathering formation so that he could continue to gather spirit liquid, but Mother said that Auntie Qingshi was a guest and that she needed to make some preparations to entertain her. He also said that while cultivation was important, inter-fox relationships were equally important, and told him to get in touch with the little golden fox more often, look around, and familiarize himself with the environment.
Auntie Greenstone is still inviting.
Seemingly displeased with his dawdling, the fox's tail curled and was about to pull him to the table as well. Final Chan had no choice but to hand out his spirit body tentacles and greeted Aunt Qingshi. Hello Aunt Qingshi. It is now several months since the day of birth.
Learning to communicate with spirits and whatnot has become much more normal and reasonable.
Green Fox showed a look of surprise on her face. A spiritual foxtail tentacle suddenly appeared and pressed on Terminal Qian's spiritual tentacle. Terminal Qian had already discovered that spirit tentacles were invisible until contact was made.
When you make contact, you can see, and you can hear.
At such a young age, you can already communicate with spirits.
No, are you still retaining the memories of your last life? Then do you still remember the events of your last life? Are you the reincarnation of a true lord or a Buddha reincarnated and reincarnated? Terminal Qian was a bit confused by the question.
Spirit communication was taught to me by my mother, who said I was her cub. Aunt Qingshi was very sure of herself as she returned. Of course you are your mother's cub. Whether you are the reincarnation of a true lord or a Buddha reincarnated and reincarnated, you are your mother's cub.
You.
Good, once that's established, Bud muddled through the rest. But the final dry did not expect. He called the buried head dry rice. Little golden fox hastily looked over, stop eating, a sound, ran to his side. Auntie Greenstone stopped the little one several times with her foxtail, and the little one tried to break out of jail. Final Qian had to slap his spirit touch on the little one's body. Eat well, eat and sleep more to grow up fast. The little golden fox remembers that the cloud boat had inkstones that could do somersaults, tables that could do somersaults, and stools that could do somersaults. She couldn't understand it exactly, but wanted to see it.
Super want to.
What is this guy babbling about? Gotta find a way to get the little guy to coalesce into a spirit body quickly, or it won't be too hard to communicate.
Have a good meal and I'll come back later.
Auntie Aoshi, I'm going to look for mother.
What are you looking for your AMA for? Haven't you had enough yet?
I have what your AMA has.
Final dry? Nervous and shy? That's not how your mind should react at your age.
Suddenly, Final Dry felt like it was going to suffer. Foxes have always been known for their cunning, and even more so, they become a fox. Final Chan's thoughts turned electric, and he returned, I don't dare to drink Auntie Chingshi's milk. Auntie Jean Yen said that Auntie Chingshi's milk is poisonous. Green Fox was petrified? 13 Chapter 13 Boat Spirit Remnant Go, requesting boats. Here, try this, it's good stuff. A drop of spiritual liquid was dropped into the mouth of the little golden fox. Final Chan carefully observed that the spiritual liquid did not pass through his body as it did in his case, but was successfully absorbed, like a drop of water dropping into sea foam.
How does it feel?
Couldn't understand it, but ultimately it felt like it still wanted it.
Final Qian was not stingy and took out another drop of spiritual liquid and dropped it in.
This kind of spirit liquid, as long as the furry mother cooperates, he can produce several bottles a day. There is nothing to skimp on. If he wasn't worried about the amount being too large and triggering a bad reaction, he had even thought about saving up a bucket and soaking the little fox right in it.
Don't worry, there's enough to go around. There are still 34 drops on the tree, 33 drops, 32, 31, 30, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 54,321.
All 36 drops of the spiritual liquid were used up, and a glowing, drowsy condition appeared on the little fox.
Terminal Qian probed the little one's nostrils to make sure he was still gasping for air.
The figure drew up in length and Jun Qian transformed from a small fox into a human cub and picked up the small golden fox. He decided to find his mother to take a look, and in the meantime, ask her to open another spirit gathering formation to replenish his spirit liquid reserves. Just after taking a step, the cloud boat under his feet suddenly trembled violently, as if it had hit something.
The final dry feet wind, the lotus root like not long short legs inverted fast, straight to the direction of the impact. The canine clan's Gan is here in person.
Why don't the Thai foxes of the kingdom of Orissa come out and die?
Ripples rippled out, and a thunderstorm-like rumble shook the ship's hull.
The demonic compounds on the cloud boat that were curious about what was happening all went still, as if they had turned back into dead things and were silent. The cloud boat artifact spirit that was sleeping woke up with a start. The cloud boat that was shaking as if it was going to fall apart suddenly tightened up, and the long shuttle was like a sword, sailing through the air, and slamming straight through towards the great demon that revealed the heavenly law. In the blink of an eye, 30 miles after the misty sea cloud boat, only to see a canine demon's chest break open huge holes, blood pouring like rain. The appearance is horrible.
That's it?
The illusory and delicate figure made a lookout with a contemptuous face, and her fingers fanned out in a good deal of disdain. Few people knew that the misty sea cloud boat was originally actually a sword.
Misty sea cloud boat head. Jinxian looked into the distance, searching for the originator of the tremor that had triggered the ship's hull.
However, I only saw the diffuse sea of clouds as white as snow, a mass of pieces, magnificent and beautiful.
Little thing, are you a cub of the mother?
A voice from the bottom of the heart, the final dry looking everywhere, only to see the appearance of very beautiful, clothing single piece of thin slightly flirty figure seems to be projected, seems to appear in front of the eyes.
Final Qian probed out his spirit tentacles to try to communicate with it but flopped. The voice muttered to itself, why is it a male child? Male children don't have a high status in the Fox clan. Terminal Qian was in no hurry to establish contact with the other party.
This guy seems to enjoy talking to himself. He gets a lot of intel just by listening. The other man scowled at him, and he looked back nonchalantly. This figure, this waist section, this standard hourglass waist essence, unusual humans want to achieve this effect without removing a few ribs absolutely cannot reach. The beauty is the pair of hooves, the horse's hooves.
Human head, human body, human legs, horse hooves. Is this a horse that has become a spirit? Or is it a special species of this world? Jianxian doesn't know.
This horseshoe is slightly unattractive at first sight, and then look and feel very appropriate, and then look at the magic of creation, the unrestrained wild beauty, is the human foot cannot have. Final Chan looked at the pair of hooves, his expression gradually demented, as if he had been taken in by the soul. The sinister shadow that was staring at her hooves sensed that something was wrong, and even sunk her hooves down and didn't go under the jade platform to cover it up. Oh no, the mother knows that she will not kill me, but this Dao Yun influence is also not under my control, or
still pretend to sleep to go.
Before Terminal Qian could see enough, the figure had already dissipated. Looking down at his small, white, delicate feet, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but unfortunately it wasn't a hoof. Then he looked at the little fox in his arms who had fallen asleep. Oops, too bad it didn't have 4 hooves. Looking again at the figure that had already left, the final dry was a bit forlorn. Who is that figure? It shouldn't be Auntie Aoshi. Since it's on the ship, the mother should know. At mealtime, Final Dry transformed into a small fox and ate his meal with a slight loss of concentration. It was the same pair of delicate and chic horseshoes that filled my mind. Spirit body tentacles probed out, and Final Chen finally couldn't help but ask the furry nymphet about the identity of that figure. Auntie, do you know a man with a horse's hoof? At these words, the white fox, who was pretending to sleep on his side, suddenly opened his eyes. Between the rising clouds a snow-white foxtail probed out as if it were a python, cutting through the shape of the cloud boat and grabbing fiercely at the deepest part of the hull. Jinshan only saw the figure that made him teared up being carried out by his mother. Is this the one? The voice and the heart slightly overlapped and sounded at the same time. Terminal Qian was about to reply. A mournful and grieving voice resounded in the heart of Final Chen. Little lord, if you don't want these feet of your slave to be chopped off by the empress, then say no. Seeing that pair of hooves again, Final Qian's entire body perked up and glowed, nearly nodding his head in succession. No. The words were not finished. The irresistible mighty pressure pressed the Final Qian openly awake. This palace allows you to lie to any living being, but any living being does not include this palace, do you understand? A small section of the tree burrowed out from the heart of the Final Dry. Terminal Qian, who had already come to his senses, became more and more lucid. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It's as if it's a lifetime ago. As if the enigma barrier was torn apart, Qing Qian felt that he had never been more awake at this time. The obsession with hooves was gone, as if it had never existed. No what? I'm not sure, I feel as if I'd been in a dream, in a daze. It's not a lie, it's what Terminal Dry really feels. Now what? Now, it feels like it's waking up. Scourge Central looked at his cub in slight surprise. Should I say it's worthy of her cubs? Even the effects caused by this externalization of the Tao can get rid of themselves. Thinking about this, Scourge Central couldn't help but be in a good mood. The foxtail that gripped the boat spirit loosened, remembering that you've done a good job of watching over it. If you can keep your mouth shut, you won't have to continue slumbering. Ha! Hearing that she wouldn't be punished, Ruago's heart was slightly lacking, but not being punished was also good. Just now that stance didn't look like she was going to be punished, but rather like she was going to be slaughtered. And what happened? What made Mama change her mind? And look at the milk doll. Only the soulful eyes were looking at her with wary and curious scrutiny. There was no longer any semblance of infatuation in them. Thank you, Mother. Introduce yourself, let the pups of this palace get to know you. You can communicate with your spirit body, but suppress the fury. Sin Spirit Remnant Go was originally the murder weapon that injured the Empress, fortunately pardoned by the Empress, now in the cloud boat as the boat spirit position. The sinister shadow ambled down and bowed with a flourish. The Final Dryad spiritual body tentacles probed forward, and this time, contact was made. Asked, what clan are you from? Adachi. Never heard of it. Not human? Human race? The human body is a last resort to take shape. After the creation of the human heavenly court, the sensing of all races and the great Tao will be hindered. Want to get the Tao to participate in the Xian must take shape to become a human being. Human heaven. Terminal Qian has harvested another remarkable piece of information. That familiarity was back. Auntie, what is the human heavenly court? With a reason, Jinshan intended to ask the furry mother for clarification. He's at least half human now, right? Maybe a relative? The human celestial court is the orthodoxy of heaven and earth created mainly by the human race, which was majestic a few years ago and has now disappeared. Final Qian's heart stirred. The heavenly court that Anyang had mentioned earlier that had disappeared along with the stars and buckets of the heavens was the heavenly court of the human race? Where did it go? Who knows? Terminal Qian was thoughtful. Auntie, our relationship with the human race? There are quite a few human cultivators in the Su Kingdom, and among the 10,000 races, we have a fair relationship with the human race. Terminal Qian's heart was happy. This is good. But immediately after, I heard my mother say, however, this also brings a lot of trouble, you. White Fox sighed in his heart, and the words that followed sank into the endless silence with the sigh. Trouble? What kind of trouble? The clear fox face looked at her pup and suddenly smiled. You don't need to know about this yet, this palace will solve it. The kid was already motivated enough, and Scourge Central was afraid that the guy would regenerate his sense of urgency and squeeze the last bit of rest out of him. She'll be heartbroken. However, this news Final Dry quickly set out from Boat Spirit. There's Sioux country, and there's a big mess. 14 Chapter 14, calling sister again, requesting tickets. The whole person couldn't sleep after Zhuo Qian was informed of the situation of Orissa Kingdom from Boat Spirit. He analyzed the strength of the Orissa state. Although he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he was able to make a rough estimate by analyzing his mother's trip. The Orissa Kingdom should be powerful, but compared to the ancient celestial court forces that were gathering, it was certainly far inferior. That's why Mother Nature visits her family and friends. Final Qian also from the boat spirit's mouth to know the nine-tailed fox clan's power distribution. There is Su country is only established in the past 100 years. In addition to the nine-tailed fox clan there are 3 gathering places. He has been to the Pure Fox Ridge as one of them. The other 2 places, one is Tu Mountain, one is the Qingqiu. The eyes are bright and uncertain, looking at the little golden fox who hadn't woken up since she fell asleep. Mother Fluffy said it was probably full of food and would take a few days to digest before waking up. At this moment, Terminal Chan really envied this guy for being able to sleep so heartlessly.
Rolling over a bit, the little white fox froze and continued to analyze the situation.
Right now, the enemy has not yet made a major advance. From this, it can be seen that the Orisa Kingdom has some strength, and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan should have some cards in the Demon Clan as well. The main reason, however, was that the condition of the human Heavenly Court was unknown.
Horribly out of the blue, if the human Heavenly Court suddenly returned, wouldn't it be embarrassing for those remaining parts of the ancient Heavenly Court?
From this, it could be seen that the ones who were pressurizing the Orisa Kingdom nowadays should all be small players under the banner of the ancient Celestial Court. But once they were certain that the human Celestial Court would not return, then what the Orisa Kingdom would have to face would no longer be a minor character. Arasuaku, as a representative alien in the demon race, is likely to be used to sacrifice chess, or
become a pitch for certain newly promoted great demons to compete. Couldn't sleep at all. The future is as black as the night outside. He has to get stronger as fast as he can. Ultimate Qian left on light feet from the fluffy mother's gorgeous blanket.
Coming to the bow of the boat, he looked at the light outside the cloud boat. The dark night was moonless, and as far as the eye could see, only the cloud boat was lit in the pitch blackness. The neat rows of big red lanterns all fluttered when they saw Jian Shen, showing their respective leaps of joy and gratitude at this time. Nourished by the spiritual qi, these lanterns had all been demonized and had spiritual intelligence.
Good evening y'all, it's been a hard night's work for you guys. Terminator greeted the lantern goblins.
The lanterns swayed more and more vigorously, showing their respective joys of the moment.
Something on your mind, little thing?
Terminal Chan squinted at the guy who was still bowing down to him during the day.
Did she think she could do it again once her mother was gone? What's that look in your eye?
Despicable. The final Chen did not hide his contempt. The big deal is to howl a voice mother. This guy must be the first time stared on the ground.
Despise me? Why do you think you're arrogant now?
Your mother isn't here again. She broke a tail and is sleeping heavily.
Jian Shen was shocked at the other party's frankly thick skin. So you're not afraid I'll sue?
Boat Spirit froze, her expression stiffened for a split second, and in a split second, she changed her toughness, her eyes fluttered, revealing a few moments of pity, and a pair of eye-catching hooves ground together. Terminal Chen heart section of a small tree drilled out, just rose up the strange emotions in a split second to dissipate, refreshed. This little tree has sheltered him many times.
But is sister tempting me?
If my mother were to know that you're tempting her precious son, you're afraid that you're not going to go up and smoke. Oh. This time, Boat Spirit made sure of it.
How did you do it?
I was curious before, thinking it was the queen who broke my dowing for you.
The small tree was growing right in front of his chest, but Boat Spirit didn't seem to see it. Final Qian naturally wouldn't tell her, but only silently memorized the information expressed by the other party, Dao Yun.
The reason that influenced him and made him obsessed with horseshoes was Dao Yun. The fox's head was raised with a proud expression. I am the innate Taoist body conceived by the Empress sensing the heavens. How can you and other rough people penetrate the mysteries of it? Boat Spirit rolled her white eyes and turned around. Alright, little lord is powerful, slave no longer dares to be arrogant in front of little lord. This will hide far away.
Wait, there's something else I want to ask you, please? Boat Spirit squinted at the little fox on the bow.
Terminal Qian also saw that this guy's fear of his mother during the day was real. It's also true that you're not afraid nowadays.
Is this woman spermatic?
Yes, please.
Then call me sister again. Terminator.
Well, since you really aren't afraid to die, so what if I call you sister? The figure that had drifted away drifted back. Covering her face, she laughed softly. The Empress would not be so careful. If your obsession is twisted by me, it is indeed difficult for me to escape death. But you are not all right. The Empress is the kind that as long as it does not touch the scales of adversity, it is very kind of nature. Even if I am just dirty talk less respect, she is just a gentle cover a quilt for me.
A quilt? Ultimate Qian didn't believe that his mother would tuck the guy in. Besides, a spirit body, how can there be any quilt to cover it? Final Qian's thoughts moved, thinking of a talisman, and his expression couldn't help but be eerie. The quilt you're talking about wouldn't be a slumber talisman, would it? It's gentle, isn't it?
Nice guy, so self-congratulatory.
Terminal Chen ignored Boat Spirit's unique filter and asked, which direction are we going now? Qingqiu is in the east, and the direction of the sunrise is not toward Qingqiu, so it can only be Tushan. Terminal Chen didn't care about Boat Spirit showing off her insights. The more she showed off, the better, so that she could also obtain some more information, and then asked, what kind of place is Mount Tu? Oh, Tushan. There live so many foxes there. Terminator. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And I don't know, I've never been there. Zhong Qian was a bit surprised. My mother didn't take you there?
Idle nothing to go there to do what? Besides, this fog sea cloud boat was built only less than 50 years, most of the time, and the treasure trove for supply has not been there is very rare?
Final Dry smacked his lips. 50 years? That's a long time.
However, he couldn't look at these demons who couldn't move for thousands of years with his original concepts.
You said you were a murderous weapon before you became a boat spirit? What kind of fierce weapon?
Shout out to your sister.
Terminator. Sister, you said you were a murder weapon before? What kind of murder weapon was it?
Swords, flying swords forged by human cultivators.
Flying sword. Terminal Qian's eyes lit up.
Which teenager has not had a dream of being a sword immortal?
And do you remember how to cast it?
Sister. Afraid that the other party would pick a fight, Final Qian hastily added the name to the title. Boat Spirit smilingly looked at the little fox in front of him. Remember, casting the sword tire, and then choose a good day to slaughter me, break the physical body, detain the soul and lock the soul sealed in the sword tire, and then to the tire hidden secret art close my past memories, so that an obedient and well-behaved with aptitude of the flying sword will be cast. Ignoring the derision between the words and the blood in them, Jin Qian pursued, how is the sword tire cast?
Is there a specific process?
Sister. Boat Spirit gave a slight sideways glance. She was trying to scare the maiden's cubs.
Slaughter or something, such a cruel description, and the description is still her own. This little guy is not afraid?
How dare he still only care about how to cast the sword tire? There are many kinds of it. You want to learn, you can ask the mother for it. There are many excellent sword makers in the Sioux country.
Okay.
The boat spirit continued to test the waters. The vessel spirit has to slaughter spirits with low cultivation. Some of them are demons and some of them are humans. Don't you think that this method of forging swords is cruel?
Jianxian also noticed the abnormality he was displaying.
Kids, they should be scared, right?
But little children don't know the depth of it, don't know the weight of life, so why be afraid?
Returning, you can't kill people, but you can kill bad people. You can't just kill demons, but you can kill bad demons, and the artifact spirit will just use bad people or bad demons, or they'll just die.
Boat Spirit asked again, and how do you tell the good from the bad?
Final Qian said boldly, I want to be a good person and a good demon. That which is against me is a bad person, a bad demon. A bright smile hangs on his face, as clear as a naked child's. However, in the boat spirit's eyes, this smile was not that good, and he thought, this son will either be the first great good in heaven and earth in the future, or the first great evil in heaven and earth. Thinking of these two extremes, boat spirit's beautiful eyes suddenly became a bit mesmerized.
Ah, boring life seems to be getting interesting again. Sister, can you still recover?
Restore what?
Adult, or demon?
That can't be, sister, my Tao foundation has been destroyed. Sister's current state is parasitic on the master's body magic weapon. The stronger the master, the stronger the sister will be. Away from the master, sister is nothing.
Final Qian's mind moved. Wouldn't that mean that he could obtain a strong power without having to cultivate himself?
For a while, Jianxian associated it with many things. Sister, do not worry, perhaps one day I will also be killed, sealed into the artifact and become the spirit of the artifact, and then we will be siblings. Boat Spirit hit her mouth and smiled. Well,
it's possible. Oh, sister is looking forward to it.
At night, outside the cloud boat, the endless darkness seemed to have become quite warm.
Sister, how did you cultivate before you died? Is there a method that can help me cultivate?
I've been stuck at the chi refining stage for a long time.
Boat Spirit laughed to himself. Even the nine-tailed fox who was blessed with heaven needs to ask me for advice on how to cultivate?
Any of your clan's divine abilities are not something a wild cultivator like us can catch up with by hard work. Final Qian ignored the sourness in his words. My divine ability can only be plucked after 1,000 years, so I can't count on it at all at the moment, so please don't be stingy with your advice, sister. He already had 2, 9 tails, and obscure eyes, for his divine abilities, and with little trees, covering sky, it was 3. Too bad it's all subs and none of them can fight.
Rounding is approximately equal to none. Call me sister again.
Sister. From now on, when the queen is not here you will call me sister, and I will teach you. I can shout when the mother is there. The atmosphere was frozen.
Boat Spirit laughed. Forget it if you don't want to learn.
Final Qian quickly sold her good behavior, or sister says it's alright, when sister says it's time to call.
The Boat Spirit was finally satisfied. Deal. So, sis, can we start? What do you want to learn? Broken Realm. 15 Chapter 15, There's a bug in the heavenly Tao?
Jianshan explained his situation as well as his claims to Boat Spirit.
Boat Spirit was deep in thought. Chi refining stage, that's the realm that human cultivators are divided into. Why do you say you're in the chi refining stage?
This was what Boat Spirit was most puzzled by.
Final Qian's body shape grew taller, changing from a demon fox to a human.
I am an innate Tao body, a demon and a human at the same time.
This explanation was unacceptable to Boat Spirit. A human is a human and a demon is a demon. Even if it's a demon that transformed into a human, then she's still a demon. Is that right? He's just cancelled as a human being? This kind of thing Final Dry first disagreed.
Written off waiting for the return of the human heavenly court. How can he still go and hug his thighs?
Sister, I don't think you're right.
In my opinion, the moment a demon transforms into a human being,
then it's already a human being, and it's still a human being who has been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Seeing this sister still want to argue, the final dry hastened to add, moreover, I am the innate Tao body, God-given, from the root I have two forms, the two forms corresponding to the race is naturally me, I'm a human being, but also the nine-tailed fox. Seeing that Zhou Ling still wants to argue, Shi Qian added, if sister thinks that what I said is not right, then let's find my mother and ask. All the words Boat Spirit was going to say were stuck. Okay, as long as you're happy, I know some of the human cultivation method, after all, I was forged by those guys, and I've had several masters who were all of the human race, but then again, if you want to practice the human cultivation method, then you need to have your mother's approval before you can do so. Regarding this point, Final Qian had long ago discussed it with Mama and had already reached a consensus. For the promises he made, or to his mother, Jian Shen naturally has to keep them.
What about the demon race? Are there any that can break me out of the realm?
Boat Spirit still had an odd expression on his face. The bottleneck of the nine-tailed clan seems to be only the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years. I don't remember any other bottlenecks.
Final Qian hesitated, there are no other bottlenecks? Boatling was certain, no.
Since there is no bottleneck.
Final Qian was suspicious, then why am I delayed in entering the next realm?
Boat Spirit corrected again, the realm division of the nine-tailed fox clan is the number of tails. In addition there isn't any chi refining stage.
Terminal Qian took a deep breath.
He felt a generational gap with the other guy, because he does have realm divisions.
How was this to be explained? It wasn't like he could show the system to the other side.
Shaking his psychic tentacles, he gathered another ball of foxfire.
Auntie said that judging from the strength of my spirit body, I'm at the great circle of the chi refining stage, and at the great circle of the chi refining stage, I can only control one ball of foxfire today. I want to control 4 balls and cast a fire cloud to step in the air. Sister, do you have a solution? Eat more and sleep more.
It's great that Boat Spirit gives the same advice as Fluffy Nymphette. If it is before, if there is really no other way, it is just, his own life is endless, is not just to stay time, he can afford to stay. The longer he stays up the stronger he gets. However, he already knew what was going on in the country of Arisu. So while he was simmering, he had to do something. I know that the nine-tailed fox's way of practicing is to eat more and sleep more, so what about your footwear? It's also about eating and sleeping more, but unlike the nine-tailed fox, we have to actively search for precious spiritual plants and precious medicines in order to break through ourselves.
Final Qian's eyes lit up. That kind of spiritual plant treasure medicine has an effect on me too, right?
A sigh resounded in the bottom of Final Qian's heart. Times have changed. In the past, the spiritual plants and precious medicines could all be swallowed directly without side effects. After the creation of the human heavenly court, the heavens and earth had a new order, and the precious medicines that were born later on had medicinal poisons, and they could no longer be eaten directly. And eating them directly could also elevate the realm, but they would also hurt the fundamentals, and it would be difficult to ascend to a higher realm.
It was the human heavenly court that allowed the precious medicine to possess the medicinal poison?
The Boat Spirit wanted to nod her head, but she still pertinently stated the reason. It can't all be blamed on the human heavenly court. The Tao returns to heaven and earth, the yin-yang avenue is repaired and perfected, and everything has gained two sides, and there are gains to be made and losses to be made, and this is the result of the manifestation of the Tao, and you can only be blamed for being born in the wrong era.
Is the root cause that the heavenly law is more perfect, so there are fewer loopholes to exploit? Terminal Qian was thoughtful.
Then, with the disappearance of the human heavenly court, the empty space of the heavenly Tao, will
there be more of it again? Terminal Qian's eyes began to glow. What's the greatest joy in playing games? Bugs. A good bug can swipe money. Swipe things. Swipe everything. If this side of heaven and earth also has a bug, TSK, this real benefit simply dare not think. So the question is, how do you find out about these bugs? Boom!
A muffled clap of thunder startled Terminal Qian, and he hurriedly moved away from the parapet. Slender palms fell on the head, the final dry feeling that he was held. It was a shadow, no real solid feeling, but vaguely can feel that something enveloped him. Not afraid, sister in this
Terminal Qian's old face suddenly turned red. He seems to have been misunderstood. It's just thunder, wouldn't he be afraid?
He was afraid of something more dangerous, like the Tendo elders.
Terminal Qian looked at the dark night in disbelief. Is it a coincidence? Or was really just warning him?
Hastily suppressing the idea of finding a bug in the heavenly Tao, Final Qian changed the topic and said, then the spiritual plants and precious medicines can't be eaten?
It can also be eaten, but it requires some pairing to remove the medicinal poison through refining and condense it into a Dan. But then again, Dan masters that can be trusted are harder to find than even precious medicines, and very few demon clans are willing to try it. It's alchemy. He's familiar with this one, too. The best alchemy bigot is called. Terminator stuck his thoughts. He felt that the name of that great man should not be mentioned either. What is it? Terminal Qian felt like he had some information that he suddenly couldn't remember. Then do you have any other cultivation methods besides eating?
Sister. There, gulping down the essence of the sun and moon.
This is it. The familiarity is back.
Not waiting for the Final Qian asked out, Boat Spirit spoke.
but you also see, there is no moon in the sky. As for the sun seems to have a bad change. Try to gulp the essence of the sun of the demon race will often hear some misplaced sounds. Some can also see the invisible great horror, instant blindness. But the human cultivators do not mind it in the slightest. There are quite a number of sects and the sun is related to it.
Ancient gods? It doesn't sound like the sun used to be like that. Terminal Qian was thoughtful. It might have something to do with the disappearance of the human heavenly court as well? Before the disappearance of the human celestial court, were those cultivation laws affected? It was there before, but not further back in time. This intelligence is important. This implies that it was not the disappearance of the human celestial court that triggered this outcome, or it is possible that this outcome triggered the disappearance of the human celestial court. So, it just doesn't work. After all that information, those few calls of sister were not in vain. Final Chan reappeared as a white fox, both paws stretched forward, yawning and stretching. He was ready to go back to sleep. Although the mirror could not be broken immediately, the method of breaking the mirror was known one more time. What to do after that? Let his mother find him a reliable human cultivator to be his teacher, or find a trustworthy Dan master to refine medicine for him. Until then, it's time to eat, sleep, relax, and take it easy. Even if it's mandatory to take it easy, one can't be too inwardly focused, and can't let stress become a burden. Although sister can't help you break through that bottleneck that shouldn't exist, she can teach you a magic spell similar to divine power. Do you want to learn it? Avatar-like jutsu. Terminal Qian immediately ran back on his ass. Jutsu is good. Skill is not enough. Want to learn? Thank you sis. Sister is so nice. The final dry mouth has always been very sweet when it should be sweet. The silhouette stretched out her jade arms. Colorful lines gradually emerged on that white wrist. Terminal Qian was shocked. Sister is still a flower-armed bigot after all. Ruogo didn't know why this little guy became so excited when he revealed his man arm. Reintroducing himself, he said, there is a beast, whose shape is like that of an ewe and has a hyena, an oxtail, a man's arm, and a horse's hoof, which calls out at the sight of a man, and whose name is Foot Z, and whose song calls itself. Final Qian's consciousness reflected the real appearance of the Foot Z, a demonic beast with a monkey face, lion's hair, horse hooves, oxtail, and tattoos on its arms. The art that I'm going to teach you is called One Arm. This art can carry ferocious objects in it, and it can also be used as a small art for storage. It's very practical. 16 Chapter 16 Dao French Arm, Requesting Tickets. One Arm can carry ferocious objects and can also be used as a minor art for storage. But what to carry? After looking around the cloud boat, there are quite a few things that satisfy the conditions, like those demonized artifacts that can satisfy the conditions of fierce objects. However, Terminator feels like none of them are fierce enough. Sister, is Auntie Greenstone okay? Boat Spirit, who was following behind Terminal Qian, had an odd expression on his face. What's this called? Fighting with parents? Become a one arm is also another sense of recognition, but in the case of the ferocious creature, strength far beyond you is not the existence of recognition of this kind of possibilities. This move, how treacherous, you will be anti-slavery, but if you can make your Aunt Qingshi voluntarily cooperate, that barely can be, in a kind of not divided into master and slave, equal way. Oh, that's better. He couldn't trust Auntie Aoshi with everything, in case Auntie Aoshi had a brain fart and enslaved him. Then he was asked to hide it from his furry mother. Then, cough, cough, cough. But furry nymphad is a different story. No one who hurts him, not Mother Fluffy. Terminal Qian turned his head and trotted off to find his mother. Boat Spirit, who was following behind, suddenly felt bad. What's this little guy up to? It's not going to happen, is it? Does he really want to fight and bring his parents? Should we stop it? I don't think the queen will accompany him in his nonsense. Auntie! Auntie! Wake up, Auntie! Final Chan propped open the furry mother's eyelids, a move that made Boat Spirit's eyelids jump at the sight of it. Even if the Empress had a good temper, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. What is it? Auntie, I've learned a new jutsu and need Auntie's cooperation. Jutsu? The white fox suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore, and when he looked up, he saw Boat Spirit, who was planning to hide himself away. Did Stumpy go teach you that? Call man arm. Scourge Central knew this jutsu, but she couldn't think of anything that required her cooperation. Oh, tell me, how do I need this palace to cooperate? Boatling was nervous. She wanted to stop what might happen next, but she was somewhat looking forward to it. Will you say yes? Will you say yes? Will you say yes? Wanted to know, super wanted to. Auntie, I want you to cooperate with me and become the clerical arm on me. The answer froze White Fox. Looking at Boat Spirit, who was already shivering, he asked, Boat Spirit told you to do that? No, the Boat Spirit suggested I look for those whose strength didn't exceed mine, in case I was counterslaved. White Fox's expression softened. Not bad, there is a great terror in the backlash of a technique. Don't touch a power you can't control. White Fox called out to the figure that had hidden itself away, Ruogo. My lady, the slave is here. Terminal Chan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the sister Sama who had been condescending to him knelt over with a sliding shovel. TSK. Is this spell of yours safe? The security that the queen is referring to? If I cooperate, will I still cause harm? The boat spirit was in a trance. Is your majesty really going to say yes? It's not just a normal favor anymore, it's just spoiled. It is harmless to the young lord if you cooperate, and it is harmless to you, my lady. You can get off the man-arm and get back on it at any time. White Fox pondered, then if I were to encounter a heavenly calamity, would it drag him in as well?
No, because the master-slave contract is not in effect, and your destinies are all separate from each other.
White Fox asked again, and after the spell is formed, will I be able to interfere with his thoughts, or even his behavior?
No, if the queen wishes to enter as a master, that can only be decided before the spell is formed, and after the spell is formed, the rules cannot be changed unless the spell is lifted and the rules are rewritten. The White Fox nodded with satisfaction and praised, this is a good technique of yours, the risk is manageable, hard work.
Boatling blinked. So, all this asking is a concern that her jutsu isn't safe enough? Look at that mother and son. Boat Spirit was suddenly a little envious.
Affection she had had, but it wasn't as cozy as this.
What could a ferocious beast know about coziness? It was responsible enough not to eat it as a snack.
The White Fox's figure turned into lines in the eyes of the boat spirit. Nothing changed, and in the blink of an eye the art was done.
With a relationship of equality, very harmonious into it.
For a while, boat spirit couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. She had to admit, casting was a real skill. If she could have such a mother,
would she still be an artifact now? Ultimate Chien didn't know how sour his cheap sister's heart was.
Looking down, he checked both arms, and couldn't see any changes with the hair covering them.
With a long body, the little fox directly changed into a human. Look again, and this time it's intuitive. What text arm? It doesn't exist.
Terminal Dry found himself coming straight up for a full body shot. As far as the eye can see, everywhere is cloud gas, in the sea of clouds between the tumbling and eight-tailed white fox body in which is looking at the outside.
Auntie? Aha! How is Auntie feeling? Unexpectedly spacious. Is it spacious? You've taken up all the space you can, so it's spacious. Terminal Chan then looked at Boat Spirit who was standing at the side fuming, not knowing what to think. And then what? Boatling froze and looked over. What then? How is this spell going to work? Just asked to come straight out in a fight. Boat Spirit's expression was odd. She has begun to look forward to, when a certain unenlightened big demon thought to pinch a soft persimmon, the result is suddenly popped out a demon fox that fell from full robbery to 8 tails. That scene must be wonderful. That's it? Yeah, that's a pretty simple jutsu in itself.
But this is a simple art, but it is the watchword of the Adachi clan.
There's really no comparison between a demon and a demon. Ultimate Chien tries to call out Foxfire. Foxfire's power didn't increase, nor did its numbers. Auntie, it's okay. Threads rushed out from Final Chien's body, transforming into a white fox in an instant.
In the eyes of the boat spirit, the Empress was as graceful as ever, as if she had only done a most unusual and trivial thing. Auntie, this time it's your turn to use this jutsu, so you can take me with you wherever you go, Auntie. White Fox stirred inwardly, feeling that this was a good way to bring up a child.
Stumpago, is it feasible? The boat spirit blinked with a marvelous expression. Feasible, that's how we, the Foot Z clan, bring up our children.
Looking back, she still misses it a little.
The jutsu formed again. This time, the little white fox transformed into lines.
The fox body was inconvenient to observe, and between the clouds and mist, the heavenly fox lady, who had not been transformed into a human being for a long time, appeared on the cloud boat with a stunningly beautiful appearance. Boat Spirit's vision lit up, and the world became different in this moment. Heart like a deer in headlights. She had still learned the art of seduction from the Empress, and although the Empress was not casting a spell at the moment, she had already fallen. The flirty words that filled her heart couldn't stop bubbling up, but she forced herself to hold them back. She had just adopted a cute little brother and she didn't want to go to bed so early.
My lady, you are beautiful.
Scourge Central looked down at the little fox on her arm. It was her cub and she couldn't get enough of it.
How does it feel, little monster?
It feels unexpectedly spacious here.
Right. Aha. Terminator runs around on one arm.
It was a smooth ride, even running up to Mother's shoulder. Then with a leap, the intertwined lines swelled into a small, living white fox that appeared on the cloud boat.
I love this technique so much. Thank you, Sister Ruigo. Sister? The heavenly fox nymphette looked at Boat Spirit. Because the spirit tentacles were still disengaged, Scourge Central clearly heard the address. Boat Spirit only felt a blackness before his eyes. On purpose? She doesn't know.
But she knew to herself that she was going to be out of luck.
What kind of status is she, a mere enslaved artifact spirit who also dares to be the sister of her master's heir? Feeling the atmosphere is suddenly wrong.
It was only then that Jianji saw that his psychic sense tentacles had actually split in two and were simultaneously attached to both Mother Furry and Sister Boat Spirit's bodies.
Be bad. Auntie, it's me. Calm eyes just looked at themselves. Terminal Chien suddenly had a premonition that if he lied, Boat Spirit might have to end up worse.
Changing her words, she said, Auntie, I want to have a sister. Boat Spirit will be my sister.
Boat Spirit jerked his head. The god looked at the little thing with dismay. What's he talking about? Did he mean it? Recognize an artifact spirit as your sister? Alright, Stumpy go, since the little monster agrees with you, you can help me with the kids, it's hard on you. Huh? What? What did she hear? Boat Spirit's brain buzzed, completely dumbfounded. Final Chan only felt that the speed of the cloud boat was getting faster and faster, as if it was a wild horse that had taken off its reins. Boatling's mouth was also on shock mode. ABA. Auntie, I'm scared, is it okay for the cloud boat to fly like this? The white fox yawned, and his form re-emerged as a white fox, balled up. It's early in the day, so what's the point of not sleeping? That mental energy had dissipated when she woke up, and at the moment all she wanted to do was sleep, and vaguely replied back, so who's to blame? You'd better tell her to calm down quick, it's not good to bump into anything. Terminal Chien was dumbfounded. Sister? Sister? Slow down sis. It's better if you don't scream, but the more you scream, the faster it gets. There was an abnormal flush on her pretty face, as if she was drunk, or very drunk. 100 miles after the cloud boat, on the ground, a great demon of the canine race was running wildly across the mountain. This demon was the DRY that tried to block the cloud boat and was pierced through the body by the cloud boat. As a great demon, he would not die easily, and after his blood and flesh were remodeled, he gave chase. Seeing that, 100 miles short of catching up, that cloud boat seemed to have a seizure and suddenly raced wildly, turning into a point of light in the eyes. Bullying the dog is too much. If you're capable, stop and fight your dog grandpa. What are you running for? The thunderous waves of sound didn't catch up with the cloud boat, which ran even farther away. 17th Chapter 17 How About I Be Your Father? Requesting readings. The sun rises and sets, and the sun sets and rises. In a trance, several days had passed. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 1112. Spirit, 1112. God, 0. Realm, Chi refining stage. Spirit fetus, Avatar 9 tails. One tail is born in 1,000 years, and one tail is an avatar. Strong, right? I've traded my life for it. Every time a fox is born, it has to go through a thunderbolt. Avatar obscure eyes. Shield yourself from the contamination of the ancient god's form. These are the eyes of a mother's love. Dawood text arm. It can carry evil things, and it can also store things. The Tao of the sufficient sect has been passed down through the generations. Again, the double attributes rose together, and Final Dry was happy. Counting the days, it had been almost 100 days since he came to this world. It's also almost time to wean. Then the new question arises, what to eat after weaning? It was a problem, and he didn't see Fluffy Mother or Auntie Aoshi eating on weekdays. Nowadays, the only one on the cloud boat who still called it that was the little golden fox. It's awake. Terminal Chien looked at the radiant little guy. In a few days, he had already gotten bigger, and at this rate of growth it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to have a mount. Good morning. With a thought, Final Chien conjured up the spirit liquid that had been set aside and sent it to the little fox's mouth. What is it? The boat spirit appeared out of nowhere and startled Terminal Chien. Spirit liquid what's a spirit fluid? How does that make him explain? Terminal Chien took another drop and gave it to boat spirit to study. So have you. Terminal Chien continued to feed it drop by drop. The happy little golden fox wagged his tail prettily. The boat spirit tried to drop the spirit liquid towards the cloud boat, but halfway through the fall it was swallowed by the little golden fox in one gulp, a nice smooth feeding scene. Eat it and wag your tail beautifully. Ruango, pretty greedy, little guy, but that's not for you. It's not yours to land on, and besides, it hasn't landed yet. Terminal Chan watched a large and small two guys communicate without any obstacles. He wondered how boat spirit could hear so many meanings from that Any more? Boat spirit looked over with anticipation. Final Dry didn't mince words. As long as Mother Fluffy didn't drop the ball, there would be as much of this spirit liquid as one wanted. The spiritual liquid once again fell into the hands of the boat spirit. This time the spiritual liquid did not fall to the ground, and directly atomized and dispersed into very small particles that were integrated into the cloud boat. At the same time, Final Dry heard a comfortable choking sound, and that sound was quite immodest. But it's also possible that he's overthinking it. So that's what I ate earlier, is there any more? I'll take as much as I can get. There were still 20 drops of spiritual liquid left on the 36 leaves. With a thought, each of the 10 drops converged into a thumb-sized liquid bead. Final Chien divided the 2 liquid beads, one to boat spirit and one to the little golden fox. Oh, cool. Boating spirit's eyes were almost ready to pull the wool over his eyes. Is there more? The little golden fox was also looking forward to it. Terminal Chien thought for a moment and turned his head to run to the furry mother. Auntie, the spirit liquid is gone again. Open the spirit gathering formation. The body of a certain white fox that had just woken up suddenly trembled, as if it had a nightmare. A few more days. The little golden fox woke up from a sleep with a great spiritual body.
With a psychic body you can explore your psychic tentacles and you can learn to communicate with consciousness.
On the same day, the Misty Sea Cloud boat arrived at its destination, Mount 2.
The one that rises a lot above the ground is called a mountain.
Mountain.
The little golden fox learned in style. This mountain has another name, it's called Mount 2, it's one of the 4 major settlements of my nine-tailed fox, just like the Pure Fox Ridge, the place where you boarded the ship is called the Pure Fox Ridge.
Mount 2, Pure Fox Ridge.
Yes, the next stop should be Qingqiu, that's also one of our settlements, when we leave Qingqiu we'll go home, our home is called Arisa Kingdom.
There's Sioux Country?
Yes, that's my home, which is your home?
Pure Fox Ridge?
Pure Fox Ridge is your parents' home, not yours, where I am, that's your home, we're brothers, in times of trouble, inseparable.
There's Sioux Country.
Yes,
Arisa Country is our home.
Teaching went very well, in every sense of the word.
Little Golden Fox was his initial class and was sloppy.
Final Qian is planned, when this team is built, and then there are other joiners, let the little golden fox to bring, he will not have to do everything personally. Misty Sea Cloud boat sailed into the territory of Mount 2, that mountain is not very majestic, but the chassis is very large, the mountain is not steep, from a distance it looks like a mound, and only when you look close can you feel that it is a mountain, or 2 mountains.
There is a river running through the middle of that mountain.
Sister Whoa! The majestic voice ran through the valley. Ultimate Qian hadn't learned all the languages yet, but this sound he understood. Looking for the sound, the top of Mount 2 there is a greasy head of rough man standing at the tip of the tree, this Fong human body foxtail, chest exposed, wearing a human cultivator's robe, the lower body to the knee shorts, barefoot. The first time Zhong Qian saw this Fong was disgusted. More accurately, the first thing I heard of this F was revulsion. The voice revealed a flattering sense of ingratiation, with a psychological motivation that any male creature could smell at the sound of it. A green-colored figure landed beside Final Qian, it was Aunt Qingshi. These days Qing Qian seldom spent time alone with this Aunt Qingshi, he always felt that Aunt Qingshi was observing him, trying to see something from himself.
Yo, Woeful Central, isn't this one of your many suitors?
Time has passed so quickly, and in a flash he's even full of robberies. Clouds churning, palace dress gorgeous skyfox lady appeared in the bow of the ship, raised a hand to guide a hug, will be a small fox posture of the final dry in the arms, nails combing the hair, so that the final dry comfortable squinting eyes, ferocious not to get up.
Yeah, time flies. With an interested face, Green Fox asked, that kid doesn't look like he's given up yet, what do you think?
Meh, I've got a kid, what do I need him for? The cloud boat fell from the dome of the sky and plunged headfirst with a straight hook. The scene on Mount 2 was rapidly drawing closer in his eyes. The moment it was about to crash into it, the clouds churned, and in an instant the cloud boat was gone.
Woeful Central of the Kingdom of Arisu, please meet with Matriarch Tushan. The cool, warm voice echoed between the 2 mountains. Come on. Final Qian's heart resounded with his mother's admonition, follow your Aunt Qingshi first, this palace has some matters to deal with. Okay Auntie.
Gentle power sent him to the green-colored, flashy blanket and placed him in a spot with the little golden fox.
Terminal Qian was tense and stayed there peacefully, not using his spirit touch to contact Auntie Lapis. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through. The Hanyu that he had seen on the cloud boat stared at him with a pair of tiger eyes, his gaze burning. Sister Qingshi, is this your cub? It looks so much like you. Green Fox looked at the Hanyu who appeared before her in person with full interest and teased, good eye, I am indeed this child's godmother, but then again, the child's real mother is Woeful Central. The Hanyu's expression looked as if he had eaten a big mouthful of. The rumors are true? Who is the father of the child? Conceived in the sense of heaven. The Hanyu's expression got even better. Is that true? No fake. The man was overjoyed again, his eyes looked at the tiger-headed little guy, and he opened his mouth, hello little guy, I'll be your father, okay? The words were heard by Terminator as well. TMD, he swore that when he had the strength one day, he had to castrate this head. 18 Chapter 18, MT. 2, requesting votes. Mother, he's going to be my father. A roar exploded, and the rough man was directly jerked out. But this time, Niang loses the landslide. The guy who had been jerked out of the room just as quickly as if nothing had happened appeared licking his chops again. Scourge Central, I heard you broke a tail, who did it? I'll go get him for you. Scourge Central just glanced at him and didn't make another move. I broke it myself. Next time you say something like that in front of my son, I won't care about the friendship of my fellow clansmen. Don't be angry, what I said may be a bit early, but it's just a way of saying ahead of time what will surely happen in the future, Woeful Central. To this kind of faceless and skinless guy Bane Central is very difficult, but also cannot be killed is it? Then no longer pay attention to, holding the final dry call on the Green Fox together to head to the matriarch's residence, Tushan Matriarch to look at the 2 children. I heard that a dog from the Bane-Do clan went to the Pure Fox Ridge to lobby for the Pure Fox Ridge to draw a line in the sand with the Arisa Kingdom. There is such a thing, isn't there? Look, what have I brought you? A long line of dog heads were dragged out. The number was 100. The heads were all tied to the same twine, their bodies were gone, but their heads were all alive, and when they came out they made loud noises and cursed angrily. Scourge Central surveyed the heads with some surprise.
The rough man instantly rejoiced when he saw that Scourge Central was interested.
Taking credit again, he said, do you like this gift?
I'll dig out a few more kennels to go in the next day. I hear there are several more down south.
Scourge Central just looked at the long list of dog heads.
The dog's head barked furiously at the sight of Scourge Central. The kingdom of Arisu will surely die.
You lowly billets who are in the company of humans, wait for it.
You must all die when the emperor returns to the throne.
All of you will die.
Woeful Central turned a deaf ear and only said to the rough man, if you have already humiliated them, why do you still keep them? The rough man's brain hadn't reacted yet. The rising foxfire instantly burst into flames, and 100 dog heads wailed in the flames, calcined for several breaths before turning into flying ash, only to see the shadowy flying head silhouette drilling the ground to escape. Standing aside, the green fox violently sucked. Will be 100 head silhouettes as much as possible sucked into the abdomen, hiccup to hiccup.
Now that is as dead as it gets.
Consider this gift as mine. If you can't find a daughter-in-law in Tushan, then I can help you make introductions in the kingdom of Arisu.
Green Fox spoke up, Pure Fox Ridge is fine.
Said, no longer give this guy the opportunity to show. The two figures each show recluse directly disappeared, leaving only froze out of the rude man.
Hey, failed again? Why don't you consider thinking about me?
Although I'm not from your nine-tail clan, we're all foxes together.
A jade fox void jumped onto the rough man's shoulder. The froze-out Hanyo's gaze drifted for a moment, and then quickly rose again in ecstasy, shouting, I know. I got it.
Jade Fox was puzzled. What do you know? Ostensibly she's trying to introduce me to other sisters, but in reality she's too embarrassed to say it outright, so she's politely inviting me to Arasuaku.
That is to say, the one she wants to introduce is actually herself.
Jade Fox?
The residence of the Tushan Patriarch. Terminator saw a very small fox, as small as a teacup dog.
At the moment, this little fox is sprawled out on a pastry box, feasting on it.
Pastries, gift boxes. It's not like something that should be in this hut. The almond ones are delicious. Do you have a lot of these pastries there? How many boxes do you get every day?
It's not just pastries that are good at our place, there's a good amount of them, but you can't let go of them.
Teacup Fox ate, shaking his head. Understand, openly eat, that would be too wasteful. How much is not enough to eat, or so small mouth savor the good.
After talking about the food, the teacup fox looked to the pair of young foxes.
Slightly ordinary, the child of golden amazing looks quite divine. The spirit body has even become a reality.
A flash of color swept across the bottom of Scourge Central's eyes. Amazing Gold's spirit body was still raised by her good oldest child.
His cub was born with a spirit body, but the Tushan clan chief didn't see it?
After a moment's thought, Woeful Central understood. Divine objects obscure themselves, and the Tao in his good oldest child was able to obscure the heavens on its own. Figuring out the reason, Scourge Central took the initiative to find a remedy for his good oldest son. I covered up his differences with a tail, so it looks slightly more ordinary.
Hearing this, Teacup Fox looked again, made a hard look, and finally noticed a hint of something unusual. Too common, and an uncommon.
The Teacup Fox had an extra touch of worry on his face. Falling back from a full robbery, it will be harder to recover.
There's no harm in it. The big deal is that I won't be picking the avatar. Teacup Fox nodded. That was indeed a law. But he didn't think the boy could hold back.
Throughout the whole clan, the most robust one, only they Tushan.
Full robbery does not count. In that case, this little guy was really conceived by heaven?
I don't mean anything else. I have a somewhat ribbed magic weapon here. Only the human race and the demon race after transforming can use it. But the demon race after transforming can't actually use it too much. I thought that if your waifu was conceived by sensing the heavens and descended.
Not waiting for Teacup Fox to finish his explanation, Terminal Chen then received a Nyang's instructions and directly changed into a human body. It is also strange to say, his fox body growth speed visible to the naked eye fast, but the human body is surprisingly slow. Today is still a picture of a baby's posture. The difference is only the fetal hair exuberant a bit.
It's actually true, I thought.
Teacup Fox hastily swallowed back the latter words.
Those words would be rude to say. With a move of the fox's paw, a metaphysical colored treasure coat appeared floating in the air. Nothing special efficacy. Inside the Qiankuan magic, cast once can be small, recluse 10,000 miles, self-recovery needs 3 days, is a little use of gadgets.
Woeful Central was in no hurry to accept it, but only asked, which child is this for? Teacup Fox froze. It took a fixed glance to notice that there was another latecomer. This. Has it?
The fox's paw explored, and a silver glittering hair appeared in his hand. Early years after the falling rain was split dead left behind, above the falling rain obsession of the transformation of the divine power, can be invisible to hide the shape, a total of 12 together can avoid the perception of the heavenly tribulation, split after the effect of the weakening, cannot avoid the heavenly tribulation, but can avoid the many probes. The two treasures, respectively, landed on the bodies of Final Qian and Little Golden Fox. With the precious clothes added to his body, Final Qian finally didn't need to be butt naked anymore. The clothes adapted to his figure on their own and transformed into a very well-fitting robe. The silver fur fell on the body of the Little Golden Fox, and the silver color changed into gold color, blending into the many furs and disappearing into obscurity. Furry mother's voice rang in her ears and heart at the same time. Say thank you.
You. After 2 the Tushan patriarch smiled more and more kindly. This was followed by a series of blessed words that could only be understood in a few words. The old patriarch is broken. Can I ask where the other 11 sticks are? There is something unattractive about this kind of treasure being taken apart. Taking it apart and using it will make it last longer. The sky is so good at deceiving people, it will be punished by the heavens. As well, it is better for you to be considerate. Is there anything else the old matriarch needs me to pass on to mother? If there is nothing else, Scourge Central will be returning.
The Tushan patriarch thought about it briefly, and then one thing came to mind. There is indeed one thing. This matter is beneficial to you. You know, the full robbery of the Skyfox more than not subject to my scheduling. But there is a guy on the human cultivation method has generated some interest, but also their own cultivation. She wants to sit with the human cultivators to discuss the road. I thought to go elsewhere than to go to your place. Anyway, your place is not a shortage of human cultivators. So I suggest that she go back with you together. You see how? Scourge Central's eyes lit up. What else? The little monster's teacher delivered himself? Chapter 19, Projection of the Immortal Beheading Gourd, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Welcoming the robberies in the valley, the remnants of the swords were like a forest, and these robberies manifested by the heavenly Tao should have dissipated with the end of the heavenly tribulation. But these swords, why are they still there? Chen Jiu stood outside the sword forest. She had been observing here for several days. A spirit sparrow flew in from afar, and the moment it passed through the forest of swords it was churned to pieces by the sword energy. A sound wave spread from the location where the spirit sparrow had dissipated, ringing in Chen Jiu's ears. Bane Central has agreed to take you along, so pack up and leave with them. They seem pretty eager. Chen Jiu looked at the forest of swords in front of him. This sword forest shouldn't return to heaven and earth by itself. It started with her and it should end with her. Raise your palm and grab it. The avatar, the dry land in the palm of your hand. A flying sword was ingested into the world in his palm, and it was only quiet for a moment, and in the next instant a wisp of sword chi pierced through the qianquan and stabbed straight out, cutting the palm that covered it, followed by the second, third, and fourth swords. For the first time since it was acquired, there was an omen of collapse in the palm. Not only that, the foundation of this divine ability's Tao seemed to have been traumatized as well. Chen Jiu made an immediate decision and directly cut off one of his own tails. The 9 tails of the Heavenly Fox has 9 magical powers, and at the same time, the 9 tails also have 9 chances to make a wish, which can be transformed into the desired treasures after the tails are severed. Chen Jiu chopped off the tail that had plucked the Qianquan avatar from his palm and made a wish, to exchange it for a treasure that would contain the sword energy of this place. The moment the tail is broken, the prayer is completed. The rules of the heavenly Tao manifested. The pitch-black fox tail transformed into a gourd, and the moment the gourd took shape, the boiling sword chi collected and was suppressed as much as possible. Chen Jiu raised his hand to catch the gourd. The usage associated with gourds manifests itself in the consciousness. Chopper gourd projection. It can suppress the energy of domination of the soldiers. The chi of the soldiers in the gourd cannot be replenished. The projection disappears on its own when it loses its Hyrule. Expendable item? I can't believe one of my old lady's tails was only traded for a consumable. Tatsujiu's expression narrowly failed to tense up. However, the divine ability of Palm in the Sky was something she had wanted to replace for a long time. In that case, it's not too bad. Hanging the gourd at his waist, he retrieved the precious blood that had been splattered by the chopped tail. Chen Jiu took one step out of the shrinking earth and returned to her mountain mansion to collect the diffractive Tao handbook, which recorded all of her insights from practicing the human cultivation law. But the moment her fingertips touched the handwritten journal, some kind of marvelous change appeared. First time meeting, my name is Chun Chi, a stray fox, fortunate to be taken in by Tushan. If needed I can be sent unconditionally 8 times, originally 9 times. The old fox has already been used once. A stray fox? When did Tatsuo change his name to Tatsuo 7? She was acquainted with Tatsujiu, but the situation in front of her made her a bit confused. The other gave her a strange feeling of frankness and outwardness, of organization in ringing. Scourge Central looked to the old patriarch. Inquire with your eyes what this is all about. The old patriarch, who was still in the teacup fox stance, blinked as well. A spirit tentacle probed out and communicated with Scourge Central on a single line. I didn't explain the specifics. She made some mistakes in her cultivation, and there are now 2 consciousnesses in her head. One is the past Tatsujio, the other calls himself Tatsuchi, born from the 9-tailed fox and an alien race, and intends to leave after repaying the favor, to search for his father. Ha! Scourge Central was even more confused. However, she suddenly thought of the guy from Orissa Kingdom whose cultivation had gone awry and who had transformed the 3 purities in a single breath, and instantly understood again. She only split 2? The old patriarch's whiskers were sticking up as he said excitedly, 2 isn't enough? Woeful Central hurriedly explained, I don't mind the small amount, I'm asking, are you sure she only split 2? There's a similar condition in the Sioux country that split 3. Do you have the same disease as the Soviet Union? The old patriarch instantly felt saved. He quickly asked how is that human cultivator now? How did he handle it?
Scourge Central's expression got weird. The guy plays pretty well with himself, I'm not sure about the rest, after all I've been away for a while and the information is stale. The old matriarch felt that it was a good thing to run into a sick friend, and hastened to say, then take her with you, and make good arrangements so that she can have more contact with other patients, and together we can think about how to solve this problem. Scourge Central nodded with difficulty. Honestly, she suddenly didn't want to take this guy. She was afraid the little monster would be brought down. If the little monster one day also divided into several, all recognize her as a mother is good, if there is not recognized, she will be angry to death. What are you guys saying about me behind my back? The private chat was punctured, and the old matriarch hastily spoke, aren't you looking for your father? Woeful Central knows a lot of demons, and is also a princess of a country, so I'll let her help you look for him. Chen Shi stared at Scourge Central with a burning gaze, you know my father? Scourge Central looked to the patriarch. Of course she didn't recognize it, Tetsuji's father had died in battle when she was born. But there's no reason the patriarch shouldn't recognize it. Couldn't help but speak up, this is. I don't know, so look for it. Teacup Fox had a serious look on his face. Scourge Central. Private chatting, Tatsujo's parents are naturally both nine-tailed foxes, but this Tatsu 7 that came out of nowhere nonetheless says that his bloodline is impure and that his father is an outsider. Scourge Central? Tatsuki was still staring at her. Woeful Central smiled and nodded, I don't recognize it, but I'll help you find it. Smile, keep smiling. She didn't know what else she could or should do except smile. Are all human cultivation methods this insane? Or maybe it's better to persuade the little monster to switch to something else. Mother and son stare at each other. Terminator didn't know what the big foxes were talking about. I just felt that the atmosphere was quite harmonious and everyone was talking and laughing. When everyone had finished their discussion and left the matriarch's residence, Jianzhuang extended his spirit tentacles and spoke with the furry matriarch about the thing that had been pondered for many days, meaning, Auntie, what was that little fox eating just now? Can I eat it? That's the matriarch of Tushan. So it's the patriarch, so can I eat the one he's eating? Let's wait until we get back to having the stew. We've given away what we brought this time. Jian Chen was undeterred, have they all been sent out? Well, the pastries were given out, that stuff is rare here, but common in Arisu. The sea of mist and cloud boats broke through the clouds. Final Chen only felt a lightness in his body, and then he appeared on the cloud boat. Looking back at Tushan, Terminal Qian was a bit stunned. Leaving so soon? He's still in Pure Fox Ridge for a while. I didn't want to come to Tushan and return before I had a good stroll. However, it was good to return earlier. Returning to Orissa Kingdom earlier, he could also learn from his master earlier. He's still stuck in his realm. It felt like I couldn't pass this realm without practicing the human cultivation method. Auntie, who is this? Is she also returning to Arisu with us? Jin Chen noticed that there was an additional sister clad in black fox fur on the cloud boat. In terms of looks, she was a bit more stunning than Boat Spirit, but she couldn't compare to her mother. She's not important. Terminal Qian blinked. Woeful Central added, she is very dangerous, nothing to do not approach her, your cultivation of this palace promised you will be done, and so on back to the kingdom of Arisu will give you arrangements. Final Qian was overjoyed, thank you, Auntie. It was at this moment that Chen Jiao suddenly came to his senses and looked around, have you departed already? Did I say anything strange just now? Scourge Central's expression was grave as he looked at the fellow who seemed to have only just woken up. Mount 2. After the misty sea cloud boat sailed away, the rough man who was to be the father of Final Dry suddenly found the patriarch. Patriarch, where is the man? Scared away by you. Then what to do? We've also prepared a reception banquet for Sister Wo Yang. The patriarch's left eye narrowed, his eyes a large and small staring at this guy he had watched grow up. Unlike other full-jack sky foxes, in front of this kind of full-jack sky foxes he had watched grow up, he still had a few points of thinness and majesty. You guys? Yeah, as much as I don't want to join them in preparing a reception dinner for Sister Bainan's sister, it's not like it's something we can hide. The patriarch suddenly had a headache. I thought only you kids still think about the Woe Central, those few all day long with cultivation to put me off. Do not become a family not to give birth to pups, it is difficult to not also because of the Woe Central? The rude man suddenly realized what he had accidentally exposed. But on second thought, how is this not an opportunity? Yes, I'm even. What makes them like Sister Woeful Central, matriarch? You must teach them a good lesson, so that they recognize themselves, and find a fox to lay their cubs earlier. Don't wait, can't wait. The Tushan patriarch's beard shook, and for a while, he was actually too angry to speak. 20 Chapter 20, he already knows, requesting boats. Is this your child? Got a name? At this moment, the last thing Scourge Central wanted to see was Tatsujiu having contact with the little monster. Something was clearly wrong with Tatsujiu's current condition. Only a baby name, little monster, he doesn't like the big name and plans to go back and borrow my mother's head to think about it. What's the big name you came up with? God Do, Lulu or Do? Shinjio was silent, well, it's better to go back and borrow the head of the state lord to think about it. Scourge Central. Was her name that bad? It was just as well that the little monster disliked it, but even the guy whose cultivation had gone awry disliked it.
Woeful Central was about to change the subject, only to see Tatsuya take off the gourd from his waist.
This treasure is just right for defense. Come, little monster, this is for you.
Terminal-chan only saw a gourd handed to him. This gourd has a yellow color throughout, original skin, no pulp.
It looks like an ordinary gourd. Terminal-chan subconsciously looked at the furry mother. This is. Scourge Central's expression was stunned.
The moment the gourd was untied from Tatsuya's waist and he actively severed his connection with it, Tatsuya's breath began to slip.
The situation could not have been clearer to her.
After all, that's what she just went through.
This gourd is a tail derivative.
Of the nine-tailed clan, only the tail of the Fulljack Skyfox had the ability to change treasures. If this treasure is not separated from one's own body, the realm will not fall, and it is considered a companion magic treasure, but it will affect the growth of a new tail.
This item is too valuable.
Nothing valuable, just a consumable item. With a few sword chi sealed inside, the gourd will disappear on its own when it runs out. Consumables, that makes sense, cut early and grow early. But it's also still a bit too expensive as a meet and greet gift for a child.
Does she want to be my son's teacher? This is a worship ceremony? Scourge Central was immediately alert.
It didn't make logical sense, but she had a bad gut feeling about it. Shinjiro passed the gourd forward, and when he saw that the little guy didn't pick it up, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He seems to be waiting for you to make a decision. Did you teach him?
Scourge Central was always satisfied with the little monster's understanding.
Don't look at him small. I've taught him to communicate with his spirit body. He's
now. Just after showing off his words, Scourge Central's expression couldn't help but change, secretly saying that it wasn't good. This is if they are allowed to chat on their own. Hello, my name is Tatsuki, can you talk back?
Your mom said you could. The voice rang directly in the heart. Terminal-chan glanced at the furry mother, who had a proud expression at the moment.
How could he lose face with Auntie? Hello Auntie Tatsuji. And really, what else would you say? It's all good. What does Aunt Tatsuki want to talk about?
Conversation was smooth, not popping words in and out of the air, it was really communicative. Such an intelligent child Shinjiro also saw for the first time, for a moment of playfulness, raised his hand and then turned back into a small fox of the final dry hug.
Scourge Central, lend me your cub to play with. No loan. Scourge of the Central almost did not even think a hand to carry the child back, but Shinjiro arm a lift to avoid. Do not be so petty. Well, when I have a child also lend you to play. Not rare. The final dry was shaken up and down, left and right to dodge, only to feel the sky spinning and dizzy. Hastily expressing his protest. Auntie Tatsuji, stop shaking, if you do, you'll throw up.
Shinjiro no longer shook to avoid, his body took a large step back to avoid Scourge Central's extremely restrained, fearful of hurting the child's pounce.
Don't grab it, isn't it good that I'm helping you with the kids? Scourge Central was also out of breath.
If she'd known, she wouldn't have agreed to take this guy with her.
Is your status okay? What's up with that Tatsuki? Tatsuki, you can rest assured that Tatsuki is very kind and won't do anything to harm the little monster, and if she really wants to do it I can wake up and stop it right away. Is that what she's worried about?
On this ship, she still didn't believe anyone could hurt her pups under her and Aoshi's noses. What she was worried about was which one of Chen Jio and Chen Shi would have a brain fart and pass on the questionable human cultivation method to the little monster. I also understand some human cultivation methods, but that kind of split into different personalities are things that you will only encounter at a later stage. What is wrong with you? My problem, I can't be sure. Now there are two guesses. One is that it may be caused by my visualization of myself, or it may be caused by the contamination on a certain ancient god. What exactly is it? But also need to look for the human cultivators who practice human cultivation method to exchange the insights. As for the progress of my cultivation, Shinjio was a bit proud. I've already crossed the heavenly tribulation once, counting as a first tribulation cultivator.
Terminal Qian's ears perked up.
He seemed to have heard a few familiar words, ancient god and human cultivation method. He didn't know many words now, but these two he'd had on his mind for so long that he'd learned them long ago.
Auntie Tatsuji, what are you and my auntie talking about?
Shinjio didn't think too much about it and directly replied, your auntie seems to be very interested in the human cultivation method, so I'll tell her about it.
Terminal Qian's heart suddenly warmed.
Fluffy mother isn't interested in the human cultivation method, asking about the human cultivation method is just for his sake.
Auntie Tatsuji, you know the human cultivation method? It will be, you Aunt Tatsuji, I've already had a robbery.
What? What a stepping stone to find it. What is it to look for him in 1,000 places, and when you look back, the man is in the lights. What a... Yes, TM surprise. Terminal Chen thought that he would have to wait for a long time, until he returned to the kingdom of Arisu. It turned out that Mother Fluffy had arranged everything for him a long time ago.
Big love for the furry mama. Hooray for furry mother ******** heirs. Ah no, more than hooray for the furry mother, you can't curse your own mother. It should be.
Forget about erasing the sentence, saying anything feels unworthy of the furry mother.
At this moment, Final Chen is really too happy. The bottleneck that has been stuck for more than 100 days is finally expected to break through. On the other side, Woeful Central silently kept Chenjiu's guesses in his heart and continued to pursue. After practicing the human cultivation method, did your strength improve? Do you have any regrets? Elevation is definitely elevated. Regret no, human cultivation method is still quite interesting, much more interesting than sleeping all day. The main thing is to see quick results. Scourge Central was also able to see that Tatsuo was very receptive to her situation and wasn't worried at all, even she was enjoying herself. Not waiting for Woeful Central to ask again, Chenjiu asked in return, you often come into contact with human cultivators in Arisa Kingdom, why haven't you tried? Still watching? Try? Scourge Central had never thought of trying the cultivation method of the human race. What's there to try? She was full of hijacks by then. Compared to the cultivation method of the human race, she was more interested in the organ creations that the human race had poured out. Promise me one thing and I'll allow you to help me with the baby. Well say, what is it? You cannot mention the human cultivation method in front of the little monster, much less exhibit it or let him know that you know the human cultivation method. Tatsujiu's expression suddenly became odd. But, he already knows that. Scourge Central? 21 Chapter 21 The way to break the situation is right in front of me, request for readers. Auntie Chenjiu, can you teach me the human cultivation method? Chenjiu hugged the little fox in his arms, his expression growing more and more odd. So, it wasn't that Woeful Central was interested in human cultivation methods, but her son? But this kid was only born a little while ago, right? Looking at the bright fox pupil that was full of curiosity, Chenjiu for a moment was actually in a trance. She actually felt that she had met a fellow traveler. They have the same curiosity, the same passion for the practice, the same. TSK, how did this child Woeful Central teach him, so young to be obsessed with cultivation? Shouldn't you be peeing all over the place, circling the land and catching butterflies on the mountains at that age? Why do you want to learn the human cultivation method? It's because my innate Tao body is human. With that, Final Qian changed into a human body. Tatsujiu was staggered. Immediately afterwards she suddenly reacted. The human body. The innate Taoist body of a human being. Surprised, Chenjiu lifted the little one clad in black robes above his head with both hands, his eyes colorful. In the past, the innate Tao body didn't have a fixed form. As long as it carried the rules of heaven and earth, it could be a ball of wind or a cloud. After the heavenly court of the human race was granted the great unification, the heavenly Tao took the shape of the human race. Scourge Central. You've given birth to a personal innate Tao body. Woeful Central didn't want to talk. Tatsuki was a bit agitated. Do you know what this means? Scourge Central brain is still messy, casually returned, means. I gave birth to an innate Tao body? Chenjiu ignored Scourge Central's repeated nonsense and looked over with an incomparably bright gaze. Under the four eyes, although there are no words, but gradually, the Scourge of the Central seems to vaguely understand what Chenjiu wants to say. Are you saying that the heavenly Tao hasn't changed and that the connection between the human heavenly court and the heavenly Tao is still there? Isn't that proof enough? Woeful Central's thoughts were open and clear. As long as it could be proven that the human celestial court's connection to the heavenly Tao still existed, then those fellows from the ancient celestial court would obviously not dare to show their heads. In this way, the plight of the Arisa Kingdom was lifted. Scourge Central looked at the bright-eyed, glowing little one that was her cub. Could it be that little one was born at this time for this very reason? To solve the plight of the Arisa state? Or, is this another way for the human race to thank the Arisa Kingdom for the attitude and stance it has been taking, and to support the Arisa Kingdom? To take a stand in this way, does that also prove that the heavenly court won't be coming back anytime soon? Scourge Central's thoughts turned 100 times. She never thought deeply about why she was pregnant by sense of heaven. It was her child, born from her womb, and that was enough. She'll learn how to raise a child the hard way. She'll watch him grow up. She will try to fulfill some of his wishes as much as possible, and also leave him with some ideals that he needs to work on himself to achieve. She would wait for him to come of age, for him to have a girl of his choice, for them to give birth to a new life. These were the things she had been thinking about the most in the recent past. She couldn't help but not think about it, and she was excited about the future. She wanted to pour out her all, to nurture him, to help him. But now the heavenly way tells her that the party being helped is actually her. Scourge Central's emotions were once again complicated, more so than when she learned she was pregnant. Terminator doesn't know what happened again. Aunt Tatsuo hadn't answered his words. His mother's side opened her hands and picked him up, holding him in her arms, looking at him with a complicated gaze and many unreadable emotions in her eyes, fondly. This is the heart of the final dry panic for no reason. He thought of his childhood family dog was sold. His father seems to be this way to hold rhubarb, that is full of remembrance, favor, and reluctance, but in the end, it is still sold. Princess Mother is not going to sell him, right? Or give him away? The spirit tentacle wrapped around it in a hurry. Auntie, don't look at child like that. Child is panicking. What are you panicking about? I feel like Auntie is saying goodbye to me, like she's giving me away. Hearing this, Scourge Central laughed. Don't you want to learn the human cultivation method?
This palace doesn't know how to do that, but your Aunt Shinjio does, and seeing as she sent you such an expensive precious gourd, this palace is too embarrassed to say no, and is prepared to send you to your Aunt Shinjio's place.
Ultimate Qian subconsciously wanted to rebuff, wanted to show his loyalty, wanted to promise to be with his mother forever. But on second thought, that's not true. He's not really a baby. He's an adult. Now that you're an adult, how can you hide under your mother's wing forever?
Moreover, he was going to cultivate to go, not to cultivate where to get the power, no power how to protect his mother, and how to save her after the collapse of the Orissa country, and take her far away?
It seems
that he has been pretending to be a baby too much into the drama lately, making him unconsciously really think of himself as a baby and making him too attached to his mother.
This isn't going to work.
He's got to get his act together and try harder. Alright, although I don't want to leave my mother, but since it's cultivation that can't be helped, don't worry Auntie, I'll listen to Auntie Shinjio and will work hard to cultivate. Scourge Central only felt his eyes go black, and his heart ached so much that he wanted to vomit blood.
It wasn't what she wanted to hear.
What she wanted to hear was to give up practicing any human cultivation method in order to stay by her side, was to choose her. Choose her. Choose her. What would listen to Aunt Tetsujiu? What would try to cultivate? This knife stabbed her heart in mouth pain.
This unlucky child. She really wants to directly strangle it,
so as not to piss her off later.
But how could that sort of thing be possible? Let alone strangling. She wouldn't give up even a little bit of it.
Looking at that big, dark eyes, looking at that determined to go to war, Scourge Central's heart melted again. Perhaps this child was really born to save the country of Arisu.
What can she do when God's destiny is so? Wrap up the crying and laughing.
Scourge Central more and more think the more angry, and cannot help but blow, that you think too much. You Shinjojo Aunt's cultivation method out of the question, before finding out the problem is unable to teach you anything. Your bottleneck can only continue to be stuck. Cluck, AI. Cannot help, this palace has also tried to help you find a teacher, can only wait to return to Afsu country after. The final dryness was like a thunderbolt.
Ha? Still stuck?
Looking at the little cub's face of shock and loss, Scourge Central was in a great mood, and actually had a kind of revenge to the pleasure. Who made this little guy choose between cultivation and motherhood? That. Shinjio, who had listened to the whole thing, couldn't help but open her mouth. She didn't mean to eavesdrop either. All three parties of spiritual tentacles were connected, and there was no one who told her that she couldn't listen. My cultivation did have some minor problems, but Cinnabar 7 only appeared after the tribulation. I think I still have a say in the previous realms. I'm very experienced in refining chi, foundation building, dan formation, yuaning, and out of the body. I'm very experienced in these, and if I'm a little bit more conservative, I'll have no problem teaching until foundation building at the very least.
Auntie Chenjio. Final Qian's eyes overflowed with tears of excitement.
This feeling of seeing hope again after it has been extinguished is just too much to handle. Tatsuki tilted her head confidently, but soon noticed the betrayed gaze staring darkly at her, a gaze that seemed like gloom crawling all over her body, causing her to nearly explode.
What's that look on your face? Don't you want me to teach him?
22 Chapter 22, Seeing Blood Returning to the Ancestor, Request for Readers.
Auntie?
Seeing his cub looking at him, Scourge Central gathered his displeasure. Explaining, I was worried that you, a half-wit, would lead my son astray.
This was not something Tetsuji liked to hear. Half-assed?
I'm a 9,000-year-old full-circle heavenly fox, and I'm only practicing the human cultivation method on the side, so even if I'm half-assed, I'm still better than those human cultivators with a lifespan of less than 100 years, right?
Scourge of the Central directly rejected. This is really not certain. 9,000 years of age is nothing. You 9,000 years of age to build this cloud boat?
This cloud boat is just a human cultivator whose age is less than 50 years old. Chenjo Daoshi nearly collapsed. I have not studied the organ creation. Want to build research a year I can build it. Scourge Central continued to dislike. There's already a ready-made one, give you a year and of course you'll be able to build it. What's really great is the process of making something from nothing, not just drawing a picture from a cat.
Terminal Chan watched as Auntie Tatsuji's ears began to smoke outwards. You can be so angry that you're smoking out of your mouth. What kind of anger is that? Terminal Chan carefully pulled the princess mother's palace dress. Hungry? Final dry? Not that. Well, you. The little golden fox saw that some of the foxes had already begun to eat and acted himself. Charge into the arms of the green fox. However, because it was too fierce, it was swept out by the green fox with a tail, teething. It's time for you to be weaned.
Yo.
The little golden fox looked confused and charged again.
Only to see a dog bowl when fell to the ground, a smell of blood came out. Aunt Qingshur took out the bloody flesh and put it in the dog bowl. Great demon flesh and blood, come and taste it.
The little golden fox sniffed hesitantly.
The pungent scent of blood had a strange sweetness to it that drew her to want to taste it. At the same time, the eyes of Final Chen, who had transformed into a white fox due to his shyness, were red and bright, shooting out a substantial fierce light, staring at the piece of meat with unblinking eyes.
Terminal Chen felt his body begin to float.
There was a strong desire that drove him to snatch that piece of meat and swallow it. The heart bursts out forcefully, beating like a drum, accompanied by a sudden ringing in the ears. Reason and thought became simultaneously dulled at this moment. In a trance, the body was already rushing out uncontrollably. At the same time, the green fox with the fastest speed will be the small golden fox gripped away, only to leave a face full of ferocious air of the white fox in an extremely protective posture to eat a large demon gulp wildly eat flesh and blood, tearing the fox teeth staggered, flinging blood splatters, heavy nostrils gushing silver white fox fire, ferocious and awe-inspiring.
Seeing blood returning to the ancestors?
Scourge Central, you've given birth to a somewhat troublesome Kaba. Seeing blood return to the ancestors is a relatively common phenomenon among the demon race. Especially if there were great demon heirs with fierce names passed down to this day, even if the bloodline inheritance was very thin, it was still prone to this situation. Bloodthirsty, warlike, and filled with the desire to destroy, usually with this kind of manifestation, the source of their bloodline mostly has ancestors who fought to the death in a bloody battle but whose obsession has not yet disappeared.
Not really a bad thing. Scourge Central closed his collar with some loss.
It's true that it's not a bad thing. Those with a case of seeing blood return to their ancestors can gain more inheritance from their bloodline. A battlefield of corpses.
Terminal Chan looked around with some dismay.
There were bodies everywhere, limbs everywhere, twisted and stretched earth everywhere. He saw a huge beast fell, his body in the distortion of the transformation into a mountain peak. Before the transformation is completed, one of his hair escape out, into. He did not know how to describe, but it seems to feel that the hair has the characteristics of life, fleeing incomparable. The hair is not a good idea, but the hair seems to have the characteristic of being alive, and escapes with great determination and swiftness. He also saw a corner of the sky crumble and rivers of brilliant stars pouring down from there. Heaven and earth seem to appear wrongly upside down at this moment. It feels like heaven is still heaven and earth is still earth, but in fact heaven is no longer heaven and earth is no longer earth. The sky above his head no longer has a sun or moon, leaving only a dark void. And the ground beneath your feet is the river of stars. The river of stars flowed beneath his feet. This
is just too much of an abstract scene. More abstract than Van Gogh's stars. Little monster? Terminal Chan looked at his furry mother in a trance.
He didn't know how long he had been in that weird world, he just felt himself getting weaker and weaker, so weak that he was dying, and a trance came back. Lisp.
This is. Rely? Terminal Chan looked at the dog basin full of blood for a moment frozen. What did he do? Little monster? Terminal Chan once again returned to his senses and looked somewhat innocently at the princess mother. He didn't know what he was going through or how to explain it. Aunt Tetsuji couldn't help but ask, what did you get? Terminal Chan was stunned by the question and asked in return, what?
In the end, it was only after the princess mother patiently explained the situation that Jianzhuang realized what she had experienced.
Seeing blood return to the ancestors? Racial heritage?
The former he did trigger, but the inheritance, he also really didn't receive it. Final Chan recalled very carefully, and only remembered that the sky leaked, the stars and rivers poured in, and the world turned upside down. I don't seem to have gotten the inheritance. I saw a battlefield that was filled with corpses, and then the sky suddenly leaked a big hole, and then the river of stars flowed from the hole to the ground.
Terminal Chan looked at the princess mother.
The princess mother's face was in a state of confusion.
Unbelievably, he asked, a hole in the sky? Terminal Chan nodded his head repeatedly.
The two aunts exchanged glances and were also confused. Perhaps
a dream?
Aunt Greenstone made a guess.
Aunt Tinny Nine chimed in, it's still a nightmare.
No, that's not necessarily a dream. Ji Qian moved inwardly, thinking of the familiarity that the ancient celestial court and the human celestial court had brought to him.
A call for an answer bubbled up. The big man crashed into the uncharted mountain in anger.
Another great man refined the five-colored stone to mend the heavens, so it's possible for the sky to actually leak through.
But forgotten. Terminator's heart began to beat faster.
If it was as he thought, then it should be possible for other legends to happen as well.
For example, the big guy left a rock behind after mending the sky. That rock. Terminal Qian's expression suddenly became odd.
There are two legends about that stone earth old family, one is Jia Baoyu, the other is Sun. The palpitating omen did not appear, and the final dryness boldly let the thoughts put out the complete name, Sun Deshang, Sunwalker, Qi Tian Deshang, and Sun Myukon.
Did not react, and there was no reaction to them all. Is that hardly Jia Baoyu? Jia Baoyu didn't react either. Or maybe the timeline hasn't reached the time when Sun Deshang was born? If that's the case, Ultimate Qian had a bold idea. Take it, it's for you.
The yellow gourd was once again delivered in front of him, and Ji Qian's thoughts that had already flown out 180,000 miles turned back in a somersault, but his eyes didn't linger on the gourd, but rather, he looked at his own princess mother.
Take it.
Receiving his mother's instructions, Jianchen once again changed into his human body and received the gourd that was about the same size as himself with both hands. Right at the moment when Jianchen touched the gourd, a miraculous scene happened. The gourd was able to adapt itself to its size, and it directly changed from a wine gourd to a hand-twisted gourd. At the same time, information related to the gourd appeared in the consciousness.
Chopping gourd projection.
It can suppress the energy of domination of the soldiers. The chi of the soldiers in the gourd cannot be replenished. The projection disappears on its own when it loses its high rule.
The chopper gourd. The familiarity was stronger. Hulk Buster. Gourd vines. 7 children on a vine.
Ah no, it's the gourd vine under Bujo Mountain, which bears 7 gourds.
The chopper gourd is a land.
The palpitating sensation struck again, and Final Dry immediately pressed his thoughts.
Chopper gourd ah. The only beauty of this is that it's just a projection. Thank you Auntie Tetsujiu. Auntie Tetsujiu, is this a master worship ceremony? Can I call you master now?
Compared to the heaven-mending stone that is still unknown where it is, at this moment it is the broken mirror that is more exciting for Final Chen to look forward to.
100 days ah, he was stuck in the chi refining stage for a whole 100 days ah. Know how he spent the last 100 days.
There's no need to pay homage, Qingshi recognizes you as his godson, so you can be my godson as well.
Final Dry? When did he become Auntie Qingshi's godson? How come he doesn't know about this? Does the princess mother know? 23 Chapter 23 Ancient Dragon's Egg, request for follow-up reading.
It was confirmed that the princess mother really did know.
For the matter that he did not know that he had an additional godmother, Jinshan did not have a trace of dissatisfaction.
Instead, he wished that the princess mother would find him more godmothers. Mother is the nine-tailed sky fox, and anyone who can play with her must not be bad either.
It's all on his back from now on.
Who would mind having a lot of backers?
Godmother.
The final dry and sharp recognition of a marriage.
Satisfied, Chenjiu brushed the little fox's few pieces of fetal hair. A bright light appeared in the eyes of Final Chen, and he said in surprise, "Then this gift is a gift of recognition, and I will surely cherish it."
Chenjiu was indifferent. There is no need to love and cherish, treasures are just for use. When in danger you should use them. Directly blast the enemy to death, don't hesitate.
Okay. Child remembers.
I saw Terminal Qian's little brain tilt. Good day, Godmother Qingshi.
Aha. Did you also secretly prepare a gift for child?
No need to hide it, just give it directly to child. Don't worry, child will use it properly.
Good behavior and obedience face. Green Fox? She didn't prepare a gift. Do you still need to give gifts to recognize a relative?
Woeful Central didn't tell her that.
Moreover, that guy Tetsujiu also gave one so expensive. How could she give it and cut off her own tail? Green Fox looks at his tail.
And stop, you cannot also cut off a tail. Your family that will kill to have Su country, casually send some small objects on the line. He is still small, simply do not recognize what treasures, and heavy treasure to give him is also a waste.
Green Fox gave the palace maiden a blank look. The mouth opened a precious pearl and spat it out.
This treasure bead was originally the inner dan of a great demon, containing the Tao rules of Qiankuan, and after a simple ritual refinement it became her storage magic treasure.
Yeah, I almost forgot. I've recognized your waifu as my godson, so my waifu, are you going to recognize them as well?
Green Fox's eyes suddenly brightened, and for a moment she rummaged through the gifts a little harder. Because she has 4 children, this is also to give 4 copies.
1 for 4. More than not a loss.
That's fine, but only recognize the oldest 3 and the oldest 4, I guess. The other 2 are 6 or 7,000 years old. They can't call out this godmother. Green Fox spoke up in a hurry. Those who can shout out, don't shout, I'll teach them a lesson. This time it was Scourge Central's turn to be speechless. Even if they can shout out, it sounds awkward to me. Just 2 is quite a lot.
Only 2 recognized? Green Fox was slightly disappointed. But 1 for 2 is not a bad deal. The Qiankuan is collected and released, and the precious light and gas rush like a bucket. A house-sized egg-shaped object appeared on the jade platform of the cloud boat. Dragon egg, not the 4 Seas Dragon King's egg. This is an egg from a very, very long time ago, suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao. The life breath of this egg has been weakening, and won't be able to live for a few years, which contains a complete Tao. I don't know exactly what it is, so let's give it to my godson to replenish his body. Scourge Central and Tetsuji were shocked. Dragon egg? Or an ancient dragon egg? Where did you get this? Green Fox was a bit smug. The one in my house moved back from somewhere. It's been in my hands for some years, but it hasn't hatched after trying all sorts of ways. Tetsuji pressed his hand on the egg and felt it. The vitality is indeed not much, but unfortunately I have already broken a tail. A short period of time and then break a tail is too great an impact on me. Or else I really want to break a tail to see if I can give this egg a forced hatch against the odds. Hearing this, Green Fox's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this guy crazy? Is a tail that easy to break? Scourge Central also felt the life in the egg, and his eyes couldn't help but look at his good oldest child. You don't have to break your tail to replenish your vitality. Instead of letting the little guy waste his energy on her all day, it would be a good idea to give him something to do by letting him incubate this egg. As for the polygraphic array, so many godmother on board, do not can she a toss, the other 2 godmother to call when it is also can call to call well. Looking at the egg again, Bainon was pleased with the gift. With a casual grab, 2 small organ creations appeared in his hand. These 2 cloud tigers will be given to my 2 righteous sons. By the way, what are the names of my 2 righteous sons? The 2 palm-sized organ creations transformed into mighty tigers with their feet on the wind and clouds. This should be considered a single-player version of the Misty Sea Cloud Boat. The Green Fox circled up and down around the 2 cloud tigers in a circle of study. She was still very interested in this kind of organ creation that only existed in the country of Su, which she took back and could still show off in front of that guy Jin Yen. If you have to exchange gifts to recognize a godson, don't you have to exchange gifts to tie the knot? But she has nothing. Gee, going back would surely piss her off. It's called green brick and tile. The name and her mom really go together. Green stone begets green brick and tile, reasonably. Chen Jiao, do you want to? Green fox thought of something, paw under the stance, eyes burning to the thief generous humanoid black fox lady. Chen Jiao did not even think about it. A mouth will be rejected. I have not seen your two children, fate has not yet arrived, and so see after the fate to say it. Fearing that he wouldn't be able to pick up the words if they fell on the ground, Green Fox hurriedly picked up. There is a destiny, there is definitely a destiny. Tatsuo Jiao just smiled back. I politely declined, I am not yet married, and I have no plans in this regard for a short time. Recognizing one marriage is more than enough, and the rest will wait until I have a child. Qingshi was just happy to hear this. Good. Then when you give birth, I'll have another litter. Tatsuki? Is having a baby that easy? You want to have a baby? Foxes with families are scary. Just as the two godmothers were gaming over the matter of recognizing their relatives, Qingqian learned from the princess mother that this dragon egg was given to her. Dragon egg it originated from the ancient times, which breeds Dao rules. Counting on it, this egg was also an innate Dao body, just not an innate Dao body of this era. Auntie, are you sure this is edible? If it's edible, why doesn't Auntie Qingshi keep it for her children? Yeah, why? Scourge Central threw out the question. My baby is not the innate Taoist body, eat the fear of heaven's wrath. Your baby is different, the innate Taoist body blessed by the heavenly Tao, eat the harmless. Are you sure? Green Fox very decisively dumped the pot on the old patriarch. That's what her father, Golden Amazing, said. I have a different opinion. Since he had already recognized his godson and was still half of her disciple, Shinjio didn't want the little monster to risk his life, and took the initiative to propose, why don't the three of us guard this egg, and when the life force of this egg is exhausted and its life is over, we'll join hands to extract the Tao in the egg, and then offer it up to be refined into a Hotian spiritual treasure. Wouldn't that be quite good? The offer is as solid as it gets. The choices aren't unique, though. Since you are all the child's godmothers, there are some things that I can reveal to you as well. Our child masters the Tao rules related to vitality longevity, and can transform aura into a precious liquid that replenishes vitality. This is what I was thinking. So why don't we try replenishing the vitality to this egg, and see if it can be hatched? Xingshi and Shenjiu weren't too surprised. The innate Tao body was bound to possess a divine difference. It's just that they didn't expect that divine difference to have manifested itself. Duke, what does he mean? The decision ultimately came down to final dry. In this regard, Jinshan only felt that happiness came too suddenly. Not only was this an ancient dragon egg, it was also a former innate Tao body that didn't want to hatch but could also be refined into an acquired spiritual treasure. Rich. Too rich. He had never lived so rich. Take your pick. Do you want a playmate, or a Hotian spiritual treasure? Terminal Qian raised his hand to touch the egg. The surface is a bit pitted and rah-rah. At this time, Chenjiu suddenly thought of something and frowned. This egg cannot hatch. Scourge Central and Greenstone both looked over. Before this guy wanted to break a tail and force it to hatch. How? This is the innate Tao body of the past. The past, the innate Tao body? Scourge Central understood. What happened to the innate Tao bodies of the past? Hatching will be punished by heaven? Green Fox was still in a daze. 24, Chapter 24, Heaven's Destiny is Mine, request for follow-up reading. Terminal Qian touched the dragon egg. At the chest, a small branch drilled out from the collar of the shirt and wandered like a vine through the arm of Final Qian, eventually touching the egg. For a moment, an ugly little auger dragon appeared in front of Final Qian's eyes. Its body was rotting a little bit, revealing airy white bones under its sharp-scaled armor. When Final Qian saw the jagged remnant that was shaped like a dragon, that remnant also had a sense, and its pale eyes, like the eyes of a boiled fish, rolled and looked over. Hello, my name is Terminal. Call me Little Monster if you want. It seemed that just a roll of the eyes consumed all of its power. Perhaps it hadn't learned how to talk to people yet, or perhaps it couldn't talk at all. Terminator received no response. An emerald leaf burst out from the collar of the Final Dryer's coat and bloomed in front of the Final Dryer's eyes. There was a drop of spiritual liquid full of the breath of life right on that leaf. Final Chan looked at his companion spirit. You want to save it? The leaves rubbed against Terminator's cheek. Jinjuan could feel the thoughts of the companion spirit. It was too miserable. Yeah, it's too bad. For not being allowed to descend, a little bit of being trapped in the eggshell, a little bit of draining all the life out of it. One word tragic does not even begin to describe this tragedy. The spiritual liquid drops and dissolves when touched. The Final Dry originally thought that there will not be too much effect. This kind of spirit liquid he has used many times. To mother are too much. To boat spirit is not too much. But also just happy strange screams, and not too much change. To the little golden fox that is also raised for a long time to raise a spirit body. But not this time. When the spiritual liquid was incorporated into that remnant body actually filled up with flesh. It was as if a sleeping and already parched vampire had gorged himself on a ravenous meal and his body had suddenly gone from corpse to living, from old age to youth. Very unbelievable. The blood and flesh on the eyes of that white fish like a boiled fish wriggled madly, and a pair of dark eyes like a mirror reflected the appearance of the fox tail of the final dry person. The companion spirit, Little Tree, was still in the huddle, but there was no little tree reflected on that eye. Terminal Chen noticed this detail and also managed his eyes not to look at the small tree again, nor did he communicate with the small tree again, but only met with the huge seemingly mirrored eyes. This is an unorthodox space. The final dryer was able to see the opponent's full face in a top-down view, as well as his bulging, deformed self from that huge eyeball. Here, image information is not transmitted using light as a medium, but rather other ways that are more informative and complex. Hello? I gave you a drop of elixir, you seem to have recovered well, can you communicate now? A curtain seemed to be drawn above the giant eye. That thing finally dried up, knowing that birds have a structure called the transient membrane in their eyes. When the curtain opened, such as crystal-like bright eyes reflected in the eyes of the final dry, the giant eye more dynamic, but still no communication. They then looked at each other as if they were old friends with excellent tacit understanding meeting again, with complex and sincere emotions in their eyes. But the fact is, the tacit understanding of the bird Terminal Qian receives no information whatsoever, and he felt like he was simply looking in the mirror. Little monster. Princess Mother's call brought final dryer back to his senses instantly. The huge mirrors in front of me were gone, and in front of them were wall-like, stumbling eggshells. Auntie, you communicated with this egg? Ji Qian didn't know how the Princess Mother had sensed it, but none of that mattered either. Zhongqian originally told his mother what he had seen. You mean the egg has come to life? I suppose so. What I saw, that was no longer a dying dry corpse, but I'm not sure. After all, I know exactly what effect my spirit liquid has. It couldn't have been saved with just one drop, that might have been my hallucination, and it didn't respond to my greeting. Scourge Central was thoughtful. What you see should not be his outer state, but some kind of essence. Terminator didn't get it. Just then, I heard the Princess Mother murmur, its biggest problem is not vitality, but that existence itself is not recognized by this heaven and earth, and now it has made up for this aspect of the Tao from your body. Now Terminator gets it. Just like the iOS software can't run on Android, now that this iOS software functionally unchanged language is changed to Android, the problem is solved. I see, he said, his spiritual liquid is not that magical, how could it be possible to use only one drop to bring the dying guy back to life? Communication between spiritual touchstones carries more than just verbal messages. Final Qian was keenly aware of the Princess Mother's change in mood. Princess Mother doesn't seem happy. Auntie, you don't want me to save it? You won't save it if the palace doesn't let you? Auntie wouldn't harm me, there must be a reason not to let me save it. The emotional depression that Scourge Central had originally created because he had lost to cultivation was instantly emptied. The mood was instantly great. Fingertips nudged the little one's head. That's not good, this palace is not always right, you have to understand the world and feel it yourself, so as to come up with a truth that you agree with, and get out of your own way. But my child is still young and doesn't understand the world, so naturally I have to learn from my mother, then my mother's reasoning is my child's reasoning. That's true, right or wrong, but it's just so nice and happy to hear. Unable to control himself any longer, Scourge Central scooped up the little one for a good, rare moment. The palace is just a little worried, don't worry too much, do you want to be saved? It's a bit of a thought, it's too tragic for the egg, but it held on for such a long time not wanting to die, and it would be a bit of a blasphemy to hold on if the end was still tragic. Brushing the little one's fetal hair, Scourge Central sighed, not all persistence pays off. Final Qian confidently exulted, but my persistence must have results. Scourge Central lost his smile, oh? What makes you different? Final Qian dutifully said, because the child's insistence is to like mother. Scourge Central's heart melted. This little kid. She now suspected that the boy's Tao was not actually any kind of vitality, but candied fruit. This little mouth is as sweet as candied fruit come to life. On the other side, Shenjiu was still explaining to Qingshi the reason why he couldn't be saved. The reasoning was simple, and in a few words Lapis understood. Immediately, he clapped his hands and said, then let's extract the Tao and refine it into a spiritual treasure. It's better to hatch. Scourge Central's words caused both Fox's brains to die for a moment. How come it's hatching again? There's no reason why it has to hatch. On the contrary, there are a bunch of reasons why it doesn't fit. The descent of the human race's innate Tao body proved that the heavenly Tao was still on the side of the human race. There was still a possibility that the human race's heavenly court could return. But if the ancient innate Tao body that could not have been born were to be born, what kind of speculation and turmoil would be triggered? Just thinking about it would make the hairs on one's back stand up. Why? I want to save Tatsuki? Aoshi? Because of this? That's a bit hasty. That reasoning doesn't convince me, it's too childish and capricious. You have to think of the Orisa Kingdom. I'm just looking out for the Orisa Kingdom, and since my cub is a gift from God to the Orisa Kingdom, his decision is God's decision. Is that so? But he's still a. Woeful Central had a confident look on his face as he continued, moreover, I've already found a countermeasure, the ancient innate Tao body is unable to descend in our heaven and earth, so wouldn't the problem be solved by making him a shape recognized by this heaven and earth? Shinjo suddenly realized Woeful Central's intentions. You want to transform it into a human race innate Dao body and then hatch it? Exactly. If it's feasible, it's really feasible. That's a good law. It wasn't me that did it, it was the little monster that inspired it, so I'd say the little monster's decision is God's decision. As outrageous as it was, Aoshi couldn't say anything to refute it anymore. Will it work? It's actually halfway there in some way, it's just the outer form that's missing. Woeful Central intends to sell a secret first. If the little monster is the god's reward for Orisa Kingdom's bounty, then it will definitely work out. Scourge Central had a light in his eyes and continued, and I actually didn't want to implement Shinjo's proposal before, although it's true that me giving birth to a human innate Dao body can ease the pressure of the Orisa Kingdom, the sight that the little monster will have to bear will be too much, and it will create a lot of risks, but with this egg it's a different story. When it's paying back the karma of my son for saving it, just let it bear all those sights. This statement was made. Chenjo and Qingshi had no further comments. Of course they knew what kind of trouble they would start if they pushed the little monster into the limelight. Now things are done as they should be and the risks are averted. This is no longer killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Instead, it's 3 birds. The many changes triggered after the 3 birds, those were countless more. This is a wonderful strategy. The destiny of heaven is mine. It's us. It's us. As it is. Chenjo suddenly jumped up. Then I don't think the little one will have any problems practicing the human cultivation method with me. Scourge Central's passionate expression froze for a moment. 25, Chapter 25, Foundation Establishment, Request for Follow-up Reading. Cultivation. He could finally practice. The moment he learned this news, Final Qian happily jumped straight up. Mother Tatsujiu. Begin. Jian Shen has waited too long for this day. Those bright and inquisitive eyes all seemed a bit dazzling and piercing to Tatsuojo. The most difficult of the human cultivation method is actually the refining period. The conception of the spiritual body is the need for chance. Some people scattered their family money to buy the treasure medicine, and the result is found to be false. From this, there are not a few who are crazy. The dry ES already knew that he was able to condense spirit liquid, so there was no need for Final Chen to avoid the relevant questions. A direct comment on this. Asked, are precious medicines that nurture spirit bodies rare? My spirit liquid will be able to nurture a spirit body. It's not rare, there are so many spiritual treasures in heaven and earth, a little use of some of the edges can be used as a medium to nurture a spiritual body, but there are too many greedy people. There are always people who do underhanded things for money. Not only people, some unorthodox demons will also use this kind of thing to cheat for money. Greedy? Terminator got it. A solution came to mind. Aren't there any high-impact zones out there setting standards? How are standards set? Terminator jammed for a moment. He naturally had a set of ideas, but it occurred to him that he was still only a child. It's okay to be smart, but it's not good to be too demonic. As for that solution, you can wait until he's a little older to implement it. There's a big business opportunity here. Set your own standards and create your own brand. Then it was widely publicized. This way, as long as the public recognizes his brand, they won't buy fake products. As for fakes, that's a good solution. Selling his fake goods is discrediting his brand, so how can he be spoiled? As long as there is enough power in his hands, he will be able to arrest those who sell fake goods. Shinjo mother did not also say it. The treasure medicine that breeds the spirit body is not rare. Those who have the ability to do so must directly learn this system from him, and those who do not have the ability to want to empty their pockets will only sell fake goods, so the difficulty of catching them will not be very high and feasible. Didn't think of that? You can save it for later. Aha. Shinjo didn't care too much. This bit of knowledge of hers was also all from what she had read in the Human Cultivator's Diffractive Dao Handbook. She couldn't be quite sure what the human kingdom was like today, and whether or not these problems had been solved. You are an innate Dao body, and you have a spiritual body at birth, so the Qi refining stage is no longer a problem, so I'll tell you about the foundation establishment stage. Aha! The main meal was finally served. Ji Qian was fully concentrated, afraid of dropping a word. At the foundation stage, the key is the word foundation building, this foundation building for constructing one's own perception of oneself, knowing who one is, remembering who one is, and holding fast to who one is. Tatsuojo paused for a moment, waiting for Final Chen to digest it. Seeing the little one staring at him with burning eyes and a serious nod of his little head, he asked, so, do you know who you are? I am the little monster, the child of Mother Woeful Central. Little monster was the nickname given to him by the princess's mother. As for the second half of the quote, that's obviously true. Chenjo nodded, no mistake, but it's not enough. With one hand, a brocade cloth with an ink and jade shaft appeared in his hand. Chenjo introduced, this is my Diffractive Dao Handbook. The Diffractive Dao Handbook serves 2 main purposes. The first is to record each step of the cultivation process, making it easy to look for problems at a later stage. The second is to imprint memories, making it easy to compare the deviations in self-perception before and after. Aha! Terminal Chan nodded his head repeatedly, indicating that he had memorized it.
Shinjo introduced, the material of the Diffractive Dao Handbook is not regulated, it can be anything. My Diffractive Dao Handbook is made from 2 great demon stick bones, and my own hair woven and sacrificed into this life magic weapon.
So it's not nephrite, it's a stick bone? It does look like jade though, it's very translucent, just like jade. Aha! Terminal Qian nodded again.
So, the next thing you need to do is to make your own Diffractive Dao Handbook, and in order to facilitate the subsequent refining of it into a life magic weapon, it's best to use what you have on you to refine it.
Final Dry instantly thought of what to use hair. Could be. Final Qian couldn't help but ask, what do human cultivators use if they don't have that much hair?
As soon as these words came out, Final Chan regretted it, feeling that he had asked a very stupid question. It's true that human beings don't have that much body hair on them, but they have hair.
Ain't that stupid? Ain't that stupid? Ain't that stupid? Ah, sure enough, with hair.
Terminator had to nod his head to hide his embarrassment.
However, Chenzhou's mother's next sentence gave him goosebumps.
A few use hair, most still use skin, usually cut from the back, refined into a spell and then pasted back on.
With skin? Or your own skin? Sure, this is an orthodox practice and not some evil practice?
Still, being able to post it back was something he didn't expect though.
Is it possible to round up a bit after posting it back to the equivalent of not cutting it? Do you want skin or fur? Gross. Final Chan didn't even think about it and replied decisively.
The fur is a bit tricky, you have to shave it and then knead it into cloth, but I'm pretty experienced at that now, I can teach you.
Aha! 4 eyes. Terminal Qian still had a burning look of anticipation on his face.
Shinjo waited for a while to see that the little guy didn't even move, and couldn't help but remind him, these 2 fetal hairs of yours aren't enough, you'll have to change back into a fox.
Oh Terminal Qian immediately transformed back into a small white fox. Mother Tatsujiu walked over. Tatsujiu Nyorai picked up the little white fox. Tatsujuniang took out her knife. Final Chan only felt a coolness on the top of his head, and then rustling white fox hairs drifted down. He is bald. Just kinda bald.
Then the neck, the back, the cold blade slashed through, and the little fox with the original fluffy and playful fur turned around and was shaved into a bilus. All over, only the balls are furry. When Final Chan noticed this, his face had already reddened to a pig's liver color.
The next instant it changed back into the form of a baby boy in a black robe. Well, okay?
That's enough, next I'll teach you to rub cloths, you have to learn carefully, when later you'll have your own disciples.
Aha!
Practice with the other hairs first, the first few rubs won't come out very pretty, aesthetics are still important, it doesn't affect the use, but too ugly is not just a disgrace to yourself, but to me as well.
Aha!
Chenjo suddenly egged on with a bad smile, go and ask your auntie for some fur to practice on.
Do you want to ask your furry mama for fur?
Thinking of Ama becoming spotty because of himself, Final Dry immediately shook his head. Elegance had been a lifelong thing for his mother, and he couldn't let her become ungraceful because of him.
Who to call then? There it is. Little golden fox. Terminal Chan looked towards the little golden fox that followed everywhere he went.
At this moment, the little golden fox was resting on its own tail, gazing curiously at this side.
Terminal Chan walked over with a grave face, and the little golden fox looked up curiously. Brother!
I'm going to learn how to knead wool into cloth from my teacher, and I need some materials for practice.
The little golden fox cocked his head.
Lend me yours first, I'll wade you in, and when you're a bit smarter, when you want to practice the human cultivation method, I'll teach you.
Well, the shaving will be ugly for a while, and it will be a little cold, but that's okay, I'll go get you a coat.
Then I'll start.
Chenjiu silently took out his shadow-retaining magic weapon and watched his godson shave his future daughter-in-law's hair. In the future, when the little golden fox grows up, with this precious video, he should be able to ask for quite a lot, right? Ahem.
A shave of the back is enough, you don't have to practice too much.
Aha!
The little golden fox had a proud face, not feeling the least bit anxious about being shaved, but instead feeling genuinely happy that he had helped his brother. Of course, Jianshen did not break the agreement, and found a cape for the little golden fox and blocked it on his back, just like Superman's cape, extra handsome.
Terminator also drew an S on it.
It's a hero's cape, and now you're my hero.
26 Chapter 26 Human Cultivation Method can be plastic surgery, understand? Requesting readings. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 12. Spirit, 12. God, 0.
Realm, foundation stage.
Avatar 9 tails. One tail is born in 1,000 years, and one tail is an avatar. Strong, right? I've traded my life for it. Every time a fox is born, it has to go through a thunderbolt. Avatar obscure eyes. Shield yourself from the contamination of the ancient god's form. These are the eyes of a mother's love. Dawood text arm. It can carry evil things, and it can also store things.
The Tao of the sufficient sect has been passed down through the generations.
Stare at. Now there's good news and bad news.
Good news, The moment he finished the diffractive Tao handbook to drop his own memory anchor point, his realm was promoted from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Bad news, his attributes didn't improve after the promotion, what they were before is still what they are now.
So what's the point of promotion? Mother Chinjo, am I considered to have entered the foundation establishment stage now? Count. Why then, does my strength not seem to have increased?
Because you haven't begun to visualize, the role of the foundation stage is to anchor oneself. For cultivators who want to remember who they are, this is an extremely crucial step, while for those who don't care about who they are, what they'll become, or what they'll lose, they won't even anchor themselves, they'll just visualize and cultivate whatever they want to be.
Terminal Qian froze. Is it okay to be what you are? Is it so easy to do what you want? Terminal Qian couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, then what will they cultivate into?
Anything is possible. I've seen people who fix themselves into a mixture of many kinds of demons, people who fix multiple heads with multiple arms, and even people who become some kind of conceptual being, like a rock, a real rock.
Terminal Qian heard a hint of familiarity from within. Isn't a mixture of multiple monsters a quadruple demon? Wouldn't multiple heads and multiple arms be 3 heads and 6 arms? Turning into stone is 72 changes?
Good lord, there was some familiarity, but it was the first time he'd ever felt a creepy, eerie feeling from all that familiarity. How come he didn't think these legends were so haunted in the past?
Does that mean it won't turn out like that after building the foundation? Mother Tatsujiu didn't say anything.
This sudden silence caused Terminal Qian to panic a bit. A drop of sweat slid down from his powdered forehead, his boyish face never more grave. The fox claws probed forward, and the 8-tailed black fox transformed into a woman with dark hair hanging down her waist in the cloudy air. The belly of his hand and thumb first pressed into the fluffy fetal hair of the final drawing and rubbed it. It's not too late to regret. You can get just as powerful by sleeping for 9,000 years. Terminal Qian's hesitation immediately became less hesitant after hearing the figure of 9,000 years. 9,000 years At this moment when the human heavenly court had disappeared and the Arisa kingdom had been targeted by the ancient heavenly court for being too involved with humans, Shi Qian believes that, not to mention 9,000 years, or even 1,000 years, there is a Su country is hanging. I have decided to practice the human cultivation method. Practice even if you get ugly? Even if it becomes ugly? Terminal Qian's emotions were incoherent. He wasn't sure how the conversation had suddenly shifted to aesthetics. Chenjiu's fingernails gently combed those fetal hairs on the head of Final Qian, and rightfully said, growing 8 spider legs, or maybe a mosquito's mouthparts, wouldn't that make it ugly?
Terminal Qian associated, that also. Really ugly. Well, is there a way to avoid it? Tatsuo laughed.
Yes, just choose the kind of good-looking ones when choosing the target of your visualization, so not only will you not become ugly, you will also become handsome and beautiful.
Jianqian's brain was a little bit down. How can this work? Good lord, the human cultivation method also allows for plastic surgery.
To look at it from this perspective, the human cultivation method still has merit. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Terminal Qian's thoughts. Hurriedly, he asked, then if you visualize the 9-tailed fox, wouldn't you not be able to produce an alienation?
Tatsujiu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, that's not bad enlightenment.
Yes, but there are no ancient gods within the clan, so it can only be used as an introduction, and I've tried to visualize myself so as to deepen the anchors of self-knowledge, but something seems to have gone wrong.
What's the problem? Tatsujiu smiled mysteriously. It's about time for you to meet her.
With that said, the psychic tentacles were flicked away. The connection between the two parties was terminated at that moment. Final Qian only felt that the dry motheress aura in front of her suddenly changed, and her gaze no longer had that kind of motherly general smile, replaced by silence, and even some impatient indifference.
And some dislike. Terminal Qian once again probed his spirit tentacle, and an invisible force bounced his tentacle away.
The dislike in those eyes was even greater.
Recognizing a son without my permission, you don't really think you're the Lord, do you?
Chenxi looked at the little guy in front of him with a headache. Seeing that the spiritual tentacles did not give up and grabbed at her again, she swung her hand violently, and this time not only did she bounce away, but the consciousness of the final dryer went into a trance, and there was a dizziness in front of her eyes. You didn't even teach that you can't just use spiritual communication, you deserve to be a religious, misguided. The more Tatsuki looked at him, the more angry he became. The diffractive handbook was unfolded and a line was left on it with a pen. Then, the strangeness in the eyes of Final Dry suddenly disappeared again. Chenjiu woke up from his slumber and frowned at the unfolded diffractive Tao handbook. On left her a sentence, stupid, first teach him to speak and recognize words before teaching him to cultivate. Spiritual communication cannot be used casually, the ancient god pollution will erode him.
Gee, what about being taught a lesson?
Didn't blame her for recognizing a son, though, or for giving away the projection of the immortal chopper gourd.
Description. She's kinda happy with this son?
Chenjiu reached out his hand and rubbed his good son who had a face that didn't know what to do or what was happening. She herself naturally knew that Tatsuki was actually the main subject. She, on the other hand, is the viewed past self. The reason why she was even given a name was just to reinforce self-awareness. as well as making it more acceptable to the outside world, who made her closer to her original self.
Did it scare you?
The spiritual tentacles once again established a connection.
Terminal Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Asked, what happened just now? How did Mother Chenjiu feel like she suddenly changed into a different person?
That's what viewing yourself triggers. The one you just saw was the other me, and she was quite pleased with you.
Final dry?
The dislike on that face was so profound it was etched into his soul.
Mother Chenjiu, you don't have to comfort me.
Tatsuo rubbed that tiny brain again.
She suggested I teach you to speak and write first, but I don't think that's necessary. What's your choice? I'll listen to Mother Tatsujiu.
Good boy. Tatsuki rubbed that little brain again. However, there is something you do need to be reminded of. The spiritual communication method should not be used lightly. The ancient god will meet you because of the spiritual contact. Facing the ancient god directly is still too early for you. That kind of horror is something you don't want to know.
Terminal Qian's expression became odd. Of course he knows. He went blind for it. Tatsuki, who are you going to observe? In Terminal Qian's mind, the furry mother directly surfaced. 27 Chapter 27 Avatar Cloud Fox, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Wisdom and memory are sometimes related, like when making a paper, and sometimes not so much. I can see it with my eyes, and I have it memorized in my head, but when I put my hands on it, no matter how carefully I knead it, the cloth I produce is horribly ugly. Remove and knead and remove.
A seemingly simple feel of hands on the matter, the final dry hard 7 days to complete. The happiest person in these 7 days is undoubtedly Woeful Central, coming to see if there is anything to do, sympathizing with the progress, and at the same time heartbreaking the future daughter-in-law who is even bald in the tail. Ah, it feels so good not to have to be pushed all day by my son to get better. It feels so good to have someone to help you with your kids. It's so cool to watch from the sidelines as your waifu looks serious and a little dumb. It just felt like her fox life was complete in this moment. The only thing I was upset about was that the little monster had left out the word for mother, which was really cheap for those two guys.
Observe me? What do you need me for?
Scourge Central, who had some knowledge of the human cultivation method, certainly knew what this sentence meant. Although she still didn't really want the little monster to come into contact with the human cultivation method, even if it was the little monster's natural destiny to do so, she also understood that there wasn't much time left for the Arisu Kingdom. She didn't expect the little monster to overthrow the ancient celestial court again. That was unrealistic. She only hoped that the little monster would learn some skills to at least defend himself when the end came. So, she compromised. The human cultivation method of view is through contact with the ancient gods' contamination, with the ancient gods to create a connection, so as to peep from the body of the ancient gods to see the essence of the Tao, and the demonic essence is also the manifestation of the Tao. Only the manifestation of the Tao is not as pure as that of the ancient gods, and therefore is not so dangerous. In fact, not only the demonic essence, this world we live in, every blade of grass and every tree has traces of the Tao. Seeing that this fellow had the intention of taking the opportunity to entrain the human cultivation method to himself, Woeful Central hurriedly interrupted, just directly say what I should do. She did not exclude the human cultivation method. In this particular period, Woeful Central also thought of enhancing her power through the human cultivation method, but she did not intend to learn with Chenjiu, if not for that brat being too anxious and Chenjiu's promise that there would not be any problems at the little foundation establishment stage. She would not want to let the little monster learn from her. Reveal the demon's true form, but not completely, only leave one tail for him to see, because the 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox each have a divine power. 9 divine powers are 9 Dao rules. Perceiving so many Daos at once will disrupt the progress of his visualization, and also, it is important to reveal which tail you have. Do you have a life-preserving divine power? I suggest showing him the tail that contains the life-preserving aptitude. If you don't have one, I do. Since I'm already his godmother, I should do some of my godmother's.
I have. No need. Thanks. It's all over her face. You want her baby boy to think about you? Don't even think about it. Ah, well then, what's your life-preserving aptitude, and let's see who's of ours. Scourge Central stared at Tatsujiu, the corners of his cracked mouth revealing interlocking teeth. The black fox who was being watched like prey sensed this mother's protection of her food and feared that if she continued to insist, it would be a fight today. For a fight, she was no wimp, but she lacked the confidence to win. After all, she wasn't the main frame, and all those strange and bizarre means of the human cultivators were in Tatsuki's. And, after all, it's someone else's cub. It wouldn't be pretty if it went too far and people removed her from the godmother's team. People are pro-mother, they have that right. I'm doing what's best for the kids, okay, that's all there is to keep in mind. Terminal Chen watched as the two mothers exchanged words. He understood some of those words, and he could guess about the tail, the divine power, the view, the Tao, and the life-preserving power. Vaguely. In fact, compared to a life-preserving divine ability, he wanted a divine ability that had offensive power and was related to killing. Little trees, shade of heaven, the obscure eyes that his mother had given him, all of these were obviously life-preserving. Spirit body tentacles communicate with the furry mother. Anyang, did Godmother Tatsujiu suggest that you show me the life-preserving avatar tail? Scourge Central looked to his cub,
a little surprised that the little monster had understood.
You have other ideas?
I listened to my mother. Final Chen deliberated a bit more. Covering the sky and obscure eyes are both life-preserving, no doubt, but they are both passive and both target the high level. He doesn't have any mid or low-end life-preserving means yet. That is, he could now guarantee that he wouldn't be struck by lightning, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be crushed to death by a fart from a great demon.
Good boy.
Woeful Central thought briefly and decided to display her life-preserving aptitude in front of her precious son. Only to see the cloud boat rose up a fog, the clouds and air between the fluffy mother's figure hidden into the clouds and fog, disappeared. The name of this divine ability is Cloud Fox. The divine ability unfolds and transforms into a cloud, capable of restraining most of the body cultivator's means.
Final dry surprise.
This divine ability was exactly what he lacked, a means of preserving his life that could be used against low and mid-range enemies. Just heard a fox on the side muttered in a small voice, "This divine power I will also be."
Tatsuji and Yangsha read in a broken voice.
Both mother and son in the fog ignored the muttering.
Like it?
Although there was no mother's form in front of her eyes, Jinxian's spiritual touch found that the fog was mother, and the connection established by the spiritual touch was still there.
Love it! The mist retracted and coalesced into palm-sized, uncountable miniature furry nymphs.
There were thousands of voices ringing in the consciousness of Final Qian at the same time, and all of these voices expressed one meaning, one sentence, overlapping and vastly indistinct. This life-preserving avatar also has some offensive capabilities. As you can see, it can split into many individuals, and these individuals can be assigned to act and use their own means.
It can still be like that. Ultimate Qian has decided that he wants this one. Final Qian hurriedly asked, can these doppelgangers learn separately? Converge the knowledge that each learns into itself after disbanding. Ha!
Scourge Central froze.
How could a little monster have such a sick idea?
The main thing is that it has been a long time since she obtained this divine ability, which is the divine ability on her first tail, nearly 10,000 years ago, but she
did not try it.
It wasn't just her. I don't think any foxes in the nine-tailed fox clan had ever used it that way. Everyone is busy practicing in their dreams, who has nothing to do with studying the avatar. On the cloud boat, the two little cloud foxes jumped onto the bookshelf and each opened a book, then lifted it.
Well, the information is summarized. Nope, the information doesn't even need to be summarized.
Because each cloud fox was not a separate individual, her thoughts originally enveloped all the individual cloud foxes. All cloud foxes' behavior is manipulated by her, and for her eyes, her body, and her knowledge. It doesn't need to be disarmed, and if you want to read more than one book at a time, you can have different individuals do it at the same time. Final Chen first brightened up, and then couldn't help but be a little worried. Is it feasible?
Not dizzy? Not dizzy.
Terminal Chen has more and more admiration for his furry mother. Furry mother Salty is salty a bit, but she is really strong. Jin Shen didn't know this kind of magical power yet, but he believed that if he was asked to learn mathematics and arithmetic and a foreign language at the same time, then his brain would most likely just shut down.
Auntie, that's what I'll learn. Oh no, that's what I'll choose.
The uncountable small cloud foxes simultaneously turned into clouds, which closed in and regrouped into a large fox. Something suddenly occurred to Scourge Central and he looked toward the black fox who was full of indignation.
Right, if you can learn the Tao through visualization, doesn't that mean that even if you don't grow a second tail, the little monster will be able to master more than one divine ability?
That's true, but the process is not as simple as you think. Stealing authority on your own without the consent of the main family is subject to a backlash. Feeling that the white fox's expression was not right, Chenjiu immediately turned his words around. But you don't worry, I won't let the little one encounter unbearable perils.
Woeful Central thought for a moment. And what if it's with the Lord's permission? Tatsujiu was surprised. Yeah? You can actually think.
Scourge Central? Chenjiu hurriedly explained, I'm not targeting you. The fact is that all nine-tailed foxes don't really like to use their brains when it comes to cultivation, and neither do the other demon races, so I was quite surprised to see that you actually used your brain. Scourge Central also laughed in exasperation, speaking as if you're not the nine-tailed fox. Of course it is, however, I only found out after practicing the human cultivation method, and I thought too little about a lot of things. This kind of thing I don't think it should be. The nine-tailed fox can live to this day, and must have experienced a lot of battles, big and small, and I suspect that there should be something influencing us, but I don't have any evidence yet.
Hearing this, White Fox was thoughtful.
With that mention, she also realized that there were some things she did think too little about.
Well, go on with your research then, don't lose yourself in it. Ah, hearing you say that, I suddenly don't want to pursue it.
Not wanting to continue with such a dangerous topic, Bane Central turned his head to look at his adorable cub.
Ready?
28, Chapter 28, Fluffy Mother's True Nature, Request for Follow-Up Readings. Ultimate Qian had seen the demonic body of his furry mother, and had watched it often. For a moment he thought that was what the furry mother was. Until a mountain of snow towered over him. The world has no other color at this moment. The color of this world at this moment is mother. The entry point was white through and through. Two blood suns hung high in the sky, and those were two eyes, the eyes of the furry mother. Terminal Chan looked up at the huge figure in front of him, deeply feeling his own insignificance, truly feeling his own insignificance, as if it were dust. It was also the first time that Final Qian had an intuitive and sober perception of his mother's strength. He had seen the demon race in its true form. In that pavilion, he had seen the landlady, Granny Lu, in her true form. The eerie old tree that was hung with animal heads, some of which were already dry and pale, some of which were still dripping with blood, and the gusty wind that caused chills to stand up. Granny Lu gave him a feeling of danger and grotesqueness that made people want to run away when they looked at her. Later, he also saw the demonic body of Bane Do in its true form. It was the jagged figure of burning ominous flames, prostrate at the foot of the lofty mountain. With Granny Lu than that Bane Do, although it gave him enough sense of danger, but the slavishly curtsy look made him more or less look down on it. So when teaching the little golden fox the way of survival, he mentioned that he didn't need to be slavishly curtsy to anyone, any demon or any god. At the same time, he didn't even need to be to him. What he wanted was just pure respect. No need to express the respect that was hidden in his heart. Then later, he saw a beautiful snake in its true form. It was a snake hanging in the ear hole of a big fox. That snake's original form was a human head and snake's body. And he saw that the snake was also charming and tempting people to approach. But it was a pity that he had seen the princess's mother's stunning face. Demon clans are different in nature. Some will want to run away when they see it, some will feel contempt when they see it, and some will want to get close. But in front of the furry nun's true colors, those instants are just wonky and a bit pathetic. Under such heavy authority, Jin Xian only felt that although heaven and earth were big, there was nowhere to escape. He believed that the furry mother had tried her best to control her power so as not to hurt him. That's it. What a difference. I'll have to work harder in the future. Furry mother is so powerful that she has to go around visiting friends and relatives, so how horrible are those enemies that Sue will be facing? The world is a tough place. We should be self-reliant. Terminal Qian extended his spiritual tentacles and took the initiative to communicate with Fluffy Nymphet's original phase. He opened his eyes wide, letting go of all his senses to observe, to receive, all the Tao rules contained in this Tao essence. All sorts of strange noises began to surface, distorting his perceptions and hindering his understanding of the Tao. The figure was beginning to look unfamiliar, and he knew that it was the furry mother before him, but he was surprised that he didn't recognize the furry mothers anymore. Final Chen did not panic, Shen Zhonyang told him, expanding the demon body of the original phase of the time. Do not need to think about anything, do not need to care about anything, let go of everything, boldly will be all the top down. At least, for once, he could care less about anything, because it was his own mother he was topping. Mother is not going to hurt him. With absolute trust, there was a drawing board in Xing Qian's consciousness that was frantically painting. Twisted lines are directly recorded, faceted distortions implying crises of all sorts, implying forms originating from the Tao, where danger and treachery converge to fill ominous notes and lineaments. Raw, horrifying, chaotic, possessing no meaning and full of all meaning, the horrifying noise tore at everything, making the distortions more twisted, making the madness more insane, disrupting everything and bringing order back to chaos. The person who painted this picture seems to have gone mad and has completely forgotten himself. He gave himself up completely to the treacherous madness, accepting all the scrutiny of the madness, letting him pass through his body, letting him contaminate everything about him. However, when that painting gradually complete moment, disorderly chaos actually also orderly, those messy lines, crazy colors, finally even painted into a clear, vivid, full of love white fox. It was a white fox radiating a holy light, and she gazed lovingly at her child, blessing him with a long and joyful life of everlasting karmic bliss. Consciousness returns to chaos. When the last stroke fell, Final Dry collapsed. The body was cracked everywhere and looked horrible. I thought you said it was fine. At this moment Scourge Central tore Tatsujiu's heart. The only thing holding her back from doing so was the fact that she knew Tatsujiu wouldn't have the heart to harm his child. Chenjiu's scalp was also numb as he looked at the tiny figure that had fallen miserably, his entire body covered in Dao injuries. How could this be? How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Shinjo, you come out, you take a quick look. Scourge Central noticed Tatsuya's abnormality. What's wrong with this guy? Could it be that the one who taught his son the arts was not Tatsujo, but that split Tatsu 7? So is it possible for Tatsuki to harm her own son? For a moment, Scourge Central thought of many things. Blaming herself and regretting was redundant at the moment. She had to figure out what was going on and get the baby back. Once again, he suppressed the urge to tear the black fox in front of him apart. Just then, the aura on Chenjiu's body suddenly changed. The fox was still the same fox, but whether it was the aura or something else, it gave her an indescribable unfamiliar feeling, as if it had been taken. At this moment, Scourge Central was truly a bit unable to hold back, wanting to tear this guy with the unfamiliar scent. It's not too bad. This time with a single word, Scourge Central's sanity regained support. There's no danger? There is, but it gets through. Say how. The 8 black fox tails spread out, using themselves as a formation to draw the spiritual veins of the 6 and 8 directions toward them. On the cloud boat, the aura transformed into rain, and the precious light Huajia,
As far as his eyes could see, the little fox still seemed to be dead and collapsed there, but judging from the speed at which the aura was disappearing, at this moment, the aura was being madly swallowed. Seeing that this method worked, Black Fox spoke. "I should apologize, this time it was my problem." I told him that he didn't need to be afraid, to let go of his mind and body to topple your true nature, because you or her mother wouldn't harm him, but I didn't expect him to let go so completely, to let go of his spiritual senses, to let go of all of them. Went too far and was tainted by the divinity of the Tao itself. Scourge Central observed the black fox in front of her that gave her a great sense of strangeness. Looking again at the Tao injuries on the eldest child, he was indeed recovering, but the recovery was too slow. "I knew you were unreliable, but I couldn't imagine that you were so unreliable. Since you admit that it's your problem, then it's up to you to solve the problem. Of course, if there's anything you need from me, I won't push back, just order me directly." "Well, don't worry, big deal. I'll break another tail and make sure I can save it." Hearing this, White Fox's wrinkled brows finally loosened. A broken tail can be saved and she can be broken. For how long? 100 days or so. 100 days or so, that just happens to be back in the land of Arisu. Scourge's mind was a little more at ease. "I suggest you hurry up. If my mother sees you, you won't be able to avoid a beating." Black Fox. Being tainted by divinity is a bad thing, but there are also good things. The little monster's topography down to the view map has already reached the extreme of what he can reach, which is beneficial to his cultivation. Scourge Central was unconcerned about this. "You can tell the little monster when he wakes up. He might be happy, but I won't be." The Black Fox was silent again. In the silence, a small tree slowly topped out with new branches. The uselessness of the broken mirror is thus broken. The usefulness is still there. The companion spirit breaks through the bottleneck brought about by the host and is able to grow taller and stronger. 29 Chapter 29 Who's the Boss? Request for follow-up reading. Ultimate Shin feels that this sleep has been a long, long time, and has had a long, long dream. In his dreams, the furry mother was always with him. He was sprawled out on his furry mother's flashy blanket, motionless as if dead. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met a pair of huge eyes. The huge black dog's head startled Final Dry. Who's the boss? Characters are correctly accented, and for the first time in the world, Jinshen heard the Chinese language. A flash of coldness rushed into his brain, instantly awakening what was still a muddled consciousness. Within 0.01 seconds, it was conjured up that he had revealed his secret by talking in his sleep, then never slept again from now on, stared at a pair of copperbell eyes all day long, and ended up in a wheelchair, being destroyed by a small human Taoist priest. Another association at 0.2 seconds. Since then he preached that he was good at killing people in their sleep and that no one was allowed to enter his room while he slept, and eventually suffered a head cold due to mental stress at the age of 66,000 years, sadly. The plasmic walls of restless brain cells twisted and clutched their heads as they patched up the miserable downfall of the Lord of the Worlds, only to be soothed by the fear of the brain cells that emanated a glow of wisdom and calmness in their dominion over all. A monolith of sanity breaks straight through the sky and stands in front of billions and billions of brain cells. Only a few lines of large letters were written on it with a pen that was as steady as a mountain. The one who asked him was Tatsuo's mother. In this world, there is such a thing as reincarnation. Reincarnation in this world is justified. The nine-tailed foxes are not shy about reincarnation. Steady, it's not a big deal. So, what's next? Play dumb, or showdown? Playing a complete fool wasn't advisable. It would only pique the curiosity of the three powerful matrons. A complete showdown is not advisable either, and that would reveal that all along he's been acting. Even if the nine-tailed fox wasn't shy about reincarnation, there was still a difference between a child who carried full memories of who he or she had been and a child who only remembered some of it and only identified with who they were in the moment. Boss. Terminal Chen repeated the word with a straight face. The spirit tentacle probed forward, but the black fox lady ducked. Then Jianzhuang clearly felt that pair of eyes and softened and took the initiative to establish a connection with him. The one just now was Qin. She was inconveniently in contact with your spirit body because she had too much contamination from the ancient gods on her body from practicing the human cultivation method. Final dryness drifted off, and he finally understood why the black fox mother had refused his communication on those several occasions. Just then I heard Tetsuji Unyori ask, "Tell me about that boss. Who is the boss? Is he your enemy?" Terminal Qian's expression became odd. "Oh boss, how should he explain it? A man who pays himself. Also the livestock that tweets him in the wee hours of the middle of the night to get him to cloud overtime. He loved his boss every paycheck, but that glimmer of love could only live past 0.1 seconds. After all, the next instant heard was the howl that seemed like a giant baby. Every word gulped out of that big mouth was a civilized word, but even in everything it was less civilized and less polite. I think I had a long dream, but I don't remember it now." "That's a good one, I'll take you back to that dream." Final Dry? Jianzhuang felt his body lighten, and his consciousness was pulled into a huge void. Terminal Qian's heartbeat stopped for several beats at this moment. Too bad? Final Qian surveyed the surroundings. The blackness was visible to the naked eye. It was a strange sensation, as if looking at shadows in the sunlight, but there was not a trace of light here. There was only pitch blackness, but the blackness had a shape.
This kind of feeling Jinshan had experienced before, when he saw that dragon egg, where the information did not spread as light, like pure information.
Yeah, how come there's nothing? Terminal Chan looked at the black fox beside him.
It's well known that black dogs can't be seen when they hide in the dark. But, at the moment, he clearly discerned the line between the two blacks and saw his black fox mother in a non-sighted perspective.
Chinjiu, to enter my son's consciousness, do you have my consent?
The darkness instantly turned white, and the giant white fox's true form was reflected in this part of the world. Two eyes that seemed like blood suns looked down on the intruders who had broken into this world. Terminal Qian suddenly understood what this black was. This black was the shadow of the furry mother.
And Mother Fluffy's here too?
Terminal Qian was a bit flustered. A twig drilled out from the heart.
There seems to be a sense of the underworld.
As soon as he raised his head, Final Qian suddenly saw that behind Fluffy Mother's back, there was standing a deep pallor.
That's a tree. A giant tree with many branches and leaves that shrouded the sky. This is the companion spirit item S divine ability, shadows the sky?
The undulating mind was suddenly steady. He is also my son. Well.
Okay, don't come just. Final Chan only felt a flash before his eyes, and he was back on the cloud boat. Awake? The clouds rolled over, and a white fox hurriedly landed beside Final Qian.
Seeing his own mother coming, Black Fox, who had just been reprimanded, was a bit weak and took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm also heartbroken for my child and want to know who that boss is so that I can help our child get out of anger.
White Fox's expression was stunned, suddenly serious. What have you done? Black Fox froze. You don't know? What should I know?
The scene was suddenly silent. Nothing, it just occurred to me that Aoshi wanted to see me about something, so I'll go and come back.
With that, the black shadow disappeared with a whoosh. Disappeared. The white fox understood after a little thought. She entered your consciousness? Terminal Qian was also confused. Furry mother didn't know? And who is that in his consciousness? Terminal Qian suddenly had a creepy feeling. It's hard to believe that his topiary of the present is alive?
Thinking of the black fox mother observing herself to observe a morning 7, he observes the furry mother, will not give himself an additional mother to observe, right?
This practice method is a bit evil.
If it weren't for the fact that she gave you a tail, I'd blow her off right now.
What's the result?
Who is the boss, who also dares to bully my cub? Scourge Central looked at his waif who had been a little giggly since he woke up and was a little worried for a moment.
Terminal Chan returned to his senses and looked in the direction where the black fox mother had fled. That's a pretty quick escape. Boss, is the guy who docked my pay, wages?
Well, I had a dream where I was working as a laborer for a large family.
The supervisor's name is Boss.
The forehead was lightly licked, and the already neat fur was licked even more neatly by the furry mother. Comforting, so it's a dream, don't worry, this palace has quite a family capital, you don't need to do labor but also have endless money to spend, don't need to care about that boss. Jinshan felt that his traumatized mind had been healed.
Enjoyed a little peace and quiet. Terminal Qian's thoughts moved. Auntie, how long have I been asleep? It wasn't long, just 97 days. How much? Final dry hole person Nama, 97 days.
In this golden period of time, he even slept for 97 days.
Geez, how much can other babies do in those 97 days?
I'm afraid the slight advantage he'd built up earlier had been reversed. No, how can anyone sleep for 97 days?
It's a dream. It must be a dream. Damn nightmares, how dare you break my Tao? Splat.
A slap to the face, wake thee up. It hurt, but it didn't wake up.
This dream is quite persistent? White Fox, what are you hitting yourself for?
Vaguely, Jinshan sensed that this might not be a dream, but he didn't want to accept it.
97 days. How hard he would have to work to make up those 97 days.
If you don't roll over those competitors now, you're going to be rolled over by them in the future. Terminal Chan looked ahead with empty eyes, as if he had already seen countless babies crawling in front of him, so distant that he could no longer see their taillights. It's fine, it's just that Ama is too good to me, and the child feels a little bit unreal, it feels like he's dreaming.
Silly kids. That's right, this palace thought that with your nature you were absolutely unwilling to spend these days in vain, so this palace let Qingshi and Shenzhou take turns to open the spirit gathering formation for you. Look, this is the divine dew that has been accumulated during this period of time.
A huge ball of water appeared at the fingertips of the furry mother.
Strong vitality poured out, refreshing Final Qian.
The emptiness in Jinshan's eyes refocused, igniting a new light of hope.
He didn't run on empty these 97 days. He has not been thrown off. The advantage is mine.
30 Chapter 30 Expulsion from Motherhood.
Requests for readings. Auntie, I love you.
A change in the shyness of the past, the final dry rare personified tightly embraced their furry mother. Joy also appeared on Woeful Central's face. That's actually part of it, you have a Tao injury on your body, and there are more than 30 days of spiritual liquid that have been used to repair yourself, or else it's more.
Final Qian's eyes brightened even more, mother understood him.
The deep mother and son love impacted the heart of the final dry, so that his nose is slightly sour, his eyes actually some crystal, but he did not cry, he is already full of 200 days of big children, cannot cry.
With a mother like this, what can a breast son ask for? Auntie, use it to mend yourself. Woeful Central was slightly surprised. All for this palace? Aha. Better save some for your little followers. The water balloon split in two. Well, listen to mother, but you don't have to take too much. If you take too much you'll fall into a deep sleep, and that will empty a lot of time. Another fist-sized small water ball was separated from the large water ball, but that half of the large water ball did not merge, but was given together to Final Qian. Terminal Qian playfully opened his spirit body tentacles and narrowly undertook it. Then give this to that black fox. She broke a tail too and that one is for you. Terminal Qian's expression was stunned as he touched the small gourd at his waist. He realized that this gourd was transformed by the black fox mother's tail. For a moment, he was flattered. How important the tail was to the nine-tailed fox was clear to him now. A tail that takes 1,000 years to grow. Extracting the avatar also involves encountering a thunderbolt. After becoming a heavenly fox, the severed tail could still be transformed into a magic treasure, and his obscure eye was the tail of his furry mother. That deep motherly love made him completely accept who he was now, accepting that he was a little white fox, and accepting his furry mother who was not human but more human than human. Now, he is actually favored by another elder. He really didn't know what to say. It's too expensive. Why? To recognize this palace's cub as her godson, she naturally has to pay more. Scourge Central responded rightfully, but in order to avoid ambiguity, explained again, this is her voluntary. Besides, this tail has been abolished. The original divine ability hurt the Tao Foundation, transformed out of the magic treasure and is a consumable, early break early grow, but she can give you the tail, is also a rare heart, you have to remember. Aha! The child always remembers. Hearing this, Scourge Central's heart tasted a little more. It doesn't have to be forever, just remember it once in a while. Well, send this over quickly in case the palace regrets it, thinking that she caused you to come close to being robbed, and the palace is less inclined to give it to her. Final Qian's thoughts turned, thinking of the one he had viewed in his consciousness, the mother's original form that might have been alive. If Mother Fluffy knew, I'm afraid that she would immediately withhold this spiritual liquid. Should we talk to Mother first? Forget it, let's give it to Mother Tatsuo first. Until the Hyrule Chi and the immortal beheading gourd was used up, this gourd was his biggest card. Nine-tailed Sky Fox's tail transformed into a consumable. I'm afraid it's a heavy treasure that can hurt even my mother. In addition, Mother Tatsujio had the grace of preaching to him, even if is not so reliable. Final dry farted and held up the spirit liquid that looked like a Yuan Chi bomb to seek out Mother Black Fox. The life force escaping from the spiritual liquid affected the surrounding hull, as if it was a huge light bulb that shone brightly wherever it went, only to see the right hand gripping tightly on the left hand of Sister Ruigo frantically swallowing her saliva. Why don't I share some of it with you? Remnanko shook his head with difficulty. This is for the Cinnabar 9 heavenly foxes. I wouldn't dare to cut them off. They'll be chopped up and burned for firewood. Mother Tatsujiu is not that ferocious. It's more like my own mother. Ru's little appearance was too pitiful, and Jianzhuang divided half of the spirit liquid that was distributed to the little fox. Little gold can't eat that much, these are for you. A residual shadow scraped by, and the separated spirit liquid instantly disappeared from Final Qian's hand. A mouthful of swallowed remnant of goo still eyeing the other small half. More, that little guy can't eat so much, give me the rest as well. Final Qian received the spirit liquid behind his back. Xiao Jin is now growing her body. You as an elder can't grab nutrition from her. Remnantko's eyes were slightly lost, but that voice of elder she was very flattered. Her fingers fanned out. Go. The Qinjiatian fox is at the stern of the ship. She seems to be hesitating to abandon the ship and run away, so go quickly. If you are late, you won't be able to see it. Final dry? Good man, you're running away from trouble, aren't you? That's not good. He had only taken the first step on his long road of cultivation. Terminal Qian's whole body exerted force and rolled a wind, violently scraping towards the stern of the ship. Mother Tatsujiu, this is from my auntie. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it urgent sound waves. This anxious, finally dry out an incomparably smooth, and extremely complete sentence. For me? The black fox stared suspiciously at the mass of spiritual liquid. She had been craving for this for a long time, but Bastard Central insisted that she should show it to the little one before she could do so. She didn't know what there was to see, she just thought it was perfunctory. Now it was half of it that had been given to her, which she hadn't expected. One for me alone? No lapis lazuli? Terminally dry brain jam. Ah, he's got a godmother. What about this? Spiritual tentacles probe out and establish contact. A few paragraphs now and then were fine. This long string of conversations he struggled with, not as convenient as spirit communication. Both you and Mother are injured with broken tails, so you may first, and then Mother Greenstone later. Terminal Chen Yu added, take it first. I haven't told my mother that I have an extra mother in my head. Hearing this, the doubts in Chen Jiu's heart instantly subsided, swallowing the entire ball of spiritual liquid in one bite. A motion picture of Connor eating a robin flashed through Terminal Qian's mind. It's just so graphic that Terminator couldn't understand how that mouth suddenly got several times bigger. Maybe it's the fact that the mamas were already big and now they're just shrunken?
Jinshan thought of the giant fox with the ear holes wrapped around the snake like a small mountain that he had seen in the Pure Fox Ridge.
Everything makes sense now. Well, it's still you kid who has filial piety. Let mother hug you. After hugging mother is leaving, the next time we meet we don't know when, mother will miss you. Final dry?
Not waiting for the final dry reaction, he was picked up by a hand, buried deeply into the heart, a burst of rare and incense after several mouths.
Boom!
The black fox mother in front of her eyes transformed into a rising cloud of gas, merged into the sea of clouds, and disappeared.
Terminal Qian froze. True. Really run away?
I know you're tempted to run, but don't run yet.
What will I do if you run away? Who's going to guide me in my practice next? Aha.
At this moment, Qing Qian's heart was broken. The cunning black fox had just run away when the white fox mother arrived.
What's going on? Running so fast, did you break into something I don't know about? Jinshan opened his mouth, ABA did not know what to say.
If he had known, he would have told Mother Fluffy first and asked Mother Fluffy to suppress Mother Black Fox here. I seem to know why Mother Tatsujiu ran. After a long time, Terminator Abba finally managed to get things off his chest.
Mother Fluffy's face suddenly darkened.
The demonic aura rushed into the sky, and the sharp aura that rushed into the sky tore through the entire sea of clouds in the sky as far as the eye could see. A gnashing voice echoed in this part of the heavens and earth, Chenjiu.
You think you can run away? The black fox's figure didn't reveal itself after the clouds swept empty, and really let her get away. A mother, Tatsujiu mother she didn't mean it either. She's not your mother. Final dry?
Good lord, black fox mothers expelled from mothers can still be good.
3 seconds of silence for the black fox mother. Auntie, what about my child's cultivation? Scourge Central wanted to say something. She was now extremely disapproving of continuing the practice.
Besides, it's almost time to arrive in Orissa Kingdom. Wait for your grandmother to decide, don't meditate on it these days, see what your grandmother says first. Terminal Qian's heart was so complicated for a while.
Could it be that he could only lie flat and be naturally invincible after lying for tens of thousands of years? But by that time the food will be cold.
At the very least, there's the country of Sulan that's probably gone. If it had been worse, the furry mother could have been lost.
So, how many days left? 3 days, maybe, a day if it's quick. Final Chan forced a smile, thinking of his grandmother, he couldn't help but ask. What is the grandmother's old man like? What do I need to pay attention to when I see her? What etiquette do I need to observe? No need, seeing you makes her happy.
The more woeful Central thought about it, the more angry he became. No, I have to get her back. 31 Chapter 31, The Growth of His Own Brother, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Information on Daozi's physical examination, body, spirit, both increased by 1 point.
1213.
The little tree pulls up a knot and produces 3 more branches and 36 leaves, doubling the total number of leaves, lifting it from 36 to 72.
However, the natural output is still 1 drop of spirit liquid per day. What to say?
If it wasn't for Fluffy's mother being resourceful enough, the 97 days of slumbering in the past would have been a real loss.
The biggest takeaway, though, would be, Terminator closed his eyes.
A sea of clouds rolled in and out of consciousness, and as far as the eye could see, it was white. There were no shadows, no great trees that shrouded the world, only a whiteness. Looking down at himself, the snow-white fox paws were slightly clumsy, but they allowed Final Chen to feel at ease. He actually dreaded the sight of his other self in short sleeves and sandals. He remembered his last outfit like that.
It was summer, in the middle of an afternoon.
He was afraid of exposing traces that were not of this world. At the same time, he felt a slight sense of regret and nostalgia for not seeing the man he once was. He was still the man he once was. He wasn't quite the man he once was. But such a change he did not resist. Though this world made him feel fear, the terrifying presence that burst his eyes with just one look was so mild in his past world. There must be many more terrifying existences like that in this world, and he was going to experience a tragedy if he didn't pay the slightest attention. But then there's Mother Furry. Furry Mother will protect him, and he has to grow up fast enough to guard Furry Mother before a disaster arises that Furry Mother can't protect him from.
Are you there? Terminal Chan opened his mouth to the white mist.
Even though his Furry Mother told him not to observe, he couldn't help but come in and take a look. There was another consciousness in his own head.
This is certainly very dangerous for people with secrets.
He'd have to come in first and assess the risk and then think of a way to address it.
I don't know what to call you. Mother?
Clouds rolled and gathered into a canopy, and a snowy pallor enveloped the entire world. Terminal Chan raised his head to look. 2 rounds of scarlet eyes gazed at him from 2 huge cracks that opened and closed. Terminal Chan felt the hairs on his forehead being gently licked, and his consciousness instantly woke up and returned to his body.
What summoned this court? The white fox looked at his cubs.
Her cubs were blinking their big, not-so-bright clueless eyes.
Auntie, did you hear me calling you?
At this moment, the white fox suddenly thought of a lot. His own cub will not cultivate the human cultivation method to cultivate themselves stupid, right? Auntie, how did I call you? I mean by opening my mouth and making a sound, or something else. Did I have my spiritual tentacles extended out?
That was a good question for White Fox to ask. She chased it around and came back when she didn't find it.
She had just returned when she heard her cubs calling her.
Woeful Central fought back.
It wasn't a voice, and the spirit tentacles didn't reach out to her, so how did?
Communicate? Divine prayer?
Scourge Central suddenly thought of the way the incense god communicated with the believers. But she was not the god of incense and fire, and without the golden body of the god of incense and fire, she could not, by definition, hear the prayer. A large and a small two white fox big eyes staring at small eyes after a long time, the big expression gradually serious, you just observed? At this instant, Zhuang felt as if his heart had been clenched. The intimidating pressure that his furry mother brought to bear on him made breathing difficult.
It's over, caught in the act.
Mama had just explained on the front foot that he should not visualize, and he had agreed to do so. On the back foot he observed.
Terminal Qian swallowed his mouth with difficulty, and today, he will not be beaten fat, right?
Just when Terminal Chen thought that he was about to be fatally beaten, the aura on the furry mother's body loosened.
You're a bad boy. Auntie, I was wrong.
If you want to visualize, then visualize, and continue to call out to the palace in your mind, without making it impossible for you to stop.
Final dry?
For balls of silver white fox fire with substance rose under the feet of the furry mother, and with a single step, they disappeared.
I have to say, that's a cool move. So, start observing now?
Ultimate Qian closed his eyes and contemplated his furry mother.
Mother? No response. Terminal Chen opened his eyes after calling out a few more times and getting no response. On the jade platform, Boat Spirit had appeared by his side at some point.
The message was delivered. The mother told me to tell you that she hears you. Don't stop, keep calling out to her.
The corners of Terminal Qian's mouth twitched and he closed his eyes once again.
A sound of mother was like a tadpole that couldn't find its child, a sound that rang out in the world of Terminal Qian's consciousness.
This shout was a sunset and a sunrise. Okay, you can stop now. Jian Qian was shaken awake by the boat spirit.
The Empress has returned to the kingdom of Arisu, and for 160,000 miles the Empress can hear your call, but is unable to respond to you. Final Chen glanced at the dawn outside. It was still early until the hour when Fluffy Mother set off, so how fast was Fluffy Mother's speed?
160,000 miles ah. Is this anti-full speed? Terminal Qian couldn't help but ask.
I don't know if the Empress has any divine abilities related to speed.
Didn't get an answer, but this has been awesome.
The boat spirit gave a beat and seemed to receive new information. The Empress said that she will first take care of some things and will be back before nightfall.
Terminal Qian nodded his head. Soon the expression was odd again. What's the point of coming back? It's not good to go all the way back and wait? Boat spirit spread his hands. I can't take the initiative to contact the Empress. Why don't you ask? Terminal Qian blinked.
Good lord, he and boat spirit were actually both single-line transmissions.
Closing his eyes, Terminal Qian once again went into think mother mode and communicated his thoughts. Open your eyes.
Boat spirit replied back. The Empress said that she would take you into the city, so that the demon race in the Arisa kingdom as well as the human cultivators would know that you are her cub.
Terminal Qian's heart suddenly warmed.
You. After not seeing him for nearly 100 days, the little golden fox had grown even stronger. Tiger head and tiger brain, a radiant golden fur already has a few moments of anti-amazing gold's majesty.
Terminal Qian raised his fox paw and clenched it into a fox fist.
The little golden fox had long been accustomed to such greetings, and had also hooked his own paw into a fox fist, and his fists touched in greeting.
Terminal Qian spirit body tentacle communication small golden fox, long time no see ah brother, I slumber this time you have not been lazy?
Little golden fox's spirit tentacle made contact with Terminal Qian's spirit tentacle.
For a while, Final Dry received the daily routine of the little golden fox during the time he was asleep.
Eat, sleep, take elixir, sleep, 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 wake up, eat, take elixir, sleep, sleep. Terminal Chen was a little surprised. It turned out that during the time he was asleep the little golden fox also slept through most of the time. Whenever the little golden fox woke up Mother Fluffy would give him a portion of spirit liquid.
That's great, looks like you haven't slacked off either, keep it up.
You. The little golden fox bared his back, showing off his already grown back.
It also conveys the inquiry of do you still use it? Terminal Qian's heart warmed again.
What made him accept this world was not only the affection that his furry mother made him feel, but also this blazing brotherhood.
Yo?
No need, I've already passed through that learning stage. There are still many unknown perils in the human cultivation method. I'll help you explore the path first, and then I'll pass it on to you when the time is ripe. You. The silver white flames burst into flames. 2 clusters of fox fire with a solid body appeared in front of the little golden fox.
You've got your manhood all of a sudden.
The instant that Final Dry saw the 2 fox fires, the entire fox froze, and the urgency of a tsunami caressing his top suddenly slapped him on the beach.
Gammo! 2 fox fires? He was only able to have 1. Little gold fox has caught up with him?
It would be more or less a loss of face for a big brother to be overtaken by his little brother.
He'll have to work harder to do that. 32 Chapter 32 Please teach me, sister. Requests for readings. You're doing well, you're making great progress, keep it up.
You.
The little golden fox was incredibly happy. Terminal Qian turned around and quietly summoned his foxfire.
A silver-white flame with substance burned steadily in front of Terminal Qian.
Next, try a second one.
When the second foxfire ignited and the first one didn't disappear, the sense of urgency in Xingqian's heart was half dispersed.
Oh, so he can summon a second foxfire too.
It's great that the advantage remains with him. Third Regiment. When the third foxfire appeared, the first one summoned first went out.
Not much of a problem either, the advantage remains with him.
Yo? The little golden fox poked his head out curiously, curious as to what his big brother was sneaking around doing. The moment he saw the two foxfires, his expression didn't change for a second. If she could summon two foxfires, surely her big brother could have summoned two long ago. Realizing that the little golden fox was peeking, the white fox grinned. Brother, I can only summon two as well, let's compare and see who can summon a third first. You! The excited little golden fox wagged his big fluffy tail cheerfully, which whirred as if it were a fan and could fan. Zhou Ling looked at this pair of good brothers with some envy. There was a time when she too ran day and night for cultivation, looking for any opportunity to become stronger. Pity! This vocabulary is finally drying up to understand.
The spirit tentacle wrapped around it. What's the pity? Too bad I can't get any stronger now.
Jian Zhuang felt Boat Spirit's despondency. He remembered that Boat Spirit had said that her Dao foundation had been destroyed and that she was no longer able to cultivate.
You don't have to be sad, Sister Ruigo, I'll.
Sister didn't feel sad. Just don't need to cultivate to have the power that can't be obtained even after thousands of years of hard cultivation in the past.
Alas! This is really decadent. Final dry? Is this the word of a man? Ah, she's not a human being. There's something going on there, too. It hurt his feelings.
When he heard the first half of the sentence, he still wanted to comfort, who knew that the latter was actually Versailles.
True TM. Final Qian inwardly moved. Perhaps Sister Rouge was just comforting him? In fact, she's really quite distressed inside? Final Qian asked tentatively, then if there is a way in the future for you to break away from this cloud boat and regain your Dao foundation, so that you can continue your cultivation, then does Sister choose to stay in the cloud boat or set foot on the path of cultivation again? Without thinking, Ruobo directly replied, stay in the cloud boat.
She really didn't hesitate at all, and answered quite dryly, quite openly.
Why?
My crude qualifications can't catch up with your mother's in case, how comfortable it is to stay by your mother's side.
It's a very clear idea. And what if I give you qualifications far beyond my mother's? That kind of thing can't be there, the queen is invincible. That's ing horse.
Terminal Qian looked at his recognized sister with a face of contempt. My mother is not here, no need to be so dogged.
Boat Spirit just gazed at Final Dryer, saying nothing and seeming to say everything. Jian Shen guessed that she should be afraid of being snitched?
Sheesh, even though he could always contact the furry mother, but was he not that kind of person? Little Jean, you can't learn from someone, if you learn from her, you're wasted, your future is gone. You! Let's go find Mother Qingshi, have a meal first, and start cultivating once we're full. You! A white and a gold figure wiggled their big furry butts and left, leaving behind the muttering Boat Spirit. Why stand when you can lie down? How could a little thing like you understand the advantages of lying flat? Still Yana. The energy didn't bother her though. On the contrary, she looked favorably on the hustle. She looked forward to the little one in front of her surpassing his mother and becoming an even greater being. That way, she could lie more comfortably. Better yet, every generation of foxes is so out of touch. Then the mother passes on to the son, and the son passes on to the son, and so on and so on. Ah, your own retirement is looking more and more promising yet. The Boat Spirit disappeared into place, and when she reappeared she had caught up with the two little foxes. This wasn't some spell, this boat was her body. She could appear anywhere she wanted. Of course, this is only theoretical. Like those heavenly foxes' residents, without receiving a summons, if she was given 8 guts, she wouldn't dare to wander around.
How is your mastery of the clerical arm I taught you? Doesn't that technique form and then you don't have to worry about it? Who said that? It's true that no one told him that. Final Qian was moved inwardly and said in surprise, there are other uses for this technique?
Of course, this art can restrain the sky and lock the earth when it is accomplished.
Final Qian then quietly looked at a certain heifer flying in the sky.
Boat Spirit's momentum suddenly also not so full, added, theoretically, it can be done, of course, want to cultivate to that level is somewhat difficult, at present no one can do, but detain the soul of the repatriation of generals, sealing a mountainous and wild elves and monsters will not have any problem, and this art through the metaphysical, and can even be created out of thin air, pen, and ink, will be derived from the mountains and rivers of the borderless, a little bit of the pen, can, be live painting people. Final Qian stopped his footsteps, and the essence in his eyes flourished. Please, sister, teach me. Oh, now you know to call your sister? Brother has always had a call. Heh, why didn't I hear that? Because it's in the heart. Ask Jean if you don't believe me. I once told him that respect has to be kept in the heart, and only respect kept in the heart is real. Final Qian's gaze was crystal clear, staring with a pair of cunning fox eyes and a sincere face. The little golden fox on the side was like a comic relief, nodding his head vigorously.
Boatling just smiled back. With a handful of fingers, he suddenly became mercenary. That spiritual liquid is also greatly beneficial to sister. Spirit liquid. By the way, where is his spirit liquid? Final Qian suddenly remembered that he hadn't given the little golden fox spiritual liquid yet. Even though this guy hadn't been lacking, he wasn't bad either. Terminator began to reminisce. Mother came after Auntie Tetsuji took away her share of the spirit liquid. The massive spiritual liquid was still there then. Ah yes, Auntie Tetsuji hugged him when she was still Tetsuji's mother. That massive spirit liquid seems to dislike the black fox's body directly, breaking the case. But that's okay, he still has 72 drops left. Final Qian thought, 36 drops melted into a small ball of water, and directly divided all of them. The boat spirit and the little golden fox each share a large drop. Can we talk now? Watching boat spirit swallowing the spirit liquid with a face full of joy, Qing Qian consciously shielded the woozy sounds emanating from that small mouth. He didn't know how much benefit the spirit liquid could bring to boat spirit, anyway, he felt quite exaggerated just by looking at it. Even, Final Qian suspected that this sister was deliberately making this sound as a way to test her obedience on him, making this sound whenever she gained the spirit liquid, and if he was addicted to it he would be induced to give it all the time. But, isn't she afraid to die? If her mother knows her little mind. Oh, she is her mother's magic weapon, maybe her mother already knows her little mind is simply to order more spiritual liquid and nothing else. That's why she's so indulged. Or maybe she knows it doesn't affect him, so she just doesn't suppress herself and is honestly herself. Ultimate Qian has always been unafraid to speculate on others with the worst possible intentions. Thoughts swirled around inside his head and he bounced off. After boat spirit's joy, he said instead of answering, "Where are you at in your cultivation? Can you successfully visualize?" Shi Chen does not know if his mode of thinking about his mother counts as successful contemplation, but Auntie Qinzhou did not say that it does not count, so it counts, right? Not bad. Final Chen wasn't sure if boat spirit had understood the hardiness of it, so he saw boat spirit nod. "Then I will teach you when you can condense 4 clusters of fox flame. That was researched by a human cultivator amongst my several masters, and it will require the use of human means. So the conditions for learning are practicing the human cultivation method plus mastering the 4 foxfires. Mastery of 4 foxfires should be considered a unit of measurement for spiritual strength?" Zhongqian suddenly recalled the furry mother brought him that night to sneak in the dark night. Where the furry mother went, the 2 sides of that road will light up symmetrical foxfire, as if neat street lamps. Well, that day can't be too far away. The little golden fox came over, expressing curiosity and a willingness to learn. Terminal Qian naturally would not hide anything from his own follower, but the final interpretation of this Tao law was not his in the end. Can you teach her? Yes, as long as she can learn. 33 Chapter 33, Lord of the Kingdom of Arisu, Request for Follow-up Reading. Humans and demons are hostile to each other in most areas. There are many reasons for this. There are those who miss the ancient heavenly court, those who hate the new heavenly court of the human race, and there are some private grudges. The egg that was just laid is lost, and it turns out to be found in the pot of the human race, or the husband is lost on the day of the wedding, and when it is found he cries out that I want see out sing, and that he is dead set on getting out of the marriage with the bride. The brutal and bloody, the helpless and mournful, and the wacky and funny. Humans and demons are like incompatible ice and fire. But there is one exception, the land of Arisu. Not only are demons welcome here but people as well. The country of Arisu has a vast territory, with 4 domains, namely, Tianshan, Fox Raccoon, Funko, and Tianho, and the 4 domains are governed by the land of the mountain god, Hibo, who supplies the country of Arisu with all kinds of food crops. There is the state of Su, where the lord of the state resides, the palace of Minjusu. The white light fell beyond the beaded curtain and gathered into an 8-tailed white fox. Inside the beaded curtain, a white jade flawless woman lay across the wooden bed split from the wood of a great tsubaki. Since the bead curtain outside to see, the wooden bed is before, but the woman overlapping, see the dizzying, only one look up, that heavy shadow will be divided, like a series of framed silhouettes on the projection film. Scourge looked at his mother and then at the bed made of the wood of the great tsubaki. The divine tree, the great tsubaki, has the ability to flow through the ages. For the short-lived species, touching it is death, but for the long-lived species that need to live for a long time to grow into a long-lived species, this is a supreme treasure. It's just a pity that the big tsubaki had already run off somewhere because there were too many people cutting him down. The overlapping images suddenly became certain, and the remnants were all in one place. A jade face that was foxy but had endless majesty surfaced with anger. She looked at her third daughter who had a silly look on her face who didn't know what she was thinking about. "Why is your tail broken?" The lord of the kingdom of Orissa looked at his daughter like an unusual mother looking at her stupid child who had gone out for a day of poking around and came back to injure herself. "Auntie, I'm a mother." The lord of the land froze. A snow-white hair fluttered up, and many emotions of surprise, complexity, incomprehension, and sadness gradually appeared in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, words of reproach and reprimand and questioning were on his lips, but in the end he swallowed them back. "Oh, that's quite a surprise." Knowing that his mother had misunderstood, Scourge Central hurriedly explained his situation.
After hearing that there was no husband and that the child was conceived in the sense of heaven, the sorrow in the eyes of the lord of the kingdom of Orissa became more and more intense.
However, upon hearing about the innate Tao body, that trace of sorrow finally dispersed completely.
Scared her, she thought that wild father did not want to be this father, his own daughter can only
cough. Where's the baby? Still on the road. What does that have to do with you breaking your tail?
Scourge Central again told the story of the little cub who looked at the sun and ended up being blinded by the ancient god's contamination. The kingdom lord of Orissa nodded appreciatively. Well, I can see that it's your pup.
Scourge Central?
You can't fight, not before you broke your tail, and even more so now.
Woeful Central changed the subject and told the highlights of his visit.
Beaded curtains separate and shield from divine contamination. Mother and daughter have been discussing for several teas in a row, discussing many matters large and small. The lord of the kingdom of Orissa took the path of the gods and molded a golden body in order to govern the kingdom of Orissa. There is no need to go to the court to report the situation of the land of the mountains, waters and rivers within the territory of the kingdom of Orissa, but only to pray to the lord of the kingdom on a regular basis to report the situation of the jurisdiction. However, this also made the lord of the kingdom of Orissa contaminated with too much refuted divine pollution, so he was unable to use his spiritual body to contact and deliver news. If one touches with a spiritual body, one has to bear the gaze of all the sealed gods of the kingdom of Orissa.
The danger of that kind of contamination was in no way weaker than any ancient god, if not more so.
The human cultivation method can be cultivated, and although the ancient god pollution is dangerous, it will be cleaned up after being struck by lightning a few times. Although the human Tao body can alleviate the immediate pressure, it will not be beneficial in the long run, according to you. Just try to transform that egg. It doesn't matter if it becomes a success or not, you'll be in charge of this matter. Since the human Tao body is inconvenient to reveal, he will need a cover if he wants to cultivate the human cultivation method. In addition, before he undergoes the thunder tribulation to transform into a normal form, he can't reveal his human body. This is also up to you.
Woeful Central listened attentively.
As for how a demon that doesn't need to take shape can take shape under witness, it's not difficult. Practicing the human cultivation method can also attract a thunderbolt, so let the little one take shape while experiencing the thunderbolt, and the heavens won't come down to announce that it's not a transformation thunderbolt anyway. As for the matter of the consciousness of your existence that he viewed,
the lord of the kingdom of Orissa paused for a moment and suddenly asked, what about that black fox?
Run. The beaded curtain was silent. The lord of the Orissa kingdom laughed lightly. She escaped quickly. It's not like I'm going to make things difficult for her, and I'm still planning on letting her cover for the little one. Chen Jiu herself practiced the human cultivation method, and this time she came out to sit with human cultivators, so it was indeed appropriate for her to be the cover for the little monster.
Woeful Central moved inwardly and took the initiative to propose, I also want to try out the human cultivation method, so let my daughter be the cover for this.
The lord of the land surveyed his daughter with slight surprise.
It's different when you have a baby. You're already aware of motherhood? Good, then it's up to you to run this too.
After the things that should be accounted for were accounted for, the country lord of Orissa kingdom beckoned, come in, I'll help you restore that tail. There are too many sights staring at Orissa kingdom right now, so I can't guarantee that there's madness. Scourge Central's eyes lit up, and he nonchalantly rushed right up to that bed. It was a bed she'd wanted to try for a long time.
Ready. Anything else you need to do?
Looking at his leaping daughter, the lord of the land smiled inwardly.
Still in such a hurry. It's unsteady even after you've had a baby.
Let's keep the cloud boat parked outside for now. 1,000 years will take 100 days, and in 100 days I'll let you bring a few human cultivators who are willing to travel far with the boat, at which time you'll all go around outside until you've taken care of that egg and come back.
Scourge Central's heart sank. That egg couldn't even be dealt with within Orissa. Was Orissa country already so unsafe nowadays?
It shouldn't take more than 100 days, 80 days is almost enough. White Fox had a smug look on his face. On a cloud boat in the sea of mist, Final Chen was busy collecting spirit liquid when the cloud boat, which was moving at full speed, suddenly stopped. Why did the cloud boat stop? The boat spirit that had already returned appeared in front of Final Chen, bowed to Green Fox, and spoke, Her Majesty's command. Her Majesty said to stop the boat for 80 days, and that she would return after 80 days.
Dry parking? Mama didn't say.
With Green Fox at his side, boat spirit was much more honest.
It's mostly uncooked, and when it's cooked, it should still be that way.
Then it's a dry stop. At the moment when he didn't have the strength and his mother wasn't around yet, Ultimate Chen wasn't going to wander around.
Mother Aoshi, let's continue.
The little tree once again burrowed through the heart. Such a bizarre scene seems to be seen only by him. Terminal Chen sat down on his knees and entered meditation. The little tree transforming the spirit liquid did not need him to manipulate it. Before he could only sleep while the little uncle was transforming the spirit liquid, but now he was able to utilize this time to start his own cultivation. As for the furry mother did not let him meditate. Furry mother did not change her words before she left. Let him meditate all the time, not a big problem.
80 days. It's a waste not to take advantage of it.
As for whether there will be a big problem because of this, the final dry feeling is not a big problem. The human cultivation method was originally accompanied by a variety of problems. There is no problem. How to solve the problem?
Auntie, can I start meditating now? If you can't, you can have Remninko interrupt me, and if you can, you don't have to get back to me.
Reasoning Terminator understood, but in the end he chose to follow his heart. The first beating of his life was not something he wanted to experience so early in his life.
Terminal Chan opened his eyes to glance at Boat Spirit. Boat Spirit laughed. The queen says you fix it, she can't control you anyway. Having said that, the final dry heart is greatly determined. Since Mistress Fluffy had said so, it meant that she had already gotten reliable information from the Lord of the Orisa Kingdom. It could be repaired, and there was not much of a problem. To the side, Green Fox yawned. She was a little curious as to what Scourge Central was going to do with these 80 days, and with a little guessing she gathered her aura once again. The answer would be revealed in 80 days, and she was in no hurry. Spiritual rain pours down on the cloudy boats of the foggy sea. Under the sea of mist and cloud boats, countless demonic creatures yearned for the bright aura big sun in the sky but hesitated for fear of being beaten and killed. At this time, a blood-covered goat-headed demonic creature reverently knelt to the cloud boat, and then brazenly and resolutely walked in. The wounds on its body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood-sticky, felt rolling fur was rapidly being purified, glistening in the aura. There is the state of Su, the palace of Minoshu. One more thing occurred to White Fox before he went into a deep sleep for 1,000 years. The little monster doesn't have an official name yet. He doesn't like any of the ones I've come up with, so go to the trouble of coming up with one for him. The flawless woman who retreated outside the beaded curtains had a divine splendor in her eyes, and endless floating light swept through her eyes as she spoke. Let's call it Final Qian. I've heard that name through the years. Final Qian. White Fox chewed on the name. Wo Central, Final Qian. None of our family names are very auspicious. Unperturbed, the woman returned. I was told it's called taking a name so you can feed it. Scourge Central? 34, Chapter 34, Grandmother's Name, Requests for Follow-Up Readings. 80 days rushed by. Unlike Mother Woeful Central who couldn't hold on for more than a few days and then cried out of exhaustion, Mother Qingshire's this spirit-gathering formation was opened for 80 days without half a break in the middle, and it was as easy as if she had just taken a nap. In this way a large amount of spiritual liquid was also obtained. In addition to the gains in terms of spirit liquid, Final Qian's cultivation was finally on track. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 1314. Spirit, 1318. God, 0.
Realm, foundation stage. The spirit had increased by 5 points, a breakthrough that could not be described as small, but the body had only increased by 1 point. Final Qian analyzed that in these 80 days, body and spirit had increased by 1 point with the intake of the great demon's blood and flesh. So that the extra 4 points of spirit would be purely from his cultivation by observing. It seems that if you want spirit and body to go hand in hand, you still need to find a method to refine your body. Terminator looked down. Outside of the unchanged past avatars in Dharma, there is a new addition at the end. Dawnguard, Cloud Fox. This is a technique that combines recluse, incarnation, and bilocation, and when it is fully accomplished, it is bound to be struck by thunderbolt. Stolen authority should be punished by heaven. Terminal Qian's lips couldn't help but tremble. Observe so many days Cloud Fox finally have words, just this note. He knew how powerful this divine ability was, but he didn't expect the cost to be so great. What the hell is a heavenly execution? It's not even a thunderbolt, god damn it. Final Qian could not help but put his palms together and worship the heavens. God, don't you love me anymore? God has not responded since. Terminal Qian casts Taoism, Cloud Fox. The thin cloud spread out in all directions with the end of the dry center, and the figure of the end of the dry from the outside is blurred and not quite real. However, Jinshen knew that he had not transformed into a cloud fox, he had only obscured his movements with the help of a cloud, and this obscuration, if used without looking at the environment, was in itself very suspicious. The street was clear before and after, with only a cloud lying there on the corner, and the scene, just the association was unbearable. Thinking about it another way, though, with the progress he's mastered, he's far from being heaven executed. Sorted out the gains and losses. Ji Qian counted the knots of the rope, a total of 80 knots, representing the 80 days of Mama's departure. Terminal Qian once again entered meditation and began to chant to his visualized furry mother. Auntie, today is the 80th day, you should be back, right? Auntie, come back soon, my child misses you. Auntie, has grandmother given me a name yet? But make it a good name worthy of your son, I am your cub, and a bad name will disgrace you. Auntie, you said that you would find me a master when we return to Orisa Kingdom, you haven't forgotten, have you? Auntie, bring more great demon blood and meat when you come back, Qingshi dried stock is all eaten up. Auntie, grandmother won't be angry if I don't go back to see her once, will she? Auntie! The white fox standing in the clouds with the dog's head in his mouth couldn't hold back any longer and took a step out, appearing on the cloud boat. She had actually returned 10 days ago, just in time to find the canine demon Kashigane, who had been tailing her all the way, hiding and sneaking around. She then suppressed it in passing. "I'm back. Mother!" Hearing the furry mother's voice, Qingqian immediately ended the meditation. A big jump jumped into the arms of the white fox while shouting, excited to return to the ancestors.
"Auntie, is this dog's head food for tonight? It looks like it's still alive? Auntie, how come I didn't see the blood return this time?"
May also be suffocated hard, the final Qian's mouth as if out of the box, which opened a little closed on the frame. Looking at the little guy jumping up and down around himself, Scourge Central was also very comforted by his mother's heart. She had also been suffocating for the past 10 days, and she just wanted to see when that guy, Qingshi, couldn't stand it and admitted defeat of his own accord.
Too bad it didn't wait. "You can't eat this dog's head, don't bite you, eat the other parts."
With that said, his mouth flung out and the dog's head, which was attached to and torn off from his neck, was thrown at the green fox. The green fox transformed one of its tails into a palm and held it in its hand. This avatar is called the Five Fingers and has the ability to grasp tangible and intangible objects. This avatar was very popular in the Pure Fox Ridge, mainly because the foxes of the Pure Fox Ridge didn't like to change their native forms much, and their native forms weren't too dexterous, so this avatar became a very convenient compromise. Taking the dog's head, Green Fox took the spirit liquid that existed in her place and threw it over. "Here's your share." Looking at the brightly shining, a large group of spiritual liquid that seemed like a small sun, the white fox did not have half a happy color, but instead some heartache.
It's what her pups have been coalescing day and night.
If the land of Arisu was still the land of Arisu that it once was, her children could have been saved from having to work so hard. She also has the bottom line, forcing him to waste some.
This palace no longer needs to fill it with spirit liquid, this palace will keep it for you. Terminal Qian froze slightly.
Only the clouds rolled over, and a white tail looked like a blossom blooming in the eyes. Earlier, the furry mother put away her true form and only shed one tail, so he didn't notice, but now he looks again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tails. Auntie, your tail is back. Doesn't it take 1,000 years? Arisu country's state lord. Ah no, it is the grandmother lord. What great power does the great-grandmother lord have? It only took 80 days to let the tail of the furry mother grow out. Just one thunder tribulation away from plucking another divine ability. The green fox on the side was also shocked and looked at the white fox twice more, but did not ask more questions. Terminal Qian counted several times in a row and determined that it was 9 tails, and his heart was overjoyed.
Auntie, then will it be as easy for you to open the spirit gathering formation in the future as it was for Godmother Qingshi? Scourge Central? Good lord, is that the point? It wasn't hard for her to open the spirit gathering formation, okay, it's just that she wasn't as able to survive as Aoshi.
The clouds rolled over, and a headless canine demon appeared in front of Final Qian's eyes. Woeful Central changed the subject. Which piece do you want? Terminal Qian's thoughts were interrupted and he looked at the dog's body, which was covered in black fur. To be honest, he hadn't eaten dog meat yet. In the last life, dogs were man's friends, and they were loved and cherished, so how could they be eaten? Auntie, did the dog mess with you? Terminal Dry didn't connect the dog to the last cloud boat upheaval. At that time he could not understand the language of this world either, and did not know what licentious words the dog had spoken. But the next instant, he knew. The boat's spirit emerged. The spirit body made contact and directly transmitted the original words to Final Qian. He has hijacked a ship and said the canine clan's Gan is here in person. The Thai foxes of the kingdom of Arisu are still not coming out to die. The corners of Terminal Qian's mouth jumped. Looking at the dog again, his eyes were already looking at a dead dog. Bad dogs should be eaten, just as bad people should be killed. Give me a tenderloin. A piece of flesh and blood was chopped off, and when it landed in the dog bowl, the condition of Terminal Qian seeing the blood return to his ancestors was triggered again. The lack of reaction before should have been some kind of spell to isolate the scent, only to see the tiny baby boy transformed into a calf-sized burly white fox gobbling at the flesh and blood. That blood and meat is good to eat endless thread noodles like, the more you eat more and more, and ultimately the final dry stomach to support the round. The ridge actually did not finish, as if only a little bit less, when the dry belly is tucked round. Burp! The sound of a belch, a full-bodied hiccup that came almost out of his throat, capped off the gluttonous feast. Substantial red light still shot out from the calf-sized white fox's eyes, but his consciousness was thoroughly awake, and his body was no longer out of control. As it turned out, eating enough did inhibit the return of seeing blood. Mother, I'm full. Well, then, Kim, come and eat. The little golden fox stood far away in case his boss had a fit and made himself. Yo! Terminal Qian stepped back a little, giving up the rice bowl to make room for his little brother. The little golden fox saw that the boss was no longer crazy before tentatively coming to the meat, making a gesture to eat, a picture of slow motion, indicating that I'm going to eat it, somewhat droll. Terminal Qian ignored the weird little guy, asked the thing he was most concerned about at this time. Mother, you said before to return to the country of Yusu to find me a master. That. Master. And. That? Terminal Qian looked at his furry mother-in-law with bated breath. At the moment he was really afraid that his furry mother would play tricks on him. He never slacked off for a single day during these 80 days, but his progress was sluggish and he gained very little. He was in desperate need of a reliable master to solve his problems. Thinking about his Hall of Daozi, there is no reason for him to take 3 steps to a threshold and 5 steps to a pit.
There must be something else, somewhere, wrong. Thinking about me is fake. Thinking about your master is real, right?
Against the pair of fox eyes that were filled with not full of taste, Jinshan had a sense of embarrassment that his small mind was seen through. Who said that, child misses mother more, if mother didn't bring me a master, then if she didn't, then she didn't, it's good that she's back. Terminal Qian said not really against his will, 80 days without seeing, he did worry a little about the furry mother, but after seeing it, naturally, he was not worried.
The clouds churned again. 3 men and 3 women, among them an old man, 3 young men, a boy and a girl.
The old one was an old woman, with white hair, flabby face, hunched over and leaning on a walking stick, and the appearance of an unusual old woman at the head of the village. 3 young and 2 teenagers and a young girl, green silk cloth, starry eyes shine, temperament out of the world, there are exiled to the qualifications of the people look at the god clear eyes. A man and a woman and 2 children, the man's young and old, the woman's eyes flow, looking around, full of curiosity about the world, visible childishness.
Scourge Central spoke, Ruigo, assign them rooms.
The 6 of them hurriedly thanked and bid farewell.
After the 6 human cultivators left, Jinshan once again heard his mother's voice.
In a few words, she explained her grandmother's plans, as well as her mother's own. According to what his furry mother meant, he could secretly choose a person to be his master for answering questions and solving problems, and they would make a Dao oath between them, and his Dao body would be a top secret before he assumed his form, and the practice of human cultivation would also be a top secret. As for the others, if he wanted to learn anything, he would be covered by his furry mother and follow her lessons.
Yao, I forgot to tell you, your grandmother named you. Terminal Qian returned to his senses. What's the name? Final Dry. Terminal Qian's pupils quake. What is the name of the called? 35, Chapter 35, giving the name Final Qian, requesting for follow-up reading.
Ji Qian wasn't sure if his momentary mood swings had been noticed by the 2 mothers.
The impact that the name Final Qian gave him was just too great.
Though the name was transmitted with consciousness, without pronunciation or words, he knew that it was his original name. This feeling was similar to his sense of familiarity with this world, and there was always an illusion of being from the same family.
What's wrong with that name?
Scourge Central noticed his cub's reaction and said with some approval, it's true that it's unlucky, but the old man said that names are good to raise. Terminal Qian's consciousness of being nuked and emptied of blood strips returned slightly, and thought about covering it up, but reason told him that it was better not to treat the 9,000-year-old fox as a little cutie. Good, besides, there were 2 other 9,000-year-olds in front of him. But a thorough handoff is also undesirable. He'd have to come up with a compromise that would cover up most of the hidden secrets and still get through this identity crisis with the truth.
Suddenly, Final Dry's mind electrified and thought of a possibility. Since the Lord of the Orissa Kingdom could call out that name, was it possible that everything about him was already known? This idea was rejected by Final Dry just as soon as it appeared. The divine ability of his companion spirit object was covering the sky, and there were Su country lords or special abilities to learn some information about him, but it was absolutely impossible to learn all of it. Otherwise the unspeakable names he knew in his head alone would be enough to trigger horrific consequences. Judging by the state that Fluffy Nymphette was displaying, everything was currently fine with the Orissa Kingdom's state lord. Terminal Qian quickly calmed down, all thoughts crossed in a flash, faster than a meteor. The name gives me a special feeling, like. Terminal Qian made a thoughtful gesture.
The mind was already apologizing to the furry mother. He was about to tell his first lie to the mother who loved her child so much.
Like that's my name. White Fox laughed, of course it's your name, your grandmother named it.
Terminal Qian shook his head, no, it's a strange feeling, as if I've always been called by that name.
Ultimate Qian waited for the furry mother to follow up.
His next sentence could be a lie, but it could also be the truth.
Jianxian's heart was pounding like a prisoner sentenced to death.
Furry mother's voice once again resounded in her heart. The old man said that she had heard this name in her years, and that perhaps there really was some sort of divine magic.
Auntie, sure I should use this name?
I suddenly feel that the name Shenlu is not bad. Why don't I just call myself Shenlu? Lulu is fine. The single word Lulu is also fine.
The white fox gently licked the blood from his young son's fur, moving gently and grooming it neatly. Terminal Qian hung his head, feeling the warmth between mother and son.
The thumping of his heart gradually settled down. This palace thinks that the name of the Final Dry is also good. This palace is called Wo Central. This palace cub is called the Final Dry. A sound is a family. And this is your grandmother up, with her old man's name. To give her old man such a big face, her old man always have to take care of some of us, can't just ignore it. Terminal Chen, who had just relaxed, had an odd expression when he heard this.
That's a good calculation by Mother Fluffy.
Mother and son's single line of communication for half a day, on the sidelines did not hear anything, watched a mime of a mother's benevolence and filial piety of the green fox, a face of confusion.
I couldn't help but ask, what are you two talking about? Why do you feel like hugging and crying? Isn't it just a few days of separation, is that so?
A smug smile appeared on White Fox's face. This is a talk between a real mother and her own son. You, a godmother, don't need to get into this mess.
Green Fox? Have fun today and don't practice.
Eventually drying out the soft human cubs and burying themselves in their furry mother's flashy blankets for the rest of the day. Only when he slept comfortably and woke up to darkness did Final Dry think to report his progress to the furry mother.
Ultimate Qian lay on his furry mother's head. Each hand lifted a pair of eyelids of the furry mother. Auntie, quickly look. I can gather 3 fox flames.
When Spirit was raised to 16, Final Chen was able to summon a third one, and he had a hunch that when Spirit was raised another point to 19, he would be able to summon 4 fox flames at the same time, and at that time, he would be able to use Fire Cloud to step into the air.
Oh good, not bad for my cub. Yawning and woken up from his slumber, Scourge Central was a bit uninspired.
This lack of spirit belongs to the state of mentally feeling like you should be without spirit, so you are without spirit, which in human terms is a lazy addiction. If it was an enemy attack, now she could immediately be refreshed, not to mention 7 days and 7 nights, or even a whole year without sleep is not a big problem.
Eyelids firmly closed, the world returns to darkness, sleep is in the air, sleep.
Just as Bainon felt herself returning to dreamland, a light shone into her world, her eyelids had been peeled open again by the dead pup. Auntie, what are those 6 men capable of? Tell me with my child. Scourge Central returned as if in a dream. The one who carries a sword box is good at sword immortalism and calls himself the Sword Immortal Man. The one on crutches specializes in alchemy and masters rules related to death and decay. And one that specializes in organ building.
A 5 senses scattering. A walker. A.
White Fox fell asleep, even when his eyelids were peeled open and his eyes were open. After waiting for a while, did not wait for the latter words of the Final Dry lying on the furry mother's big head to look down. The Final Dry to see the eyelids were stripped to the eyelids. The pair of children pupils have been lax.
Is Mother Fluffy asleep? Doesn't Mother Qingshur say that it's okay if the 9-tailed sky fox just doesn't sleep? Could it be that you're too tired from all these days in Arisukuni?
Shi Qian was very filial and loosened his hands, and covered the eyelids that were not closed tightly downward, just like the filial son who woke up in the middle of the night to cover his own mother's blanket.
Sister Ruigo? Sister Ruigo, according to you, who is the most powerful of those guys? Regarding cultivation, Ruogo had some unique insights.
It's true that it's important to be awesome or not, but it's more important to find masters who can help you with your problems compared to whether they're awesome or not suitable.
Terminal Qian was thoughtful. Recall the 6 men.
I think the most powerful one should be the 2 cultivators in the disguise of children, and between those 2 children, the most powerful one is that girl.
Boatling had a different idea. I think the powerful one is the one that looks older. Hit the spot or something? I win, give me the little golden fox's share of the spirit liquid?
Then if you lose, your share goes to Jean.
Wouldn't that be a loss for me?
The little golden fox eats less and shares less.
Boat Spirit was really at a bit of a disadvantage when counted this way.
A month's worth. If I win, the little golden fox's spirit liquid for a month will be mine. If I lose, take a share for her.
Yes.
Behind the corner, one ear grows on the wall, making a sideways listening motion. Behind the ear, the brush, the inkstone and the carving knife look up at the strange ear. Very white, moist, and small, they are human ears at first glance, with very, very light fuzzy hairs that don't scratch the throat at first glance.
36, Chapter 36 Master. I lost my ear. Requesting readings. Master. Ears. The ear. I've lost my ear.
The screams echoed in the cabin. Early in the morning, the Final Dry is with a small golden fox and a group of activation of the elves and monsters in the aft of the ship. Grunt 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 grunt, brushing teeth. The toothbrushes were brought by those human monks. Seeing that someone was brushing his teeth, Jinshen joined in, and then the other elves followed suit and brushed along with him. But this world's toothpaste formula is a bit strange. Brushing and brushing, your mouth began to bubble out. No need to blow, it bubbles up on its own. Just a white and a gold little fox with their mouths open, a wooden toothbrush floating up and down out of thin air, and a series of bubbles squirting out of their mouths, refracted in the sunlight with a colorful rolling oily sheen like soap bubbles, but a little darker. What's the point of panicking? Is this your first day as my disciple? Why don't you run the return to unity technique? Running. It's not working. The man was also anxious. If the operation of the gong method is useless, that the year 80% is not recovered, his eldest disciple's eye is to leave the body after being carried away by the cat, can only look for the smith to make a prosthetic eye. Don't worry, you run it again. The girl's little face was all cried out. The spell was running, but the year that had left home did not return. The young man's mind moved, and he bowed and saluted to the empty room. Dare I ask the mother if she has seen the years of the young disciple? The young disciple's Tao is not yet refined, so the 5 senses will go out in his sleep, and I hope that she will forgive me if I have offended the mother. No responses. The youth poofed and pressed his disciple to his knees, but still no response. At that moment the bench in the room came to life, headed for the door, opened it, and left as the master and apprentice watched. Just as the master was turning ashen and the apprentice was despairing over the lack of ears, the door opened again. Just see the bench on the pack, ink stone, ink spindle, pen rack, pen rack hanging full of thick and thin material of different brushes. A tea flew up out of thin air and poured into the ink stone, and the ink spindle ground up on its own. The brush flew up from the pen holder, dipped the ink on the ink stone, and wrote a line of large letters on the smooth jade floor. It's useless to bump your head, because the Empress has placed a spell in the guest's room to isolate it from probing. Master and disciple's expressions were dumbfounded, dumbfounded, dumbfounded. A host of accomplished scribes waited. Without waiting for the do thanks, another line was written: if you want to kneel, go outside and do so. The queen can see that you should say thank you. The youth finally woke up and thanked him. The ink on the ground seemed to come to life, tumbling backwards, all converging into the ink stone. The ink in the ink slab was rapidly layered, clear at the top and cloudy at the bottom, and the ink color separated from the water was seen to converge on the ink spindle, and a chipped corner worn on the ink spindle was quickly filled in at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the ink slab of water was rolled backwards to be returned to the teapot, but the teapot twisted its head and kicked, kicking the already dirty water into a splash, splashing all over the ground. The master and apprentice looked dumbfounded again. With what needed to be done, the bench took a step to send a few people back. When the master and disciple left the cabin, intending to kneel down once more, the boat spirit with its small snow-white ears in its mouth appeared in front of the master and disciple. The girl recognized her ear at once and pointed to it, exclaiming, "Master, that's my ear." As a master, he certainly recognized his own disciple's ears. Curtsy politely, admit your mistake, and then ask the unknown lord before you to return the ear. Oh my foolish brother, it seems that my sister has one. Terminal Chen heard the boat spirit's voice and came to the outside of the cabin, with bubbles still coming out of his mouth. His teeth had naturally been brushed long ago, but this bubbling state was just interesting enough to want to play with for a little while longer, and he was planning to show it to his furry mother. So this girl is just this man's disciple? Final Chen twisted his head to look at Little Gold Fox. Little Gold, there's a bad news and a good news right now. Yo, the bad news is that I lost your month's worth of spirit liquid to your sister Ruigo. The good news is, I've got another one for you. Equals. After teasing the little golden fox for a bit, Final Chen said to Boat Spirit, who was still holding someone's ear, "Sister, I know that you have some unseemly fetishes, and can't help but have an attack when you see a cute-looking little girl, but can you control it and give someone's ear back? Don't lick it." Final Chen looked at that ear. That ear started to struggle for its life after seeing its own master, but how could it break free from the Boat Spirit's bondage if it struggled again? AI. A sigh resounded in Terminal Qian's heart. I heard Boat Spirit complaining, "Who made you a male child? How nice it would be if you were a female child." Terminal Chen only felt his hair explode. The lips flicked open, and the white, still lightly fluffy ear fled hastily, not daring to return its head, if it had one. The powdered girl grabbed the ear and scrutinized it, making sure there were no teeth marks or drool on it before letting it return to its original position. Terminal Chen noticed that the porcelain doll's face had long since turned red. I guess something like getting her ears back in the mouth of an older sister would be a first for her. The man once again brought his disciple to thank him. Although Terminal Chen had a lot of things he wanted to ask, he didn't open his mouth. He only had one master who could reveal the secrets of the Tao body, and he still had to take a good look at who he chose. This middle-of-the-night sleeping ear will leave home on its own avatar. He is feeling quite interesting, but that is to see other people practicing. Change your own. That is still forget about it. Let's go find my mother. With bubbles still coming out of Terminal Dry's mouth, the two big furry foxes twisted their big buttocks and spit bubbles, and just left. Boat Spirit stayed in place and cautioned a few more times. The queen's temper is very good, and generally won't blame you guys, but if your avatars accidentally hear what they shouldn't hear, and see what they shouldn't see, I think it's just that if the queen's temper is even better, she'll still be very torn up, and in order to not let the queen be too torn up, I think it's better for you guys to think of a way to constrain your own avatars. The youth said yes again and again. Thank you for mentioning it, poor Taoist number 1 Xian. My fellow Taoists like to call me the scattered man with 5 senses because when I first practiced my 5 senses would always scatter everywhere. Dare I ask you how to address me? Taoist friends can't talk about, I'm just the instrumental spirit of this cloud boat. You are all honored guests invited by the Empress. What needs to go out and directly open the mouth on the line? The Empress has set up a forbidden law in your room, not to mention me. That is, the Empress herself does not know what happened in the room, so look for me to go out. Taoist Wan Xian's attitude remained unchanged and he greeted very politely. So it's fellow Taoist Yun Zhou, may I ask, is it normal for the room to have a bench that can move on its own? Oh, they are very simple elves. If you are not used to using them, you can change a batch of objects yourself, but I think they will be demonized in a few days. Taoist man Xian? Demonization is not easy. All the objects that can be demonized are mostly extraordinary in origin, and those who have great blessings, how can they be so casual? Poverty 1,000 puppets, family master 10,000 puppets. Dare I ask Miss Weapon Spirit, is this cloud boat the one my master built? Boat Spirit looked for the sound and saw the teenage boy staring at himself with a glaring gaze. One puppet's disciple? How dare you blow yourself up in front of me? Do you know what your master has done to me? The atmosphere was suddenly tight. Taoist man Xian took small steps to block in front of his own disciple, just in case the blood of that fake child splattered on his disciple's face in a moment.
37 Chapter 37, 5 Masters, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Boat Spirit looked down at the Taoist child in front of her who was less than a meter tall and couldn't even arch over her crotch bone when she stood on her tiptoes. Cool Eyes met a pair of fearless eyes. The atmosphere of the scene is lowering a little bit to the freezing point. What has he done to you, my master?
A pair of masters and disciples off to the side also pricked up their ears and listened, curious about the matter.
Did
the 10,000 Immortals Taoist instantly brainstormed many cruel and wonderful images. He knew that some twisted cultivators would do unspeakable things to the artifact spirits. Some are epileptic to the extreme and even directly marry the artifact spirit, while others just use it. Taoist man Xian's hand reached out behind him, his arms twisting to make a counter-jointed movement that no normal human could make, pinning left and right to cover his beloved disciple's ears. Himself, he perked his ears up. Not only were they perked up, but those ears were enlarged several times, as if they were afraid of missing the exciting words, only to see Boat Spirit's expression suddenly come to a 180-degree flip. That sudden blossoming smile was like a rich flower bud blossoming into endless splendor all of a sudden. Your master has the grace of recreating the
How is his old man? Taoist of the 10,000 Immortals?
Meanwhile, the playful final Qian was taking the little golden fox to perform bubble ray to the two mothers, blowing bubbles flowing with oily 7-colored rays everywhere until the bubbles in his mouth were spat out.
Auntie, are we going to Qingxiu?
The 4 major gathering places of the nine-tailed fox had already gone to 3 of them, and they were just short of Green Hills. No, this time it's to Blacktooth Country.
Blacktooth Country? What is that place?
A thought was cast, and final Qian instantly saw many images. It was a human country, where the people smiled to show their pitch-black teeth.
It's kinda scary when you look at it. A human country? What are we doing there?
Attending the succession ceremony. The lifespan of the Earthlings is really short. The old king was just born when this palace met him, and in a flash his sons are starting to inherit the throne.
Earthlings? Terminal Qian's thoughts moved and asked, and the ones that aren't on the ground?
The Celestial People clan, but has disappeared with the Heavenly Palace. This palace remembers that the old king of the Blacktooth Country had a son whose mother was a celestial person. Without accident it should be that child who succeeded to the throne. I don't know if the disappearance of the Heavenly Palace has affected him. A warning sign sprang up in Ji Qian's heart. The battle for the throne also involved celestial beings and the heavenly court, so I'm afraid there isn't a pitfall here.
Auntie, which prince do we have the support of the kingdom of Su? White Fox flinched at the question. Support the prince? That is, which prince is closer to our Orissa kingdom? White Fox just raised the interest and lost, lack of interest said, no matter who inherits the throne, we have to be treated as a good luck for us. Now the situation, still willing to play with the human race is not much. The little bit of worry in Terminal Chen's heart was instantly gone. At the same time there was a new perception of the relationship between the Orissa kingdom and the human race. Auntie, does it mean that no matter how fierce the internal clamor of the human race is, it won't change the relationship with us?
Aha! Terminal Chen's heart was greatly stabilized. For a moment, he was actually a little glad that he had been reincarnated in the country of Orisu. If he was cast in the human race, then with his understanding of the human race, he couldn't be a great general without killing more than 100,000 people. It was too bloody.
Auntie, look, it's dawn, isn't it time to get up and practice?
Scourge Central. The scene suddenly freezes.
Half brilliant and half gloomy.
Splendid were the White Fox cubs who leapt at the chance to make progress. Gloomy is the elderly mother who still wants to stay in bed, but has to get up and join her son in his online class.
The palace hasn't figured out what it wants to learn. What do you want to learn? What's there? Woebegone recalled, she remembered saying it again last night. It's not clear? A thought struck Terminal Qian's mind.
This time it was clear, and Final Dry felt like he had an Excel sheet in his head. Immortal Sword Man, male. The external sword box works with the immortal sword of his own life to form the evil execution sword formation. 1,000 Puppets Taoist, child good at creating things. His teacher Wan Puppet is the human cultivator who created the Misty Sea Cloud Boat, and it is said that his talent is even higher than that of his teacher. 10,000 Immortals Taoist, male. He creates his own 10,000 immortals, and his eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin each have their own magical powers to raise themselves to immortality. His ambition is to raise all the other organs in his body to immortality, and to present a situation of raising 10,000 immortals with one person's body. Dusty woman, old woman thinking of the hellish path of immortality. She has learned the true meaning of death and is good at making medicine. Corpse Immortal, Yen Zi. He cuts off his own predecessor and uses the corpse to enter the Tao, claiming that as long as he cuts off the 3 corpses, he will be able to transcend and return to the sun to obtain the supreme Taoist body.
Terminal Qian read through it. Let's just say that each is talented.
Fluffy mother's voice sounded again. Forget about that corpse Immortal. It's fine to discuss the Tao with her. Forget about learning her Tao. This palace doesn't like corpses.
Aha! Terminator wasn't going to kill himself either. He's weak, but he's blessed by heaven and earth with an endless lifespan. Cutie.
No one who gets his cards will commit suicide. If it is not at the moment, the situation of the Sioux country is critical. In fact, He can find a cave to live a 100,000 years and then come out. Then the spirit, the body of 50,000, I do not know to what kind of strong. Of course, he's also looking for stability right now. With his furry mother protecting him, if he worked hard enough, he would definitely be able to grow up before the crisis hit. Keep thinking. Excluding the corpse immortal, choose one of the four: sword, organ, medicine, or manhwa. Sword and organ are two that look pretty positive so far. The practice of medicine is a bit radical and dangerous, and the courage to observe the hell path is really big. Manhwa is even weirder in every sense of the word. He didn't want to get up early in the morning and look around for his ears, and there were some feats that were still interesting to watch others practice. With that elimination, there are only two left that are reliable: Sword Immortal and Thousand Golem Daoist. Jianqian passed his thoughts on to his mother. With regard to final Qian's choice, Scourge Central was naturally satisfied to the extreme. There were more than these 5 human cultivators from the Su Kingdom who wanted to travel with the ship, but those were all too strange and were directly rejected by her. I chose the Sword Immortal because I heard both spirits say that the little monster was interested in flying swords. Falling Dust Woman had the skill of refining medicine, a skill that was very popular both in the human race and the demon race, even so popular that some of the demon race could let go of their preconceived notions about the human race. The Thousand Golem had asked for the order herself, plus the organ building was really interesting and she thought the little monster would like it. Manhwa was forced in by her mother, so she couldn't say anything. As for the corpse immortal, it was considered a preparation for the worst possible outcome, and if one day the little monster or she fell, there would be one more option at that time. Looking at his cub, White Fox's slightly sharp gaze suddenly softened again. Before giving birth to this little thing, she was very indifferent to life and death. What is the meaning of the heavenly way she has also long seen and understood? Hope that everything has a beginning and an end, that there is life naturally of death, just sooner or later problem, no one can escape. But now she didn't want to die so early, she wanted to grow up with him, she wanted to see him have a family, she wanted to bring up her grandchildren, and one day when the little monster didn't need her anymore, she would leave. This kind of reluctance is attachment, I guess. Listen to the Sword Immortal's lecture first? Aha! Flying swords Final Qian was already looking forward to it. 38 Chapter 38 Abyss and Mountain God, 3 more requests for catch-up reading. Ishan, no grass and trees, more sand and rocks, the water out of the water, and the south flow into the Liatu. Because of the barrenness of Mount Hiboshi, the mountain god in charge of the place also has little presence along with it. All that could be done was to keep track of the incoming beings, as well as provide sand and gravel to the Orisa state. But where is the sand and gravel not? It's not competitive. Adding to the fact that he himself is nothing more than a sand and earth spirit, he was born with little talent and is a big old man. After living for so many years, I didn't even get a good match, and the only child who was his companion was also clamoring to leave home all day long. Bitter sad bitter bitter sad Counting the first half of his life, the only thing he was lucky enough to have was to be enthroned as a mountain god by the lord of the Orisa kingdom. He was grateful, after all, he was so ordinary, in the words of the fragrant flame child, to be assigned to his disciple. One had definitely offended an unimaginably great person in their previous life, and had been so unlucky in this life. Therefore, when he heard that the ancient celestial court intended to move the Orisa kingdom, he made up his mind that he would give an account of his divine life here as a way to repay the kindness of the Orisa kingdom's lord. At the same time, it could also be reckless, in case he could survive to the end, and Orisa kingdom could also survive to the end, and his wasteful divine life could also usher in a chance to change his destiny against the heavens. He planned it all out, poured out everything he had, bought discounted killing dharma from the internal channels within Orisu, and practiced hard day in and day out. But what he never expected was that Lady Woeful Central's cloud boat would stop at his jurisdiction. What's more, I didn't expect that for the whole 80 days. There are sky foxes who have been gathering auras here. Thanks to this aura storm, Ishan Mountain has changed its appearance. The original stone-balled mountain is full of spirit trees, and the lifeless water has also spawned live fish that had never been seen in the past. But these are not the biggest rewards. The biggest rewards are the many mountain ghosts and spirits that are attracted by the aura and trekking to the mountains. As long as these demons were left behind, even if only a small portion of them were left behind, he could use them as a base to form his own squad. Inside the mountain god temple of E-Mountain, the incense child feels the monstrous chaotic demonic aura outside hiding in the incense burner and shivering. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up as he glanced at the unproductive little thing that only knew how to nest all day long. Today, I'll show you what the god of Mte Iboshi has to offer. The body sands into the mountain. The golden radiance Dharma appearance appeared solemnly in front of all the elves and monsters. At this time, the cloud boat had already left, and the huge aura that had gathered here was slowly dispersing. I am the god of Mount Iboshi. Are you all leaving after you've had your fill? Already intend to go down the mountain. Many elves and monsters look in unison, such as wolf smoke rising, demonic gas convergence entangled in the sea of clouds, stretched out to cover 100 miles of dark clouds. The golden body shone under the black sky, and the treacherous oppression did not ease in the slightest, but rather increased. The mountain god opened his mouth, and his voice carried through heaven and earth, shaking this side of the universe.
He is the mountain god of E Mountain, and in E Mountain, he is great authority, which is connected to the national fortune of the kingdom of Arisu, and all the mountain gods, river boars, and lands that have been enshrined by the kingdom of Arisu. This might is vast, this might is like an abyss. The heavenly fox mother does not want to return the favor, but you have received this favor, there is no one to repay? You can know that the heavenly law is clear, karma is entangled, dog and fly camping, most of them do not have any good end. This God also does not force, karma has its own heavenly measure, all here to get the way, if there is the heart of repayment, can enter my door, to 500 years later can be their own stay and go, cause and effect too eliminated. Sand and stone converged and coalesced to form a huge stone monument, a trace of divine thoughts twisting into a Tao text that corresponded to an elf who was willing to stay here. At the same time, thousands of miles away on the cloud boat, is taking children on the online class. White Fox took out a jade plate. This jade tablet was an identity plate, symbolizing that she had the status of the third princess of the kingdom of Su. At the same time, this jade is also a guard contact card. The holder can use this card to contact the subordinates who are under the jurisdiction of the state of Su. All along, Scourge Central's identity cards were just that, identity cards. But today, it lit up. Consciousness into it, Scourge Central's pair of fox eyes in the sky above the raised mountain opened, this place years and years of reenactment, the information that happened in this place into Scourge Central's consciousness, in an instant Scourge Central knew what happened in this place. Scourge Central? Other than the fact that the boat was hers, she didn't really do half of it. It was the green stone that gathered the aura, and it wasn't her. But, Mother Nature credits her with the honor. What is this? A gift for your grandson? She didn't need this kind of power, but if she were to cultivate it for the little one, it would be just right. A little thought. A silver-white fox fur converged out of thin air and landed on that name-casting stone tablet. The stone monument was empowered by greatness, making it even more divine. The tainted demonic chi that had rushed to the sky in Ishan was instantly suppressed and retracted back into their respective bodies. There was no communication, no legal decree descended, and she said nothing as she hadn't led a team and didn't know what to say in this situation. Consciousness withdrew from the jade plate, and Woeful Central's consciousness returned to the classroom, and the identity plate quickly contracted into beads, threaded by a silver silk thread, and became a pendant, which hung around the little white fox's neck with a wave of his hand. Feeling a strange sensation on his neck, Final Dry lifted his claw and touched his neck, feeling the pendant. A white fox was drawn on the white jade bead, and it was the furry mother. Auntie? A little something for you. Thank you, Auntie. The mother and son, a large and small group of two white foxes, were very cozy together. Your Highness, this is the path that the path has practiced, so please ask Your Highness, and there is no question that cannot be answered. White Fox lifted her eyes for a moment and spoke, there is no need to be so courteous, as you sit with this palace and discuss the Tao, you can just refer to each other as peers. The youth even said dare not, my human race is difficult, thanks to the kingdom of Orissa do not abandon, still with my tribe dealings, this grace brilliant, the situation of the life of the Empress has 9,000, the path is only a few hundred, when the disciple body salute the generous friendship of the senior. The two sides were talking verbally, so Jianshan could not understand, and seeing that Anyang did not translate for herself, she took the initiative to ask, Anyang, what is the master talking about? White Fox also found it interesting, so he returned, he wants to recognize me as his master and be my disciple. Final Dry? What do you mean, your words have enlightened him and comprehended the supreme wonderful law? No, or he taught us. Terminal dryness is even less understandable. Looked across time and space at his former kinsman. I thought, what is this old man up to? It's not like you don't want to make an effort, is it? Unfortunately, the other party was so full of divine contamination that he couldn't talk to them with his spiritual touch. Mother Fluffy suddenly asked, anything else you want to know? Terminal Chan looked towards the sword case that was set aside. I want to see the evil execution sword formation. White Fox acted as a sounding board for his own precious son and made a request to the sword immortal to see the evil execution sword formation. No problem, but the room is a bit bad for casting, so please follow me outside to have a look. With pleasure. Ji Chen was excitedly lying on his furry mother's head, waiting to appreciate the long-awaited, real immortal's art. However, please, Your Highness, close off the 5 senses of the youngest son, this sword array points to a number of ancient gods, and there is an extremely horrifying contamination of its own, the youngest son is too young to be touched yet. With an odd expression, White Fox paraphrased the sword immortal's words. Final Dry? 39 Chapter 39, Choosing a Teacher, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Not being able to see the evil execution sword formation, Jianshan was a bit lost. It was a good thing that on the next day, Jianshan had a new experiential lesson to take, the 1000 Golem Taoist's organ building technique. Unlike the Sword Immortal's hidden sword box, the organ artifacts built by the 1000 Golem Taoist were all viewable, not only could they be seen, but they could also be touched, used, and played with. There is the sistership of the Misty Sea Cloud Boat Cloudy Sky Mirage, that is a piece of building complex that can fall in the clouds, just like the legendary Heavenly Palace, but it is still an unfinished product, lacks a sufficiently powerful soul of a great demon. Additional conditions, it is best if you haven't touched human cultivation method.
There will be farming organ puppet farming, that is the size of only palm-sized farming little man, running speed, and normal adults comparable. It is said that it can be faster, but faster will be a safety hazard. It is not a farming puppet, but can hurt the enemy combat puppet.
There are also fish catchers, carpenters and winemakers in this series.
Terminal Chen originally thought that his greatest treasure is the insights accumulated on Earth. He has seen the airplane cannon, seen the steel torrent, seen the rocket liftoff, even if all are seen on the network, but in the end, he knows that there is this thing, and also knows some principles. But now, the little bit of superiority hidden in his heart was all gone. The Thousand Golem Taoist continued to pull out his as well as his division's various creations, looking like a wild Doryman. The strongest, the bionic technology that hadn't been nailed down yet back home on Earth was also played by him to understand that the tech tree was a bit crooked.
The singing grasshopper, the dancing butterfly, the spider that pulls silk.
A change in these things feels like they would be of greater use.
Well, want to learn this?
The Thousand Golem Dowlord was Bane Central's hand-picked master, and she felt that her pup would love it. The final dry is about to clap, worship in front of this person's door, but reason once again overcame the spur of the moment. Jinshen could not help but ask himself what learning this would bring him, whether it was necessary now, whether it was a must, and whether there was a better choice.
There is no doubt that organ building is a worthwhile investment.
It can even be said that the organ creation is likely to become the technology tree of this world. But his goal was clear, to gain the ability to defend himself, and even the power to be able to protect his furry mother before she couldn't protect him. Machine building is also power, but it boosts not its own power.
Recognize your goals, your needs.
Terminal dryness buries interest in the heart. Returning, he said, it's better to wait for me to learn this after I've crossed the first circumstance. Auntie, I want to focus on cultivating what can enhance my own strength first.
Between interest and destiny, the latter is the ultimate choice. Your Highness, is there anything here that Little World Sun likes?
As long as the Little World Sun likes it, all can be taken.
White Fox relayed the words to his boy with mixed emotions.
Final Qian swept his eyes over the various large pieces within the Qinkuan scroll, and his gaze finally landed on the farming puppet that could plant the land. The Thousand Golem Taoist froze slightly. He thought that the young sun would choose the cloudy sky mirage, because when he took out the Qinkuan diagram and introduced the cloudy sky mirage, the young sun's eyes were glowing. Moreover, the cloudy sky mirage was clearly the most expensive and magnificent here. And a few more to choose from. Scourge Central was also a bit surprised that his cub would choose this most unassuming one. Again, he related, but this time Terminator shook his head. One piece will do, unbridled greed will affect my Tao. The corners of White Fox's mouth twitched. How many days have you been practicing, and you have a Taoist heart? Do you know what the heart of the way is? Thinking about that horrible self-control, maybe.
The little monster really knows? No, that's what he likes.
Saying that, Scourge Central took out the head of the great demon that had already been sealed, a pitch-black dog's head. Not the other way around, this is none other than the dog head of the canine demon Kraken. This demon soul should fulfill your conditions, take it and integrate it into the cloud sky mirage. The Thousand Golem Taoist took the dog's head in fear. He had heard that the third princess was always generous, but he didn't expect to be this generous. If you were to buy this demon soul from a fellow disciple, you would never be able to buy it without hemorrhaging money. How can this be done, mother? In this palace but useless things, but also spend time to crush his will, wear out his divine soul. To you this palace also save a lot of trouble. The Thousand Golem Taoist was about to refuse again. That wasn't how the score was settled. He had come to show the sincerity of the human race to the Orisa Kingdom, not to take advantage of others. However, on second thought, when the Cloud Sky Mirage was refined, he could just offer the refined Cloud Sky Mirage. The thought is set, and you worship again from the bottom of your heart. Then thank you for your favor, mistress. The clouds rose and dispersed again, and the big white fox left with the little white fox. Thousand Golem Taoist looked at the dog's head move to silence for a long time, then buried his head and worked. He wanted to finish the Cloud Sky Mirage as soon as possible. The other side. Mother and son are still talking. So, your decision is to practice with the Sword Immortal? The two most reliable, the Sword Immortal and the Thousand Golem Taoist. With the Thousand Golem Taoist being denied, that only left the Sword Immortal. However, Terminator is still hesitant. Want to hear another lesson from the Dust Bitch? It's useful for alchemy, too. Backed by the furry mother and even the kingdom of Arisu and even the entire nine-tailed fox clan. It's certainly not hard to find some precious medicine. So, the third day, the third class. Mother and son listened to another lesson from the fallen Dust Lady. But after seeing the alchemy of the fallen Dust Woman, both mother and son fell silent. Unlike the imagined scene of refining pills with foreign flames, the method of refining pills by the Dust Drop Granny relied on her mastery of the Tao to make the poison of the precious pills die so as to strip away the poison. This sounds abstract. Operationalizing it is more abstract, starting with establishing a connection to the treasure medicine and connecting with its heart. Through constant nurturing, the precious medicine is born into the mind. Then channel the precious medicine to kill yourself. After a set of processes to see, the final dry hole fox is numb. It's hard to imagine an old ginseng growing a human face, crying gut in front of it, then giggling, and then finally dying with its eyes turned into X's. But he saw it. This way the precious medicine is dealt with. If you are eating it yourself, it is fine to take it now, but if you want to sell it or send it to your family and friends, you need to refine it and put a ban on it to prevent the loss of the medicinal power as well as demonization on its own. The dusty woman hunched over and explained in a pleasant manner. Mother and son looked on half-fried. She took out a small furnace and took the ginseng with the eyes in an X into it. There was no flame, the treacherous Tao descended, and from the circular window in the center of the furnace one could see the ginseng with its eyes and X's being rubbed into small pills, and after hitting the prohibitions, it eerily converged and became a flat, black ball. Finally, for the sake of aesthetics, the dusty woman took out a sheet of gold foil, wrapped it around the pill, and rubbed it on the dry, rough, but clean hand. I would like to dedicate this gift to the queen and the Seiho. Granny Dustfall held up the tray with both hands in a cordial manner. Please don't be polite to the Empress and the world's son. The mother looked at the 6 gold pills neatly lined up to pick up or not to pick up. The mother is not polite. In the end, though, it was the furry mama with a big, seen-it-all heart that took it hard. The dusty woman smiled even more happily. My wife has heard that Shitsi's condition of seeing blood returning to his ancestors is slightly serious. My wife has a method to refine pills for Shitsi to suppress the impulse of bloodlust. I wonder if Shitsi needs it? The white fox's disgusted gaze for a moment. Refined to see. Granny Dustfall was once again busy, mumbling about the state of her vein. Your Majesty is above. Wifey knows that your Majesty dislikes my craft, but wifey doesn't blow the skin off. In the aspect of removing medicinal poisons, wifey is compared with the 7 great clans of the present world. Wifey's method removes the most cleanly, and that's why I have the guts to take over the list of the Standao. But it's a pity that wifey's realm for me has already come to its end. The ancient god that I've been visualizing is the highest existence that can be found in the present world. The wife knows in her heart that there must be a higher one, but unfortunately I'm afraid I won't be able to find it in this life. If I can find it, even a name would be good. The wife's bottleneck will be able to break through. Granny Dusty is like an old man who has reached an advanced age and can't help but recite something on her lips. Mother and son listened. When he encountered a rare and unfamiliar word, Jinshan asked his furry mother about it, as if it was listening practice. However, on hearing these words of bottlenecks as well as a higher being, Final Qian's heart stirred as he thought of the highest being in hell. The thought just stretched forward, and an uncontrollable sense of terror and palpitations instantly enveloped it. Terminal Chan felt like he was being pressed against his head and pressed directly into a cold pool, and the bone-chilling coldness and suffocation tortured him. Terminal Qian immediately terminated his thoughts. But the excitement in his heart didn't subside. The bottleneck of the fallen dust woman, he could solve it. It's not just the bottleneck of the fallen dust woman, but the divine names he knows are afraid that they can solve the bottlenecks of most cultivators. At this moment, Jin Zhuang felt that his entire person, his entire soul was through and through. 40 Chapter 40, The Ravishing Corpse, Request for Readers. He could solve the bottleneck of the fallen dust woman, but unfortunately not now. That name he knew, but just the thought of it brought him unbridled fear. And there were many more such names he knew. Many, many more. Terminal Chen could barely suppress the excitement of the moment. Should have thought of that. He should have thought of that. I should have thought of that the last time I nearly suffered contamination because of my name. He should cultivate now. When the spiritual body was strong enough to withstand divine contamination, he relied on those names to draw attention, thus tainting the contamination of the ancient gods. If not being able to find a higher ancient god was a bottleneck that all cultivators of all races would face, then for him, this bottleneck did not exist. He may even help others find their way to a higher level. Auntie, I want to go back to practicing. Oh, decided? What's the choice? Scourge Central was still waiting for the elixir made by the fallen dust woman. That medicine that can inhibit the return of seeing blood is not considered important or cherished. Many demon clans will experience the return of seeing blood when they are young, but as long as they wait until they are older, they will be fine, and they can still be tied up if they can't. Most of the demon clans have come through their childhood in this way. It is simple, rough, and effective. Mother's original form is enough for me to visualize. As for which ancient god to visualize, this is something I want to talk about when the time comes. After a trip back to the kingdom of Arisu, Woeful Central had gained quite a bit more understanding of the human cultivation method. The little monster's decision was a good one. The ancient god of observation was not in a hurry to be determined, but the path to be taken was something that needed to be planned in advance. Okay, the human cultivation schools are far more than these few. You want to wait and see again, there is no need to be in a hurry, but... Scourge Central's words suddenly turned, took the initiative to propose that Corpse Immortal's inheritance, you can learn about it, in case you use it in the future. It also took a few turns of the final Qian's brain to understand how inauspicious the use of the term furry mother-in-law implies. At that moment, he couldn't help but say back, Auntie, you know, when the protagonist doesn't have resurrection coins, he usually doesn't die. Scourge Central? Benefiting from spiritual communication, Scourge Central understood the meaning of these words. For a while it was also speechless. But I have to say, it seems to make sense. Then there's no need to understand. No. Terminal Chan once again made a denial. I'm not the protagonist, it's better to prepare more than one hand.
Scourge Central. The next day. Corpse Fairy Lecture. It was a voluptuous corpse, one with very colorful looks and figure. At the age of 25, all his youth was frozen on this beautiful day. In the classroom, a coffin is displayed in front of the final Chan by the corpse back from the dead, relying on this coffin. Concubine was also lucky in the beginning. No one touched Concubine's coffin for 100 years after the coffin was inaugurated. Now when I think back Concubine is still quite fearful. In case there is someone who owes their hand and touches Concubine's coffin, then Concubine will not be able to stand in front of Nyang Nyang and the world's sun. The little white fox's expression was frozen throughout. It's KAM to hear a corpse tell its past life. Final Dry shrank into his furry mother's arms without a trace. At that time, my concubine's insights into the corpse Tao were still only skin deep, but now it's better. My concubine has already refined the required earth, fire, wind, and water into the coffin, and together with the sturdy durability of the organ creation and the perfection of the sealing method, now you, your highness, and the world's son only need to lie down in it, and after 100 years a good corpse will have been refined. Terminal Chan's small eyes glanced toward his furry mother. He thought Mother Furry would be angry at the comment. After all, it was unlucky. But Fluffy Mother didn't react to anything, just staring at the coffin with a calm demeanor. Your Highness, do you and your son need a customized coffin? I can guarantee that every coffin I build will stand the test of time, and now buy the coffin also send a full set of visualization practice method, another complimentary concubine practice 10,000 years since the practice of a handbook. This coffin Your Highness you cannot buy a loss, but also cannot buy a fool, a coffin in the hands of the world I go, the 4 evils of the 8 deserts, and then there is no scruple. No matter who you want to look for a fight for your life, you can now begin to prepare for it. Death is not your final destination. You can be reborn as a corpse immortal even if you exhaust all the 9 lives of the heavenly fox. Final Dry? Terminal Chan stole a glance at the fluffy nymphette and was surprised to find that the fluffy nymphette had her heart moved. But this corpse immortal is also selling ghosts. Final Dry was a bit skeptical if this was the old country. If all 9 lives are exhausted, how will this palace lie in this coffin? This Empress you don't need to worry, as long as you buy the concubine's coffin, in the future, Empress wherever you go concubine will go. Concubine's strength is not very high, only through 17 or 18 times of thunder tribulation, although it can't be compared with the real ancient god great power, but absolutely can in the first time of your fall, snatch your body back, put in the coffin, wait for your rebirth. Then we are all sisters. Terminal Dryness for the side. This corpse immortal is really daring to blow it. But it was something else that Scourge Central noticed. You're saying that if I buy your coffin, you'll follow it all the way? The corpse immortal added, just waiting for your death, and not interfering with your actions, Your Highness, but if you are willing to buy a few more coffins, then for each additional one, the concubine is willing to step in once. Do you think it's okay? This corpse fairy is so confident. The 9-tailed sky fox's battle even had the confidence to participate in it. How do you sell coffins? The corpse immortal's eyes suddenly shot out blue currents that were the light of lightning. Jianzhuang suspected that this corpse fairy was struck by the thunderbolt into the flavor, and was even able to discharge electricity. Don't want heavenly materials and treasures, also don't want immortal magic treasures. Buy concubine's coffin after death is concubine's family, both are their own corpses, then which still need to say 2 families. Nice guy, coming here to expand the population. Final Qian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, dare I ask Sister Corpse Fairy, how many family members do you have now? The corpse fairy looked to the small white fox cowering in her own mother's arms and smiled sweetly. Your mother and the seer are prepared family members, and there is one that cannot be mentioned by name before you. Cannot be mentioned by name, that is. The ancient gods. Want to buy it? Terminal Qian heard the furry mother-in-law's inquiry. Terminator shook his head into a rattle. I don't think there's any hurry. What does mother think? The palace also feels there is no hurry. As a token of appreciation, Scourge Central cut through space and took out a string of skulls to present to the corpse immortal. The string swelled up when it fell into the corpse immortal's hand and transformed into 100 dog heads. These were the very same 100 heads of Baindu that had been refined to death by the foxfire. The 100 scourges were completely and utterly dead. But it is said that those who practice the way of the corpse can recruit wild spirits to move in for exorcism. 100 scourge bucket heads are not expensive, but they are still a rare commodity. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your favor. Gadget, thank you for clearing up the confusion for the palace. Class dismissed. Class is finally over. This class feels eerie. Then the next step is to concentrate on your practice. The spiritual liquids continue to converge and the visualization continues. In the twinkling of an eye, it was several days. The other side. The 10,000 immortals Taoist had waited for a long time. The other 4 Taoists had all been summoned by the Empress, so it was his turn, as a matter of course. But the summons was delayed. Tomorrow the Queen will summon us master and disciple, there is no rush. The girl blinked her big, soulful eyes. Yesterday, that's what the master said, and yesterday's yesterday too, and yesterday's yesterday. The wait is a long one. Look into the distance, under the clouds. A country littered with bamboo buildings comes to mind. Blacktooth Country, here it is.
41 Chapter 41, The Blacktooth Country, 3 shifts of requests for catch-up reading.
What's that?
The woman with her head wrapped in a black square scarf and her mouth open revealing a mouthful of bizarre black teeth pointed at the huge thing in the sky from afar. The giant object grew larger, and larger before his eyes. It seemed like a ship, but without sails, and it seemed like a sword, but none of these thoughts were accurate after the giant object pressed in. It seemed like a falling sky, a night. Invite the Lord who opens all things, the omnipotent and true God, to descend and take refuge.
Fear brings people together to pray. A loud prayer gave them their final courage.
Invisible shadows were converging, and in the underworld it seemed as if there really was an asylum descending. Then, it was as if it was fulfilled. The dome of the sky that was pressing down on the crowd was suddenly turned into clouds and disappeared. People excitedly praised and bowed in reverence. The pair of white fox mother and son who came out from the cloud were surprised by the pomp and circumstance.
Anion, are our nine-tailed foxes so high in the human race? Is it that high? The answer is clearly no.
Those who bowed soon spotted the white fox coming out of the cloud.
It is auspicious. The nine-tailed fox has descended on our country. It's a great blessing.
People cheered words that Terminator couldn't understand. It's a different language than the one the furry mother speaks yet, and it sounds so roundabout. Terminal Chan looked at the humans who had fallen into a frenzy of confusion. He saw the mouth open to reveal pitch-black teeth, but also saw the white, and the slightly familiar buildings around him, which were thatched-roofed bamboo buildings. This kind of architecture is much like the minorities back home on Earth. Then there's their dress code, with black square scarves wrapped around their heads and black clothes with minimalist decorative stripes banded with blue floral prints.
The Blacktooth Kingdom welcomes the visit of the Heavenly Fox Lady with her young son. A woman came out of the crowd. Her teeth are black. She spoke words that Dreykus could understand quite a bit, in the language commonly used by the furry mother. This is. Woeful Central looked to the pious people.
The representative who came forward explained, the clansmen are much too ignorant to make the Empress laugh. They were frightened by your cloud boat. Woeful Central apologized. It is this palace that is not well thought out and has caused you trouble.
Reception was in a hurry. That's not what she meant.
Your Majesty, you are auspicious. Your visit has brought blessings to this place, you.
White Fox didn't say another word. The clouds are misty and obscure the contamination of the Tao. The White Fox walks through the clouds, turning the dirt into yellow jade wherever it passes. This jade Tianhuang, not expensive enough to drive away evil spirits, is given to them as a token of apology. The populace that praised the auspiciousness was even larger. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your favor.
This is not a reward. The White Fox didn't try to explain too much and spoke. Take this palace to see your king. Thousands of meters away, the black fog rolled, 5 rides of black handsome tall horses pulling a gorgeous big car rushed out from the black fog, the steeds galloped, and its top was empty. The horse from the black fog after the black fog will be scattered. This fog does not show evil. The reason for the black only because the black teeth of the country still black. Please board the queen. This vehicle has not been used before. It was built by my king specifically to welcome the queen. White Fox boarded the 5x5 carriage, the steeds galloped, and the black mist rose again. After the carriage rushed into the black fog, it disappeared from the street. When he appeared he was already on top of the Black King's hall. Only a noblewoman dressed in silver jewelry and a burly man were waiting here. The woman opened her mouth to reveal a mouthful of dark teeth, and first said something that Terminator couldn't understand, which must have been a local dialect in order to show her sincerest welcome, and then welcomed again in the common language.
Terminator understood some of the vocabulary.
Mostly compliments and welcomes, in which he seemed to be mentioned, followed by the introduction of the man.
The man was the woman's son and the crown prince who would inherit next.
And, come greet the Sky Fox Lady.
The not-so-fluent generic language emerged from the man's mouth.
Terminator noticed that his teeth were white.
I heard you had another brother, how is he now?
Terminal Chan was a little surprised that Mother Fluffy suddenly asked the other party's brother, but his sharp intuition told him that there should be a story here. Terminal Chan retrieved his memories and quickly remembered that Mother Fluffy had said that the one who had the best hope of inheriting the throne was the one whose mother was a celestial being. Looking at that returned woman again, she was no different from a normal person, so she should not be a celestial being. Then the answer comes out. The crown prince, who should have inherited the throne, lost his succession due to the disappearance of his mother's maiden name. Then the one in front of you should be the one who originally had no chance at the throne. Terminal Chan listened with his ears perked up, waiting for the answer to be revealed.
The man finally understood the inquiry from the nine-tailed fox as his mother translated.
His expression was visibly tense. His mother was much more subdued in comparison.
Su Hunt is injured and is bedridden at home.
Terminal Qian's heart resounded with the voice of the furry mother. Surprisingly, I'm quite surprised that I didn't die. Terminal Qian was speechless, defeated by his curiosity about his furry mother, although he was also quite curious.
Would the queen like to meet Su? No need.
The Orisa kingdom had always stayed out of the internal struggles of the human race.
Getting straight to the point, he asked directly, when will the succession ceremony be held? Relief was evident on that noble woman's face.
Since you are here, your highness, when the grand ceremony will be held is according to your wishes.
Then, the expression of that noblewoman was slowed down in the eyes of final Qian.
Shi Qian saw an imperceptible glint of hope in her eyes.
He smelled intrigue. All of a sudden chills surged up his spine and he exploded straight away.
Thoughts electrified, he hastily reminded his furry mother, Auntie, there are pits here, you let them decide for themselves. Even Scourge Central, who was about to casually mention a date, was dumbfounded.
What pit? Thinking slightly, the aura on the white fox's body suddenly became dangerous.
This human's mouth was respectful, but his heart was black. Not to mention his own usurpation of power, but in case Sue's celestial maiden family came looking for her after the return of the heavenly court even dumped the trouble on her.
Woeful Central has always been decisive and dry when it comes to things, and never hides anything.
Speaking directly, he said, that is, if this palace sets a deadline,
do the Celestials believe that it is this palace that masterminds everything?
The Ariso Kingdom has always had a good reputation, and we never get involved in matters within his country. Your daughter's face suddenly changed color. Your highness, you are mistaken, we absolutely do not dare to have this kind of mind.
Oh, then swear to your god, do you need me to recite his divine name for you?
M6. The woman's face suddenly went pale. The man on the side who understood some of it hastened to his knees and took it all upon himself. White Fox sidestepped to avoid this kneeling. The king is entrusted with the luck of the clan, how can he kneel lightly?
The succession ceremony has not yet taken place, and is not yet the king. I beg your forgiveness, do you want Sue to succeed?
I can return the position to Sue, and I ask your forgiveness for the wrongs my mother has done for me. Looking at this man who was pleading for his mother's favor, Scourge Central's anger suddenly went out. She thought of her sweet cub. There is also some empathy for the harboring, which is understandable and willing to be spared.
Get up, the situation of the human race is bad enough, if even the luck of the race is lost on your knees again, let's all return to heaven and earth together.
Collecting her angry face, White Fox once again reiterated, Ariso Kingdom does not participate in any internal fights within the human race. Whoever of you succeeds, the relationship with Ariso Kingdom will be the same, don't make a mistake for yourselves, but if you want to take the initiative to disconnect from Ariso Kingdom, then this palace is happy to facilitate it. After the disappearance of the human race's heavenly court, we are in a situation that is also very bad. If there is a legitimate reason to disconnect from you guys, that's still pretty good.
The fox is laughing. That smiling face looked at a mother and son with a cold heart. Sharp teeth interlaced like razor blades seemed to be biting into the entire black-toothed country above. Notify the palace of a firm date. Clouds rise. The white fox disappeared. Please stay, my lady, we have built a palace for you. Don't dare leave. The cloud boat is covered in the sky and hidden in the sea of clouds. Blacktooth country, inside a hotel. The scorching sun sect walker who observed the sun and entered the Tao by scorching the sun looked at the top of his head in confusion. He had strips of black cloth tied around his eyes, which were thick and not light permeable, but he looked as if he was looking. Elder brother, what's wrong? I feel the breath of the sun, very faint, but a fire has been planted. 42 Chapter 42 Fire Cloud, Becoming, Request for follow-up reading. When he returned to the ship, Terminal Chen began to cultivate. At the moment he was horribly self-disciplined. But the truth is, he's not self-disciplined at all. There was a time when he was debauched. At that time the creed of life, real men never regret, since the choice, I am the most handsome. Isn't it just sales? Isn't it just escorting? Isn't it just running orders? Isn't it just delegating and being asked, can I do it? Can I do it? I want half, I want half, I want half, I want half, I want half. His ridiculous self-confidence and unwarranted enthusiasm eventually crumbled. At that time his mind flashed the most thoughts is, if TM can start over I am dead even if I have to die on the desk of 985. Of course, that's a joke too. 985 still requires some talent, and without it at least a far superior education. Counting, he has nothing. He's not dumb, but he's by no means a genius who can hear it once and learn from it. At that time he woke up in the dream of every exam, and then dragged his rested or not rested body to continue to work hard. Not all hard work pays off, says Mama. How could he not understand this truth? A screwdriver is still a screwdriver if you beat the stump out of the screwdriver and shoot sparks of fire. The chances of succeeding by hard work are just those few years in life, and if you miss them, you miss them. And what suffering? That's even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The chances that you can succeed by suffering, that might have to wait for 1s3 season. Failure crosses the mind. Terminal Chen calmed his mind and entered a meditative state. Now he doesn't dream about exams anymore because he doesn't sleep at all. Cultivating, meditating, and gathering spiritual liquid was all he had. It is worth mentioning that whenever the body is overworked, it will be able to absorb the spiritual liquid again. He was refreshed again when he absorbed more than he could continue. In this life, the advantage is with him. Mist rises, a small figure hidden in the clouds and mist more and more faint, a certain trance, suddenly disappeared. The instant Terminal Qian disappeared, White Fox opened his eyes wide. Sharp Fox eyes had a startled color emerge. She could sense that the divine ability, Cloud Fox, was being stolen. Scourge Central thought about the conversation with Tatsujiu. She asked, if you can learn the Tao through visualization, doesn't that mean that even without growing a second tail, the little monster will be able to master more than one divine ability?
Chen Zhou replied, that's true, but the process isn't as simple as you think it is. Stealing authority on your own without the consent of the main family is subject to repercussions.
She asked again, and what if it's with the Lord's permission? That question that Black Fox didn't answer at the time.
Now she seemed to have an answer. With her consent, the little monster wouldn't suffer a backlash, but if it continued until the little monster restored the entire divine ability through visualization, then she would also lose the divine ability, Cloud Fox. To this, Scourge Central did not care. If you lose it, big deal, just break another tail and pick it again. But what about the future? In the future, when the little monster observed the other ancient gods, how could those ancient gods not care? At that time, what consequences will be triggered by the counterattack of the ancient gods? The people are crazy. Just then, the clouds converged, and the vanished little monster reconverged.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 1820. God, 0.
Realm, foundation stage. The spirit had unexpectedly risen by 2 points in one leap. After cultivating for so long, Jian Shen had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to raise 1 point of spirit. It was an unexpected pleasure. However, his cultivation came to an end, and Jian Shen could also feel that continuing his cultivation would deprive him of his furry mother's divine ability.
That's not what he wants.
Aunt Tetsuya had to make this clear in the first place, and he would not have viewed the furry mother high or low.
Auntie, I should be able to summon 4 foxfires now.
Terminal Chen jumped up and down and came to display it in front of the furry nymphette. The flame that had substance like mercury ignited. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The first one didn't disappear. It became 4 clusters of foxfire coalesced in the 4 paws. The little white fox stepped into the air, and the 9-tailed secret technique fire cloud became a reality. The sight made the corners of White Fox's eyes twitch. There was still a month to go before the little monster turned a year old, and he was actually able to skillfully use fire cloud now. Thinking back on his life, how decadent it was compared to this little monster. Was this the terror of the human innate Tao body? No wonder the human race succeeded in establishing the heavenly court. Woeful Central couldn't help but remember what the mother had said about the human race. The human race's greatest gift was its short life. Because of the shortness of life, life is valued more. There's a greater sense of urgency because it's short-lived. Because short-lived old systems don't sink in either. Twilight is almost non-existent in the human race, because those who have it will die. Woeful Central believed that the little monster must have inherited an unparalleled human talent from the human innate Tao body. Auntie, look. Well, the palace saw it, and it was great. More than nice. Having cubs that worked so hard really put her to shame as a mother. Sister Mutilated, go. I've met your requirements, can you teach me the other ways to use the man-arm? The boat spirit revealed his figure and was speechless for a moment as he looked at the little guy who was spreading his wings in the sky. Is this the talent of a top-tier demon race? Think she once. Just, or do not think too much hurt. Mama. After giving a graceful salute to the heavenly fox nymphette, the boat spirit party with a faint body spoke, not bad, indeed you can learn. Zhong Qian made a dive, as if Neja, who was stepping on the wind and fire wheels, was hovering on the cloud boat. Sister Ruigo taught me. Boat spirit made a thinking gesture, let me think where to start teaching. Are you sure which cultivation path you want to take in the future? It's something that needs to be addressed at the moment as well. The furry mother's original form could no longer be continued to be viewed, and if he continued to do so, the furry mother's divine power would be taken away from him. And when he took it, he was fully mastering this divine ability, and at that time, according to the system's remarks, he would be subject to heavenly punishment. So either way, it's impossible for him to continue to observe. Haven't thought about it yet. Think about it first then. The method I'm teaching you has to do with which path you're going to take next. Different paths have different ways of casting. You can understand it as the method I'm going to teach you to use is ink, and you need to have a pen right now in order to do that. The method you've chosen for your cultivation is that pen. Terminal Qian was thoughtful. Indeed, this matter has a bit higher priority. There were 5 paths for him to choose from on the cloud boat, and one of them was still compatible with the others, that corpse path that could only be cultivated after death. To choose between the 4 remaining paths? Auntie, there are human practitioners in the Black Tooth country too, right? Yes. Then the child would like to know more. Understanding can be, worship even. The human race is a very complex race. Some people are clear and noble in quality. Some people are snakes and rats with no faith. This palace doesn't want you to come into contact with those messy guys. Before you can protect yourself, your master can only be chosen amongst the human monks of the kingdom of Arisu. Regarding the complexity of the human race, Jin Qian himself had been born as a human being, and he naturally understood it more thoroughly than the furry mother. It is no exaggeration to say that an angel and a demon live inside every human being. Those are individuals who are good and evil together, and what they can do depends on their own temperament, the constraints of their environment, the cost of their behavior, and
their mood at the time. Aha! Good mommy. Final Qian agreed painfully, and couldn't help but ask, then, Auntie, how can you be sure that the human race of the kingdom of Arisu is the trustworthy one?
Can't be sure, but most of the human races in Arisa Kingdom are more pure, they dare to take risks and spare themselves. Arisa Kingdom fulfills their needs as much as possible, and they can delve into their respective Tao without any restrictions. Under the heaven, there is no foreign race closer to the human races than the Arisa Kingdom, so they also cherish this friendship more. The probability of something going wrong will be a bit lower, or at least more trustworthy than the ones out there. The analysis is well organized and ultimately dry and agreeable. But still, he asked, then what if someone has been bribed by a great demon from the ancient heavenly court? Woeful Central laughed. How is that possible? The ultimate goal of the ancient heavenly court is to overthrow the human heavenly court and take its place. As a human, how could one think of digging one's own grave?
Aha!
Terminal Qian nodded his head, but in his heart, he didn't think so.
The furry nuns still don't know enough about the lower limits of the human race.
In the history of the human race, the betrayal of one's own people by one's own people was not to say endless, it was also abound. It seems that he needs to work harder to do so. Perhaps no demon race had thought of bribing the human race yet, but the path existed. He had to prepare for it before it happened. Furry Nymphette's body shape changed, her face blunted without fox charm, her 9 tails gathered into one, and after a flip of the change, the white fox changed into a white dog in seconds.
Final dry? Come on, this palace will take you down to play. 43, Chapter 43, Don't worry, father's fine. Blacktooth Country, Unknown Alley.
Dogs in groups of 3 or 5 gathered as if in a convention. The 2 white dogs landed not far from the pack and attracted the attention of the dogs.
Woof! Terminator has gotten into character. Leaping at the welcoming dingo.
Auntie, you're not pretending to be a dog, it's too serious and dignified. Look at them, they have to spit out their tongues and open their mouths to breathe.
Since I'm going to play dog, I'm going to play like one.
The final dry tongue stretched out long hanging outside the mouth, huffing and puffing, panting. Do not say, you really do not say, the dog modeling is really like. The big white dog's body petrified at the sight. Immediately after that, Final Qian saw the furry mother's body transform into lines of thick color and ink, closing in on his body in the blink of an eye. This is the text arm that Stumpy Go taught him. Ah, the furry nymphets are hiding sheepishly. The voice of the furry mother resounded in the bottom of Qingqian's heart. You've learned like a man, you do it.
Terminator.
Often make a fool of themselves, no, only when there are people around to follow them. Make a fool of themselves will not be embarrassed.
Petrified disease infected Terminal Dry.
The dogs had approached, and the leader was not very tall or large, but his dark eyes revealed a ruthlessness that was very much that of a gang leader.
Dog eye stare. The Dog King's mighty pressure was going to make Final Qian bow down. Even if Terminal Qian was disguised as a dog, then how could he let the dog bully him?
The spirit tentacles transformed into 6 in one and pressed on the heads of the 6 dingoes at the same time. The 5 wild dogs were directly pressed to the ground, making a submissive choking sound, and the wild dog that was in charge carried it unexpectedly.
It's still a demon dog. Terminal Qian's heart was shocked and turned excited.
After he came to this world, he has been practicing hard day and night, and he has not had the opportunity to fight with others. Dogs. Especially when it's a rival of equal strength, this opportunity is especially valuable. The final dry with 14 points of body directly rushed over, swift figure in the eyes of the 5 worship dogs as fast as lightning dragged out a residual shadow, and then saw their former boss was knocked headlong, shot out, smashed in the corner of the alley in the garbage. Clank, clank. The head dog that was knocked out tumbled out of the garbage. His low growling voice was like a Harley that slammed on the gas, his momentum increasing instead of decreasing, a pair of black eyes hanging over Terminal Qian, his canine teeth were pale, and the white teeth of Samson. The final dry spirit body tentacles probed forward, about to say hello. However, the moment the spirit body came into contact with the other party, the mixed images and chaotic noises instantly filled up Qingqian's consciousness. It was a good thing that the noise, though violent, was far less lethal than the shock the sun gave him. Terminal Qian came to his senses almost instantly, and also determined that this dog was indeed not a mortal dog.
Mortal dogs can't be tainted by ancient god pollution. My name is Final Qian. Please take care of me. The narrow road is won by the brave dog.
The final dry a front burst, vertical body rush, its momentum running thunder. The 5 dogs saw only a residual shadow in their eyes, and then they saw the garbage pile scatter in a ripple pattern. The strong impact swirled up dust and sand for several feet, the wind mesmerized their eyes, and after the darkness passed, the battle was already settled. Blood dripped from their bosses, their fur rolled out of the carpet, and their trembling limbs held themselves up tenaciously. There was no timidity in the fierce gaze. You're good, but unfortunately I started out higher than you. A drop of spiritual liquid fell, and the rolled up flesh and blood healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Final Qian turned around in a dashing manner, leaving the dogs with a handsome back, and paced away. Wait! An unfamiliar echo rang through Terminal Qian's consciousness. This is... Terminal Qian turned his head violently. Under the four eyes, Jinchen instantly read each other's eyes and determined that it was the dog in front of him that sent out that thought. The black dog with its healed wounds glared angrily at Final Qian, as thought after thought with anger exploded in Final Qian's mind, forming one long sentence, ugly idiot.
You're humiliating your auntie-me. Ha! Terminal Dry's entire dog is frozen. How did his good intentions to save the dog become a humiliation? However, Ji Qian has always liked to be straightforward and asked if he didn't understand, what does it mean? Could it be that a demon race match is one where you have to kill your enemy in order to honor your opponent? If that's the case, I can fulfill you.
Jinchen took a fighting stance, a stance that as long as you nod your head, I will fulfill your heart's desire to get you killed.
The black dog's heart trembled.
Annoyance and shame are fighting in a small dog's head, with fear of death pulling the strings. But these emotions, in the face of a powerful pride, eventually succumbed.
Good dog. Mad enough? Then come on. Come and kill me. Woof, 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 the dog barked and growled. Sparks wrapped in ash erupted from the black dog's nostrils, setting the entire dog ablaze in an instant, rolling smoke around its body pulsing like a flame. Those humongous dog eyes burned as well, crimson flames swirling in their sockets and igniting the bones of his entire body from within. Woebegone? Very similar.
But Banedo's flame is not as brilliant as this, that reddish red with gold-white flame hall, as if the sky big sun.
But again, the dog's physique does look like a scourge bucket.
The word skewer popped up in Jianxian's head. The so-called bunches are hybrid rice and animals, or hybrids for short.
Who are you calling a bastard? The flames burst into flames. The enraged dog charged at Terminal Qian. Terminal Qian was confused.
He didn't pass the thought on, but only wondered in his mind how the dog had learned of it.
Moreover, he has been wrongly accused of racial discrimination. He has recognized the term string from an academic point of view, and there is absolutely no racial discrimination whatsoever. Skewers are pretty good.
They say hybrids are good-looking. He used to be quite envious. The large fireball crashed into Jianxian's body, and the dog's voice roared in Jianxian's heart, it's too late to weasel out now. Like mercury liquid, there was a substantial foxfire clinging to the impact surface, and the smell of burnt dog hair rushed into his nostrils. Final Qian was knocked away by a strong force, and his body smashed through a bamboo building like a cannonball.
Do you need this palace to make a move?
Furry mother's voice rang out in her heart. No, 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 if you hit the little ones come to the old ones you will strike again and surprise them.
Woeful Central guffawed. Zhongqian asked, Anyang, is that dog Wudo? It looks like it and feels like it isn't.
It should have only inherited part of its bloodline. Scourge Central hammered home the identity of the black dog, but the next sentence left Jinzhuang puzzled. Strange, why does it have your scent on it?
Terminal Qian's brain almost died. How could the black dog have the scent he had on him? He wasn't the wild father of this dog.
As he was thinking about it, the searing headbutt hammered in again. It was like a round of sun, crashing through.
Wait a minute. The sun?
Did. A myriad of thoughts arose from the momentary terminal dryness. Just now, at the moment of spiritual body contact, he felt the ancient god's contamination on the other party, so did the other party similarly feel the ancient god's contamination on him.
So he infected the other guy? That black dog with his scent on it makes sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense is that Jinshin can't even use the flames of the sun. Does this dog have a special talent? In addition, Terminal Qian had discovered something else. Apart from the first greeting, he did not continue to establish psychic communication between him and the black dog. None of those latter words were transmitted through spiritual communication, nor could they have been transmitted through sound. Rather, it's other connections. It's like his wannabe mom mode. What kind of pattern is that dog thinking about him? Thinking about dad? Terminal Qian's expression quirked up, and his gaze towards the black dog became loving, with an additional emotion called fatherly love. The black dog picked up stray thoughts intermittently. Black dog is furious. Die, 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 die. The impacts made contact again, and the black dog crashed headlong through a cloud. The black dog froze, then laughed. Ha 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 ha, burned to ashes by my old lady. The cloud converged again, reconverging into one of Black Dog's most obnoxious faces. Don't worry, Dad's fine. Black Dog? 44 Chapter 44 Scorched Sun Sect, 3 shifts requesting catch-up reading. Aha! Rage. Want to tear it apart. Want to swallow it. The black dog is going to die. The black dog is going to be pissed off at that white dog. Two dogs, one black and one white, are in a big battle. The 4 family dogs that were watching from the sidelines all had their tails tucked up and were shivering. It was the first time they had seen their big sister in this position, and the first time they had seen a dog that could transform into a cloud. What kind of power is that? Is big sister really a dog? Why is it different from them? Boom! The bamboo building collapsed. The commotion here attracted the gazes of the human cultivators after all. A few of the quick-footed ones had already gathered around. Seeing the burning crimson flame, red with gold, gold with white, that eyes cannot move, greed is written on the face. This demonic beast is mine. This demon is here to wreak havoc on the party. I want. You want it my ass, don't you see the collar around that dog's neck? That's a dog with an owner. Ah, is there an owner? The light under the eyes of all the cultivators all dimmed. How nice it would be if this had no owner. That flame doesn't look mortal at first glance, maybe it's a wrongly born unicorn? That would be greatly auspicious. What about the other one? Cultivators looked in unison, the body without half of the hair of the big white dog a naive look. The main thing is that it has no collar on the neck. This dog is not bad for being able to hold on until now without dying and not having half a wound on his body. Great White. My Great White. I've found you. Where did the wild dog come from that dares to bully my big white? Dubai isn't afraid, I'm coming to save you. The black dog's movements for a moment. Its name was just Great White, but that guy wasn't running at it, it was another one. Oh, your master is here, is this awful old man? Terminal Chien at this time a dog face black line, dog TM's big white, lousy do not recognize him. Black dog was furious, do you recognize him, what are you scolding me for? The two dogs pinched again. The rising blazing sun directly forced that human cultivator back. Terminal Chien was surprised, your name is Dubai? Can't a black dog be called Big White? I'll call it Big White. Do you have a problem with that? I don't know if it has anything to do with the pollution of the sun, but Final Chen feels that the stupid dog in front of him is a powder keg, and his temper screams. After a long period of time, seeing more and more human cultivators around, Zhuang no longer had the heart to fight on. Of course he is not afraid of the human cultivators here, these people bundled together are not enough for a paw slap from the furry nymphette, if it is enough, there is still the Qingshi nymphette, and there are also 5 preparatory human masters. What he was worried about was that this would become a big deal and end badly for Mousy Mother. Nine-tailed fox is auspicious, this good courage, street fighting, what a scandal. Let's fight here today, I'll come back to seek you out in another day. Trying to escape. Don't. A white mist exploded and the white dog was gone. Black dog froze in his tracks. Ah, escaped. Woof. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. The black dog barked furiously. The 4 house dogs exchanged glances with each other, that was some dirty cursing. At that very moment, a man with an umbrella on his head and a black cloth over his eyes stood beside the black dog at some point. His hand was able to press directly on the dog's head without fear of the burning red flames. The rising crimson flames reeled back, the ashes collapsed and retracted, and in the blink of an eye, the burning dog of the blazing sun transformed back into an ordinary black dog. Black dog looked on in horror. Under the paper umbrella, the man whose eyes were covered by a black cloth gave a gentle smile. So it's a dog, I thought I could receive a disciple with good natural talent, but you also have a destiny with my scorched sun sect. The black dog cracked his mouth to reveal his grimy white teeth and his throat rolled with a rumble as if to say I'll bite you to death if you ever touch me again. But the man touched him again. The canine teeth are about to see blood when they open. However, a bite down but no bone breaking through feeling, that white like a woman's hand he actually cannot bite, but also by the other side of the 2 fingers to support, clamping his tongue pulled out. The black dog didn't react, hyper snort. A bite directly on its own tongue, almost killing it with pain. This guy. So bad. Worse than that white dog. Poor Taoist Yun Songzi, this stupid thing is raised by me. If it has rushed Taoist friend, poor Taoist apologizes on behalf of you and is willing to make compensation. Please return this stupid thing. The man with the umbrella looked back. The smile on his face was as warm and genial as the warm sun. It did do something bad, but it didn't impinge on me. 3 bamboo buildings on this street were destroyed and injured by it, and 6 of them were nearly killed. I spared you from this kind of mischief, and it should not be too much to ask for you to gift this dog to me. The visitor's heart sank. So it was you who stepped in and saved those people. Jun Songzi is ashamed. Since karma is like this, then let's follow what fellow Taoist said. Good. The black dog only felt the sky and earth go black and then he knew nothing else. When all the dust had settled, 2 black-toothed countrymen with square scarves and black heads blocked the way. People, they saved. The main reason I didn't come out and poke things up earlier was because I saw that this guy had more money. Since the dog is now yours, then the compensation will also be paid by you. 3 bamboo buildings, 100 gold for each, and the 2 of us out of the house, 1,000 gold for each. Any objections? Justice. After taking the money, the 2 blacktooths left. All that was left was the girl's whining and the man's subdued feeling of having picked up a treasure. Senior brother 2,200 gold. Ah, is that dog worth that price? Ripple, stop barking that dog, it's your senior now. The girl was shocked. Master wants to take him as his disciple? Aha. I don't believe it. Let me see the master. Master's asleep. Golden eyes flashed beneath the black cloth. The old consciousness roared in the man's consciousness, who asked you to accept a disciple on behalf of master. Ripple is just fine, at least she has some talent. What is that dog? What is that dog? He can also enter my scorched sun sect. The man does not answer. Consciousness realm. The blazing sun hangs over the parched earth and streams fire everywhere. A blind man sat cross-legged at a tea table, sipping boiling tea. That night, the little bamboo house. A black dog was released. I'll send you a karmic spell, if you can catch it. Your achievements will be above mine in the future. If you can't, then this body of yours will have to change ownership. Black dog was confused. I'll take that as a yes if you don't say no.
The black cloth tied around his eyes slipped off, and a bright light like that of the great sun illuminated the entire bamboo house. But this light did not reach outside the house. The golden pattern on the bamboo sealed the light of the great sun inside the bamboo building. Little, what are you doing? The man ignored it, his fingers reaching for his eyes, and for a moment the sunlight was brighter, the stones in the house began to melt, and the black dog, pulled by the Tao, went into a burning state. The hand continued to touch the eye and the fingertips began to glow, golden as if it were gold. The fingertips snapped on the eyeballs, and between tugs, the eyeballs, which were like great suns, were ripped out and shoved towards the dog's eyes. Ah! You are deceiving your master. Do you remember who raised you? Do you remember who taught you the way? Do you remember who granted you immortality? Ah! The corner of the man's mouth lifted up in a smile. Master, I'm also doing this for your own good. For so many years you've been trying to take over my body, I'm tormented and you're tormented. It's not a good thing for us master and disciple to be in such a stalemate all the time. Then you can't press master into a dog's brain. Even a ripple will do. Ripple? I did think so when I first took in the apprentice on behalf of the master, but the little sister is really too cute. She is so naive, so admiring me, loving me, how can I let her down? So master can only aggrieve you, disciple believe you, seize a dog's body, for you easily, you don't worry, you become a dog this matter I will help you to keep secret, in the future you are my scorching sun clan's protection of the god beast, no one dares to be disrespectful to you, if there is, disciple the first one does not agree, after all, you pay so much for the clan, without you there is no scorching sun clan, there is no I, there is no small sister, I yen %, and dollar, yen %. The old man couldn't hold it in any longer and stormily cursed his unlucky disciple with the force of a raging storm. Little, you kill me, otherwise I can destroy you even with a dog's body. Master what nonsense are you saying again, disciple is only admiration for you, how would I do that thing of deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors? If you want to retaliate, disciple will just take it on, I wish master to return to the peak soon. The old man is going crazy. Good. Little you wait. You unseal it, master will use this body. And he will definitely behead you in the future. The seal is lifted. The spirit tentacles jabbed straight out beyond the bamboo building, reaching for Ripple's room. However, the golden pattern on the bamboo building bounced it back. The spirit tentacles transformed into flurrying fire crows, swarming and storming towards the bamboo building. Master, senior sister, she was supported by me, and is now 100 miles away, you just rushed out and couldn't fly in front of senior sister, you'd better obey this dog. The old man was furious. Rewind to charge the man. But just at the moment they were about to make contact, they paused again in unison. He sensed danger. You're tainted with something. Oh master, would you like to come in and take a look? After much hesitation, Firecrow finally chose the dog. But just as he was finally ruthless enough to replace this dog and become this dog, the mutiny resurfaced. The moment the spirits make contact, the bald fire raven saw the white, symmetrically cracked canopy that enveloped heaven and earth had a pair of eyes watching him. What's this? 45, Chapter 45, It's snowing, request for follow-up. There's Sioux country. The white stone here is the base to support the entire capital. From a distance it looks like a country built on jade, but a closer look reveals that the white stone underfoot is not precious, but only wins in the ingenuity of the mind. In the land of Arisu, designs like this one that turn waste into treasure and ingenuity of mind are popping up every day. Those cultivators who practiced organ creation were like treasure pots. No matter if their research was successful or not, something useful could be born. Arisu Nation is interesting because of this. Under the eaves of the vermilion stacked trees and high eaves, a black fox is here furtively enjoying the view. If Zhong Qian were here, he would be able to recognize that this fox was none other than Shen Zhou's godmother. I wonder how the little monster is doing. Leaving the little one alone to face it, she's a bad godmother. But in her heart she was worried about her godson. But it's no use worrying about it. She doesn't know how to solve that extra woe is me. Can only run away. Counting the days, Woeful Central and the others should be back. They haven't come back for so long. Did they go to Qingqiu again, or to Pure Fox Ridge? Black Fox froze out of her mind. She missed her godson a little. But on second thought, it's good that she didn't come back, because if she didn't come back, she wouldn't have to face the Woeful Central directly. That crazy fox had become dangerous to her ever since she became a mother, and a few times she'd gotten the urge to kill her. But she didn't do it on purpose. Hey, came a heavy sigh. Shenjiu had already regretted teaching the little monster the human cultivation method. If she hadn't taught it, then at this time she still stayed in her mother's team as a godmother. She could have followed Woeful Central back to Orisa Kingdom in a high profile, that way she could find whoever she wanted to discuss the Tao. She didn't have to be like this now, as if she was a thief. Godson, oh, you don't want anything to happen to you. Achoo! Snowflakes drilled down his breath into Terminator's nostrils, and a sneeze nearly shot Terminator out of the air. Blacktooth country, it's snowing. It's snow. The spirit body communicated, and Jian Jian introduced the little golden fox to the strange thing in front of him. It was reasonable to say that after the black dog accident, he should no longer use his spirit body to communicate with the little golden fox at will. But his spiritual contact with the little golden fox started a long time ago, more times than he could count, and at the moment it looked as if the little golden fox was unaffected, which was also something that Final Chen did not understand.
Snow. The little golden fox sniffed his nose and accidentally inhaled the snow into his nostrils. Achoo! There was a loud thud, and the little fox fell backwards. The little white fox on the side was thunderstruck. This was a parody of him. There's no need to learn this one. The little golden fox climbed up from the snow pile and looked at her boss with a crooked head. She had obviously learned like it. Why didn't she have to learn it again? Terminal Chan walked to the front of the snow pile. Both paws will gather up the snowflakes. Patting, compaction. Soon a small snowman child piled up snow as this way to play. The little golden fox followed suit, but her fuzzy nature is not good at all to control the force, and after a few failures, she gave up and began to roll around in the snow, unlocking a new way to play on her own, that haunted look, living like a era. Well, just keep it as a era, it's quite joyful. Based on the idea that he was also a child and didn't need to pretend to be an adult, Final Dry joined in after the little golden fox pounced 2 handfuls of snow on himself. On the jade platform of the cloud boat, 2 calf-sized little foxes were playing happily. The cloud boat is big enough to play with them. Scourge Central, who was watching the scene from afar, had a kind face. Don't you want green bricks and tiles? Scourge Central looked towards Green Fox, who also had a cozy face. The reason why Green Fox was on the ship in the first place was because she was a nursemaid for Little Gold, and now that Little Gold has long been weaned, this nursemaid can be retired, and by then, the little monster's mouth will only have her as a mother. How nice. Don't want to. No way, how could a mother not want her cub? I'll go crazy if I don't see the little monster for a year. Green Fox glanced at White Fox and explained in the manner of a senior, that's because, you're the first litter. Something like bringing up a child is only fun the first time, and when this little guy gets a little older and doesn't listen, there'll be something for you to be annoyed about. Scourge Central looked at his pup. Would her cubs be disobedient? It feels like the one who might not listen should be her as a mother. Just heard the Green Fox added, moreover, Changfeng Changle as I brought up, this time let his father bring it. I had now ought to look around with you guys. Look at the scenery that this girl missed in those years. This is the fox life Scourge Central. So, you're stuck with me? Can't figure out if you have kids you don't raise and come to her and take them from her. But it's a good thing that Black Fox ran away. Thinking of Tatsujiu, Scourge Central couldn't help but feel a little worried again. That guy had also broken a tail, and although the little monster's spirit liquid had mended some of it for her, her strength wasn't at its full strength after all. It's not a peaceful time in Arisu. To be targeted by the demon clan of ancient heaven. Scourge Central grew more and more worried. Knowing that Black Fox as she did, she was sure to hide when she made a mistake. She'd been like that as a child. If she hides herself and the mother doesn't know she's in Arisu Kingdom, the room-sized dragon's egg was summoned. This trip out to attend the Black Tooth Kingdom's succession ceremony was just a cover. Her real mission was to transform the ancient innate Tao body in this egg into the likeness of the human race's innate Tao body. Spiritual communication. How's the consideration? No need to play dumb with this palace. After living for so long, this palace knows that you can speak. If you don't know what's good for you, this palace can only go along with heaven and help you return to the heavenly way and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shaped like a dragon, with a 4-legged jackal body. What is this if not Jarius? There is a record in the state of Su. This beast is a meal of virtue will be repaid. Jair's grudge will be avenged. Jair. Ancient dragons and jackals had sired the species. Fine, I'll give you a few more days to think about it, and when the affairs of the Black Tooth country are dealt with, if you're still like this palace will tear down the Tao that my son has filled, so that you can return to heaven and earth in accordance with the time of heaven. The spirit communication terminated, and Scourge Central put the giant egg away again. Looking for his cub again, he saw the little monster spitting out his tongue, his eyes in a cockfighting position, and gawking. What are you doing? Terminal Qian lifted his fox paw and pointed at the snowflake on his tongue. Auntie, this snow won't melt. Scourge Central moved closer, looking suspiciously at the clump of snow on his tongue, his expression progressively more grave. Snow melts, and the only snow that doesn't melt is the snow that has become refined in the extreme cold. Here, near the East Pole, where the sun is born, how could something like that be born? Auntie, if this snow never melts, wouldn't it be better to collect it and find a hot place to sell it for a good price? Scourge Central looked to his cub. Is that what you were thinking about when you were gawking? Aha! Woeful Central lamented, but this is where the heat is. Final Dry? 46 Chapter 46, The Three Teachings Drive Away the Snow, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Snow fell for 3 days in a row, looking down from the cloud boat, a good white really clean. But this was no longer the time to enjoy the view. Snow that won't melt and shows no signs of stopping yet is an act of God. A messenger from the Black Tooth country to see your majesty. A human cultivator stood on a bamboo and appeared outside the misty sea cloud boat. Final Qian stared dumbfounded at the bamboo, which had grown directly from the ground to the sky. What kind of Rui weapon is this? The white fox lifted some of the spell's prohibitions, allowing the cloud boat to manifest in the messenger's eyes. What is it? The man also did not board the ship, but
but stood on the bamboo and brought the queen's words as they were. There were quite a few words of respect, but the meaning was that the succession ceremony would have to wait until the snow had stopped because the snow was more than a little too heavy to be auspicious. Also, the Blacktooth Kingdom intends to ask the three teachings to perform a ritual to expel the great snow. Bringing the message, the messenger then took the bamboo and fell back to earth. Terminal Qian stared. The mind roars, this is the Rui weapon. It is. That's it. Anyang, what's the deal with that bamboo? Is it a magic treasure? Interested? Want to tag along and check it out? Woeful Central thought that the people of the Blacktooth country were going to ask her to fix the snow, but unexpectedly, they just informed her that the succession ceremony would be postponed. 3 religions? The 3 religions of the Blacktooth Kingdom, the Flower Monk, Mr. Mamo, and the Sure Gong. The Flower Monks are Buddhist, and in order to preach in the Blacktooth country, some of the monks have made some variations and are living a half-monk life here. Mr. Mamo is a Taoist priest. The Shikang, on the other hand, is closely related to the original beliefs of the Blacktooth country, which were born out of shamanism and blended with Taoism and Buddhism. The 3 teachings approach is worth a look. Aha! Then let's go. Dawood text arm. The white fox's form drifted into wispy lines that intertwined with the little white fox's body. And that little white fox gradually doggy under the cover of the Dao. No more fox's cunning, more doggy simplicity. Going out to play. Take me one. The performance of the little golden fox is in the eyes of the final Qian, according to the theory that the reward, but the final Qian is a little worried about this little guy to follow down on the play wild. But he couldn't lie and say that it was dangerous outside and safe to stay at home. If I don't treat the fox with sincerity, how can the fox treat me with sincerity? Well, take you with me. You. Give me a minute. I'll bring some supplies. Supplies? Terminal Qian was puzzled, and then he saw the little golden fox rushing out. The final dry now the speed has long been far more than the little golden fox. The little golden fox in front of the mad dash, the final dry in the back leisurely stroll followed. He wanted to see what the little fox was going to do. Then I saw the pen, ink, paper, inkstone, teapot, stool, table, bed. All turned into lines and collected in the body of the little golden fox. Is this the storage feature of the text arm? When did she learn? Remnant Go appeared at Terminal Qian's side and said with some complacency, when you were practicing, how, it only allowed you to progress showing off again, he said, how's that? I taught it. Terminal Qian was grateful in his heart. He knew very well that Remnant Go was not obligated to teach little golden fox. Teaching him would already be in the face of Fluffy's mother, teaching little golden fox would be in his face. 36 drops of spiritual liquid converged into a water sphere, and Qinqian gifted the water sphere to the boat spirit. Sister Ruigo has worked hard. Smell the flavor of the spirit liquid, is packing luggage of the little golden fox rushed back, a bite down, to take away the spirit liquid, but the boat spirit is also prepared, a step ahead of the spirit liquid to take away. Hey! You little thing that deceives your master. I'm your master, how dare you rob your master's food? The little golden fox started to play dumb with his eyes looking up at the sky. Finished packing? Seeing that the boss had no intention of giving himself a share, the little golden fox was depressed, and after thinking about it, he rushed out again and fetched the last 2 things before returning. Ready. Departure. Final Qian looked around and found that the demonized objects were actually moved by the little golden fox. Even the ship's lanterns were missing too. At this moment, Final Qian wanted to shave the little golden fox's fur and see how those tattoos lined up on her body. Sister Ruigo, is there anything you want in the human cultivator's bazaar? I'll go down and bring it to you. Remnant Go made a bitter thought, well, then bring me a few belly bibs, preferably the kind that can transmit light, the more translucent the better. Final dry? What the hell kind of fetish is this? You're a girl. Can't you be a little more reserved? Mother Aoshi, aren't you going down to take a look? I don't know the art of change, so you guys go ahead and I'll go down there when your mother officially attends their succession ceremony. So what does Mother Aoshi want? Bring back whatever you find interesting. Aha! Farewell to Mother Lapis. For the sake of insurance, Jian Jian ate a small pill to inhibit the bloodthirsty ancestor. To make sure that all the preparations are secure, Jian Jian jumped off the cloud boat. The little golden fox jumped after him without even thinking. 4 flames flared up under the feet of Jianshan, and the little golden fox whoosh. The little golden fox whoosh fell down in front of Jianshan, just like the extreme sports enthusiasts who don't want to open the parachute to challenge the limit of life. Final dry? He would have liked to show off to his little brother. Now, Final Qian stepped on fire and chased after him extremely. Red-colored ink lines rose up from the body of the little golden fox to transform into 2 lanterns, which were the big red lanterns on the ship and had the ability to float. It was as if the little golden fox had opened his parachute, and in a moment of life and death, he suddenly decelerated and was pulled slowly down by the 2 lights. Final dry? Are you really a fan of extreme sports? You! The little golden fox's purr that only expressed joy was ringing in his ears. Just have it in your mind. Drop to the ground. The human cultivator who had traveled up to the sky on the bamboo was already gone. In the end, there was a delay.
I don't see any bamboo, so I'll take the little golden fox for a casual look.
Looking at the little golden fox again, just a moment ago, the furry mother's dowel landed on her body.
The quirky little fox turned straight into a big yellow dog. This camouflage is good. I know you've worked hard, but you still can't slack off. You have to keep working hard. I came down last time and encountered a black dog. That black dog's strength is not comparable to mine. You definitely can't beat it now. Big brother, I'll try. Not bad, very spirited.
Terminal Chen was somewhat looking forward to it, not knowing if he would still be able to encounter that black dog this time.
Lightly through an alley, 3 days of snow made the streets a little difficult to navigate, but there was a path that had been trodden out, but the big yellow dog had a path not to go, just like to go into the snowdrifts. The other white dog that brought it was a little run down. After running and playing around for a while, Qingqian also gradually realized that something was wrong. The doors and windows are open here, but there's no one. Super whisper.
Looking around warily, not only was there no one there, but the silence was a little unnatural.
Where is everyone?
There is a furry mother looking at the inn. Qian is not panicked, following the footprints on the snow, exploring the place where the footprints are gathered.
Through several streets,
the sound of murmuring finally drifted in from the distance, and the eye was met by a black mass of people. They were all dressed in black in the first place, and they were gathered together, and as far as the eye could see, the blackness was depressing. The men held hands and formed a circle, like a celebration, but more like some kind of ceremony. Terminal Chen jumped to the top of the bamboo building in one leap. Looking down from the heights, the people of the Blacktooth Nation formed a circle in the circular plaza. One circle around the other, big circle around the other. Their pace was neat and vaguely rhythmic. The end of the dry look at the look out of focus, cannot help but follow the half jump half walk up. The white dog jumped down from the bamboo building and joined the brigade. The big yellow dog saw the boss go and followed suit, only to see a black crowd, the crowd of people who carry out the singing of the blessing of the two spirit of the dog hind limbs on the ground, standing upright to follow the black teeth of the country to sing the blessing of the people. In this regard, Qingqian was oblivious. His consciousness was invited to a marvelous world that had no words, no communication, and no images, but gave peaceful repose.
Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 20. God, 01.
47. Chapter 47, A World Where Only Black Dogs Are Injured, request for follow-up reading. Warm, peaceful, full of happiness and hope, all feelings of goodness. Terminator was so engrossed that when he woke up, the singing of the blessing had just ended. Black Teeth Country people release each other connected hand, that circle in the left and right, two people are also a face of strange release the final dry dog paw.
Did they just pull a dog for a sun blessing? Great M, please forgive them for their absurdity. They definitely didn't mean to blaspheme. Go go go.
The man pushed the white dog outward, trying to get rid of the dog before anyone else realized it and told the dog to play aside. Terminator woke up from his haze and remained in a haze.
What the hell? Why is he in the crowd? Auntie, I seem to have broken off just now.
It was a good thing that there was no expression barrier to spirit communication. If this had come out of his mouth, Scourge Central would have had to understand it for a while.
You dance well. A compliment from the furry mama.
Final Chen was even more confused and was about to explain when he heard Mother Fluffy say, the god of the Black Tooth Country has sent down blessings to you.
So, it's the god of Blacktooth that's doing it? No, a blessing?
When Terminal Qian checked the physical examination information, he saw that, God, had been raised from 0 to 1. What this attribute stood for he hadn't worked out yet, and this was the first time this attribute had been raised. Terminal Qian felt itself, did not feel anything wrong, and did not feel anything proper. The crowd separated a road, the crowd have to avoid, only to see a face painted black ink oil color looks majestic. A crowd came to the end of Qian's face.
Final dry? Mother?
Go with them, the Master Chief is extending an invitation to you on behalf of their god.
Terminator looked down at his doggy paws, the disguise was still there. Auntie, are we being seen through?
Their god saw through it, whether they were told or not is unknown. Mother gave the word, Final Qian naturally will not wimp out. There were just too many people around, tall people blocking short people, fat people blocking thin people, front people blocking back people, so not many people saw what was happening in front of them. But when Final Qian was invited onto the high platform, everyone saw it.
Just two dogs, sitting up there.
The Blacktooth Nation was also confused. After all, not everyone could hear the oracle. However, the masters and gents naturally had their reasons for doing so. People can't help but wonder if the ceremony has changed. In the past, the black dog's head was chopped off as a deterrent to the evil spirits, but now the white and yellow dogs will do the same? Then when we go home we'll give the family rhubarb an extra meal, the days are numbered, have a few more good meals. Jinzhuang didn't know that he was no longer alive in the eyes of these people.
He was seated on the high platform, a new addition, and there were 2 other seats for the spectators, one for the old queen and the other for her son, and the seat of the final dryer was after the new king. It's not the same feeling to see it from above as it is to see it from below. Terminal Qian heard more than just murmured singing of benediction, but also some musical instruments accompanying it. The instruments range from the familiar, beehive drums, flat drums, gongs and cymbals, to the unfamiliar, making whistling noises, and an eerie buzzing sound. As the ceremony continued, the master gong who was surrounded inside squatted his body extremely low and stepped on a unique rhythm, swinging his body in time with the rhyme, giving a special rhythm that was ancient in vicissitudes, atmospheric, and with some weirdness. The tune played by the instruments was not a happy one, and it tightened the pores of Qingqian. But it's not hard to hear. The old queen cast her gaze this way, and Jinqian wondered if she should respond in a polite manner. The old queen, on the contrary, smiled kindly at him first, and then averted her gaze to continue observing the ceremony. Terminal Qian pretends to be at ease and calmly turning the dog's head. Outside the square of dancing and singing congratulations, there are 2 other dojos. One group looks like Taoist priests and one group looks like monks. Auntie, what are they doing? They're going to scare the snow away. This whole thing just sounds ridiculous. However, if this world had anything to do with those legends he perceived, then monks and Taoist priests were not commonplace. Terminator gazed in both directions, and well, didn't he see anything? Just because he didn't see it didn't mean that there wasn't a situation. It was likely that the situation was greater because he couldn't see the ancient god with his obscure eyes. A black dog was released, and the masters and gentlemen gathered around this dog to sing their blessings. Terminal Qian's expression was stunned. Sister Black Dog? Upon closer inspection, this black dog was not the same black dog as the one he fought with that day. Just as Jinshan guessed what they were going to do, the chopper fell and the black dog had its head chopped off. Final dry? Something bizarre happened as a deep valley cracked underneath Shikagon's feet. It was as if the masters were stepping on unseen glass, or perhaps the deep valley was projected. But in the next moment, Terminal Qian's conjecture was dismissed. The black dog's head was thrown in. For a while, the wind and snow stopped. Coincidence? Final Chan raised his head to look at the sky. The dirty and chaotic sky cleared up, and the sunlight that had not been seen for several days scattered down and shone on everyone's body, on every bamboo building, and on every street. The snow that wouldn't melt, melted. But the melting wasn't peaceful, as if there were a million sharp mouths swallowing that snow one bite at a time. Final Qian secretly swallowed his saliva as he watched this bizarre scene. If he didn't have obscure eyes, what he could see at this moment was definitely even more terrifying. The ceremony completed, the Blacktooths danced again, and this time the sound of the instruments was so loud and clear that it carried far, as if a trumpet smothered in a quilt had finally lifted the quilt and let the world hear its voice. The people holding hands in a circle danced with joy, the ghostly eeriness disappeared, and the place was all of a sudden noisy and enthusiastic. Is it nice? Furry Mother's voice rang out in her mind. Was it good? This scene shouldn't be described as good-looking. That magnificent sacrificial dance, and the sacrifice that makes dogs uneasy. Ultimate Qian only felt that the picture of this world was far crazier than what he felt. He had to boost his strength fast. Otherwise, he won't even know how he'll die when the ominous descends. Well, is pretty special. When the sacrifice was over, the old queen and his son left. Terminator thought they would say hello, but they didn't. It follows that their god should not have told their people about their own nine-tailed fox identity. Auntie, what would you do if they asked you to fix the snow? Let your godmother swallow it in one bite. Final dry? Godmother Aoshi? Why is it the greenstone godmother? She has the magical ability to eat anything related to eating, and eating a cloud is not much of a problem. So that's how it is. Compared to this sacrifice ceremony, Jinshan feels that it is still the furry mother's method to look at the picture more correctly. The leader of the group, Shirgon, came to Terminal Qian's face. A bone shard was handed to him. Terminal Qian looked at the bones. The whole dog's expression was incoherent. What's he gonna do now? Snatch the bone with a snort like a dog? Terminal Qian tilted his dog's head and looked at his big brother who had given him a hard time. Take it, it's the bones of the Thunder King. It's a rare material in the eyes of human cultivators who study organ building. Extreme materials? Terminal Qian's eyes lit up and he raised his claws to catch it. Reasonably he should have used his mouth, but having just watched the unusually bizarre sacrifice ceremony, he didn't dare to just put anything from this world in his mouth now. Master Gon left after delivering the Thunder King's bones. No one bothered it again. Instead, the people of the country of Blacktooth began to be curious about it, and many eyes looked over, but did not come close enough to explore. Auntie, what is the Thunder King? The guy who was entrenched in the razor can drive thunder and lightning, and the ancestors of the Blacktooth country once defeated him, and the witchcraft ritual dance just now is showing a scene of their ancestors fighting the Thunder King. So. Qingxian understood some of it, but didn't understand even more. How does acting out disperse the snow? Could it be that the snow is in shock? There is also the snow on the ground, that is torn out by the sharp mouthparts. Look at the end of the dry. Big White Day Sand Value is nearly emptied.
On the grounds, the black dog's blood was not cleaned up.
The body was taken away. Terminal Chan looked at the puddle of blood and felt some emotion in his heart. Reach a world where only black dogs get hurt? Oh brother dog, good luck with your next life, if there is a next life.
Final Chan also left the square. He wanted to bring gifts on the ground for Ruigo and also Mother Qingshi.
When he thought about what Ruigo wanted, Final Dry was once again a headache.
Just as Final Chen left, among the outsiders who had come to observe the ceremony outside the sacrificial ceremony, a cultivator who was missing and I kept staring at the white dog that Final Chen had transformed into. This person was accompanied by a black dog, which was looking shocked, holding out for the black dog brother whose head had been decapitated.
Master, look at that dog gives me a bit of a strange feeling. The black dog was silent. The one-eyed man retracted his gaze and said persuasively, Master, I know you're still angry with me, but I have the money, and you don't want to sleep on the streets and fight with wild dogs for food, do you? Black dog looked to the one-eyed man. He was tempted to say that your master was gone, but it didn't dare to show it. It was afraid that it would be the same as the black dog whose head had been decapitated. Silence and high spirits are all it can do now. Good thing, it had inherited some memories and knew the cause and effect of it. Master, this body of yours has some friendship with that white dog. How about you condescend and help my disciple to test it? Black dog? It's got a load to do with that white dog. But this was a good opportunity for it to escape. It's so stressful to be around this guy. Master, I know it's a bit of an aggravation for you, but as you are the Scorched Sun sect's protecting divine beast, you should also make some contributions to the sect. Black dog. This is more like Ah than he is. 48 Chapter 48 Ancient God Golden Crow, request for follow-up reading. Prepare for battle. You. The moment the black dog approached, Final Qian had a sense. This kind of sensation is very wonderful. He seems to be able to vaguely see each other. But this induction is not stable, like an old radio with a bad signal. Terminal Chan bowed his body and blocked the front. Not to be outdone, the little golden fox burrowed out from behind Final Qian and ambushed low at the side and back, preparing for an ambush. The black dog then paced out in the shadows under the bamboo building on the corner of the street under the watchful eye of a white and a yellow one. That all black shiny hair fluffy, a black dog actually out of the lion's temperament. But what was more attractive to Final Dry was the eye patch the dog wore on its head. Spiritual tentacle contact. Isn't this Dubai? How did you go blind after not seeing him for a few days? The corners of the black dog's mouth split, revealing 2 rows of white, sharp teeth. Then the sound that seemed like a Harley blasting the gas rolled between the black dog's throat. Why did those people let you go up there? Shi Chen babbled. They said the black dog is an evil spirit, while the white dog is auspicious, so they let me go up and sit down. Ow. Woof, woof, woof barked furiously. The black dog pounced on Terminal Chen. Final Chen greeted, Little Gold, bite him. At the same time, Jian Chen himself also rushed up to meet the enemy head-on, blocking the main path of the black dog and holding the black dog back, so that it would be better for Xiao Jin to encircle from the rear flank. One-on-one Xiao Jin definitely couldn't beat this black dog, but an assist was still no problem. Ashes drifted up, a bit of white aura flared up in the black dog's eye sockets, and the flesh and blood black dog suddenly transformed into a monster that burned with incandescent streams of flame. The searing heat set the nearest bamboo building on fire. There were cultivators from the Black Tooth country who came flying in, but even faster than those cultivators was the Master Gong who had just held a sacrifice. Divine gold Suki rays draped over the bamboo buildings and streets. Suddenly, the fog rose, and the human cultivators who wanted to get close enough to take a look were blocked behind the fog, and could not walk in no matter what, obviously walking forward. Senior Gong's intentions were clear. He would not allow anyone else to participate in the battle, not even to watch. Seeing this, Scourge Central muttered a bit. When did the Black Tooth country's Master Gong become so good at things? It was true that the Orissa Kingdom had been friends with the Black Tooth Kingdom for hundreds of years, but that was a royal-to-royal relationship. Unlike other ethnic countries, the divine power and the king's power in the Black Tooth Kingdom are independent of each other. The king could ask the Shishigongs to bless the people and remove their calamities, but he could not order them to do so, for the king of the country of the Black Tooth was also a child of M. The king of the country of the Black Tooth was also the child of M. Hardly counting, here the local theocracy far outweighs the local kingship. When the fog came together, Black Dog was alert. But it obviously wasn't alert enough. The palm-sized inkstone appeared behind its head and bam! The chipped down. That inkstone Jianzhuang is too familiar. It is exactly the one on the Fog Sea Cloud boat. Because the black dog was burning with a big fire on his body, the little golden fox couldn't get close to it, so it switched to long-range output, and all kinds of sturdy-looking gadgets brought from the ship were thrown out by it, looking at the final dryness, and at the same time knocking the black dog in a daze. The teapot was thrown. The teapot was also confused. Seeing the burning hyena, it thought it was here to put out the fire, so it sprayed all the tea steamed, and for a while the battlefield was filled with the aroma of tea. Then something even weirder happened. The two lanterns brought down from the cloud boat split their mouths and sucked violently, furiously swallowing the Yangyan on the black dog. Terminal Chen, who had thought he was the main man, stopped. The expression looked odd. It would be a bit of a bully dog for him to charge back up at this point. Die, 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 die. You all must die. The black dog that was beaten by the group became infuriated, and he saw the eye patch on the dog's head fall off, and a shining eye that looked like the sun erupted with terrifying might. Terminal Qian's sweaty hair stood on end, and the moment the eye patch detached, he felt the sense of crisis of death. But instead of fleeing, he blocked in front of the little golden fox as fast as he could. He had a furry mother on him, not on the little golden fox. Meanwhile, the furry nymph struck out. You're sleepy. The Dao drooped, and the scorching blazing sun closed up, transforming into a fire sparrow that slept with its eyes closed. Terminator saw the firebird. The aura tainted on Terminal Qian's body was induced. The disguise was incinerated. The white fox transformed into a fire fox. The fire did not harm him, but was like hair, as if it had grown out of the body of the final dryer. Consciousness realm. Light and shadow came to life in Terminal Qian's eyes, making a loud noise in their entanglement. Jinshan once again saw that bird, the huge, three-legged golden crow that burned with horrible flames. The pain is only momentary, meaningless sounds and noises, meaningless images, twisting Qingshan's consciousness into a twist in an instant. Memory ignites a fire, and the past burns and incinerates in the moment. Nothingness and emptiness engulfed him, and it felt like falling into a space where nothing was. The space was white and black with nothing. That might be a conveyor belt, at the end of which is complete zeroing. In the real world, the white fox's body was alienated, and a pair of fire wings stretched out from its back, and towards the sky, it was about to lift its wings and fly away. The hot sunlight focuses here and shines here, creating a brighter path of light that connects the sky to the earth. The fur turns from white to red and from hair to feathers in the harsh sunlight. The third hand, in a treacherous stance stretched out in the front chest of the final dry, it was a crow's paw with 3 in front and 1 in the back, with a long hooked claw, very symmetrical. The sunlight converged on this claw, and the claw seemed to grab hold of the light that had no physical substance, rubbing it into a sunwheel and holding it in his chest. Just as the change rippled through a handful of white hairs on his abdomen, distorted bites exploded out of that point with a kanji that was revitalized and distorted to the point of abstraction. They combined and aligned with each other, crawling all over the body like talismans, and white light flowed from the dark strokes, reflecting the past and present lives of Terminal Qian. Among them, the word final dry is the most conspicuous and arrogant. These 2 words wrote on top of the head of the final dry character of the right half of the left half of the face up, as if the horn generally toot blowing out more trash talk. Those cursing trash words joined the counterattack, and the other kanji launched a charge together. A small tree drilled out from the heart of the final Qian, and in the blink of an eye grew into 10 feet high, 6 branches, 72 leaves spread out in all directions in a universal scroll, cutting off the sunlight. There is a change in the world of emptiness, which is the extreme of black and white. A kanji so distorted that it seemed impossible to see the original penetrated, and countless eyes scanned the space. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Find it fast, find it fast, find it fast, find it fast. What about this? 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 Locking onto the target, all the kanji were poured into the white, transparent shell in a single stream. Terminal dryness shakes the mind. Distorted images and torn noise once again poured into terminal dry senses, into the world. But Terminal Qian felt better than ever. Just now, he felt like he was suddenly suffering from Alzheimer's and had even forgotten who ETM was. 49 Chapter 49 Black Dog turns out to be a boy. Requests for read-alongs. Outside, reality. At the same time as the return of Terminal Qian's consciousness, the alienation terminated and regressed a little, and the half-haired, half-feathered fur retreated back to its original appearance. Waking up, Terminal Qian also realized what that cloth covered his entire body. It was a cloth kneaded from his own hair, with a summary of his branded memories and cultivation progress. It was his diffractive handbook. This time, without the diffractive Dao handbook, it was 80% that he wouldn't be able to return. The wings retracted and hid into the fur, but didn't disappear completely, instead shrinking into tiny, fleshy wings the size of a human's pinky finger. The extra raven claws growing out of his chest hadn't disappeared either, just hidden in his fur. The final dry tried, but also can open and close the grab. So amazing. Amazing egg ah. I'm not going to be able to do that. Terminal Qian grabbed the claw and wanted to pull it out, but the claw had already grown on his body, and forcing it out had the pain of being split into 5 horses. The Chinese characters that were spread all over Terminal Qian's body began to close up and return to the diffractive Dao handbook. But these kanji were different from when they first came out, and a little bit of piercing flame wrapped around them like a hawk. When all these Chinese characters were included in the diffractive handbook, the diffractive handbook was also ablaze with fire, but not by burning, rather as if it was meant to be. Apparently, the battle did not end with one side being expelled, but rather with a strange symbiosis with Terminal Dry. Jinzhuang felt himself and recalled the words of Tatsujio's mother. According to Qinzhou's mother's words, it was only from this moment that he formally embarked on the path of cultivation. His consciousness was already in a state of semi-insanity of being me and not me. Because of the derivative handbook's protection and mending, he's crazy sober. Final Chen's spiritual body tentacles touched the diffractive Dao handbook. The entry point was a field of kanji fire ravens.
They are like little children who have been given a new toy and can't fly enough.
Terminator watched.
The image before him further confirmed that his memories had been contaminated by the ancient gods, and the ancient gods' contamination now became part of what made up, and carried, the memories. The burning fire of the golden crow transformed into countless golden crows here, and those were all the past that Final Qian had once had. As Terminal Qian looked at these patched-up memories, he suddenly thought of a paradox, the paradox of the ship of Theseus.
The ship of Theseus paradox is a paradox about identity replacement. Suppose the constituent elements of an object are replaced, is it still the same object?
What the right answer is, Terminal Dry doesn't care. He thinks that he is still him. This was what Tetsuji's mother had taught him, and it was the most important thing, that he must be convinced that he was still himself. As long as you believe that you are still yourself, then you are yourself.
I am Terminal Qian.
The final dryness is hereby declared, and a new brand of memory is left behind, with a record of cultivation. Record, the pollution of the sun merges with me, and I gain the first ancient god-level view of the three-legged golden crow.
The writing is done. Final Qian's consciousness was drawn away from the diffractive Tao handbook and returned to reality.
Awesome, I feel so much more refreshed since I got mental illness.
Little monster.
The voice resounded beyond the heavens. Terminal Qian raised his head, his face puzzled. Immediately afterward, his consciousness broke away from this world and returned to his true body. Ultimate Qian was dismayed to realize that what he had just been in was not reality.
This. There are several levels of illusion? You, Fluffy Mother and Little Golden Fox all looked at him with worry. Jianqian woke up completely. I'm fine.
Terminator shook his stinging head. His body was still burning with the fire of the golden crow. Jinzhuan looked towards the one who started it all, that fire sparrow. The fire sparrow suddenly woke up when he was gazed at by Terminal Qian and fluttered around him with pleasure. That fire sparrow is the eye of the black dog. Final Qian froze out of focus. Here.
Is the reality, right? Spiritual tentacles touch the diffractive handbook. Practice notes updated.
Record, the pollution of the sun merges with me, and I gain the first ancient god-level view of the three-legged golden crow. Just now, he should have been in some kind of illusion. But what he does in the illusion also affects this side, and an illusion that can affect reality is still an illusion. The psychic tentacles re-explored the memory imprints that had been branded earlier. There weren't any flying kanji in there either, there was just everything from his past that was pure memory.
This is normal, right? Consciousness was withdrawn from the diffractive Tao handbook.
Jinzhuan looked at the one who started it all, that damned fire sparrow. That fire sparrow was actually still courting him, still looking like he was being gracious beyond belief. Resisting the urge to strangle the fire sparrow to death, the wood has been turned. It is useless to get angry, it will only be taunted by the sun for being incapable of raging.
And look at the black dog. Terminal Qian's expression grew weirder and weirder. He could feel a deeper connection between himself and the dog. This may truly be a sensation only between God and the believer. But, it shouldn't be. It was reasonable to say that even if the black dog was tainted with the sun's pollution, it should be pointing at the sun, so why would it be pointing at him? Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 2025. God, 12. Strength has been raised again, and not by much. Spirit, directly soared by 5 points. God, also boosted a bit. It's really okay? Scourge Central was still worried about her cubs. She didn't know why the silly fox suddenly laughed and laughed her heart out. Auntie, my strength has increased again. A foxfire with a substantial glow lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scourge Central's gaze froze for a moment, not that she was surprised by this growth rate, but at a time when she was worried about this brat's safety, this brat actually only cared about the increase in strength? The little golden fox heard Final Dry say it was fine, so it was fine, and summoned his own foxfire like a model. 1, 2, 3. That's a great score already. Strange to say, the spirit liquid was better for the little golden fox than it was for Final Dry himself. Jianzhuang doubted that the spirit liquid given to him by his companion spirit was not watered down. Scourge Central smoothed out the heart of a loving mother that was nearly collapsing, and looked at the black dog on the ground that was still sleeping. It's been a while since I've eaten dog meat, and even though this dog isn't a great demon, I think it's also unique. Terminal Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Auntie, this dog looks good to me and I want to keep it. Scourge Central? Woeful Central examined the black dog. Are you sure? Keeping a neutered dog? Final Dry? TMD, what did he hear? Terminal Qian looked at the sleeping black dog. What exactly has fate done to you? Sister dog, no, brother dog be strong. Wait, being castrated is considered an injury, right? I wonder if his spirit liquid can repair this injury. Vibrant little trees grow from the heart of the Final Dry. The leaves rustled, and drop by drop the spirit liquid that rolled over them crashed down, landing on the black dog's body. The bag on the back of that black dog's head that had been knocked out by the little golden fox faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually returning to flatness. Waste. It's so wasteful. Giving it to Boat Spirit was just fine. Boat Spirit was also its master by calculation, but its own big brother actually shared such a delicious thing with a black dog. This made the little golden fox feel a great waste. Anan, I'll let you stuff yourself when we leave Blacktooth country. Final Chan lifted the back dog leg of the black dog. A series of 10 drops of spiritual liquid dropped down, where it was still flat. Shouldn't we cut the wound open and try again? 50 Chapter 50. A loose breeding is also a breeding. Request for readings. The knife went down, the wound was retorn, and another drop of elixir was delivered. The wound healed, flat as ever. Can't it be cured? Terminal Chan lamented in his heart. Just then the black dog woke up and saw the nasty white dog lifting his hind legs, and for a moment the dog's face turned red. Change. Pervert. You, what are you trying to do to me? Terminal Chan was scolded but not annoyed, explained. Brother, you suffered. I also just realized that you were originally a male dog. Don't worry, even though you were castrated, I won't look down on you, and so will Xiao Jin. Retracting his hind legs violently, the entire black dog froze. What is this obnoxious as hell white dog farting in front of me? I've been an ant for more than 70 years and you're telling me I'm a male? Yang Yan flared up on his body, and the black dog was about to tear apart the guy in front of him who spoke like a fart. But the little golden fox is faster than him. The two swallowed. Yang Yan is also fine. Weird ship lamps again gulped up. Endless streams of fire rolled backward and sucked into the two lamps. At the same time, ink, stone, bench, teapot, greetings. The black dog stumbled at the knock, and the bull-sized bag bulged with flesh. Ah! You bully the dog too much. Black dog drove his left eye and cast a horrible secret technique. However, the fire sparrow that was transformed from an eyeball ignored his command and combed its feathers in an old-fashioned manner. A snow-white fox paw landed on the black dog's head. The sight made Black Dog's liver explode as he watched. He thought of the man who could ignore his flames. The gesture of that one dog and one man overlapped in its eyes. The white fox once again turned into a fire fox. The black dog looked at the white dog in front of him, at some point changed a little different, but also some good looking. What breed of dog is this? The white fox spoke. Your fire is useless to me, haven't you noticed? The fire on your body was bestowed upon you by me, and you, a skewer with only a rare Baindo bloodline, can erupt with such terrifying strength. Haven't you ever wondered why? Black dog froze. It's so strong, isn't it? Its sleeping ancient bloodline awakening? The black dog has certainly wondered why his strength has skyrocketed and why the flames on his body have changed color. But one thought that he could become strong because of this good-looking, but nasty guy in front of him. Black dog, a dog heart, do not mention how disgusting. However, seeing that his attack was indeed ineffective, the enemy was outnumbered, and the black dog had no idea of continuing the fight. Is it because of you? I don't want to know why you boosted my strength, but I'm in a trouble now. If you can help me solve it, then the previous grudges can be written off, and I'm also willing to promise you a few demands that aren't excessive. How about that? The reason why my old lady can traverse this street is because of her trustworthiness, and the promises she made have never fallen through. Oh, Terminal Chan became interested. What kind of trouble have you encountered? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Black dog told what had happened to him after white dog escaped. The old owner sold it, and the man who bought it shoved an eyeball into its socket. There's also an unusually scary old guy in that eyeball. But for some reason, the old guy suddenly stopped the moment he lunged at it. Driven by fear, it did the craziest thing it could do and simply flayed and swallowed the other alive while it was unable to move. Then he gained some more memories of the scorched sun sex feuds. The master seizes the apprentice, and the apprentice victimizes the master. Final Chan was like listening to a talking book. His eyes flickered. What happened afterward? Then what? The light of curiosity. When the last barking stopped, Final Dry also understood the whole thing. So, you want me to take you away? Woof. As long as you help me, then our grudges will be cancelled, and I still owe you a favor. Terminal Chan was thoughtful. Scorched Sun Clan. How many people are left in that clan? I don't know, I saw just 2, and if I count it's the 3rd. Are they blind? The man is missing an eye, the girl child has both eyes intact. Terminal Chan continued to press. How did they practice, and by what means did they visualize the sun? The black dog's brain still had a lot of memories undigested, so it didn't know everything. Shaking its doggy head loudly, Terminal Chan felt his connection with the black dog. The light of thought shone brightly in his eyes. Taking it away is naturally simple, but what about afterward? There are no sun-related tracks on the ship. The only person who had anything to do with the sun was himself, but Terminator didn't even know what the way forward was. But the Scorched Sun sect was different, a sect related to the sun, and the development of the sun was worth looking forward to. Brother Dog, in my opinion, it would be more promising for you to stay in the Scorched Sun sect. Black Dog? Woof. No, I just want to leave. Immediately. Right now. Now. Final Chan comfortingly rubbed the black dog's head, and the black dog, because it was begging for help, held back its discomfort and stiffened its neck. Trust me, stay in the Scorched Sun sect and keep pretending to be that man's master. I trust you. Woof. I don't even believe myself. Why should you believe me? Why, a black dog's life is no life. You say you're going to kill and you say you're not going to save? Believe me, you are not alone. Do you know why that horrible old man suddenly stood still? Terminal Qian was naturally unaware of this. But he can blow. That's because of me. Go on, I'll help you again. Eat your heart out to be a dog on a dog. Come on. The black dog's brain was suddenly itchy. There was so much to think about. What's wrong with what's wrong with what's wrong with what's wrong? Terminal Qian looked toward the white mist around him. The furry mother has been reorganized into a composition arm, and the final dryness is looking for that Master Gong. Didn't see it, but Ultima knew the other side was watching the place. Opening his mouth, he thanked in a language he was still unfamiliar with. Thank you, Master Gong, for protecting me here. The friendship between the kingdom of Arisu and the kingdom of the Black Tooth will surely last for a long time to come, and now that the matter is over, this fog can be dispersed. At these words, the fog literally lifted. Seeing this, the black dog's mind turned 100 times, and he finally decided to stick to his choice. If you don't want to help me, I can escape myself. You kid, I remember you, no matter what background you have. Next time I see you, I will beat you to beg for mercy. At that time, I will gather a group of brothers to wash away the shame of being surrounded by this shameless dog today. As soon as the fog cleared, the black dog ran away. But not waiting for the black dog to run far away, Jinxian shouted at the top of his voice, "Where are the Taoist friends of the Scorched Sun sect? Your family's sect protector divine beast is escaping. Why don't you quickly go and catch it?" This voice is so bold that the thunder rolls. The black dog, who had just crossed a street, stumbled and nearly fell right into the pit. No, it had fallen into a pit, and that white dog was the biggest pit it had ever encountered. Black Dog was furious. Woof! Woof woof woof! It's a waste of time to be so good-looking and black-hearted. Upon hearing Final Qian's shout, the Scorched Sun sect's eldest senior brother immediately ran over, his golden radiant palm probing into the clouds that had yet to dissipate and grabbing. In a loud voice, he said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for informing me." He also said to Shigong, "This dog is my Scorched Sun sect's divine beast of protection, so please lift the cover from Shigong." Master Gong originally wanted to cover up for Black Dog for the sake of Arasuaku, but the change of the situation he could not understand even if he was a noble divine envoy, and at that moment, he completely unclouded the fog and left with a single step. Without Shigong's Taoist protection, the Black Dog was successfully caught. Just then, I heard the Final Qian, who had redisguised himself as a white dog, call out and say, "It's too insincere to just verbally say thank you. Are the disciples of the Scorched Sun sect all such miserly people?" The Scorched Sun sect's eldest brother, who was carrying the dog, thoughtfully dug into his pocket and felt an empty one, so he had to turn his head to look for his senior sister. "Ripple, gift this fellow Taoist 1,000 gold. Black Dog stared angrily at what was happening in front of him. "Is it being sold again?" The white dog took the money bag that was full of reluctance and said to the black dog with a smile, "Fellow dog, the outside world is more dangerous than you think. Since you have the clan shelter, it's better for you to stay in the clan properly. Don't be born in bliss and don't know bliss. Woof. Woof woof woof. This blessing is for you if you want it or not. MD, I hashtag $% hashtag at." It was at this moment that Final Qian's heart resounded with Furry Mother's doubt. "Aren't you going to keep this black dog?" Terminal Qian joyfully returned, scattering is also raising. Final Dry did not hide the Furry Mother. Will be his and this black dog mutual induction of the matter told. Scourge Central listened and thought, it sounds like it has something to do with the divine Tao. Turn around and see what your grandmother says. Your grandmother cultivated the divine Tao. At the mention of his grandmother, Jianshan couldn't help but shrink his neck. The name his grandmother gave him remains the biggest shadow in his mind to this day. 51 Chapter 51, No fat, no skinny, meet fellow Taoist. This $1,000 was also a blessing in disguise for Final Qian. Or he'd have to find a way to make money. With his moral standards and his reverence for the cycle of karma in this bizarre world, he wouldn't do anything like whoring for nothing without paying. But the immediate dilemma was how he was going to get Ruigo the bib she wanted. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Final Dry? That's too familiar. Are you Shin Gongbao? Terminal Qian looked suspiciously at the Scorched Sun sect's eldest senior brother. "Little Dao Chujing, may I ask how you call yourself?" Terminal Qian raised his doggy face and looked at the other side. The world is indeed epileptic that this man could greet a dog with such aplomb. "I just don't know what's going on, but don't let it be a fairy tale or something. Then the furry mother would have to step in and the little black dog would have no clan." Aoki. Final Qian made up a name. Unexpectedly, the furry mother's conspiratorial muttering sounded in the bottom of her heart. "TSK, Aoki, what a good name." Final Dry? What happened? Didn't he just make up a fake name? Final Qian explained, mother, listen to my explanation. My child is afraid that if I tell this person my real name, this person will then curse me secretly because I pitched him 1,000 gold. Then how come it's not called Banewood?" Ultimate Qian was asked. "I was jealous of this, but your old man did not use the word woe in his name for me, but he named me something like Shinlu, Lulu, 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 Lulu and Lulu. I'll change it then." "No, say it all and lie with a little care." "Aha. Mother is right, child, with that in mind." Zhongchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was resourceful and escaped.
Fellow Daoist Chang Mu, thank you once again for your righteousness. This sect protector divine beast is very important to my scorched sun sect, and I will definitely keep this sentiment in mind. Terminal Chen rebuffed, this road most hate cause and effect entanglement. Today you have been out of 1,000 gold, you and I have been counted, do not need other love. If you consciously give less, you can also give 1,000 gold, 10,000 gold, 100 million gold, all, this road will not stop you, until you feel counted until, can good? The one-eyed Daoist froze. Think of his first Jing. 200 years ago, he worshipped the scorched sun sect, all the way to the hard cultivation, stupid, obsessed, confused, painful, when he knew that the master devoted himself to cultivate their own only in order to take over their own, he almost wrote heart collapse, really from, that is really a painful years, but also to give him the biggest growth of the turning point in life. After that he practiced harder, hiding all his dissatisfaction, pretending that he had accepted the mission instilled by his master, and voluntarily dedicating himself to be grateful for everything in return for the preaching and teaching. After 200 years of planning, he finally broke the cage and regained his freedom. In the past 200 years, he had crossed a dozen mountains and visited 4 capitals. His insights and experience are hard to beat among his peers. So good he is today, but he is embarrassed by a dog. Fellow Daoist choking? Fellow Daoist choking? Ha! The scorched sun sect's eldest senior brother struggled to come back to his senses. I saw the white dog spit out human words and said, can you figure it out? What does it count as? After several turns in his head, Hatsune Makoto finally woke up completely. At the moment, there were people gathered around. There were natives of the Black Tooth country itself, and there were also cultivators like him, who had traveled in the clouds. Just listen to a fat belly cultivator joyful face flirting. The beginning of the Jing friend said is not false, that black dog body big son, God is very strange. This is to be lost, or by other criminals seized. The loss of more than 1,000 gold its value is at least a vein of minerals. A vein of minerals is worth the geometry of it? On the side of a thin Taoist, obviously in fat belly Taoist relationship is shallow, hastily catered to, the worst vein also wanted 10,000 gold it, but Taoist friends act openly, when is my generation model, but also so the dog seniors did not make it difficult for you, only as long as an end of the karma of the money. According to me, you have to give a minimum of 1,000,000 gold. These 2 mouth speed is too fast, the final dry listening is very hard, but half-guessing half-masked contact here understand a few words, can also hear that this is in the coaxing to ask for money, want to see scorching sun sect's big brother eat suffocation. Terminator wasn't happy that these 2 spoke for him. Karma is knotted in him, to revenge is also revenge him, blindly uproar people but see a lively, not much conscience. Then opened his mouth and said, 10,000 million gold are too much, this Tao cultivation for several years since I know that the gains and losses are not greedy, if greedy then there will be a great disaster, if you really want to repay, that black dog and I am also regarded as a family, it is a good life to treat it, casually send a simple oath, if there is no big mistake, not to be harmed lightly, if the light harm for no reason will be the base of the road to collapse. Taoist friends, do you think how? Hatsune Makoto's Dao heart pumped. He'd seen tough, not this tough. You call that a simple oath? The foundation of the way is so important, you just say it's falling apart? You're so powerful, why don't you become an immortal? Not waiting for him to speak. That a fat and a thin 2 Taoist and coaxed, you dog Taoist is really bodhisattva heart, really good dog, then you're inferior. Not as far. He also shouted to the scorched sun sect's eldest senior brother, senior dog is so blessed, it's truly a blessing you've cultivated in 100 lifetimes to meet senior dog, what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you quickly make a vow? Choking's heart was annoyed, and in his heart, he already hated these 2 Taoist priests who liked to make peace. Making a bow, he saluted, I still don't know the names of the 2 Taoist friends, if I have the leisure time, I will definitely pay a visit. The tone was polite, but the threat was unmistakable. It's nothing more than this, you 2 watching the show I advise you to leave it as it is, if you annoy me, no one will have a good time. The fat and thin Taoist looked at each other. The thin Taoist returned the salute and introduced himself, the Ascension sect is not fat. The fat Taoist on the side picked up, the Ascension sect is not thin. Finally the 2 voices synthesized a sound, sly like a false smile hanging on the face she said, not fat and not skinny have seen the beginning of the King of Friends, the beginning of the King of Friends if you come to pay a visit, will sweep the couch to welcome, with the opportunity to participate in the death of the life of the Wheel of Truth, fast. These 2 voices entangled together, actually tear each other apart, interweaving the ancient gods' contaminated noise, where the spiritual sense has been opened and hearers have to see the great horror. Terminal Qian's eye saw the huge doorway stretching across the front. Written on the strength of the gnarled, ancient words, although I do not know, but see also can understand the meaning of the esoteric, meaning very much, those words are ascension of the immortal sect. Final Chen took the initiative to shut down his spiritual sense and return to his spiritual body, and the great terror in those eyes disappeared, and his consciousness returned to the Black Tooth country. He saw that the scorched sun sect's senior brother was already sweating like a bucket full of shock. Originally a fellow Daoist of the immortal Ascension sect, I am disrespectful. Then the thing that shocked Final Dry all day happened. The scorched sun sect's eldest senior brother actually raised his 3 fingers and was about to open his mouth. At this time, the scorching sun sect's female disciple, Ripple, who had been watching for a long time, opened her mouth to interrupt. The Tao oath cannot be made. This dog is not the beast of my scorching sun sect. It is my senior brother who was a generous person, not wanting to see the spirit of the people who have no luck to die a horrible death, so he poured out all of his money in exchange for his life. My senior brother has the favor of this dog. How can you be sinned because of goodness and be imprisoned in a dangerous room? The fat and thin Taoists looked at each other, and the treacherous aura on their bodies suddenly dispersed. The unskinny Taoist praised, yes extremely, my road is very difficult. How can I imprison myself in a dangerous room? Small friend, this word is very good. This oath must not be established. The scorched sun sect's eldest senior brother finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked the 2 seniors for their impartiality, which was a rare elegance in the ancient times.
Ran. He was obviously happy early. Here not fat Taoist clapped his hands and said, scorched sun sect has no preaching and teaching teachers, but the Tao contains the purple sky. After the blessing is endless, there are after the blessing but cannot guard the border, just like a dangerous room. Cultivation is difficult. 2 Taoist friends, why imprisoned in a dangerous room? Why don't you change your registration and join my immortal ascension sect? Both sides of the conversation mouth speed suddenly fast, and secluded difficult to understand. The final dry listening is very laborious, a face confused. Just then, I heard Fluffy Mother say, slip away. The Ascension sect is known for being difficult to deal with all over the world. When you see them, you have to stay far away. Terminal Qian immediately woke up, and since the furry mother had said so, he immediately took the little golden fox and left. Perhaps there is a fluffy mother to protect, that a fat and a thin 2 Taoist people did not seem to find. A white and a yellow 2 dogs left calmly. Only when he was far away did Final Qian ask, a mother, what is the situation with the Ascension sect? Aren't they good people? On the contrary, they are great people. Final dry? What's a good man running away for? He's a good guy, too. Good guys should have more contact with good guys. Auntie, elaborate. Aoki, this palace is tired. Go ask your mother Aoshi. Final dry? Isn't it a page turner? 52 Chapter 52 The perfect solution for belly bibs. Terminal Chan looked around and was pretty sure that there were no lingerie stores in this world. Instead, there were quite a few selling fabrics, and all sorts of furs. A flash of light came to Qing Qian's mind and he thought of a compromise, buying fabric and letting Boat Spirit make it herself. Boss, is there a more sheer fabric? The owner of the fabric seller was also a well-informed multilingual bigot, and was not frightened after seeing a dog spitting out human words, but immediately greeted him with a smile, revealing a mouthful of polished, neat, pitch-black teeth as soon as he opened his mouth. Should I say no? His talking dog didn't scare the pawpaw, he was scared by the pawpaw instead. Black Tooth Country, adult females seem to paint their teeth black. The Blacktooth Nation is again honored by black. So far, Jinshen can vaguely sense that this is still a matriarchal society, or a matriarchal society that is in transition to a patriarchal society. Yes. May I ask if it would be convenient for your guest to tell us the purpose of this fabric? Usage. I don't know if I'll be taken for a pervert if I say it. It felt like it shouldn't be. After all, he was a dog in the eyes of the shopkeeper. Maybe it was a spirit animal that came out to pick up for its owner, some human cultivator? Reasonable. However, Ultimate didn't say anything. What are all the price points? The most expensive? Let's see. It's not like he's showing off his wealth. Boat Spirit, the big sister, had always taken care of him and his brethren, and it was the first time he had granted him a wish, even if the wish was more like making him embarrassed and teasing a small child, but Ultimate was still willing to fulfill it in earnest. The most expensive? The price you have in mind? I have a batch of cloth woven from golden silk here, the finest fabric for making vestments. Terminal Chan didn't want to pretend, but he felt like he was going to be punched in the face. But still, he said stiffly, 1,000 gold or less. Unexpectedly the shopkeeper suddenly eager, your guests this side please, outside the dusty air, do not dare to let the treasure stained, I implore you to come in and take a look. Final dry? What, by the sound of it, $1,000 is quite a lot of buying power. Looking at it this way, that scorched sun sect's eldest senior brother could really be a teenage hero with a generous hand. I just don't know how that teenage Ingjia's situation is now, and whether the pendulum has gotten rid of that pair of fat and thin Taoist priests. Final Chan followed the shopkeeper to a room without any decorations, focusing on a clean room. This made Terminal Qian think of the dustless workshop, and Terminal Qian's rebellious brain cells couldn't help but spit out, what kind of treasure is a treasure that can't remove dust and self-purify? However, the moment the golden silkworm silk was taken out, the unclean but happy thoughts in the brain of Final Qian were instantly cleansed. Just see that the volume of brocade cloth colorful, such as a golden dragon swimming on it, noble and compelling. Look again, the fabric unfolds, and its afterward is visible, hidden and hazy. Shi Qian didn't dare to think about how good-looking, ah no, how immodest, this thing made into a bib would look on Rush's exaggerated figure. Terminal Chan stared at the cloth scroll, a dog face cannot help but be dumbfounded, think that the brocade robe shown in the eyes of the black bear spirit, should also be just so. Back to God. Back to God.
After 3 seconds of being in a state of dementia, Jinshan endured the pain and pressed empty recycle bin to empty all the spam. It was a good thing that he was now wearing a dog's face, and his expression wasn't so rich that he could see the shock but not the lewdness in it. Otherwise, he was afraid that his true form would be seen through. You're in luck, noble guest. This roll of cloth is exactly 1,000 gold. How much? Terminal Qian was instantly calm and terrifying. With 1,000 gold spent, how else was he going to bring gifts to Mother Fluffy and Mother Aoshi? If he doesn't bring it to the furry nymphets and the green stone nymphets, and only brings it to the boat spirit, then the 2 nymphets should be able to exterminate the boat spirit, right? Definitely would have exterminated it. After all, up until now Mahon Yangshur still called him Aoki. He didn't even dare to talk to Mahon Yangshur with a black face. Ahem. It won't take that much, just cut out half a man's height. The smile on the shopkeeper's face was slightly tightened, but he still politely replied, this gold silk is the top material for making vestments and robes. It is expensive because it is a whole sheet, and if you cut it, the value will be greatly reduced. I can't cut it for you. Why don't you look at the other cloths? Or, if you don't mind, why don't you take a look at the sample cloth of golden silk? The sample cloth is just the right size for your needs. How much? Just 1 gold coin. Buy it. The shopkeeper was surprised by such bravado. You don't want to take a look first? What's the hesitation in a gold coin? However, Terminator went through the motions. Don't say, really don't say, the sample cloth in addition to a small point without half a flaw. After all, this is a sample. If it's not good, store will not be in stock. The money and goods were cleared, and Jinxian was about to leave. The shopkeeper retained, won't you take a look at the other goods? We only have expensive materials used by cultivators here. All other cloths are cheap. 1 gold is enough to buy several large rolls. Saying that, the shopkeeper introduced all kinds of thin and translucent, silky, and soft ones to final Qian. Jianzhuang couldn't help but think of the little girl on the cloud boat. Of course he will not be shameless enough to let the little girl who has not yet reached maturity to wear this thing. He is thinking about not to bring a gift to the little girl. In the cloud boat, Jinshan has seen the girl several times, all day long, a set of clothes. However, just as this thought popped up, it was pressed by final dry. What to send for no reason, if the little girl, so that he has a close intention, and even later to see his stunning face, as well as the palm of the heavens and the horror of the heroic posture, irredeemably in love with him. How to do? He's the eldest of the eldest of the eldest species. By the time black sends white hair. Aha! It's better not to have this kind of sinful relationship in the first place, or everyone suffers. Thorough and steady. Don't do anything that isn't well thought out, don't do anything that isn't secure. Final Qian revisited his Tao heart and firmly left the store. Boat spirit treats you well too, so you're just going to spend 1 gold coin to get rid of it? Fluffy mother's voice resounded in her heart. Final Qian hurriedly said, all the other money child will spend on mother. Full marks, right? Full marks this time. Ha 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 ha. Is there anything else I can do? Isn't it just filial piety? Isn't it just making mom happy? Who in this world can have the filial piety that I have? If filial piety had to be divided into a qualification level, he would also be a great emperor. Terminal Chen felt that he was powerful, witty, and boldly terrifying at this time. Oh, is it only this palace that has it then? Or does Aoshi have it too? What kind of diabolical literature is this? Fluffy's mom hasn't read Dream of the Red Chamber either. Final Chen felt that his blood bar, which was longer than Tianzhu Mountain, was instantly emptied. What's the answer to that question? The head boiled over until the brain cells were about to explode when a strange change occurred. Only to hear furry mother's tone change abruptly. Remember to play dumb in a while. Passing by the street corner, just look at a fat and a thin 2 Taoist priests. Auntie, what kind of sect is the Ascension sect? A thought struck Terminal Qian's consciousness. Terminal Qian's expression was odd. I have to say, the Ascension sect is really good people. The Ascension sect's main cultivation path merged with the Tao, and the more disciples this path recruited, the stronger the cultivators on this path would be. But there was a drawback. Whenever a fellow practitioner died, the cultivator who recruited that person would be subjected to the backlash of the Tao. A light fall in the realm, a heavy fall in the body. It was conceivable that if this clan had a large number of people die in a short period of time, it would not only bring other cultivators to constantly fall down the realm, but there was also the possibility that one could die a death. For this reason, the disciples of the Ascension sect were widely spread throughout the various states, and rarely came together. And the newly initiated cultivators will hide their traces, and only when they have accomplished their cultivation will they walk in the world, and every time they walk, they will have a hitchhiker who will protect each other and depend on each other for their lives. Yes, oh, Auntie, why don't you just send me the words of this world, and the language, like this? Terminal Qian suddenly found Hua Dot. How did he just think of such a convenient method? It's hard for him to have to be bitter and even guess. It is best not to do that, although it is feasible, but it will affect your perception of the world. Words carry more than just a name and symbols, it is also the living spirit's understanding of the world. If the palace passes on its own perception of words to you, then your perception of the world will be limited by the palace. Things that you obviously have not been exposed to yet have been exposed to in a split second, and you will lose a lot of the joy of being alive. The disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. So it is. He said he wasn't smart enough to think of it, and his mother shouldn't have thought of it either, but there was a hidden agenda.
Thin Taoist, not fat. Fat Taoist, not thin. Harmony, meet the young prince of the kingdom of Arisu. Final dry? 53 Chapter 53, the second encounter is not fat or thin. Auntie, is our disguise that bad? How could anyone recognize him?
At this moment, Scourge Central was also torn. The likelihood of something going wrong with the disguise is low, but the problem is not a problem with the disguise again. If you want to blame it, blame the one god that the Blacktooth Nation believes in. Woeful Central surmised that these two disciples of the Ascension sect relied not on their Tao, but on their brains, on their surmises, to surmise the identity of Final Qian.
So the question is, should we admit it or not?
She really didn't want her cub to come into contact with these guys, especially at this point in time when the little one was seeking a teacher.
What if, it's abducted? But it's stupid to admit it. It's not like there is a Sioux country that can't be on the table. To cover up, it's too much of a drop.
The moment the bamboo leaves swayed and the specks of light that leaked onto the ground shook, dozens of thoughts were born in Scourge Central's mind. Admit it or not, you decide for yourself. They don't have the ability to see through this palace's spells, they just guessed it by their brains.
This way. Final Dryden felt relieved.
If any random person encountered could break Fluffy Mother's jutsu, then the terror of this world would have to be infinitely increased.
Originally, he was challenging the hell difficulty, and then he added
to it, afraid that he would not die directly in the plot to kill.
After a slight hesitation, Jinshan raised his head. Instead of answering, he asked, something wrong?
I only saw the thin Taoist fly up in triumph, jumping up and down, and said to the fat Taoist beside him, I guessed it. I'll call the shots for the rest of the trip. The fat Taoist revealed a helpless expression and only glanced at the thin Taoist before saluting again with a straight face, not thin. Excited to the max, the thin Taoist spoke up, not fat. Then, as if time and space had traveled back in time and come to a reincarnation, the two of them once again chimed in and opened their mouths. Greetings to the young son of the kingdom of Arisu.
Terminator. It's okay, I'm leaving.
Terminal Chen suddenly felt that there was a reason why Mother Fluffy didn't let him touch them.
It feels like these guys are smart in the head and a little not so smart in the head.
Please take your time, young Seiji. Young world son, accept another gift from the two of us, and thank the kingdom of Arisu for not abandoning its friendship with our human race. The two men were about to salute. Terminator steps to the side to avoid it.
I was just born, you guys have to thank my mother or my grandmother, they are the ones who made the decision, and if there is a Sioux country in the future that is destroyed because of this decision, I think.
Without waiting for Final Qian to finish, the thin Taoist priest spoke up first, that kind of thing will never happen. Before I die, the gates of the kingdom of Arisu will never be broken.
Terminal Chan looked up and down at this seems to be a bamboo pole child like Taoist priest, but it is. Some bones. Asked what happens after you die. Two Taoist priests, one thin and one on the side, suddenly combined their voices and said, then there's the Ascension sect, and the thousands and thousands of other human cultivators. This statement rings true. The final dryness is going to be sideways.
Arisu Kingdom could befriend the human race, and Jinshan was in favor of it with both hands and both feet. It would be hard for him if there was a Sioux nation hostile to mankind.
He will be in an incredibly awkward position. His Tao heart was going to be torn to shreds.
Looking at this fat and thin two Taoists, Zhuang even felt ashamed of himself.
He never wanted to die at the gates of the land of Arisu. Not once.
Whether it's from the standpoint of the Arisu Kingdom or the human race. His quest, his goal, to be as strong as possible, to do what he can if disaster strikes.
By force of arms, it certainly doesn't include death. In the plan, his first goal was to keep Mao Yang, and only if he still had the strength left would he consider doing something for the Arisu Kingdom. I hope you guys will be true to your word, and then the decisions made by the SOS will be worth it. Terminal Chen turned his head and looked at the clear sky above him. Let the cowardice welling up in your eyes dissipate into the wind. For some reason, he was touched by the other man's words, even if they hadn't even been verified as true or false, even if they were still just empty words. Ultimate Qian does not want to say anything more on this heavy topic. He is still just a baby under a year old. He just wants to persuade the world can be kinder. Do you have business? Or something for my mother? Do you need me to take a message?
The fat and thin Taoist priests looked at each other.
We just made a bet.
The fat Taoist priest said, I bet that you are not the youngest son of the kingdom of Arisu. Of course I am letting him go. He always loses to me. This time I will just let him win once. The thin Taoist priest said, I bet you're the young son of the kingdom of Arisu. It's funny, obviously I let him go before.
Terminator. Why don't you two get married in place? I think you're a good match.
Or build a haystack, shave a peach heart on your head, and do comedy instead.
Terminal Qian secretly slandered.
was about to leave, when he suddenly thought of the great man who had saved him a lot of effort by giving him $1,000.
Did the siblings turn to you?
The fat Taoist sighed. No, I see a bumpy future ahead for all of them. The thin Taoist sighed in the same breath. It's a pity. If they were willing to join my immortal ascension sect, our brothers would be willing to swap identities with them and take on karma for them to get through the hard times. It would be a win-win situation.
Final dry?
He understands the words of the fat Taoist priest, the thin Taoist priest.
What is the operation of changing identities?
The fat Taoist sighed again. Perhaps the fame of the ascension sect isn't big enough. We still need to work hard. The thin Taoist priest agreed. I hope that one day, regardless of race or belief, all the spirits will be able to join my ascension sect, and then the world will have no more regrets, and all wishes will be fulfilled. We, the 10,000 spirits, will step out of this heaven and earth together to explore a bigger, better future. The fat and thin Taoist priests combined their voices and said, yes, we must open the immortal ascension sect to the 3,000 worlds.
Terminal Chen fumed as he looked at the two Taoist priests who had some nerves in their bodies. Suddenly, a message drew him in. Alarmed, he said, there are 3,000 great worlds outside this world? The fat Taoist priest said with incomparable certainty, there will be. The thin Taoist priest also nodded his head loudly. Terminal Chen, a heart suddenly mushy up. What do you mean there will be? This sounds very firm, but it seems to be only the two people's conjecture. Is there evidence? The fat Taoist shook his head.
The thin Taoist also shook his head.
The two of them looked at Terminal Chen in unison. What does the young world son think? Will there be?
The final dryness is going to be returned with a don't know.
But then he thought of himself, and wasn't the old earth home another world?
There will be. A fat and a thin two Taoist priests as if to see the long-lost relatives, eyes burning, some piercing, some in the middle.
I'm going to go pick out a gift for my mother. The sky is the limit. I'll see you again.
The two Taoists returned to their senses from being moved. The fat Taoist spoke up. Can we make a deal? When the day the youngest son of the world transforms into a form, we will go to the Arisa kingdom to pick up the youngest son of the world to join my ascending immortal sect.
Terminal Chen jumped inwardly. It was time to come.
These guys want to stuff good seedlings into their own sects when they see them, and they are not afraid that the Tao will backfire and turn themselves against death.
How do you get them to die?
Terminal Chen couldn't think of a good way for the time being, and while continuing to think, he took the opportunity to change the topic and said, why do we have to wait until we take shape? The thin Taoist priest replied, it is only after transforming into a form that one can be recognized by the heavenly Tao and perceive the higher truths of the great Tao. The fat Taoist priest interjected, although this sounds more dignified, I'm afraid that the young Shitsi can't grasp the meaning of it. It's better to be straightforward, only the transformation former can see the vanished one. The thin Taoist priest spoke again, this isn't straightforward for you either, so it's better for me to say it. There is a leak in the heavenly Tao, and its leak is unique, left by the human heavenly court, so that when you take the form of a human you will be able to steal the Tao of those ancient gods by observing them. This is pretty straightforward, theft. The fat Taoist searched for a remedy. The ancient gods are in trouble, and the heavenly court is gone. If the 10,000 races want to claim their lives, they have to find a way out on their own, and also find a way out for this world. I feel that the world is asking for help from us, and that ear-piercing noise must have a hidden message that it wants to tell us, but is unable to do so.
Terminal Chen's expression became odd. How can you be sure that the noise isn't the world cursing us? Fat dog? Skinny dog? Scourge Central? 54 Chapter 54, Recruiting a few named masters first. Is the world cursing us? The question is more or less subtle. Imagine, a tenant all day thinking about how to take the house belongs to the landlord's furniture, appliances, and even the house for themselves, then the landlord will certainly scold, and will scold very dirty, and even the innocent ancestors will suffer. Two men and a dog, you look at me and I look at you. There was another dog in a daze, doing his best to understand what the boss and the two monks had said, but the words were more or less difficult for the young fox, who was not yet full grown, to understand. It's possible, but what if it's a cry for help? The fat Taoist spoke. The thin Taoist nodded, yeah, what if? Final Qian also felt everyone's embarrassment, agreed, indeed, we are not the heavens, how can we understand how the heavens think, want to understand, in the end, or to go up to see, not again down chant. The fat Taoist priest clapped his hands and said, the world and we are not one and the same, we can't use our selfish perceptions to speculate about him, perhaps it's most important for the world that we can live each day happily, or perhaps he is in desperate need of our help and expects us to reclaim those powers that have become abnormal and rush to heaven to help him. The two men and the dog nodded at the same time. The face and the heart are both back in the conversation. Then we'll make an appointment. When Little World Sun succeeds in transforming into a form, we'll go to the Arisa Kingdom to pick you up. Terminal Chen's eyelids fluttered. Who made a deal with you guys? Besides, he didn't even need to morph. What to say? Knowing the strangeness of this world, Final Chen did not dare to agree to it haphazardly. I thank the two seniors for their kindness, but I'm still young, so this matter is better to wait for some years, when I'm a bit older, and then consider it. Besides, I should have asked my family's mother's opinion on such a big matter. The fat and thin Taoist exchanged glances. This kind of thing was certainly better to finalize now.
There is the Sioux country and the human race is good friends. The human race is full of all kinds of strange sects, in case one day by other sects pick up the leakage, they have to regret for today's decision to die.
To the point that their masters would beat them up if they knew about it.
Never call anything senior, it's our masters who are willing to be on the same level as the young world son. Let's just be generous for a moment, it's good to be on the same level.
The hairs behind Terminal Qian's ears couldn't help but twitch.
Good guys, your masters are my peers and you are my equals. You guys are trying to hook up with your own master.
Good, you guys know how to honor your teachers. Of course, Terminal Qian understood what they meant.
It was an attempt to draw a little closer so that he could make the unreasonable request that had yet to be said later. In the eyes of the final Qian, the fat Taoist CD buffer is finished, mouth, then opened his mouth, Greenwood friends.
Terminal Qian's eyelids fluttered and he immediately interrupted. My name is actually Banewood. Having just climbed out of the pit, Jin Chen didn't want to fall back in.
The fat and thin Taoist also did not ask for the reason, and painfully changed his words. Fellow Taoist Banewood, there are actually many things to prepare for before formal cultivation. You can agree to it first, and we'll first pass on the matters we'll prepare for, so that you'll be a whole lot quicker than the other demon clans during the same period.
Final Qian was also sincere with a dog's face. If I don't agree, those precautions, you won't tell me?
The fat and thin Taoist's brain was stuck. In a different person they would have disliked them back. Nonsense, if you don't join my sect, why would I tell you the experience that the sect's many predecessors summarized with their lives? But not this one in front of me, apparently. As long as the friendship between the Sioux kingdom and the human race existed, then the 10,000 races wouldn't just lift the table. It could be said that the survival of the Orissa state has become a signal that both sides are waiting for.
And for the human race, every day that this signal is delayed has great significance, because human heaven could be back tomorrow.
It could be said that the Orissa kingdom, that great lord of the Orissa kingdom, and all the nine-tailed foxes in that lineage of the Orissa kingdom had all been of great kindness to the human race. This favor will be repaid.
As long as there was a need for the Sioux kingdom, why would they hesitate to pass on the clan's legacy?
But the question came, if he handed over the clan's inheritance, how would he receive this young son of the kingdom of Orissa to the clan and shine? Tell. Such matters that concern life should of course be told. But there are also some secret methods unique to the clan. Those secret methods can't be passed on lightly. You Taoist friend into my ascending immortal sect, everything will come into place, don't worry. After joining my clan, we will hold a master selection ceremony to pick the most outstanding master for you, and the other master's lifelong learning if you're interested in it. They'll also be teaching you everything they have.
Final dry?
What is this inverted Big Dipper?
Is it okay to hold a selection ceremony for masters? And there can be electives in addition to the mandatory ones. But Jin Chen could also see the sincerity of these two brothers. It's been more than adequate. He had even been tempted to say yes. But the Ascension sect's cultivation method was more or less evil. To preach, it means that the more disciples the Ascension sect has, the stronger the cultivators in the sect. That sounds almost unbeatable. However, there was a drawback. Once a disciple on the same preaching vein died, that preacher would suffer an irreparable backlash from the Tao. Since you two Taoists are so sincere, then I'll be blunt, the mainstream cultivation method of the Immortal Ascension sect is not very suitable for me. The nine-tailed fox has a long lifespan while human cultivators mostly die early. I may live a long time by practicing other Tao, but when I enter the Immortal Ascension sect, I'm afraid that I'll be continually revolted by the Tao rules until I revolted to my death. The fat and thin Taoists looked at each other. Then don't cultivate the mainstream. Our Ascension sect also has other peaks besides the main peak, Sword Immortal, Dan cultivation, and all kinds of Tao paths are involved. This. You guys are pretty extensive. The two Taoist priests hemmed and hawed. If you recruit more, you'll naturally have all kinds of people. Terminal Qian sighed in his heart. But more is more, and it's hard to be more precise. This way.
The fat and thin Taoists somehow reached a consensus. The fat Taoist spoke, the matter of cultivation really can't be rushed. After you take form on another day, if you want to pay homage to your master, please allow me, the Ascension Immortal sect, to be present. We are willing to compete fairly with other sects.
The corner of Terminal Qian's mouth twitched. Nice guy, as far as it goes. This is going to go the route of a tender. Are all the monks in this world so hip? Auntie, having said that, wouldn't it be bad if we didn't agree?
Scourge Central was in a happy mood at the moment, and she was glad that the little monster had changed green to Scourge.
Banewood, how it sounds so soothing.
Opening his mouth, he returned, if you want to say yes, you'll be fooled.
Final dry?
I also heard the furry mother say, however, you can also agree to it. The big deal is that you will first accept a few nominal masters, and then you will accept an official master when you publicly transform into a form, and then we will follow what he said, and call all the clans that are willing to participate, and we will choose the best one.
This. God damn the credited masters. He had only ever heard of the remembered disciple. But then again, that was so convincing coming from the mouth of the furry mother. As it should be. Since mother agrees, I'll agree to it. Say yes, if you don't, you'll be able to see Ascension sect cultivators everywhere you go in the future. This.
So persistent? After receiving the consent of Mao Mao's mother, Final Qian no longer hesitated and agreed to the matter. Then he said goodbye by saying that it was inconvenient for outsiders to watch as he selected a gift for the honorable princess mother. The two Taoist priests took the opportunity to try to give the treasure to Jian Shan, saying that for the young son to share his worries, this item could be given to the queen, but they were all decisively rejected by Jian Shan. Witnessed the departure of a white and a yellow dog. The unfat Taoist was deeply lacking. It seems that the Ascension sect really isn't very attractive. The unthin Taoist sighed in the same breath, yes, if the clan's name is loud enough, then this matter will definitely go more smoothly. The two Taoists, neither fat nor thin, looked at each other. Hop Sing said, it seems that more effort is needed to recruit people. When both men thought of one thing at the same time, they thought of another pair who had declined their invitation. How about trying again? Try. The two made a gesture to leave. The next instant, a left and a right appeared at the same time on a bamboo wall, gaze cold burning, staring at the above green color pattern. The consciousness in that ripple knew it was exposed and was no longer latent. The ink heavy lines swelled out into a man and a beast. The man wore a square scarf on his head, a picture of a black-toothed countryman. That beast Terminal Qian will recognize here, it's the Futzi. The unfat Taoist worriedly said, Black-toothed nation people? It is indeed troublesome to behead the black-toothed countryman in the black-toothed country, but as long as you are handed over to Master Gong, it will not be troublesome to have them do it on your behalf. Fellow Taoist, please wait, I am just here on the orders of Master Gong to seek out the young son of the kingdom of Arisu, and I have absolutely no intention of eavesdropping. The unthin Taoist didn't believe it. Why didn't Master Shifu come himself? This. 55, Chapter 55, The Book of Blood. It smells so good. Terminal Qian also took a sniff, and it did smell good. After coming to this world, Final Dry hadn't eaten cooked food for a long time, and followed the scent to the store. Frying pan stir fry, large pieces of meat in the frying pan issued ZZ sound, light green smoke curls. This familiar smoke and fire makes the Final Dry some nostalgia. How is it sold, Master? The white dog spits out human words. The fry cook, who wasn't sure if he understood, pointed to the sign. A certain illiterate dog was suddenly embarrassed. Auntie, what does it say? This store only sells immortal treasures. Today's menu, Dan smoked mountain flying squirrels. Eating them can be free of all poisons, but also won't get bloating disease. A plate of 300 divine money. How many? 300? Is it gold you're eating? That price is outrageous. The pricing of the fairy. Kitchen fairies is all over the place, and this is a little cheaper than Arisu country. Wouldn't it be hard to go back to living in Arisu then? Oh yeah, he's the only son of the third princess of Arisu, so he doesn't need to worry about money. That's okay. Auntie, is the kitchen fairy an immortal cook, or is it a path? Dao, like alchemy, the kitchen immortal cooking immortal treasures can also attract visions. Cow wow. Jian Xian had renewed hope for the future path of cultivation. The meals made by ordinary chefs were already rare delicacies on Earth, and when a kitchen immortal made a move, there was no telling how delicious it could be. Just thinking about it and envisioning it, Jian Xian couldn't help but drool. Zip. Terminal Qian stood upright and looked at the meat in the frying pan. His seeing blood return situation was not triggered. So, is there a possibility? He saw the delayed condition of the blood returning to his ancestors from eating raw meat. Auntie, why didn't you bring a kitchen fairy with you when you came out? Scourge Central. Auntie? Inviting is naturally possible. But there is no banquet, and there is no celebration, and it is extravagant to invite a kitchen fairy to the ship. How you think about it? You go back and mention it to your grandmother, so that her old man can send you a kitchen fairy, and this palace can dip into your favor. Terminal Qian blinked. Are kitchen fairies rare? Rarer than even a Dan master. That's pretty rare indeed. So, Auntie, you are the third princess, so you don't have a specialized kitchen fairy? Not really. As soon as this palace opens and closes its eyes, that Chef Immortal's big day may be over, and it's too cruel to imprison him in the palace. Well, this reason, absolutely. Terminal Qian's mind moved. Thinking of the new king's succession ceremony that will be held soon, Auntie, is there a meal at the succession ceremony? Feasting for all 8 parties? No yet. Well, Scourge Central suddenly found it interesting. It was the first time she had seen the little monster interested in something outside of cultivation. When we get back, let's find a kitchen fairy for the little guy. She shouldn't be sleeping for long periods of time in the next few years, so it wouldn't be a waste to hire a kitchen fairy. Final Chen did not know that the furry mother had already prepared a mysterious gift for him, paid the money, and then wrapped up the fried Dan smoked mountain flying squirrel. Bought 3 copies. One for each of the 2 furry mamas and one for him and the little golden fox. It's so nice that Sister Stumpigo doesn't have an entity and won't grab meat from him. The little golden fox couldn't wait. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Terminator. The change was quick. The gift is ready. It's time to get back to practicing. Just about to leave, a fat and a thin 2 Taoist actually appeared in front of the body again. Yo, what a coincidence. Final Chen's senses towards these 2 Taoists were not bad. After all, he was the one who came up with the great ploy of the master's tender for him. The furry nymphets also created the abstract term of master of the name because of them. Unluckily, this person followed you all the way, saying that he had something important to do, and we did something modest to bring him to confirm with Master Gong that he was indeed not an outlaw.
That's right.
Final Qian was grateful in his heart, and his mouth expressed his gratitude. A fat and a thin 2 Taoists will be sent to the people will take the initiative to say goodbye and leave, which makes the final dry some surprise. It says that they are trying to recruit and grow the division.
Terminator waved goodbye to them. After the fat and thin Taoist left, Final Qian's gaze also resettled on that black-toothed nation's body. Say, what is it?
The final dry only see that person smiled bitterly, walking in the sea of people but give people a sense of stripping, lonely, sullen.
It's a man. His teeth are white. He has tattoos on his body.
Jinshan noticed the tattoo on the man's neck move, and there was a line of sight cast from there.
A footnote? Is she here to see Sister Boat Spirit? Here for Stumpy Go? The man froze. What?
Seeing that he had guessed incorrectly, Terminal Qian could only roll his eyes in his mind overthinking.
Oh, it's nothing. Stumpy Go is another footwear I know. I thought you would recognize it.
The man drifted off and replied back, my foot Z is still just a young beast, and I have seen little, so I have disappointed the young Shitsi.
No harm done, go ahead. What is it? Hearing the inquiry, the man looked around. There are just too many people here.
He wouldn't have had to be so difficult if those 2 stupid elk Taoists had stayed out of it.
Being watched by so many people, this trip was already exposed.
That Master Gong who instructed him might be implicated as well. A deathly aura escaped from the man's body as he thought of that many woes. It was a despair that held no hope for the future and saw no light.
Terminator had seen it at the bridge. That kind of repression is alarming.
Shi Chen did not dare to pity the other party, nor did he have the desire to explore. He only prayed that this guy must not strike at him, with the furry mother covering him. Striking at him would be seeking death. The man hands over a piece of clothesline.
An aura of blood came from it.
Then the thing that shook the whole year of the final dry, that man actually in front of him directly wiped the neck. The black and red slurry spewed out splattered all over the ground, dyeing the earth red and at the same time, also dyeing Qing Qian's eyes red.
The pungent scent of blood stirred Terminal Qian's appetite. All the cells in his body were trembling with excitement. Seeing the blood return to the passive, it was triggered. The man fell to the ground, and the footed animal on his body wailed, the heavy ink and colorful lines converging to form a small beast, its voice footed animal, barking. The man with the cut neck did not die immediately, his eyes were still rolling, full of reluctance as he looked at the sad little beast, his mouth spitting out blood as he made a difficult vocalization, trying to call out to his companion one more time. Just then, a drop of spiritual liquid crashed down.
The hideous wounds were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye.
As the ringing in his ears subsided, he heard the sound of a growl tearing at his ears. Die ing away from me before you die, psycho.
Terminal Chen twisted his head and left, and the piece of cloth on the ground was not picked up. The man froze for a moment, a little incredulous that he wasn't dead. Then he rolled and got up from the ground, taking the piece of cloth and hurrying after it.
Stupid. 2 people came out of the thick and heavy ink intertwined, blocking the person's way. It's too late. Suicides commit suicide again.
The first time he committed suicide was when Adachi told him that a fellow clan member was approaching. It was clear to the men that it was King An's champion. Thinking of the cruelty of falling into the hands of the other side, and thinking of the old and young at home, the man decides to die for his sins.
But alas, that noble guest kept him from dying.
The dagger plunged into his neck, the sharpness dissolving into soft mud.
The second suicide didn't work again.
Eyes searching for the important bloody letter, which was no longer in his hand. The man was helpless. Why didn't that lord take the book of blood away?
As long as that lord takes the blood book away, then no one in the Blacktooth Kingdom will dare to ask for that blood book back.
When the time comes, he'll be able to deny what's really written there.
It's all over now. If he's going to be finished, so is King Su. It's over.
56 Chapter 56, Doing No Good, Doing Harmful.
Psycho. Patch. Bunch of psychos. Returning to the cloud boat, the bloodthirsty gleam in Final Qian's eyes hadn't even dissipated.
It is good that before going down, he ate one of Granny Dusty's pills, or else what would happen would not even dare to think about what would happen to Jianzhuang. It doesn't seem like much can happen, after all, with the furry mama following.
That's nuts too. Suicide in front of him, what the was he thinking?
The final dry big breath, a pair of eyes shot out of the bloodthirsty light constant light headlights, as if he is from the mountain of blood climbed out of the sea of corpses as if.
What's going on? What happened?
As the instrumental spirit of the cloud boat, in addition to the art ceiling forbidden area, the remnant of the Goar is in the eye. There was a psycho who wiped his neck in my face, and I almost couldn't control myself enough to swallow him.
Is that guy poisonous? Boat Spirit wondered. Terminal Qian, on the other hand, had a questioning look on his face, shocked at Boat Spirit's brain circuits. What? If it's not poisoned, you can eat it?
Golden oils floated out from Terminal Qian's body, converging into a piece of silk that just happened to make a bib. They don't sell bibs, but they bought you cloth, so you can make your own.
This time it was Boat Spirit's turn to have a question mark on his face.
She didn't really have anything she wanted, she had become a vessel spirit, she didn't need to eat or drink, she lived and rose in a cloud boat, or else would she need anything else? She was just trying to tease her cheap brother. It's funny to think of a little boy, coming into a place that sells girly stuff, that overwhelmed and eventually running away. Then it's so much fun to come back and be coy with her, apologizing, not finishing, whatever. I didn't want this guy to find another way to buy a piece of cloth and come back. You're still a big smart ass. Boatling was curious, did you tell the shopkeeper what you wanted the cloth for? The final Chen lied, said, people say this cloth is the most popular nowadays, by this certainly cannot be wrong. It's not like furry mother told him not to lie, only that he wasn't allowed to lie to furry mother. Watching boat spirit fall into stagnation once again, Zhuan was very pleasurable, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes faded quite a bit. Back. The little golden hair that had transformed into rhubarb was in such a hurry, urging Final Dry to take out the delicious food. That appetite was not in the least affected by someone wiping their neck in front of it. Elders eat first, don't rush. It just so happened that Mother Aoshi also rushed over. What fun did you bring Auntie? Eat? The ink with the meaty flavor detached itself from Terminal Chen's body and converged into 2 plates of fried Dan smoked mountain flying squirrels. What kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Terminal Chen introduced, Dan Smoky Mountain Flying Squirrel. Mice and rats, it's been a long time since I've had one. I remember when I was a young child your mother and I competed in catching ear mice. The meat, it was so fresh. Final Dry? Fresh? Do you eat them raw? God, there's something about that image that doesn't bear watching. But the thought of the overwhelmingly beautiful furry mother eating an ear rat, doesn't he seem unacceptable? Beauty that forgives all sins. Terminal Chen shook his head. Ear rats are? It is the flying mouse of Dan Kashan that you said, the doddering head and elk body, its voice is like a dog, with its tail flying, the name is the ear mouse, it is hard to eat, and it can protect against 100 poisons. Oh. Snow white lines fluttered out from Terminal Chen's body, converging into the groomed, beautiful furry mother. My turn. Terminator took the 3rd disc out. A residual shadow swept by, and the rat was swallowed. Terminal Chen is tempted to say that half of it is his. Never mind, he wasn't terribly eager to eat it. Just saw that bloody. Half of the rat meat parted from the little golden fox's mouth. There you go. Terminator. He's so disgusted. If you put it in your mouth, don't take it out. Looks like the little one needs to be taught some dining etiquette sometime. Is it good? Yummy. Just too little. Then you can eat this one too. Share the sweetness. There's meat to eat together. The little golden fox surprisingly resisted the temptation. But, I kind of dislike you. We'll share the same pain next time, eat. The little golden fox with its harangue flowing straight down its throat eventually failed to resist the temptation of the food and ate back the meat that had been spit out. You guys went down there so long and only brought back 1 plate of meat? It's a long story. Singing and dancing with the Black Tooth Nation. Watched a 3-teacher snow removal puja. Speaking of driving away the snow, Final Chen looked at the thickly capped snow on the deck. This snow was previously put in by Mother Furry to give them snowmen, snowball fights, and rolls. I didn't want the snow outside to be gone, but it's still here. Auntie, is it okay to keep all this snow? Not much impact. If Mother Fluffy says it's okay, then it's okay. Terminal Chen continued to pontificate. That wonderful experience envied Mother Qingshi eating fairy treasures all seemed to taste like chewing wax. If she had known, she would have followed her down. The guy just got so close to me and wiped his neck right in front of me. I was so pissed off I wanted to set him on fire. Zhuan looked at his furry mother. Hey mother, if I don't hold back and swallow him in front of so many people, the 9-tailed fox's face will be lost, right? It won't. You were a white dog then, at best, and when the sacrifice is made later, the white dog follows it to the table. Woeful Central returned half-jokingly. The truth is, she was there, so how could there be any accidents? Auntie, why didn't you stop it then? The Arisu Kingdom doesn't interfere with human infighting. If you help this one, you'll offend that one, it's troublesome. Ah, so I saved that one. Scourge Central breezes in, it doesn't matter, you were just a white dog at the time. Ah this. Final Qian's thoughts moved, and then thought of something. What was written on that bloody letter? Terminal Dry didn't read it and couldn't understand it if I did. Not to mention the bloody book, he was looking at that bloody book feeling, like he was looking at a piece of meat. Twisted characters shouted, come on master, come and eat me ah. It took a lot of determination to resist the temptation. Su wanted to ask Qingqiu to rescue him from the face of his mother's family, the Celestials, saying that the old king's last wish was to make him king, and that his brother and his stepmother were so wicked that they usurped power and imprisoned him in a prison. This does sound pretty miserable. What about the truth? The truth of the human race decides for itself, whether it is stretched out or buried has nothing to do with the kingdom of Arisu. Afraid that his own little child could not hear and understand, misunderstanding how she, a mother, does not distinguish between right and wrong. Scourge Central explained, as long as you choose to take sides, there will be opposites in front of you. The relationship between the 10,000 races is already complex enough. There is the kingdom of the Soviet Union. If it interferes in the internal affairs of the human race, then half of the opposing existences will be present within this trustworthy ally, not to be beneficial, to be detrimental. How can you choose between them? Aha, clear and straightforward, kid gets it. Woeful Central added, but if the human race and the non-human race have a conflict, we can also help the human race without discrimination. Similarly, if the non-nine-tailed fox race attacks the Orissa kingdom, the human race can also help the nine-tailed fox race without discrimination. Understood. The final dry in the class, eat enough little golden fox has gone to pounce on the snowman to go. I don't know who piled it up then, so I hope I don't cry at the sight of a pushed-over snowman. The next thing to do is to meditate and practice. Do you want to visualize the three-legged golden crow? After visualizing the three-legged golden crow, what impact did it have on his future choice of path? This needs to be weighed carefully. In the midst of his thoughts, Final Qian's eyes meditatively saw the figure of the black dog eunuch. The man with one eye sits opposite the dog with one eye. The two sides were at cross swords. The little white fox who had undone the changes and resumed her white fox body had an intelligent gleam in her eyes. Scorched Sun Clan, three-legged golden crow. If anyone knew of any drawbacks to visualizing the three-legged golden crow, then there was no doubt that the Scorched Sun sect definitely had a say in the matter. 57, Chapter 57, Black Dog's Shock. Master, where can you escape to if you want to escape now? Besides, it's that treacherous out there. If you're captured by the outlaws, then you might really have to be cultivated as a clan protector divine beast. Black Dog was tempted to say, not a patron sacred beast now? Besides, there's nothing wrong with patron sacred beasts. In the past, it was only raised as a pet, but now that it could even become a divine beast protecting the clan, in the words of the human race, it was the smoke coming out of the ancestors' graves. What it's really worried about is being recognized. Is it or is it not of the master of that labor, the master of that man who has been swallowed by it? Black Dog had mixed feelings. These past few days have been like a dream. The man sought his own master board dog face, took out a gourd, introduced, Master, you and I do have a grudge. But I'm not ungrateful disciple, this is my disciple for the master to find the morphing Dan. Eat this Dan, you will be able to from the dog morphing into a human, but unfortunately this Dan is just look goods, you in the end or you need to cross the thunder tribulation in order to really morphing. The transformation pill? This stuff dogs don't eat. Right now it can act high and mighty, it can't play a human race very well if it has to eat it. The man pushed the small gourd containing the elixir in front of his own master. The black dog twisted his doggy head and looked out the window, not even looking at the elixir. Master, are you still angry? You're still so angry, but think about it, you've been the one who's been counting on me all along, disciple just doesn't want to die, is that wrong too? Don't worry, disciple will repay you for your nurturing and your preaching in another way. The black dog remained silent and continued to be aloof. The man's face nodded with mourning, and he took out another wine gourd and filled it. Master, this is your favorite wine, disciple has been waiting for this day, tonight, we master and disciple will not get drunk. Wine, that's something it's even more afraid to touch. The original owner was particularly grumpy when he was drunk, and he took a lot more beatings because of it, and most of all, he would talk nonsense, what this fairy, that fairy, and who he greened. And I wonder if the owner will miss it. It got a little homesick. But, is it still a home? It's been sold. Thinking about this, the black dog's mood fell, twisted his head and lay down under the table. Even the disciple did not pay attention to it. The man saw that the master had even stopped drinking. This was really angry. The heart also lamented. Master, letting you occupy the dog's body is also a helpless move. You and I are both nearing our limits. If we don't do this, then the end result will most likely be the same death. Little sister is still young. Without us, she will definitely be bullied when she returns to the sect. You have watched her grow up. Can you bear it? You may be able to endure it, but disciple can't. She is the one I received her into the Tao. I have sworn that one day, when I become a master, I will never be the same as you. Black Dog had a listen. At the same time, Final Chan on the cloud boat was also watching this place together with mixed feelings. The man gave it all the senses. So far, so good. It really wasn't him who was at fault. Master, we should go back to the clan. If we don't go back, the resources of the clan to provide for you will be missed by those old guys. My disciple has an idea. When we go back, I'll play you and say that the generation change has been successful. What do you think? The black dog was shocked. Terminal Qian was also shocked. Nice guy, black dog plays the master, and the apprentice has to play the master too. This master is dead, and as if he were not, he lives in every heart. The black dog raised his doggy head and looked at the fellow travelers before him. You play your master. What about me? It was surprising that the man really saw the black dog's confusion. Master, I play you. After taking over those resources, we master and disciple 3 according to the needs of distribution. You condescend to, pretend to be an unusual spirit animal. It is safe for you and me, but please rest assured that your cultivation resources disciple will not short you. Disciple also know that you are disgusted with me. Back to the clan you follow the little sister. I will tell her.
You are the third disciple master received, is her youngest disciple. The Ripple is a kind-hearted child, she will take good care of you. Ripple is a kind-hearted child, she will take good care of you, and I will go back and close the door to make final preparations for the tribulation. When I succeed in ascending to immortality after the tribulation, disciple promises to return your identity to you, and fully assist you in crossing the tribulation to take shape. Do you think it's good? Nice. Too good to be true. Terminal dry pats on the back. Sure enough, it would be more developmental to have Black Dog follow the senior brother of the Scorched Sun sect. Following him, he would at most treat him to a few meals of immortal treasures and give him some spirit liquid. Moreover, Black Dog's cultivation route Little Golden Fox could also learn from it. Unlike him who had already obtained an innate Dao body, the Little Golden Fox needed to take shape. As for the cultivation method within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Final Dry has no expectation, either eat or sleep, all by simmering time and talent to simmer out. Master, this proposal, are you willing? This is already my greatest sincerity. Black Dog was still hesitant. Terminal Qian's heart however stuttered. Maximum sincerity. Generally when this sentence comes out, that is followed by either consensus or table lifting. Promise him. Terminal Qian's voice resounded directly into the dog's consciousness. The Black Dog couldn't tell how mushy he was in his heart when he discerned who it was. The good-looking white dog with a black heart. Where are you? The Black Dog consciousness realm mind echoed. Terminator heard it. It's not far from you and not too close. In short, promise the man in front of you that that statement of utmost sincerity is a threat, and if you don't, then you may have to be stewed in a dog's fondue. Black Dog was also surprised. But if I agree and go back to that whatever clan with him, I'll never be able to come back. What are you still doing back here? Without saying a word, the Black Dog seemed depressed again. Terminal Qian thought slightly and came up with some possibilities. It is well known that dogs are homebodies, they are very loyal and do not move from rich to poor. Your original owners have sold you out. To hell with you. Nice guy. Are you lacking a master? Then I don't mind if you call me master. Scram. Stop taking advantage of me, you pervert. The corners of Terminal Qian's mouth twitched again. How is he perverted? Oh, that misunderstanding. That was a misunderstanding. You really are a male dog, I could swear to God. You mention this again and I'll account you out. Ha? Terminal Qian had a question mark on his face. What's the point of giving him away? I've been helping you. Asterisk 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 off. Nothing good has happened since I met you. This word is ultimately disavowed. You obviously started your transit only after you met me. In the past you were just a pet dog. Even if you were a demonic beast, you were just a skewer whose bloodline hadn't even been awakened, and you could only pretend to be a big brother in front of a bunch of wild dogs all day long. My mom is the big sister. No need to pretend. Okay, you're a big sister, but what can you do? You can only be good and brave in the streets and alleys. Don't you want to know how big the world is? How many delicious things you've never eaten? How many amazing dogs? Do you know about the kitchen fairy? Do you know how good the cook fairy's cooking is? Black Dog was deep in thought. After a long time against his will, he returned, I didn't see the one with amazing talent, but I did see the one with a bad stomach. Terminator. It's yin and yang, isn't it? It's just yin yang him, right? How do I have a belly full of bad water? You a bunch of dogs around me want to let me recognize you as a big brother. Lousy how amazing talent will not recognize you as a big brother, and you fight to let you recognize yourself. There is a mistake. I didn't say anything about a fight, I'm talking about right now. You're asking me to go to the Scorched Sun sect. The Scorched Sun sect has something you want, right? Or maybe you have a grudge against the Scorched Sun sect? Terminal Qian was slightly surprised. This dog isn't stupid. Not bad for a dog who has been a big brother. I'm only curious about how they cultivate, after all, I'm also tainted by the sun's pollution. As for hatred, no, you go to the Scorched Sun sect how happy you are. The Black Dog snorted, the cultivation method of the human race is useless to you, although you are tainted with the contamination of the sun. But that's all, only after you take the form of a human being and gain the approval of that what's his name heavenly Tao, you can plunder the authority of the sun through visualization. Terminal Qian was shocked, this dog knows quite a lot. It seems the old man's memories it fused pretty much. Terminal Qian thought briefly. Since he was the boss, he should show some of the boss's platitudes. Some information, on the contrary, can be revealed. It's not like Black Dog knew he was the young son of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Then he said, I've already transformed. Black Dog? 58 Chapter 58 I call you brother, you call me Pops. Blacktooth Kingdom, Royal Palace. The Book of Blood was spread on the case table. It was the corner of one side of the coat, the corner of the coat of his half-brother, Sue. And the blood on it, too. That's really a word for word. I wonder how you'll treat me if I lose my power. It's not certain that the human heavenly court will be able to return. Those clansmen suggested that he should be imprisoned but not killed, saying that it was a way out for him. But in reality it was not his way out, it was clearly those clan elders. But if he didn't leave those people this way back, he wouldn't be able to gain the support of the families. If it was me, I should have been dead already. After all, he didn't have much of a celestial mother's family. My son, prepare a generous gift and give thanks to that lady. and looked to her mother. Whatever the reason, the fact that that blood was not taken away shows that there is a Sioux attitude. For this, it is time for him, his successor, to show it. On the Fog Sea Cloud boat, the final dry is still talking to the Black Dog phone. Under Terminal Chen's lobbying, Black Dog finally made up his mind to go to the Scorched Sun sect. But the Black Dog was still a bit unconvinced that the White Dog had managed to transform. In the old man's memories, it was extremely difficult for a sperm to take form and be struck by lightning. I'll help you go to the Scorched Sun sect to scout for news, and you do me a favor. Final Qian vaguely guessed something, related to your previous master? The little master has a leg problem. You still have what you gave me to heal, right? You helped me to heal the little master's leg. Sure enough, Terminal Chen's heart was also touched. Who doesn't love a loyal dog? Is your young master in Blacktooth country? In. Then there's no problem. Asking for the address, Final Dry set off. The night was dark at this point, but the Blacktooth Nation campfire was bright. A group of people, continuing the festivities that had not been exhausted during the day, prayed together and danced together. Dry finds the Black Dog's home and the bedridden little girl. Terminal Qian described the style of the house, the swing in the yard, and the furnishings of the house to Black Dog. At this point, the Black Dog also finally believed the words of the White Dog. Cured? Black Dog was jittery. He was also a little afraid that the White Dog would capture his little master and threaten him with it. It's not an injury caused by an acquired nature. My spirit liquid doesn't work. The little light of hope in the Black Dog's eyes went out. Just as it was getting sentimental and trying to shed a few tears, it heard that nasty voice again once more. But, can it be cured? Can it be cured? You're in pain. What other conditions are there? Just mention them. Terminal Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of dog do you take your dogfather for? And am I not a dog that threatens you with favors? Black Dog? What is it about this guy's words that make him so beat up? It's true that there's nothing I can do with my elixir, but it's a good thing my mother is invincible and has a way to save the day. Black Dog was shocked. Your mother? Then what are the conditions for inviting your mother? My mother Usually, my request, her old man will agree. Black Dog asked again, and how do I get you to invite your mother? What are the conditions? Tell me. Hey, you don't believe me when I speak, right? It's fine, then you'll sell yourself to me from now on and call me master. Black Dog only felt a blackness in his eyes. It just knows. You're not human. Final Chen was not willing to show weakness. It doesn't matter, and I've already transformed. The Black Dog argued reasonably. A demon after transforming into a form is still a demon as well. That's what that old man remembers. That's where the old man was wrong, and besides, I'm special. Black Dog thought to himself, you're more than one Kiba. Unexpectedly, its control over thoughts was far inferior to that of Final Qian, and this message was heard by Final Qian. Back, it's not coincidental, it's really more of a cough than you are. Black Dog, inwardly torn again and again. His own honor and disgrace, compared to the legs of his little master. It felt it was still more important to have the legs of its young master. I call you master and you help me heal my little master? Terminal Qian corrected, it's the former little master, yes, that's right. Master. Reluctant voices resounded in Terminal Qian's consciousness. Jianshan suddenly understood how Fluffy Mama felt when she heard him call out to Mama. What a mood for an old father. It's really touching. It's kind of weird, call me something else, like, call me Pops and I'll feel it. The Black Dog bared his teeth, a fierce look on his face, and chewed a gaping hole in the table in the room. It is really bullying the dog. Pops. Hey. Right flavor. The Black Dog was furious. Pervert. That White Dog is one sick dog. Replying through gritted teeth, well, you can go ahead and ask. No need. Hearing the word no need, the Black Dog only felt that he was poured a pot of cold water. Flames rolled over his body, and the whole dog went straight into battle. Angrily, he said, you tricked me? Not before you call me master, I will that girl's leg cured, now I'll home. But you cannot deny in the future I call you dog brother, you call my father, we each talk about each. Black Dog? How in heaven's name can there be such a doggy dog? Terminal Qian thought of something again, right, about the matter of you becoming a eunuch. The Black Dog finally got angry. You're the eunuch. I am a female. Do you know what it means to be a female? If you don't know, go find a $% and. The Black Dog gave a beat of output to spit out the block in his heart. Terminal Qian was not annoyed. His dog brother was just too much for him, and he could understand how he felt when he was obviously the one with the handle and the handle was taken off. A pet dog is just a pet dog. It is a demon dog, a humane demon dog, a demon dog that can even transform into a human in the future. My mother said, your thing can also recover, just she dislikes, so will not help you recover, since it can recover. We also do not need to avoid medical treatment, in the future should see a doctor to see a doctor. When that thing grows out we are a good man again. The Black Dog is cranky again. Say it again. I'm a female. It's female. If you slander me again. Me. I'll quit. Final Qian's thoughts moved, and he began to rethink whether the opposite side was annoyed, or he really wanted to be a girl. The former he understood, and the latter he understood. After all, I have been a big sister for so many years,
and suddenly I have to change my sexuality.
I don't know what you think, but as your big brother, the pops in your mind, I'm still going to accurately convey my advice to you. First of all, you're a male dog, there's no doubt about it. You were probably castrated before you knew what you were doing, so you don't know it yourself. And second of all, if you want to be a girl, I'm not opposed to it and can accept it as an enlightened parent. I know some ways that can completely turn into a girl, it's just that there are some technical problems with how that method can be executed in this world, but don't worry, I'll help you figure it out.
Black Dog's entire brain was in a daze. Could it really be a male? Lastly, let me re-emphasize my attitude. I am not going to taunt you to look down on you, whether you choose to be a boy or a girl, and also little Goldfox was raised by me and she will not look down on you. We are all your family and your strong backing. The Black Dog touched or not the final dry do not know, but he has moved himself bad. Under the heavens, an old father as good as me is thought to have exceeded 90% of the fathers in the 10,000 clans. The next day, a messenger from the Black Tooth country sent a heavy gift, but Mother Fluffy didn't take it. Also not picked up was the invitation to the succession ceremony sent by the Black Tooth Nation. Apparently, Mother Furry was upset over the fact that the two Black Tooth country brothers had repeatedly broken the rules and interfered with Arisu country's position. Same day. From the south, there is a giant, his head breaking through the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds as he walks, with thunder and lightning appearing, rushing into the field of view of Ji Qian with a strange and majestic appearance. Auntie, what's that? The giant clan of the adult country, pay attention to some. The adult country is not friendly with the country of Arisu, they are also a more special one among the human race, the south. Did not remember wrongly there is a city of the adult there, perhaps they are here to sell things. Ah, what? Here to sell something? Terminal Qian, are you sure, Auntie? He looks like he's here to fight. Not sure, we'll find out when he gets here. Final Qian secretly gulped, Auntie, can you beat him? Didn't fight. Terminal Qian became even more nervous. Auntie, that giant, it seems like it's coming at us. 59 Chapter 59 Giant Shops. Quafu went away with the sun and entered the sun. He was thirsty and wanted to drink, so he drank from the river and Wei. The river and Wei were insufficient, so he drank from the big zephyr in the north. Before he arrived, he died of thirst. He threw away his staff and was transformed into Deng Lin. Ancient memories awakened the moment Jianshan saw the giant. Far away from the sky, the lowest clouds from the ground is also 1,000 meters away, but the giant head can penetrate the clouds, with the front chest to pluck clouds walking, with the wind and thunder. At this moment, Final Qian had a whole new perception of the dangers of this world. A step of 1,000 miles, without using any magical powers, that is a real step out to walk out the distance. The winds and clouds changed color because of it, and the stirring clouds birthed thunder, which traveled over the giant's body and released it into the heavens and earth. Thick, inky hair flowed straight up higher, electric. The earth trembled, and the valley sank deeper with an overwhelming roar. As it nears, Terminator discovers something new. A vine wrapped around the giant's waist, and on the other side of the vine, buried deep in the clouds, a huge object was approaching. This giant is dragging something. What's that? Soon Terminal Qian saw it. It was a huge house made of a combination of wooden planks and vines. Look closely and there are moving figurines inside. Terminal Qian was looking at them, and they were also looking at Terminal Qian. Some of the villains started waving. The louder ones had shouted at the top of their lungs. Buy fish? It's cheap. It's a cure for everything. The egg blind box is not to be missed, and it contains a dragon's egg. The egg of the old South Sea dragon. A blind box only costs 10,000 gods money. A large number of sharks are ready to strike. It's too much trouble to leave the sea to raise so many sharks. Rush out. Don't hesitate to buy anything. The old dragon will be after you soon. The picture of horror suddenly falls apart and then seems to become even more horrifying without falling apart again with the old dragon's egg and the sale of sharks. Not buying? We're leaving if we don't. Terminator realized that the words were not transmitted by sound, but resounded directly in the consciousness. As the giants approached, Final Qian also finally saw clearly what those little people were holding up in their hands, conchs of different colors. It should be that thing that transmitted the shouting sound to the consciousness. Are there really dragon eggs? The voice resounded around him, and Final Dry froze and looked at the furry mother. No, really? What if I buy it back and the old dragon comes looking for me? Hearing the response, the shopkeeper joyfully rushed to assure him. True. 1,000 times true. If you don't believe us, come with us and see if the old dragon catches up. And how many eggs do you have in total? 10. I'll take them all, and if no dragon eggs come out, you'll have to give a full refund and, as compensation, the eggs will not be returned. Terminal Dry and then surprised, by all can be okay. Is it so impersonal? But our blind box has more than just eggs. You want to buy all of them out of the eggs, it will cost 1,000,000 god money to do so. 1,000,000 then. Terminal Qian's mind shook again. He wasn't quite sure how much purchasing power 1,000,000 goddamn dollars really had. Based on 300 divine immortal coins per immortal dish, he could eat 3,333 dishes. Deal. Immediate deal. It's a dragon's egg. There is no need to open the blind box. The shopkeeper even directly took out the dragon egg, only to see the auspicious rising, purple haze. That egg end is extraordinary. The dragon egg was tossed over as if dropping a hot potato. At the same time together threw over a wooden box package, large and small plus dragon eggs are always 1,000. Maiden Fluffy gave a wave of her hand. Money like rain, clattering fell on the Rattanwood store. The store has its own magical powers to guide. Actually a fairy money did not run, the total number of not more not less exactly 1 million.
Sharks understand?
Just 100,000 goddamn dollars all out.
Don't, Arisu doesn't keep slaves.
The shopkeeper is also a good hand, Clevermouth Swim said, then you can give them ransom. These sharks have hostility to my tribe. But to you nine-tailed foxes not, you buy back, let them give you money, 2 times, 10 times the ransom is not with you book? Speaking as the little man in the Rattanwood house, after approaching, the final Chen found that these little people only normal people palm size, which makes the final Chen cannot help but think of the farming organ from the 1,000 golem toast that got the little man, the size is about the same. Trouble, you can go, let the old dragon continue to chase you, if you can delay for 10 days, then come to have the Soviet country, we can talk about another $10 million of business. The giant who hadn't been speaking finally opened his mouth seemed like it hadn't been opened for a long time, and between the opening and closing it even dropped out stone residue, as if the stone statue was alive. It's a deal, said, the giant body bowed forward, hands one in front of the other open swing, boom sound like a volcano even exploded, the air in the thunder explosion, lightning rush away, do not see the giant's shape, only to see the trace of the dissipation of the thunder. The misty sea cloud boat was pushed away by the airquake that lifted it up, rising and falling several times before it smoothed out.
And in the eyes of Terminal Chien, only 4 words remain.
So fierce. I just don't know who's faster than this giant or quartet. These are for you to play with. I'm going to do one thing. No one is going to see anyone for the next 10 days, and if anyone from the Blacktooth Kingdom comes back, you tell them to reflect for a few days before discussing anything else. 999 blind boxes were placed in front of Final Chien.
The latter words were narrowly missed by Final Dry. Happiness. It came so suddenly. All this for me? Well, you distribute it.
After saying that, the furry mother transformed into a cloud.
On the misty sea cloud boat, an area was locked up by mist and could not be explored. Terminal Chen, who stayed where he was, couldn't help but gulp.
Then he pulled out his voice, Mother Chingshire.
Little Jean, come open the box. 999 packages. What a blessing this is.
However, just as Terminal Chen thought about how long this 999 packages would take to open, while lamenting that people here actually play blind boxes as well, 999 boxes, opened at the same time.
Just opened at the same time. At the same time. Opened.
Yo! There's a lot of good stuff. Green Fox stood in front of a bunch of boxes. There is no doubt that all the chests were opened by this one with a spell. Final Chien suddenly regretted so much, regretting calling Mother Chingshire to participate in this ceremony of extreme joy. Mother Aoshi, that would be no mystery, the blind boxes have to be opened one by one. Oh. Surprisingly, Mother Aoshi closed the box back up.
Ah. That won't be necessary, I've already seen what's in there. Okay, Mother, I'll pay attention next time.
Hearing these words, Final Chien's face couldn't help but blossom into a smile once again. Small matter, quickly organize what's all there. 1 large and 2 small, the 3 foxes were busy again.
Yeah, isn't that a bib? Terminal Chien picked up a blind box, and a special aroma hit his face.
The style was almost the same as what Boat Spirit wanted as well, thin and translucent.
Sister Ruigo, this is for you. Boat Spirit breathlessly accepted the gift.
The little fox was seen burying his head in one of the many blind boxes again.
The little guy is not at all aware of shyness.
Not the slightest sense of male and female defense. It seems that it is time to teach him that girls' things cannot be touched. Since she is the older sister, she should also take out a little sister-esque posture.
As for this bib, well, should I quietly wear it to the Empress?
It felt like she'd be sealed 80% of the time if she did that.
But it's a shame not to do that. After all, the bibs are pretty.
Swell. Shi Qian does not know what Boat Spirit's brain thinking about what mess, if he knew, that bib he is burned also will not give her. At the moment, Qing Qian was immersed in the joy of having gotten rich. It was a pity that Mother Qingshire's eyes were limited, and there were many things she didn't know what they were.
Terminator unfolded a skin. The figure of a Taoist instantly reflected in the eyes, the wind and thunder moved together, and there was a thunder dragon diving in the great abyss, opening its mouth to roar. Final Qian's mind shook, and in an instant, he knew what the skin was, the Diffractive Tao Handbook. The Diffractive Tao Handbook could not be faked in other people's hands, and appearing here meant that the human cultivator had already died an immortal death. The Taoist in the eyes of the final dry eyes opened his mouth. I have a method named 3 Lives Creation Skill. Those who get this law can cultivate the phases of all living beings. Heavenly fortune, there is no way to probe. I have a method called the 3 Life Creation Technique. Gat. I have a method. Terminator removed his hand from the human skin, and the voice was still. 60 Chapter 60, Walking on the Ancient Cultivation Path with Today's Dharma. Terminal Qian was a little panicked, and not completely. He had heard Tatsujiyu's mother mention this situation accidentally tainting the ancient god's contamination would be like this. Mother Chinjio's human cultivation method was learned from the Diffractive Tao handbook. It was a pity that Mother Chinjio had not taught him how to interpret it when she said that reading the Diffractive Tao handbook was too early for him. It only says that if you accidentally get tainted with ancient god pollution, you can use your own ancient god pollution to hedge against it. If one's ancient spirit pollution level is high enough, one can easily wash away the ancient spirit pollution that one has been contaminated with. Those with low digits, as long as they are not too ridiculously low, can also be rubbed off bit by using the art of watermilling. There's another side effect of doing this that isn't really a side effect. The original ancient god contamination will deepen. I have a method called the 3 life creation technique. Those who have this method can cultivate the phases of all living beings, and heavenly fortune is beyond investigation. Terminator. Should I wash it? He had the ancient god pollution that could make a hedge, the 3-legged golden crow. I have a method. Terminator. To be honest, the sound kept echoing quite loudly in my ears. The dead Taoist was most likely a chatterbox when he was alive. While Terminal Chan was trying to adjust to the torment of the repeater, the black dog sat in front of the bronze mirror and initiated conscious communication to him. Is it there? Today's black dog sat upright, and Terminator was able to feel the formality of the session. Terminal Chan also formal appreciation. Yo, good, want a father mode with more and more skillful, my heart is very pleased. Black dog. From the mirror, Final Dry was able to see every muscle of the black dog's power. The occlusal muscles are particularly prominent. Final Chien consoled, don't feel ashamed, I also have thought of mother mode, our lineage is also considered a lineage. Black dog couldn't help but ask, kiss my mother? Of course. Terminal Chien replied dryly. The black dog, however, could not help but mutter, you that is the real mother, but you are not the real father of the old mother, how can it be the same? Thanks. The black dog had his face on end, looking particularly formal and dignified. Terminal Chien guessed that it had mostly confirmed that its little master had been healed. You're welcome, just repay me by being a cow or a dog for the rest of your life. Black dog. The guy obviously did a good thing, but why can't it appreciate it? Can't it be that this is what the master said, that the 8 characters are in conflict with each other? The black dog hesitated and proposed, now that I recognize your strength and am grateful for your help, I can recognize you as my head dog, that is, the boss, can I call you boss instead of your old man? Could be. What? The black dog couldn't believe that the pesky white dog had agreed so decisively. You promise? Promise. What? Disappointed again that you can't be my son. Asterisk. Off. Terminal Chen inwardly moved, thinking of why the black dog was so agitated, and quickly changed his words. Sorry, it's the daughter, don't worry, father understands you. The black dog became even more angry and chewed the dresser to pieces with one bite. The room was very disorganized for a while. Just when Terminator thought the session was going to end, Black Dog sat down in front of the mirror once again. There's something in that old man's memories that you want to know about the drawbacks of watching the sun. Final Chan also straightened up. Sister Dog, please speak, little brother is listening. Black Dog was also exasperated and laughed. Is it okay for your oldest to call you his sister? It is also convinced. That guy probably just doesn't have a straight face. He knew some of these dogs, mostly with black and white fur, and wondered if the black and white fur was cursed. Those guys always have endless strength, are extraordinarily physical, and make a lot of noise every day, jumping up and down. But a dog like that is most likely not going to be a bad dog. On the contrary, the guys who are always making a mess understand better than the average dog. Consciously seeing through his boss's attributes, Black Dog's heart settled down a little and looked forward to the future again. Following this kind of boss, at least it wouldn't be boring. Provided it didn't die in the scorched sun sect. Visualizing the sun will cause the body temperature to rise, resulting in thirst, body dryness, and even spontaneous combustion. To cope with this, one needs to soak in water at first, and subsequently take a spiritual fruit that can control the fire control aptitude, or if you are like me and have a connection with fire yourself, you don't need to make any other preparations. Fire? Does foxfire count? Black Dog continued, the physical side effects will deepen with the depth of contamination. The old man divided it into 3 stages, light, medium and heavy. Light, and you said it, soaking in water can get relief. Medium, soaking in water will boil the water. With fire control aptitude it can be suppressed. At this stage, the emotions will be out of control, easy to be furious. And out of control of emotions will trigger the control fire to go out of control, thus triggering a disaster. Therefore a special living environment is needed. It is recommended to be a lake island. Without that condition it can also be a pool. Jianzhuang thought of the pair of masters and disciples from the scorched sun sect. Both that big brother and that little sister seem to be quite normal. What level of contamination is on that sibling pair? The Black Dog returned in accordance with his memory. The male is moderate, the female is light. The heavy contamination needs to pass through a thunder tribulation to take off the mortal body in order to withstand it. Their master used to be heavy, but because of the encounter with untreatable Dao injuries, he had to choose to change the weight to be born, and his strength has been discounted quite a lot.
The black dog thought for a moment and added, not all scorched sun sect cultivators pursue heavy contamination, there is also a cultivation method, through the visualization of different ancient gods, mutual hedging to sharpen the spiritual body and strengthen the divine soul. This part of the cultivator's spiritual body is exceptionally horrifying, in the old man's memories. Those are the cultivators who have embarked on the path of ancient cultivation with today's method. Terminal Qian's eyes lit up. The reason why he chose to cultivate the human cultivation method in the first place was to run towards improving the strength of his spiritual body. It's a path that suits him. The black dog rejoined, but the divinity best suited to hedge with the sun has yet to be found. Terminal Qian asked tentatively, the moon? The moon has disappeared. Whether his authority is complete or not the old man doesn't know. What is needed to neutralize the heavy pollution the old man isn't sure. But what is needed for light and medium would be a god related to water or cold. Water god? Winter god? Coincidentally, he knew both of these two by their divine names. Final Qian asked again, then what path is suitable for cultivators who take a cultivation path like pollution hedge to choose? I mean the likes of organ creation, sword immortal, and medicine refining. Flying swords, if you want to go down the path of divinity hedging, you can choose to go down the path of the sword immortal, where different divinities are incorporated into different flying swords and set up a sword formation, which is precisely the main killing move of the sword immortal. Got it. At this moment, Jianqian established his path. Observe different ancient gods to hedge against pollution and strengthen the soul. Becoming a sword immortal again, he would incorporate different divine contaminations into different swords and set up sword formations, thereby forming a great art of birth and death. There was an advantage to doing so. He knew different god names that he could use to draw attention and try out different sword formation recipes. The future, it's infinitely bright. Brother dog, you've done me a great favor. The black dog is tired of being a dog brother again. Heh, won't let me call you Pops anymore? Terminal Qian Yu quickly returned, no influence, not said. I call you brother, you call me old man. Black dog? Final Qian, brother dog, pay attention to your safety outside. If you encounter danger, you can ask me for help these days. As long as you're within the boundaries of the Black Tooth country, no one can hurt you. Well, I'm going to go cultivate, I can't wait to try it out. Black dog, I will set sail today and leave the Black Tooth country. Final Dry, have a safe trip. Black dog had a lot to say, but in the end it all dissolved into silence. That disciple talks about honoring his teacher. But I don't know how it will be treated after it really plays on and the clan believes he is that old man. It felt as if, already, his time was counting down. 61 Chapter 61 The Sun in Sunglasses. After ending the call with Black Dog, Final Qian lost interest in the 998 blind boxes opened out in front of him. He enjoyed the security of increased strength more than the joy of obtaining treasures. Mother Qingshi, let the 1,000 golem Taoists distinguish what these are and how they need to be preserved. Final Qian noticed the other 9 eggs that were opened in the blind box, which were not as divine as the dragon's eggs, but were by no means unusual. These 9 eggs, if they are alive, are also well preserved. Lapis mother, don't hide it, I see you drooling. Green Fox tilted her head and said slyly, I recognize all 9 of these eggs, they're all just edible eggs. Terminal Dry Fox ears twitched. The edible ones were okay, and he was tempted to say that the 9-tailed foxes were supposedly edible as well. It was the effects that he forgot about. Then also keep it for now and decide when Auntie wakes up. Green Fox grunted and said, we are also your mother, did not think to honor me first? How come there's no filial piety? I've invited Mother Aoshi to open the blind box. After playing a few rounds of Tai Chi with the Green Fox, Final Qian also went into seclusion. Now that we have a direction, the chatter in our ears can be removed for now. Otherwise he'd have to be noisy for the last 10 days. Stepping into the outskirts of the fog, Xingqian chose a corner, and then entered the mode of visualization, the 3-legged golden crow. The rising golden flare Yan Yan flared up from the fur of the Final Qian and floated on the surface, like a layer of golden light. This fire was only an outward manifestation of the Tao, and was not actually a real flame. Real flames can only be manipulated one way or the other by heavy contamination, but even so, Jianqian felt his body drying out as if there was a circle of fire pits around him. Consciousness realm. Only one of the 9 tails was lying on its back in the wilderness, and a large sun in the dome of the sky above its head was releasing scorching heat. There are lines outlined vaguely in the big sun, and in a trance you can see the divine 3-legged giant bird reflected in it. I have a method called the 3-life creation technique. Get this method. Get this method. Gat. Nourish. The shrill beeping was distorted more and more harshly, like a drowning man's last struggle. A little flame flared up and burned on the twisted noise. The shrill beeping ripped more and more violently, but one weaker than the other, until it was completely washed away. Ah, the ears are finally clear. But a new problem also came, so thirsty, as if he was left in the desert, exposed to the sun, and the next moment he was going to die of thirst. His head was also dizzy, as if he was suffering from heatstroke. The final dry since the cultivation woke up, to himself as the center, the ground clean as some, that spread the entire ship snow-covered surprisingly all avoided him, gathered in the periphery. The little white fox got up and walked outside, and the snow, as if it were a very polite crowd, split on either side, making a path for the little white fox.
You are conscious?
This was by no means a spirit monster birthed by aura, because during the time in the Black Tooth country, Mother Fluffy hadn't turned on the spirit gathering formation.
The snow is silent. At this moment, Ji Qian only wanted to drink water, and did not continue to probe. Anyway, the fluffy mother said that it would be fine, then it would be fine. I was closed for a couple days. 8 days. Terminal Chan was a bit surprised that 8 days had passed in one meditation. He was merely washing away the pollution that had accidentally tainted him. Call up the personal panel. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 25. God, 2. The attributes didn't improve and remained the same as before the observation. However, the count was that it had already been elevated, when it was tainted by the black dog's invocation of the ancient god. Spirit, increased from 20 to 25 points. Is it over on the fluffy mother's side? Nope. The final dry a large tank of water, the thirst feeling is only somewhat alleviated. And that's just not even light pollution, which is only at the introductory level. Jinshan couldn't help but think that the 2 rivers led down by Kwafu couldn't have been contaminated by divinity as well, right?
Mother Qingshi's words rang in her ears. The emissaries of the Black Tooth country have been guarding outside. I ignored them. Go and send them away.
Good.
This was also originally something that Mao Furry Mother had explained to him before her seclusion. Final Chan jumped into the tank to cool down again before he belatedly leapt out of the cloud boat and stepped into the fire to meet with the emissary from the Black Tooth country. The messenger stood on a bamboo forest that rose up and broke through the clouds, opposite the cloud boat. Messenger of the Blacktooth Nation. Well, there's no need to say anything polite, let's get straight to the point. Final Chan came to the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest is also full of precious light. Visible Black Teeth country's sincerity is full. It's just a shame that this isn't the kind of sincerity that Mao Furry Mother and even the kingdom of Arisu would like to see. Final Chan's knowledge of the Arisa kingdom has grown a bit, and Maosu Mother and Grandmother are definitely not the ones who are short of money. Nine-tailed foxes are auspicious, right? The man from the Black Tooth Kingdom replied in a hurry. Ever since Emperor you married the Tushan woman and gave birth to Xiaohochi, the nine-tailed fox has been the recognized auspiciousness of the human race, and there is no denying this.
Terminal Qian was shocked. The familiarity is back. He knows this part.
Do you heal the water by marrying the Tushan clan and giving birth to Xiaohochi?
This is a myth and legend from the time of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors.
It turned out that the affinity between the human race and the nine-tailed fox race started from that time. Final Qian was shocked in his heart but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he continued according to his own negotiation tempo. So you guys still think of us as auspicious? I thought you thought of us as the Wongbangs in the wishing pool. The emissary from the Blacktooth Kingdom painstakingly understood the meaning of the words. Terminal Qian also did not, and his idea of mutual guessing directly broke down. Nine-tailed fox clan and the human race of love is with the whole human race of love. In order that this love is not crushed by the rut of history, deterioration, there is the Sioux country has always scrupulously adhered to their own persistence, do not participate in the internal affairs of the human race. But the black teeth of the country of the 2 crown princes in a row to destroy this tacit agreement since
ancient times. This love you can still care about it? This time the messenger listened. Not waiting for him to state his position, how could a messenger make a decision in place of their king? Ji Qian continued, take my words back to whoever sent you. As for these seemingly flashy and cherished objects, take them all back. Compared to this kind of interest that will decay, the Arisa kingdom cares more about sincere sentiments, those that have been handed down since your ancestors, and even the ancestors of the human race. Without further ado, the messenger gave a deep salute, and the sea of bamboo sank and retracted into the ground. Terminal Chan looked at those black bamboos and couldn't help but think of the Rui weapon once again.
The Great Yu has a water cure, and a sea-setting pin is thought to be there.
Then Monkey. A heart of Final Qian was once again on fire. Monkey is not out yet, if you can find. Oh Monkey, where is my monkey now gobbling up the sun and moon?
I also wonder if the disappearance of the moon will affect the birth of my monkey.
And this sun. Terminal Qian looked up to the great sun in the sky.
He hadn't done so since he'd been blinded once, but now he'd embraced the sun's pollution.
Terminal Qian felt that his eyes were blind again. What did he see?
The Dyson sphere-like structure was gone, and in its place was a comical sun, burning with a golden tangible and flowing light that extended in all directions like a lion's hair.
It wore black sunglasses, bared its big teeth, and was grinning at him? Terminal Dry was dumbfounded. 62, Chapter 62, The 1,000-Year Period.
Terminator closed his eyes, opened them, and looked again.
That sun is normal again.
It's not right to say it's normal, that what looks like a Dyson ball, or cage structure has reappeared. The Final Dry even closed his eyes and opened his eyes several times. The sun in his eyes has been maintained by the 3 rings nested in each other, wrapped in the structure, also really like a cage. Terminal Qian's mind could not help but give birth to a conjecture. The stars and buckets of the heavens and even the moon had disappeared, and the solar energy was preserved. Was it because of those 3 rings?
Mother Aoshi, my auntie hasn't come out yet.
Before the words landed, there was a smoky haze rushing into the sky with the force of wind and thunder, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Soon Terminal Chan knew where this vision started from.
The egg that hatched. But what hatched was not a dragon, but a baby girl. Terminal Chan looked at the baby girl that had hatched from the egg.
It was truly a powdered porcelain, white and glistening, devoid of any semblance of the dragon's morphological traits, a human child by appearance alone, but she had hatched from an egg.
This egg is actually an innate Tao body. It was conceived by sensing the heavens. Just listen to the furry mother's voice filled with horror echoing between heaven and earth. Terminal Chan, on the other hand, had a question mark on his face when he heard it. I heard Mother Qingshi also marveled, it's actually still a human innate Tao body? Could it be that the heavenly court is about to return? Final Dry blinked his big, puzzled eyes. How did the two mothers see from the human race's innate Tao bodies that the heavenly court was about to return? His furry mother didn't say anything when he was born.
A vision rose above his head, and the clouds in the sky converged and gathered into a radiant dragon-scale celebration cloud.
Just then, a dragon's roar came whistling from the north. The dragon's head broke through the clouds and looked down towards the cloud boat. A tiny baby girl was lying in a broken eggshell with a peaceful sleeping face. Hatched? How?
The furry mother's demeanor was calm, and she introduced herself. Orissa Kingdom Woeful Central, I have met the South Sea Dragon King. I don't know what the Dragon King is here for. The huge dragon eyes stared at the baby girl for a long time before speaking. Give me that egg.
This egg was bought by this palace from the South Sea Giant, and for the Dragon King to directly plunder it is a bit overbearing. The giant dragon was sarcastic instead of answering. Aren't those guys from the ancient heavenly court enough for you to handle? Do you want to add 4 more dragon palaces? Green Fox laughed. It sounds like the Dragon Palace has decided to go along with the ancient heavenly court. What? The Dragon King of the Four Seas disappeared along with the heavenly court, and you, the newly promoted Dragon King, think you can speak well? Funny, aren't you afraid that your ancestors will slap you to death when they come back, or are you expecting the 4 ancestors to kneel down once more for you ungrateful sons and daughters, begging for heavenly court's grace to spare you in your youthful ignorance? TSK, the Dragon King has already had his coronet trimmed, and if it is trimmed again, you are afraid that you will only be able to go and become a river uncle, or is it a well uncle? The Dragon King is furious, and the heavens will have a watch. The peaceful weather was gloomy in no time. A sword box flew up, on which stood a man, whose voice was loud and clear, with the sound of a sword running through heaven and earth. I have 7 swords that can cut down the sinful dragons. Another immortal leapt into the air and transformed one into 6, transforming into an eye view, an ear view, a nose view, a mouth view, a skin view, plus a bloody body with no 5 senses and no skin and flesh. This flesh and blood body stands serenely. Mouth view, no 4 senses. The face has a mouth, opened his mouth and said, the poor Taoist practice day is short. Do not dare to talk lightly about the dragon chopper, but can order your 6 senses. The machine creation unfolds, a lotus bud lined up in a formation to bloom. The 1,000 golem Taoist didn't say anything, he just stood there, just waiting for an order. Underneath, there is the Blacktooth Kingdom Master Gong chanting prayers, and the black mist rises throughout the Blacktooth Kingdom, with great terror hidden within. Before the 2 heavenly foxes could show their strength, the South Sea Dragon King had already felt death approaching. At this time, a fist broke through the clouds and came, hammering straight into the back of the old Dragon King's heart. Old Loach, today is the day you die. The visitor is the giant who sells dragon eggs. This punch, the boom is the sound of the sky. The South China Sea since ancient times is the South China Sea Dragon King's territory. Some of the giants exiled to the South China Sea, the establishment of the adult country, and later built the city of adults, market. Since then the South China Sea dragons and giants of the tribe of Friction will be constant. This time, the strike was also a direct death blow. But Scourge Central can't watch this dragon die here. There is one thing that this old dragon is not wrong. There is a Sioux Kingdom has no time for anything else, and can't be at war with the Dragon Palace. Also, Scourge Central's plan was not to keep the egg, but to give it away. 9 Tails leapt beyond the cloud boat and brushed heads with the Dragon King, powerfully shaking the giant's fist. A phosphorescent-like mang of white tail and fist collided together, the violent air shock pressure of the clouds away from the scattered. Only this blow is a clear sky for miles, daylight without cloud cover, heaven and earth abright. Please be at ease, friends of the South Sea Giant clan. Scourge Central opened his mouth without a hitch. The old dragon from the South Sea naturally didn't want to die here, so he opened his mouth and said, you egg-stealing thief, wait for me to retrieve my daughter and then I'll share life and death with you. When the giant misses with 1 punch, he tries to fire another, and if 2 don't work, then 100, 1,000, 1,000,000. In short, anything in the way of the giant will be blasted to pieces. Just then, on the stores held by the tree vines around his waist, a little man shouted, boss, don't intervene. Think about that $10 million order. If this order is successful, we will definitely be number 1 in this year's performance, so won't we be able to carry the matriarch's daughter home by then? The fist that had been raised was finally withdrawn. You old Lochu Inc. here, I'm going to steal the rest of your eggs. With that, the giant ran away. How dare you? The old Dragon King was furious, but the giant had already run out of sight. Ah, this. Terminal Qian was stunned. Are all the giants so tough? What's the problem?
Having seen the strength of the Orisa kingdom, the old Dragon King was also finally able to speak in human terms.
No more of his arrogant posturing.
Opening his mouth, he told the crowd the reason his wife's eggs had been stolen. I paid 10 million goddamn dollars for this egg.
The huge dragon pupil jerked violently. The face shook 3 times before he spoke. I'm out.
The hatching of this egg consumed one of my precious medicines, which is worth 10 million divine immortal dollars. The old Dragon King's body shook.
Good. I'm out.
Maiden Fluffy said again, this girl is destined to be with my son, and I have already made them brother and sister, so if you just take them away, I really can't bear to part with them.
South Sea Dragon King?
I heard Mother Fluffy say again, you can just offer only 10 million divine dollars, and the other 10 million as a birth gift from my son to his sister. The old dragon thought that this fox wanted money again, but he didn't want to pay it back this time, so he was confused for a while.
He wrongly blamed the other party, and did the other party really spend $10 million to buy his daughter, and used a heavy treasure to let her daughter be born?
Counting the hours, his daughter shouldn't have been born today, but from the smell, that was indeed his daughter. Go back or check carefully, how did he give birth to a human innate Tao body?
Isn't it true that an innate Taoist body can only be born if it is conceived by sensing the heavens? If he was conceived by heaven, does he count as the little one's father or not?
An old face of the South Sea Dragon King turned green.
I wonder what has caused you to break the bank so much, to hasten the birth of your little daughter even at the expense of consuming heavy treasures.
The furry mother herself said, the egg is sheltered by the luck of the dragon clan, so how can I know the sex of the egg if it is not born, and how can I ask for a daughter-in-law for my son if I don't know the sex of the egg?
South Sea Dragon King? Final dry? I thought they were brother and sister. Terminal Qian was also stunned. You're going to have a daughter-in-law yourself?
Who's to say what happens when they grow up? First be brother and sister to keep a bond, and then after 1,000 years, when they're both grown up, then they'll decide for themselves whether or not to tie the knot and be half-in-laws, don't you think?
The South Sea Dragon King's thoughts electrified. The reason was figured out at the moment.
Orisa Kingdom seemed to be in a difficult situation, which made this fox go to such lengths to befriend the Dragon Palace. All know that the Four Seas Dragon Palace, a glory, a loss, with his South China Sea Dragon Palace to climb on the relationship, is the same as in the Four Seas Dragon Palace climbed on the friendship, and is a good calculation.
Be brother and sister first? Negotiate marriage after 1,000 years? Just as you say.
The old Dragon King opened his mouth and sucked in, and the broken eggshell on the cloud boat carried the sleeping girl child into the old dragon's mouth. The old dragon made a slight choice and spat out another piece of divine iron. This is divine iron, as a return gift.
The divine iron fell in front of Final Qian. Final dry.
Finally, the old Dragon King spit out 10 million pieces of fairy money. That fairy money is really like that torrential rain pouring down, the treasure gas rushing skyward, reflecting the richness of this place. Just then, I heard Mother Fluffy admonishing from the sidelines, why don't you still greet your future father-in-law? Greetings, abbot-in-law. Terminal Chen that a father-in-law shouted is a bold and dry clouds. But the old Dragon King was not so jubilant in his heart. It only said, we'll talk about it in 1,000 years. If the human heavenly court was still in existence, it would have been good to make this marriage with the Orisa Kingdom, but nowadays the Orisa Kingdom is already taking care of itself. Inside the Dragon Palace, there is also already the sound of changing the family and creating another ancient supreme honored clan. On the side of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, it even received a promise from the ancient heavenly court to let the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea be the lord of the ancient heavenly court as long as the Dragon Palace was willing to turn against it. It is difficult to choose.
Are you there? Yes? The black dog's urgent cry for his father rang out in Terminal Qian's consciousness. 63 Chapter 63 Name-dropping Master Sword Immortal.
Witness the old Dragon King leaving.
Maiden Furry went back to give thanks with Blacktooth Nation.
One size does not fit all. The Blacktooth Kingdom wanted to involve the Orisa Kingdom in the fight within the human race. This matter should be annoyed, it would shake the nine-tailed fox Shangrui's position. And the Blacktooth country was willing to cross swords with the South Sea Dragon Palace for the sake of the Orisa country, so that was another favor to be remembered. But the basic principle still won't change. The Orisa Kingdom still won't get involved in the internal struggles of the human race. On the Fog Sea Cloud boat, Jian Chen responded to the black dog's shout.
What is it? But are you in danger? You're finally moving. I've been yelling at you for days. I've been screaming my ass off.
Hearing the black dog's complaint, Final Qian put down his heart. If there was really something big, this guy wouldn't have said such nonsense. Closed for a few days, I couldn't hear your prayers while I was closed. Tell me about you, I was quite worried.
The black dog fell silent for a moment. After waiting for a long time, Final Qian couldn't help but inquire, Brother dog, still alive? Live and let live. I've arrived at the scorched sun sect. This is a really good place, close to where the sun rises, perfect for cultivation. Do you want to come? Terminal Qian's heart was relieved again, just for this to rush to find me? Cultivation is a big deal. Black Dog said righteously, if this matter is not urgent, what should be urgent? That's true. That apprentice of yours took the place of his master? Aha.
At the mention of the apprentice, Black Dog was sad again. How long do you estimate it will take for him to cross the threshold and become immortal? The Black Dog rummaged through the tattered memories he had inherited. At the moment it had regretted biting the old man too much. Many of the memories were unrelated and needed to be arranged by him. As long as 100 years, as fast as 50 years, drawing down the robber cloud requires touching the sun's core authority, and that's no easy task. Thinking of one more thing, Black Dog hurriedly urged, if you want to visualize the sun and usurp its authority, you must catch up with all the practitioners who visualize the sun, because the supreme position is unique. This is important information I just found from the old man's memory. Usurp the power of the sun? Terminal Chan looked at the sun in the sky that looked like it was locked in a cage. I only sharpened my spiritual body with the help of the ancient god's pollution. I didn't intend to steal the sun's authority. How important the sun's authority is to this world, I don't think that can be tampered with casually. Black Dog reconfirmed, like a schoolboy who was going after some girl, confirming whether his brother likes the girl or not before doing so. Really? Do you want this authority? Then I'll take it? Shi Qian didn't know where the Black Dog got his backing. Still, he couldn't help but crack down. You'd better study how you can transform into a form early. It's more realistic for you. Transforming isn't difficult. As long as you break through your destined lifespan you will be able to attract a lightning tribulation, and if you succeed in the tribulation you will be able to transform. Longevity? Is that so? But why do I get the feeling that what you're saying is a little off from what I perceive? What's not right? As far as I know, the nine-tailed fox. Not waiting for the end of the Qian speech was interrupted by the Black Dog. The kind of people who have to be sheltered by the human celestial court, the pro-daughter of the heavenly Tao should not be taken out to say things, I say is accurate, unless you are also the pro-daughter of the heavenly Tao. One more reason for the nine-tailed fox to help the human race. To be blessed by heaven is indeed a blessing that is hard to deny. Final Chan's thoughts turned and asked, what other races have been blessed by the heavenly Tao? Golden Crow? Karen? Phoenix? Pixie? A plan was born in Ji Qian's mind. Why not unite these races that were blessed by the heavenly court of the human race? What he could think of, that horrible grandmother had already thought of. Terminal Qian pushed down his little bit of not-so-cleverness and shushed the Black Dog for a couple of rounds, ending the communication. Just in time, Mother Fluffy came back. As soon as she came back, I heard her praising that crown prince. That successor named in order to show his shame, made a decision to go against the wishes of his ancestors, creating the precedent of a double king and promising that future generations would never trouble Arasaguni over clan matters. Your Highness, why did you let that innate Dao body go? If you had left it behind and brought it back to the Arisa kingdom, you would have been able to raise it to become a future heavenly pride. That's right, Your Highness, you're a bit confused this time, since the deal has been finalized. If we want to talk about cause and effect, the cause and effect is also on that giant's body. What has it got to do with us? That's it. If that dragon is unwilling, then behead him here. A few human cultivators, the end was ferociously powerful. Terminal Qian did not doubt the truthfulness of their words in the slightest. After all, those guys had just planned to do that. It's just an innate Dao body. I know you guys want to be that kid's master. There's no need to be concerned. You guys have a chance too. Several human cultivators looked at each other. Chance? How can there be a chance when we've already sent them away? They didn't believe that the old Dragon King would send that baby back again. Look at me. Terminal Qian looked over. The little golden fox exerted all his strength and leapt off the boat. Final dry? With two mothers in the room, Jinshen is not afraid that it will fall to its death. However, the delayed lack of movement, the final dry also could not help but look down. Right at this moment, a figure rose up to the sky in Jinshen's eyes, startling him. Only the little golden fox with 4 fire clouds on its feet was very handsome. Final Qian praised, not bad, it has been promoted from a ground mount to an air mount. The little golden fox didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with this statement, and circled around Terminal Qian proudly, begging for praise. Terminal Qian invoked the foxfire, 4, 5, 6 lamps. Final Qian's spirit body didn't have a stat boost, but with the familiarity of the fire control technique, he was already able to summon an additional foxfire. Not only that, he was also able to summon the fire of the golden crow that was manifested by the Tao. The fire of the golden crow manifested by the Tao was not a real flame, but it had the power of a flame. Boss awesome. You're not so bad. After completing his interaction with Xiao Jin, Jinshen found Mao Maonyang and explained to Mao Maonyang that he had already determined his path and was going to worship the Sword Immortal as his teacher. Good, this palace will talk to the Sword Immortal and ask him if he is willing to become my son's credited master. Final dry? Good guy, this matter of honoring the master furry mother is actually serious. Doesn't that mean that on the day he publicly transforms into a form, the kingdom of Arisu is really going to hold a master bidding extravaganza? Terminal Qian's expression went odd. It's kind of cool to think about this unreliability. The Sword Immortal promised. Final dry. So quickly? The battle formation closed in, and peace was once again restored over the Blacktooth Kingdom. Terminal Chan sat face to face with the sword immortal. At this moment, Final Chan was no longer in the stance of a little fox, but rather a human Dao body, in the form of a small, jade-crafted baby, because the sword immortal had already signed a non-disclosure agreement.
This is actually a child born between the Empress and my human race? Dare I ask which human being the Empress is? Terminator.
The furry mother was also in a state of blackness.
He doesn't have a father, sensing the sky and conceiving can be known to have a father, and that heavenly path is his father, right?
The sword immortal was once again shocked. It was actually conceived by sensing the heavens.
An innate Dao body. Ha 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 ha. My disciple is actually an innate Dao body. Bravo. Ha 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 ha. Good. Mother Fluffy couldn't help but remind, you're a remembered master. Ah.
At this moment, the sword immortal man suddenly regretted to be this credited master. Such a good disciple actually does not fully belong to himself. What a pity that is. Then look at the white fox. The heart is indignant. For the first time to this auspicious born a little resentment.
The fox is also really cunning to think of such a damaging trick. The ghost's credited master. Is this something a normal mind can think of? But, he's always hanging on to something. This is an innate Taoist body.
At this moment, the sword immortal finally realized what that sentence about you guys still having a chance to meant. It turned out that the innate Dao body was actually right in front of their eyes. There is no room for sloppiness in the matter of cultivation, and I ask for the permission of the queen to have my disciple visualize your true form, which,
this step has been completed. Sword immortal?
64, chapter 64, there's an old sixth.
Finished? This master of his is really a second-hand chant?
The sword immortal was so lost.
Dare I ask your highness, which Taoist is it?
The boy's godmother taught him, counting you as his first credited master.
First place. The sword immortal came back to life. First place is good.
This child may have several credited masters in the future, but those are not important. Others want to discuss, who is the first master of this child, that is not his sword immortal, and who is it?
And is there an official master? Not yet, there's still hope if you try. The sword immortal's gaze was like a torch, and he asked busily, what is the explanation for this?
So, the furry mother told the story of the master's tender extravaganza, 1,000 years later, on the day of the transformation. After 1,000 years, if you are able to overwhelm all the cultivators and win the championship, then you will be my son's official master. A rush of hot blood went to his head.
The final dry actually saw from the eyes of the master in front of the eyes of the majesty of the impulse. Terminal Qian blinked.
With an odd expression, she peeked at her furry mother. Good guy, let the disciple how to work hard common, let the master work hard.
Final dry or first see.
Good. I will win the championship in 1,000 years.
Cough.
Final Qian couldn't help but open his mouth. If he let Fuzzy Nymphette play on any longer, he was afraid that his master would form some kind of heart barrier and go off the deep end. Master, I've not only finalized the first view map, but the second one as well. At that moment, the final dry will be born after how his own ignorance by the sun-burned eyes, stained with the ancient god pollution. Also, not too long ago, it was pulled by the Tao, drawing in deeper contamination, allowing the contamination to mold directly into a view map. The sword immortal listened with a serious look on his face, and how are your eyes good? As far as I know, most of those who are tainted with the golden crow contamination through their eyesight will be blind. Terminal Qian lamented in his heart, and his gaze gratefully glanced at his furry mother. Mother broke her tail and used her heavenly fox aptitude to turn it into a spirit eye, mending the cripples for me.
Your Majesty's favor to my disciple is evident in heaven and earth. White Fox's mouth twitched. Why? It's not enough for her to be robbed of her son by her godmother, but she has to be robbed by her master? At the same time to change the topic said, small matter, he is my son, I do not spoil him. Spoil who? You quickly teach him how to edict immortal sorted. This child has a special preference for cultivation. You do not let him practice, he will be difficult. The baby dressed in a basil coat on the side touched his little nose. Mother is right, please master teach me the method of sword control. The sword immortal suppressed the many questions in his heart and pondered slightly. Asked, can you start visualizing that golden crow's visualization chart? Terminal Qian also put in contact with the human skin diffractive Dao handbook stained with pollution, and he himself with the ancient god pollution on the douche body of the matter. Sword immortal man.
He even knows how to contaminate hedges. He really is a second-hand master. It was also good that godmother didn't want the title of master, counting, he also had to thank that heavenly fox maiden.
Can you give that diffractive Dao handbook to my master for a look?
Sure. Lines of skin, flesh, and wooden colors floated out from Terminal Qian's body, converging into a wooden box. The wooden box opened, and inside was the volume of the human skin derivative Dao handbook. It came out of 100 blind boxes mother bought from the giants. The sword immortal solemnly made a Taoist salute to the human skin, and Final Qian also stood up to follow suit. That one tall and one short is just like a pair of master and disciple already. Sword immortal's face appeared joyful, to his strength, also should have received the apprentice, just has not been the eye of the edge, his original plan, first in the country of Su and so a result, if the country of Su can get through the difficult times to stay here, if it can't he'll try to do his best, such as if the final is not dead on the choice of a fairy mountain, for a titular elders,
and then pick a few disciples. I do not want to, heavenly mercy, let him today to get this spirit of the apprentice. I also wonder if he, the credited master, can give his disciple a Taoist name. It was natural for his sword immortal disciple to be called Little Sword Immortal. It's just a matter of time, until he wins the championship and becomes an official master, then it's not too late to rise again. This first one, he's got it. Final Chan looked at his master, and for some reason there was wariness in his master's eyes again. Master? Well, sit down, honoring our ancestors is what we latecomers who travel the path of the way along the footsteps of those who have gone before us should do. Yes, master, disciple remembers. Kensei's strength is very comforting. Is this what it's like to be a master? It's nice to have someone listen to everything you say. No wonder Taoist 10,000 Immortals has his nose in the air all day. But we also have a disciple, or innate Taoist body, see what you still bullish, clowner. Master and disciple are seated. The Sword Immortal's body was bursting with sword chi, protecting itself. Although we must honor the sages, we must also be wary of them. You should know that there are not a few people who collect souls in the Diffractive Tao Handbook to choose an opportunity to take over their bodies, and this is the means of preserving your life that your teacher will teach you in the future, so be vigilant and do not take it lightly. Taking over the body? Can this kind of thing be said with such honor and dignity? Master, isn't taking over the body hurtful to heaven? Heaven and harmony? I another immortal mortal mole cricket fight how to hurt the heaven end, cannot hurt the heaven end, can only hurt the hurt end, but in such a time of crisis, almost no one care about this matter, and even some sects will seize the body of a road to open up a roadway, called the invitation to God on the body, voluntarily for the ancestors of the sacrifice. Terminal Qian was shocked. There is actually this matter. Inviting God to come on board. This sounds a bit familiar too. Yeah, apprentice. Watch this. When Qi Qian didn't know what to look at, he saw the sword box humming, and a sword chi swam out from the box. The sword fingers pinched and ordered the earth, fire, water and wind, the four divine Taoing manifested, and the raging sword chi formed a formation on its own. Fellow Taoist, be merciful. The poor Taoist is just a poor old man. I don't mean any harm. For God four sword formation of the sword in the four directions, the human skin derivative Tao handbook even emerged from a stooped Taoist, for Taoist salute, mouth begged for forgiveness ceaselessly. Terminal Qian was shocked. Good man. There really is an old six hidden in this diffractive handbook. Fortunately, he had not touched the Tao diffusion handbook with his spirit body. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't have any bad intentions? You're just afraid of the danger here. At this moment, that sword immortal had no intention of honoring his ancestors. The end is a picture of black face, to eliminate this Fong soul grinding posture. The Taoist on the diffractive Tao handbook was also helpless. That wasn't wrong, it was just as well that the giant had picked it up and dropped it in here in a flash. He had peeked out and just one glance had nearly scared him out of his wits. Two ancient demons, a group of counting cultivators. Once he was discovered, his path would stop here. Really no mischief how dare the little path dare to ask you where this place is. No need to put on a pitiful face, your life soul is not damaged. How to put on an old phase, you first report your name, such as if you find out your identity, can be right, if you cultivate the blessing or can spare you, if it is a blood debt. My disciple is lacking a life soul refining sword. Terminal Qian's mind was shaken, not wanting to have his own business here. Then he also cast his eyes and waited for this old-timer's confession. 65, Chapter 65, Winter God Yu Chan. Fellow Taoists discerning eyes, some small self-preservation techniques, I'm sorry to make you laugh. The old man who had been hunched over a moment before straightened up and became not only younger but also better looking. With lowered eyebrows and a desire to speak, there is a seductive attitude to tease and seduce the Finchine, one of the seven pranas. Clank. The sword box has a sword that chimes to itself. The sound of a crisp voice stirs up all the filth and flirtation. The sword immortal's gaze was cold, but his tone was softened. Indeed, it is a small art. This kind of Taoism also dares to show off here. Do you know that the ancestor of the charming art is watching from the sidelines? Laughable, laughable, laughable. The bespectacled white fox rolled her eyes and didn't pick up on that. Feeling the maiden's dislike, the sword immortal hastily coughed gently to change the topic. Since you are unwilling to report your own family name, it is 80% that you are a karma entangled in the evil path. The woman's soul interrupted. This Taoist wronged Paper Kite. Paper Kite did not show what charm. Really, this is the original Paper Kite. Paper Kite looks outstanding. By the devil, three-faced thieves road captured. The woman huffed and told the story of her life. What a good little girl with charming bones was taken by a passing thief. And lie down to taste the courage, and the thief rode false and snake, and finally take advantage of the thief rode to the season of the robbery to kill him back. But the thieves were so skillful in Taoism that they chopped her off even as they were dying. By chance she entered this diffractive Tao handbook, got some remnants of the thief Tao, and knows some Tao techniques. Coincidence? What you say, I will check it out. It's you who can't escape. It's not you who won't harm you, hurt my disciples Ford. Paper Kite sensation. Before the words were finished, the sword immortal's hand rolled up and rolled back the human skin derivative Tao handbook into the wooden box. Apprentice, this kind of evil words cannot be trusted, and so back to take to your grandmother to see.
can determine this fong good and evil. Terminal Chen looked at the wooden box, a little afraid to take it, and even more so, did not dare to income in the arm of the text again, and only placed it on the side of the fluffy mother. Opening his mouth, he said, "Thank you for the master's guidance. Today's encounter disciple will definitely keep it in mind. Master, disciple wants to learn the art of defending the sword. To make a sword, you have to have a sword first." Sword Immortal Man thought of something, his face was happy, that divine political iron end is a good thing, can be taken to the 1,000 golem Taoist, ordered to build an immortal sword to, but also need to purchase the wood of Fusang, you viewed as the most young to the strongest of the golden crow, non-Fusang wood cannot be born. Fuchsia, the old home of the 10 days. Can you buy that kind of stuff? It's expensive, isn't it? A piece of wood is enough, far less than 10 million divine dollars. Thinking of the furry mother earning the old dragon king $10 million of fairy money, Jinshin felt stable. Mother Furry spoke up, "There's another deal with the giant shops, don't worry, it's a good buy." Final Qian was greatly settled inside, and cleverly said, "Thank you, mother, thank you, master." Then, "Master, you can't practice the royal sword art without a sword?" "I can't practice for the time being, the imperial sword is a process of nourishing the sword." Terminal Qian was slightly disappointed. Then he said, "My disciple has heard that different divine contamination hedges can strengthen the spiritual body. I wonder if this method is feasible?" The sword immortal froze. "Not bad, this is also the main path that the master has practiced, but, come, give your hand to the master still does not know the age of your roots." Terminal Qian's expression quirked up as he looked towards the furry nymphette. The furry mother-in-law came to her feet with a look of readiness to watch the show. Terminal Qian hesitated slightly and handed his hand to his master. Well, how can't you feel it? It's not right. Could it be the divine difference of the Tao body? The sword immortal put down his hand and somewhat sweatily asked for advice. "Dare I ask your highness, how old is my disciple?" Mother Fluffy laughed, "Didn't feel it out? Then there's no need to care, and no need to worry, my son is divine, so teach him whatever he wants to learn." "Good." After saying that, the sword immortal tapped his sword case and invited out a flying sword with a chilling light. This sword is called Winter, and when the divine mind touches it, one can see the one. Winter god? The final dry moon had something to think about. The spirit tentacle touches the hilt of the sword. All of a sudden, the final dry eyes of an ice field stretches for miles and miles, whistling the cold wind. Woo-woo rolled over, this wind sends grief, mourning, decay, but contains vitality. Terminal Qian had never seen such a clear picture. There is no inversion, misalignment, or noise in this picture. There is only a cold winter landscape. Yu Chang. For the first time, ultimate dryness chanted the complete name into consciousness. Yu Zhang, the god of the 4 seasons who was in charge of winter. Also the god of the north. In the eyes of Final Qian, the figure of half man and half beast, with human face and fangs, with hair rising like a hook, and with feathers on its body was reflected in his eyes. For just a moment, the extreme distortion misplaced everything in the eyes. The panging noise tore at all the senses. Ah, carelessness. Outside, the jade-cut baby froze straight away. The coldness of the ice spread from the baby to the entire ship. The wooden box beside Terminal Qian tried to run, but was frozen in a just flying state and didn't move a muscle. Outside the cloud boat, the wind and clouds changed, and snow suddenly drifted. Is this normal? White Fox couldn't help but ask. The sword immortal's entire body was confused. That shouldn't be the case when you first get contaminated. It's a sight that has even surpassed moderate pollution and is falling infinitely towards heavy pollution. This. Just as Jin Xianran didn't know what to do, a fiery yanyan burned up, covering that baby's entire body. The ice exploded, and cracks like porcelain appeared on the jade-crafted baby. The White Fox knew what to do this time, and a large drop of vitality spirit liquid was thrown in. That cracked porcelain baby body cracks close, but the cracks are still there. Even if more spiritual liquid is useless, the spiritual liquid absorption part will no longer absorb through the body. The cracks are like a craftsman deliberately burned good ice crack pattern. There is a special kind of beauty. After the heat, it's cold again, and after the cold, it's hot again. The cracks didn't increase and seemed to have adapted. When the temperature was high, the cracks split open, revealing searing streams of fire inside. When the temperature is low, the cracks still split and blow cold air. There's a distinctive rhythm to a breath. Beyond the reach of all eyes, a small section of the tree drilled out of the heart of the final dry. The lush branches and leaves covered the top of his head, emerald and with drops of spiritual liquid on them. Whenever hot and cold alternated, the spiritual liquid would always drop a few drops to repair and moisturize. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 2530. God, 23. Realm, foundation stage. Strength has increased again. So sour. But, pain. Pain, ah. The whole body is like a million ants and insects, and they still nibble from time to time. It's the body. Zhuang had a hunch that it was the value of body that was too low, and it was already on the verge of not being able to withstand the powerful spirit body.
Gotta find a way to boost the strength of the physical body. Is it in? Is it in?
Hearing the black dog's summons, Jinshan forced himself to endure the pain and took out the dignity of being a father.
What is it? Black Dog Sharpsu said, I feel like my ability to control fire has suddenly gotten stronger. Is it because of you? Final dry?
66, Chapter 66 The Cold Wind and the Blazing Sun.
Good guy, he practiced hard and suffered a lot, and that black dog guy can just sit back and enjoy it?
This to say that is not a father and son relationship. Jinshan himself do not believe what can be like a father's love this selfless.
Ah, that's only the love of a furry mother.
Yes, my strength was improving and your side followed suit. That's for no reason other than because of daddy me. Terminal Chan added with a slightly sour feeling, I'm really envious that you can have a father as good as me. Ah,
black dog.
Grandma, the excitement in its heart was all gone with those few words dad.
At that moment, he even couldn't help but retort, Che, you say it is? How can it not be that I have awakened an ancient bloodline?
Final Qian agreed, it's also possible, it's good to have confidence, however, whether it's because of me or not, there will be a verification after 10 days, after 10 days my strength will be raised once more, by then if your fire control ability is raised again, there will be no doubt that it is indeed raised because of me.
Black Dog was shocked. Cultivation is all about making progress in years, decades, centuries and millennia, how can it this cheap boss be so easy? Did it really hug a very thick leg? Oh, well, congratulations.
The black dog thought for a moment, unfolded the secret technique that he had prepared and put away again, and placed it in front of the vanity mirror. Nah, this is the Scorched Sun sect's 10-day soul execution formation, which I just recently pieced together from the old Taoists' memories. This method is the Scorched Sun sect's patriarch's unspoken secret, and is specifically used to aid in the seizing of the soul.
Terminal Qian's gaze was fixed.
Hastily praising, good brother, I'll treat you to the immortal treasures made by the kitchen fairy when it's 49 years later.
Why 49 years?
Didn't you say that eldest senior brother of the Scorched Sun sect will be in seclusion for 50 years, and that I will pick you up and bring you back before he emerges from seclusion? Black Dog heard the heart of great joy. These days he sleeps in the Scorched Sun sector not solid, often waking up in his dreams.
I didn't want to, but it turned out that the boss had already arranged a way out for him. Thank you big brother. Wrong. I called you brother, what did you call me?
Surprise, cheers, leaps of joy, and happiness collapsed instantly on the black dog's face. Grandma, this guy never gave it more than 3 seconds of moving, the 3-second dog. The black dog withdrew his hand and put back the secret technique that he had raised to the mirror.
Good brother, don't intervene, Big Daddy hasn't finished reading yet.
Black Dog was so angry he chewed a big hole in the other side of the dresser mirror as well. Eventually, though, it held the secret art up, shame.
Write down one text after another.
In the past, rote memorization of a foreign language that you don't even know the words to end up drying up is how it can't be accomplished. But now with the space of consciousness it was different, and Qinqian recorded those characters in the space of consciousness as if he had drawn a graffiti on his own ground. After writing it once, Final Chan even flipped the words as a whole, still didn't recognize them, but he could ask his furry mother, besides he had a master.
Well, thank you very much, and as a token of appreciation, your injuries are absolutely the responsibility of your brother to the end, and whether you want to turn into a boy or a girl, it's not a problem. Get out. Black Dog was furious. Dressing mirror, pawn.
Ending the conversation with the black dog, Final Chan woke up from his meditation and saw that both Mama and Master were looking at him full of worry. A warm smile like the warmth of the sun appeared on the face of the baby who wanted to break the porcelain. Auntie, Master, the child has become.
Into what? Mama couldn't help but ask.
Final Chan spread out his hands, with the scorching fire of the golden crow in his left hand and the bitterly cold wind of the winter god in his right. The tiny porcelain white baby's body opened up at the cracks, half of it flowing with searing streams of inflammation, half of it blowing out a chilling wind. One left and one right, 2 eyes, also with divine manifestations. A golden crow hovers over his left eye, and a ghostly shadow emerges from his right eye, which is dazzling to the touch.
Stop it now.
The sword immortal hastily stopped his disciple from controlling both forces at the same time.
Ultimate dryness collects the 2 opposing forces.
At the same time, the last 2 drops of spiritual liquid dripped from the small tree on his chest. The body of the cracked porcelain was closed, cracked but already smooth as a mirror and delicate as sheep's fat. The sword immortal was finally relieved to see his disciple collect the 2 forces. At the same time an odd color emerged from the horror of his expression. It is not unusual for people to hedge against 2 kinds of pollution by visualizing one kind a day, and the day after that rubbing out the pollution of the day before, and so on and so forth. His disciple was so good that he dared to try to visualize 2 extreme ancient gods at the same time, allowing the contamination of the 2 ancient gods to fight within his body.
It's a death wish. But, incredibly he's not dead. Could it be that this was the difference between an innate Tao body and an ordinary being?
The sword immortal deliberated and gave the safest advice. Although Master has no division, the imperial sword technique is not Master's first creation.
Think back then and talk about today.
The sword immortal recounted briefly how he had stepped into cultivation and how he had come to this day step by step. It focused on the fact that the reason why the royal sword path evolved into a sword formation was because it was difficult for the human body to accommodate two bursts of power at the same time. That's why there were different flying swords, that's why the sword formation was formed.
Terminal Chan listened attentively, not doubting his master's good intentions.
But he had a hunch that this technique of his that could control two forces at the same time could be of great use when the time came.
And it wasn't a gift that made him brave, it was all little trees doing. Damage happens every time, but small trees can be repaired.
And, he also had the feeling that the repaired body had a somewhat stronger physique.
He wanted to try to see if such repeated calcination could make the physique improve.
Master, the apprentice has a divine ability to produce a spirit liquid that can repair vitality. The apprentice has an idea, you see if it's feasible. Final Chan then said the body refining method he had thought of to his master. The sword immortal felt like he was listening to a heavenly book at the moment. He was aware of this kind of body refining method, but it was something that could only be attempted after becoming a first happening immortal. This disciple of his was also very bold.
Can this divine ability of yours heal a Dao wound? What's a dawning injury?
Damage to the foundation of the way, like this. The sword immortal took out his beast pouch and released a small beast with a broken horn spirit. It is seen to be small and thin, with a head and body like a fox, long and round ears like a rabbit, a fluffy tail like a squirrel, and hind legs like a deer. This beast was obtained by accident, and is similar to the legendary 4, so heal this little beast with the spirit liquid and see if you can revive its broken horn.
Mother, give some spirit liquid, I've run out of mine.
With a wave of Scourge Central's hand, a thumb-sized amount of spirit liquid struck into the body of that little beast. Only to see the divine splendor bloom, the timid and withered little beast revitalized its spirit, and it seems to have already healed its wounds. However, the broken horn was not reborn.
Terminal Dry thought of the black dog's teapot and it didn't grow.
The sword immortal nodded. Well, it has been confirmed, this vitality spirit liquid is magical on the end, but it can't heal the Dao injuries, so your idea is still a bit early. You can't use that kind of dangerous method to cultivate again, do you remember?
Unless one day you can heal this little beast's broken horn, or pass the thunderbolt, refine the body of a human immortal, understand? Final Qian solemnly promised, I remember the master's teachings, this mistake will not be repeated.
The sword immortal loosened his facade and corrected, it's not a mistake, it's just not the right time. Said will harness the beast bag handed over to the final dry hand, this beast you good life will raise, if it is really that 4 does not Ide will be able to help you.
Thank you master. Disciple will definitely take good care of it.
Then he lifted the beast's hind legs in front of the master and the furry mother.
Master, is it female? Sword immortal slightly stunned, he never thought of this problem, deliberated again and again replied, if it is the legendary beasts of the 4 does not, that is not divided into male and female, disciple, this world is not only divided into male and female, you need to know that many in the establishment of the heavenly court before the birth of the spirit does not have a gender, or at any time can be transformed by the heart, in the face of this kind of living creature, must not be ridiculed in this way, bear in mind. The final dry serious promise. Eventually, the spirit liquid was asked for from the furry mother and gifted to the master. The sword immortal didn't refuse, his face was kind and his heart was full of joy as he received his disciple's filial piety. Alright, go find Daoist Thousand Golem and ask him to beat the divine politics iron into the flying sword you want. Terminal Qian was ecstatic in his heart. He's going to have flying swords. Master, don't we have to wait for Fuzanji? That's the other handle. 67 Chapter 67 Little Jean didn't bully you, he's not even a year old yet. It's better for the master to go. What are your thoughts on the first flying sword?
Thinking that his good disciple could not yet expose his Dao body, Immortal Sword decided to walk for his disciple himself.
Final Qian was unknown. Thoughts? Apprentice unknown.
The temperature in the room plummeted as the sword immortal took the retrieved flying sword back out. The name of this sword is Rondo, the sword of winter's withering. Saying that, the sword disintegrated into swirling snowflakes in the eyes of Final Qian, the number of which was as great as the snow drifting in the sky. Terminal dryness, surprise.
Master, doesn't this mean that this sword can form a sword formation? Naturally.
The sword immortal was a bit complacent, the aura of a high person came out, proudly saying, otherwise why would my master talk about cutting the dragon? Terminal Chen's mind was shaken again, and it turned out that chopping dragon was not a sea blow.
Master is mighty, so you are stronger than the Dragon King?
Strong, that also depends on which aspects. Attack and kill the way for the teacher is confident that does not lose him, but also Shengov, but to live, that is, the heaven of the immortal officials together, there are not many people who can live through those old dragon, disciple, cultivate the sword away must not lose the sharpness, you have to be wary of those who are very able to live, although now cannot beat you, but can live through you, and then take advantage of your old age and then come back to take revenge on the guy, since the cultivation of the most annoying is that those guys, if you meet them, do not give them a chance to grow, if offended immediately cut. Since the master's cultivation, the most annoying thing is those guys, if you meet them, don't give them a chance to grow, if they are offended, cut them off immediately.
Terminal Qian's expression went odd. The master described it. It's a lot like him. He has an endless lifespan. Who in this world can outlive him? Final Qian solemnly replied, the disciple keeps in mind the master's teachings, and if he encounters that kind of indecent person, the disciple will definitely chop him off. Of course, he won't be beheading himself, haha. Good. The sword immortal became more and more satisfied with his disciple. Alright, say what you have in mind for the first flying sword, if nothing else, build it according to the masters, who happens to have a volume of flying snow sword formation that can be passed on to you. Ji Chen looked at the sword array, the snowflakes flying is very beautiful. Each snowflake is white and somewhat transparent, and the real snowflake is actually no difference, and each snowflake is different, it is simply a work of art. Can watch the snow in Qian heart infinite joy, immediately made up his mind, then build a handle and master of the same. Master is the sword fairy people, we are also a small sword fairy in the future. For a moment, the softest part of the sword immortal's heart was struck hard. Final Chen didn't know that he mistakenly happened to say the Dao name that the sword immortal wanted to give to his disciple, which killed more than anything else, and instantly emptied the sword immortal's blood bar. Good, 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 yes. Saying 7 good words in a row, the 7 immortal swords in the sword box emitted sword sounds and seemed to rejoice as well. Only to see the sword immortal man's spiritedness, his body's sword intent surging. I will go as well. If the 1000 golem Daorun can't strike a sword that I like, I won't be coming back. Final dry? Is it okay if I don't come back? After choosing the path, the body and mind of Jinshan are also smooth, and there is no longer the feeling of being at a loss and in a dilemma before. Auntie! The little porcelain figure transformed into a white fox and pounced into his mother's arms. As for the small beasts that looked like the 4 incompatibles, Jinzhuang directly put them into the beast harnessing pouch. At night, on the occasion of the evening meal, it was only then that Final Qian released the little beast and introduced, to Little Gold, this newly acquired little brother. You! Kogain raised his neck at the 4 incompetents. An heir of I am your second brother, the third brother has not yet come to pay his respects to the second brother. The 4 incompatibles looked disgustedly at the blood-whirling great demon's flesh and blood, and then looked disgustedly at Little Gold and Final Qian. You! It's backfired. Kogain was greatly annoyed. So, the 4 uninitiated were fatally beaten. No spells were used, just pure physical brute force. At first, the 4 incompatibles fought back, but gradually they were subdued. Oinking, with a resigned expression that was so pathetic. Terminal Chen splashed cold water on the side and said, Xiao Jin didn't bully you. Oh, Xiao Jin is still under 1 year old. The 4 incompatibles? Then look at the guy who was watching from the sidelines, those eyes were glowing with blood, it was not a peaceful sight to look at. A look of disgust was on his face at the moment. That's a poke in the eye of little Kim. That's its big brother. Big brother taught it the way of the emperor, the king insults the subject and he dies. Although Big Brother also said that Big Brother is not an emperor, how could its Big Brother be worse than an emperor? Ow! A cry. The 4 incompetents were beaten up again, this time beating the corners of the eyes of the final dryer's eyes twitching. The beating was too hard to bear, but it didn't stop it. This 4 is not brought up from childhood, just meant to show arrogance, it is necessary to clean up, so that it is divided into priorities. After all, this is not to raise a pet, but the future of the side of the love of the generals, as a child cannot be subdued, grew up more big backbone, not to be. Moreover, it is not appropriate to end Shanlai at this time. After all, hitting is not the only solution to a problem, and sometimes it even has the opposite effect. As a big brother, he couldn't let the brothers under him feel resentment towards him. Little Gold was different, it had subdued these 4 incompatibles, and the side effects brought about by the fight were cut down, taking over most of the karma. Terminal Chen watched and pondered at the same time. Thinking that Xiao Jin liked to eat the Dan-smoked mountain flying squirrel made by the kitchen fairy, Jinzhuang mentally observed the furry mother. Auntie, give my child some money, my child wants to. Before the prayer was finished, the rain of money nearly piled up the final dryness. Roughly 10,000 pieces. Thank you, Auntie. The one-armed Dao was unleashed, and 10,000 pieces of divine immortal money were transformed into lines of golden silk and drawn on the body of Final Qian. Final Qian leaped out of the cloud boat with a long leap. Yo, where's the boss going? The spirit body tentacle was just about to probe out of the final dryer when it retracted. He now had not only the golden crow's contamination on him anymore, but also the winter gods. I don't know how Xiao Jin can be fearless of the golden crow's pollution, but I still can't take any chances. Then he spoke, seeing that you're tired of fighting, I'll buy you some good food to make up for it. The 4 incompatibles? The little golden fox was inspired to battle. MMP, MMP, MMP. Your master told you to raise me well. That's how you raised me. I'm the auspicious one. For the first time, the 4 incompatibles took the initiative to communicate with the little golden fox. Little gold fox punched his opponent in the face. Who is not auspicious like playing a ball? Little master nine-tailed fox. The fight is auspicious. Ah fight. Ah hit. Convince or not. Ao swore. Then fight until you die. If you hit me again, I'll use the avatar. Use it. Who wouldn't?
The four incompatibles opened their mouths and flames converged.
Like substantial mercury foxfire converged on the fox fist, an upright ascending dragon hook, knocking the four incompetents into the sky.
He swallowed back the fire in his mouth before he could spit it out.
Come on. Step up together.
The four unworthy are going to spit water again.
Another punch.
Thunder surging, this time let the little golden fox ate a little bitter, but the little golden fox with tenacious will bathe in thunder, double fists wrapped in fox fire. Against the four incompetent is a small series of strokes. A fox actually hit the human body cultivator's posture, when it is a bold and dry clouds.
She swallowed 10,000 miles without boundaries.
When the final dry came back, he saw the fur was electrocuted, scorched all over the body with black smoke of the small golden fox body straight, raising the proud head. On the other side, sprawled on the ground, was the snotty, swollen, pig-headed four unknowns.
Tisk are brave enough. The painting is consistent, it's from his team.
After going to Anyang's place to ask for some spiritual liquid again, the two brothers covered in medals were finally saved and healed.
The next step was to feast. Ultimate Dry bought quite a few this time to make up for not having any last time. The flavor is just average. It's not as good as braised pork, but the little golden fox ate with old flavor, a picture of not having eaten anything good.
After all, that fairy chef is not a kitchen fairy. Furry mother's voice rang in her ears.
Final Dry? An imposter? I've been tricked?
Not really, his sign says immortal chef. He himself crossed the thunder tribulation, is considered an immortal, and as a cook, it is not considered cheating, but 300 gold, but it is a lot of pitfalls for you. His dishes are worth 10 gold at most, the money for the ingredients.
Terminator. Mother. Why didn't you say so earlier? Terminal Chan looked at his furry mother-in-law with some small resentment.
Woeful Central could see that his son was aching for money and laughed. What's more money if my son wants to eat?
This.
I don't think it's a big deal to spend more money on it. However, he still had to settle the score with that immortal cook.
30 times the profit, why don't you go grab it? The following day, the twin kings succeeded to the throne in a great ceremony. 68 Chapter 68 The two kings take the throne. Double king succession ceremony.
King An and King Su shook hands and made a joint sacrifice to M, the mother of the Blacktooth Kingdom. M is a substitute for the name of the god, and the name of the god is not to be called lightly, but on the day of the sacrifice, the people of the country of the Black Tooth recite the great honorific, Mraka. It is rumored that he is the Lord who created everything in the hearts of the people of the Blacktooth nation. Terminal Chan was somewhat puzzled when he learned of this legend, and the Lord who created everything he knew was not this name but Pan. Terminal Chan read up, but there was no sense of crisis. Pan Gu. The full name appeared in my head, and for a moment the wind picked up, blowing in the fresh scent of the earth, the life of all things, and all the goodness and blessings of the world. The final dry meditative feeling of a certain consciousness awakened for a moment, that consciousness is contained in heaven and earth, contained in this world, a flower, a grass, a wood, a stone. The final dry blessing to the heart, Pangu body transformed into all things are Pangu. This was the first time that Terminal Chan had chanted the divine name without being contaminated or hearing noise. Feeling only peaceful reassurance and relief. Call again, Mraka. The breeze was as fresh as ever, the sky was clear, and there was a sense of peace. Ji Qian prayed to the furry mother in his heart and asked his doubts. His inquiry was the creator god, was it Mraka? He did not utter the name of Pangu, for in reality he was not exposed to this great name. Your grandmother once said that the creator god has no face, and different beings can see different manifestations when they touch him, so he has had many names, some of which are still celebrated, and some of which have been annihilated in the river of history, and completely new names will be born long into the future, but no matter what beings call him, he is still him, and that is the only great being who is not altered by beliefs, and who can contain the great being of all faiths, for he is the beginning of all things. He took on this world, became heaven and earth, became you and I. We can honor him and love him, or we can ignore him and not know him. He exists forever, and always treats every living being with the most forgiving of attitudes. He is us, and we are only one side of him. Terminal Qian was confused. Not really, but it sounds awesome. But there was one thing that he did confirm. That great being is indeed most forgiving. Terminal Chan felt the breeze floating lightly on the fox fur, and sincerely thanked in his heart. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to your world is beautiful. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 14. Spirit, 30. God, 3-4. Realm, foundation stage. Terminal Qian froze slightly. God, rising a little more? Nice guy. Grateful people really do get rewarded generously. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Any more? Final Qian stared at the attributes of God. Instead, it didn't add a little more. Terminal Chen meditated. Please forgive my greed. I'm not usually like this, I'm too excited this time. It was business as usual, and the breeze was as gentle as ever, blowing him comfortably.
Present. In. The black dog sent an urgent message. Terminal Qian had guessed something.
Just now my strength has increased again, how is it? Your ability to control fire has been refined again.
Black dog was shocked. Its fire control has really been double refined again. This is incredible, and it hasn't even taken form yet. But it's also unsettling. Not even 10 days yet, how did you improve so fast? Terminal Qian returned triumphantly, it will still be refined after the full 10 days. Black dog? Thighs. Huge thighs. There's no doubt about it.
This big brother of it is truly remarkable.
Brother, why do you call me big brother? Are you looking down on Big Daddy?
Black Dog had overlooked this due to his overwhelming shock.
Pursuing the question, so are you going to have a problem? Don't say such unlucky things. Thinking over it again and again, Black Dog's gaze was like a torch as he found a mirror, faced it, and prayed, if you can keep improving at this rate, I think this dog doesn't even need to leave the Scorched Sun sect, and I can even reclaim my master's identity, and take the Scorched Sun sect under my banner, no, under your banner, big brother.
The Black Dog's eyes gleamed with anticipation.
Terminal Qian poured out the corner of his eye. How is this déjà vu? I'll practice and you'll enjoy it, right?
Think less of beautiful things, you yourself can't slack off on your cultivation, the power you cultivate yourself is the real thing. What I give you is just a boost, if you take this as a limit, I'm also looking at the wrong dog. It was the first time Black Dog had been reprimanded so harshly. For a moment, it had the illusion of facing its master again. At that moment, his heart was just withered, and he vainly clamped his tail. Boss is right to reprimand. We promise that we will definitely practice hard and won't wait for death. With this answer, Terminal Qian was satisfied. Well, not bad, but I still like you untamed, you recover. Black Dog. His serious doggy face nearly collapsed. There was a sight floating in the bottom of Final Chen's eyes as a Black Dog became a clan of the Scorched Sun sect.
Black Dog swallowing the sun? It's kinda fitting that it should be said no.
That idea of yours to become the head of the Scorched Sun sect looks good to me, since you brought it up yourself, make that your goal, and don't slack off on your cultivation.
Yes, the Black Dog was once again battle-hardened. What's the point of being the big sister of a wild dog? It's going to be the big sister of the Scorched Sun clan. Terminal Qian encouraged a few more words and cut off the call. Scorched Sun clan, Whitecap Mountain. This is the Sovereign's exclusive peak. Only the clan and its adopted disciples of the Patriarch can practice here. A few days ago, the Dao bell rang and the sect leader had returned and brought back a disciple named Ripple. Ah, stinky dog, get away from my mirror.
With just a shout, he killed a small, elegant fairy. Only to see that it is all white, and is very pure. This is also the characteristics of all the view of the Golden Crow sect, still white. But there are also still black ones, because the Golden Crow is also a basilisk, and is rumored to be black when not glowing.
Woof, woof, I didn't bite your mirror this time.
Determining that her mirror was intact, Ripple was slightly relieved. The dog didn't know what kind of madness it was these days, it just liked to dismantle her mirror. Ripple couldn't help but speculate maliciously, suspecting that the dog saw the dog's head when he looked in the mirror and then was so scandalized by his own ugliness that he took the mirror down.
Didn't I say, no going into my room? Why don't you listen to me? Do you still want to eat chicken legs? Chicken legs?
Ah, it couldn't give in for a chicken leg, it was the future big sister of the Scorched Sun sect.
Woof, woof woof woof. Half an incense burner later. Burp. Chicken thighs smell so good. Blacktooth Nation.
The ceremony of the succession of the two kings has come to an end. The furry mother, who was here to observe the ceremony, sent out a divine thought, transformed into a phallic form, took on the form of the 9 tails, and manifested herself in front of the people.
Xiang Rui. It's auspicious. The twin kings are boarding the plane.
The 9-tailed fox has a spirit and has come to bestow blessings.
This is a blessing for my Blacktooth kingdom. It is a blessing for the king. It's a blessing for the people of the kingdom.
A crowd of people from the Blacktooth nation, men and women, young and old, bowed to the auspiciousness in unison.
2 of the kings bowed upright to thank the 9-tailed fox lady for her favor. Shishigong together.
The king and the master, respectively, represent the kingship and the divine authority of the Blacktooth kingdom. At the same time, the 2 furry nymphs' 9 tails spread out, the 2 polygraphic formations opened at the same time. This treatment of the end of the dry have never had. For a time, the purple chi rose, rushing into the sky to become a haze, the spiritual rain was rustling, and everything flourished. The bamboo forests and evergreens that had been injured by the immutable snow a few days ago all came to life, and everything flourished. Final Qian wasn't idle either, quickly gathering up the spirit liquid. Only this time he didn't take it all. Instead, he searched the crowd for those people from the Blacktooth nation who had injuries and old illnesses on their bodies, and a drop of spiritual liquid mixed in the spiritual rain fell on their bodies to save them. The clattering of the bells and the instruments were started and reached the heavens. The masters and gentlemen took deep horse steps and once again danced the dance of benediction. Blacktooth country, this is a day of great luck on the top. This is done, and it is time for us to go home.
69 Chapter 69 Lord of the Kingdom of Arisus celebrates his grandson's birthday. The spiritual reign did not last long. The Blacktooth Kingdom wasn't full of cultivators, so it was important to be moderate. Once a demonic creature was incarnated on the ground without constraints, there was a chance of something bad brewing. Unlike on the cloud boat, even the unmelting snow that plagued the Blacktooth Kingdom couldn't make half the waves. Mama! King Suwa has mixed feelings. Due to the fact that he has already played to the heavens and sealed the king, King Suwa can no longer casually perform the ritual of kneeling, but he is genuinely grateful, if it is not. If you want to be thankful, thank your brother. He was the one who decided to start the precedent of the two kings ruling together, and he took on a lot. King An's mood at the moment was also complicated, but all that could be seen on his face was kindness towards his own brother, a picture of brotherly friendship. The King of Men has returned to his throne, and this palace is leaving, so may you take good care of yourself. The departure did not involve a vision of heaven and earth, but the cloud boat parked over the Blacktooth country suddenly revealed its movements. That kind of accident is like a little lapse in the formation with a mistake. On the misty sea cloud boat, White Fox's gaze was slightly condensed. Doubtfully, he looked at cloud boat. Stumpy go. Mama, can anything unusual happen just now? There was nothing unusual on the ship, it was your spell that failed for a moment. The gravity in Scourge Central's eyes increased. What obscured the cloud boat was not some divine ability, but a talisman with the ability to edict cloud energy. Talismans appeared from the cloud boat, and a huge talisman enveloped the entire cloud boat. The White Fox stared at the talisman again and again. Auntie, what's wrong? Final Qian also looked at the huge talisman above his head. It was a work of art written on the clear sky, the aura converging on its own to form veins like meridians, one by one as if it were a living thing. Looking at it for a long time, it was a bit spooky again. It should be that the rules of heaven and earth have changed, but now they have calmed down, and this time, I don't know what has changed. Final dry? That sounds disturbing. Final Qian couldn't help but ask, it happened before? What did the last mutation change? Last time, the most recent would be the snow. Terminator looked to the snow on the deck. All that snow is still there, and the four incompetents seem to be enjoying it quite a bit, rolling around a lot lately. Auntie, is that snow really okay? No problem. Not waiting for the furry mother to finish. The snow on the cloud boat was suddenly collected. The one who collected the snow was the Sword Immortal. Only to hear the 1,000 Golem Taoist hastily ask for instructions, the Sword Immortal has entrusted the little Taoist to build an immortal sword under him, saying that it was built for the Empress, so I will use this snow for a while. Maiden Furry was concise and returned the words of the 1,000 Golem Taoist. Terminal Chan then heard the Sword Immortal man complained at the side. I have said, is the mother agreed? You waste what words, not quickly build, miss the winter time to refine out of the immortal sword cannot be perfect. I don't. The two should have opened the ban, and the sound was suddenly gone. Looking at the empty deck, the final dry for a moment actually a little uncomfortable, and then saw the four do not phase a mouth, sprayed out the sky full of snowflakes, rolling in the snow of their own making, this heart, looking not too big. As for the little golden fox, it had gotten the spirit liquid and was now sleeping and absorbing it. I'll practice too. No matter how the rules of heaven and earth changed, that was something he couldn't change. All he can do is try to improve himself. But practicing what? Spirit has reached the limit of the body, to raise it can be raised, but the body has the possibility of bursting. To be on the safe side, we should find a way to raise body now. Auntie, how do you grow up fast? Sleep. Speaking of which, he really hadn't gotten a full night's sleep in a long time either. Good. This sleep was for several days. The misty sea cloud boat sped towards the Orisa kingdom. Spiritual chi gathered in spiritual rain fell like a waterfall. On the misty sea cloud boat, Final Chan opened his eyes wide. The property point arrived and he turned a week old. Looking at the attribute board, I was a bit surprised that the body had actually gone up by 1 point, it was sleep long. Terminal Qian hesitated slightly and added the attribute point of a full week old to body. Although he also wanted to add on God to manifest himself in front of his son in front of people, but compared to face, it was still more important to be secure. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 1416. Spirit, 30. God, 4. Wake up and eat the meat. Eat your fill and go back to sleep. Wake up again and the end of the trip will be here. Zhong Qian realized that he was being held on top of his head by his furry mother, and under his head, it was a magnificent giant city built on alabaster stones. This city, the overall architectural style is very mythical. The city is not only built on the ground, there are floating islands on the city, and above the islands are arranged in a circular distribution of cloud and air mirage. The cloud and sky mirage was bright with golden light, vast and majestic. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhong Qian had seen the cloud and sky mirage at the 1,000 Golem Taoist, he would have thought that this was the heavenly court's heavenly palace. Home. Terminal Qian's pair of fox eyes had long since widened. At this moment, he only wanted to lament one thing, this time the casting was good.
However, when I thought that I was going to meet my horrible grandmother soon, Jianqian was still a little bit weak.
Auntie, grandmother will like me, won't she?
Of course, she gave you your name.
Ah, just don't mention names. Terminal Qian was even more afraid.
Just now, I passed by Mount Eboshi, and the god of Mount Eboshi even greeted you, but you were sleeping and didn't see it.
The god of Mount Eboshi? He doesn't recognize it.
But there was no need to think, it must have been for the sake of the furry mother.
Oh, Auntie, do I need to do anything?
There's no rush, that will be your ministry from now on. Just go there when you're 100 years old, or 1,000 years old and take a look.
Under the ministry? Since when do I have a ministry?
I don't even know myself. Woeful Central added, that was given to you by your grandmother, and when you see your grandmother, thank her as well.
Oh Terminal Qian nodded vigorously.
When you have met your grandmother, go and make a jade quite a sacrifice to the land of the Lower Willow Pavilion, and tell Granny Lu that you have returned safely, and that this will all be your accumulation from now on, and that it will be used if there are any battles.
Yes, there is still a deep impression of Granny Lu Jianqian.
That big willow tree with the skeletons hanging from it looks like it could take a beating. As he spoke, there were refreshing bells playing within Arisu, which spread throughout the capital, followed by grand courtly music. High above the Orissa kingdom, a flying machine all stopped and floated in place, saluting the returning misty sea cloud boat. And the ground rolled up a wind that swept up flowers of all colors, bringing the scent of the flowers and becoming the dress of the place at the same time. My daughter, Woeful Central, is happy to have a son, congratulations.
The entire country of Arisu was dumbfounded.
They hadn't heard that the third princess of the kingdom of Su had an object of desire.
How can you go out in a circle and have a child?
The sounds of heartbreak mixed with the joy of celebration were a mixed bag of flavors.
On the cloud boat,
the soft voice of the furry mother came from the ears of Final Qian. This is your grandmother celebrating your birthday.
The restless heart of Qingqian settled down.
The joy of returning home wrapped itself around him anew.
It's good to have a home.
Meanwhile, there is the kingdom of Su, a fox on a beam, furtively looking at the sky.
My godson is back? Then it's time for me to slip away.
Conscious of having intruded into trouble, Shenjiu was about to catapult herself away when a being whose beauty was akin to the Tao of heaven and earth blocked her path. It was a woman, with a human, shapely body. But Tatsuo knew she wasn't human, but a nine-tailed fox. This fox looked at her with a smile that made Tatsuo's scalp tingle.
Tushan Shenjiu, meet the lord of the Arisu kingdom. Shout out to mom. Tatsuki? Tatsuki? Why, you're my grandson's godmother, doesn't that make me your godmother?
It can still be argued that way.
Chenjiu and Chenqi were shocked to the core. 70, Chapter 70, Calling Grandma.
In the presence of the nation, Jie Qian entered the city. The huge cloud boat in this city is a country in front of the Yusu country is actually a little small, as if a falling leaf. But Orissa Kingdom was just as big as its territory. After all, it was a city built to accommodate the coming and going of all races, and the city was built with all sizes in mind, so that even giants could have a walkable path here. The little golden fox lay on the edge of the boat, his fox eyes wide. The young one had not yet developed a disposition of dislike for the poor and the rich, and the city in front of it gave it the biggest shock of liking it.
Kim, this is our home, we're back. Compared to Xiao Jin's excitement, the four incompetents were much more calm. After all, it had lived here with the sword immortal before, only before there weren't those cloudy sky mirages in the sky, but that was normal. Orissa Kingdom changed its appearance drastically from time to time, and living here took some getting used to. The land in Orissa Kingdom wasn't this white and flat to begin with. The little golden fox vigorously inhaled its nose, wanting to sniff if there was any good food here, but this was going to disappoint it. The various formations isolated the messy smells, leaving only the pure and natural flower and grass chi floating in the street. On that street, as far as the eye could see, there were only pedestrians, too. The cloud boat traveled right over the main road, and pedestrians stopped to salute or wave in a peaceful manner. Ji Qian also saw that there were not only humans and foxes here, but also many other elf races. Some seemed to be piled up by several stones, some were a liquid mess, like a slime, and there were birds with long necks, as well as bees in a parade of welcome, saluting ants, fleeing pots and pans. This picture was familiar to him, and it was like this on the cloud boat, except that the pots and pans on the cloud boats don't run away, and run mostly because they want to see what's going on. It's a hoot in here. Terminal Chen looked at those strange faces.
For the first time, I was able to visualize the word one of the Wan clan. To the human race, all non-humans can be called demons, while to demons, the word demon is not a generic term. Though there was once a great being who wanted to unite all the races into one and establish a glorious era that has never been seen in the history of the world. Failed, though. Fluffy Mother's voice rang in her ears, don't just look at the surface, the great demons of the ancient celestial court could also be here. Terminal Chen settled down and looked at a slab that was looking at the sky. Could that be a great demon from the ancient celestial court? On the cloud boat, looking down in unison are the objects revitalized on the cloud boat. Two headlights that are just as bright as they would be in the daytime curiously surveyed the underside. Those were the two lamps that were tainted with the golden crow's contamination, and the furry nymphs hung them back without feeling the danger. There are also pots and pans, tables and benches, ink and inkstones on the cloud boats. These innocent little ones are filled with the precious light that is pickled in flavor as they undergo the spiritual rain every day. Terminator also noticed them. Auntie, should we put the cloud boat away when we get back?
No, just park outside the house. Terminal Chan took another look at the not-so-small cloud boat and couldn't help but look forward to the place he was going to live in next. How big a place to stop this giant boat? Soon enough, Terminal Chan had an answer.
That place is located on a floating island over the center of Arisu country. The floating island was large, but far enough off the ground that it did not obscure the underside. The misty sea cloud boat sailed into the air dock, just like an unusual fishing boat returning to the harbor. But Jianshan knew that what was in front of him was unusual, and it was in the air. The island is lush and green, with ancient trees casting a watchful eye and swaying their branches as if in greeting. You're back, come over here and show Grandma. Final Chan looked in search of the sound. In the branches of the ancient tree, there was a lazy woman sprawled across the ground, and she was holding a somewhat familiar black fox in her arms.
Terminal Chan sniffed his nose. Mother Tatsujiu?
Shinjio was now ashamed to the core. It had been a long time since she had been ravaged and held like this. But the state lord of the Arisa kingdom was truly terrifying, suppressing her with only his national fortune. That kind of majesty was hard to fight against with a single force. Behind him was connected the kingdom of Arisu, and all the land, mountain gods, and riverboats within the boundaries of the land of Arisu.
Ahem, you're mistaken.
The black fox hid her head under her tail. The old lady had no face to see her godson. This voice, even if it clenched his throat, Final Dry knew that there was no mistake in recognizing it. Then who the woman holding Tatsujiu's mother was, Jinshan would be able to confirm. The woman who looked younger and more tender than his mother was his grandmother.
Grandma. Good girl, call Grandma. Grandma.
Good treasure, come here and let Grandma hold you.
Terminal Chin's eyebrows also jumped. So intimate, it's not often that the furry mother is like this.
A light force wrapped around his body and lifted Terminal Qian, who watched himself float up, then flew into his grandmother's arms.
Final Qian and Mother Chenjiu were just as uncontrollably shy.
Grandma looks younger than her mother, an experience that is by no means frequent. With the sun and the winter god's contamination on his body, the little one has practiced very hard.
Grandchildren will try to become stronger to protect mother. And protect grandmother too.
The latter sentence is not so confident, looking at the appearance of the Tatsujiu mother. Grandmother is strong and scary. If the strength is equivalent, the Tatsujiu mother will never allow herself to be manipulated like this.
Oh, did someone bully your mother?
The Final Dry did not expect the grandmother to have this question, but the Final Dry thought also really have.
The dastardly fox he met in Tushan dared to hit on his mother.
When he has the strength, the first thing he's going to beat up is that guy.
There is, but the grandson doesn't know his name. Tell me about it.
Terminal Chen then told the guy who wanted to be his father.
Grandmother smiled. His name is Tatsumaki, and he's in the Arisa kingdom.
Ji Qian was shocked. That guy even chased me here.
How dare he? Jianchen tapped the gourd on his waist and asked his grandmother, Grandmother, can this gourd kill him?
Grandmother Giggle laughed. The scenery end is to make the Final Dry eyes fascinated, stimulate even the small trees are drilled out of the heart, only to make the Final Dry sober. Cannot blast him to death. Oh, that in the end is the same plan, but beat a meal is possible. You this gourd. Looking at the gourd, grandmother rubbed the black fox's brain again. The killing power is full, to him a few lives is no problem of, but do not use lightly, so handy defense thing. Grandmother also cannot take out, to cherish some, use in the place that should be used, kill the kill.
Aha!
The almost girlishly poised grandmother tapped the black fox on the head again and spoke. If there's anything you want, tell grandma and she'll give it to you.
Ultimate Qian thought of Fusumal wood.
The master said the other sword would only work if it was Fusumal wood. However, Mother Fluffy also said that she would be able to buy it when the giant merchants came to Arisu Kingdom. Nowadays, what he needed most, that was strength. Grandson wants methods or precious medicines that can enhance his physique. His body is too weak and somewhat unable to withstand the rapid growth of his spirit body. Increase your physique, then eat dragon meat.
Final Dry.
Ancestral grandmother, mother has just appointed me a marriage to a dragon. Is it not good to eat dragon?
Again? What if, in case, there's some kind of odor left behind?
Then wouldn't it be awkward to meet in the future?
Marriage?
The grandma in her teenage form looked over at her own daughter. In the center of the scourge, a thought came out and reported the events briefly. The egg had hatched, and the plan had gone smoother than expected. That was 1, and 2, she had broken another tail and was currently holding strong. She was a little weak right now. Hard work.
Final Dry?
Jin Zhuang didn't hear the conversation between the two, but he sensed that something seemed to have happened. But the next moment Terminal Chen didn't care. The young girl's grandmother took out a piece of meat that made Terminal Chen go crazy.
Is this dragon meat?
71 Chapter 71 Dragon Meat. It's really dragon meat. Terminal Chen's eyes were like spotlights, releasing a raging bloodthirsty desire. His mind was still in a daze, and his mouth was already gorging and swallowing furiously. My goodness, his grandmother really let him eat dragon meat. How can he explain this to his future wife? It seems that the marriage, more than likely, will be yellow. In the middle of his thoughts, the scenery around him changed again. Again the sight of the heavenly river draining out of the earth, the river of stars flowing on the ground, the treacherous and marvelous sight was once again on display.
On its side, a nine-tailed sky fox fought with a giant dragon.
9 tails of force weak, to be crushed by brute force, life and death, 9 tails broken, while sacrificing 9 tails of the sky fox in exchange for the dragon can be torn to pieces to kill the great power, the power of the steam up to the 9 heavens, down through the netherworld, and the momentum rush to the side of the stars and rivers have ripples. Final Chen watched that broken-tailed old ancestor stepping on the tail of the giant dragon, lifting his skull to drink, drinking the blood of the giant dragon, his momentum is bold, like drinking strong wine.
This was followed by a big bite of its meat. Eventually, a dragon and a fox fell together. End of screen.
This time, Jian Qian had obtained a legacy.
Waking up, Terminal Qian had an odd look on his face. This inheritance.
He felt that he would never use it in his life. 9 tails a tail is a life, how valuable, a break 9 tails.
Think about the pain. Pain in every sense of the word. Ultimate Dry unfolds personal information to see how the enhancement works. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 1630. Spirit, 30. God, 4. This.
Terminal Qian suddenly felt that he had lost money. If he had known that dragon meat was so good, he would have built that dragon egg earlier. Also, if he had known that the dragon meat was so good, he wouldn't have added body to that point, but added it to God, and manifested himself in front of the dog son in front of the dog.
Terminator stretched his torso. The surging power gave him the illusion of invincibility.
But he knew that those were just illusions.
He still wasn't enough for the giant to stomp on right now. Is it good?
The teenage grandmother looked at him with a smile in her eyes and a look of concern.
Is it good? Or not?
The grandson eats dragon meat not to satisfy his appetite, but only as a last resort to gain power. Grandmother laughed. Your little look of hypocrisy reminds me of someone.
Terminal Qian's heart tightened. That doesn't sound like a compliment to him. The grandson is truly grateful for this dragon.
Grandmother smiled. Well then, next time you see that dragon, thank him in person.
Tell him that your meat is delicious. Final Dry? This dragon is still alive?
Live, not live. This meat will die, or become other strange things. This you have to learn something. In the future, when you meet a delicious meat you can leave each other alive, so that in the future there will be a constant supply of meat to eat.
Final Dry?
He heard some kind of demonic whisper. Final Qian suddenly thought of that canine demon, which also seemed to have killed the other party only after he had finished the meat and the furry mother had finished the meat.
So it's for freshness? Grandma, that dragon is.
It's just a ride for a guy. I'll take you to meet him later. His name is Xiaohoqi, and he's the same hypocritical guy I was talking about.
Xiaohoqi, isn't that Diyu's son? He's alive.
This was a name that Jian Qian had heard for the second time in this world, the last time being in the Black Tooth country. As far as Jiqian knew, it was this man's handiwork to have the hereditary system of father's death and son's succession to replace the system of session by meritocracy. He was also the founder of the Xia dynasty.
Then why was the Xia dynasty destroyed if Xiaohoqi was alive and if he was so divine?
I also wonder how much of this world corresponds to the legends he only knows.
It has corresponded quite a bit so far.
Terminal Qian saw his grandmother looking at him, and that gaze carried a curiosity, which made Terminal Qian's heart panic a little.
Grandma, is my grandfather still there?
Not anymore, your grandfather died in a flood. Terminal Qian's heart shook wildly.
It can't be Grandpa he's seeing.
At that moment, the final dry will be their own to see the same grandmother set down. Also, the forbidden technique that requires the breaking of 9 tails to use. Final Dry saw that his grandmother was visibly frozen when she heard this.
This old man, who hasn't even entered my dreams, is sneaking a look at his good grandchildren. Final Dry?
Grandmother smiled. It should be him. He's the only one that's that rigid. But don't use what he teaches you, learn more jutsu that will keep you alive, and don't touch any of the ones that are going to die.
Final Chan nodded his head repeatedly. Grandchildren think the same way.
Grandmother smiled again with satisfaction. Don't say anything about that great flood. That event has become ominous. You have your own heavenly blessing, but others who hear about it will more often than not meet with bad luck.
Terminal Qian's mind was shaken. It's over. I said it to Mother. She's fine, she'll forget. Those other two mothers. Terminal Qian tried to remember, recalling whether those two knew.
A gentle little hand rubbed the little fox's brow. That thing itself is unrememberable. It didn't happen ominously at the time. It's fine behind it. Just don't say it again in the future.
Terminal Qian nodded his head repeatedly.
Zhong Qian suddenly realized that the black fox lying on the side had fallen asleep at some point.
Furry Mother is gone too. After thinking about it, Terminal Qian couldn't help but say, can I talk to Grandmother then? The teenage-looking grandmother thought about it.
It's best, and I also don't say, I'm fine in the Arisa State Country Luck Shelter. If one day left the Arisa State, or the Arisa State Country breaks down, there will be a great horror on the doorstep.
Terminal Qian shut up in a hurry. He also wanted to ask if the river of heaven was a river of stars, the hole in the sky, and the whereabouts of the heaven-mending stone. Nowadays it seems better for him to do his own research. Where's my mom? She's tired and needs to rest for a while. Let the other two godmothers take care of you. You have more mothers anyway. Terminator. What the hell is a lot of pussy? But he does have a lot of pussy, 3 of them. But there's only one mother. No one can replace her. Wake up. Grandmother shouted, and the sleeping black fox opened her eyes in confusion. What the hell? Why is she still sleeping? A great fear rose in Chenzhou's heart. Scourge Central's mother was also too dangerous. Doesn't that guy get psycho with such a horrible mother? How did she survive? What kind of miserable, unfettered childhood did she have? Terrible, terrible. Call Grandma if you need anything, she's always there. Okay, Grandma. Terminal Qian had just returned a reply when the young girl in front of him disappeared. Only the black fox, who had winced, was left behind. A large and a small two foxes looked at each other. Actually both saw fear from each other's eyes, also mother and son. Where's your mom? Terminal Qian was thoughtful. Reworked the clues, the dragon eggs, the dragon king, and the whole daughter-in-law thing. There are cats. Mother Chenjiu, can I communicate with you in my spirit body? Tatsuo didn't think much of it, it's fine. But in the next moment, Chenjiu felt what it meant to be 9 heavens of ice and fire. From the red sun of the golden crow and the extreme cold of the winter god, the body switched back and forth between cooked and frozen. The feeling was simply awful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What have you fixed? It's so strong. Sun and winter gods. Black Fox gave a thumbs up. Surprisingly, you are still alive. I didn't believe Woeful Central when he said that you had the blessing of the heavenly Tao Elder, but now I believe it. Terminal Qian's thoughts moved and thought of the black dog that he had contaminated. Will the Tatsukushi mother? Mother Chenjiu, do you have the feeling that you can communicate with me without opening your mouth? Tatsuki, what? 72 Chapter 72 Calling Sister. As it turned out, Mother Chenjiu did not become his believer just because she was tainted by the ancient god taint on him. This shows that the black dog condition is not universal. Or, perhaps, there are other conditions. For example, the strength cannot exceed his. Ultimate Qian decided to leave this to be verified later. Mother Tatsujiu, you. Never mind, I'll ask my mother when she comes back. Final Qian gave up asking Mother Chenjiu about the matters related to the dragon egg and said instead, have you found a suitable person to discuss the Tao in Arisu Kingdom? If you didn't find any, there are 5 very outstanding human cultivators on board, and they are. Final Qian talked about the fact that after Mother Chenjiu left, Mother Furry invited the 5 human cultivators on board, and also briefly introduced the cultivation paths of the 5. When the Black Fox heard about cultivation, she instantly revitalized her spirit and urged Final Qian to introduce her. Master Sword Immortal Man and the 1000 Golem Taoist are in seclusion, busy with his immortal sword. Final Qian then brought Chen Jiunyang to discuss the Tao with the other 3 human cultivators. Because of the excitement of the moment chat, the people actually forget to disembark, until a guest door, only to interrupt this argument. Guests, they are here to find Final Dry. It was also a snow-white fox, one-tailed, slender and deftly poised. Call me sister, I'm your big sister. I'm your second sister. I'm your third brother. Fourth brother, yo. The 4 foxes surrounded Terminal Qian, who froze slightly. Furry Mother was the third in line, and there were other relatives he was prepared for. But I didn't realize there were foxes of the same age. Hello big sister, hello second sister, hello third brother, hello fourth brother. Terminal Qian greeted several of his relatives with aplomb, only to see the 4 little foxes gathered inward and inquired in a low voice, yo, not bad, already can speak, this is good, can facilitate communication, ask you something, who is your father? Terminal Qian didn't even half hesitate, secret. He was an innate Taoist body conceived by sensing heaven, and there was no father in the real sense. This is something that Mother Furry had instructed him to keep a secret and not to spread it. Aunt Sam won't let you talk? Terminal Qian nodded. The 4 little foxes glanced at each other, a thieving light exchanged in their eyes. You tell us in secret and we promise not to tell. Terminator. Terminal Qian thought briefly, that, I have a question. Ask. Whoever is born first is the older sister? Several foxes were confused by the question, but they quickly understood the meaning of the words, that they were a provocation to authority. One of the smartest of them asked instead of answering, you want to be the biggest one? Fine, as long as you can beat us. Final Qian smiled, his battle intent rising. However, he was obviously laughing early. Terminator was taken to a playground for a couple of little ones to compete. Title, Ear Scratcher. It's the one you ate in Blacktooth Country, the incredibly fast, tail-flying Dan Cowson flying squirrel. There are a total of 100 earwigs in this forest, and whoever catches the most in a day is the boss. Terminator. Is this entertainment an heirloom? The furry nuns seem to have played it as well. Mother Aoshi even said it tasted delicious and cloudy. Game on. For white shadows flashed before his eyes. Final Qian's expression suddenly became serious. The physique of these guys was actually on par with him who had eaten dragon meat. That means these guys have eaten dragon meat too. There is no advantage in physique,
plus those guys are already familiar with this place, it will be a little difficult to win. Meanwhile, just as Jianchen and his siblings are engaged in a full-blown rat-catching battle, news about the South Sea Dragon King's wife giving birth to a human baby is widely spread.
Say anything for a while.
There were those who were heartbroken that the old Dragon King was green, those who scoffed, but most of all there was discussion about who the father of the child was.
Gossip is in the nature of almost all sentient beings.
In the face of the gossip outside, the old Dragon King had also blown up several times.
In the South China Sea region, dark clouds have been lingering for days.
It was dark, and every now and then a rainstorm poured down. It was as if the rain would never end. The good thing is that the Supervisory Heavenly Division of all places have not been dereliction of duty. The response to the orderly, possible days of torrential rain's early preparation, widely spread the river Luo, but there is no flooding of the disaster.
The Dragon Palace in the South China Sea.
It was confirmed that the child really did not have any blood relationship with the old Dragon King, only blood related to the mother who gave birth to this child. The old Dragon King's face, green.
Your Majesty, you. Listen to my explanation. Explain what? Ocarina child really didn't fornicate with a human.
The old Dragon King's eyelids fluttered wildly as he rebuked in dissatisfaction. It's for you to say.
The little white dragon's face turned even whiter. What did it mean? Don't need her to explain? Or not listening to her explanation? But you can't not listen to her explanation. Ocarina is innocent. I know. Ha? You know what? That. The little white dragon didn't understand.
Just see the old Dragon King gaze complex look at the sleeping baby girl. This child is you sense heaven and pregnant. This person is not the evidence of your fornication. This is the innate Tao body. You do not need to be alarmed. The little white dragon blinked his huge dragon eyes and looked back at the baby that was connected to his bloodline.
Then why are you angry, Your Highness?
The old Dragon King's eyelids fluttered.
Why was he angry?
Naturally, he was angry that the boy was no longer related to him by blood. The most annoying thing was that those guys didn't even listen to what he had to say and bit the bullet. His wife was fornicating with a human.
And again, how could he not be angry? Those uneducated guys.
Don't worry about me, this child is good for you to raise. I have already put out the news of the innate Tao body. If there are any more chewing on the tongue, there is no need for my consent, directly swallowed. The little white dragon's eyes were finally relieved of their worries, and a few points of joy surfaced, and he answered back and forth. Also, this son has a marriage in the country of Arisu, although it has not yet been finalized, but... The old Dragon King's expression shifted. Let's see how those foxes react first. If they follow those fools and laugh at me, heh, this marriage is no good.
Little white dragon?
The Dragon Palace in the South China Sea is in an uproar, and the forests of the floating islands of the kingdom of Arisu are filled with smoke and wolves. Many of the old trees came close to breaking their old backs. Looking at that one fox head, fox brain, top of the scalp is a fierce rush of small iron lumps, no head bald. Hey, not on me, I don't have an ear rat on me. An old tree drew its roots away from the earth for a moment, like a toad on a hot pan, jumping and dodging again and again. A waif with an iron head just slammed headfirst into the tree trunk as if he was aiming for it. Broken. Egu, little ancestor, are you catching rats, or are you here specifically to run over your tree grandpa? Why don't you just run over your tree master? The final dry is also did not break the car, physical strength has just surged, cannot control as normal, but did not think to meet the broken mouth of the tree.
Don't ink or I'll bump you again. Tree?
At night, dots of fireflies light up, the firebugs that inhabit the trees. The light they give off gives the place shelter. The game continues. The largest and thickest tree spoke up. There are still 82 ear rats left. The first in line is currently the eldest girl, the second in line is the third male, and the last in line is the fifth youngest male.
Terminator. Is it okay to report scores? Final Qian's heart suddenly resounded with Qinzhou's mother's voice.
All that was seen was a tail-shaped spirit tentacle falling from above his head and pressing down on his skull.
And cheating?
Final Qian, thank you, mother, but child wants to win them squarely.
Tatsujiu's mother's voice laughed. Really?
But those trees have already helped your opponent cheat.
Final dry?
The limbs stored up their strength, and with a fierce burst, Jianzhuang slammed headfirst into that old tree again.
Master Tree?
73, Chapter 73 Sacrificing the Land with Jade Gui. In the Orissa Kingdom, a wolf demon in human form with a wolf body covered in blood collapsed inside the gate directly south of the Orissa Kingdom. After that, smoke and dust rose, and a red-eyed boar ran at the wolf demon's carcass and charged forward, but just as it rushed into the territory of Arisu, an invisible force bounced it out, making a beautiful drifting tail. The wolf demon who couldn't lift half of his body's strength felt that the danger behind him wasn't approaching anymore. A hanging heart was finally put down, and the wolf's mouth opened and closed. Hey, I'm home. At the end of the sentence, he fainted.
Call brother. Floating island, Ear Woods. Final Chan looked at a few defeated men with his head held high in complacency.
Under the guidance of Mother Qinzhou, in the second half of the final Qiani Fox caught half of the ear rats and won the championship.
You cheated. You who, the evil one.
If it wasn't for Tatsujiu's mother telling him, he wouldn't even know that the other party had the help of those tree lords. I didn't cheat, it was all told to me by Master Tree, who said he told you guys too.
Master Tree? Good old Tree. It's hard to see. You're still an undercover agent.
Saying that, the older sister, who was previously in charge, hit the tree with a headbutt. The old tree's old girdle creaked, the bark came off a little, and the trunk nearly broke.
I didn't. He framed me. It's.
Tree Moncler Outlet Online already felt a certain familiar aura, but the threat from there is even more deadly. Yes, half a day did not yes out.
This time, it's planted in a hole. It doesn't count this time.
After holding her breath for half a day, the original big sister finally stifled a fart. Final Chen's eyes rolled up and he turned around. Forget it then, I don't have time to mess around with you guys. The four little foxes looked at each other.
Until the end of Qian is about to go away before stopping. Okay, let you be the big brother this time. Next time I win and then change back. Final dry? Are your generations so casual?
Without waiting for Terminal Qian to ask again, there were already foxes packing up. One by one, the captured ear rat was handed over to the Tree Moncler outlet store, but the final dry was not aware that these Tree Moncler outlet store were still cooks. Just see the branches stroke. A rat was open intestine and belly, dirty things all poured into the root of the tree crack buckle, 3 times to deal with clean, divided into a few small foxes. Ultimate Qian didn't want to eat it, but the seeing blood return passive was accidentally triggered. After a great meal, don't tell me, not really, fresh earwigs are delicious. Body, was even raised a little, from 30 to 31. Big brother, who is your father in the end, you secretly tell me, I really do not tell others, mainly because my mother is curious, let me ask. A few of the other young foxes nodded their heads in unison.
Final dry? There were so many grooves in that statement, he didn't even know where to start spitting. Let them ask their grandmother, who won't let me talk. Terminator dumped the pot on his grandmother. Well, I'm the one who said it. Noiselessly, the young girl-like grandmother appeared behind the final dry, scaring the final dry. Grandma! Grandma! The little foxes that were yelling and shouting before were suddenly all honest, and one by one, their little feet were set in a neat, courteous manner. Hello Grandma. After receiving a brief shock, Terminal Qian also called out. The teenage girl like Lord Arisu rubbed Final Qian's brain and spoke, your own mother said that you want a kitchen fairy? Ah, not really. Recruitment for you. When he saw the clouds roll over, a droopy-headed man with a full beard appeared in front of Final Qian. Kitchen Immortal 5 flavors, meet the Lord of the Land, and meet the young sons of the world. Aha! The maiden's pretty voice answered and spoke to Final Qian, if you are not satisfied come back to grandmother again, grandmother also spends money, no need to be polite with him. The bearded man's forehead saw sweat, and he was tempted to say he didn't have to pay. But the maiden like Lord of the Land left after giving her account, and when she went to look for it, there were only 5 white foxes of the litter left before her looking down at her. That a small guys are calf-sized, squatting also have a person high, hair fluffy, fox face charm, its body accompanied by the aroma was celebrating the clouds around, since the birth of God. Is this the kitchen fairy? Big brother, I can't believe you were able to get your grandmother to invite the kitchen fairy for you. How did you do it? As soon as they opened their mouths, a couple of the little ones had unconsciously dripped saliva all over their teeth. Jinzhuang could feel that this big brother was called very real, not the slightest bit of words. Is it hard? Grandmother doesn't hire you kitchen fairies? My dad doesn't even have a kitchen fairy. Grandmother says children should eat raw meat. Cooked meat is for big foxes. Terminator. Well, he seems to be leading a bad charge then. It's not a matter of not having enough. It's a matter of not having enough. Ahem, want to eat then later with me to eat with me, but the ingredients should be self-prepared. And, just you guys don't call a bunch of elders, the cook fairy cannot do over or secondary, the main thing is that a group of elders are present, eating is not comfortable. Several of the young foxes exchanged glances before nodding their heads. So far, Terminal Qian had his first secret with several of his siblings. Oh yeah, I'll introduce you guys, I have another brother. Final Qian returned to the ship intending to introduce Xiao Jin to several younger siblings, but unexpectedly Xiao Jin had already fallen asleep, taking a large amount of spiritual liquid, and listening to Mother Qingshi say that she had also eaten dragon meat, given by her grandmother. Let's introduce it some other time, how about you guys go back and look for ingredients, and tomorrow we'll have our first feast in our little kitchen. Yeah, I don't have any spiritual meat, can I pay the kitchen fairy to pick it up? Terminal Qian looked to kitchen fairy, who nodded repeatedly. Then it's decided, those with ingredients pay for ingredients, those without pay for ingredients, meeting adjourned. All 4 little ones went to get ready. Terminator breathed a sigh of relief, his first contact with friends and family was quite successful. Sister Ruigo, give kitchen fairy a room. Furry mother was away, and Terminal Qian planned to stay on the ship. Mother Qinjiu, do you know where I can make a jade guet? My mother asked me to come back to honor the land of Willow Pavilion. Jade Q, I'll do it. Mother Qingshi spoke. A piece of jade was seen to be sharpened into the shape of the upper tip and the lower part, on which the jade debris came off and branded with the totem ritual pattern of the Su kingdom. Offer up this jade quite to the land to be sacrificed. If you don't come to the site to make a sacrifice across the sky, then you can only sacrifice the territory of the kingdom of Arisu. Aha! It's just that there's Su land.
Mother Chinjio spoke up, there are land temples down there that correspond to the boundaries, go to the temple and offer sacrifices.
Yes.
Escorted by the two mothers, Jianshan arrived at the temple and found the land corresponding to the Willow Pavilion.
Granny Lu's position was not high, and the land under her jurisdiction was between two mountains, less than 100 miles.
The offerings were not clay idols either, but only painted images.
Final Chen came to the portrait, carefully placed the jade kuei in front of the portrait. Granny Lu, a mother asked me to come see you. I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you. Before the words were finished, the painting came to life, and the willow tree on the painting stretched out its branches, verdant and green, covering the top of Final Qian's head. A figure was also reflected in front of Jianshan, and it was an old woman. The wife greets the young lord. Ah, no, Auntie told me to tell you that I've returned to Arasuaku, so don't worry. The old woman gave a kind smile, but when she opened her mouth, it was filled with blood. Granny, are you okay?
Good, very good. It's just that I was injured a bit by the aftermath of the great demon fight. No harm, no foul.
Is it just a ripple? Has it been reported?
This kind of small thing does not need.
Granny Lu suddenly went into a trance and tried to recall, where was talking about just now? Final Qian's mind suddenly became uneasy. Grandma.
74, Chapter 74, The Death of Granny Lu.
Willow Pavilion.
The king's phase is manifested, and there is a heavenly maiden in 5 tassels of hijab descending here, sacrificing the 5 sacrifices of the gods of the earth and grain in the she coronet, with 5 tassels, each tassel through the jade 5. And the earth god, right in the middle of the 5 sacrifices. The black jade that glowed with red light swayed in the wind, and a holy face under the jade curtain was already shaking with rage. Here the earth cracked and the soil turned over, leaving only a willow stump standing in place. That tree stump child poured at the insertion of the decapitated fox head, although not the sky fox but humiliating intention is clearly revealed. Tree stump child has long lost its vitality. The fox head flowing out of the demon blood was connected to the stump by a secret technique, creating the illusion that the land is unharmed and still alive. This illusion, if not revealed, I'm afraid that it can also be covered up for 7 days.
You thought you escaped. The king's phase appears as overlapping shadows.
The 12 tassels of the great fur coronet sacrificial heavenly garment are manifested, of which 3 tassels are faint. 7 tasseled Cuiui crown sacrifice mountains and rivers to serve the manifestation. The 3 king phases represent sacrifices to heaven, mountains and rivers, and 5 sacrifices, land in one of them. There was the frontier of the Sioux nation, which came to life in this moment. The gods of the mountains, the river and the land were called upon to integrate their authority into the torrent of the national fortune of the kingdom of Arisu, and the rolling momentum swept through the 4 directions, and the consciousness of being in charge of everything took in everything within the entire national capital. Inside the city, the head of the pig demon who thought he was well covered and was sitting in his store selling jewelry rolled off in an instant as the earth cracked open and a large hand made of a mixture of vines, stone and earth, iron, brick and porcelain pressed down and dragged him into it. There is a manifestation of the law of heaven and earth of the great demon wants to force to break the blockade, from the air to escape. The air faint fox head probed, cracked the gap into a large mouth directly bite down the head of the great demon. Its body fell to the ground in a moment. The chest and abdomen bulged to grow a new face, the execution of the heavenly things, but before it manifested by the cracked white stone giant hand dragged into the city foundation gap. Outside the city, mountains, rivers and lakes, there are major spiritual plants and spiritual beasts feeding in the state of Sioux, and the earth dragon surges and corrects itself. Anyone found to have infiltrated the ancient celestial court will be executed. There is the border of the Sioux country, committed a big case of crazy long lapdog demon body under the land and even the space or unlimited proliferation up. In front of him 2 companions have already crossed the boundary monument, where the space opens and closes a gateway, will be humanoid pig body and humanoid jackal body of the 2 big demons to collect away. His companion was safe, but he hadn't run out yet. Save me, please Lord save me. The boundary monument he was about to cross flew away from him, and in an instant it was a stone's throw away. The portal wasted no time and simply disappeared. No. Discovered? How so soon? The canine demon used all his strength, but all the laws were extinguished, and within the territory of the kingdom of Arisu, that lord was the law here, the tout here, and everything here. Looking back, the canine demon saw huge, sprawling over the entire Arisa kingdom, a white-furred 9-tailed fox as huge as Tianju Mountain. How is that possible? Is it possible that this demon fox has refined all of heaven and earth? No! How dare she? How could heaven allow it? Once, there is a shameless person, taught this gentleman a spell, this gentleman never used, the children have no faults, why kill? However, today this gentleman would like to try. Rumor has it that this spell can raise the 3 clans.
Do you know how the giant's clan Fongfong clan did not?
The canine demon's mind trembled. That body of fur turned pale under the great fear, the vitality was lost at a very fast speed, and that face skin was like air-dried persimmons.
The windproof clan? The 3 raised clans? What does he want?
His mind was still scrambled, but his eyes traveled through space to see a small dirt hill on which a witch was leading a litter of puppies, her belly bulging with the one she had conceived just before he left.
That's his aunt-in-law. That's his cub. No. Stop. Come at me with what you have. Come at me. I would have come straight at you, but then you all would not seem to feel the fear, nor my anger, nor your own stupidity. Everything began to decay in the eyes of the canine demon. The ones that were alive and kicking stopped bouncing, and the rising and falling bellies full of life dried up, revealing a tiny overlapping ribcage, head, and body. No! The scream shouted through his throat. The majestic proclamation is still murmuring in your ears. The Windproof clan was exterminated by the father of that impudent man, whose father's name was King Yu, the guy who ruled the water. Do you remember the Great Flood? Do you remember the river of stars flowing under your feet? And do you remember that? The Emperor of Heaven built the gods and the stars. The many great demons listening to this place chopped off their own ears and then chopped off their past bodies. Not all great demons survived the ominous, unsheltered ones. Some disappeared, some died horribly. A game that finally came to an end in a bloody morass of corpses and bones. The ancient boundary monument has an extra line: those who hurt the mountains and rivers and the national fortune will be raised to 3 clans. There's the Sioux State, the Land Temple. Beside Terminal Chien stood his sighing grandmother. It's not like there's a storm outside, but it's like there's a storm in here. Do you have anything else to say? Granny Lu only heard the soft voice but didn't see the presence of that person. Her sluggish head thought and thought, there is one thing, there is a little wolf cub that I watched grow up. He offended Mama. I punished him. He said he wanted to submit to Mama for Mama to drive him. I scolded him for his delusion, and later on he swore his allegiance to the little lord. I reluctantly agreed. The wife does not know whether that wolf cub has arrived or not. How to deal with it is all up to little lord to decide. I know, thank you Granny Lu. The old woman laughed. That smile is incomparably kind, but also laughed at the heart of the final dry panic. The mouth full of bloodstains, I do not know what is stuffed, has been flowing out. Grandma, what happened to Granny Willow? He died. Granny Lu's figure faded away, and the willow branches sticking out from the painting withered away. Terminal Chien's heart clenched at any moment. This was the first mother-in-law he had seen when he came to this world. Grandma, is there a way to save her? Grandmother looked at the picture and asked, without answering, do you want to know her story? Then it was spoken. That's the story of the wife who hanged herself. It was the story of a poor family and a withered old woman. The poor family could not continue to provide for their elderly wife, and one day, the daughter-in-law, holding her child who was screaming without milk, knelt down in front of her mother-in-law and begged her to think of the family, so that the family would have one less mouth to feed. Then he took his mother-in-law up the hill and hung herself from a tree. Final Chan listened to the heart-pulling cold, scalp numb. He thought of the tree of skulls, and among those skulls was one that looked very much like a human skull. Turns out, that's Granny Lu's head. Does that mean that a tree full of other skulls is a cover-up? Thinking about this, Final Chien's eyes brightened up. Grandma, is there help? The teenage girl like Fox looked at the little one whose eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Again, he asked, do you think that the landlady at the Willow Pavilion is that Granny? Yes. Terminal Chien did not hesitate in the slightest. Why? Without answering, Ji Chien asked, Grandmother, Granny Lu was ordained as a god after her death? Final Chien's heart beat wildly, waiting for that crucial answer. If Granny Lu was ordained after death, would the dead still be dead? Even if it will die, is it possible? Is it possible to live again? Yes. The state lord of the Orissa kingdom admired his grandson's expression at this moment. How much like that person Naive looked, but unfortunately she couldn't convince herself to believe it. So you think so? At this moment, Final Dry suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with the world being weird. At least those who die can still be encountered. Back, I hope so, so think so. The teenage grandmother laughed, very capricious but if you think it is, then it is. Many gods are sealed after they die, and how can the dead die again? In 7 days the land of Willow Pavilion will awaken again, and he will be a little different, and will forget many things. Sure enough, Terminal Chien was ecstatic. The teenage grandmother looked at her good grandchildren who had renewed their hope. Since you think so, then you will be taken to deliver the baby in 7 days. Yes. Wait, delivering a baby? 75, Chapter 75 Ominous, Okapi, Wolf. Early in the morning, the Skyworks received a reprimand. The circular cloud and sky mirage complex above Arisu's head is no mere decoration, but a new addition to the surveillance deployment. The Heavenly Workshop had guaranteed when they were preparing for the construction of the complex that since the completion of this line of defense, any incoming criminals within the territory of the Kingdom of Arisu would have nothing to hide from, but now the tragic case of Granny Lu had occurred. Is everyone here? Report. No response from the Thousand Golem Daoist. The Thousand Golem Daolord's master quickly spoke up and explained, the Thousand Golem was borrowed by the third princess. What a lucky guy What's all the muttering about? Nope, I just envy him for being able to. The chief foreman of the Heavenly Workshop blackened his face. Shut up, the Lord of the Kingdom didn't chastise us, he only asked us to patch up the loopholes. I am not afraid of the reproach of the Lord of the land, I am envious. The chief foreman just stared at him, and the guy scrunched his neck and finally shut up. Meanwhile, Southgate Street. The tail of the mongrel wolf, covered in wounds, bucked, awakening from his sleep. This wolf has the shape of a fox, with a white tail and long ears, and is called, and if you see it, you will have soldiers in your country. Right in front of this wolf, Jian Qian and his grandmother stood in one place to take a closer look. The weedy wolf woke up grimacing in pain and looked around before slowly getting to his feet. South Gate, almost no people in and out, cold and quiet, looking like an empty city. I'm alive? That's the arrival. The weedy wolf didn't even realize that there were two honorable beings standing right in front of him. One was the lord of the kingdom of Arisu, and the other was the young lord it would serve. The weedy wolf tidied up the dust on his body to make himself less of a mess before kowtowing to the city. The Willow Pavilion lesser demon was punished to come here to atone for his sins. South Straight Street. It's quiet. The only one who knew that the queen had arrived, Nanman, was silent with his eyes and nose. The weedy wolf knelt for a long time, and when there was no response, he straightened up. A thieving light surged in his eyes. The little demon knows that his strength is low, his identity is low, and he does not deserve to accompany the little lord for a long time, and there are still old and young people in my family, so this time I came to sincerely repent and apologize sincerely to the state lord, the third princess, and the little lord, and then, this time, I will leave, and I will not be an eyesore here. The weedy wolf stood up furtively and, seeing that he encountered no obstruction, went out of the south gate. Outside the south gate, a black-haired boar had been ambushed in the earth for a long time, and when the boar saw that the stupid wolf with the broken mouth had actually come out, a cruel color emerged in its fierce eyes. Dare to molest its sow, it swears, it will get it killed. The weedy wolf stepped out of the south door for a few steps and jumped back in. The boar thought he had been discovered, and when he hesitated, he saw the wolf jump repeatedly across the doorway in a comical manner. This stupid thing, it's quite alert, no wonder it can escape from its mouth. The boar waited patiently, waiting for the weedy wolf to let his guard down, waiting for the weedy wolf to come out. After repeatedly jumping horizontally a few times back and forth, the huge stone door seemed to get annoyed and boom of the door, and the mouth closed. The weedy wolf, who was still ready to jump back again, froze for a moment and scratched the back of his head resentfully. Just then, the boar that had been in ambush for a long time finally caught the moment and rushed out from the pit, slamming into the weedy wolf's backside like a cannonball, directly slamming it against the wall. Ka-ching! They say that wolves are brass heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, and this blow, the effect is overwhelming. Holy, you stupid pig is still here. The boar's eyes were filled with ferocity as it retreated a few steps back and made another violent breakthrough. At the moment of life and death, everything is fixed. The boar flew a meter away from the hairy wolf and looked at each other with four eyes, one fierce, the other terrified. Where are you from? When Terminal Qian saw that his grandmother had made a move but did not step forward, he opened his mouth to inquire. This inquiry is about the boar. Just now, he saw that the boar and the weedy wolf had no trouble communicating and both knew some words. The boar rolled its piggy eyes, which were slightly small compared to its body, and looked in the direction from which the sound had come. It realized that while its body was still immobilized, its mouth was movable. As far as the eye can see, the end of the line of sight, only to see the celebration cloud surrounded by a white fox, bright eyes like a star looking at it, that handsome very, fox charming heavenly Tao of the form of the body, so that it at once to determine the identity of this white fox, nine-tailed fox. Little piggy Boarwood Pig 9, meet the young lord. The end of the dry slightly think about it. Weedy Wolf was rushing from Willow Tree Pavilion to the national capital. Willow Tree Pavilion was within the territory of the Orisa Kingdom, so naturally the area close by was as well. So it comes to the conclusion that this boar forest is more than likely to have a Sioux nation as well. What's the beef between you guys? This bastard molested my sow. I implore the young lord to allow me to get it killed. Terminal Qian looked at the weedy wolf. As far as he could remember, he had not seen this wolf at Willow Pavilion. It was the first meeting between them. The weedy wolf spoke up in a hurry. I am a follower of the Scourge Central Nymphet's young son, you can't let me die here. The corners of Terminal Qian's mouth twitched. Good man, pulling the fox skin, pulling it on him is okay? However, Jinji also noticed that after hearing his name, the boar clearly hesitated. Oh, Terminal Qian opened his mouth. His tone was that kind and friendly, taking care of the very inquisitive. So, it was that little male who asked you to molest someone else's sow? The weedy wolf denied it in a hurry. No, that's my own problem. So it's your own problem, then what are you bringing that one up for? The weedy wolf was unable to speak and pleaded. The coyote has an old man and a young man, so I hope that I won't be killed, and that I'll be given another chance. That's not a good thing to say in any other scenario here in Terminal Qian. But finally I heard from my grandmother that the Willow Pavilion was gone. The demon race living in the vicinity also died a horrible death, with no survivors. Looking at this thieving wolf demon again, pity couldn't help but show in Jianzhuang's eyes. Grandma, how's the boar forest? The teenage grandmother shook her head. Terminal Qian's already heavy heart sank again. 2 drops of spirit liquid were flung out, and each of them dripped onto the body of that pig and wolf. These 2 quickly regained their strength, and the injured wolf demon healed. We'll discuss the lawsuit between you later, but right now there's something I need to tell you. The final Drywool Willow Pavilion was robbed, Wild Boar Forest because next to the Willow Pavilion also did not escape the news. In the area involved, all the demon races and none of them were spared. The pig demon's bristles that were blowing up all over his body instantly went soft,
as if he had been drained of his backbone, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The wolf demon that had just been cured was in a trance, with a disheveled look on his face. My condolences, one of the 3 great demons has already been put to death, and the other 2 have run out of the country to be picked up and taken away by the man behind the scenes, but I promise that this revenge will be avenged sooner or later, to the death. The final dryness of this statement threw the ground, but neither of the disoriented demons responded. They are just too weak to even raise the courage to reach out to that being. The end of the dry slightly think about it. Speaking to the wolf demon, he said, Granny Lou told me about you on her deathbed, and that I am the one you want to be loyal to. Now do you still want to be loyal to me? The weedy wolf froze out of sight. What did my mother tell you when she was dying? Final dry? The weedy wolf told himself, in my heart I have always regarded her as a mother, although the tree is quite evil, but I was abandoned. I opened my eyes and saw that strange tree. To say big disrespectful words, I think there is a Sioux country cannot win, so I urge him to leave before it is too late, but she does not listen to, this is good, die here. Terminator. You want to leave? You can leave now too. No. The weedy wolf roared out furiously, that haunted gaze never clearer, more determined. Puff. The weedy wolf knelt in front of White Fox and worshipped. Allow me to follow you, I want revenge. Terminal Qian was a bit surprised, but even more unexpectedly, the boar plopped down as well. Will you take me? I can let nothing be held against me, just as long as I get my revenge. Terminal Qian looked at this wolf and pig and thought of the black dog. There was one thing he was trying to ask for. Terminator looked to his grandmother. The young girl's grandmother lamented, abandoned baby, abandoned in the country of Arisu, can be interpreted as wanting to borrow, wolf, curse the country of Arisu to rise up, can also be interpreted as reasonable to send it into the country of Arisu, close to you, after all dead, it lives here, or quite coincidental, love grandchildren, what do you think? Terminal Qian, who was still thinking about how to test for contamination, froze. How can there be so many twists and turns in this? Facing his grandmother's loving eyes, Genshin's heart couldn't help but jump again. Is grandma testing him? A 1-year-old? The talented Chaoji can only pee at his age, right? 76, Chapter 76, Golden Body Fragment. So fragrant. Terminal Qian had already begun to miss his mother, and his furry mother never gave him so much pressure. No matter which furry mother would not. The complaint only flickered for a moment, and Genshin thought hard about it. He had more to think about than just the 2 his grandmother had brought up, and how he was going to answer the question itself. His grandmother had already shown him the power of her wealth. The dragon meat alone proves much. You could say that grandmothers are angel investors with billion-dollar families and their hands full. If he could have the arm of his grandmother, the speed of his growth would be infinitely shortened, and he would be able to turn many impossibilities into possibilities. Most of all, grandmother doesn't know if she's heard his name from the past or the future, and there's no guarantee that it won't be anything other than a name. That's why playing dumb in front of your grandmother is definitely the dimmest of dimmest of dimmest of dimmest. Looking at the 2 little demons again, they remained in the kneeling position, motionless, like clay molds, as if they were once again frozen in place. Genshin knew that his grandmother had pressed the pause button and was waiting for him to answer. This greatness is truly terrifying. Grandmother, there is one thing I do not know that I have asked my mother for, and she has asked me to ask you. Oh, what is it? Final Chen then told the connection between himself and the black dog. That black dog points to what should have been that true source after staining the ancient god pollution I carry on my body, but somehow it points to me. What is the solution to this matter, grandmother? The teenage grandmother was thoughtful. It sounds like your relationship is like a connection between God and a believer. Terminal Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Mother Fluffy was the one who asked him to ask his grandmother for advice because she practiced Shinto. A golden nugget appeared in the grandmother's hand, she exerted a little force and crushed it. A strong popping sound didn't go out, but the final dryness saw the traces of energy fluctuation. There was a spherical ripple bounded in the grandmother's palm. The young granny picked the smallest piece of particles from it and tossed it to Final Chen, see if it can be absorbed. Terminal Chen lifted his claws to catch it, and the golden particles melted in. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 31. Spirit, 30. God, 410. Final dry rounded his eyes. It went up 6 points. Terminal Chen then heard the wild barking of the black dog. Is it there? Is it there? Yes? Yes. On, brother dog, steady. Although the words let the other party steady, but the final dry heart thumping wildly, their own disorganized. Black dog said excitedly, what the hell? I feel like I'm terribly strong now. You've improved again? Well, a little breakthrough, lighten up. Yeah, he has to fade too. Thinking of the grandmother's hand, there is still a large piece of gold lumps, that thing if all melted, will be raised to what degree? I am afraid that it will directly break 100, or even 1,000. Fade can't. Dragon meat even. What's this again? Terminal Qian's brain was running at high speed. Grandmother, this angel investor he must take. Again, he suppressed his excitement.
Final Qian asked, does my ascension have any effect on your transformation? Is there a feeling that you can immediately transform?
No, it's just that the ability to control fire has been enhanced. Before the flames could only cover the whole body, now the flames are still subject to manipulation after leaving the body.
Is that all? Terminal Qian was slightly disappointed.
Compared to controlling fire, transforming was the most important thing.
Okay, I have things to do. I'll talk to you more about it later. Alright, big brother, I'm confident.
If you can keep growing at this perverted rate, I'll definitely be the big sister of the Scorched Sun sect.
Terminator. I remember saying. Black Dog quickly voted, I'll try my best too. Go all out.
Only then was Terminal Qian satisfied, and when he opened his eyes, his grandmother was looking at him.
Useful? Useful. What's this, Grandma?
It's just a fragment of a golden body, a medium for the god of incense and fire to establish communication with the believers. If you go the way of the gods, this is important. Do you want to go the way of the gods?
Final Qian did not hide his ignorance, but showed it openly. Are there any drawbacks to the divine path? My grandson doesn't understand, so I'll ask Grandma to explain. The drawback of the divine way is the believers are taken, you are taken. The solution, as you can see, is to establish the divine kingdom. Arisu kingdom is actually the prototype of the divine kingdom, but unlike other divine kingdoms, it is open, and the believers are not the only ones who live in it, and this is what I am trying to do, and I'm not sure for the time being that this road can be taken, but I can say for sure that this road has great disadvantages. Grandmother didn't have the slightest bit of hiding, and told Terminal Qian all about how she laid it out. With the gods of the mountains, the river, and the land as the intermediate layer, these gods were allowed to develop their respective followers, and then override these enthroned gods to gather divine power in the form of a king and establish a divine kingdom. The fundamentals of this method united the god of incense and fire with the country's chi, and the ingenuity of this method made Final Qian applaud. Though, he didn't know where Jedi was either. This isn't my first creation either. The human heavenly court is such a model, it just covers a much wider territory, and it's even more integrated into the heavenly Tao, becoming the heavenly Tao. Terminal Qian was shocked. Just see the young girl's grandmother hooting and laughing, having read his mind.
I don't have any thoughts of building another heavenly court, that's impossible, the heavenly Tao won't allow it.
The teenage grandmother painted a different picture and asked, having said that, is this relevant to the question I asked you?
Yes. Final Qian combed his thoughts and continued, Sunner can't tell if these two are safe and trustworthy. If their conspiracy is in Orissa country, or in me, then let them leave Orissa country, just leave Sunner. Xinjiang is tainted with the pollution on me but didn't become my believer. I think it's because of the gap in strength is too big. Sunner would like to try it out with these two, they want to take revenge. And vengeance is in need of strength. I'll grant them strength and then let them develop outside. What do you think, Grandma? The teenage grandmother smiled and praised, not a bad method, reward. He said that he was going to throw the golden body fragment in his hand over, so big piece The heart of the final dryer was about to stop, when he saw that the fragment of the golden body was fixed again, hanging in midair.
Have you decided to go the way of God?
Final Qian froze for a long time before realizing that the golden body fragments flew for half a day without flying over. Strongly suppressing the excitement in his heart, he replied back, Sun would like to major in the physical and spiritual bodies. The killing path chosen is the flying sword. The divine path is very convenient. Sun would like to use this as a supplement.
Greedy.
Just listen to the young girl's grandmother first scolding, then painting a different picture, but grandma can afford to raise it. The large golden body fragments didn't fly over together, but instead separated into a small piece that landed on Final Qian's body.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. God, 1015. Oh, wow. Boss. Are you there? Are you there? Is it there? Is it there?
I'm suddenly blessed with the ability to condense a flame doppelganger.
Have you made another breakthrough?
The black dog was scattered with ecstasy. It was also with great difficulty that Final Dry swallowed back the little heart that had jumped into his throat.
A shock, but a small breakthrough, raucous. Your most loyal little brother will shut up now. Black Dog thought of something and added, do you still want me to call you Dad?
I now suddenly realized that in the past it was all because I was too young and ignorant, and now I feel that it's not that I can't call you Dad, on the contrary, I feel that it's catchy.
Terminator. Am I the pervert or are you the pervert?
I like you better when you're untamed and you recover.
Ahem. Black Dog cleared his throat and said with serious majesty, okay Dad.
Terminator. The grandmother's fingertips tapped on the remaining golden body fragments, and there were formations converging on them, and then they were thrown to Final Qian. I've refined this golden body fragment, it's theoretically safe, but it's not suitable for fusing too much in one day, so wear it on your body and slowly fuse it.
Okay Grandma. A black dog-like pandering expression appeared on Terminal Qian's face. Next, it's time to test.
They say it's a test, but ultimate will make it all clear and let them decide for themselves. Lifetime respect for all life. All the more reason to be kind to all beings who follow you, regardless of race.
77th Chapter 77 Remember to thank me in person. White Fox came to the wolf demon and boar.
These two demons only felt a trance of consciousness for a moment, and the hostility in their hearts subsided.
As for what the grandparents and grandchildren talked about, they didn't hear a word.
Now that they saw the young lord approaching, they crouched down. Revenge is not something that can be accomplished by moving your lips, it requires strength. I have a method that can make you stronger. This method has some side effects, but it can guarantee a life without fear. Do you want to try?
Yes, I'd like to. Terminal Chan nodded slightly and spoke of the benefits as well as the drawbacks of being tainted with ancient god pollution. Neither the wolf nor the boar changed their tune.
Final Chan then made the decision to visualize the three-legged golden crow and let the ancient god of the sun's pollution compress the winter god's pollution ground. He wanted to contact the two little demons with a single pollution. For a moment, there was a golden crow hovering in the white fox's eyes, and his body instantly transformed into a firefox burning red and white flames.
Don't be afraid, this is just a manifestation of the Tao, it's not a real flame.
Terminal Chan lifted his claw and pressed it on the wolf demon's head. The wolf's fur instantly scorched and turned into flying ash, and when the fox's claw was removed, there was still a charred black fox paw print branded there.
Ah, this hair will grow back, right?
All the wolf demon could see in his eyes was Firefox transforming into a firebird, and the world in front of him was filled with light and heat. As the wolf demon is caught in a polluted environment, Terminal Chan observes the winter god and passes the pollution to the boar. Unlike the wolf demon, the boar let out a miserable scream as the immense noise bombarded its divine soul, the extreme distortion causing its memories to be misplaced. This abnormality also startled Terminal Chan and immediately used the pollution of the three-legged golden crow to wash away the winter god's pollution for the boar. Luckily, the contamination wasn't too deep, and after a bout of unbearable torture, the boar finally regained some consciousness. The platinum phantom fire derived from the golden crow Taoist embodiment was draped over the boar's body, just like that day when the black dog transformed into a dog of the blazing sun.
Meanwhile, the wolf demon had succeeded.
Looking at this wolf and pig, Jianzhuang could not help but ponder.
Winter god's pollution doesn't seem to work, why is that? Terminator looked up at the sun again.
The sun that was locked in 3 rings was as it had always been. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
What is this fire? It feels so powerful.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
How my head went bald. Will this ever grow back? The wolf demon's heartfelt voice resounded directly into Terminal Qian's consciousness. Jianzhuang didn't look too good as he turned his head sideways and didn't meet the wolf demon's eyes. The foxclaw-shaped vacancy on the wolf demon's forehead was too conspicuous, especially with a pinch of fire burning on it. In contrast, Brother Pig is much more fortunate not to have bald spots. Heh, deservedly so, stupid scumbag. This is the heart of Pig Brother. Final Qian's voice also resounded in the hearts of the two demons. Alright, the power needs to be adapted slowly, so you guys will work on transforming your forms next. A pig and a wolf once again kneeled down to Terminal Qian.
Having first gained power, they are more confident in their revenge. Terminal Qian thought briefly and told the two demons about the news of Granny Lu's resurrection in 7 days, and that he would bring them to the ceremony at that time.
What? My mother didn't die. Then why should I take revenge?
The wolf demon was dumbfounded, the boldness and firmness in his eyes were all gone, and his thieving gaze was dead. That
little demon was roughly qualified. On.
Final Qian's voice resounded directly into the wolf demon's mind. Next time, do you want to watch your mother die right in front of your eyes while you can't do anything about it? The wolf demon had a complicated gaze, caught in a huge choice. You decide for yourself, the door is open, you can leave, but you only have this one chance to choose. The wolf demon stood there as a large hand appeared in front of its eyes, crushing the ugly and evil old tree with a slap. Its heart clenched, as if clutched, as if it was not the ugly and evil old tree that was crushed to death, but itself.
No, I don't want to see that kind of thing. I have to get stronger. I have to get stronger. Final Dry gave the wolf demon a gratifying look.
This wolf has the shape of a fox, with a white tail and long ears, and is called the Okapi wolf, and if you see it, there are soldiers in the country. This wolf, it's not suitable to be kept at home.
Where to keep it? Letting it go out and travel to find the base camps of the great demons of the ancient celestial court?
Then you need to be coached again before you send it on its way, and you need more ways to save your life.
The two small demons were once again fixed, and a harnessed beast bag was thrown out to collect them. The teenage grandmother casually tossed the bag to Final Dry. When we get back, I'll leave a prohibition on that ship, so you can keep them on board.
Yes. Final Qian was about to put the beast harnessing pouch into his man-arm, but unexpectedly he had already returned to the ship in a trance.
This avatar. Invincible. Grandmother, how long before these two little demons can take shape?
The wolf itself is a fae, and must be at least 500 years old. That pig demon is just unusual. Within 10 years the number of years of destiny will run out. At that time there will be a heavenly tribulation coming to the door. If the tribulation succeeds, it will transform into a form. If it fails, it will die.
10 years?
Go back and ask that, Okapi, wolf, how old he is.
Grandmother, my mother she broke a tail. Final Dry. When? Did.
Final Qian guessed something, and it was highly likely that it was related to that dragon egg.
Terminal Qian then saw his grandmother throw out a dragon egg.
The dragon's soul in this dragon egg is no longer present, so it can be eaten, or the residual spirit with a defective god's soul can be induced to move into it to live another life. Jianshan recognized the egg, which was a gift from Qin Shi's mother.
Where's the dragon's soul in the egg?
Grandmother glanced at her own grandson, knowing that it wasn't stupid. She didn't hide it. To be precise, that was a Jarius. That Jarius made a deal with your mother helped it to descend, and it came into the world as the dragon son of a human innate Tao body.
It's through. Everything is through.
That's why Maiden Fluffy and Maiden Aoshi acted so abnormally when they were in the Black Tooth country.
Jarius' soul was transferred into the egg of the boy dragon king. Mother Fluffy spent 10 days hatching it and transforming it into a human innate Tao body.
For this reason, a tail was broken. Jianshan's heart was pounding wildly.
Grandma, the innate Tao body can be transformed out? And is it possible that his own?
Terminal Dry dare not think deeply. What do you think? The tail of the heavenly fox is no longer divine. It is also difficult to do things against the heavens to change their fate. The reason why it can succeed or you to make up for its fate, and it's itself is the ancient innate Tao body. So there is a chance to change into this era of the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body needs to have a Tao rule of its own, which is not something that can be created,
but only if the heavens give it. Like this? Then he could instead take on the commission of delivering babies from the ancient ancestral Taoist body in the future? Strange thoughts popped into his head. Terminator pushed the nonsensical thoughts aside. How long will she recover, mother? This time she's not badly hurt, she'll need to recuperate for some days.
Final Qian took the initiative to ask for help. I can gather spirit liquid, let me go help mother. My spirit liquid will help with the recovery of my tail. The teenage grandmother stroked the white fox's cheek and rubbed her head again. You have more important things to do. Your mother will be left to me. As for you, you need to grow up quickly. Your mother's scheme to delay for 1,000 years is no problem. You practice human cultivation method. 1,000 years is enough time to cultivate some doorways.
Final Qian hurriedly assured, grandson will cultivate with all his might.
The young girl's grandmother stroked the white fox's big head inside. You like to cultivate this matter, your mother has already said with me, born in this period of time, with this kind of heart, it is a good thing. Do you think that all the other foxes of our nine-tailed fox clan are too lazy? Final Qian wasn't sure why his grandmother suddenly brought this up, but if he could drive the entire nine-tailed fox clan to rise up together, that would be a good thing. So he said, it's a bit lazy. 1,000 years is enough time for humans to cultivate themselves into great cultivators, while my clan is sleeping.
The teenage grandmother laughed.
In addition to some really lazy, such as your mother, most of the rest of the fox more or less misjudged them. The nine-tailed fox is lazy into this nowadays, mainly in order to put the auspicious this sitting position, the so-called auspicious, is the face of the human heavenly court thrown out, so that those who oppose the human race of the 10,000 tribes look at as long as the return to obedience to the day on how good. But the auspicious is not so good when auspicious cannot let them feel threatened when auspicious is no longer auspicious, so that time, the more lazy we are, the more trouble-free.
Final Qian's mind was shaken. He said, a fox is so cunning, how can he make that kind of mistake?
The teenage grandmother looked at Final Dry seriously, but today is already different, we need to get serious in order to survive.
Final Qian was positive, please rest assured, grandmother, my grandson will do his best.
When it came to boosting strength, Final Qian couldn't help but think of an object.
Grandmother, is there any more dragon meat?
The teenage grandmother laughed, it's gone, but that's okay, I'll let that impudent man ride his mount for a few days to make a few visits, and then you won't forget to thank me in person.
Final Dry? 78, Chapter 78, Delivering a Baby to Granny Lu. It was 7 days in a flash.
In addition to the 7 days of the Final Dry, every day in addition to visualization is in Shen Jianyang study the black dog into the 10 days of soul extermination array. This formation mainly works on the divine soul and belongs to the spirit body killing move, which is the untold secret of the Searing Sun sect master, and its main function is to assist in the seizing of the body. When that old Taoist was also fixed without using this move, otherwise the black dog would not have been able to live at all. Regarding why the old Taoist was immobilized, Jian Zhuan guessed that it must have something to do with himself. This is by no means a case of him stinking up his own face, after all, it's the most reasonable inference. No, it won't work, this secret method has to be combined with the Golden Crow's contamination, and it has to be a very deep contamination.
Tatsuya gave up. Terminal Chen followed suit and gave up.
The Golden Crow contamination on him wasn't deep either, and once it was, he was all sorts of thirsty and uncomfortable, feeling like he was dying on foot in the desert. Whenever this happened, he would visualize the winter god and use the winter god's pollution to wear down the Golden Crow's pollution, and so on and so forth. His spirit rose so fast that it had already grown from 30 to 40. Also, God grows a little bit every day for a few days, from 15 to 22. Along with that, the black dog's mouth was getting smoother and smoother as he called out for his dad.
Loving grandchildren, it's time to go and deliver your grandmother Willow. Final Qian hurriedly got up and summoned the wolf demon and bore to his side. These two demons had been familiarizing themselves with fire control for the past 7 days, and unlike Final Dry, who had remained refreshed, they were about to be roasted dry by the Golden Crow's contamination, and their bones were as skinny as firewood, like sausages that had been dried out of water. Little Master, I'm dying. Take a message to that old tree for me. Final Chan shook the beast harness and collected the two demons. You can't die. When the giant merchant shop comes, I'll buy you the avatar fruits related to fire control. The young girl's grandmother appeared beside her, and in the next instant Final Dry arrived at the willow tree pavilion. The pavilion where he was born is no longer there, and it's full of wreckage. Just see a broken tree stump with a fox head stuck in it. The picture is extremely cruel. After hesitating for a second or third time, Final Chan shook his beast harness and released the two little demons. Where's my mom? Terminal Chan pointed to the stump of the tree that was completely devoid of vitality. The wolf demon stared with round eyes, tears coming out of his eyes, and the sound of miserable howling made the place even more sad and oozing. You don't say. Do not wait for the words of reproach from the mouth to curse out. This place of golden light rises, was turned over and the land escaped a little bit of golden light. The Final Dry glanced to see that the scattered powder is a little bit of the golden body fragments. Immediately hide far from contact with these fragments, for fear of delaying the resurrection of the willow granny. Shards of the golden body converged on the lordly fox head in the tree stump, and the dirt tumbled as a skeletal head was borne out. Final Chan had guessed that Granny Lu's true body was that head, and now that guess seemed to have been confirmed. The miserable fox's head moved, and the spine grew under the head, connecting with the stump. Terminal Chan looked at his grandmother and saw that she didn't stop, so she didn't say anything. Then, the tree stump full of dead air actually sprouted new shoots, but instead of growing upward from the stump, it clung to the fox demon's spine and grew downward, sprouting a humanoid body whose limbs were all roots. The root hung above the skull by the stump, as if it were looking from side to side, making a choice. Finally, the rhizome pressed on, connecting with the skull. In a flash, the fragments of the golden body floating above the land were finally tugged and converged on the newly formed monster. The white bone skeleton wandered over the wood, floating toward where the head would be, but the root drove it down, tucking it in the heart. The golden body shards wrapped around the monster's body as much as they could. The monster's size began to shrink until all the pieces of its golden body could join together and cover its entire body. By then, the monster had shrunk to the height of a human child. The tree's body grows leaves compiled into a dress, and its breasts bulge so much that if you didn't know better, you'd think it was a girl, but there's actually a head buried there. Land authority is added, and the fox's head opens its eyes. The land that had been turned over beyond recognition turned back on itself, and the mud-covered grass and broken trees came back to life, one by one. The brickwork of the collapsed willow pavilion rises and returns to its original form. Well, that's your Granny Willow. Do you still think she's still her? Terminal Chan walked over. The tiny landlady raised her fox head and looked at the huge fox before her. The two foxes looked at each other, and a willow branch poked out and wrapped itself around the fingertips of Terminal Fox's paw. This time, the willow branch was no longer a spirit tentacle, it was just an actual willow branch. She is. The wolf demon also came over. The landlady discerned the aura of the wolf demon and determined that it carried the ominous scourge of a scourge. A stern look emerged in her eyes, and the divine radiance wrapped around the tree vines, and with a single lash, she lashed the wolf's head down. Final Dry? The wolf demon that was away from the first phase of his body screamed miserably. Ouch! I was wrong. Grandmother Land, spare me, I was raised under your watch. The vine that was about to go through the skull hesitated. Spare him, I won't let it hurt the kingdom with me. Willow stowed away. Left side. Turn. Right. The wolf's head commanded his body to look for his head. The pig demon, who wasn't in the best of moods, helped it out a bit by sending the head flying with a headbutt, landing on the exact spot and loading it right back up, but in reverse. The dramatic scene only ended when the wolf demon twisted and swung his head upright. Do you have to go back to Boarwood for another look? The boar gazed to one spot. It had been leveled, but the forest was restored when the landlady returned to her place. Thank you, little lord, for hanging around. No need, that's the boar forest. Final Chen followed the boar's gaze to look. There is quiet except for the leaves shaking, no other sound. Luxuriant branches and leaves intertwined with the black hole of the shade of the tree, extraordinarily deep and horrifying. Then go back. Wait a minute. Please wait. The wolf demon covered his neck, obviously afraid, but still carefully came to the front of the little landlady, a pair of huge thieving wolf eyes today extraordinarily clear. You don't remember me, do you? But your vine remembers me, and it hits me the same way it used to. The vines fluttered and leapt a bit. Terminator. What kind of weird bond is this? I was raised by you, and if you hadn't shown me compassion, I would have died, and although you weren't much good to me, you at least kept me alive. Final Chan looked at the wolf demon, who had some genuine feelings. From the side, the wolf was quite manly. The little landlady looked to the state lord, that newly grown fox head as puzzled as it could be. The wolf demon solemnly promised, I will return your favor, and I will die in front of you next time. The wolf demon turned around violently, his eyes looking pleadingly at Final Qian. Can I stay here? How can I protect my mother if I have to leave? Final Qian's expression became odd. Do you think you can protect her now? You can't even beat her. Protect? Jian Zhuang didn't care about the wolf demon's pride in the slightest. Embarrassment also surfaced on the wolf demon's face. Final Qian's voice resounded in the wolf demon's mind. You need to get out of your comfort zone. You need to practice. You need to grow. The wolf demon's expression quirked up as he mentally asked rhetorically, "You think that I'm comfortable here?" Final Dry recalled the scene where the wolf demon had its head removed. "Gee, it really isn't very comfortable. But, who knows, maybe you're cheap." Wolf demon? Terminal Qian is not hiding anything from him. There is a wolf shaped like a fox, with a white tail and long ears, called the okapi wolf. See if this description resembles you? It was the first time that the wolf demon knew his heel, and he hastened to ask after him, "Isn't the okapi wolf very powerful?" Jiqian, K9 also, wolves, if you see them, you have soldiers in the country. The wolf demon was confused. Your abandonment in the Orissa kingdom may have been intentional by some existences, and you have the calamity of woe to the nation and calamity to the people, so it is not suitable for you to remain in the Orissa kingdom. Wolf demon in a trance, so that's why. My mother has been trying to kill me and let me go again and again, and won't let me run out of her area. So I'm ominous. I am ominous. Terminal Qian corrected, Xiang is not auspicious, also depends on where. For your characteristics, I am going to arrange a business trip for you to work. You will be the 4 C's for the home, but you will also see all over the 4 C's, the world is so big, you do not want to look around? Wolf demon. Good. But before that, I want to know who those 2 big demons that ran away were. What are called? Where the clan is. Terminator looked to his grandmother. 79 Chapter 79, First Immortal Sword Wind and Snow. Grandmother, what are the heels of the 2 great demons that escaped, and do they have a clan? The young woman's grandmother's fingers lightly lifted, and a vast map of mountains and seas emerged, and its map was also footnoted with the down number all the way to the river. This map was drawn by a group of human travelers, and although there are discrepancies, it can be viewed. The young girl grandmother finger tapped, that map appeared 2 bright spots, one in the middle of the map off-center, the north next to a meridian, the name of the Qiaoming Mountain, the other in the east, north of the country of Yusu the name of the Jackal Mountain. Qiaoming Mountain, there is a beast Manhwa, can be evil, that big demon is a Manhwa to achieve Tao. Jackal Mountain, the other great demon is just an unusual jackal in disguise, or his kin left here. The wolf demon glanced at the pig demon and grabbed the first pick, leave Jackal Mountain to me, Qiaoming Mountain is a very scenic road, so let's give it to Brother Pig. The boar stared at the map and did a double take as well. Jackal Mountain was in the north of Orissa Kingdom, by way of the 2 countries, over a mountain range that is, while Qiaoming Mountain was almost halfway across the map from Orissa Kingdom. Walking to his death he couldn't get there. Moreover, the demon race on top of Jackal Mountain sounds like just ordinary small demons, while the ones on that Qiaoming Mountain are fey, and their ferocity is immeasurable. Together. The boar didn't want to say anything more, it wasn't really in the mood to fight with this stupid wolf at the moment. Final Chen finalized, let's go together, you'll first go to Jackal Mountain together and cultivate there, and then go to Qiaoming Mountain together after you've all transformed into forms. That's a clever arrangement. The east side of Jackal Mountain is the East China Sea. Black Dog said that the scorching sun sect was built in a place very close to the sunrise, and by arranging for these 2 demons to go over there, Black Dog will be able to take care of each other if he needs to. The wolf demon hesitantly asked, then, leave now? Final Qian's voice resounded in the hearts and minds of the 2 demons. There's no rush, when the giant merchant shops come, I'll buy you exotic fruits with fire control aptitude. Until then, you guys can take a bath on the ship to cool down. With a shake of the beast harness bag, the 2 demons were included within it. I have to say, the beast harness from my grandmother is really good. Grandmother, let's go back. More willow branches were wrapped around the hands of Terminal Qian as he was about to leave. Terminal Qian looked at it suspiciously. The teenage grandmother spoke, you have sacrificed to this land, so she has an instinctive affinity for you. Ji Qian thought of the piece of jade quite that was still enshrined in the land temple. It's also wonderfully karmic. Granny Lu had witnessed his birth in this world, and he had witnessed a rebirth of the other. Final Chen thought briefly and removed the golden body fragment pendant hanging around his neck. Grandmother, may I share some of it with him? I think he needs this more than I do. The grandmother laughed softly, and the fragment of the golden body separated into a small piece. Without waiting for Jinshan to choose which one to give to Granny Lu, that small piece flew to Granny Lu's body. This golden body fragment is of high quality, too many unmerited rewards for other gods will envy him. More than unproductive. If pursued for concealing that, okapi, wolves are in the territory, Granny Lu is still guilty. However, this matter has not yet ended, cannot be early conclusion, in the future that the wolf demon has merit, that merit should also have half of the calculation in Granny Lu, after all, without Granny Lu's kindness, that wolf demon also cannot live today. See you later. Terminus Qian waved his paw. When the little landlady melted that golden body fragment, her figure grew a bit, almost half a man tall, and became more understanding, seems to be also fused with part of the inheritance of the landlady, loosened the willow branch wrapped around the final dry, folded it down and gave it to the final dry, and then respectfully retreated a few steps, looking away to send off. Terminal Chan looked at that tiny figure and looked at the willow pavilion behind it. Then why did the 3 great demons choose the willow pavilion? Does it have anything to do with the fact that he was born here? Terminal Qian was alerted in his heart. When the scenery in front of him changed, Jianshan returned to the ship. On the boat, the egg was still there, and Jinshan held back and didn't eat it, counting that there are still 9 eggs left to be dealt with at Mother Lapis. It's done! Ha ha ha! It's done! Good apprentice brother, look at the sword that master has struck for you. Final Chan had just returned when he saw the sword immortal human master come holding up a sword box. Final Chan looked at his grandmother, who was still there, but the sword immortal didn't seem to notice that the lord of the kingdom of Arisu was here. The sword box floated in front of Jinshan, and Jinshan Ran stood proudly with his arms folded. Quickly take a look, full or not. Final Qian was also excited in his heart. This was his first immortal sword. Don't worry, this place has been blocked by the master. Except you and I, master and disciple, no one can see. You can switch the person, with the hand will be more convenient. The sword immortal thought that his disciple was worried about the exposure of his Dao body, and waved his hand with an extraordinary temperament. However, in the eyes of ultimate Qian, his grandmother stood off to the side, smiling like a flower. TSK. Masters are unreliable, good thing grandmothers are reliable. Terminal Chan believed that with his grandmother around, no one could indeed see the scene here. The figure from the white fox transformed into a human body, Taoist body, small white fat as lotus root, pink arm lightly raised, both hands will be the sword box open. A cool, chilly breeze hit his face, and a straight, latticeless, double-edged flying sword came into view. The sword was longer than he was tall, it was obviously not made for him now. It would only be cool to carry on his back when he was older. It was a bit naive and stupid to have to carry it now. Final Qian's fingertips touched the silver glittering precious light like weaving of the sword. Don't touch it with your hands. This sword has not yet chosen a master. The sword immortal was just about to stop it when he saw the flying swords in the sword box scattering into a flurry of snowflakes, which rode the wind and wrapped around Terminal Qian without hurting him in the slightest. Hey! The sword immortal wondered and couldn't help but praise, this sword has a spirit, knowing that it was built for you, but didn't. The 1,000 golem Taoists say that it hadn't been infused with an artifact spirit yet? Final Qian's spirit body tentacles probed out, and when his consciousness connected with the flying sword, he saw a white-covered snow and saw the little golden fox and himself rolling around on it. Terminal Qian drifted off, recognizing the snow. Are you the unmelting snow? The snowflakes converged and piled up into an ugly but familiar-looking snowman. That snowman was built by Terminator. Looking at that snowman, Final Qian suddenly a little embarrassed. If his sword with this honor to go out, that most likely will be ridiculed by other swords. I'll restack one for you. The final dry came to the snow before, carefully gathered up around the white snow. Fine rolled out a large and small 2 round ball. Then there was decorating the snowman. There's nothing but snow here. Final Qian recalled that he also had a hand at rubbing cloth. His body transformed into a white fox, plucked a piece of fur, rubbed out a long scarf, and draped it over the snowman. Also rubbed a knit fox fur hat. The snowman's hands were made up of snow and were short, only reaching halfway up his body. Nose. If only there were radishes. The snowflakes converge to form an ice cone that forms an ice carrot. Terminal dry eye, for which the nose of the sick radish is inserted. A pair of eyes got the idea and were also decorated with ice. Finally, draw a smiley face on your mouth and color it with your own blood, beautiful red lips. It's done, much better looking, how do you feel? The moment the final dry said it was done, the snowman came to life, opening his hands and his round body swaying happily on the snow. Some sort of ceremony seemed to have been accomplished as a result, and the snowflakes converged to form flying swords that hung in front of the final dryer. Clank. You're asking me to name you? What do you think of wind and snow? Dao marks intertwined and converged on the sword wind and snow. With this Dao mark, you will know the name of this sword as soon as you see it, and there is no need to learn any words. The Dao mark itself is the embodiment of the Dao, which can be sensed by looking at it. The surrounding scenery returned to the cloud boat, and then did not return to the cloud boat, the final dry in this world to see the heavy shadow. Also saw the extra crow's claw on his chest. Terminal Chan froze slightly, and his hand touched his back, feeling 2 fleshy wings. Here is. Final Chan looked up and saw a flying golden crow. The ear-piercing noise then stung Terminal Chan's brain. Final Chan awoke with a start. People are still on the ship. The sun above his head is no longer a golden crow, but a fireball around 3 rings. Back. Good apprentice? Terminator returned to his senses. I'm fine. Immediately after that, Final Chan looked at his grandmother, who was also looking at him with a startled expression. You've even managed to go to the God realm. Rare. God's world? Terminal Chan touched his chest, and there was no extra crow's claw there. Is he with the crow's claw on his chest the one who is in the realm of the gods? Good apprentice, don't dawdle. Have you named the sword yet? It's up. It's called Wind and Snow. The name of the sword was already hidden on the sword, and Final Qian's fingers rubbed against it, his consciousness still thinking about that divine realm. Good name, then master will now teach you the sword royalty technique. Genji put up with his curiosity about the divine realm and decided to learn the royal sword art first. 80, Chapter 80 The Divine Realm. The sword immortal sword royalty was divided into 2 types, divine royalty and formal royalty. The so-called divine defense is to merge the mind with the immortal sword, and use the thoughts to control the sword.
Because of the limitations of this sword guarding technique, where special scenarios can block this connection or are unsuitable for the use of the mind, there is a form guarding. The divine defense is mainly in the person, while the form defense is in the sword, and you have to give lessons to the spirit of the weapon in the immortal sword to teach some strategies against the enemy, which can trigger the mechanism of automatic locking and killing the enemy if necessary. The mechanism is also an important component of the later formations of the sword. The first half of the lesson was taught very quickly by the divine royal partial sword immortal, but the second half of the lesson was killing him. That flying sword is some stupidity on the body, teaching this and forgetting that, and not being honest, flying around. The sword immortal's face was black with anger. In his opinion, it was better for this flying sword to have a spirit than not. That's it for today, teaching my head off. I've never seen a flying sword so dumb as a pig. The sword immortal couldn't help but curse as he pointed at the flying sword. Little Wind Snow immediately angry, disintegration out of several pieces of snowflakes around the sword immortal on the output of a meal, but the sword immortal to the sword chi protection, nail clang clang collision constantly, but it is very difficult to hit the real injury.
A disciple beating a master?
Sword immortal sternly ha! With a clap of the sword box, the 7 master level flying swords inside simultaneously emitted sword power. Little Fan Shui couldn't fight, and aggrievedly flew to Terminal Chien to beg for comfort. Humph! The sword immortal's face shook with anger.
To the wind and snow sword, he continued to count, this sword is ruined, for nothing that big piece of divine political iron, I have to go to the 1,000 golem Taoists to argue. How did he refine the sword? He said that he would find another spirit, but how did he give birth to such a stupid spirit like a pig? Wind and Snow Sword was also so angry that he was about to turn his nose up. The sword buzzed and rushed at the sword immortal's backside. On the side, only the final dry can see the grandmother has laughed madly giggle straight pat thighs. Terminal Chien was also speechless. Well, you can't disrespect your master, come back. Terminal Chien beckoned. Ding ding ding. The flying sword that had not crashed in a dozen times flew back in aggravation. Good disciple, don't worry, master won't let you go out with such a disgraceful sword. We'll let that 1,000 puppet Taoist give a solution. Ji Chen used his mind to control the sword, stopping the wind and snow sword that was about to fly out and poke the sword immortal's backside again. He himself is still quite fond of the sword, although it is indeed a bit stupid. The flying sword discrete 8 snowflakes under Final Qian's control, a number comparable to the number of foxfires he controlled. The immortal sword Wind and Snow can separate into 2 pieces by itself. One man, one sword is a long way from being able to completely unlock all snowflakes. Give it a few drops of your elixir. The boat spirit appeared at Terminal Qian's side to give instructions. The final dry suddenly thought of the boat spirit in the past as also an immortal sword of the spirit, at that moment did not hesitate. 72 drops of spirit liquid appeared in the hands of the final dry, all poured to the wind and snow sword. Then we saw the immortal sword disintegrate, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The level of the wind and snow sword had actually caught up straight to Final Qian. With such a master and a sword, they could already split 16 snowflakes if they combined their efforts. The boat spirit judged, still worse, but wins in this sword spirit and you are concentric. Sword cultivators do not have to be connected to every flying sword with the heart, but still need to have a few no matter when to protect the master is good. 8 snowflakes leapt around the final dryer, followed by a straight, pointless flying sword. The boat spirit once again instructed, the snowflakes you control can be dismantled from the end of the sword's body, so that the tip of the sword that retains the main body is more lethal. Thank you, Sister Mutilated Go for your guidance. Boat spirit was not greedy for credit, and casually replied back, it's not considered guidance, this is something you can find out on your own, it's just a matter of morning and evening. Then thanks to Sister Ruago too. The flying swords let out a pleasant sword chirp as they surrounded Terminal Qian and continued to beg for more. Don't be in a hurry, I'll ask Mother Qingshi to open the spirit gathering formation later, and I'll let you have enough to eat then. The boat spirit surveyed the flying sword and nodded, this sword is good, you are now considered to have a formal Dao path, but the primary and secondary should be in order. When you have mastered this sword as much as you can, I will teach you the usage of the combination of a clerical arm and a flying sword. Leaving these words behind, the boat spirit hid itself. Jianchen found that today's sister of the remnant of God is less high than usual. I know, it is active, it should be touching the situation, thinking of their own past. I don't know how much joy and how much resentment there is in the past of Sister Mango. Retracting his gaze, Final Dry's eyes fell on his grandmother. Grandma, what is the God realm? He had entered that world for the second time. The first time was when it was tainted with solar pollution, in the country of Blacktooth. The God realm is a world that can only be seen by gods. The God realm overlaps with our world. Ordinary beings cannot perceive the existence there, and those who do by accident will mostly meet with bad luck. The young girl's grandmother looked at her beloved grandchild with her cheeks resting on her head and continued, it's very remarkable that you were able to enter there and come back. Grandmother did not continue to pursue the question, but Final Dry did not intend to hide it. Then he told the story of the first time he entered the God realm, which was in the Black Tooth country when he was triggered by the black dog to be contaminated by the golden crow on his body. At the same time, Final Chen didn't hold back his abnormality in the divine realm,
and spoke of the crow's claw on his chest and the fleshy wings on his back as well. After hearing what Terminal Qian had to say, the teenage grandmother then looked up at the sun. He looked at it extraordinarily seriously, so seriously that Jinshen didn't know what he saw, and didn't know whether to disturb him or not. A long time passed before the teenage grandmother withdrew her gaze.
Asked, is it normal to have 3 circles on the sun? Terminal Qian's mind was shaken. Looked up as well. Why would such a being as the grandmother of such a thing wonder? The God realm is a world that can only be seen by gods. The God realm overlaps with our world. Ordinary beings cannot perceive the existence there, and those who do by accident will mostly meet with bad luck. The young girl's grandmother looked at her beloved grandchild with her cheeks resting on her head and continued, it's very remarkable that you were able to enter there and come back. Time seems to have gone back. Grandmother answered again what she had answered herself before. Terminal Qian looked up at the sun, which was nested by 3 rings hanging in the sky as always. Had everyone, all the demons, all the gods, ignored the abnormal 3 circles? What about him? Why did he focus on those 3 circles? Was it because he had a different perception on Earth, or was it because the little tree's aptitude had shielded him from some kind of horrific influence?
Jianzhuang felt that even breathing had become difficult. Strong as grandmother would be affected.
Is that kind of existence an enemy or a friend? Ultimate Qian didn't even have the courage to think deeper. That kind of existence would be too suffocating for the world if they were enemies. Cultivate. Get stronger. He's going to keep getting stronger.
At this moment, it would be redundant for him to do anything other than cultivate and continue to grow stronger. The truth would be revealed naturally the moment he stood at the top, and he didn't need to be hurt by it now.
Ultimate Qian gave up telling of his experiences in the Black Tooth country and his anomalies in the kingdom of God. Instead, he asked, can grandmothers also enter the God realm? I'm in the God realm right now, so that master of yours can't see me. You're in my God realm. You'll be able to see me if I let you. Terminal Qian was stunned, and many thoughts about the usage of the divine realm bubbled up in him for a moment. I couldn't help but follow up with, grandmother was able to teleport with me also because of the divine realm? That's because of the divine kingdom. The Arisa kingdom is considered my divine kingdom. I can take you to appear anywhere within the Arisa kingdom. Away from the divine kingdom, I don't have that kind of ability. So it is. And will grandmother be in danger in the divine realm? There are definitely dangers, but as long as you're in a divine kingdom there's not much of a problem. If you want to walk freely in the divine realm, you have to have your own divine kingdom and your own believers. The divine kingdom can shield you from the prying eyes of the ancient gods, and the believers can resist the chaotic ancient god contamination in the divine realm. The kingdom of God, the believers. Ultimate Qian took these to heart. At the same time, analyze what you were able to enter the God realm and still be able to come back. He doesn't have a kingdom of God. That's only small trees. It was little tree's avatar that was sheltering him. Disciple I and 1000 Golem Daoist can't say it clearly, or you also put the 1000 Golem Daoist also accept as your name master, so that the master is also convenient to let him come to look at that sword. Anyway, you still have to build a lot of flying swords in the future. Using that guy's place is still a lot of places, and his technique is also not bad, even if cheap him. Final dry? On the sidelines, my grandmother laughed, I think it's feasible. 81 Chapter 86 Wind and Snow Sword furiously slashes sword immortal, Jidan. The wind and snow sword was fully unfolded. Unborrowed half of the ancient god's pollution. The sword spirit enters into complete dissolution by its own power. It took 3 years. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 3450. Spirit, 4550. God, 2250. Realm, foundation stage. Unassigned attribute points, 3. Snowflakes drifted in the sky around Final Qian's body, totaling 33 billion flakes. However, when fully unfolded, the sword spirit was not yet able to control the trajectory of each snowflake, and could only perform a relatively crude form of attack in a single stream, but it was enough. The end drying weight is nothing more than a snowflake fully unfolded. Master, I can conjugate Dan. Looking at the wind and snow sword immortal that covered the entire cloud boat was also old and comforting, but soon the chrysanthemums were tightened. He felt the gaze. The wind and snow sword, which had finished spreading its joy, drifted towards him. The spirit of the artifact manifested, a snowman as if it were a work of art, dressed in fox fur, facing the sword immortal directly. 3 years. Do you know what I've been through these 3 years? Jingle bells dash, a thin thumping sound full of sultriness rang out. What? The sword immortal was dumbfounded. The repetitive crash sounded again. This time, the successive crashes mimicked the sound of waste. It was a cry of waste consisting of the insults that the sword immortals had hurled at the wind and snow sword over the years. Sword immortal suddenly realized, to change his mouth, but felt the pressure brought to him by the wind and snow sword, although the number is large, but in fact I am afraid that still cannot break his defense. After all, the realm gap is placed there. He is a sword immortal, will not be afraid of the empty spirit of the quasi-immortal sword? This sword fairy didn't say anything wrong. If it wasn't for my disciples' endless days and nights, suffering to raise your spiritual body,
How could you have this kind of scenery? What are you if not a waste? A boatload of snow and wind pressed toward Jian Ran, and the end was a snow-covered true pallor.
The wind and snow. Final dryer wasn't going to stop it. Unexpectedly, the master interrupted, no need, this kind of waste also wanna hurt me?
I'll stand here and let him attack as he pleases, and I'll count him as a winner if he can chop off a single hair of mine. At the same time Final Chen heard the master's sword chi transmission borne by the winter god pollution, for the master is not in the way, this sword still needs to be sharpened again.
Unhindered?
While the sword immortal's bravado was overwhelming, Final Qian was somewhat helpless. He had, on more than one occasion, suggested that the sword immortal should be educated in a different way, but the sword immortal simply wouldn't listen. A blizzard of wind and snow rushed straight down, and when it saw that it couldn't rush straight in it rolled into a whirlpool. The wind and snow dragon scrolls flew around the sword immortal, sword chi biting into sword chi, closely making dense clashing sounds. The sound was like tens of thousands of pieces of iron churning in the ears, and it really made one's body itch and scalp tingle. However, the large realm gap allowed the wind and snow sword to remain unable to break the sword immortal's defense. Final Chen decided to call it quits. He was still in a hurry to break through to the Jedan stage. He had waited 3 whole years for this day. 3 years. He was 4 years old now. The human form is no longer an infant, but a little beanpole a meter tall. Come back. When you break through to the Jedan stage you'll be able to exert more power as well, and then you'll fight again. Originally was called to stop is still a little reluctant. After all, there are still some ideas have not been practiced. But as soon as I heard that after the end of the Dan is even stronger, the wind and snow immediately stopped attacking and killing, and the white snowflakes regathered to form a sword, which hangs in front of the final dry. Instead, the sword immortal's scalp really tightened this time. The power of the flying sword will be qualitatively improved after the outer Dan is knotted, because the Dan is knotted in the sword, the immortal sword will be able to call upon the pollution of the ancient gods by itself, when, then remembering the sky full of snow with ancient god pollution pouncing on his face, the sword immortal's eyelids jumped. Ahem! It's good to conjugate Dan. After conjugating Dan, you can barely get rid of the name of a waste, but remember, this is all the benefits your master has given you, you have to be grateful. Clank it was the wind and snow disliking the sword immortal's ink. So and so. The sword immortal connects his spiritual body to the sword spirit, and together they contemplate the ancient gods, drawing their attention, and passing on to his disciples the specific details of the conjugation of the Dan in ever-increasing contamination. The speed of conjugation is related to the amount of contamination from the ancient gods. It may take a long time, or it may be very fast, for the master does not know the name of the winter god, or if you recite the name of the god, you will be able to conjugate the Dan in a matter of moments. The apprentice knows. Oh, you know. Ha? You know? The sword immortal looked at his disciple with eyes full of shock. If he could know the name of the god, the power that the winter sword could explode could be even higher. The spirit tentacle connected to the sword spirit, and Final Qian spoke. The name of the winter god is Yu Chang. At these words, the winds and clouds of the Orissa kingdom changed, and snowflakes instantly drifted. Final Chen only felt that the world appeared in heavy shadows, and when he looked down, he saw a crow's claw on his chest. Divine realm? He came to the god realm again? In the eyes of Final Chen, the figure of a half-man and half-beast, with a human face and fangs, with a hairstyle that rises like a hook, and with feathers on its body, is reflected in his eyes. This time, the image was not distorted as violently as the first time. The figure opened its mouth and made a piercing noise. Terminal Chen and his looked at each other, and he unexpectedly realized that the treacherous figure in front of him seemed to be injured. After a few more attempts, the figure seemed to notice that the young figure in front of him was unable to hear his own voice, so he stopped speaking and sent out a snowflake with a point of his fingertips. That snowflake was extremely twisted and horribly ominous in Terminal Chen's eyes, but he unexpectedly did not feel threatened. The snowflake was hanging in front of him, waiting for him to take it. Take it, it's the key to the North Isle. A familiar voice rang out at her side, the voice of the young girl's grandmother. Jinzhuang was slightly stunned, then raised his hand to receive it. The wind and snow stopped, the overlapping world returned to normal, and except for the grandmother, who was still there, that Yu Chang's figure was no longer there. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 50. Spirit, 50. God, 5051. Realm, Jedan stage. It's good that he's able to absorb the golden body fragments again. Terminal Chen waited for a few moments, but did not wait for the dog's bark. It is reasonable to say that the strength is once again improved. The dog should be very excited. It's just a matter of not rushing the matter, and it will be raised again tomorrow anyway. Terminal Chen looked at the hand that received the snowflake. It didn't look abnormal. I wonder if I have to enter the God realm to see it. Realm breakthroughs are to be recorded in the diffractive handbook. Final Qian threw his thoughts into the diffractive Dao handbook, leaving behind new memory imprints, as well as cultivation records. Diffractive Dao handbook record, into the Jedan stage. That year, this monarch was 4 years old. After going through the process, Jinshan asked his grandmother for advice. Grandma, where's Beiju? You don't need to know now. I'll tell you when you go to the Dragon Palace in 1,000 years. I really didn't expect that the Winter God would give you the key. It seems that you do have some destiny with the Winter God.
Going to the Dragon Palace in 1,000 years? What's the point of going to the Dragon Palace? The teenage grandmother laughed and teased. Going to pick up your fiancé. Terminal Qian already knew about the deal between Mother Fluffy and Jarius, so he asked, is this part of the plan? Yes, there's nothing that has to be done, just go for a little stroll and your mother will accompany you then. At the mention of Fluffy's mother, Final Qian also couldn't help but ask, is she okay, my mother? How's the recovery going?
Don't worry, you'll definitely recover within 1,000 years.
1,000 years? Grandmother should be teasing him, the last time he recovered it took but 80 days. Ji Qian suddenly thought of something else. Grandmother, why haven't the giant merchants come yet? Have they forgotten? It's not forgotten, they should be in Yunga by now. Final dry?
Tanggu, the old home of the sun, the place where the Fusan God tree grows, how?
Did the giant really go to the present split go? Strong that's the Golden Crow's lair. What is the Golden Crow? It's an ancient god.
Just as Final Chen was about to ask again, a section of the small tree drilled out from the heart, and the small tree was about to break through as well. Terminal Chen glanced at his grandmother and realized that she had not noticed the small tree, and for a moment, he had a clear and serious view of the small tree's compulsion again. Covering the sky, might actually be able to cover the sky. 82, Chapter 87, Port 9 Transits. The small tree's trunk drew out its third section, 72 drops of spiritual liquid were absorbed by itself, and the branches grew slowly. Knowing that a large amount of spirit liquid was something that could help the little tree grow quickly, Final Chen flew towards Mother Qingshi and asked her to unfold the spirit gathering formation. On the Sword Immortal's side, seeing that his disciple had successfully promoted, he still wanted to encourage him for a few more words when he saw that his disciple had already run away.
All promoted and in such a hurry. But, good thing too.
In the absence of the apprentice, the wind and snow sword with the rebel head is not there. Being able to invoke the wind and snow sword contaminated by the ancient god, he was still a bit terrified. Picking up could definitely come next, but it certainly wouldn't be as calm as it was before.
What? You regret it now? It's not that you're afraid, is it? The Sword Immortal looked over to see that it was the 1,000 Golem Taoist who had arrived. This guy should be down there fiddling with the crap. What's the point of getting together? Afraid? Are you kidding me? A small outer Dan realm flying sword is just that. Taoist 1,000 Golem laughed evilly, really? Then what about the Yuaning stage? What about the out-of-body stage?
Oh, the outer Dan does not have an out-of-body stage, it's directly the goddess of transformation stage, TSK. It's only been 3 years since the formation of the Dan, where you intentionally set a limit to suppress. How long do you think it takes for the Yuaning stage to take place? The Sword Immortal finally realized where his sense of crisis was coming from. The wind and snow sword at the moment couldn't do anything to him yet, but following this momentum his disciple would cross the threshold one day.
He could hold strong in the front, but what about after the transits? Spiritual rain fell. Beside the green fox, the little white fox lay on its side.
Only the third section of the small tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the twigs and buds soon sprouted 3 branches and 36 leaves. By this time the little tree had a total of 9 branches and 108 leaves. The growing small tree also transformed the spirit liquid a little faster, and was able to produce half a day more per day than in the past.
Not only that, between the branches and leaves, a tiny bud grows. Terminal Qian stared tightly at these small bones. If it can blossom, can it also bear fruit in the future? Expectations.
When all the changes stop, the final dry sends out the sword chi sound transmission small sword composed of winter god pollution. This technique is the Sword Immortal man taught him the master sound transmission secret art. Because it involves the divine pollution, this technique can only be received by the cultivator who is also contaminated with the winter god, which is regarded as the flood encryption means.
Final Qian, master, how do I step into the Yuaning stage?
Upon receiving this transmission, the Sword Immortals only felt a sword chi piercing into their heavenly aura, and their brows tightened. Although the 1,000 Golem Taoist on the side didn't know the content of the transmission, he had already started to smile badly, as if he had seen through everything. The Sword Immortal tensed his face and proudly flaunted, "My disciple gave me a voice transmission and not you. It seems that even if we are all remembered masters, there is still a difference."
1,000 Golem Taoist's face darkened.
Sword Immortal, there's no rush, wait for the second flying sword to also become endowed.
Terminal Qian hesitantly looked at his grandmother.
I don't know how long we'll have to wait for the giant trader, so why don't we ask Grandma to think of a way to get the Fusama wood out of the way?
Without waiting to speak, another sound transmission sword talisman flew in. Sword Immortal, the teacher's basic sword array for the 4 directions and 4 seasons sword. How could a disciple not be like a teacher? You are in such good condition. It's a pity not to play down the financial advantage. The teacher has decided, will be the 4 directions and the 4 seasons split to pass on to you, to open the 8 square sword array Immortal River. Final dry? Terminal Qian, that is to say, it will take 8 swords and 8 inner dawn before I can enter the Yuaning stage?
Sword Immortal, more than that, my master has considered it, the 8 swords are also more demanding on myself, so not only do you need to form the outer Dan, the inner Dan is also possible to form a knot, so that you can support the 8 swords formation.
Terminal Qian was stunned. Is that reliable? And, since you're going to form an inner elixir, why didn't you say so earlier?
He may not have made his inner elixir in these 3 years.
Terminal Qian hastily transmitted a voice to inquire, Master, have you formed your own inner Dan?
Sword Immortal, it's knotted. What the Sword Immortal did not say is that he was knotted after the first robbery. It is really too painful for the heavenly thunder. Light repair flying swords do not repair themselves, can get through the first robbery, but it is very difficult to get through the second robbery, so he not only replenished the inner Dan, but also practiced physical cultivation it. The Sword Immortal had it all planned out as well. He would teach his disciple everything he had learned, step by step, putting the foundations in place. Anyway, his disciple had a long life and didn't need to worry about longevity. Final Qian still can't help but ask, Master, since you want to end the inner Dan, why don't you say earlier? If you say earlier this 3 years I may have already ended the Dan. Sword Immortal, it's not the same. Our sword cultivator's inner Dan to repair is also to wait until the outer Dan comes out before repairing. Our sword cultivator's inner Dan is its own strength, and not separated out from the ancient god contamination. Heaven and earth has a shackle. When the first guy who created the human cultivation method succeeded in crossing the tribulation, heaven and earth made a restriction on each realm. So if you want to form a Dan with your own strength, you can't reach it in the foundation stage, but the outer Dan stage can be reached.
This is a roundabout tactic, understand?
They all say that we sword cultivators are reckless, stupid, and dumb, but in fact, we are not dumb at all. We are as wise as fools.
Terminal Qian was stunned. That's okay?
A wisp of sword chi converged in front of Jian Xian's body to transform into a sword immortal, and a finger pointed out. The method of condensing the inner elixir of final dry clarity is to continue to raise the Yu spirit. When the spirit is strong enough, the inner elixir becomes self-contained.
Extra points? No. Ultimate Qian intends to improve by meditation. For the attribute points given by the system, Final Qian intends to save them up and press them on when unusual cultivation, or even spiritual meat, fails to give him a boost.
One more thing, all 3 attributes grow fast now, but I don't know about later. Attribute points saved up to find a filler later in life can also maximize the benefits.
The practice knows no age. Another 3 years in a trance. Attribute points, 6. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 50100. Spirit, 50100. God, 51100. Realm, Jiedan stage. 100 points of attributes was the limit of the Jiedan stage. The moment spirit was full of 100, the spirit body's sea of chi tumbled, and a clear inner elixir was formed. Meanwhile, the sky was thick with thunderclouds. Terminal Qian, who opened his eyes, could not help but be dismayed. Is it hard to cross a lightning tribulation to form a Dan? Boss, it's me. The boar's voice rang through the consciousness. Final Qian looked down at the beast harnessing bag and released the wild boar, only to see the body of the wild boar flickering with electricity echoing the thunder in the sky. Transformation Thunderbolt? Well, it seems that my destined lifespan is over. Terminal Qian's heart tightened. Destined lifespan depletion if still alive will usher in the heavenly tribulation. Crossing over the life form will be changed. Obtaining the approval of the heavenly way, cultivating the Tao body, and failing, is the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao. Do you have any regrets? If the little demon doesn't make it through, well, there you go, you'll get over it for sure. Without waiting for the boar to voice out the regrets in his heart, his body was thrown out of the boat by Final Dry with a lightness. Boar. Immediately afterward, thunder struck the body. Only one thunderbolt struck the boar on the outside. The little golden fox that was practicing inhaled its nose and came at the smell, looking at the charred boar and drooling. Smells good. Roasted suckling pig today? Terminator. What's to eat? That's not an ingredient. The 4 incompatibles also came, their bodies surging with electric light, actually echoing the sky's robbery clouds. The robber clouds tumbled and seemed to be expanding. Terminal Qian's brows tightened and he pressed one hand on the head of the 4 incompetents. Where the crowd could not see, a small section of tree drilled out from the heart of Final Qian, covering Final Qian as well as the 4 incompatibles. The robocloud stops expanding, split click. Split click. 2 thunderbolts fell. After 3 thunderbolts, the robbery cloud dispersed. The boar was also almost cooked by the splits. The little golden fox couldn't stop his harangue. Yo, is it time to eat? Final Qian carefully observed the charred black mass on the island. It's not really dead, is it? At that very moment, the 3-colored auspicious clouds converged and the boar's body soared. It's done. Not dead. This is going to take shape. Something suddenly occurred to Final Qian. Is transformation able to change at will? Damn, I forgot to show the boar what a handsome man looks like. You. Why don't you show it to you? This. Terminal Qian was embarrassed. 83 Chapter 89, The 3,000-Year Promise. Terminal Qian reported what he had done in the past 6 years to the furry mother.
The small wind and snow sword also followed the face to show they're powerful. Learning that his cub not only condensed the outer Dan, but also cultivated the inner Dan, Scourge Central knew how hard this child had worked, and the pity in his heart was even greater. What about you, mother? You haven't just been sleeping the last 6 years, have you? No. Oh, this palace also tried the human cultivation method, and so on out will be able to cross the first thunder tribulation. Speaking of this, Bane Central heart apiece, waking up time sporadically add up to nearly 60 years of hard work just to show off in front of their cubs, worth it. What? After only 6 years, mother, you were able to cross the threshold? Terminal Dry was dumbfounded. In just 6 years, Mousy mother can cross the threshold? What kind of demonic cultivation speed is this? This. Not 6 years, 60 years. Longer if you counted the time spent sleeping, but she didn't practice when she slept, didn't have to count. Terminal Chien froze again. However, he soon thought of something and jerked his head to look at his grandmother, shocked. Grandmother, you can speed up the flow of years? The teenage grandmother is watching her daughter interact with her baby. Such a heartwarming image was exactly what was pleasing to her geriatric fox. Can't, oh, but this bed can. When Terminal Chan looked at the bed again, he could no longer resist the urge to pounce on it. Even if this look is a bed for a girl's family, but what does that matter? If this bed can only be laid by a young girl, he can even cut himself. It was really because he needed treasures that could speed up the flow of years too much. Endless life paired with this bed, paired with a system that has 1 attribute point per year. Who can resist this kind of temptation? With this bed, another 1,000 years of real-world formative years. Final Chien gulped. How much can this bed speed up the flow of years? Your mother broke her tail once before, consuming most of the power of the years I had accumulated, and then consuming quite a bit more the other day, so now I can only speed up to 10 times, accelerating a total of just a few hundred years. Seeing the light in her grandchildren's eyes, the young girl's grandmother looked at her grandchildren with disdain. Are you in such a hurry to grow up? When you grow up you won't be cute. If you're not cute, grandma won't like you. If you don't like you, you won't have dragon meat to eat. Oh, dragon meat? That's not important, okay. A meal of dragon meat only goes up 24 points. 1,000 years of practicing in this bed will go up 10,000 points. That's a poor yield, cutie. Come on and know how to pick. It's fine, then the grandson won't eat the dragon meat. The dragon meat is far inferior to this bed for me to enhance. Grandmother, how much does this bed cost? 10 million, can I buy it? The more he said, the more excited Final Chen was, and in the end, Final Chen could not help but take the bed for himself. However, Terminal Chen quickly reacted with hindsight before hearing the end of that sentence. Wait a minute. Only a couple hundred years left? Then the kitchen fairy is gone too. Oh. No more. This time even Wolfel Central was shocked that the little one's thirst for the bed was far greater than that of the kitchen fairy. Grandmother Granny, there are only a few hundred years of power left in this bed? Can that still be replenished back? Yeah, it can, but it takes time. It's good to be able to make up. Final Chien's eyes burned as he looked at the honorable lord of the kingdom of Arisu. Grandmother, $10 million, out? Teenage grandma? Out. I'm out of your grandfather. Ah. The lord of the kingdom of Arisu really wanted to teach his daughter and grandson a lesson and open up their skulls to see what was inside. However, with his wisdom he instantly thought of something. The power of the years of the great Tsubaki helps you with the Tao you've mastered? Aha. Terminal Chan nodded repeatedly. What the big tune was he didn't know, but he could detect something to do with the bed. That's not for sale either. Final Chien's heart, scratched and itched. Is that great Tsubaki a divine tree? Where is that tree? At this instant Final Chien had even thought of giving the giant an order and letting the giant tie the great Tsubaki to the end. Fusang Divine Tree's order was taken. The great Tsubaki Divine Tree was not in the picture, was it? The big tune ran away, long gone from where it was. Too many guys who wanted to cut down that tree, long scared away. Terminator. After calming down, Final Chien asked with deliberation, then how many centuries are left in this bed's accelerating effect? 500 or 600 years, barely enough to help your mother's tail recover. 500 or 600 years? That's a lot. That's 500 or 600 attribute points. Will having both my mother and I up there affect the effect? Not in your case, for you are weaker. Well then, let's accelerate for 500 years. The teenage grandmother bristled. The cute little one loved grandchildren he has not rare enough it. This brat is anxious to grow up. Grow up, what good? Growing up can boost your strength quite a bit, but how much can that difference of a few years boost it? You think, well? Grandma didn't lie to you. After your age is over 1,000, grandma won't like you so much. Grandma only likes cute and cuddly, little tiny babies. Terminal Chen did not hesitate. At this moment, a second of hesitation is disrespectful to the strength. Think well, I choose to grow up. You don't even ask your mother? What if your mother doesn't want you to grow up so fast? Terminal Chen looked to the furry mother. Scourge Central spoke. I want him to be happy, and I support his choices as long as they are his. At this moment, there was a feeling of betrayal on the part of the lord of the Sioux Kingdom. Ha! I told you, kids are only cute when they're little, not when they grow up. However, the lord of the kingdom of Arisu still didn't want to give up and continue to bait. You don't eat dragon meat either? No more food. grandson doesn't like to eat dragon meat, before I ate it just to enhance my strength. The lord of the kingdom of Arisu meditated on how to make the little one give up growing up.
He thought of the fragment of the golden body and asked it back?
That is not the behavior that he, the lord of the kingdom, should have, but if it is in the capacity of a grandmother, he is quite heartfelt.
But he won't do that either.
The little guy doesn't have any bad intentions, he just wants to get stronger soon.
In today's world, getting stronger is the right thing to do. But there's really no rush for those few years either. And it's only a few years to build a sense of belonging, it's only a few years to spend time together. He doesn't want to raise another child with a weak sense of belonging, who runs around all day and doesn't even come home. There was a turn in the sight of the lord of the kingdom of Su, and he saw that there was a fox whirling around in the fog. That was Tatsumaki from Mount 2, the fox who said he liked Bainon and wanted to take Bainon as his wife. He blocked his grandson from getting under the floating island because he didn't like it, so that he couldn't get on the floating island anyway, and would just be spinning around in the clouds. Hey, there. Do you remember that Tatsumaki? Terminal Chien was shocked. Grandmother, you wouldn't be so dim as to threaten your grandson with your own daughter's life's work, would you? What kind of dimwit move is this? That's not true. The teenage grandmother's words put Terminal Chien slightly at ease.
He could be really afraid of coming to the bestowal of marriage, then he could only take Fluffy Mother and run away in advance.
If you left Orissa Kingdom, Pure Fox Ridge and Mount 2 were good places to go.
The young girl's grandmother opened her mouth. If you are anxious to grow up, grandma will not stop. Oh, since the arrival of the Orissa country, that boy will try to board the island every day, has always been grandmummy wrapped up
this way. Terminal Chien was thoughtful.
The hand was already feeling for the gourd at his waist.
Orissa Kingdom's lord also had his eyelids fluttering, knowing what this brat was thinking. Can't blast it with this gourd. Oh. Right now, Tatsumaki, who was about to go back, suddenly realized that the cloud that was blocking him was gone. Could it be? Sister Woebegone was finally impressed by his sincerity? Tushan Tatsumaki, I'm sorry to bother you.
The voice was loud and clear, spreading across the floating island.
The end of the dry before the eyes of the scenery changed, appeared on the island, 6 years gone, in the past, even the clothes will not wear, poor clothing to the sloppy man in the Sioux country for 6 years after further study, and is also dressed up in a human style. Just to look at an expensive outfit, the previously bare feet are wearing shoes, and the cascading hair is meticulously combed, tbh. There's no need for grandma to worry about this matter, grandchildren have their own way of solving it. How do you fix it? Let grandchildren meet with him.
Final Chan looked towards the princess mother. If she herself was willing, it would not be good for him to stop her. Only seeing that the princess mother was concentrating on holding him, not paying any attention to any Chen Ming at all, Final Chan was relieved.
Alright, you go then.
The Orissa Kingdom lord immediately lifted the spell.
Tatsumaki's eyes also finally saw the small fox with the size of an elephant. When they met, they greeted, Yo!
You've grown so big since you haven't seen me in a few years. It seems like your grandmother definitely didn't give you a lot of food.
That was true, Terminal Chien had always been grateful to his grandmother.
But Terminal Chen was not going to nag him about his family.
I already know what you're here for, my mother isn't interested in you, and you're stalking me a bit, so let's make a deal. Tatsuaki looked around and it was empty.
Walked up, intending to tease his future. He is also a little disgusted, although it is conceived by the sense of heaven, but in the end, it is not his bloodline.
Oh, what pact?
Final Chen threw his voice, when I grow 3 tails, you fight me.
Tatsuaki felt like he had heard a joke. You tried to beat me when you had 3 tails?
Final Chen didn't bother with words and directly invited the gourd out. If you don't agree, I'll blast you to death right now. This gourd has the ability to kill you several times. The moment he saw the gourd, Chen Ming's eyes were drawn to it, and an inexplicable sense of crisis told him that what this kid said might be true. Just, the breath on that gourd.
Why is it somewhat familiar?
Not waiting for the other party to state their position, Final Chen assured, I can guarantee that when I have 3 tails, I won't use this gourd.
4 eyes.
Tatsuaki put away the joke on his face and for the first time solemnly scrutinized the little fox in front of him.
Good. Have guts.
Originally, I was a bit disgusted with you as a little liability, but I like you a bit now.
Terminal Chien heart cold snort, with you like?
Liking it would be redundant. I'll see you in 3,000 years. You can't show up on the floating island until the pact is complete.
Tatsumaki wondered, you won't kick me out of Orissa Kingdom? Orissa country is my grandmother's, I can't do my grandmother's main. But if you meet in Orissa country, you should retreat. You can't go up to talk, you can't what to play treasure to sell, you can't intentionally create a commotion to attract sight. In short, don't let me see you.
Terminal Chan very domineering shook the gourd. I will use this gourd if you breach the contract.
Well,
just give you 3,000 years. I would like to see 3 tales of what you have the right to fight with me. This covenant, this country lord has witnessed it.
A voice that came out of nowhere caused Chen Ming's heart to tighten. What kind of hilarity was this that the country lord was putting together? But with the lord of the country as witness, this agreement is not a joke, and after 3,000 years, there will be less of a battle. But fighting a kid with 3 tails, it was something he still felt a little funny about.
The clouds rose and Tatsumaki found himself being sent down again. After Tatsumaki left, in the eyes of the final dryness, the princess mother fluttered onto the thick snow-white blanket and hugged vigorously.
My son is so handsome. Terminator shyness. Eyes then went to her grandmother, that bed. I want it. I want it. 84 Chapter 90 The Ninth Thunder Tribulation.
The lord of the kingdom of Arisu was also handsome by his grandson.
Three tails dare to do with the nine-tailed sky fox, this boldness is indeed sufficient. But,
trying to grow up fast without asking him, as a grandmother, whether he agrees or not, this kind of behavior involving principles, he raises nine tails to disagree. Your grandmother, I'm not a villain, no need to look at me so pathetically. If you really want this bed, it's not impossible.
Loosened up? Thanks, Grandma.
Stop, thank you for being early. Just now when I heard you say that you wanted to over the heavenly fox with three tails, the old man's blood was also boiling. Since you're so powerful, let's find you one more thing. Terminal Chien suddenly developed a bad feeling.
Just see grandmother upper and lower mouth skin a touch. Ishan, you cover your identity to go there. If you can rely on your own strength to defeat all the demons there, so that they change their family, do not follow their sugwa with you. This bed, I will sell it to you. Final dry?
On the side, Scourge Central's eyelids also twitched. It's hard enough to beat the service, but it's even harder to turn against all the demon clans. It's still the old lady who's tough.
Yes. The newborn Final Chan didn't think too much and directly agreed. That great Tsubaki's wood was of great use to him. Even if it was a mountain of swords and fire he would break through. Very good, very spirited. The teenage grandmother smiled. Woeful Central couldn't help but ask, then the mountain god of Mount Eboshi is among them? Naturally.
Woeful Central patted his son on the back, promising to be early.
Final Chan inwardly moved. What if halfway through they accidentally know my identity? The test failed. Terminal Chien had a number in mind. Since when?
Anytime, but within 500 years, and 500 years is not cute.
500 years old is also a baby to the nine-tailed fox, right?
Hey, wait for the strength to go to Ishan's right. Now he goes also in vain, greatly likely to be those demons of Fanahil.
Thought of the bed, then I am now. Don't even think about touching it. Okay. Jianqian is scratching his head. Mother, then go back and recuperate.
There's no rush, this palace has to survive a robbery. The wind rises, soft white clouds are instantly dyed black, layers of accumulated clouds converge from all directions, there are thunder swimming in them, electric light wandering like a real dragon present. Final Chien tilted his head to look, the converging thunder clouds began to hover, forming a horrible vortex in the hollow, looking from the bottom to the top, a layer higher than a layer of the robbery cloud is like a ninefold heavenly queue. It was a scene that had not been there when the boar was crossing, it was nothing more than a small cloud drifting and then, as soon as the scenery in front of him changed, Jianqian was sent out of the range of the robbery cloud. The sword box broke through the clouds, and the sword immortal who was sitting on the box came to his own disciple's side, who was ferrying the tribulation.
My mom. Mother?
The sword immortal was shocked.
The avatar hijacking? The so-called avatar robbery was a test that the nine-tailed fox would inevitably undergo before extracting the avatar. Not waiting for Final Chien to reply, the sword immortal shook his head and said, unlike that, the Empress's divine power robbery shouldn't be this weak. That's weak? Terminal Chien couldn't help but look at his own master, and then looked at the black pressure to cover the entire floating island of the robbery cloud. Where is this weak? Just then, I heard the sword immortal man say in his words, this looks to be a nine thunder tribulation, the most common heavenly tribulation for a one tribulation human cultivator. What do you mean by 1-9 thunderbolts?
1-9 to get 9, that is, will split 9 times, this on there are 2-9, 3-9. Until 9-9, it is said that after 9 robberies after the heavenly robberies will have changes, no longer limited to thunder and lightning, for the teacher has not yet encountered.
I met. Mother Tatsuji also came to see the fun.
These 6 years Qingqian was cultivating, and Shenjiu was not idle. After discussing the Tao with all the friends on the ship, Shenjiu decided to change his path to practice the method of peeling the skin for life, and also participated in the optimization group of that Tao together. The sword immortal was startled. Please tell me in detail, fellow Taoist, what kind of lightning tribulation you met.
Tatsuji then recounted his experience.
By this time the thunder had begun to strike. The first thunderbolt fell, and the princess mother used her hand to cover it, and that one jade arm was blackened. Then the second and third courses.
Can the Faraday cage handle the apocalypse? Jianqian thought of the various post-crossing tawdry maneuvers he had seen from novels.
But soon, Final Chen found that not far away, that gold-domed building was not even struck by lightning, that is to say, the lightning in this world can have its own consciousness, and whoever it wants to strike strikes who. The heavenly thunderbolts fell one after another, each one seeming to tear the space apart. The ear-piercing sound of the thunderbolt shook the consciousness of the Final Chen are in a trance, brilliant heavenly might really makes the liver and gall blown away. After the eighth heavenly thunder, the layers of robberies clouds overhead began to converge, and the clouds that pierced through several heavens were actually hooked together with each other, and there was a thunderbolt traveling in it, like a quantum cannon storing up energy in the TM, constantly flickering and accelerating.
Terminal Chen's eyes were glazed over as he watched.
The last thunder was more like a light, an ion beam, than a thunder.
Without the previously loud thunderstorm, the attack arrived in a flash. Is this normal? Zhong Qian couldn't help but ask.
Only the sword immortal human master remained calm. It's a bit thicker than the last of the unusual 1-9 thunderbolts, but it's normal. After the ground bursts into flashes, the picture resumes. Princess Mother stood there calmly, the electric blackened surface layer was shocked away by the power, the palace clothes fluttered, a clean end of the ceremony is a good style. After the robbing cloud is the auspicious cloud shaping the body of a human immortal. The body of a first happening human immortal was definitely no match for the nine-tailed heavenly fox's physical body. But there is also an unexpected joy. Bane Yang's surprised to find that her broken tail loss of vitality actually made up for most of the loss of vitality. Feel once again over a disaster, may not be healed.
Still continuing to cross the tribulation?
You've just survived a tribulation, and the heaven and earth tribulation chi in this place has consumed some of it, so it will be less difficult for you to continue to cross the tribulation.
Scourge Central still had one more calamity left to overcome, the 8th tail of the Avatar calamity.
Originally, Scourge Central was also planning on connecting to the ferry, but now she had changed her mind. No, the Avatar bid I want shouldn't be low, let's wait for the recovery of the robbing chi here to recover.
Tatsuki.
Tushan are waiting for the robbery cloud to be weaker, and I don't want this madman to wait for the robbery cloud to be more powerful.
In the end, who is the rumored cultivation madman? What avatar? Secrets for when we get them. A palace dress. After crossing the threshold, even the clothes did not miss. The princess mother directly buried her body into the fluffy fox fur, and then relied on the back of the final Chen, holding the neck, onion white jade finger toward the fog sea cloud boat. Go home. Just then, the coffin that had been resting on the cloud boat moved and appeared at the location where Scourge Central had previously crossed. Since the Empress is not crossing over, I'll borrow the blessed land to wash the bad luck from my body.
When he said that, the wind and thunder in the just clear sky were suddenly born. Just as Mother Chenjiu had said, the calamity chi near the consecutive transits would be consumed, and that thunder was visibly weaker than before. After a sick and miserable 1-9 thunderbolt strike, the sky returned to clear. But unlike earlier, there were no auspicious clouds this time. It seems that the heavenly Tao does not recognize the corpse pathway. Ah, it's so nice to wash off the bad luck, and my body smells good enough to sneak around outside again.
Terminator. What's with the Gorgonzola talk? Getting bent over by Stumpy Go? 85 Chapter 91, Rumors of the Zhou Dynasty's desire to re-enshrine the Winter God. Terminator took one more look at the gaudy corpse.
He said to himself that this guy's previous statement about crossing a dozen or so thunder tribulations would not all be crossed like this, right? If this is the case, its strength, it is worth drawing a question mark. Disciple, did you notice anything wrong when you were observing the Winter God recently? Terminal Qian's thoughts were pulled back by Master Sword Immortal Man. A brief recollection does. The noise is weaker, and the distortion is not as drastic.
The Sword Immortal nodded and a sound transmission sword talisman was struck. Sword Immortal Man, there's been a recent rumor about the Winter God, that the Zhou Dynasty is going to install the Winter God instead. Terminal Qian's mind was shaken. By whom was the Zhou Dynasty founded? Kifa. Familiarity. This is not coming back. The final Qian sword chi transmitted, was it the Zhou Dynasty that started the war to seal the gods? The Sword Immortal was dumbfounded. What? Judging by the Sword Immortal's reaction, most likely not.
Thoughts of the electric turn of the final dry thought of many. Think of the 3 kings and 5 emperors. The human heavenly court in this world might have been established even earlier.
So the Zhou Dynasty's battle to seal the gods doesn't exist? Or, it hasn't happened yet. It didn't happen. Enthrone the Winter God.
Ultimate Qian thought of that abnormal snow, whether the Winter God had some problems and had to be replaced, or
had other intentions. It can't be that the human race wants to enthrone a heavenly court of their own, can it?
Jianzhuang wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. If the heavenly court is falling into ominous and still struggling to hold on, or if it is just holding up its defenses and holding on to its walls, and suddenly loses its authority, then the result. Thinking too much. I'm only at the Jiedan stage. What's the point of thinking so much? Mother is right. Xiangrui should have Shangrui's self-cultivation.
Yeah, be happy, be optimistic. Practice hard, eat and drink well. Scourge Central? What's wrong with your own baby? Oh master, how will it affect us if the Winter God is replaced?
Strength we can chant, but the problem is not too big. Looking for the new god's contamination to recontact under the good, then our strength will not be stronger. Jianshan thought of the key to the northern islet.
Sword Chi transmits, Master, do you know about Beiju? Transmission reply, which north islet are you talking about? Islets are small pieces of land in the water. The land in the northern water can be said to be the northern islets. The legend says that the 4 seasons of the gods have their own islets respectively. You're not talking about the Winter God's northern islets, are you? Terminal Qian's heart twitched again. For a moment, thinking more. The key to Tashigami Katazu's house. The key to Tashigami's house. Tojin's house key.
What's with the sudden change of flavor?
What do you mean? The Winter God gave him a room card. Winter God male or female? Sword Immortal? The question dried him up. Ah, nothing, just asking. Terminator pressed down the chaotic thoughts.
When he was 1,000 years old, his grandmother asked him to make a trip to Beiju, so we'll talk about it when he's 1,000 years old.
You two masters and disciples still have business?
The sword immortal sensed the implication of expulsion and slapped his head. Your Highness, I still have hens stewing at home, so I'll withdraw first.
Terminal Qian also wanted to laugh. He didn't trust the sword immortals to stew any hens.
After the sword immortals left, Jian Chen carried the princess mother back to the cloud boat.
The gaudy corpse followed him back.
Everything was so natural, as if she already belonged to the ship.
The ghastly corpse put the coffin back in its house and happily went out for a walk. He even said hello to the princess mother on his way out, and was quite polite. Mother, what avenue have you chosen? Organ building. Final dry?
The final dry do not remember mother to ask the 1,000 puppets Taoist Ah.
Mother's master is?
Your grandmother found me a volume of Diffractive Tao handbook. I practiced according to the information on it, and I was almost able to cross the tribulation in 50 years, and the next 10 years were spent honing my skills. As for the name, that volume of Diffractive Tao handbook didn't leave a name. It's the diffractive handbook that my grandmother found for me.
That's no problem. Why don't you ask Grandma to find him a few volumes of the Diffractive Tao handbook as well? Grandma? Terminal Qian called out quietly.
The maiden grandmother, who used to be seen when she called out, was not here today.
Terminal Qian scrunched his neck, seemingly genuinely angry.
He also has a wrong, to the extent that he disregarded his grandmother's feelings in order to pursue power, but he became strong also in order to add a bottom card to the Orissa kingdom.
Slightly aggrieved. No need to call on him, your grandmother is very petty and can be angry for a long time, so don't pay any attention to her.
Final Qian suddenly somewhat understand why grandmother said that children are not cute when they grow up. Put it in another way, if his daughter is like fluffy mother this squeeze him, he is probably also very angry. In order not to be angry about this, Terminator decided, no kids, perfect.
Auntie, the organ creation pathway is knotted with the outer Dan, right? Is your outer Dan also in the golem, Auntie?
At the mention of the puppet, Bane Yang's cheeks flushed. Because she had little patience, her organ puppet was very roughly made, she did not want to take it out and lose face in front of her son. Well, it's also a golem, but it's not finished yet, I'll show you later. Thinking of Master Sword Immortal's unique insights, Jian Chen hurriedly passed on his experience to Plush Nymphette. Nymphette, after knotting the outer elixir you can also knot the inner elixir, have you knotted it yet? The inner elixir that is knotted afterward is its own strength and is not contaminated by the ancient gods.
Knot it, that thing is quite strange, my outer elixir just knotted out the inner elixir on its own. This.
It should be that Plush Mother's spirit body was already strong enough, so everything fell into place once the door opened. It's no wonder that she was able to cross the threshold in 50 years.
That's a record I don't know if he can top. It feels like it is beyond it,
and the Sword Fairy Master let him tie 8 outer Dan, and it is still 7 short.
Auntie, who was the first person you viewed?
Your grandmother.
Put. Terminal Qian was shocked, this family of his was absolute. Grandmothers can be viewed too? Grandmothers are strong, aren't they?
Well, it's true that ordinary cultivators can't directly visualize your grandmother, but I'm not an ordinary cultivator. I'm a 9-tailed heavenly fox, and a 9-tailed heavenly fox in the falling realm is still a heavenly fox, plus your grandmother is my mother, and although she wants to beat me up, she won't want to kill me.
Reasonable. And the second picture? What god is it? Woeful Central hesitated.
She could not speak the name of God directly, then her precious son would also experience divine contamination.
Well,
the source of the organ creation pathway, the organ creation pathway does not need to visualize too many ancient gods, knowing the divine name of that one is enough. When you want to switch to the organ creation this palace will tell you.
Terminal Chen thought about it briefly. It couldn't be the one who likes alchemy as well as weaponry, could it? Okay, then we have a deal. With most of his doubts answered, Jianxian also had to cultivate. Mother, open the spirit gathering formation.
I don't, go find your mother Qingshi, this palace doesn't want to change back into a fox body today, this palace just wants to lie down like this today.
Final Chan looked back at the princess mother lying on her back. Alright, mother, aren't you going back to grandmother's to recuperate?
No, the rewards from the crossing helped me recover quite a bit, and it won't take long for the rest to recover as well.
Final Qian's heart stirred, mother was trying to leave the power of the years on the bed to him? Mostly, touched.
Formations rise and spiritual rain falls. The day's practice thus began.
Tune. Where is the tree now? I'd like to know. 86, Chapter 92, the giant trader comes to town.
There was the low cloud cover of the Sioux country pushed back by the forelock once again after many years apart. When the giant with the trailing vines around his waist stepped into this heaven and earth, the entire country of Orissa was shocked along with the clouds.
Master, what is that? That's a giant. What does it mean when giants show up in Orissa? Are the giants going to war with the Orissa countries? Any cultivator who reads books and has some knowledge knows that the giant clan and the nine-tailed fox clan don't get along.
That involves some old history from ancient times, when King Yu destroyed the giant windproof clan. As a result, the queen at the time, De Yu's wife, Niu Jiao of the nine-tailed fox clan, was hated along with the entire nine-tailed fox clan.
For a while, there were even some people among the human cultivators who were ready to fight. Just as the land of Arisu was shaken by it, the giant Bali was also shocked by the changes that had taken place here. He had come to the country of Arisu, and had maliciously trodden its streets and touched its houses when it was founded. Now come back, see I only feel here change is really too big, but that white jade city base still does not look very strong. I do not know cannot stand him a foot. Where is the center of woe? CRI to the appointment. The giant opened his mouth, he didn't shout, but his voice pushed the cloudy air and shook the surface of the lake with ripples. The sound was not small. Come in, there's no reason to keep guests out when they come. Giant C was surprised. He went business for some time, since the South China Sea old dragons dragon children and grandchildren moving rainstorms, attracting seawater rushing adults of the city, they switched to go business this mode of operation. Both exercise, but also can make money, on the contrary, than sitting on the hill all day waiting for customers to come to the door is much more comfortable. But it was the second time that he was invited into the city like today. Last time it was Merchant King City. Now that the Shang dynasty seems to have been destroyed, I wonder how well the succeeding Zhou dynasty has rebuilt itself. He could go over there and take a look when he made a large amount of goddamned money on this order. You invited me, it's not my fault if it gets trampled. The giant CI lifted his foot and stepped onto that alabaster platform, his foot sinking to land a large footprint. Giants don't wear shoes because it's too much of a hassle to refine a pair of anti-stomping shoes. The pupil looked down, and his foot was a bit of fun, though he stomped out a footprint but didn't shatter. What the Shangwang city could rely on to receive him was still the protectorate formation, and here it was rather the material itself. One footstep was taken, the second followed, and thus the whole of the giant entered the land of Arisu. The spacious enough street was surprisingly a bit crowded at the moment, only big enough for one giant to pass. Formations rose on both sides of the street to cut down on the loud noise created by the giant's advance. Giant Bali wanted to jump and see what would happen with the heavy slam, but thought about the $10 million order and stopped. A magical white fox appeared in front of the giant to guide him. When the giant walked to the city, the giant CI was surprised to find a large house that could accommodate him. This is much more interesting. The merchant dynasty has merely prepared a mountain stool for him. It's a courtesy compared to that. And in fact, the house had just been barricaded, and originally there was a huge square underneath this. The giant CI was seated, and the store tied to the vines at his waist was dragged down, and laid out right beside the giant, sized to the giant's waist as if it were a suitcase that he had carried with him when he sat down. But in the eyes of Terminal Chien, the box was hundreds of meters high. This building seems to still have the property of being alive, and the final dryness saw that the store seemed to emanate cozy sounds as well, and felt elated for having finally landed. And those shopkeepers on it were smaller than normal, palm-sized dwarves. Terminal Chien was familiar with the conch in their hands. Buying something? Come in and take a look. What do you know about the best gardener of all time, the apocalyptic man? You can cut your body into sections and bury it in the ground, and many more will grow. If you buy one, you'll have a field full of apocalyptic people in the spring of next year. Apocalyptic people are easy to raise, just give them soil to eat. Final dry? Is this some kind of netherworld joke? What's an apocalyptic man? Seeing the final dry interest, the trumpet blah 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 to the final dry up. The apocalyptics feed on the earth, and they die, but when they die and their bodies are buried in the earth, they are reborn after 100 years. Not only that, but their knees are immortal, without a body, and only their knees buried in the earth for 120 years can grow back into full human beings. Also the liver is immortal and can grow into a human being when buried in the earth for 8 years. Terminal Chien were stunned. Where are the sharks? It's sold out. Do you need it? We can stock up. No. Terminal Chien waved his hands in succession, moving the conversation back on track. Where's the Fusuma wood? It was prepared for you a long time ago. Do you need the avatar fruit of the fire control avatar? The temperature will be a bit high in a while. If you need it, the first one will be free. Is it okay to give away the fruit of the avatar for nothing? But it also suggests that the price of the Fuso godwood could be very, very high. It's not. This giant cut by 10 million, is it? Terminal Chan felt a headache. He wanted to see other things. Will giving it away for nothing affect my bargaining later? Being so blunt makes the little man selling the goods won't be able to do so. Hesitating for a moment, I think if you receive the avatar fruit for nothing, you'll be more or less embarrassed to haggle with us, but as long as it's within reason, we're willing to back down a bit on the price, as long as the total amount of the transaction reaches 10 million. Good lord, this is a run for $10 million. Then you'll give one away for nothing. Don't worry, I won't be polite when I bargain, but I can guarantee that the total transaction price will definitely reach $10 million. Good point. A golden avatar fruit was thrown out. On it a long-feathered bird cries, waving its wings like streaming fire. Terminal Chien thought of the phoenix the moment he saw it. Should not be toxic. Final Chan glanced at the giant who had closed his eyes in a false sleep before dropping the avatar fruit into his mouth. For a moment, a crimson flame ignited on Terminal Chan's body. Physical examination panel word +1. Avatar Phoenix. The divine fire that accompanies the phoenix has healing powers. Premature fruit, unfortunately. Is it okay for the fruit to be early? I should say picked early. That's a shame. I wonder what the effect will be when it grows up, like a phoenix that never dies and is reborn from the fire? Terminal Chan ate the avatar fruit, and the shopkeeper finally took out the fusang wood.
The heat wave that hit his face nearly caused Terminal Chan to lift his head.
Formations rose in the room to block the heat.
The fake sleeping giant's eyes opened slightly and looked around. Seeing that the house was undamaged, closed them again. It's impossible to climb into a relationship with him in this frame. Then look at the golden crow tree branch, 100 meters long, need 5 people to hold.
Terminal Qian was dumbfounded. Did you cut down the whole fuchsia tree?
You're joking, your honored guest, it's only a slightly larger branch.
This is still a small pitchfork.
That's not cheap for such a small one, is it? $10 million of God's money.
Terminator.
MD really cut it at 10 million. Noble guest, this section of fusang wood is definitely worth its weight in gold. No matter what you intend to do, it's well worth it. This branch is freshly chopped. It's still stained with the golden crow's ancient god's contamination. Now that there is a seal on it, as soon as the seal is lifted, those human cultivators who are contemplating the sun will definitely grab their heads off. It's the best opportunity to have a direct contact with the original source contamination.
Terminator. The golden crow's origin pollution.
Of this fusang wood he suddenly didn't want it so much. Others don't know, but he does know that the sun is very evil today. Shi Qian even suspected that the reason why this giant was able to cut down this branch under the eyes of the golden crow was the tacit approval of the golden crow. Terminal Chan felt that the sun above his head had put on his sunglasses again, and was now grinning at him with its big teeth bared.
87's Chapter 93, Give it to me or to your mother. The giant trader visits the land of Arisu.
Throughout the entire Arisa kingdom, no one already knew about this. Many cultivators who were in seclusion were awakened and came here to watch this spectacle that had not been seen in 10,000 years.
Among them, Terminal Chan's 2 masters were naturally among them. What's all the chatter going on in there? Why don't you have a window to let us in and let us have a look? There were human cultivators and demonic elves present.
Sword Immortal and Thousand Golem Taoist, 2 people crowded in, all the previous days of immortal style and morality, but more than a lot of marketplace atmosphere.
Make way for me, I'm going in. Fellow Taoists, excuse me. Those who were human and those who weren't looked over. Yo, you still going in? What a mouth-spewing river of heaven.
That's just it. You shouldn't be trying to squeeze up front to see it, and I'm responsible for telling you at the front that you can't see it here either. The Sword Immortal led the Thousand Golem Taoist towards the day, and the 2 of them were just like a father and son grabbing a train ticket in the crowd. As for why the Sword Immortal was holding the Thousand Golem Taoist, it was still his good disciple who had sent him a message to bring the Thousand Golem Taoist in as well.
It's not, said in the crowd.
It's not a panic. The queen is urging me to go in. All of you Taoists lend a hand. Pull back. I'll eat if the queen comes for you.
Me too. Take me one.
Vulgar.
Someone snapped. But it doesn't affect the guys who get weird in any way.
Finally, the Sword Immortal squeezed his way to the front with the Thousand Golem Taoist. The closed wall, open. The 2 of them straightened their clothes and turned back to salute their fellow Taoists before going in, quite dejected. The scene was quiet for a while.
Gah. Where's the one who wants to eat?
A little house demon pulls out its ball of feces and takes a bite out of it with a hyper snort.
Crowd.
And then there's the wood demon who pulls out the long-cherished fertilizer.
Crowd.
Just as the smell of the scene became a bit marvelous, the great cultivator who couldn't stand to watch sealed all those weird little demons with a formation.
Go home and eat if you want to.
Various murmurs then rang through the crowd.
Are all wood demons like that? Nonsense. We all dine and drink. Is Fairy Aoki like that?
The greenwood fairy in the crowd heard it from afar. She was a green vinewood into a spirit and was once a plant. As for eating, it was sort of the black history of all wood demons after transforming into shape, so he couldn't help but cover his face, intending to slink away.
Inside the walls.
As soon as the Sword Immortal and the Thousand Golem Taoist came in, when the formation closed in, the high temperatures that pummeled their faces nearly roasted them. Several pieces of clothing on his body spontaneously combusted with it, leaving only his precious clothes still standing firm.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys it's hot in here. No harm done. Thousand Golem Taoist jogged to the Fusang branch. Money, a pair of eyes, then that Fusang wood is even more hot.
As for the Sword Immortals, they had already invoked the Sword of Summer to hedge their divinity and alleviate the searing heat. Terminal Chan was actually quite curious as to how the master had taken out something other than a winter sword.
So big. Bravo. Good. Terminator.
Terminal Chan transmitted voice, Master, you first do not shout good, not yet bought it, you see how much to buy enough. Thousand Golem Taoist, such good wood, naturally, I'll buy it all.
Terminal Dryness is speechless. Easy for you to say, it's not your money. Shi Qian said, I just want to sharpen a sword, what's the point of buying so many?
The Thousand Golem Tao Lord observed the texture of the Fusang divine tree from a close distance, and his eyes were nothing but obsessed. Thousand Golem Taoist, buy them all, you must buy them all, this wood will definitely be of great use in the future. In this world, apart from the Fusang divine tree itself, there will definitely not be a more complete wood than this. Good disciple.
Do you know what this means? You can even share the authority of the sun with this. Terminal Qian sweated furiously, but he didn't even want to pry the power of the sun. Just as none of the people spoke up, secretly passing on their voices, the clerk spoke up. This branch I absolutely will not cut the sale, if cut then it is scrap. Absolutely sell less than 10 million, how about this, all the things in my store, I will give you 10 items for free, these 10 do not need to spend money, it is a gift, all for free, you can choose at random. This business is done, the final dryness is all for the sight of the eyes. That is, there is no internet in this world, there is no live streaming, or else this little guy is definitely an e-commerce one. 10 items for nothing? You guys aren't hiding all the good stuff, are you? Of course not, this time we brought everything we could, after all, the opportunity to do business in Arisu doesn't come along often. And all of us have to cherish it. As he said that, the little man even glanced at the giant with a look that was cunning in a cute way. 100 pieces. I may or may not consider it. Final Qian opened his mouth with a lion's mouth. Since the giant was at odds with them, there was no need for him to be polite. But what Final Qian didn't expect was that the moment he opened his mouth, even the giant who was pretending to sleep was startled and opened his eyes to look down at him. No way. 20 pieces tops. 90 pieces. Final Qian also made a concession. Only to see the giant seemingly do something, the little man selling the goods changed his mind as if enlightened. If you let us choose for you, then you can have 100 pieces. Good guy, let the shopkeeper choose. How can I choose a good thing? I'm afraid it's not all sold not to go out of the 1,000-years-old goods. Then he took another big step back to show his sincerity. 50 pieces, of your choice. The little salesman was also sincere. 20 pieces, self-selected, that's the maximum acceptable. Terminal Qian did not pay attention to his maximum, continued to test. 40 pieces of self-selected, you see I have been backing down. 10 million single you guys also take out some sincerity. The sales villain thought seriously for a long time, his face showed sorrow, and he bid out, 20 pieces of your choice. But I can send you another 30 pieces of our choice, make a friend, we are all more generous, and we may continue to trade in the future. Final Qian sighed, this little guy really knows how to do business. Then he responded, okay, let's get started then. By the way, do you have any large tsubaki wood here? No. The sales villain bites the bullet. Are you kidding me? Buying Fusang wood comes with a bonus of tsubaki's wood? What a beautiful thing to think about. The final dry is still not dead, then get it later? The little man in sales thought for a moment. You can place an order and we'll keep an eye out for you. Then can I place an order without paying a deposit? After all, $10 million of business is ahead, this favor won't go unnoticed, right? Then this counts as you picking an item. Terminator. Rogue businessman. No profit. Iron cock. Terminal Qian struggled and asked tentatively, how much does it cost to place an order? Your mother's guarantee for another $10 million order, or your grandmother's would be fine. In short, he's not good enough. Terminal Qian is not annoyed, strength is everything, there is nothing to complain about. When he has strength, these people naturally lick him. $10 million guaranteed and an item. Alright, even if I pick an item and I want to offer a bounty for the great Tsubaki, I'm willing to buy it if you guys can move the whole tree. The money can be paid in installments even if you can't pay the whole amount at once. The sales villain was painfully honest this time. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for you. Any other requests? Be alive. Okay, what else? If we can find wood too. Okay, any more? No. The sales villain smiled joyfully and invited, then, your guest, please come inside. Let's start picking. The already small entrance was seen to widen considerably, opening up to a width wide enough for 2 elephants to enter. Final Qian, who only had the body of a single elephant, easily walked in. Auntie, you come and see too. The totem wanders around the snow-white fox fur. The scourge of bunny arm mode also surveyed the little items that were one by one. The inside of the giant shops is also really big, and walking through it is like entering some kind of electronic mall, or some kind of big supermarket or department store. Princess Mother inquired, what did you get out of the last unboxing, and is there anything you want to restock? I just know 10 eggs and a volume of Diffractive Dao handbook, and let the rest be summarized by Qing Shirgan Yang and Thousand Golem Master. Ego, Aoki, this name is not for nothing. The family base is directly handed over. Banewood. Terminal Qian was in a cold sweat. It's been a couple years, and I haven't forgotten. Go look at the clothes. A woman, even a sky fox is still a woman. Ultimate Qian came to the store selling clothes. The clothes sold here are not ordinary clothes, they are all precious clothes. Terminal Qian's head, stretching out a slender jade hand, palm holding a compass, that compass points to inconspicuous, did not display the wooden box. Auntie, what is this? Your grandmother just gave it to you to identify treasure. Terminal Qian's eyes lit up. Wonderful. Wait, Grandma was just in? Not even in front of him. That's a lot of gas. This. The clerk's face went guilty. An elegant and solemn voice echoed through the store. What, didn't you say you'd pick 20 pieces at random? Yes, but the dress is not yet finished. Just take it out. Okay. The wooden box opens, the precious light rushes out, 9 colors of gorgeous colors reflecting the eyes. That is a heavenly palace fairy dress. What's unfinished is all a lie. Let's have this dress, it'll look good on you, mother. Not for grandmother me? The ghostly voice appeared in his ears. Terminal dry look, not angry not see his grandmother is who? Terminal Chien surprised back, yeah.
Grandmother willing to see grandchildren. Grandchildren these days cannot see grandmother or worried about the tea and rice do not think.
CHCH changes you ate 2 large plates of spirit lamb chops this morning, don't taste too good.
Jian didn't blush at all because of the lies poking through, and instead said in surprise, grandmother even knows how much grandson has eaten. It seems that grandmother still loves her grandson.
The lord of the kingdom of Orissa didn't fool around with Jian, and only asked, send me or your mother? Ah. This clammed up.
However, Ji Qian soon heard the princess mother's voice, send your grandmother, if you don't send her, you probably won't be able to see his old man for the next 1,000 years.
Terminator. Send grandma.
The dress then disappeared from the store and went straight on to my grandmother's body. Not polite in the slightest, just great. Go, good grandson, and see what treasures this store has.
Okay. The first to pick the treasure, the final dry is also hot-blooded up. 88, Chapter 94 Steel. Purple gold. Tau Rome iron. All good materials.
Here's a good thing, there's the original contamination of the spring god in here, touch it and you'll get the divine name of the spring god.
Ultimate Qian looked at it, and it was a seed.
It is indeed a good thing, but Jian Qian does not need this to know the divine name of the god of spring.
Next item, this one won't help the grandchildren much. The teenage grandmother was wondering in her mind, this was something she had picked out for her grandchildren with great dedication, thinking that they would love it. Didn't you learn the 4 seasons sword from your master?
Aha, but the apprentice has known the name of the seasons.
Grandmother treats him too well. The final dry think can be appropriate to reveal his ability. Those god names utilize the good have the human cultivators of the Sioux country's war power will certainly rise greatly.
Yes, he definitely didn't have a crooked idea of exchanging these divine names for the great Tsubaki wood.
Not at all. Know it all? The next grandmother's voice resounded in Terminal Qian's consciousness, you know many names of gods? Terminal Qian looked at the young girl's grandmother and gave a firm nod.
Grandmother want to know, all can tell grandmother oh, grandchildren to grandmother will not have any concealment.
Terminal Qian then saw grandmother suddenly avoided, eyes full of dislike. Grandmother I'm not bad for you oh, good grandson will not want to harm grandma, every divine name is tainted with ominous, no more will die a violent death. Terminal Qian was shocked in his heart. Is it that dangerous?
Zhong Qian suddenly felt like he was holding a nuclear bomb on his head, or a nuclear bomb that was about to blow up.
Ah, wouldn't the grandson be in danger as well then?
The young girl's grandmother twinkled a pair of clear starry eyes and commented as she surveyed, you most likely have some sort of divine ability that can shield the heavens, or, perhaps, you are the ominous itself, the source of calamity.
Teenage grandmothers speak their minds. Terminal Qian didn't hide anything, it's the former, absolutely. The teenage grandmother came back, God's name cannot be easily read out, some God's name just attracted attention, some God's name will contaminate the entire region, there will be a big terror, grandchildren, in the recitation of God's name in exchange for the power of the time must be bright eyes, the first investigation, and also, with the heavenly court disappeared with the name of the God must not be read out, I'm afraid that they in order to come back to the direct takeover. Your final Qian's mind was shaken. Be glad to tell your grandmother that you know the name of God.
He knew that chanting God's name was a dangerous thing to do, something he learned when he lost his eyes. But he thought that this danger was reduced after he officially set foot on the path of cultivation.
That bad?
The teenage grandmother changed her joking face and said with a straight face, it's only going to get worse.
Good. Grandmother's teachings, my grandson keeps them in mind. Then, final Qian transmitted, grandmother, how should my grandson tell which what can be recited and which can't?
So many gods, it's quite a waste to not use them all.
The teenage grandmother couldn't help but look at her own grandchildren, truly, the ignorant are fearless.
In his place, he would rather waste this precious resource than chant any name.
Well, have to chant if you can't, you first dip into pollution from other ways, if you can chant, pollution intervention won't be very bad, won't be able to control their desire to kill change, won't be able to control their desire to destroy, this is just a method, to know that some high-level existences will also be hidden of the world, and those that feel dangerous, avoid them from a distance and do not hesitate. There are ways.
While Zhong Qian breathed a sigh of relief, he was also alarmed by his grandmother's advice. There was one he felt was dangerous, the sun. Once again, he transmitted, grandmother, the sun gives me the feeling that it is dangerous, should I terminate my devotion to the sun? No need, you can borrow the authority of the sun to travel to and from the divine realm, which means that part of the sun's authority is already in you, and the appearance of such a problem means that. The piercing noise masked the grandmother's voice, and it was the first time that Jian Qian had heard this kind of spiritual pollution on his way to talk to someone.
I only saw my grandmother confused for a split second. Well, if you have to chant, you dip into the contamination from other avenues first, and if it's chantable, the contamination intervention won't be terribly egregious. And again, the cycle is over. Terminal Chen felt his heart go cold.
Looking around, all the surrounding stores didn't feel anything unusual.
What the hell is wrong with the sun? If he says no to Fusuma, will he not suddenly lose his memory and then be stuck forever on not buying Fusuma? Shouldn't be able to, that would be too spooky.
Gathering up his mood, Xing Qian changed the topic and subconsciously transmitted his voice. Grandmother, quickly see what other treasures there are.
A white jade hand stretched out from Final Dry's head and lightly patted it without pain. What are you grandchildren whispering about? And he accused his grandmother, don't you have any children of your own? Why are you robbing me of them all?
The teenage grandmother looked at her waif with a grimace. It can't be helped, raising wasted. Now I want to punch her when I see her. Furry mother's hand retracted with a swish. It illustrates what it means to be a vegetable and a juggler.
The second piece, after the layer was gone, Grandma finally found another great piece, a piece of steel.
It was also not laid out in plain sight, but was seen by my grandmother at a glance. Holding the size and the old dragon sent almost big steel, Final Qian also cannot help but praise. Grandmother mighty.
Where is this going? Go on. Aha! Ouch!
The purple and gold are all there. Just a little less, but usable.
Put it away, put it away. This is a good treasure. This is not Taurome iron. Well, the portion is enough. Collect.
The dwarf was pinching the ban in his hand, but it didn't escape his grandmother's eyes. Koan steel, purple gold, Taurome iron. These materials are valuable in the end of Qian do not know, but grandmother look on the surely not bad, just as he is still short of 6 flying swords, at the moment is also really lack of precious metal materials.
Is there more, grandmother?
Terminal Qian only sighed that this world does not have a divine source stone, or else you can get rich just by opening the stone. Well, is gone, and the treasured materials are still a little short. The palm-sized little people who heard this all had their faces twitching. 3 kinds.
3 whole kinds. That's not enough?
In any other store, one would definitely not be able to take out 3 types of divine gold. Even if they could take out the size, it wouldn't be more than a fist. At this moment, they only regretted that they hadn't shared a few more pieces of these rare metals. Another floor up, a wide array of well-built spells.
Terminator looks like it's all pretty good,
but grandmother glanced at the head and headed further up.
Terminator knows that there are no babies here.
1 level up, fairy soil, spiritual plants. Terminator followed his grandmother's lead, not giving any more than a passing glance at any of the more fancy-looking fairies.
It's the only bamboo you can look at. Final Qian looked at the speckled bamboo in surprise. Could it be the 6 roots of purity bamboo? Terminator only saw a circle of onlookers watching the cutie. The sight of looking at himself, Terminal Qian was slightly embarrassed. Also, that such legendary innate spiritual treasure seems unlikely to appear here. To begin is also in the following treasure cabinet when the treasure of the cabinet. This is the cotyledon of the Xiangfei bamboo, which sends a message of fidelity and gives it to a woman.
Ah, that won't be necessary. The grandson won't give gifts to women other than grandmother and mother, the next level down. This time, both the maiden grandmother and the princess mother were shocked.
Ah, don't you take a wife? Grandson's lifespan is endless, so what wife to take? Cultivation is the right thing to do.
The 1,000 golem Taoist who was following a little farther behind praised, good disciple.
Good ambition. This is how a cultivator of my generation should be.
Then he saw 2 of the most terrifying existences in the kingdom of Orissa looking at him.
The Orissa state lord in the eyes of the 1,000 golem Taoist was not a neighboring girl wearing a fairy dress, but the supreme will of the Orissa state that commanded everything, and with just 1 glance, the 1,000 golem Taoist nearly fainted directly. Immediately changing his words, he said, refining the heart in the red dust is also cultivation. You must not take it lightly, disciple. Final Dry? Is it okay for your own master to call himself you? Grandma, come on, next level.
Terminal Qian hurriedly relieved his beloved teacher of his dilemma. It was only then that the terrifying presence in the eyes of the 1,000 golem Taoist finally disappeared. The sword immortal quietly transmitted, the kingdom lord is also here? The 1,000 golem Taoist watched with his eyes and nose, not daring to criticize the slightest bit. Another floor up, this one was less organized and had everything, rather like a grocery store. Grandmother reminded, don't touch anything here. Oh, many of them are tainted with ancient god pollution.
Terminal Qian nodded his head repeatedly.
89 Chapter 95 The Uninitiated.
The teenage grandmother stood in front of the snakeskin.
Terminal Qian also looked over, seeing his grandmother just looking at the snakeskin and not speaking. Terminal Qian couldn't help but ask, recognize? Grandmother froze and laughed. I don't recognize it. I was wondering if the snakeskin would be made into a storage pocket for you or made into some other object. When arm on the ability to store things, the final dry on the storage of the demand is not very big, but since the grandmother mentioned so a mouth, visible this snakeskin made of storage pockets must also have some doorway, then said, all listen to grandmother.
The teenage grandmother sighed, unfortunately, there is no inner elixir, ask it where it went.
Ji Qian hastily transformed into a megaphone and brought the words to the shopkeeper. Lord Snake didn't die naturally, there is no inner elixir, that one will entrust our Chamber of Commerce to sell it every time he molts, it's kind of our old patron.
Not dead, unfortunately.
With a wave of her hand, she removed the snakeskin and the teenage grandmother headed to the next place. The final dryness around the sightseeing, followed by a long knowledge.
Walking and stopping. The teenage grandmother stopped at another knot in the rope. The original not woven by the traps? Why is this here? When he didn't understand, he asked, what's the trap?
The ancestors of the human race, the Trap clan, wove ropes from tree bark, with a single strand for Xian, 2 strands for Z and 3 strands for Su.
Terminal Qian was suddenly in awe and saluted the knot of rope. Keep it, later on, when you go to the capital city of the human race to find their king you can exchange it for something good. Terminal Qian hastily put away the knot of rope woven by 3 strands of bark Su.
Shi Qian has a hunch that with the special significance of this knot in the human race, this thing can definitely be exchanged for something good in the future, of course, provided that he meets someone who knows what he's talking about.
Another level up. A cage looked at the end of Qian's scalp for a numbness.
Most of the cages are empty at this point though. Only a few of them held living beings inside. Our giant shop does not deal in slaves, and is friendly to all races. Those who are sold are those who have committed serious crimes by various races, and are asked by their own races to be sent out by our giant shop, and the money from the sale is used as their fines. Of course, there are also those who have provoked our giant race many times, and have even committed serious crimes of stealing in the city of the Lord,
or the crimes of selling counterfeit goods,
before they are locked up here, waiting to be sent out for sale. The service villain who came to receive him had a sincere face, and Final Dry almost believed his bull ********.
Oh, what was the offense of that uninspired man? So you're interested in the apocalyptics? They are definitely the most outstanding gardeners. This batch of apocalyptic people were all bred by Prisoner 73 who sold fake goods. Oh yeah, I don't know if you know, but all apocalyptic people are not male or female, and the process of their breeding is to cut a few segments and bury them in the soil for self-propagation. After saying that, the service villain added, because every apocalypse-less person bred has a part of the individual they once were, they are all wearing sins and have to atone for their own sins. What a wearer of sins.
Saying it's irrational seems to make some sense, and saying it's rational makes it sound irrational. With this characteristic of the uninitiated, then as long as there is one uninitiated person who commits a crime, then it can be continuously divided and cultivated, a constant stream, endless already.
How many crops of apocalyptic people is this?
The 8th crop, in the mercy of our Lord of the Pavements, the 8th crop is the last, and the uninspired who are born in the 9th crop have their sins atoned for and will regain their freedom.
The corner of Terminal Qian's mouth twitched. Against his will, he praised, oh?
Then your shopkeeper is quite merciful.
As if the service villain didn't even hear the yin and yang in the words, he echoed the congratulations. Asked, do you want it? There is also a 6th and 5th crop here. Of course I won't tell you because sometimes we can't tell the difference ourselves. Anyway, the apocalyptic people who cut down to the 9th crop and planted it will vanish on their own. Final Qian's mind stirred. The Kailas who grows up afterward will inherit the memories of the Kailas who came before them?
Will remember some, but they will only pass on important memories, such as the first few crops, a punishment they recognize in themselves.
Terminal Qian's mind moved. Races that can pass on memories. If such a race practiced the human cultivation method and formed a sect, what would that be like? What about taking in believers? Final Qian suddenly wanted to give it a try. Terminator looked to his grandmother. The teenage grandmother was a little curious to feel the gaze coming from there. What do you want with the gardener?
Growing elixirs. When I think about how I'm going to live for a good, long time in the future, it's a shame not to grow something.
There is a farming golem in the Sioux country. Yeah.
Terminal Qian almost forgot that he still had a farming golem in his hand.
There is another small attempt. Grandmother, you said that if you let the Kailas people practice the human cultivation method, will something marvelous happen? The teenage grandmother understood her grandson's intention. You're trying to grow a divine kingdom? You can try. The service villain leads Final Dry to the cell where the Kailas are being held. In the way of the characteristics of the uninitiated, out of the ground that is, adult, the cage is clear and strong, no old or sick. Total number of 30. The service villain spoke up. It's not 101 counts as one. Terminal Qian looked toward the Kailas people. A pair of eyes full of hope for the future swept towards Final Dry. Jin Zhuang did not see timidity or fear in their gaze, which seemed to be looking not at him, but at their own future, in the distance. Well good, spirits are high. Are you guys afraid of fire? Terminally Dry attempts to communicate with the uninspired. But the uninitiated refused to communicate and just looked at him calmly and hopefully. The service figurine spoke up. They only obey those who will buy them out, and they will pay no attention to you if you have not yet taken them away. This way has character. Just listen to the service little man introduced. I don't know what the guest's fear means. I'll make it simple. Below their knees are made up of earth with immortal characteristics, as well as liver and heart as well, and the rest of them are similar to the structure of a plant. You ask them if they're afraid of fire, such as when they encounter a fire, their body will be incinerated, but it will leave behind the 2 calves with knees that have immortal characteristics and a piece of liver, and a heart, and when these with immortal characteristics are planted in the earth, they will be able to grow new individuals respectively, so that it can be said that they are afraid of fire, or not afraid of fire. Terminal Qian explored with him. Then if I leave the sun's pollution on their knees, the service villain exclaimed, are you a devil? In that case, the parts of them that have the immortal trait will be preserved, but it will never be possible to grow a new body.
All the apocalyptic people in the cell looked at the white fox outside the cage in unison, with an expression of having seen a ghost.
This.
Final Chen was also ashamed. If I just thought of it out of the blue, there was no intention to seal you guys up.
Terminator's explanation didn't get any goodwill in return. Ji Qian added, what about giving them the avatar fruit that has the ability to control fire?
The service villain shook his head. The avatar fruit is ineffective against them. Their own divine differences will repel foreign Dao rules.
That's a shame.
The possibility of planting a kingdom of God is gone, at least not by the followers of the sun.
Forget it, they don't seem to like me. Next place. The service villain's heart was in a state of deep disbelief, so who was to blame for this?
People wouldn't dislike you if they didn't say horrible things like that.
Just as Final Chen was about to leave, in the cell, an apocalyptic man suddenly extended his hand and spoke, can you please take me away? I am willing to sign a second contract with you.
Final Chen looked over. The other apocalyptics also looked over. The next instant a riot broke out in the cell. All the apocalyptics attacked the apocalyptic who said he was willing to sign the second contract. That apocalyptic was torn apart at the waist. The next instant, the service villain unleashed something. A cold wind blew in the cell, and all the apocalyptics were frozen in place as if they were a single ice sculpture.
You guys are destroying my merchandise. Extra penalties, extra penalties, extra penalties, extra penalties.
Huge sounds roared out from the service villain's mouth, and the frozen Kailas inside were actually shaken and disintegrated in place, as if they were shattered ice sculptures.
Chapter 96, Price of Spiritual Liquid.
Final Qian was startled by the sudden riot inside the cell.
How come there's a fight?
The rage seemed contagious, traveling from the cell to the outside. Looking at the stormy shouting increased the sentence. The little man, the final dry pair of furry fox ears automatically closed. He really cannot imagine how such a little bit of small things to make such a big sound, even let him this 100, body, can feel the sting. It is hard to be with the giants together for a long time, also become as tough as the giants? Terminal Chan felt that this little person was not simple either, definitely more than 100, body.
Pardon me.
Honorable guest, I should not have lost my temper in your presence, it is my problem, a special quest for the integrity of the goods, a sickness that seems to have fallen a long time ago, but I have forgotten why.
Terminal Qian's closed fox ears reared up and glanced toward the cell. So you destroyed the rest of the merchandise as well?
The service villain looked to the cell and covered his mouth, looking as if he had just come back to his senses and acting extremely chagrined. Terminal Qian glanced inside and realized that the only one who hadn't been shaken apart was the only one who hadn't been frozen, but he'd been waist deep in his clan and didn't look too good.
He's broken, can you gift this friend to me? Not counting the 20 pieces of your choice.
Collapsed on the floor, the Kailas man was so surprised that he ignored the pain and grabbed his lower body before crawling through the pile of ice corpses to the door. Are you taking me away?
Terminal Qian looked at the service villain, depends on him.
That service villain wiped his tears in pain, then opened the cell. A lid on the bottom of the cell lifted off, revealing loose dirt. An arm made of dirt reached out from the dirt to pick through the ice ballast, dragging livers, hearts, and double knee calves with immortality properties into one planting pool each. Two of those arms grabbed at 2 parts of the wasted, apocalyptic man.
No. I don't want to be planted. I don't want to. I have unfinished business. Save me. Help me. Help me once. I won't let you down. Terminal Qian was about to open his mouth.
A sharp sword chi swept through, severing those 2 arms. The arm of dirt that landed on the ground twisted a few times before dispersing into unusual dirt. The service villain came to the upper body of the uninspired man who begged for help. Keep this kindness in mind. If this noble guest had not chosen you, you would have lost your past. Now take this kindness and serve that noble guest. As for me, you can always hate, but you should hate the prisoner of the 73rd even more, who made himself fake goods.
Remember. I'll keep that in mind.
Without the constraints of his muddy arms, the apocalypse-less man crawled forward in his front body, pulling his lower half quickly out of the jail cell. The service villain looked over with kindness. But his kindness made the final dry, a truly kind feel a little discomfort, but did not say anything. The next layer, not this service villain.
Terminal Qian looked towards the Kailas person who wanted to go with him no matter what. Is it extremely scary to be planted in the dirt?
I can't say it's horrible, but I can't be planted back yet. A complete body buried in the ground memories will be preserved, but a crippled body forgets everything, and I still have things to accomplish. I can't forget the past.
This way. Final dry also do not know whether he is a head jerk suddenly came to a sentence. You can write a diary. Then after reacting, without waiting to see if the Kailas had understood, he immediately changed his words, set your body right, and I'll see if I can help you connect. The Kailas man set his body upright and returned. They will connect on their own, although they can no longer change back to what they once were. Before the words were finished, a drop of liquid that nurtured vitality dripped down, and the wooden body that had been cut off at the waist quickly surged up, and in a moment it had actually grew well. What is it? A very, very cherished spirit liquid containing pure life force. I don't have much of this kind of spirit liquid, and I can't do anything if it's broken again. In the eyes of Terminal Qian, the young girl's grandmother had looked at the sky with white eyes.
Speechless for his eldest grandson's lying without blinking, he chanted, "Your mother taught you, right, so young to lie, who can still rule you when you grow up?" Fluffy Nymphette's text-armed body lengthened, snow-white, silver glittering lines spreading into the confines of her grandmother's godly kingdom, stretching out a mouth and saying yin yang, "Oh, so tell the world I can bring together the pure source of life, so everyone come and grab me, huh?" With a disgusted look on her face, the teenage grandmother kicked out, kicking the dirty thing out of her god's kingdom. Final Dry was also speechless at the interaction between this mother and daughter. Revealing the spiritual liquid, Final Qian also had other ideas. He wanted to see if the giant merchant shop could smell a business opportunity and spend a heavy amount of money to buy his spiritual liquid. I'm afraid he's going to be penniless after this deal, too. He'll have to think ahead about making money. I wonder when the next time I'll have $10 million in my pocket will be. Noble guest, can you show me this spirit liquid of yours? Sure enough, hooked. Seeing that the Kailas man who rejected almost all of the Tao rules was actually cured, the service little man ran over in a frenzy, his eyes filled with a light of awe and thirst. Final Dry took a drop of spiritual liquid. Pointing, he said, "There is nothing to hold this spiritual liquid of mine, and it can only be manifested by isolating it with a spell, otherwise it will melt in." That's not really true, because the leaves of a small tree can carry it, but the Final Dryer can't just rip them off and give them to him, so it says nothing. The service villain's hands converge on the boundary formation, and the giant merchant store fellows often come into contact with all kinds of chi objects, and they have their own set of ways to cope with chi objects. Good pure life force, only unfortunately not strong enough, some. Weak, a pity. There is a circle of formations floating in front of the service villain's eyes, either square or round, intertwining with each other in a mysterious way. When he looked at the Final Dry, he put it away and asked, "Dare to ask about this liquid? From a day material from the treasure, the amount is not big, you want? If you want it, it's not impossible to part with some, how much can you pay?" The service villain tangled up. "The stuff is really good, but it's very good and not that good for the price. A goddamned penny. Buy." "Ah, wait a minute, I'll think about it. What is the price you have in mind?" Final Qian bit the bullet and said, "This thing is rare. In fact, one divine money." Final Qian is very satisfied with the speed of his mass production. It is not too much to say that it is a money printing machine. What's more, the small tree would continue to grow in the future, and the speed of converging spiritual fluid would definitely be even faster. But, the problem is that he can't sell them in bulk. Sell cuties in bulk. It's all visible. That said, this stuff would be great if it could be condensed. Ask Granny Dusty? Seeing that the honored guest did not offer a quote, but only said that this item was rare, the service villain also twisted his face in a tangled mess. This item is indeed treasured, but the contained life force is too weak. This drop is almost useless. I wonder how much you are willing to offer. The price may be raised if it's more. Terminal Chen took out all the remaining 107 drops with a wave of his hand, which was also a one-shot deal. Feeling the vigorous vitality of the service that came to his face, the little man slapped his thigh. "One bite price. 5,000 pieces, this is my private deal with you. I am in need of this spiritual liquid. 10,000. Deal." Final Dry? The spiritual liquid was out of control and was directly taken by the other party, not wanting the little man to directly drill into it without hesitation. That tiny body was like a dried-up sponge absorbing all of the spiritual liquid in an instant. Final Qian saw that the palm-sized little man's face became white, and the hidden wrinkles faded and disappeared. Nice guy, using his elixir to increase his lifespan? Is 10,000 going to be less? Is there more? Little people from other regions came across the area and looked at Final Qian with an expectant face. Does also have one? More little people were seen arriving from all areas. The giant who was faking sleep slowly opened his eyes, hesitated slightly, and closed them back. 91 in Chapter 97 The Auction. Watching more and more villains gather over, Jianxian's heart also thumped. The consciousness viewed the furry mother and prayed, "Mother, should we earn this? The first sale price was 10k. If we let go of the money, maybe we can get the 10 million back?" An alabaster hand reached out from the arm of the text and gestured 5 fingers. Terminal Qian inquired prayerfully in his heart, "Selling 5 copies? 108 drops per serving?" A thumbs up from the fingers in the eyes of Terminal Qian. Plus, the 10,000 that have been sold, 60,000 goddamned money pressed into the bag, and that's okay? But Dry was not going to make only $60,000. As we all know, things are expensive. He'd have 5 copies while there are so many customers here. Why not just auction them off? This spiritual liquid of mine can indeed mend itself to increase its lifespan a bit, but the effect of increasing lifespan won't be too good. Why are you guys so thirsty for it? It is reasonable to say that you have handled quite a few treasures, right? A host of villainous eyes burned. It is true that they have handled a lot of treasures, and there are a lot of longevity-enhancing precious medicines, but the longevity-enhancing precious medicines are not their turn to enjoy them. How many more do you have? Terminal Dry's reserves were bare, but there was still a lot left at the furry mother's place. A mass of droplets emerged, 5 small water globes in total. That's all. 50,000, we'll take it. Terminal Qian shook his furry fox finger. No, there are so many of you,
Who are you going to divide it among after you have received it? It's not easy to divide it up. Those who get it naturally rejoice. Won't those who have the ability to buy it but don't get it be very angry? In this case, to be fair, I've decided to temporarily hold an auction here. The starting price will be based on the transaction price of 10,000 divine immortal money that you all accept, and each time the price increases by 100 divine immortal money. Not waiting for these little people to confer, Final Qian directly spoke. Now start auctioning the first drop of spiritual liquid. Is there anyone who wants it? 11,000 gods. The first one to open his mouth added 1,000 goddamn dollars straight away, which was nice. All the little people looked over, and then there was no more than 11,000 once, 11,000 twice, 11,000 three times. Just do not want a deal. The final dry can only finalize. Deal. Terminal Chan looked more at the small man who shouted the price, pondering that this person's identity or unusual, so everyone dared not raise the price. I see the injustice. I feel sorry for those brothers who obviously have money but do not dare to auction. In this way, more fairness. Now start the blind auction. Nyang. For a moment, the fog rose. Visibility was extremely low and the fog was like substance. Start the bidding. Penultimate fourth drop. 11,000. 12,000. 15,000. 20,000. No more followers. 3 inquiries later, the deal was done. The penultimate drop is now up for auction. The chances left for the others are getting fewer and fewer. 15,000. 20,000. 3 inquiries later, the deal was done. The penultimate drop is now up for auction. There are only 2 drops left. 20,000. The inquiry was interrupted for the second time. 30,000. 3 inquiries, deal. Last one drop. If you miss this one, you won't get another chance. Start the bidding. 30,000. 35,000. A moment of silence. That little white fox's voice was like a demon echoing in the ears. Last drop. 40,000. 40,000 once. Last drop. Lost with the blessed edge. 40,000 twice. 41,000. The 1,000 is like opening the door to unquestionable greed. 42,000, 3,000, 4,000. Until it is raised to 50,000. Deal. The fog cleared. Jianchen saw several small figures sitting paralyzed in place. Final Chen didn't wait for them to communicate, and poured every drop of the spirit liquid into the little person who had slapped it down. The other little people cast envious glances. Among them, the luckiest one has to be the first one who bought the spiritual liquid for $10,000. Clattering fairy money from all directions converged on the hands of the final dry, the auction, 131,000 fairy money. Together with the previous direct sale, the final dry hand has 141,000 now. Hey, finally, I'm not poor back, I'm rich again. Thanks for the shout out, so let's keep picking. The Kailas man surveyed his new master with a surprised look on his face. He was a sellsword, so naturally he could only refer to himself as a slave. But think about it, there is no need to be too surprised. Things that can increase longevity will be madly snatched up everywhere. The only redeeming factor is that the fox wasn't stupid for not accepting the 50k bite-size offer. The multitude of villains returned to their places and take it to the next level. The space became much larger, and a spiritual tree bore a divine fruit. The service villain in charge of this place saw the guest's eyes staring at the trees and hurriedly opened his mouth. These trees are our fellows here, they are not for sale, we are only selling the avatar fruits on the trees. Final Chen looked at the fruits on the tree. Some had firebirds flying out, some scattered into clouds and mist at times, sometimes converging fruits, and some had a dragon's roar, all of which were marvelous and very wonderful. What kind of trees are these? And it's not easy to cultivate them, is it? The service villain pulled out his little conch, and a thought was transmitted to Final Qian. Do you still have that kind of spirit liquid? I'll tell you if I have it. It's a secret that's not easily told. Terminal Qian was a bit moved, but he still shook his head. Since it's a secret, forget it. Ji Qian doesn't like to explore other people's secrets. The so-called secret is something that can't be disclosed, and it will be dangerous to know it. Terminal Qian looked to his teenage grandmother. Grandma, it's your turn to shine. The teenage grandmother looked around and shook her head. These avatar fruits carry karma on them. No good. Next level. Karma? Terminal Qian pondered, but did not look deeper, and directly ascended to a higher level. Birds fly and butterflies flutter. On the next level, the sky opens up in front of you, and it looks like a heavenly paradise. The teenage grandmother was blocked from coming up downstairs, and Terminal Qian was instantly on guard. Nothing, your grandmother said above her divine kingdom coverage does not go in, you just choose yourself. Nowadays the selection of things behind how to choose will not lose. Ah, you have to choose for yourself? Final Dry hasn't had enough yet, but that little bit of auctioning was a little bit of fun for him. Look around again. The service villain introduced himself. This is the petting beast garden, where small beasts with gentle temperaments are adopted. Is the temperament docile? Final Chen watched those several birds chasing a butterfly fiercely. They are driven from the rear, and in front of a closed circle. How to look at it is not like a joke, but like a hunt. Is there an omen? Ha! The service villain in charge of this place was confused by the question. I say, are there any Rui beasts trapped in this place? I'll be slightly kind and rescue one or two of them. Ah, we're not going to catch a Rui beast, we're in the serious business. Terminator. Final Chan's thoughts turned, then is there a proper royal beast? Service villain? Alright, I'm a proper fox too, no never mind. There are stairs ahead and another level up. There's more room here than the one below. Ocean. If it weren't for the fact that the stairs were right at his feet, he would have suspected that he had been teleported to the other side's base camp. It is? A timid mermaid lady emerges from the sea, her pink tail as crystalline and radiant as a jewel, buying fish? There are all kinds of fish. Terminal Chien, where is the next level? There is no next floor, this is the last floor. No more? His pleasure was over so soon? Not counting the apocalyptic man for nothing, he's only picked 6 pieces, and there's still 14 to go. Zhongqian asked the princess's mother, Mother, is there really no more? 92, Chapter 98 Gifts. This place belongs to the Cave of Heavenly Bliss, even if there really is a higher level, we won't be able to find it if the other party doesn't let us in. Terminal Chen looked towards the aggrieved mermaid. How about taking this mermaid with us? Never mind, he can't play with things. On the next level, Final Qian slipped around the favored beast garden to make sure that there were no proper auspiciousness, and then he planned to go down another level. At this time, the Kailas man suddenly opened his mouth and said, Lord, the little slave has found an object, if the Lord does not have a favorite, he may as well take it away. Final Qian was slightly surprised, not wanting to have an unexpected pleasure. Which one? The little slave will fetch it for you. The Kailas man glanced at the service villain, and when the villain didn't stop him, he dived into the earth. It didn't take long for a lump of dirt to be brought back with both hands. This earth was no different from the earth under his feet, so it could only be that there was something else encased in this earth, and Jianzhuang decided to believe it for once. Not bad, the 7th piece. Then the next level, met the grandmother, the final dry will be why so quickly back briefly said, the grandmother is not surprised, and did not force the giant to open the cave, so it is not settled. So the grandchildren, the 3 foxes, scoured the selectable areas for a while longer. You haven't chosen a gift for your 4 siblings yet, they all love you, and you're a big brother who doesn't show it? For this boy's big brother Final Qian is not vain, this is his strength to win the name, and even went so far as to lend his own cook to friends and relatives to obtain such a distinction, although this cook almost drained all the pockets. I think they want money more than unusual gifts. Money to buy ingredients. There are all the treasured ingredients of the Su kingdom that are expensive for them to eat. Seeing the dislike in his grandmother's eyes, a gesture of wanting to dump the pot on him, Jianzhuang quickly changed his face. Presents, or picking them out, but I don't know much about them, so why don't grandma pick them out? The young girl's grandmother couldn't help but yin and yang, all living together for 6 years. You even understand little. I see that those little guys so many voices of big brother are also called in vain. Ultimate Qian Shan Shan, which he has the time which has the energy to understand a few years old little fox there is that time might as well cultivate. Hey, grandma suddenly spoke again, do you know what they're called? Terminal Qian already wanted to find a hole to drill into. Yo, all day long big brother shouting with your ass behind the little followers, you do not even know their names, right? The look of disdain intensified. Final Qian's heart was already too weak to be false, and he braced himself to say righteously, no matter what they call it. Those are my good second sister, good third sister, good fourth brother, good fifth brother. This is a true statement, and the world can see it. The final dry took out the most righteous stand, but the contempt in the eyes of the young girl grandmother has not lost the sharpness of the wind and snow sword, will be the final dry constructed defense pierced through the shattered. A KO. Better be honest and pick out a gift. Mother? You'll have to pick this one out for yourself. Terminator had to pick it himself. The only one that's in good enough shape to be picked off yet is that bamboo. But this bamboo must not be given to the 2 sisters, in case of misunderstanding what to do, then give it to the younger brother, so that the younger brother later sent to the fox of choice. Whether it is for a 4th or 5th brother is arbitrary, so that settles a gift. Went around and picked the bamboo up. A slight color emerged on the teenage grandmother's face, that's your own sister. However, Jianqian choked back a sentence, it's not for the oldest 2 and the oldest 3, it's for the oldest 4 and the oldest 5. Teenage grandma? Seeing the young girl's grandmother suffer defeat, Final Dry was also in a rare mood. That leaves 3 pieces that are really hard to choose. What would be a good gift for a latecomer? Final Qian asked the service villain. The grandmother on the sidelines rolled her eyes. Different races need to send different things, right? I don't know the 9-tailed fox very well, but as long as that latecomer really loves and adores you, no matter what you send, he will accept it gladly. On the contrary, if it doesn't agree with you, no matter what you send, it won't change his attitude towards you. This is a bit of my suggestion, I don't know if it can help you. Terminal Qian gave a thumbs up. Great point, so as long as the late bloomer doesn't like it, it's not my business, it's his opinion of me. Well, that makes things easy, then. Terminal Qian swept a glance and knew what to send. Finish the fight quickly. What's going on here? Ahem, we're just remembered masters, it's only natural that we don't have any gifts, isn't it, 1,000 golems? Yes, a titled master, what kind of gift do you need? If you dare to ask for a gift today, do you dare to ask for the title of official master tomorrow? Terminator. He hadn't forgotten his master since. The piece of pottery iron was not small. He thought of making a sword and giving the rest to Master Sword Immortal. As for the 1,000 puppets master, there is not outside that a large Fusang divine would he must not be used up. Let the 1,000 puppets master choose a piece of random refining what? Who knew that these two guys were here to get together and ridicule him? Such a big piece of Fusang wood. Originally I wanted to share some to give away, but it seems that people don't like it. And Taurong iron, there's quite a bit left over after beating a sword, isn't there? But people don't seem to like it either. The 1,000 golem Taoist threw an uppercut punch that struck the Sword Immortal's abdomen, causing the Sword Immortal's eyes to pop out and his body to arch into a prawn. Who doesn't like it? So it's the Sword Immortal. Apprentice, quickly expel him from the division. This old bastard is the best at stirring up trouble. It's a scourge to keep him. The Sword Immortal hated this. Gasping for breath, he almost didn't straighten his back. I didn't. What kind of little devil has slandered this immortal? To ask for such an expensive gift from a disciple is not what a proper master would do. Master just wants some small gift. The gift is not inexpensive. In the heart, unlike some people, eyes can only see heavy treasure, eager to make money. There is no master's demeanor, it is shameful. And for the sake of the treasure, they attack their peers. Even more disgraceful. Disciple, who should be expelled from the master's school, I think you have your own weighing in your heart, and will never be deceived by a treacherous person. Goodness gracious, how can you even get the words back? And so beautifully. Is this still his master who only practiced swords? Could it be that, as Master Sword Immortal Man had said, all of them who practiced the sword were as wise as they were stupid? The 1,000 golem Taoist was even more scolded and froze, tilting his head to look at the righteous-looking Duke Shuozhuajia. Who is this guy? He was actually a little unrecognizable. There are not many in the Su kingdom who can dislike him to the point of being unable to speak. Terminal Chen was silent for a long time and finally opened his mouth. The embarrassment of this moment could only be undone by him. Salute, the disciple is taught. In the future, I will certainly remember the teachings. Both shoulders bright moon, cultivate into such as the master of this open-minded people. Who asked you to cultivate what leisure man? Master let you open this old bastard who pretends to be a child all day long. Hundreds of years old, all day pretending to be a child is interesting. This damn face, I don't know how many ignorant girls who just entered the city have been deceived. Old and unashamed. This. Terminal dryness stuck off, and I don't know how to say any of the twists I had prepared later. The 1,000 golem Taoist also rolled his eyes. A gesture of this is you, almost fooled by you. This fellow's wolfish ambition is really unconcealed, and when he speaks in a grandiose manner, is he not, like me in general, attacking the stream of his companions? Squint to squint. Terminal Chen suddenly felt as if he didn't need to mediate. Good grandson? Where's grandma's gift? You're wearing it. Cough. The princess mother's voice rang in her ears. What about this palaces? The child's are all mothers. The response is smooth and there is no disaster on this day. After the treasure, it was time to deal with that Fusang God tree next. A whole stick. How many good things can be built? 93, Chapter 99, Sun Shooting Divine Arrow. $10 million of God's money fell like rain. The Fusang Shenmu changed hands, while the service villain was also gifted with 30 seeds. The 30 items that the store had previously promised would be chosen as a gift. Looking at the 3 dozen dried-out seeds, Final Chan knew that the store selected the quasi-no-good goods. Don't underestimate these seeds. These seeds were found in the Soup Valley. And the fact that they didn't die in that kind of place shows that they are extraordinary. Surprised, Terminal Chen re-looked at the dried-up seeds again. This time he could see a special beauty that was ancient, vicissitudes, and full of mystery from the dried-up lines of the seeds. Space shook and the giant was about to get up and leave. A grand and majestic voice came from all directions. Guests who have come from afar need not rush to leave. There are still quite a few races in the kingdom of Arisu that want to trade with you, so you can stay here for some more time. Is this grandmother speaking? Terminal Chen looked to his grandmother who was close by. The voice just gave him a plump feeling, definitely not coming from the mouth of the neighborhood girl's grandmother in front of him. You hang on to your voice and you can be so formal. The young grandmother smiled faintly, and the scenery before her eyes changed, and the group of several people returned to the floating island. Grandmother had chosen a place on the floating island for Final Chen to store the Fusang Divine Wood. Prudent before touching the seal on the Fusang God Tree, grandmother also carried Tetsuji Unyori to be the first to make contact with the God Tree and test the risk. After all, it was tainted with the original contamination of the sun and, still, it was sent by the giants. The final dry is touched, whether it is grandmother for their own sake, or Qinjunyang mother voluntary to risk their lives. Tatsuo, well, she wouldn't dare to move. There's no danger, and the golden crow viewing diagram was partially replenished after the contact. Good stuff. Chenjio was pleasantly surprised. She had learned some of the horrors of primordial contamination from the diffractive Tao handbook, and the slightest mishap would result in her being twisted into a mindless monster, which she clearly wasn't. The teenage grandmother spoke kindly to her grandchild. Now you may touch. Final Chen glanced resentfully at Mother Chenjiu. The black fox tilted her head and urged, go. Your grandmother did not let me go to help you try the risk. I also have to take the initiative to try the risk for you. Who let me be your mother? Godmother.
The sound of a princess mother protecting her cubs came from the top of Terminal Qian's head. Upon returning to the floating island, the princess mother lifted her man-arm form and transformed into an adult, treating Terminal Dryness as a fluffy, flashy blanket on which she lolled and didn't move. In this regard, Terminal Qian naturally did not mind, but it was about to be tainted with the sun's original contamination.
Auntie, you're not tainted by the sun's pollution. Will tainting the sun's pollution be a hindrance to your path?
The princess mother flipped out the diffractive Dao handbook and reviewed it anew before reluctantly leaping off the flashy blanket and landing as an elegant white fox. Then you go, and the palace will stand guard here.
Slightly hesitant, a step into the boundary, the heatwave baking the final dry fox fur rises like a flame. Phew! It's so hot. How did Mother Chinjiu hold out without eating the avatar fruit? Won't you be roasted?
Final Chen came to the front of the Fusang tree step by step against the heat wave. Except for the scorching heat, everything here is as usual.
Perhaps he was overthinking it.
When Jianqian's spiritual body came into contact with the Fusang divine wood, Jianqian saw the scene of a grand human dynasty, with its citizens dressed in white and holding a national festival, Shangtang. May the king of the country be at peace, may the kingdom be everlasting, may the people have a good harvest, may the armies always be victorious, may the mountains and rivers be unharmed, and may the winds and rains be favorable. The years that stretched for 500 years were shown in the eyes of the final Qian, from weak to strong, from strong to weak, more than 500 years of years, a blessing to let the Fusang divine tree witness the prosperity of mankind. The final dry immersed in the years, things, and I forget, awake, the visualization of the map will change, that horrible golden crow no longer declared wantonly his scorching flame, but peacefully lying in the branches of the Fusang divine tree, and gentle as if asleep.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Observational diagrams, golden crow diagrams. Completeness of the view map, February 11th. There is the ability to communicate the power of the sun. Your destiny has just begun. Terminal Chen was surprised that the view map actually had words. But how come Furry Mothers isn't there? Is it because it's not complete enough?
Terminal Chen tried to visualize a brand new visualization chart. The noisy noise was gone, and Terminal Chen felt a peace that he had never felt before.
Is Daddy there? Daddy! Daddy! Terminator. This black dog thinks that it has even gotten a lot of benefits again. Terminal Qian returned. Well, I've elevated again. What benefits have you gained? It's not the benefits. The scorched sun sex-suppressing artifact is alive. It's chasing me at this moment. It's going to die. Terminal Qian's thoughts were instantly put into the black dog's virtual shadow in his consciousness, and only for a split second did he receive the black dog's sixth senses, only to see a feathered arrow resting on a stream over and zipping toward him. The black dog is also a good aptitude. The Tao of the golden crow Yang Yen has almost out of this world control. An arrow stabbed, the Yang Yen collapsed, and on the other side of the body has already run a long way, and then manifested multiple doppelgangers to avoid the pursuit of the arrows. This isn't supposed to be a LDS arrow that shoots the sun, is it? It would be nice to get it. It feels like it would be of great use. As he was thinking, a door appeared in front of the black dog, and a white fox paw poked out, holding the arrow in one hand. Black dog was shocked. Terminal Qian was even more shocked. At the same time, a door opened on the floating island of the kingdom of Su, from which an arrow was thrown out, which rushed towards final Qian. But space distorted, and in the next instant, that feathered arrow was pressed under the Fusang divine wood, and no matter how much that arrow struggled, it could not escape. Dad, is that you? That's you. Terminal Qian was also confused. A series of events had happened so fast he had to smooth them over. What happened? Mama arrived. Terminal Qian looked towards the fox-bodied furry nymphette. The paw that poked out from the door just now and furry nymphette's paw couldn't be said to be exactly the same, it was practically the same. In this way, the owner of that claw is self-evident, the first view of the image. The answer is more or less unbelievable. Terminal Qian asked himself that he could not do that kind of thing. A revitalization of the view of the figure, how so can it? Even if it was the Heavenly Fox's view map, which was a bit more powerful than him normally, it was still too unbelievable. It's fine. Final Qian subconsciously comforted his mother. But this time, Mother Fluffy didn't agree. It's still okay? Where did the arrow come from? Arrows? Right. Arrows. Terminal Qian looked at the arrow again. The first half of this arrow was crushed under the fusama wood and the second half fell outside. Hot, snow-white tail feathers, and arrow shafts that emit high temperatures. The texture of this arrow shaft. Final Qian looked at the arrow shaft and then looked at the fusang wood, and finally understood why this arrow shaft was suppressed, because this arrow shaft was made of fusang wood. Dad! Are you still there, Dad? The scorched sun sect has come with so many people. What should I do? What should I do? Will they find me? If I had known it was so dangerous here, I might as well have stayed home and watched the gate. Consciousness came to Black Dog's shattered voice. Terminal Qian cast his thoughts over and found that the black dog was fine. There were indeed quite a few people coming around, with more than just various flying shuttles and flying swords overhead, but none of them paid attention to that black dog. Don't be nervous, they're here to find the lost artifacts. Just pretend to be an unusual dog and go do whatever you normally do. Don't you know a little senior sister? You hide at her place. Black Dog ducked under it in a hurry.
Terminal Chan withdrew his consciousness and studied what had happened to himself, as well as the arrow.
94, Chapter 100. Who's talking? Where did this arrow come from? Grandma came too.
Terminal Chan did not hide, and told the story of his view of the view map after he viewed the compliment, the believer Black Dog triggering the divine artifact to pursue him in the Scorched Sun sect, and then somehow capturing the divine artifact. The speculation about the first view of the map of the final dryness was not retained. This is something that Mother Furry has known for a long time. Tatsuki's mother even jumped off the boat and escaped over the matter. After that, Ji Qian somehow failed to remember, and the matter was left unsettled. Grandmother, Mother's Cantu never hurt me, but helped me quite a bit. The final dry does not know whether the grandmother has a way to deal with that revitalization of the visualization map, but in line with the principle of seeking truth from facts and not catching mistakes or wrongdoing, the final dry intends to tell the good things as well.
It shall be unhindered. Grandmother came to the feathered arrow and scrutinized it.
The Fusang wood as a whole is reddish golden in color, and the arrows are flowing with light, which is a good treasure at the end. This arrow once killed a golden crow, you touch it.
Me? Final Chan was a little surprised that grandmother didn't let Chen Jianyang try the risk herself this time.
Aha! Seeing his grandmother nod her head, Final Chan had no choice but to boldly touch the arrow with his spirit body touch. Numerous images emerged before his eyes.
An ancient tribe is holding a festival.
The human form is a staggering dazzle of light and shadow, stakes are piled high, and flames rise. According to the rituals of sacrifice, this would have been a sacrifice to heaven. But the scene was not solemn and solemn, there were headless axe raisers, waving them at the sky. The sacrifice was carried up. The picture is clear at the moment, and among them are none other than the fish and the eel.
Final Qian's spirit was tainted, and a strong anger filled him, which came inexplicably.
Lights and shadows were staggered in front of my eyes, the ground was ablaze, and 10 days were hanging high in the sky. Terminator broke free from his state of hallucination, only to feel his head tingling and buzzing.
Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Observational diagrams, Golden Crow diagrams. Completeness of the view map, March 11th. There is the ability to communicate the power of the sun. Your destiny has just begun. The visualization chart had changed once again, and surprisingly, there was another golden crow. How does it feel? Any gains? Terminal Chan instantly woke up when he heard his grandmother's inquiry. Returning, the view map is complete again. What? I'll try it. Tatsuki Nyuk jumped at the chance.
Zhongqian let go of his body, but this time when he touched, the golden sharpness of the chi actually nearly cut Tatsuju's mother's hand. Mother and son looked at each other, and the final dryness hastened to state that it had nothing to do with him. Grandmother, on the other hand, spoke up. With the contamination up there gone, this arrow is not suppressed, it's dangerous.
Black Fox nearly exploded, why didn't you say so? An arrow that can shoot down the golden crow is destined to be extraordinary.
Without the suppression of the golden crow pollution, even the Fusang Divine Wood was somewhat unable to suppress it. Seeing that this arrow was about to break free, Zhuang hurriedly asked his grandmother to help. Grandmother, this arrow will definitely be the first to shoot my grandson when it escapes, so please save me, grandmother. The young girl's grandmother scrutinized the arrow and also said, this arrow did not give birth to a spirit. Where did this obsession come from? How does Terminal Chan know that he doesn't care about that kind of thing either?
Just don't get shot.
Grandmother suddenly spoke, it will take some time to subdue this arrow I think, so I will seal this arrow for now, and you can sacrifice it first.
Final dry?
I don't know what kind of technique was used, but the Fusang wood that suppressed the sun-shooting arrow actually flowed and wrapped the arrow in it. It then contracted, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. A branch that was 100 meters long actually shrank to 3 feet long.
Final Qian was stunned. Grandmother, you also know how to refine weapons. I don't understand, I'm just letting this sacred wood grow into what I need it to be.
As she spoke, the grandmother stuck the sword in front of Final Dry. You try to communicate, the treasure has a spirit and can recognize its owner on its own without clumsy force. Final Chen foolishly released his spirit body and communicated with the Fusang Divine Wood. Well, that's a little different than what he had planned. So a large piece of wood that shrinks into such a sword? Communicating with the Fusang Wood again, perhaps because it was tainted with the breath of the golden crow that had been killed by the arrow, the Fusang Divine Wood actually felt close to him. The spirit of Final Qian moved into the wooden sword without any hindrance. Raising his hand and drawing his sword, the giant broader somewhat wasted torso, was actually taken up.
Is this an endorsement? Terminator looked to his grandmother.
Grandmother shook her head, TCH, what a lucky little guy, worthy of Daozi, the heavens really do send every treasure into your hands.
At this moment, Terminal Qian was also sighing, but he still had many unanswered questions. Grandmother, what's with that door, is that considered my power?
Divine Doorkeeper, that is, the portal of the Divine Kingdom. As for counting your power, you try to be able to call out to know, remind you move the Divine Doorkeeper need to consume the golden body.
Terminal Qian was shocked.
Hastily, he closed his eyes to check his personal information. It's okay to check your personal information without closing your eyes, but in order to cover your eyes, Jinshan has gotten into the habit of checking your personal information with your eyes closed.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 100. Spirit, 100. God, 10090. Realm, Jiedan stage. Consuming 10 points at once. Terminal Qian felt a meaty pain. Although he had gotten all of his God from the golden body fragments given to him by his grandmother with little effort, the number of golden body fragments that had yet to be absorbed was significantly less than when he had first gotten them. Still trying? Definitely try, but not pointlessly. Shi Qian thought of Pig 9, who had just gone on his way, and of the Okapi wolves who had already arrived at Jackal Mountain. Thoughts fell upon the Okapi wolf, which was also clean, and was actually sleeping in broad daylight. And then look at the Pig 9. Pig 9, who had already transformed into a human being, was left by Mother Qingshi at Qin Drum Mountain, and was currently rushing day and night. So now the question arises as to what he can do to open the divine doorkeeper and send the Pig 9 to the Okapi wolf. The chanting rose, and the one divine gate appeared on the Qin Drum Mountain and the Jackal Mountain at the same time. A fox claw probed out and grabbed Piggy 9 in, and then Piggy 9 fell out of the sky over Jackal Mountain. It's done? Terminator still doesn't know how it works, but it's a done deal. His thoughts were realized. It stands to reason that this is what he's capable of, right? Jinchan opened his eyes and told his grandmother about his doubts. Do you think it counts for you? Count? Then even. So spontaneous? Terminal Qian was confused. And judging by your attitude you don't want to beat the extra mother to death. Terminal Qian nodded. Grandmother hammered out, that's it then. Well, that seems to be the case. The knots closed in and converged on Quicksilver's golden-grained wooden sword. This is called the Neon Lock. Although you can communicate with this sword, you can't constrain the power that escapes from it yet. This Neon Lock is slightly helpful. Just call out to Grandma when you need to unlock it. Ah well, thanks Grandma. As soon as the boundary cleared, the two masters saw what was on the inside. The long-awaited 1000 Golem Taoist hurriedly came up, and he was here waiting to deal with Fusang wood. Apprentice, where is the sacred wood? Terminator. How was he going to explain this? The gift for Master Shiger will have to be rethought as well. The final Qian had to take out the pottery iron to ask him to cast the sword, so as to divert the attention of the master of the 1000 puppets. What? It's already been refined. Final Qian smiled awkwardly and replied resentfully, Grandmother said that this is not refining, but just letting the divine wood grow into the desired shape. The sword immortals on the side were happy. Since it's the handiwork of the Lord of the Land, it's bound to be better than a half-assed puppeteer like you. After mocking the 1000 Golem Dao Lord, the sword immortal looked at his disciple with relief. Oh disciple, since the sword is there, try to form a Dan. Oh, well. And then Terminator stuck. So, what's the name of the sun? Does it have a name? Bangjua. It is good that such things as the formation of the outer Dan without the help of the name can also be used with the help of visualization, by water grinding the work of a little bit of Dan. Ultimate dryness began to be observed. The sun was setting and before I knew it, it was night. Dad, one day will work well. Father? Worked hard today for 2 days. Daddy? You promised to come and see me, when are you coming? Final dry? A childlike cry echoed from the piercing noise. Who's talking? 95, Chapter 101, The Witty Mother. It was a rough night, and the next day, when the sun came up, the noise was gone. Into the night, as well, that voice in the noise reappeared. Terminator tried to understand the meaning of those words. Those are some children who miss their father. Furthermore, his identity, most likely, is the 10th day. But why is it only heard at night? As the sun rose on another day, and the whispers in his ears died away, Final Dry ended his meditation and looked up at the sun, as always, a huge ball of fire with 3 rings around it. The two masters beside him were no longer there, and only the princess mother had made a bed of him, holding him and lying on his side. Terminal Qian slowly got up without disturbing the princess mother, allowing the princess mother to continue to take a nap on her back. Not even asking for morning with the palace? Yeah, you're awake, mother, good morning, mother, morning. Stretching her back, her long, slender fingers rested on her delicate cheeks, as slender and soft as the blooming white pittosporum flower. Crafty, unflattering fox eyes glanced forward, and she was a little curious about where she was going next. Where to? Go to Mother Tatsujiu and ask her something. Cultivation matters? It's fine to ask this palace has already crossed the threshold. Terminal Qian certainly knows, but he was going to ask about the noises. But there was no refusal, and as he continued on, he asked, when Mother observes, can you hear clear speech, except for the noise? Clear speech? No. Most of what was heard was meaningless. Terminal Qian's heart stirred, and he pursued, you haven't heard of it even after the transmigration? After the transition? Haven't practiced after the transition. Terminator. Is it okay to stop practicing after the tribulation? Is this a vacation after the college entrance exam? That would be understandable. Oh, tell the child when Mother has tried it. Then I'll observe it now. Saying that, he changed his nest into a sitting position, pinched the seal with both hands, and guarded his mind.
Not to mention, Mother cultivates more than he looks that way.
Ever since Terminal Qian had discovered that fox bodies could also enter meditation, he hadn't cared much about external forms. A few breaths later, Jianzhuang returned to the cloud boat. In order to reply to his son's message, Scourge Central only observed for a few moments and then ended his observation. It's still meaningless noise, not much has changed.
Thank you, Mother, I'll ask Mother Tatsujiu again.
Go on. The final dry in the cloud boat to find Chen Zhonyang is in the state of forgetfulness. This cultivation is a few days before waking up. These last few days have not been wasted. Occasionally waking up to look around, mostly still working on the Dan. It is worth mentioning that Pig 9 beat up the Okapi wolf as soon as he was sent to Jackal Mountain, on the grounds that he was sleeping in the middle of the day and not practicing properly. Every day after that, the Okapi wolf was drilled by Inuyasha, who had already taken form. Seeing that there was no life and death crisis, Terminal Chen did not stop it. After all, who let the Okapi wolf molest someone else's sow first? And is now a deceased wife. Mother Tatsujiu, did you hear clear chatter in that noise? Tatsuojiu was puzzled, and then he became serious. Rhetorically, he asked, you heard that? Ultimate Qian didn't hide it and admitted it. Have you asked your grandmother? Not yet. Terminator looked around and under the table to make sure his grandmother wasn't there. The situation is serious? The princess mother also got serious. I can't be sure. From what I've gained from the Diffractive Dao handbook, human practitioners are very wary of hearing clear voices, believing it to be an omen of ominous descent. Terminal Qian's heart snapped. There is no ominousness in you. Jinshan searched for the sound and saw that it was his grandmother who had come. Terminal Qian's heart loosened. Do you need to know the message of the conversation, grandmother? It's all childish talk. Grandmother suddenly alert. You listen to just children's words. I listen to it as not seen. Those words you do not want to harm people to hide in the heart. Terminal Qian's expression became odd. He was skeptical that those words were really as horrible as his grandmother had said. That's just a couple of kids thinking about their dad. Grandmother, don't scare me, I'm timid. If it's really that dangerous, then wouldn't I be able to tell the enemy those ominous things, and then the enemy would encounter the ominous things directly, and wouldn't I be able to talk the enemy to death directly? That would be hilarious. Unexpectedly, the young girl's grandmother had a serious face. It is possible to do so, but the moment you say it, you will also be perceived. The heavenly way to give you shelter, how strong I am not sure, but this world exists many existences that are not governed by the heavenly way. Jinshan put away his jokes as his grandmother didn't look like she was joking. My grandchildren have remembered, and I thank my grandmother for her teachings, which means that not only the hidden secrets, but also the words that we often say will be tainted with ominousness as long as they come out of the mouths of the ancient gods. Is that right? You can read it that way. Final Qian couldn't help but ask, then how do you determine which of the same words was heard from the ancient gods? This issue is very important. If a word is spoken by the ancient gods and no one else can say it, then the world will not be able to communicate properly. That depends on whether or not the person who uttered that statement knows where it came from. I don't know is unusual words? It can be interpreted that way. That means that the listening side doesn't matter, it's the speaking side that matters. Ultimate Qian took the matter to heart. So, keep practicing? Are you observing to hear a clear voice? Final Chen looked at Mother Chenjiu who asked this question, and then looked at his grandmother, and seeing that she didn't stop him he spoke, not really, it can only be heard at night. The princess mother, who was lying on top of Final Qian's head, suddenly let out a shocking statement, then we should cultivate during the day. Terminal Qian was shocked. How could something that's been bothering him be solved just like that? Tatsuki still didn't understand. Can't you hear it without visualization? It is not to be expected to be heard at night. Wisdom took on the role of the princess mother and spoke again, then the night will wear out the pollution of the sun with the pollution of the winter god. Kudos. The child will try. Observe. Winter god. The mighty god of you. Where are you? Little fox misses you so much. There is nothing like chanting the name of a god to invite contamination from an ancient god. In an instant, the winter god conceptualization diagram in his mind became extraordinarily clear, as if it had come to life and stood in front of Final Qian's eyes. It was still the same, only the figure of a half-man, half-beast, with a human face and fangs, with a hairstyle rising like a hook, and with feathers on its body, was reflected in the eyes. At the same time, coldness emanated from the hands of Final Qian who had caught that snowflake. Terminal Qian looked over, and on his right hand grew what looked like bird feather-like ice flowers, which only covered his small arm. The sun's pollution is wearing off. There was the sound of a golden crow crowing in agony echoing in the ears. Final Qian suddenly thought of the little golden crow that had been shot. Any other contamination that was worn away could be infected back, but if that little golden crow was worn away, it might actually disappear forever. With a thought from Final Qian, a sword flew and spun in front of him. Terminal Qian sent the contamination of the little golden crow into the wooden sword. The agonizing chirps were gone, and all that was left was the contamination of the sun ancient god that was constantly being washed away. Thank you, Lord You Strong. Little Fox doesn't want to disturb your purification. If there is anything Little Fox can do to help, I will certainly be obliged to do so.
The visualization chart in front of him suddenly moved, pointing towards the right hand of final dry. Terminal Qian was startled for a moment, as if he was looking in a mirror, and the person in the mirror moved, but also quickly gathered herself. Grandmother told me to go when I was 1,000 years old, in time, right? Looking at it again, the view map has been restored to its original posture.
Into the night, Terminal Qian waited with a few of his mothers and his grandmother. The sun is setting. Well,
Terminal Qian listened sideways, and a surprised smile soon surfaced on his face. No more.
And ask me how simple it is.
The princess mother got complacent. She should be pleased, it was a brilliant solution.
Mother is resourceful.
The teenage grandmother also followed the wave of heat, and her face was a little smug. Well, after all, I gave birth to it. At that moment, the brush and ink stone suddenly came running.
The pen wrote a few large letters on the ground. Lord, can you see me for a moment? You need to come and see this thing. It's about to hatch. Who?
The brush waved and drew the uninspired man.
96 Chapter 102 The Terrifying Blind Box. What do I need to do? Terminal Qian looked at the Kailas who was holding the clay ball.
The man had been sent straight to the ship by his grandmother and had been left out to dry for a few days. The main final dryer had given it a miss, after all, which was more important than cultivation. It's a bug egg in here, a very powerful one, and I can't pinpoint the exact race, but the plants in that yard are very fearful.
Terminal Qian nodded, encouraging the boy to continue.
You will need to sign a master-servant contract with the insect egg before it hatches. It must be a master-servant contract. This creature is vicious and must have the means to execute its life or death before it can be driven for you.
Terminator looked to his grandmother.
Compared to the uninitiated who don't know what's inside but only know that the plants are scared, Jinshan has more faith in his grandmother's vision. There is a Dao rule shelter, I can't see through it. It should indeed be as it says. It should be some ancient fae.
Final Dry instantly came to life. What about the contract? Do you know about the contract, grandmother?
Grandmother made a suggestion different from the Kailas. Each of the ancient fae has great karma. Release them. Not knowing them is the best blessing.
The release can be okay.
Terminal Qian's heart was incomparably unwilling to give up, but soon cut off all disenchantment and self-reflected.
Greed is the way to seek death, not our way.
With the kingdom of Su, the Fusang wood, and the archery arrow, he had already gained many arms.
It is not necessary to seek fullness in everything, when we know that fullness is overflow and surplus is loss. Hurry up. It's going to hatch. I can feel it. It's too late if you don't sign.
The final dry slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already clear. He didn't see the need to throw away the blessed edge, but to threaten with a contract of life and death was a small way to go. No need, since they are seniors from the ancient past, they should be honored, and there is no need to mention the life and death contract.
The ancient times are all ferocious beasts. Where is the senior? What are you waiting for? Quickly!
The voice stopped. The head of the Kailas man holding the mud ball was pierced through, and a golden light flashed away, flew around for a week, and flew back. It's noisy. Noisy old ancestor, I have a headache. Fixed eyes to see, only to see a golden cicada fell on the empty brain of the uninspired person. It's borne 6 wings. There are wrongly intertwined ferocious gas intertwined into a line, haunting its body.
Terminal Qian's heart snapped.
There's being surprised by the bug's identity, and there's being shocked by the gouged out head. 6-winged golden cicada, it turns out to be this kind of ferocious thing. That said, isn't he practicing at Buddha's seat at this time? There's over 1,000 years between the Zhou dynasty and the Tang dynasty.
It's not even in his playbook yet, is it?
You're a good little fox. I'm not sure if you can become a great demon ancestor who can pass through the heavens and the earth, but you're sure to have a long blessed life and live a long time. Thank you for your senior's verse, and for the sake of your senior's verse not falling through, my junior will try to live. The 6-winged golden cicada let out a joyful insect song, but that laughter soon came to an abrupt end. What Gatha? Old ancestor, I hate bald people the most.
Little fox.
Old ancestor, I don't like you again now. Do you have any powerful elders? Call them all. Old ancestor, I allow you to ask for help first.
Then kill. Holy, why is this guy in a hurry? So sensitive?
Jinshan is busy trying to redeem himself by changing his tone and stating that he also hates bald people. At this time, the golden cicada suddenly turned. It's just, the old ancestor, I originally intended to send you a creation, and now the creation is gone, the road is long, you and I have the fate to meet again. With that said, the golden cicada had disappeared between flashes of golden light. The transparent giant hand that was about to be pressed down on Arasaguni stopped in midair. That was a fast run. The national fortune-added lord of the Arisa kingdom had no fear of any great evils at all, unless the great evils came in groups.
Sea of mist and cloud boat.
The young lady grandmother praised, not bad, grandmother likes obedient children. It looks like that golden cicada has long awakened and has been lurking in it. If you forcefully accept it as a slave, it will certainly start trouble.
Terminal Qian was shocked. This golden cicada is also the 6th lord?
Then look at the mud ball. Where is the chrysalis inside? That golden cicada is mostly just sleeping inside. Sinister. Looking again at the Kailas man who had nearly brought calamity to himself, and looking at that empty brain, Jinshan once again recognized the importance of strength.
Cultivate. Keep practicing.
After ordering the elves and monsters on the cloud boat to bury the Kailas in the earth, final Qian once again cultivated. In a flash of more than a month, the 10-day sword was conjugated. The spirit body tentacle connected to the 10-day sword's final dryer once again heard a clear conversation over the noise. Dad, I am 1 day, I report that the second day is not on duty today. Dad, I'm a second day, and I'm reporting a day for stealing my job. Dad, I'm only a day old, I didn't have a gun for 2 days of work, I was in a tree today, and I saw it on 3 days. Dad, I'm 3 days old, I didn't see it. Dad, I'm only 3 days. Dad, I'm only a day. Dad, I'm only 2 days old. Dad, I'm only 3 days. Dad, I'm 4 days old, and I have nothing to do with it. Dad, I'm 5 days old, and I have nothing to do with it. Sound and picture are not synchronized. Final Qian's eyes saw 9 quiet golden crows. They looked exactly the same, equally handsome, equally dustless. Final Qian now doubted that the dads of the golden crows had shot the remaining 9 because they couldn't tell which of their children was which. Okay, that's a bit of a horrible joke. That said, is this Soup Valley? Terminal Qian surveyed the surroundings. He had never been to the Tang Valley, he had only seen the Fusang Divine Tree, the 9 little golden crows, some of them spirited, some of them yawning, a picture of not waking up from sleep, stood on the branch, looking into the distance, as if waiting for the father who promised to come today. The Fuso sacred wood that burns with golden splendor. The dry earth, the ground streaming with fire. Towering stone walls surrounded it. As it turns out, the Fuso god tree grows in a volcano, reasonably. So the question is, how did the giants get here to cut down the branches of the Fuso god tree? Terminal Chen looked down below, here except for an island in the center, surrounded by rolling magma, how high the temperature he could not feel, but the space here was burned and distorted. Terminal Chen then looked at the crater above his head, is it aiming for the center, jumping straight down from above, chopping down with an axe, carrying the broken branch, jumping out and running? Ruthless people. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9th day. Wake up! Foolish headless men who insult the father by sacrificing fish and eels. Let's go roast them. What? How dare those stupid guys? Burn them. Wait. We're only allowed to go out 1 day at a time. It was father who told me to tell you to go. Then what are you waiting for? The golden crow flies up and hangs in the air for 8 days. Terminal Qian was alarmed. Wait. Come back. You'll die if you go out. The crowd of golden crows looked back. Ah, did he say something wrong? Impulsive? 6 days you wimp. Fear nothing. The father's command. I'm the 6 days. 1 day in heaven interjected. Terminator. Is this an illusion? Can you change what's already been done? Why don't you go with them and check it out? No, what if this karma is going to be on me? Jinshen decided that he would lie down to the end, not even to die. Go! The father's command. It's not like the father said it himself. All 10 days say it's the father's command. 10 days lied. Anyway, Terminator doesn't go out. This illusion is also too real. Final Chen could not distinguish what was going on for a while. He only remembered that he was forming the outer Dan. Final Chen looked down to check himself and realized that he was also a small golden crow. 97 Chapter 103 10 Days to Enduring Dan. Go away! What are you afraid of? The big deal is to be reprimanded. Exactly. Old Six, you're just too timid. A few small golden crows came to grab him. Jinshen hugged the Fusang Divine Tree tightly. The branches of the Fusang Divine Tree were pulled creaking. The strength of these small golden crows is also surprisingly large. Jinshen thought of his own 4 stupid younger siblings. Stop! As long as we can prove that Father Sky spoke from his mouth, we'll go, how's that? The crowd of golden crows stopped. What's it going to take to prove it? Waiting for the father to come of his own accord. Don't you want to see the father? It seems to be set into the hearts of all the golden crows. A group of rowdy little guys finally settled down. Another golden crow spoke up. Heavenly Father must be in a great rage right now, so how could he have time to come? The crowd of golden crows turned their heads in unison and looked over again. Shi Qian in his line said, as long as it is needed our Heavenly Father will come, and it won't take much time to come. The 8 golden crows nodded in unison. Then, the crowd of golden crows looked over again. Final Chen interrupted the casting of the spell and spoke first. Did you intentionally let us be chastised, and then you lied about it being the 10th day, thus avoiding punishment? The gazes of the crowd of golden crows rose dangerously. The disliked golden crow was dumbfounded. He didn't. But the idea seems like a good one to try. As he spoke, a legal decree appeared in the Tang Valley, and the picture became distorted by this point, and the intense noise stirred the brain of Final Qian. In a trance, Final Dry realized that he was out of the illusion, and the accompanying small tree had covered his head at some point. Ouch! 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 Terminal Chen shivered in pain, and it took a long time before he got well. Only the wooden sword was seen as if it were flowing fire, and the gold silk wooden texture seemed to be flowing magma, spreading throughout the entire wooden sword. As Ji Chen looked at the sword, he seemed to see 2 golden crows still floating on it. Regardless of what all happened, this outer elixir has finally become a reality. Terminal Chien some joy, at this moment he already has 2 flying swords, according to in the words of the master can learn the most basic forbidden sword array, to attract 2 kinds of ancient divine pollution composed of sword array, if the cold son of a good draw, and even can make the great demon seriously injured. Up to this point, he was considered somewhat self-protective, and was 1 step closer to pointing his sword at Mount Eboshi.
Wind and snow.
Piled on one side, the snowman model of the wind and snow sword in the cold wind disintegrated into fluttering snowflakes, a sharp long sword in the wind and snow rushed out. The sword sound like iron scales symphony, ting-ting sound has a special pleasing to the ear. Terminal Chien suddenly had a whim, should we find a master to teach feng shui some music theory knowledge, so that it can learn how to stack different snowflakes together, and then struck, to send out different tones, maybe one day the wind and snow sword can give him a little start? Music, also known as sound, seems to go well with the authority of the wind.
Look again at the wooden sword.
Haven't named you yet, after all, you recognized your master so quickly that I didn't have time to properly think of a name.
The flames rose and a question mark emerged, as if in self-reflection.
This question mark is still the Qingqian teaching demonization of the brush, so that it can make the sentences written by the brush more vivid, and it is not expected to be learned by the head of the wooden sword.
How? About teaching it to recognize words again?
10 days, how about this name? The moral is to expect that one day I will be able to set all 10 of your brothers.
The rising flames form a smiley face.
Seems like you don't have to teach it to recognize words to make it work. The guy knows all the Yin characters.
Ding, ding, ding.
The wind and snow sword made a noise, attracting the attention of Final Dry. Several snowflakes separated and formed a snowman's finger pointing at himself.
Jianchen knew what it meant. It was asking for the meaning of his name.
Terminal Chien now made up. Your moral is also good. To wind get wind, to snow get snow, so-called wind and snow. Jingle bells, the wind and snow sword full of snow scales hit each other, and a silver bell-like laughter came out, and it looked like it was muddling through. Final Chen looked at the 2 flying swords in front of him, and thought of the 3,000-year contract with Chen Ming, and couldn't help but smile. These were only 2, according to the Pathmaster had planned for him, he would have to build 6 more such flying swords. Heh, when the sword formation formed by the 8 immortal swords comes out, I don't know how glorious it will be, but to think, Chen Ming's expression must be wonderful. Jia, a nervous smile appeared on the white fox's face.
The next day, Jianchen finds Master Sword Immortal Man and asks for advice on the forbidden art of sword formation.
The sword immortal took aim at the back of Final Chen, looking for the figure that was filled with coldness.
The wind and snow didn't follow.
Sword Immortal instantly relieved, and hastened to self-defense. The teacher is not afraid of that little guy, just to insult it still have to rethink the words. Very troublesome, every day thinking about how to scold it I have run out of words.
Terminator.
Master, there's actually no need to scold it, Fin Shui is also working very hard.
Sword Immortal Man, right hand behind his back.
You do not understand, iron must use the hammer. Disciple rare you were willing to go out of the customs, for the teacher newly got some calligraphy and painting. We master and disciple together tasting down.
Character painting? There are still people in the Su Kingdom who dance and write?
That is not in front of the Guangong to play big knife well. Think he is not a science class origin, but also
a mount.
A scroll of wind and snow diagrams unfolded, and Final Qian's entire body was dumbfounded.
That snow is actually drifting in the painting.
You call this a word picture?
It's some kind of animated GIF. Once again, Terminal Qianshang's self-confidence in the modern metropolis has been dealt a blow.
Master, disciple is not versed in literature and ink, and has no intention of doing so for the time being, so I came here today to ask for guidance on the forbidden sword formation.
Hey, having one day without practicing won't affect anything. Master, how is that wooden box Taoist's method of skinning improved? It's been 6 years and I haven't heard anything.
The Sword Immortal, as one of the people in charge of this matter, his brain got stuck at once. Improving the Tao is even more difficult than creating it. This matter requires a little bit of aura. This is not the case. For the master to sip tea and make paintings in recent days is to look for that little bit of aura. It's not just laziness.
That's okay? Terminator doesn't get it. Take it all as true.
Alright, master has worked hard. That forbidden art sword formation, please also ask master to explain. Seeing his disciple's iron heart, a heart rooted in cultivation, the Sword Immortal was unable to do so, so he had to invite the sword figure out and talk about this forbidden sword formation. The Sword Immortal could not even look at an ordinary sword formation. He couldn't even look at it, and I'm sure his amazingly talented disciple couldn't either. Therefore, the Sword Immortal's first move was a big move, inviting out the sword diagram. This is Master's 4-season sword diagram. To draw one's own sword diagram, one has to learn the array. It's just that whether or not this array is necessary to learn right now, Master isn't quite sure.
What is the meaning of this, Master?
The Sword Immortal also spoke of the recent frequent failures of various array diagrams, with the most serious failure being the talisman one linked to the edict. This matter is also known to the Final Dry Sum. 6 years ago from the Black Teeth country back, the Furry Mother's talisman failed for a moment. Good in the Sky Workshop those guys have prepared, to the Cloud Sky Mirage added many other designs, or not cold to this, non-falling down. Thinking of one thing, the sword immortal man suddenly bright eyes, joyful, I heard 1,000 puppets that guy mentioned, this also has your credit, if not you propose to make spirit stone, gathering spirit formation a waste, the whole city can be lively.
Final Qian froze slightly, the spirit stones have already been used? Yes. How does that sell? What's the pricing? Any word on how it'll be split?
The sword immortal was confused. This I'm not very clear, but most of the things that Skyworks pours out are free, there should
be no split. Free. Great. Other than this evaluation Jianqian couldn't think of anything else.
He thought he'd get a cut, it was his pattern that was small. Master, teach apprentice brother formation diagrams, apprentice brother needs power right now, there are great things to do.
Final Qian was very serious.
As for whether or not the array chart will fail, that's as long as it doesn't fail within 500 years.
Get the great Tsubaki no Ki first.
His growth would then be super doubled. At that time, he didn't care if the formation charts would fail, the power in his body would just not fail.
Good, then Master will teach you.
98, Chapter 104 Wind and Snow Sword Infant Formation. The sun rises and sets, the sun sets and rises, and in a trance, it is more than a month. With the guidance of his sword immortal master, Jianqian finally drew his own sword formation, the cold and heat sword formation. This sword array is currently only suitable for the wind and snow in 10 days into the future. The final dry thought of improving it into any 2 swords can be paired with a 100 sword array. When the time comes to make a heavenly name, what reversal of yin and yang, dry spinning creation, chaos universe, how to powerful how to come. But that's for later. He only had these 2 swords at the moment, so there was no rush. And there's a big caveat, the formation charts won't really fail in the future. It feels like, it's better to add on attribute points. Master, if these 2 outer Dan are allowed to transform into babies first, will that affect the condensing of other outer Dan in the future? No effect. As soon as these words were spoken, the sword immortal regretted them. His original intention was to let his disciple stay in the Jidan period for a few more days, and he can also prepare for a few more thunder tribulations, so that he can continue to suppress the wind and snow. I was surprised that the precious disciple had come to his own enlightenment and jumped out of his sweet sinkhole full of good intentions. Alright then apprentice brother will rush the realm first.
May not. The sword immortal blurted out, and Final Chan looked away in confusion. Master, what else is wrong?
The sword immortal covered his face and blinked frantically, thinking of a countermeasure.
Master? That what? For Master suddenly thought, you gift has not yet given me. What an unfortunate excuse. Can't you think of anything better?
The sword immortal fought to think. This matter is the disciple negligence, still want to cultivate it out and then sent, do not want to that no chi man was robbed, do not know how long to grow well, so first sent it.
Final Qian took out the 30 seeds, Master picked 10?
A flash of heartbeat appeared deep in the eyes of the sword immortal, and then he and the 1,000 golem Taoist folded back and begged the giant for another purchase, but the giant's store said that it was a special gift and was not for sale. For this reason, both he and the 1,000 golem were disappointed for many days. After all, it was a seed that hadn't even been destroyed in the Valley of the Soup, and it was very much worth waiting to see what it would grow. But this kind of son he can't accept, except the excuse is not gone. This gift, the master is not pleased. You see, this kind of child is dried up, think it is difficult to try to raise it, and I think it is still you, the disciple, who is suitable to cultivate this kind of child. After all, you have the spirit liquid. Terminal Qian suddenly understood and took the seed back. It is my disciple who is not well thought out, then wait for my disciple to restore the vitality of this kind of seed.
No seeds.
Today's sword immortals are like capricious old children.
But his face was clear and bright, still that of an exiled man. That's a little bit of a twist. Terminal Chan cut the disrespectful thoughts in his mind and rethought what to send.
A section of Koan steel appeared in his hand. This is good. Master can use it to create an immortal sword. No, what does Master need so many immortal swords for? 7 flying swords are enough to keep me busy, and it's too expensive for Master's liking. Change another one.
Terminal dryness is constantly replaced. Changed everything that was on my body. But one by one, they were rejected. Master, you might as well just tell me what you want. Forgive my disciple for being so stupid. I really can't think of anything.
No. How could my disciple be stupid? You'll definitely be able to figure it out.
Master believes in you. Well, it's late today, you go back and think. Terminal Qian could only nod and leave. Mother, what does Master really want, you know?
The furry nymphette that transformed into a totem stuck her head out on Terminal Qian's back. This palace has already guessed it. So go ahead and guess. This palace is looking forward to when you'll come to your senses.
Final dry?
Return to the place of practice. Terminal dryness cuts through the clutter of all kinds of thoughts. Forget it, maybe the current child isn't smart enough. Maybe he'll be able to think of it when he breaks through.
Put.
The sound of his mother's laughter came from behind him, and returning to the environment where there was only himself and his son, Scourge Central reclined on that gorgeous blanket, enjoying the snacks that appeared in his hands from time to time.
Scourge Central praised, that's fine, then let's break through first. It is about to leap from the back. The scourge of the central suddenly thought of a matter. Wait, I will be transformed into a composition arm, and you will be able to observe the ancient gods again, and I will see if the pollution can affect the arm of the text. Good. Woe to the central reorganization of the essay arm, the end of the dry observation of Yu Chang. It stopped after about a cup of tea. Well, the head of the palatial noblewoman poked out from the text arm. Can't get stained. You break the realm. This palace is tired. Rest first. Saying that, she re-emerged as a composition arm, silent. Terminator. If laziness can enter the way, the furry nun will be a trailblazer for this way. Chop the distractions away. The final dryness calls for wind and snow. Just to be on the safe side, Jinshan decided to observe the winter god who had obvious goodwill towards him. When the wind and snow sword broke the Dan and became an infant, he would infantilize the inner Dan as well, and then finally let the 10 days infantilize. Ji Qian had a premonition that he would still see those golden crows on the day of the 10-day infancy. We're going to make babies today, are you ready? Wind and snow sword body emerged neat fish scale snowflakes, rustling tinkling bells at sound resounding, very exciting. Then it's on. The final dry heart rings out, chanting to the great being. You mighty God, Junior again to bother you, today Junior outer Dan infancy, but also hope that Senior help, Senior promise, 1,000 years after the Senior things, Senior will certainly do their best. The thought arrives and the wind and snow rise. This time, only a very small area of wind and snow was blown, and the potential generated was even smaller than at the time of conjugation. However, what Jianshan felt was like standing at the foot of the legendary Tianzhu mountain, and the vastness of the divine might made Jianshan give birth to the idea of wanting to submit, worship, and sacrifice all of himself, but this impulse was clear and controllable. Seniors have no disrespect for seniors, just the scenery above. Seniors also want to go to sea, today to borrow the power, the other day to get the power, this power will be returned. At this moment, Qingxian's mind is empty. Looking up, there were clouds floating in the sky, obscuring the firmament. The cloud could vaguely see the silhouette of a white fox. Mother? The furry nymphets can't get here, this would be the Kanto nymphets. Thanks. There was still no response, as if the white fox hidden in the cloudy air was just looking at it wrong, but Jianshan believed that he was not mistaken. The heart of the final Qian's quest for the Tao has become more solid with it. What is needed to repay the favors received today, and what will be needed if you want to repay them in the future, is strength. Jingle bells. The sword roared like a babbling brook, from which Jianshan heard a wail of awe and a mishmash, from an ominous contamination. A treacherous noise festers, a surge of darkness with playful, mocking malice. What's that? Jianshan didn't mean to probe, but at the moment he knew he had to do something. Wind and snow. Terminal Dry calls out the name of the wind and snow sword. The sword's clang responded to Final Qian's call. Don't be afraid, in this world even death can be resurrected. What else is there to fear? Go forward boldly. Put all the evil spirits and ghosts to death. It's not us who should be afraid, it's them. Go and make them feel fear. Tear them apart. Crush them. Kill them all. Oops, too middle of the road. These words Final Dry himself felt blushing, but he couldn't blush. The wind and snow sword needed courage, and he, as its master, had to give it courage. Kill, kill, kill. Jianshan carried out his own consciousness and influenced the wind and snow sword with his own untamed nature, and together they killed the ominous darkness that enveloped them. The night was slashed open, and light was seen again in Terminal Qian's eyes. At the end of the light is a snow-white yeti with a sword? It's done? The sword immortal who lived far away in the boathouse suddenly felt a coldness behind him. 99 Chapter 105 Air-inducing pill. Diffractive handwriting, today's wind and snow make babies, congratulations. Update the memory imprint, the final dry since the Diffusion Dao handbook exit, the next time he should be his own baby. It would be easy for him to make a baby, and he would naturally make a baby when his attribute points were full. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 100. Spirit, 100-105. God, 100101. Realm, Yuanying stage. As the outer Dan broke through, the accompanying small tree grew along with it. Another branch was drawn out, still 3 branches and 36 leaves. That bud is bigger, but that's about it. The only thing worth celebrating was that the speed of converging spirit liquid was faster again, and 3 drops could be converged in one breath. The next step after the outer elixir breaks through to Yuanying is to close the door for the inner elixir to break through to Yuanying. Before closing the door, Qingchen decided to take care of what needed to be taken care of beforehand. Like the 30 dried out seeds, Final Chen intends to soak it in the spiritual liquid first, soak it until all the vitality is restored, and then distribute it to the 3 mothers. Terminal Chen believed that the furry nymphs would not mind the seeds. 108 drops of spiritual liquid soaked together and were drained in a flash. Mother. Woefully aware of this, Scourge Central took out the previously stored spirit liquid. Tun 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 tun. A seed the size of a fingernail cap couldn't think of swallowing a spiritual liquid that was several times larger than its body size, so it was fortunate that there was enough storage capacity and it wasn't gulped down in one go. When the spiritual liquid could not continue to be absorbed, Final Chen fished out the seeds and gave them to his mother. Mother first, choose 10, and when Godmother Chenjiu and Godmother Qingshi also choose 10, then let's see what all can be grown. I think it's quite something to look forward to. Then this palace will have to choose well. What this palace grows is definitely more powerful than those two goods. Distributing the seeds, Final Dry thought again about the gift for the master. He hadn't broken through his inner Dan yet, and he didn't feel that his intelligence had changed much, so he couldn't think of anything. As for the gift to several younger siblings, the Final Dry intention to go to Ishan to complete the grandmother's task and then send, or not at the time of separation in the imminent, the atmosphere baked to that still have to send, the Final Dry by no means stingy, just choose a gift. This trouble is really listening to his headache. Jingle bells. A handful of sacred money appeared in his hand. He only had 141,000 left in his balance, and that was definitely not enough to buy the Great Tsubaki no Key. Fusang Divine Tree, a branch 10 million divine immortal money. Although the wood of the Great Tsubaki is not as famous as the Fusang Divine Tree, but it can accumulate the power of the years and accelerate time, this roll is obviously a little stronger, and it will also be more expensive. The least he can do is to prepare $10 million of God's money. Make money. He's got to find a way to make money. Right now, the only thing he could get his hands on, and in large quantities, was the spirit liquid. However, he couldn't sell the spirit liquid directly, assessing the risk to consider the worst-case scenario. Right now Arisa Kingdom could protect him, but in case Arisa Kingdom really didn't hold out until the end and was destroyed, and the fact that he could converge on the longevity-enhancing spirit liquid was exposed, then he would be hunted down and killed like a donkey's meat. It's a crime to harbor a jade ring. Has the Great Tsubaki God Tree ever done anything wrong? No, but the sacred tree was ordered by him because he needed it, and the giant went after it. Jianzhuang believed that one day, he was exposed, and if he didn't have the strength, he would be rounded up by the giants as well. Those giants didn't sell the face of the kingdom of Arisu, so they didn't have to chase them even harder. That's why the spirit liquid can't be sold to giants. If you're going to sell, wait until the giant is gone. Also had to figure out a safe way to sell it secretly. The selling point of the spiritual liquid cannot be life enhancement, although the gimmick of life enhancement can be sold more expensive, but it is too conspicuous to be secret. Ultimate Qian thought of the spiritual liquid to help little gold conceive a spiritual body. A thought surfaced to help mortals enter the Qi refining stage. It was not necessary to raise a full spiritual body, but only to serve as an introduction to allow those who had not yet stepped into cultivation to initially enter the Qi refining stage. Auntie, you can seal up the spiritual liquid, and then this formation can still melt in your mouth. Can you do it? Speaking at the back, Final Chen felt that his request was a bit unreasonable. It will melt in your mouth? You can, just set up a formation that will cancel itself on contact with water. Saying that, the furry mother sealed up the exotic land spirit liquid and threw it to Final Chen like a candy ball. Terminal Chen looked at the watery, as if glass bead sphere instantly startled. The glass bead was thrown into his mouth, and sure enough, the entrance to that formation cancelled, dispersing into wisps of aura. The spiritual liquid that was sealed in it also fell into the mouth of Final Chen, penetrated through the body, and was caught again. Ah, this is also the spirit liquid after his entrance, so he should be able to sell it for a few more divine dollars, right? Chopping away the outrageous distracting thoughts, Final Chen looked at the lazy furry mother behind him and joyfully said, Mother, we're going to be rich again. Scourge Central? Money, Mother still has some savings, totaling 5 million or so, and quite a few treasures. If you need money you can sell them. Don't worry, Mother has money. No! Final Chen interrupted his mother, who was about to pull out her small treasury, and said with a straight face, What I mean is that my child can also make money, or big, long-lasting deals. Woeful Central suddenly came to his senses. You're selling spirit liquid? Ji Qian corrected, it's the air-inducing Dan. Those who eat this Dan can enter the Taoist cultivation. Priced at 100 divine immortal dollars, I don't intend to order it too expensive, just enough in one capsule to allow the user to initially obtain a spiritual body and enter the Qi refining stage. Oh, so it's still selling spirit liquid? Yes and no, add a self-destruct spell, and any attempt to break it, and the air-inducing elixir will self-destruct, dissipating into pure aura as a way to protect the top-secret formula that doesn't exist. Yes, it's still selling spiritual liquid, but it's selling it in secret. Final Qian told the whole plan in its entirety, in addition to the Authenticity Verification Office, which specializes in verifying the authenticity of the air-inducing Dan. Verify that the pathway is finally dry and ready to employ the elves and monsters who are very idle all day long. Give them a button and press the switch when the light comes on, simple and easy to use. So and so. The final dry will be his whole set, from production, to packaging, to sales, advertising, as well as after-sales service, authenticity verification, and a series of plans to the furry mother to listen to. Scourge Central listened in disbelief. It felt awesome, and then, there was no more. Instead, Grandmother appeared out of the blue, gave excellent compliments, and finalized the matter as doable. Terminal Dry then switched from talking to furry nymphette to talking to his grandmother. The grandchildren's smiles matched more and more as they spoke, eventually letting out the same laugh, which was strangely eerie to hear from Scourge Central. Since all but the production had been entrusted to his grandmother, Qingqian decided to share some of the dividends with her. And the ones who contributed were mainly the three mothers and their own companion Small Trees, rounded up to be himself, and Final Dry did not intend to treat the others poorly, so he poured out the share system. Finally finalized, grandmother and three furry mother, each fox 10%, and then 10% donated to the Sky Workshop for the construction of the country to contribute a force, the remaining 50% into the end of the Qian's pocket. This result was killed by the three furry mothers and grandmothers. When the seeds were divided, Final Dry implied that his own was the furry mother's. Grandmother, if the wood of the great Tsubaki is willing to give it to my grandchildren are willing to give my grandmothers another 20% of the dividends. No delivery. Terminal Qian's breath caught in his throat. Good. Then it's not that the grandchildren are ungrateful. Ah, you may not rise to complain. The teenage grandmother blankly stared. When are you going to go to Mte? Iboshi, the mission statute of limitations is only 500 years. 3 dan to make babies and go. 3 elixirs, 2 outer elixirs and 1 inner elixir. By the way grandmother, the air-inducing elixir will be sold when the giant is gone. Okay. The seeds and money-making plans were all arranged, so Final Qian planned to close the door and cultivate. The beauty of it is that the Kaijin less are lying down, or else Terminal Dry himself is planning to plant something. As for the farming golem, that thing in the end needs to be manipulated by a person, plus the Final Dry also did not think of what to plant, so it will be put aside first, and wait to think about it. Pig 9, Okapi, Wolf, you may proceed to the Bawling Mountains. Gotcha. Yes, little lord. Unlike Black Dog, who only thought of him as a great father, Inuyasha and Okapi, Wolf, who could also obviously find him to talk to at any time, never took the initiative to contact him, seemingly with an innate fear. This made Terminal Chan not even know how to talk to them, so in his spare time Terminal Chan also peeped into the peep screen to make sure that both goods were alive. If you encounter danger, you can ask me for help, but you must not take the initiative to invite trouble, and try to solve the problem by yourselves if you can. This is also a training for you. Pig 9 beware. Little lord, will you strike out on your own, or? Well, Okapi, Wolf words are a bit more than Pig 9. Are all canines broken? You will know when the time comes. A few more words of advice and this call ended. The Final Dryan looked at his dog sister. The dog sister is being pressed by someone to take a bath can be okay? It was her little sister who bathed the dog. By the forest stream, Final Chan stopped peering at the screen when he saw that the little senior sister had also unbuttoned her buttons. All is secure and closed. After the Final Dry entry, the snowman child that stood in the corner of the room came to life, and the silky snowflakes slipped out from the doorway, eventually leaving only a pair of iceball eyes watching the movements in the house, and the rest of them all killed the Sword Immortal's room. For a while the Sword Immortal's room was as if it had entered midwinter. Yo! A waste has come to the door. Do you think you're not a waste anymore after you formed a baby? The sound of wind and snow swirling wildly, engulfing everything. Sword Immortal Man stood proudly in the wind and snow, the protective sword chi was worn down, the corner of his coat was chopped off a piece, the pupils of the Sword Immortal Man shrunk, knowing that the sword chi alone could no longer be able to deal with this small sort of waste that invoked the contamination of the winter god, so he tapped on the sword box and took out the rondo. Authority rules all. Long Dawn, who had already crossed the threshold, instantly suppressed the entire scene. Sword Immortal's eyes released immortal light, and his mouth emitted a strange laugh of jia jia jia. One step at a time, stepping into the wind and snow that had been set in motion. Little waste. Ding! Abandoning the winter god's authority, a snowflake struck the Sword Immortal's protective sword aura, sending out a faint ripple. Yeah? Still struggling? Just as well, you can't even be sure you're trash without struggling a bit. Wind and Snow Sword Heart God, a pair of eyes dark snowman expression twisted up, eyes a large small, unhappy look outside. Who is this guy? So noisy, do you want me to help you deal with him? Just give me control of your body and I promise to decapitate this Fong. The wind and snow ignored it. Seeing that stroking his fur along didn't work, the creepy snowman joined the Sword Immortals, but that guy wasn't wrong about one thing, you don't even know you're a loser until you try. The wind and snow converged, and a snowman wearing a fox fur hat and a fox fur scarf around his neck converged out, holding a large sword and slashing at the ominous villain. A two-front war. No wimps. Kill 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 kill. 100, Chapter 106 Infant Formation. On August 1st, I hope you'll support me. After arranging everything, Final Qian closed the door. The purpose of this retreat, to make a baby. 100th day of retreat. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spirit item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 100103. Spirit, 145. God, 100200. God, went to 200 on day 99, and day 100 determined the limit of attribute points for the first infant stage, which was 200 points as guessed.
It's worth noting that the piece of gold body shard given by my grandmother is only a thumb-sized piece left, and is expected to add another 40 or 50 points before it runs out. When the time came to ask for it, or buy it from his grandmother, the golden body shards were obviously important to her as well, and he couldn't keep freeloading. Keep practicing. Closed for 210 days. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 103-110. Spirit, 145200. God, 200. Terminal Chien thought that the first baby would converge on its own, but it didn't. It seems to wait until body is full as well. Grandmother, is there any more dragon meat? Grandson is not yet 500 years old. No, Xiaohochi didn't come over right away when he got my message. Ugh, I told you that kids aren't cute when they get older. He wasn't like that when he was a kid. Once again, Terminator is harvesting important information. Grandmother grew up watching Xiaohochi. Final Chien couldn't help but ask, Grandmother, you won't be Xiaohochi's. The teenage grandmother guessed her grandson's thoughts and rolled her eyes. I'm not his mother. His mother was killed by his grudge, old tragedy. Terminator. Keep practicing. No, time to turn to sleep. It's time to say no to the fact that sleep does grow on you. There was no dragon meat, but the blood and flesh of the great demons were enough, provided by the grandmother, who said that they were scouts from the ancient celestial court. Eat, sleep, the rhythm of this little white fox's life is finally normalizing. Without realizing it, Jianchen grew another year older. Attribute points continue to be saved. Time rushed by and another 2 years passed. Attribute points, 9. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 110200. Spirit, 200. God, 200. Sleeping in the final dry seemed to have a sense. Woke up in the dream. The violet mansion in the inner Dan has been transformed into a newborn baby. There is no evil. There is no second consciousness. With a thought, Final Chien moved into the Yuaning. The vision of a Yuaning is not disturbed by the naked eye, and can radiate out to 100 miles outside the body, covering the perimeter with its spiritual sense. Along with the baby, the purple house is also a big change in appearance. Originally just a chaotic fuzzy sea of chi, but now is open heaven and earth as a world of its own. This world is clear, the existence of heaven and earth, divided into the upper and lower parts of the 4 directions, and with the myth described in the circle of the sky and the earth corresponds to the opposite. And the sea is the aura. How amazing! Could heaven and earth be a great cultivator as well? If so, what realm is it to cultivate into that of heaven and earth? Jian Zhuang had a hunch that the cultivation method of the human race was definitely not created after the heaven and earth suffered an ominous encounter, and that this cultivation method should have originally existed, only to be changed into something else after the heaven and earth had changed. The thoughts returned from the Genesis. Jianchen will have to tell his master about the happy news of his infancy. By the way, now that his realm had broken through, it was reasonable to say that he was smarter than before. Think about what the master really wants as a gift. The master is rich and handsome, the real age is unknown, but the realm cultivation are not bad. A person who wants cultivation has cultivation, a disciple has a disciple, and is it a Taoist couple? When I think of that face of the sword immortal human master, to keep it so handsome thought it took some effort, so it is. Terminal Chien felt enlightened. Mother, I know what gift master wants. Scourge Central also had a few good news to tell her son at this time. In order not to delay the little guy's cultivation, this news she hid in her heart for more than a year. But she was also quite curious if her son had realized that the sword immortal was starting to get scared of the wind and snow sword, so she didn't want her disciple to break through too quickly. Then he asked, What? My master is trying to find me a master's wife. Put. Woeful Central squirted in his mind, but held his tongue. Ahem. So what are you going to do? How can my generation of cultivators be held back by love affairs? If I want to find it for my master, it would be harming him. I'd better pretend I don't know. Scourge Central. Better yet, let's talk about her happy news. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Do you want to hear them? I want to. Don't want to have to think. Fluffy Mother's field of final dry must be held. The first piece of good news is that the air-inducing elixir is very popular, with a total of 10,000 copies sold over the past 2 years. 10,000 copies, that's $1 million of God's money. According to the split, he gets $500,000. That's not a bad return on $500,000 in just over 2 years. Most of all, due to the fact that we sell the air-inducing pills at a good price, the Orissa Kingdom has also seen a surge of apprentice acceptance fever, which has disguisedly also boosted the Orissa Kingdom's national strength, and your grandmother said he would reward you. Oh, this unfolded nicely. Final Chien also had an idea to utilize the Misty Sea Cloud Boat to open up a wide range of commercial routes, and if the things that the Heavenly Craftsman's Workshop had come up with could be sold to other places, it was thought that they would all be very popular. But perhaps it was a security issue. The Misty Sea Cloud Boat of the Kingdom of Orissa was not used for the commercial road. Terminal Chien suddenly thought of the giant. I don't know if we can get a giant to escort us. With a giant escort, the safety of the voyage would be assured. This matter waits for 1,000 years to go to the adult country to take a trip to see it. Right now it is rare that there is no war, all parties are very quiet, and there is a Su country is not easy to have a big action. If it stimulates the big demons of the ancient heavenly court, it will not be good.
Life, there's still a long way to go. When he conquered Mount Eboshi, he had the added power of the wood of the great Tsubaki. As long as it could be stalled, what about the ancient celestial court, let alone the remnants?
After successfully breaking through from Jiedan to Yuaning, Ji Qian was unprecedentedly confident.
It was I who said, love grandchildren, what reward do you want? Terminal Qian wanted a golden body fragment, but held back.
Unexpectedly, my grandmother's hand suddenly produced a fragment of her golden body.
You're almost done absorbing that piece, aren't you? Here's another piece for you. Final dry.
He suddenly felt guilty that he shouldn't have mentioned dividends to his grandmother. He should have just contributed all the profits to Arasuaku. But, even if he contributed all of it, the little money he earned wouldn't be enough to cover this golden body fragment. Of course, future gains, that's a moot point. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. If he could open up the situation and sell the air-inducing pills all over the world, then he could probably afford to buy the golden body fragments as well.
Thank you, grandmother.
Compared to the small-minded grandchildren, your glorious image, grandmother, shines brighter than the sun. The teenage grandmother was dumbfounded by her own grandson's compliments and covered her mouth with a coquettish smile.
Still in a hurry to grow up then? Anxious. Lord of the kingdom of Arisu. Plutonium. Mother, what's the other good news? Those seeds are sprouting. Final dry, just sprouted?
The princess mother, who was lying on a gorgeous blanket, rolled over. In another 1,000 years it should be able to grow branches.
Terminator. It's worthy of being a desolate ancient fae. This growth cycle is a toothache. Okay, looking forward to it. Final Qian's thoughts moved. Does the spirit liquid help in catalyzing the birth? No.
The small fire that had been lit in Qingxian's heart went out again. He was beginning to understand why the giants were giving away seeds. He even suspected that when the seeds grew, if they were good, the giants would just come over and grab them.
Mother, how long did the giant leave and is he still coming?
You left a month after your retreat, promising to come back in 100 years, and now there are 98 years left.
Terminator. Not bad for a long-lived species, and this appointment is far enough away. Boss, you're awake.
Slipping into the house, Kogen rushed over with joy when he saw that the boss was actually open-eyed today, followed by a not-so-grown-up 4 unit. The 4 incompetents tilted their heads, not giving in at all to the beating they were taking.
Well, one cultivation phase just ended. How are you doing? How many foxfires can you control now?
You.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. Nice guy. It's great.
Where's the boss?
Terminal Qian did not know how many he could summon.
A circle of flame flared up, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
The little golden fox's mouth opened wide into an O.
The 4 incompetents on the side, who had been ravaged by the little golden fox the entire day, also became serious for the first time. A clear perception of the power of the boss of the guy who bullied him. The forces of darkness were darker than he had ever imagined.
101 Chapter 106 Infant Formation.
On the shelves on August 1st.
After arranging everything, Final Qian closed the door. The purpose of this retreat, to make a baby. 100th day of retreat. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 100103. Spirit, 145. God, 100200.
God, went to 200 on day 99, and day 100 determined the limit of attribute points for the first infant stage, which was 200 points as guessed. It's worth noting that the piece of gold body shard given by my grandmother is only a thumb-sized piece left, and is expected to add another 40 or 50 points before it runs out. When the time came to ask for it, or buy it from his grandmother, the golden body shards were obviously important to her as well, and he couldn't keep freeloading.
Keep practicing. Closed for 210 days. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Body, 103-110. Spirit, 145200. God, 200. Terminal Qian thought that the first baby would converge on its own, but it didn't. It seems to wait until body is full as well. Grandmother, is there any more dragon meat? Grandson is not yet 500 years old. No, Xiaohoqi didn't come over right away when he got my message. Ugh, I told you that kids aren't cute when they get older. He wasn't like that when he was a kid. Once again, Terminator is harvesting important information. Grandmother grew up watching Xiaohoqi. Final Qian couldn't help but ask, Grandmother, you won't be Xiaohoqi's.
The teenage grandmother guessed her grandson's thoughts and rolled her eyes. I'm not his mother. His mother was killed by his grudge, old tragedy.
Terminator. Keep practicing. No, time to turn to sleep.
It's time to say no to the fact that sleep does grow on you. There was no dragon meat, but the blood and flesh of the great demons were enough, provided by the grandmother, who said that they were scouts from the ancient celestial court.
Eat, sleep, the rhythm of this little white fox's life is finally normalizing. Without realizing it, Jianchen grew another year older. Attribute points continue to be saved. Time rushed by and another 2 years passed. Attribute points, 9. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Body, 110200. Spirit, 200. God, 200. Sleeping in the final dry seemed to have a sense. Woke up in the dream. The violet mansion in the inner Dan has been transformed into a newborn baby. There is no evil. There is no second consciousness. With a thought, final Qian moved into the Yuaning. The vision of a Yuaning is not disturbed by the naked eye, and can radiate out to 100 miles outside the body, covering the perimeter with its spiritual sense. Along with the baby, the purple house is also a big change in appearance. Originally just a chaotic fuzzy sea of chi, but now is open heaven and earth as a world of its own. This world is clear, the existence of heaven and earth, divided into the upper and lower parts of the 4 directions, and with the myth described in the circle of the sky and the earth corresponds to the opposite. And the sea is the aura. How amazing! Could heaven and earth be a great cultivator as well? If so, what realm is it to cultivate into that of heaven and earth? Jian Zhuang had a premonition that the cultivation method of the human race was definitely not created after the heaven and earth suffered an ominous encounter, and that this cultivation method should have originally existed, only to be changed into something else after the heaven and earth had changed. The thoughts returned from the Genesis. Jianchen will have to tell his master about the happy news of his infancy. By the way, now that his realm had broken through, it was reasonable to say that he was smarter than before. Think about what the master really wants as a gift. The master is rich and handsome, the real age is unknown, but the realm cultivation are not bad. A person who wants cultivation has cultivation, a disciple has a disciple, and is it a Taoist couple? When I think of that face of the sword immortal human master, to keep it so handsome thought it took some effort, so it is. Terminal Qian felt enlightened. Mother, I know what gift master wants. Scourge Central also had a few good news to tell her son at this time, in order not to delay the little guy's cultivation. This news she hid in her heart for more than a year. But she was also quite curious if her son had realized that the sword immortal was starting to get scared of the wind and snow sword, so she didn't want her disciple to break through too quickly. Then he asked, "What? My master is trying to find me a master's wife." Put. Woeful Central squirted in his mind, but held his tongue. Ahem. So what are you going to do? How can my generation of cultivators be held back by love affairs? If I want to find it for my master, it would be harming him. I'd better pretend I don't know. Scourge Central. Better yet, let's talk about her happy news. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Do you want to hear them? I want to. Don't want to have to think. Fluffy Mother's field of final dry must be held. The first piece of good news is that the air-inducing elixir is very popular, with a total of 10,000 copies sold over the past 2 years. 10,000 copies, that's $1 million of God's money. According to the split, he gets $500,000. That's not a bad return on $500,000 in just over 2 years. Most of all, due to the fact that we sell the air-inducing pills at a good price, the Orissa Kingdom has also seen a surge of apprentice acceptance fever, which has disguisedly also boosted the Orissa Kingdom's national strength, and your grandmother said he would reward you. Oh, this unfolded nicely. Final Qian also had an idea to utilize the Misty Sea Cloud Boat to open up a wide range of commercial routes, and if the things that the Heavenly Craftsman's Workshop had come up with could be sold to other places, it was thought that they would all be very popular. But perhaps it was a security issue. The Misty Sea Cloud Boat of the Kingdom of Orissa was not used for the commercial road. Terminal Qian suddenly thought of the giant. I don't know if we can get a giant to escort us. With a giant escort, the safety of the voyage would be assured. This matter waits for 1,000 years to go to the adult country to take a trip to see it. Right now it is rare that there is no war, all parties are very quiet, and there is a Sioux country is not easy to have a big action. If it stimulates the big demons of the ancient heavenly court, it will not be good. Life, there's still a long way to go. When he conquered Mount Eboshi, he had the added power of the wood of the great Tsubaki. As long as it could be stalled, what about the ancient celestial court, let alone the remnants? After successfully breaking through from Jiedan to Yuaning, Ji Qian was unprecedentedly confident. I was the one who said, "What reward do you want, love grandchild?" Terminal Qian wanted a golden body fragment, but held back. Unexpectedly, my grandmother's hand suddenly produced a fragment of her golden body. You're almost done absorbing that piece, aren't you? Here's another piece for you. Final dry. He suddenly felt guilty that he shouldn't have mentioned dividends to his grandmother. He should have just contributed all the profits to Arasuaku. But, even if he contributed all of it, the little money he earned wouldn't be enough to cover this golden body fragment. Of course, future gains, that's a moot point. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. If he could open up the situation and sell the air-inducing pills all over the world, then he could probably afford to buy the golden body fragments as well. Thank you, grandmother. Compared to the small-minded grandchildren, your glorious image, grandmother, shines brighter than the sun. The teenage grandmother was dumbfounded by her own grandson's compliments and covered her mouth with a coquettish smile. Still in a hurry to grow up then? Anxious. Lord of the Kingdom of Arisu. Plutonium. Mother, what's the other good news? Those seeds are sprouting. Final dry, just sprouted?
The princess mother, who was lying on a gorgeous blanket, rolled over. In another 1,000 years it should be able to grow branches.
Terminator. It's worthy of being a desolate ancient fae. This growth cycle is a toothache. Okay, looking forward to it. Final Chan's thoughts moved. Does the spirit liquid help in catalyzing the birth? No.
The small fire that had been lit in Xingxian's heart went out again. He was beginning to understand why the giants were giving away seeds. He even suspected that when the seeds grew, if they were good, the giants would just come over and grab them.
Mother, how long did the giant leave and is he still coming?
You left a month after your retreat, promising to come back in 100 years, and now there are 98 years left.
Terminator. Not bad for a long-lived species, and this appointment is far enough away. Boss, you're awake.
Slipping into the house, Kogain rushed over with joy when he saw that the boss was actually open-eyed today, followed by a not-so-grown-up 4-unit. The 4 incompetents tilted their heads, not giving in at all to the beating they were taking.
Well, one cultivation phase just ended. How are you doing? How many foxfires can you control now?
You.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. Nice guy. It's great.
Where's the boss?
Terminal Chan did not know how many he could summon.
A circle of flame flared up, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
The little golden fox's mouth opened wide into an O.
The 4 incompetents on the side, who had been ravaged by the little golden fox the entire day, also became serious for the first time. A clear perception of the power of the boss of the guy who bullied him. The forces of darkness were darker than he had ever imagined.
102, Chapter 107, Little Kim's chosen name. Don't be discouraged, you're great too.
Terminal Qian surveyed the golden fox in front of him.
Little Kim is not so little these days.
That fluffy, lush, and untamed golden fox fur had become quite majestic under the feeding of spiritual liquid, great demon blood and flesh, and dragon meat.
Mother, didn't Anti-Amazing Gold give Little Kim a name? Nope. Terminator. Is this the capriciousness of having too many children? Or is it just a case of memory loss after too many births? I don't think so. Kim, do you have a name you want to be called?
Yo.
Isn't my name just Kim? This. Sure enough, the name had to come up before it was too late. Little Kim is just a baby name. What the family calls you, you still have to have a big name. What others call you? What would I call it then?
Don't ask me, I don't know. Names are usually given by parents, who let you have a pair of unreliable parents. Terminal Qian's gaze swept past his mother and looked at his grandmother.
Grandmother, why don't you give Little Kim a name? I think Kim is fine. I thought it was pretty good too.
Final Chen is speechless. You guys don't have to be so casual. Big brother will take you out to find a scene. You can't report small gold when you report your name, right? How unimpressive.
That's gotta start with a bang. What about Long Aotian?
Yo,
Kogain's a fox. Fox Aotian? Ahem.
Princess Mother finally couldn't help but speak up. That little gold is a girl. You name her what a girl should be named.
Terminal Qian froze. Kogain froze as well. Terminal Qian looked at Xiao Jin's ass.
He had seen the black dog in the 4 unseen phases, but he had only left out Xiao Jin.
I didn't realize it was a girl. Terminal Qian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Lifting his fox paw and pressing it on Xiao Jin's head, he comforted, you don't have to feel inferior because you're not the same as Big Brother. Girls are also quite good, then our brothers will be brother and sister from now on.
You.
The puzzled Kim perked up.
Terminal Qian thoughtfully, then it is indeed not suitable to be called Fox Aotian, naming a girl, even more troublesome.
Nope. Big Brother.
I want a more dominant name. Final Dry?
Scourge Central had covered his face. She already didn't know how to face amazing Kim in the future.
There's something she hasn't said yet. Kim is a child bride.
But this daughter-in-law's eyes have been raised crooked.
But, it is not a big deal, the child is still young. She was also not home all day regardless of gender and a group of foxes running all over the mountain.
Yeah.
The kids are all young, so it'll be nice later. Woeful Central willed himself to be comforted. More domineering, are you serious? What if a demon laughs at you later? Punch him. Just the right reason to punch him. Pugnacious. Terminal Qian gave a thumbs up. His armchair is as fierce as it should be. Terminal Qian also got serious, before what Fox Aotian is just a joke.
The name of his own brother, sibling, he will name it with his own heart, and it will be.
Overlord?
You.
Does it get any more bossy? Baton? More dominant than the sky. Bawling you?
You.
Does it get any more bossy? Ba. The final drysome ba cannot come out. Hegemonic Jedi. That's it. Put.
The princess mother and the maiden grandmother on the side all failed to hold back their laughter.
Instead of being annoyed, the haughty little golden fox became even more complacent.
That's the effect she wants. Later on she calls out her name and the other person just laughs. Hey, she would have a reason to punch the other person full of teeth. I'll be called Baha Jedi. The little golden fox's eyes were glowing, vaguely ferocious and dangerous. On the sidelines, Shikibaya wanted to laugh but held back. It's so insidious. He almost didn't hold back, and if he hadn't, he would have gotten a beating. The forces of darkness are getting more and more cunning. Living in the midst of the water he felt so much pressure. Good. Final Qian said with great vigor, Baji Jesher. You and I, brother and sister, the two foxes, will definitely kill our way out of this world. Our ultimate goal is to become stronger. Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. Strong enough to defend the kingdom of Arisu. Strong enough to be free of the world, strong enough to fear no power, strong enough to figure out what's going on in the world. Will you walk with me? Willing. A white and a gold nine-tailed fox's aura rose like a flame, and its aura shot up to the sky. The four incompetents on the sidelines felt that they had witnessed the establishment of a dark organization, and after this, what awaited him would be a dark future. This darkness thus began, and one day, it would sweep through the entire world, evolving into an unprecedented cataclysmic catastrophe. And Junior is not. Terminal Chan's searing gaze looked at the four incompetents. The four incompatibles felt the surge of ominousness unleashing boundless malice in front of their eyes, and for a moment their hairs blew up a little. Ji Qian appreciated, very good, very imposing. In the future, there will be a place for the three of us brothers in this world. The four incompetents saw that the Golden Demon King, who ate and slept and beat him up all day long, was also looking at him. Only a tightening of the throat, a yo dash and a dull deer cry escaped from the tension. Seeing that all had taken a stand, White Fox nodded solemnly. Rite of passage. But after the heat is over. Baha Jedi, the name. Jian Jian still decided to double-check. Sister, you decided to call Ba Jiesher? Okay. Final Chen thought for a while, then temporarily used this name. One day is not satisfied with us and then change. This is my brother for you, the future of the Golden Yen, and want to give you a name we can also change. Want to call what called? No change. Just call it that. Kinda stubborn. It's okay, the kids are young, who knows what's going to happen when they grow up. It's always good to keep a lid on things, it's safe. Phew. The teenage grandmother who had been laughing for a long time finally calmed down. There is one phrase that he is still pleased with, that guards the land of Arisu. He could see that the boy was sincere and had carried out his will and determination for the matter. The dragon palace descending into the human innate Dao body had to be a brilliant move that he hadn't even thought of. The innate Dao body was real, after all, it was changed out of the ancient innate Dao body. In this way, the Four Seas Dragon Palace's solicitation against the ancient celestial court would be more carefully considered. According to the nature of those old Lo Chink, this consideration is 1,000 years to hit the bottom. But is 1,000 years enough time for the little one to grow to an existence that surpasses the heavenly fox, or even equal to him? If it was not as good as him, the help would actually be very limited. This question he thought about, and the answer was that he couldn't. Even if you use the wood of the Great Tsubaki, there's not much hope. The wood of the Great Tsubaki begins to accumulate from now on, and after accumulating 1,000 years, plus the unconsumed ones, it will be 1,500 years. 2,500 years old, and the nine-tailed fox is just a young fox with two tails. The only thing to look forward to, the grandchildren shows the human cultivation method. A 2,500-year-old human sword cultivator did have the ability to fight with the heavenly fox. The human sword cultivator with the full support of the kingdom of Su, 2,500 years, is really worth looking forward to. But to turn the tide and repel the remnants of the ancient heavenly court, is overthinking. Even he can't defeat it. What about those old things? Unless the ancient heavenly court can give him 4,500 years, with the great Tsubaki's wood, he can help the little one to elevate to 9,000 years old and become a full calamity heavenly fox. At that time, a full jack sky fox paired with a dozen jack sword immortal of the human race, that luster, really worth looking forward to. But would the remnants of the ancient celestial court give him 4,500 years? If we don't give it, how can we drag it out for 4,500 years? You guys continue to hammer your bodies. I'm going to go find Master Sword Immortal Man to ask for some advice on what to do after foundation establishment. Hammering the body. With a wink of his eye, the little golden fox took the 4 unphysicals and went to run laps around the ship. Sword Immortal sighed, learned that his disciple 2 years will be the inner Dan cultivated into a Yuaning that senses proud. For an ordinary sword cultivator to get to this point, he would have to fight for 7 or 8 years. It should be said that it was worthy of being an innate Dao body and worthy of being his disciple. Not bad. Stronger than Master. You're looking for Master today to report on your cultivation progress? There are many things that my disciple does not understand, and I dare to ask what the Violet Mansion is like in general. Zifu ah. Sword Immortal Man right hand back, head high, pacing up and down, directly into the state of preaching, eloquent. The changes in the human body correspond to this heaven and earth. It can be said that the outside is a big heaven and earth, and our body is the small heaven and earth. The process of cultivators refining chi, building the foundation, forming the dan, and transforming into a baby is actually the process of the small heaven and earth communicating with the big heaven and earth and imitating the process of the birth of the great creator,
the great god Pangu. Terminal Qian was shocked. Not to mention, it really is a likeness. So the conjugation is the innate egg, and the firstborn is the birth of Pangu? Then contact the heaven and earth in the body. Everything is logical. So the Violet Mansion is a side of heaven and earth? Little world. The Sword Immortal was cheerful, enjoying the feeling of being a master. This remembered master of his was only a name short of the official master. As long as we take the name into our hands again, we will have no regrets in this life. Counting on it, it was time for him to make some preparations for the ring in 1,000 years. After instructing his disciple this time, he will be traveling in the clouds for a period of time. The Sword Immortal glanced at the wind and snow sword that was following his disciple with a well-behaved look. TSK, the disciple as soon as he is in, he pretends to be a sword model, the little guy the spiritual wisdom growth have learned to act. So master, the next realm is? Normal Terminal Chan knows that it is time to go out of the body after the first baby, but his outer Dan has been outside for a long time. As for the inner Yuaning, according to the previous cultivation path, they all waited for the outer Dan to metamorphose and then followed the ascension. As a result, Terminator is a bit of a fan. The next realm of our sword cultivation is the God realization period. You have to choose a Tao as the main to wear out the other ancient gods' pollution purification itself, and then, said the Sword Immortal human master's expression suddenly serious. Some people say that refining chi, some people say that chi refining is the threshold of cultivation, some people say that foundation building is, but the real test is actually in the period of the god of transformation. After choosing the main cultivation of the Tao is to fight with the ancient gods to fight for the avenue. This road is difficult and dangerous. This is no longer painless to dip into some of the pollution of the ancient gods, but to fight for his Tao. Some ancient gods are slow to do anything, and some like to play for a period of time, so that you can see the hope of crushing them to death, and some of the ancient gods are directly back to usurpation will crush the usurper to death. The need to be cautious and careful. Be careful. Terminal Chan also got serious. Suddenly, Final Qian's mind moved. Master, the innate Tao body seems to come with a Tao of its own. I won't take the other ancient gods. Is it okay for me to cultivate my own? The Sword Immortal's serious expression clammed up. 103 Chapter 108 Name-dropping Master, name-dropping sister. Ah, that naturally works too. Terminal Qian was surprised. What's it going to take? Sword Immortal man. How would he know what to do? It's not like he's an innate Tao body. Ahem. For the master to help you look for it in the canonical books, and for yourself, try more and more, and if you have any new discoveries, feel free to talk to the master at any time. Yes. The Sword Immortal only felt his forehead sweating. It was only the transfiguration stage. Why did he feel like he couldn't teach? It seems that an apprentice who is too good for his master is a great test. Right. The Sword Immortal suddenly thought of something. Although we don't have an out-of-body stage, the vacancy of one less realm is to be filled by some means, and the way to do that is the cultivation of Exodon. You have to cultivate 4 flying swords of the Exodon realm or 2 flying swords of the Yuanin realm. Oh. I'll have 10 days promoted to the Yuaning stage as soon as possible. Jianzhuang thought of something. Master, has my 3rd flying sword, the 1000 Golem Master, built it yet? Type it up and go ask him for it. Final Qian's heart was relaxed, so the 4th one could also start casting. Yes. Apprentice, are you forgetting something else? Final Qian's thoughts moved, and the matter of the gift came to mind. There was a desire to muddle through, but Jinqian ultimately chose to be frank. Master, after my disciple broke through the realm, I seriously thought about what Master wanted as a gift. Oh, what is it? Master is trying to find me a master's wife, I think. Put. In the Violet Mansion, the Sword Immortal's Yuanshan fell on its face. What the hell? What was his good disciple thinking, to come up with such an outrageous result? Of course it was his fault. If they hadn't all refused, he wouldn't have pushed his disciple to such a state. Forget about it. Why is he, who is a master, always thinking about how to slow down his disciple's footsteps? Cough. Well, unexpectedly you guessed it, not bad. The teacher does have this intention. Then you are planning to introduce the marriage to the teacher? Terminal Chen face a plate. Master your cultivation may be very powerful, but the woman you really cannot handle. Believe in the disciple, focus on cultivation. Cultivation to their own body is true, the other is false. The Sword Immortal blinked. Inexplicably, he felt an invisible pressure come over him, followed by disdain. Women only, what cannot handle? You cut not underestimate your master me, thought the division's elegance. There is the Sioux country, there are not a lot of young girls repair favor us. Final Qian said bitterly, Master, in your opinion, is it a beautiful end when 2 people have formed a Tao couple together? It's also true that the Sword Immortals don't have much experience in this area. Most of his energy had been devoted to cultivation, or else he wouldn't be able to achieve what he did today. Thoughtfully, he asked rhetorically, or what? Big mistake. Forming a Tao couple isn't the end of the good,
but the beginning of a billion tedious things. Think about it, after forming a Dao couple, you can't casually interact with other fairies, and similarly your Dao couple can't casually look up to other cultivators, and once either one of you is in such a situation, then the other one will get angry, and that will lead to more trivialities, and there will be conflicts, and the Dao heart will be messed up. Seeing that the sword immortal was about to open his mouth, Final Qian preempted him. This is just one of them.
What about having a dawn guard, and you have a child by accident? What if the child doesn't compete and causes trouble for you? What if one number is practiced to death and you want to practice others? Even if there's no child, what are you going to do when your Dao couple Shio is beaten and killed because he looked at one more person in the crowd? With the master's nature, surely you must take revenge. Then by chance, you succeeded in revenge, but offended the big forces, can only be the end of the world, or perhaps simply some you directly did not succeed in revenge, the original death of the Taoist disappearance. How difficult it is for my generation of cultivators to cultivate, and to beware of ominous, and to play with the ancient gods. Cultivation is already so difficult, why find yourself uncomfortable? Sword immortal man is stunned. He had never thought about those things, and now that he heard his disciple say it, he only felt his head was as big as a bucket. It felt as if he had reverted back to being a mortal, traveling in a boat on the sea of bitterness, and at any moment he would capsize and die. Terrible, dang terrible. Seeing that the master was persuaded, Final Qian was also relieved. Master, I'm going to master 1,000 golems. Oh, wait. Terminal Qian turned to look. Master, what else? Disciple, how could you think so much? Master heard your description as if he had experienced it himself. If you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run? This is all deduced after guessing the gift that Master wants. Of course it is not deduced out of thin air. Apprentice disciple has also seen a lot of the human world in the Black Tooth country. The sword immortal couldn't help but praise. The firmness of my disciple's Dao heart is far inferior to mine. Final Qian also laughed and left a piece of purple gold behind. My disciple knows that if it were a large piece of steel, the master would certainly not want it. This piece of purple gold is very small, or can be built into a trinket, so I will gift it to the master. Without waiting for the sword immortal to refuse, Final Qian directly left. He didn't want to have to guess what the sword immortal wanted, he would literally go bald. After departing from the sword immortal and confirming with the boat spirit that the 1,000 golem master was not in the cloud boat, Final Qian turned to his grandmother for help. Then they were sent to the residence of Master 1,000 Golem in Orissa Kingdom. The room was filled with all sorts of mechanical puppets, big and small, bionic and surreal, all sorts and sorts. The place where Terminal Qian was sent was still only an outbuilding. Master 1,000 Golem, my disciple has come out to see you. Terminal Qian was about to give a gulp. A pretty face with a good appearance of 28 years old peeked out from inside the house. Slightly familiar, Jin Chen instantly corresponded this face to another, the girl who lost her ear on the cloud boat. Master? When did you worship the 1,000 Golem Taoist? This statement put Terminal Qian in question. Grandmother sent him directly to the house of Master 1,000 Golems. He had thought that there was only 1,000 Golem masters here. Little Seiho? The Taoist of 10,000 immortals also stuck out ahead. Unlike the young girl who popped her head out by picking at the doorframe, the man Xian was literally just sticking out ahead, or flying out ahead. It could be seen that his 10,000 immortals had made a new breakthrough. Then came the main man, the 1,000 Golem Dao Lord. The 1,000 Golem Taoist who hadn't lied much struggled to defend his apprentice. Grandmother suddenly spoke up, no need to make it up, accept it as accredited master. As soon as these words were spoken, Immortal Manhwa and Immortal Manhwa's young disciple received a contract. 10,000 immortals, the deed of the master of record. The little apprentice of the 10,000 immortals, the remembered sister contract. Terminal Qian were stunned. It's just a matter of remembering the master, but what the hell is a remembered sister? But it was Grandma who had come up with it, and all he could do was nod his head. Bull wah 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 wah. Would you like to become the credited master of the grandson of the Lord of the Land? Reading out the contract, Taoist Wan Xian's eyes shot out two excited immortal lights. Willing. Would you like to be the named sister of the grandson of the Lord of the Land? What is a remembered senior sister? Wanfu Fairy does not understand, but there is the grandson of the Su State Lord she understands. Where is the hesitation? Yes. So the two deeds were completed, and the confidentiality agreement with two streams of information rushed directly into the memories of the master and disciple. The master and disciple were shocked for a moment. It turned out that Cloud Boat didn't just go to the Black Tooth country to skulk around. It turned out that so many things had happened. 1,000 Golem Taoist brother. You've hidden so much pain from me. Taoist 10,000 immortals stared at Taoist 1,000 Golem with the gaze of someone who was recognizing him for the first time. Elder 1,000 Golem. I can't imagine you're hiding so deeply. The fair fairy was also aggressive. 1,000 Golem Taoist. Sword immortal man, why didn't that old thief suffer with him? The final Qian bird quietly inquired of his grandmother, why did he take in another master? He wasn't going to learn the way of the 10,000 immortals. He didn't want to end his meditation and find himself left with a human stick, with his limbs and five senses teaming up to roll up his belongings and run away. That scenario, it was creepy to think about, and it was scarier than facing the ominous.
The 10,000 immortals have switched to practicing the path of skinning and changing one's life. This path is a bit interesting, it's worth learning when it improves.
Terminal Qian's eyes lit up.
Peeling the skin of a great demon and penetrating inside the ancient celestial court was originally what Final Qian had envisioned.
So it is. Final Qian meets Master Wan Xian, meet
senior sister. Wan Fu Fairy's heart is already bubbling with beauty, the grandson of the state lord is her senior brother. It's a pity she can't tell anyone, she has to keep it a secret for 1,000 years. Senior sister's Dao name is Wan Fu, you may call me senior sister Wan Fu.
Wan Xian, Wan Fu? Isn't this name too arbitrary? Is it okay to be a junior? Senior brother has met senior sister Wan Fu.
The heart of the Hail Fairy, melted again.
Ahem.
The 10,000 immortals cleared their throats, since we're a family now, I'll introduce you all as well. Wan Fu isn't a human being, or not a human being in the ordinary sense of the word, she's a human being that was transformed into a human being after 2 of my ribs demonized into a spirit and crossed the lightning tribulation.
Adam? Dare I ask, are you Adam?
Something even more shocking to Terminal Qian happened. The Hail Mary bodies overlapped, the 4 hands interlocked with 10 fingers, and the 2 mirror like 2 Hail Marys with their heads against each other looked sideways and simultaneously at Terminal Qian. My name is Wan, senior brother, don't be alarmed, this matter I was only recently informed.
My name is Fu, senior brother, don't be afraid, senior sisters are normal fairies yet. Terminal Qian suddenly thought of the not fat and not thin Taoist, I wonder if they are okay.
An endless sea, outside the scorched sun sect.
No fat or skinny sneezed in unison. Not fat, I feel like someone is thinking about me. Not thin, could it be that the siblings regretted the unequal treatment they encountered when they returned to the clan? 104 Chapter 109 10-Day Sword Infant Formation, stuck in a bug? This is a sword?
Jinshan remembered correctly that he was asking his master to build a sword, but what he saw was a stick. Although he had said that he would allow the 1,000 golem master to play freely and maximize the characteristics of the Taorong iron, this play was really a bit unexpected. This sword. Well, it's a stick. 1,000 golem Taoist wanted to argue, but he really wasn't good at lying, so he admitted that he had made his disciple's customized sword into a stick.
But let me explain.
Facing a crowd of strange gazes, the 1,000 golem Taoist didn't want any rumors to spread tomorrow, so he told the original story of why he had built a stick. Originally, the texture of this pottery iron was vertical, and he tried to comb the texture of the whole piece of divine iron, and when he combed it, it became a stick. In addition, this piece of divine iron had the property of being able to elongate hundreds, thousands, and 10,000 times when infused with aura. The horizontal change is not so great, and can only be thickened by a factor of 10. Final Qian was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. What is this if not a Rui weapon? Could the Rui weapon have been built by his master? That can't be. The Great Yu even used it to rule the water. Can it get smaller? Getting smaller? Doesn't seem to have the power. Determined not to be a weapon without a doubt. Wait. The 1,000 golem Taoist seemed to have a sudden inspiration. Picking up the iron rod and scrutinizing it, it seems like it could be made smaller. Let the texture fold. Maybe it will work. Apprentice brother, do you want this sword in a hurry? If it's not urgent, master, I want to try again. Terminal Qian blinked, then you will try again. He was not in a hurry since he was not in a hurry, and he was not in a hurry until he was promoted to Yuaning in 10 days. Master, Steel put it here with you too, just hit it according to the material properties as well, but as much as possible like a sword. Don't worry. Hand over the Kunsteel to the 1,000 golem master, and this acted. Then, 1,000 golem master, 10,000 immortals master, 10,000 sisters, Fu sister, and Final Qian will withdraw. Please wait. Taoist 10,000 immortals rubbed his hands together and laughed. Apprentice, master, I haven't seen your innate Tao body yet, why don't you let master open his eyes? Senior brother, senior sister hasn't seen it either. Yes, senior brother, show it to senior sister. Terminator. Zhuang felt that the painting style of his division was falling in a not-so-serious direction with the addition of this credited master. Cough. There's nothing to see, it's just like ordinary people, that. Apprentice has classwork to do today, so I won't stay here for long. As soon as these words came out, Final Qian hurriedly begged for help from the young girl's grandmother. Grandma, send me back. Fortunately, the grandmother did not fall off the chain at the critical moment, just a flower in front of the eyes, the final dry back to the ship. Who dash? A long sigh of relief. Even if it came back, the final dry is still a little after the fear. You can show them, and when the time comes, the palace will come out of its clerical arms and scare them to death. Back to the place of retreat, the silk white line rises, the scourge of the central from the text arm transformed into a palace dress elegant lazy lady. Terminal Qian associated that image, feeling. That would indeed scare them to death, right? Good, then my child will show them next time. Mother, you will stare at them in the stance of the man-arm totem and ask them if they look good, then you will emerge from the man-arm and startle them. He. Okay, it's a deal. Setting a strange pact with his mother, Final Qian invoked the 10-day sword and began a new round of seclusion. Observe during the day, and at night grind away your own contamination, accumulating only the contamination from the 10-day sword, and so on for a year.
Attribute points, 10. Daddy? Is this the cold? It's so cold when the flame goes out for 2 days. Father? Why did you order us killed? Father? It was you who ordered the 10th day to punish the earth. Why did you kill us? Daddy? One day Mrs. Mommy. Father? Did you see 10 days? Dad? It's not the 10th day you killed, I'm the 10th day. Dad? You didn't kill 10 days, I did. Dad? Do you know how many days it is to live?
The scene in front of the final dry eyes suddenly changed.
A dry earth came into view, 10 days in the air.
Terminal Qian was the first to ascertain the situation. 10 days later, a dry body covered its face and dried up. He who offends the might of heaven. Die. The angry roars of several small golden crows echoed in Jianxian's ears. These silly birds were fooled out after all. It seemed that he couldn't change what had already happened, or perhaps the scene in front of him, although it looked like he was involved, had actually happened a long time ago. Nevertheless, Jianxian wanted to try, and with a fierce flap of his wings, he flew high into the air, then rushed to the east, the place of sunrise, Tanggu. 6th day. Why are you running away? The sinners have been put to death. It is time to withdraw. The other beings are innocent. There was a small golden crow that hesitated slightly and also flew away after Final Qian. The rest of the golden crows continued to scorch the earth. Just as Final Qian saw the Tang Valley and was about to fly back, invisible forces blocked the way back, preventing him from entering the Tang Valley.
Is this a limitation of the dream, or has someone moved on? How come you can't go back?
The other golden crow that withdrew back with Final Qian also tried to enter the Tang Valley but failed. Terminal Qian suddenly felt a hint of palpitations and subconsciously looked over, only to see a sun suddenly go out in the sky.
Then the second round, third round, fourth round, round 5.
Rounds of the sun were shot down until there were only 3 rounds left. The golden crow that was still flying outside wasn't shot down, instead the one that was following Terminal Qian was shot down, the 8th round.
The arrow then aimed at Final Dry.
Unable to resist, the arrow penetrated his body. Jianxian looked in the direction from which the arrow came, blurred, and unable to see. The intense noise swept over once again.
Conspiracy?
The world twists and turns, and the Final Dry consciousness returns to the ship. I only saw the 2 golden crows flying around the wooden sword, 10 days to promote the Yuaning. It was also at this moment that Final Qian was blessed with the knowledge of what to do next. The wind and snow sword and the 10 suns sword flew at the same time, and space distorted for a split second as the 2 swords were taken into the Violet Mansion.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spirit item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 200. Spirit, 200. God, 200 201. Realm, out-of-body stage. Breakthrough. Yeah.
The out-of-body stage, 1 realm higher than the expected Yuanying stage, would allow for a trip to Mte. The current him shouldn't be a match for the Eboshi mountain god, but the other lesser demons should be able to be subdued. Or, he could wait a little longer until the attribute points were full. Anyway, let's go out first. He hadn't enjoyed the kitchen fairy's handiwork all this time, and today he broke through and consoled himself.
The thoughts move. A movement?
Terminal Qian, whose consciousness had moved into the Yuaning, blinked stupidly.
Didn't make it out?
Release your spiritual sense and check the situation outside. Spiritual awareness covered the entire Purple Mansion world, but it was impossible to go out. There seemed to be an invisible barrier of avoidance preventing him from getting out.
Terminal Qian panicked.
These sword cultivators have been stuck in bugs and bugs all day, they won't just get stuck, right? Jianxian suspected that this situation of coming in and not being able to get out was caused by the sword cultivation bug.
God, 201202.
After various attempts, Jianxian realized that God had grown a little. It certainly wasn't that he was stuck on some bug again, but it was the next day.
Contemplating the furry mother?
It's impossible to visualize, and neither can the golden crow or the winter god. The ancient god pollution brought in by the 2 swords subliminally affected the entire Violet Mansion world. Rain began to fall in the Violet world, it was melting snow. What to do? Maybe he'll be able to get out when body, spirit, god, is full? Final Qian offered the cold and heat sword formation, allowing the 2 swords to be returned to the formation and cultivating with the help of the ancient divine pollution on the 2 swords. Wins now, 10 days, we may have to spend a lot of time together. Jingle bells dash. Unlike the pessimistic Final Dry, the wind and snow sword was happy. The 2 golden crows flew out from the wooden sword, collected the flames on their bodies, and also stood intimately on the 2 shoulders of the Final Dry, sticking with the Final Dry.
The depressed Terminal Qian suddenly wasn't so depressed.
Mother Fluffy should have noticed something unusual when she saw him sleeping.
Fluffy Mama can't be trusted and there's Grandma. So, not much of a problem. Final Qian stabilized his mind and began to cultivate.
105, Chapter 110. Do you know how these 180 years have come to me?
Day 200 of the card bug. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 200. Spirit, 200 210. God, 202400. Realm, out of body stage. Couldn't leave.
Since it wasn't a contamination directly tainted by observing the ancient gods, the spirit was slow to improve.
But it's better than nothing.
Card bug 10 years later.
Attribute points, 20. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 200. Spirit, 210 400. God, 400. Realm, out-of-body stage. Couldn't leave.
And so begins the ordeal. Body, has not been moving, then the way to make the body grow, then there is only one way, add points.
Attribute points remaining, 20. All plus body. Body, 200 220. The next step is to add a little each year. Ultimate Qian is not clear where the problem is. It is reasonable to say that sleep is able to grow the body. But his body is not moving at all, it's all about adding points. Could it be that the body is not adding up because it's rising so fast that it's already exceeding the limit of this lifespan?
180 years later.
Attribute points, 0. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 400. Spirit, 400. God, 400. Realm, out-of-body stage.
Terminal Qian's thoughts moved, and once he opened his eyes, the moment he opened his eyes, the familiar room in his eyes nearly made Terminal Qian cry out.
Him. Coming out.
There was no change in the place where he was in seclusion, everything was as usual. Yo, good morning, Lazybones, it's rare that you sleep this long. Terminal Qian looked back, it was the Princess Mother. The Princess Mother was almost unchanged, time seemed to be frozen in her face.
Mother, how long have I been asleep?
There was still a trace of hope in Qing Qian's heart. He felt that maybe he had just had what he thought was a long time and it was all a mirage.
Not short, 181 years, I think. The light of hope went out, and he actually did get stuck in a bug for 180 years. For the first time, Final Qian was fearful of unreliable sword cultivators. Mother, you didn't think anything was out of the ordinary when I slept for so long? I had your grandmother look at it and your grandmother said you were practicing. Was your grandmother wrong? Terminal Qian opened his mouth, not really a mistake. Just almost didn't come back. He might not have made it back if he didn't have the system. Another look at the medical information showed that the boost was real, even though he had slept for 180 years. He's entered the out-of-body stage. As for the companion spirit, Little Tree, there was a change as well, a change that might have happened when he got stuck in the bug. The buds are bigger, and the branches are pulling out a fifth section with 3 more branches and 36 more leaves. Total 15 branches, 180 leaves. The speed of convergence of spiritual liquid has increased again, and with abundant spiritual rain, 5 drops of spiritual liquid can be condensed in one breath. It's like printing money if you can sell it openly. Right. Wild boar. After all this time, that pig and that wolf can't be hung up. Terminal Qian hurriedly entered meditation again, and saw 3 shadows in his eyes, which were, Wolf, Pig 9, and Maiden. All 3 were alive and well, and Final Qian was finally relieved. But, teenage girls? Thoughts are invested in the perspective of the young girl. This is a not very mature young girl, black hair like a waterfall behind the fall, hanging in the legs of the stool. The girl is writing when the dry thoughts come down. Dad, is that you? A coolness rose behind Jianxian. Now when he hears of father he thinks of those golden crows. And the young girl already had tears in her eyes. Big Daddy, my old lady thought you had hiccuped. Terminator. Just now, she looked so pitiful, why did the picture change in an instant? Ahem. There's no need to call me Big Daddy, just call me boss. And by the way, how did you get like this? Father, I've crossed the threshold and transformed into a form. Oh, so it's incarnated. Is that gender? A mistake on my part? That's not true, but morphing can change gender, and I always thought I was female, so I morphed into one. Incarnation also ing changes gender? Tendo doesn't just run cosmetic surgery hospitals, they also run transgender hospitals, right? However, this is a cold knowledge. The final dry will be the knowledge of the point of note, perhaps in the future, small gold use. Where's that senior brother of yours? Elder brother is dead. Final dry? How to die? Spontaneous combustion, touching the core authority of the sun attracted the attention of the golden crow. That fire burned the whole mountain away. That day also fortunately I was used to watching the door and keeping watch, otherwise my elder sister and I would have been burned away along with it. Terminator. Is this the ancient god's counterattack? Luckily, he had no intention of touching the sun's authority, he only wanted to borrow some ancient god pollution to use, and in the meantime kindly gathered his brothers for the 10th day. Then what's the situation of the Scorched Sun sect now? The Scorched Sun sect is now presided over by the Grand Elder. Because the sect is without a sect leader, the Scorched Sun sect has been closed for 100 years, and the elders said that they will do their best to train disciples, and open the sect when a sect leader is born from the disciples. Birth of the Patriarch? Heavily polluted after crossing the threshold to immortality without dying is a palmist. Terminal Qian frowned straight away as he listened. The last one who shocked the sect leader is dead, still shocking? Terminal Qian's mind moved. That elders group, do they also impact the palmist? The elders do not impact the palmist, none of their practices are sun-based, they are all moderately polluted and lightly polluted, and a few simply practice a path other than this one, and those are honorary elders. Only a cold smile remained on Terminal Qian's face.
There are two kinds of character in being fearful of death and being fearful of death yourself and letting someone else do the dying. The first he respects in awe, the second he reviles. The Scorched Sun sect doesn't have much to dig deeper into. You want to come back? I can pick you up and bring you back. Can my senior sister come with me? And bring sister? If the dog didn't turn out to be a sister, he wondered if the dog had a crush on her senior sister. Does your senior sister have a strong sense of belonging to the Scorched Sun sect? There is. Her biggest goal right now is to become immortal and take over her senior brother's legacy, and I'm going to try to become immortal ahead of her, and I'm afraid she's going to get burned by the sun. Terminal Qian froze slightly. This declaration of the black dogs was undoubtedly stupid in his opinion. What makes you think you won't get burned? I'm not sure. I don't have a big daddy to cover me, and the young girl touched the eye patch she was wearing. I think the reason why my senior sister's senior brother failed because he didn't inherit this eyeball. This eyeball may be the key to not dying from heavy pollution. There is some truth to this speculation. This shows that this black dog is not blindly loyal and reckless. You've decided? It's decided. Okay, let me know when you change your mind. Aha! Big Daddy. I'm so glad you're okay. Terminator. Looking at the young girl reflected in the small mirror, Jinshen felt that this voice of Big Daddy was really strange. Cut the call. Scorched Sun Clan. A man came forward shaking a ruler on his back. Snap. They hit the corner of the table. Reprimanded. Have you finished writing? Just play with the mirror. Ah. Fat Master, it's writing it. Write properly. Give me the mirror. Fat Master, I'll write properly, don't confiscate the mirror. Ahem. It's just a small mirror, Fatty, don't be so strict. The fat Taoist glared over, only to see a thin Taoist leisurely drinking tea under the gazebo. There is the country of Su, on the cloud boat. After making sure that the black dog was fine, Final Chan looked at Pig 9 and, Okapi, Wolf again. The wolf had not yet transformed, and at this time was carrying Piggy 9 in misery, walking under the sun. Ahem. Pig 9, haven't you gotten your revenge in these 180 years? Inujo's heart flinched and he was about to get up from the Okapi, wolf's body, forcibly stabilizing his Tao and not moving. Back to my lord, I was tempering the Okapi, wolf's flesh and did not intentionally bully it. Oh, I'll ask the Okapi, wolf then. Pig 9 quickly spoke up, that lazy bastard will definitely say that I'm insulting it. Terminal Qian contacted, Okapi, wolf, did Pig 9 bully you? The moment he heard the voice of Terminal Qian, ow. The Okapi, wolf directly broke down in tears, lying on the ground and accusing Inuyasha of the humiliation and atrocities he had inflicted upon himself. Pig 9? Never. Ultimate Qian is not used to seeing bullies, but, Okapi, wolves also provoked people's dead pigs in the first place. And 180 years have passed. That's not a very good thing to do. K9, wolf, now you know how aggravating it is to have no power. Little lord. You must save little wolf. Little wolf is suffering. Terminator. Keep this shame in your heart and turn your grief and anger into strength. How old are you? Jinshen remembered that his grandmother had said that, Okapi, wolves were a fey species with a fated lifespan of about 500 years, and that they could only wait for the transformation thunder tribulation if they survived until they were 500 years old and didn't die. The young wolf is 400 years old, little lord, that boar is not a pig. It's young to bully me, a 400-year-old wolf. It's a hard life for an old wolf. Terminator. At 500 years of age, the Okapi, wolf would still have to be held by Pig 9 for another 100 years. But we can't just leave it alone, or else when it takes form in the future, the wolf will only feel that everything is a result of its own efforts, and that no one helped it when it needed help, so it's very likely that it won't have a sense of belonging, and it will also develop a sense of resentment. Pig 9, to become a strong man you have to have a strong heart. If the Okapi, wolf himself doesn't want to advance, you don't have to force him, the path is for him to choose, likewise your path is for you to choose. Gotcha. Terminal Qian contacted the Okapi, wolf again, telling him that the matter had been settled, that Pig 9 would not bully him again, and that if he did so again he could contact him in the clouds. Pig 9, have you thought about what path you've chosen? 180 years ago, the final dry let Pig 9 thinking about their own path. I wanted to wait for Pig 9 contact their own to lead the way for Pig 9. Do not want a bug stuck for 180 years. 106, Chapter 111, hasn't production stopped in 180 years? Pick it, I want to become a battle immortal. War immortal? The illiterate Ji Qian was suddenly embarrassed. What is a war immortal? Ultimate decided to call for off-site assistance. Auntie, do you know what a battle immortal is? What war immortal? Well, neither did Mother Fluffy. Final Qian is ready to get up and find the master to ask. It has been so long, the 2 flying swords at the 1000 Golem Master's place must have been built. At this time, Jinshen thought of the black dog girl who had inherited the old path's memories. Final Qian and the black dog girl are also considered to know each other well. At first those cultivation-related information were still all told to him by Black Dog, so he asked directly. Is writing the black dog is about to pull out a small mirror, vigilant look back, see the 2 masters in the shade of the cool tea before the small mirror out, clutching in the palm of your hand. Looking at the mirror with his face, Nian returned, back to Big Daddy's words, battle immortals or physical cultivators, a group of crude people even more crude than sword cultivators, with hardly any brains, and fights are all about recklessness.
Terminator.
Jianzhuang felt insulted. How is it that sword cultivators don't have brains? Not only do they have brains, they are also great wisdom, in the words of the master of the sword immortal man.
Okay, you practice your handwriting. Okay, Big Daddy.
Terminal Chen was also quite curious as to how the pugnacious black dog had started practicing writing, but at this time he had more things to settle.
181 years is a lot to accumulate. Terminator switched back to talking to Piggyback 9.
Can have a master yet, have the need despite mention, you both follow me, the support that should be there will never be poor. Thank you little lord for hanging on, my subordinate has joined a sect which is near the Qiaoming mountain. There is no shortage of these in terms of Gongfa cultivation guidelines, and although there is a shortage of magic treasure artifact materials but materials of indescribable origin might as well not have them in case they are suspected. Therefore, after careful consideration, my subordinate decided to ask for some medicine that nourishes the body and refines the body, is not so precious and will not attract attention.
Terminal Qian's eyes lit up.
The first sentence shows that he has not forgotten the task he set out to do.
The second sentence analyzes your situation.
The third sentence points out what is best for you.
Who says bodywork is crass? How witty is this?
And sword cultivators are obviously more resourceful than body cultivators. Several thoughts flashed by, and Ji Qian was fighting in his heart for the sword cultivators and body cultivators. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm ready on my end. You'll have to find a hidden place to pick it up when you get there. There will be a lot of stuff, after all. It's quite expensive to open the door once. Little Lord has taken the trouble. Pig 9 vows to follow you to the death. I won't let you die easily, no need to move and mention death. What have you found since you arrived at the Biaoming mountain? Pig 9 hurriedly reported the investigation of the last few years. Then it was the Okapi wolf's turn to build. Manhwa was alert by nature and could foresee the menace, and Pig 9 approached several times to no avail. In the end, it was Wolf who rescued a little Manhwa by an accident when he went out alone. It could be that the wheat wolf's body of the soldier's tribulation had choked the chi of the Manhwa clan, causing the other party to fall into the way, or it could just be a coincidence, but in any case, it was the Wu wolf who opened the situation. Young lord, we are unable to determine whether this vein of Manhwa is related to the great demon Manhwa who has been choking the willow tree pavilion, so please make a decision, young lord.
I know, wait for my message.
After inquiring about a few more things to make sure everything was okay, he finally dried up and disconnected the call. As for Manhwa, Jianqian intends to tell his grandmother and listen to her opinion. But before that, mother, do you know how my child has come through these 180 years? Scourge Central was startled. Looking at that aggrieved and watering look, it seemed like it was the first time her own cub had ever pampered her. Egu, this aggravation, what happened? Quickly talk to this palace. Her body-shaped sword, and the heavenly fox lady transformed into a huge white fox, stopping her eldest son, who was already the size of 3 elephants, in her arms.
Terminal Chen is also really aggrieved. 180 years. It's like prison.
Wind and Snow and 10 Days are his only 2 cellmates. Those days, don't even get me started on how boring they were. The expression of Final Qian, who was about to cry out, suddenly stopped. Mother, the production of this 180 years of spiritual liquid hasn't stopped, right?
Nope.
That's good.
Once again, Terminal Qian was aggrieved and buried into the big fox's arms.
In the purple world, the snowman child who had slept stretched and yawned as she scanned the surrounding area for her 2 cellmates.
10 days, master. Where is the master?
The snowman child who hadn't found his master was instantly not sleepy. A few snowflakes coalesced into a small sword. Ding!
The tapped on the wooden sword.
10 Days also woke up. Jingle bells.
Knock knock?
Terminal Chen, who was relying on his furry mother's arms, felt the purple mansion churning and finally thought that his 2 cellmates were still inside. The idea was to decide to fish for the sword. The temperature in the room was hot and cold, and it was raining.
Ah, it's been a hard 180 years for you guys too. We're free.
Both sides of the sea around the final dry up and down, but the final dry still want to rely on the furry mother's arms. Then he spoke, go out and spread your wings, you haven't seen the outside for a long time, go and have a good look. Jingle bells. The wind and snow gathered into a sword and flew straight out of the window. Knock, knock, as if a wooden fish had struck, and the wooden sword followed. After the 2 swords left, Final Chen continued to complain to the furry nymphette, being stuck in the purple mansion and not being able to get out can be too horrible. When the 2 swords, the wind and the snow and the 10 days, rushed into the clouds, it rained in Orissa Kingdom. However, they soon put away their respective potentials and hung serenely between heaven and earth, feeling the sense of security that the great heavens and earth gave them.
Knock knock. It's out. Aren't you going to find that unscrupulous master?
Yeah. It waited 180 years for this battle. Clang. The sword's roar lightly trembled, piercing through the clouds as the wind and snow sword rushed towards the sword immortal's residence. 10 Days followed closely behind, but both swords swooped in. The sword immortal is not there.
You're stuck in the violet mansion?
Aha!
Terminal Chen nodded repeatedly. And how did that come out?
Final Chan told the story of how he had borrowed 2 swords to cultivate in the Purple Mansion. After hearing this, Scourge Central was also angry. This sword immortal pathway is also too unreliable. Why don't you switch to cultivate organ creation? Mother will teach you.
This won't be necessary.
It's dangerous, but the danger has been passed. I think the reason why this happened to me is because I cultivated my inner elixir before I had crossed the first tribulation, and Master Sword Immortal said that he only replenished his inner elixir after the first tribulation. In the future, child will learn organ building from mother.
Making a promise that he didn't know when he would wait, Jinzhuang changed the topic and said, "Where's grandmother?"
It was logical for him to wake up and meet his grandmother, who was a big fan of his confidence. Your grandmother is accumulating the power of the ages for the great Tsubaki's wood. You have slept for 180 years, and 180 years worth of power of the ages has been accumulated on the great Tsubaki's wood, and although your grandmother dislikes you for rushing to grow up, the good things are still reserved for you.
Terminal Qian was warmed inside.
Having pampered herself in her furry mother's arms, the rest of the cultivation path had to continue onward. Final Chen stretched his waist and got up. Mother, I'm going to make a trip to Master's place. I have to tell him about the situation of the stuck Violet Mansion, and then let Master spread the word so that other sword cultivators don't get stuck in it as well. Other cultivators shouldn't get stuck in. The inner Dan that is formed after the outer Dan is also known as the unsullied inner Dan. The unsullied inner Dan doesn't rely on ancient spirit contamination. It's all based on the cultivator's own accumulation that can form the Dan. Whereas the unusual cultivators rely on ancient spirit contamination to cultivate, so they barely have the ability to form the unsullied inner Dan in the first happening.
Final dry? Is this still a bug unique to genius?
The furry mother's words turned. But this matter does need to be widely publicized. You tell your grandmother, your sword immortal human master went out on a cloud trip, saying he was looking for the contamination of the valley god, and has been gone for 100 years, and hasn't come back yet.
Gakujin? Ask him.
Oh, the master doesn't know that he knows many of the names of the gods, but the grandmother does.
Grandmother didn't say anything and should have had her own considerations. Grandma, is it in?
In the Minju Palace, the young girl whose figure overlapped opened a pair of beautiful eyes, and as soon as those eyes opened, they curved in a smile.
107 Chapter 112, Ultimate Qian's Hardcore Teacher's Maiden.
Seeing the young girl's grandmother, Final Qian reported the situation stuck in the Purple House, and then asked about the most concerned thing: how much has been earned in these 180 years. According to what Mother Fluffy had said, the production of the spiritual liquid had not stopped for these 180 years, so the spiritual liquid that converged out would be very sizable.
The business of the air-inducing pills wouldn't be bad.
I made $500,000 in the previous 2 years, 180 years.
That's 20 million less. Terminal Qian has begun to get excited. Not a lot. Oh, your share is only 5 million. 5 million? Is the market saturated with air and training pills? Didn't you guys change the name, such as healing pill, rejuvenation pill, and face nourishing pill to continue selling them? The scene, silent. Terminator.
They say foxes are smart, but I'm afraid that's not true. Or maybe his mother, Big Fox, and grandmother, Big Fox, didn't give a damn about the business.
It's a case of never being poor enough to know that money is good. Wrong billion.
He needed a more reliable presence to take care of business for him.
He must be on the lookout for talent in this area. Or, train Kim as a secretary?
The image of a small gold secretary carrying a wolfsbane appeared in the brain of Final Dry. A store to find it. It definitely did not look like pointing out the work, but rather like a protection fee collector.
Alas, the talent under them is withering away. Is there no such thing as a very wise, very chicken-hearted being? The Okapi, wolf's cunning smiling face flashed in Jianqian's mind, but that guy has not yet transformed into a form, and his talent is also hard, so he cannot stay in the Orisa kingdom, but he can go to the merchants. 1,800 thoughts flashed in a flash in Jiqian's mind. Just then, I heard Mother Furry speak, mainly because I don't want to draw too much attention to myself. The air-inducing pills are only for mortals to eat, and don't receive much attention. Rightly so, Terminal Dry stopped dwelling on the matter. $5 million of God's money is not a small sum of money, and he should be contented with it. 100 gold per air-inducing Dan, that's 50,000 sold. In the end, the market is still too small to be able to open up the commercial road and sell to the various capital cities of the human race. Thinking about this, Terminal Qian's eyes lit up again. Right. Jinzhuan thought of something. Mother, have you restored your tail with spirit liquid yet?
Not yet. It's not waiting for you to wake up from your sleep. But that guy Tatsujiu has already recovered and is struggling with what divine ability to choose, so if you have anything you want, you can go and suggest it to her.
What does he suggest about the avatar of the Tatsukushi Nuko? You can't bring Tatsujiu's mother-in-law around as a toolfox as well, can you? It's better to let Mother Tatsujiu choose for herself.
You're welcome. The tail is your spiritual liquid to help her recover. Without those, spiritual liquid recovery is still more than 800 years. Jiqian still remembered that his furry mother said that her life force was fed back to her after successfully crossing the tribulation, so he opened his mouth and said, "It's not that exaggerated.
Mother, you should recover quickly as well."
Good.
A large drop of spiritual liquid that could hold the size of an entire body hung above his head. The furry mother's foxpaw reached in, and the spirit liquid was quickly sucked dry since the foxpaw contracted. Then the second biggest drop. Third biggest drop. A white fox tail grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the 9 intact tails, Final Chan's heart felt slightly better. Thanks, son. The figure contracted, and the heavenly fox maiden was buried in her palace attire in a thick, flashy blanket. It was the fur of the final drying. You're welcome, and congratulations, mother. After the joyful vibes, it's time to talk about the not-so-joyful. Final Qian corrected his appearance and told his grandmother what Pig 9 and Okapi Wolf had discovered at Xiaoming Mountain, so that she could decide. Just grab one over here. Aren't you able to open a divine doorkeeper? Grab one over here. I can trace it back from the little ones to the old ones. Grandma sure has a way with words. It's just that it's a way to do it, when it's really unbelievable. Grandson knows. What else? Big tune. Have the giants traders been here yet? Did they find Atsubaki? Came here once, didn't find it, but we'll be back in 20 years. The giants got a taste of it in Arisu, and will be back every 100 years from now on. Once again, Terminal Chan lamented in his heart about the sense of time of these transcendent beings, and at the same time, he felt pity for not finding it. What has kept him going these past 180 years is also the thirst for Atsubaki. Compared to being imprisoned in the Violet Mansion, it would be such a blessing to sleep on the wood of the great Tsubaki for 1,000 years. After waking up and seeing his mother and grandmother, then Shi Qian went to see Mother Chenjiu, Mother Qingshi, and Master Wan Xian one by one. The 180 years that were long for Terminal Dry seemed to be just a snooze for the three mothers. Instead, the human masters thought tightly of him. Also, the credited sister. Oh, and now the remembered sister has become the remembered lady. It's outrageous, but Terminal Dry, who knows the story of Adam and Eve, is barely able to accept it. It turned out that Wan Nyang and Fu Nyang were originally Taoist couples created by Master Wan Xian for himself. This sort of thing was said to be not strange among human cultivators, and Master Wan Xian was still traditional, at least in human form, compared to the ones who were coupled with their flying swords. But Terminal Qian was still shocked. Human cultivators can play. Nice play by the human friar. Kudos to the human monks. Raging praise. Good day, Master Wan. Good day, Blessed Mother. Changing from his lack of concern for his senior sister, Ji Qian respectfully bowed to the two senior mothers. Respecting teachers is engraved in the bones of Final Chen. Final Chen believes it is the right thing to do. Good boy. Oh, but senior mistress still likes to hear you call me senior sister. On the side, symmetrical ribs senior mistress agreed. Aha, why don't we each talk about our own, and junior brother will call us senior sisters. Being stared at by the two senior mothers with burning eyes, and with the master standing beside him, Ji Qian had a head several times bigger. Even more head-scratching, the Taoist of 10,000 immortals suddenly came and said, that's fine too. No, this matter is definitely not feasible. Final Qian bit the bullet, giving no room for maneuver. Wan Xian Taoist smilingly said, our small, disciple this closed why so long? But encountered what bottleneck, with the teacher say, although you are sword cultivator, but the teacher can also give some advice. Terminal Chen then repeated what he had already told his mother and grandmother. The 10,000 immortals frowned tightly, their mouths sked in wonder, and then the same belittling sword cultivators, so that the final Chen to change the door, the princess mother used that set of words. Master, has the method of skinning the skin to change the life been improved? Not yet, but Master has researched a new technique. Said without warning, a human skin was uncovered from Taoist Wan Xian's body and then draped over Wan Nyang's body. He saw the delicate and smiling Bai Yu Nyang transform into the handsome Wan Xian Taoist in an instant. This is my master's newly researched Tao, that the evil way of peeling the skin for life can detain other people's gods and souls in the skin to replace the destiny. For the master, this can peel their own skin to detain their own souls. After the skin is draped over other people's bodies, it can cover each other's identities and make them become the master's puppet body. Final Dry? It was worthy of being the existence that started the way of the 10,000 immortals. It was actually possible to touch the world and develop such a bizarre path. Terminal Dry was stunned. Master has named this method Pai Xian Surrender. If apprentice brother is interested in this method, Master can pass it on to you. Terminal Chen shook his head repeatedly. For the time being, my disciple does not wish to rattle his own skin. If one day my disciple cultivates an onion incarnation, I will ask my master for advice then. Onion incarnation? Terminal Chen is the skin a bit, explained. Onion is a plant, that plant a layer of skin below a layer, layer after layer, the least lack of skin. Unexpectedly. That's a good thought. Apprentice brother, cultivate the way of the 10,000 immortals with me. It's a shame to have your head to cultivate a reckless path like the sword immortal. Terminator. Jianxian were reckless. Well, it's certainly less convoluted than the bizarre doxology of skinning yourself and stooping over others. Terminal Chen didn't even know what to say. Master, the method of dialing the skin to change the life is of great use. You have a great talent. If you can put more effort into it, I believe that my disciple will be able to change it as soon as possible. With a shedding of his human skin, Taoist Wan Xian returned to himself and said with a straight face, "Since my disciple is asking for it, then I, Wan, am obliged to do so." Terminator. But disciple last time you left in a hurry, did not let the master to take a good look, this time, just comply with the master, let the master to see the innate Tao body, master grow up so big has not seen the innate Tao body. Yeah, just let senior sister follow along and open her eyes. Junior brother, just show it to me. Zhong Qian only felt the wind at his back, and a coolness came over him. At that moment, mother's voice suddenly rang out. Good boy, show them, you remember our agreement, don't you? Terminal Qian's tingling scalp suddenly stopped tingling. The expression went wacky with it. It's time for them to get numb next. You guys really want to see it? To be seen to be seen. Junior brother is the best. Junior brother is the best. The white fox's face smiled wryly. At one point, the wind picked up. 108 Chapter 113 Fox May. The huge fox body contracted, pulling the air back in the room. The cool breeze ruffled the temples of everyone in the room. Wan Xian Taoist is a bit strange, but he is also a zhuozhuojia gentleman with decent features and skin that is better than snow. Rooted hair raked across his cheeks in a handsome way. And like twins, by a pair of symmetrical ribs into the formation of the sister flower is also not bad beauty, that is copy and paste the appearance, the wind whisked, clean and clear with fragrance of the hair across the long eyelashes, slightly mesmerized eyes. In this blink of an eye, the white fox disappeared, a long hair such as waterfalls, body slender, face more fox charming evil beauty of the sky face fell in the eyes of the people present. That of basalt-colored precious clothes hanging straight down to the feet, long and handsome posture is like the bones of the proud ink bamboo. It wasn't a stocky man, his body was foxy and therefore appeared a bit on the thin side. But this thinness is not soft, and the inner sunlight gives a strange experience of indescribable evil, of wanting to explore, of not being able to close one's eyes. The three looked stunned. Shi Chen does not know what his own skin looks like, but he has seen the hairy fluffy mother's full beauty of the face he can grow into what kind of some number. Then he was open to letting everyone watch, so open that it was a little hard to be stared at without knowing what was going on. The heart can't help but pray like a plush mother auntie. It's your turn. Furry nymphets received. A pair of paintbrush-drawn fox eyes climbed up to his face from Terminal Qian's neck while meeting the eyes of everyone present. Was it good? The line swelled and suddenly transformed into a nine-tailed sky fox with teeth bared and a fierce grin. This sudden explosion in the eyes startled everyone. The entire face of the Taoist of 10,000 immortals was even more directly bald, the five senses fled. The sight in turn startled Terminal Qian. Nyang! Nyang Nyang! It was the heavenly fox Nianjiang, Wan Xian is out of line. The two senior mistresses, Wan and Fu, were so frightened that they lost their colors and hung their heads to bow. Master Wan's head fell even further into her own arms. This scene is more hilarious than a chicken fly. Don't be so serious, just kidding, don't take it personally. Looking back at his son. This is also the first time she, a mother, has seen this style since the final dry 180 years old. I can't help but praise, well, good, follow me. The heavenly fox mother, who had scared everyone, re-emerged as lines and retracted back into the body of Final Qian as a composition arm, but a pair of fox eyes still poked curiously out of the collar and surveyed the outside, looking eerily playful as if secretly appreciating the aftermath caused by the shock. Mother was greedy and gave master and mistress a fright. With a pinch, the Taoist of 10,000 immortals returned to their homes, and all the five senses, as well as the hair that had run out, returned to their faces. Stealing a glance, her gaze was meeting furry mother's gaze, and she hurriedly lowered her head in fear. This technique is marvelous, I wonder what it is. The man-arm of the wondrous beast Foot Z. Taoist 10,000 immortals nodded in a trance. Foot Z, I've heard of it, but today is the first time I've seen it. The boat spirit of the cloud boat is the Foot Z. Oh, that's right. Jianshan felt that Master Wan Xian had become restrained. That's probably how teachers feel when parents are present. Master, don't you want to see the innate Tao body? Grandmother told me to keep it a secret. I can't reveal it too often, it's not much of a chance. Hearing these words, the two Wanfu master teachers also raised their heads. Though still in awe, they wanted to watch. First look into the eyes, so much love. Really worthy of the nine-tailed fox, that handsome and dashing with a little bad evil really look into the tip of their hearts. The two sisters glanced at each other. We agreed early, if we had known that junior brother was so good looking, we shouldn't have agreed to the main body. Yes, we should let the main body die alone, the young master is the true love. Final dry? Teacher's wife. Watch yourselves. The master is still there. You guys are embarrassing everyone with this. Looking at Master Wan Xian again, his expression didn't change in any other way, he was just concentrating on studying the innate Tao body. It was evident that he was truly curious about the innate Tao body, and this curiosity all but diluted his awe of the heavenly fox nymphette. Master Mother exaggerated, Wan Xian master this kind of loyalty to their own is the world's rare good match, you will be able to be happy for eternity. That. Master C? Apprentice brothers still have things to find 1,000 golem master. Can I touch it? Final dry? The one who uttered these words with the shock of Terminal Qian was not even Wan and Fu, the two master maids. Instead, it's the master of all immortals. Touchy-feely? That. Master Wan Xian extended his hand, and Jian Jian slightly hesitated to put his hand on it.
Touching the bones, Master Sword Immortal Man also helped him touch them. But this very normal thing to the 10,000 Immortals Taoist, it gives a very strange feeling of wanting to escape.
Age? Can you feel it out? 191? Yeah.
Taoist Wan Xian was shocked, counting like this, then on the ship when the little worldly son had just been born.
Can I grow a hair? Can't. Out of body stage? Very good. If you weren't stuck in the Violet Mansion, my master believes that you break wouldn't need to take so long.
Senior Nyang Wan and Senior Nyang Fu also praised, but it's also very great. Senior sister is only at the Yuaning stage, and that's still the result of having the principal body to help out. I don't want to think that you're even at the out-of-body stage. Yeah, senior brother has already surpassed senior sister yet. Why don't we call you senior brother instead?
Feeling the ambiguity in the eyes of the two senior mothers, Final Qian could not help but shiver. If you don't slip away now, when will you? Elder mother must not say that. Seniority is seniority. It must not be messed up.
The handsome teenage male transformed back into a white fox in seconds. Master Wan Xian, that's all for today's visit. My disciple still has to visit Master Thousand Golem.
Okay, go for it. Come and play often, oh little brother.
Ji Qian really couldn't connect that pair of absolutely charming to death master and mistress with the little girl on the cloud boat 100 years ago.
The master of 10,000 immortals actually laid hands on the little girl, simply. This girl is 2 of his ribs, so count them as 2. Senior brother, senior sister will see you off. Shifu, stop, grandma, go away. Space twisted and the white fox instantly disappeared.
The 2 maidens who were still planning to tease their little senior brother again instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
Not only was the queen watching, but the lord of the land was here, too? How dare they? In hindsight, both women are in a state of fear, but
the handsome groom's appearance once again appeared in the minds of the 2 men.
Wake up! Lei Yin bellowed. Dao's 10,000 immortals pinched, and the 2 women finally woke up as if from a dream. What just happened?
Nine-tailed fox is born with seduction. You guys are just confused. But it's not intentional. My disciple is still small, not yet proficient in this way, such as if proficient. This Taoist master is afraid not to be caught up in the way. The 2 women looked at each other, both seeing awe in the other's eyes.
The other side. 1,000 Golem Doctor's residence.
You're out of the gate, disciple.
What took you so long this time? What realm are you in now? Out of body stage.
The final dry will tell his experience again, attracting a sigh of relief and alarm. Cultivation is like that. The road ahead is always full of unknown risks. That's why my generation of cultivators must pay respect to those ancestors who have blazed the trail for us in front. My disciple keeps this in mind, and Master Sword Immortal Man taught me the same thing.
Hearing the Sword Immortal that Good's 1,000 Golem Taoist's face surfaced with displeasure.
That old ghost does not know where to play. The disciple did not teach well and ran away. This world is not his so irresponsible master. Disciple want to learn with the master of the organ to build things.
For the 3rd time. Sword Immortal Human Master if you do not come back, disciple may really want to change the family. Terminal Qian thought with malice in his heart. Again, have those 2 swords of Master 1,000 Golem been forged yet? Naturally.
Master 1,000 Golem had waited too long for this day, and clapped his hands twice. There were 2 more sharp chi in the room. A conical long nail flew to the front of the final dry. This nail tip is extremely sharp. The overall conical shape looks very suitable for breaking armor.
Another long sword without sharpness, overall rounded, like unopened.
The 1,000 Golem Taoist introduced. This pointed one is made of Taurong iron, and its tip can be contracted to the extreme as well as expanded. Saying that, Final Qian saw the flying sword turn into a flying stick, then into a 2-headed pointed demon subduing pestle, and finally into an overall slender needle.
And thicken and lengthen.
The 1,000 Golem Taoist's hand was placed on it, and the fine needles instantly transformed into long sticks.
Good. Final Qian couldn't help but clap his hands. Looks like Master 1,000 Golem's optimization worked. Name it. 109 Chapter 114, EU, Thickness and Virtue. Rui, Ultimate Qian blurted out. There were 3 more words behind it, but thinking that there might still be a stick sleeping in the East Sea, Gentian wasn't so shameless as to completely occupy people's names. Good name.
Praising, Taoist 1,000 Golem continued his introduction. This hilt is made of Koan steel, which is characterized by extreme sturdiness, so this sword is bladeless and is very suitable for a hard encounter with the enemy. There was another sentence that the 1,000 Golem Taoist hadn't said. If it wasn't for his disciple's emphasis on building a sword, he would have actually wanted to build a hammer, or a ring. The characteristics were just too suitable. But the bladeless sword was not bad, it was disorienting. Who would have thought that a sword was used for smashing? The 1,000 Golem Taoist is somewhat looking forward to his disciple's battle scene, which is too coarse. Good sword. Final Qian was attracted by the somewhat rich and very rounded sword. It was a naive-looking sword.
Name it.
Terminal Qian slightly pondered. The so-called heavy sword without a blade. The great coincidence, it is called
Howd. The 1,000 Golem Dao Lord had a strange expression on his face. Final Qian explained, is this sword not thick? Thick. Final Qian praised, so you see it is just honest and simple, very virtuous looking, so it was named Hoda. Thousand Golem saw his apprentice's foxy face grinning. Good, let's call it Howd. I don't know why, but Thousand Golem has a premonition that this sword will inevitably do something unethical in the future. The sword souls of both swords were found by the Lord of the Land. What origin I did not ask. If you want to understand them, you have to talk to the Lord of the Land. Okay. Terminal Chan looked toward his grandmother who was right in front of his eyes, and his eyes were full of gratitude. A family does not speak of two families. He had received so many favors in the Orissa kingdom that he should remember these kindnesses. These will also be his driving force to move forward. Master Thousand Golem, did Master Sword Immortal Man leave any words before he left? Juan Chen felt that if Master Sword Immortal Man had left any words, then he would have definitely left them with Thousand Golem Taoist. Left it. The Thousand Golem Taoist searched through the box, eventually finding a letter padded there under the leg of a table that had obviously been sawed over. Here. Terminal Chan is slightly speechless. That table leg was obviously sawn short on purpose, just to pad this letter underneath. Receiving the letter, the material was chipped extremely thin wood and was flexible enough not to break. The envelope had aura flowing through it, and it had a spell prohibition on it. Terminal dry fox claws on the furry mother's hand on the back of the hand emerged, a little bit on the letter, broke the ban. The letter churned and shattered in moments, turning into fluttering pieces of wood, which converged to form a figure that could be vaguely seen as the silhouette of the Sword Immortal's human master. Good disciple, for the teacher to travel for a period of time, do not need to miss for the teacher too much, if there is no accident, for the teacher to come back when it is the 8 robber cultivator, to have an accident. That is the 9 robber. Final dry? Is that how accidents work? Cough. For the teacher of course is not to show off, my view of the Valley God has changed, this kind of hidden representative of what now you do not need to know, only know is a great opportunity is it, in addition you previously asked me the question, for the teacher do not know you solve did not solve. For the teacher to check all the search for the canonical books did not find the innate Taoist body and how to get through the period of the goddess of transformation of the record, but think it, should be feasible. And then later on, it's just some parenting, so that he can enjoy more of the famous paintings and feel the flood of humane fortunes. Could there be other clues hidden in the word picture? Terminal Chen bowed to Shin. That letter is repeated once and then again. The furry mama's fox paw squashed it down with a single tap, crushing it back into a letter. Seeing his disciple finish interacting with another less important named master, the Thousand Golem Taoist once again opened his mouth. There are still some edges left of Taurong iron and Koan steel. My master intends to collect divine iron of different natures to build you an immortal artifact suitable for the organ's creation pathway, for when you turn to cultivate the Taoist pathway. Terminator. Compared to raw digging, have the Thousand Golem Masters begun to lure? Then I would like to thank Master Thousand Golem. What else can be said? Only thanks. Master Thousand Golem, these two swords are optimal, right? Don't worry, there was no intentional withholding, this is in the end an artifact related to life, not to mention that the 2 artifact souls that the State Lord had found were exceptionally strong. If the container wasn't qualified enough, it wouldn't have been able to contain them. Then it's good that Jie Qian is finally at ease. That disciple is either skeptical of the master or, alright, go and get busy with yours, I know that you are practicing with great effort, hurry up and cross the tribulation, then turn to cultivate the organ's creation pathway. Then the disciple will take his leave. Jianchen bowed to Master Thousand Golem and mouthed grandma. The next instant Jianchen came to the Sword Immortal human master's residence on the ground of Orissa Kingdom. The walls of the place were seen to be permeated on all sides with heavenly light, not that the Sword Immortals were living in straitened circumstances, but they had been just penetrated. The initiators who had poked a beehive out of the Sword Immortal's residence were also caught in the act by Final Chen, the Wind and Snow Sword and the 10-Day Sword. The lawsuit between Feng Shui and the Sword Immortal man was clear to Final Chen's sense. Jian Shan also tried to persuade the Sword Immortal to change his education method, but unfortunately, the Sword Immortal would not listen. It's inevitable that there will be a disaster. Ding Bell Dash Wind and Snow Sword timidly came to Terminal Qian, thinking that he was going to receive a lecture. The wind and snow converge, and a small snowman with a fox fur hat and a fox fur scarf hangs his head to receive his punishment. What's the use of you tearing down his house? When he comes back you'll be able to tear him down yourself. The little snowman tilted his head once, those crystal-textured eyes sparkling with a leap of faith and the excitement of being understood. Jingle bells. Terminal Chan looked around, the wind and snow were still quite preoccupied, only the walls were destroyed, everything else in the room was intact. Final Chan found those words and paintings and tasted them one by one, feeling the flood of humanity in them. The mountains and rivers in the scroll are naturally magnificent. The beauty in the painting is also of great poise. But then what? After tasting, the end of the dry have a very deep touch, if that moving picture moving a little longer that is a movie, or made into a series. Going down this line of thought, it seems that he could find some artists and make movies to make money. It's a good painting, better than mine. The princess mother praised. You still paint, mother? Yes, there is a self-portrait on the cloud boat, which is drawn by this palace itself, Want to learn? This palace teaches you. That painting.
Ji Qian is aware that most of the objects on the cloud boat are alive, and that painting is no exception.
We'll learn later. Why wait until later?
My child has rediscovered the motivation to cultivate and intends to take another retreat.
Scourge Central. Grandmother Granny, is there something to be said about the artifact souls of these two swords?
Zhongqian followed the instructions of the 1000 Golem Master and inquired about the heal of the two sword weapon souls. There's nothing to talk about, it's just strong. It doesn't need to be conceived, can be used directly, past karma is cut off, clean, and there's no memories. The final dry and then look at the two swords. He can think of the origin of the soul of these two swords, most likely the city's spies, and then by the grandmother washed white.
Then the next question is, which ancient god to dip into? That's something to think about. Wow.
The snowman suddenly scattered into a flurry of snowflakes.
Wind and snow?
The wind and snow sword's aura was suddenly unstable and appeared to fall out of the realm. Terminal Qian's heart fluttered. Something had happened to the winter god.
Yu Chang. No response.
The winter god changes hands. Outside the house, the sky is falling, and there is a snowfall, a good snowfall, in the country of Su. A huge frigid footprint appeared out of thin air on the streets of the Orissa country, taking one step forward as if someone had walked on it. Terminal Qian felt some tingling in his right hand that had received that snowflake, which was the key to the northern islet. The small tree in the heart bore out, and 5 layers of leaves covered the head of the final dry. 110, Chapter 115 melted. The winter gods changed their minds, and there was a good deal of snow in the land of the Sioux. This snow didn't stay in Orissa country for long, and drifted to other places, as if an unseen being had walked through here, searching the earth for something. After the snow drifted away, the small tree also shrunk back, and Terminal Qian also heard the urgent call from the black dog girl.
Big Daddy! Big Daddy! Big Daddy! Terminator! The small mirror reflected the small half of the black dog girl's face full of eagerness. What's wrong? Oh, finally got in touch, a little nervous about suddenly not being able to sense you. Did something happen out there?
No big deal, just the winter god changing ownership.
The black dog girl was shocked. This isn't a big deal?
Her big daddy can really pretend. Oh, the winter god has changed his mind.
Just not the sun. The sun is mine. Terminator. Cheer up. I have a free day today, so I have a chance to ask something. Say, how come you started practicing your handwriting? Characters? I don't want to, but my 2 masters are forcing me to practice, not only writing, but also learning a lot. They make me walk with manners, not to land on all 4 feet, not to take off my clothes, not to use my hands to grab rice. A lot, annoying. Terminal Qian sweated furiously. These 2 masters are really good people. He's the one who failed to teach his son. Ahem.
Those 2 masters of yours are doing this for your own good, and since you've transformed, you should learn to be human.
I know they are also good for me. Oops.
Master came and saw me looking in the mirror again to confiscate my small mirror. Big Daddy next time chat. Terminal Qian had some curiosity about the master of the black dog girl, and wanted to descend to the past to see, but once he thought that the black dog was now a real girl, he broke off this idea. The wind and snow sword surrounded Terminal Qian and kept blocking him, desperately brushing his presence. The winter god's change of ownership had the greatest impact on the wind and snow sword. The yuaning falls back to conjugation. Jingle bells. You still want to dip into the ancient god's pollution? Jingle bells. Yes, it wanted to, it was weak now. How can it beat a cheap fairy? Let me think about it first. He didn't know who the current winter god was, he only knew of a water god, the one who hit the Buzhou mountain. Read more, total. Terminal Qian tried it and didn't feel the crisis. Could it be that the water god has changed too? Co-worker. Here comes the marvelous feeling. Senses were distorted, like plucked syrup, eye and ear views mixed together, he heard images and saw sounds. It's never been a rarer experience, bizarrely bizarre in a way that makes sense. Then comes his body touch view mixed with the nose view, he smells the touch and feels the flavor. Then all these senses came together as one. Let's see the sound, see the taste, see the touch. Simultaneously heard the picture, heard the flavor, heard the touch. Also touched the sound, touched the flavor. Weird, bizarre, like eating a whole basket of poisonous mushrooms and not dying. The body was rippling, the whole person was happy and joyful in a marvelous sensation, wanting to smile. The lord of the kingdom of Orissa looked at his grandchildren in a nonchalant manner. In his eyes, his grandson was melting like a heated snowman, his eyes sliding down to his stomach, his ears running all the way down his back, and his body, in a bizarre and eerie state, about to melt into a puddle. Ominous starlight swirled in that water. The lord of the land is shocked. The kingdom of God blocked and tried to cut off his grandson's connection to some unknown. But that ominousness is born in the heart, connecting in unimaginable ways to weird and ominous places. The 10-sun sword lit up with fire, and the 2 golden crows circled, rushing straight into that puddle of water. The flames ignite. The melted body is like flowing tar, this fire burns in the reverse direction, and the piece of wax that is about to be melted seems to flow backward in time, reversing the flow to make up for it. The eyeballs that were almost running down his ass stopped violently floating all the way back up to his face. Each of the 5 upside down and disorganized senses also returned to its place, and gradually took shape and stood up from the muddy goo. The white fox that had been destroyed and burned and melted regained its former poise. Terminator felt the senses that had fused into one split back up and the images appeared in the eyes instead of the ears and nostrils. Sound appears in the ears rather than the eyes and tongue. The senses are quickly dulled and the world of splendor and beauty is far away from him. Rush hour. Final Qian saw the huge head with closed eyes. It was a red-haired human head, his body submerged in the river of stars. The stars infested his neck and climbed slowly upward toward his head. For some reason, Final Dry cried out at the sight of that head. Gong gong. The giant's ears twitched at that moment, as if he had heard it. Terminal Qian was about to continue yelling, but the image in front of me flew backward, and at this moment, the golden flame was all over his body, and the Final Dry consciousness returned to his body. Grandma? Grandma, I saw. Terminal Qian's excited eyes gradually became confused. What was he going to do just now? In Jin Qian's eyes, the young girl's grandmother was looking at him with disbelief, and that gaze looked like she had seen something unbelievable. Grandmother? Oh, you're still coming back. I thought I wouldn't have to leave food in the future. Jin Zhuang shook his head. I feel as if my 5 senses are being rubbed together. Other than that there are no other feelings. What's wrong? What else happened? Nothing, just melting. Melted. Terminal Qian was dismayed. An image was placed back in Terminal Qian's eyes. Terminal Qian finally saw what had happened to him in the eyes of outsiders. His eyeballs were dangerously close to changing their name. It was the 10th day that saved him. 10 days, you're doing great. Terminator broke into a wide smile. That smile was on his face, always. Gradually Qin Qian felt that something was wrong. He seems to be having a bit of an emotional breakdown. So bizarre and weird an experience that he should have felt fear, but didn't he? All he wanted to do was laugh, inexplicably happy and half afraid. Grandma, can you feel the fear? Arissa State Lord. I'm pretty scared right now. Terminal Qian was pondering, is that so? But I can't feel it anymore, on the contrary, I actually have a feeling of joy, of being happy, but not knowing why I'm happy, but instead, I'm happier. When Terminal Qian looked up at the sky, he saw the sun with its big teeth bared in a smile and sunglasses on its face. The light of the sun is tangible, like luxuriant lion's hair, spreading out to the whole world. Final Dry ruffled the silken strands of hair that were translucent, that were glowing and beautiful. Forcibly controlling himself not to laugh, Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh along, baring his big teeth and punching the sun music. Oh, maybe it's happy because the sun saved me, and look, he has long hair. This joy was so joyful that the heart of the Lord of the Arissa Kingdom went cold. Into the night, the spreading hair was drawn off and put into the soup kitchen as much as possible. A vague light was locked in an extremely small area by the darkness of the night. There was a piercing noise in his ears, and something vaguely clear could be heard in that noise, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Daddy? Today Mommy cried. Daddy? Why didn't you come to see Mommy? Terminal Qian followed the voice. It was the voice of the 10th, he'd heard it before. As Terminal Qian's ear sense focused on those voices, the pitch blackness in front of Terminal Qian's eyes gradually came to life with a picture. 9 huge bird heads were looking at him. How many days are you? 111 Chapter 116 You're about to fall. Final Dry tried to reply, 6 days? No, I'm the 6 days. A golden crow retorted, and Jinshan looked away. At that moment another golden crow retorted, boring, I'm the one. Well I'm actually 2 days. You're 2 days and I'm a couple days. You could be 3 days. I'm the 3 days. Terminal Qian looked at the noisy golden crow and looked at it for the whole night. This not-so-nutritious topic seemed important and seemed cozy. As the sun rises, all the whispering in my ears disappears. In the sun. A golden crow stretched, last night I dreamed of 6 days. What are you dreaming about me for? Oh, I seem to dream about it too. The multitude of golden crows chatted, their eyes looking to the earth as they began their day's work. The unknowable land. The eyelids of the huge head on the slimy river of stars moved as if it was about to wake up. After a long time, a slit appeared in that eyelid, but it wasn't open. Fine teeth tore at the eyelid, and the crack revealed teeth, eyes, and something else. As the crack was torn wider, the thing inside could gradually be seen clearly. It was an eyeball with fine teeth and ears twisted and glued to it. Eye roll. When the starry river was reflected in the eyes, the eyeballs melted into the starry river, and in the last moments he saw the familiar chariot of Shiho. The cart was wrecked, with a pile of bird bones piled on top, barely illuminating the world. Hearing no whispers, the Final Dry consciousness returned to the ship. Good morning, mother. Terminal Qian habitually greeted his furry mother. However, after waiting a few moments there was no response. Auntie? Nyang? Mother? Jinshan changed his form and transformed into a human body, lifting his clothes to look for the man-arm. Just a blurry, clinging mass of lines writhing slowly. From the blur of the silhouette you could see that it was a fox. Furry nymphets also melted. Mother, don't worry, I'll find a way to get you out. He melted when it was 10 days to save himself. Final Qian invoked the 10 days sword and covered his entire body with golden crow pollution while visualizing the golden crow and attaching a wisp of golden crow fire to his man-arm. The blurred and mixed up misshapen lines began to become clear, gradually outlining a complete white fox. Wisps of white threads floated up from Jianxian's body, but some of the threads were still sticking to Jianxian's skin and flesh, and Jianxian used the flame to burn them carefully before pulling them out, and the threads converged and transformed into a white fox. The white fox stretched and yawned lazily at the sight of Terminal Qian.
Not even asking for morning with the palace? Good morning, mother.
Morning. The white fox teeth opened wide and closed slowly with a yawn, regaining their elegance.
Terminal Qian looked at her mother strangely, and the furry mother didn't seem to know what was going on. Why did you become human today? Get mother up. I woke up early. Yelp. You broke through? Final Qian clicked on Daozi's message as an afterthought. Information on medical checkups in Michiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spirit item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 400. Spirit, 405. God, 400401. Realm, transformation stage.
Along with him was the companion small tree that broke through. The little tree has pulled out its sixth branch and has 216 leaves. The flower bones on it are also bigger, one branch at a time, and the ones that grow first are bigger than the ones that grow later, but none of them have bloomed. Jianxian suspected that it might be necessary to wait until after the tribulation for this flower to bloom.
He's broken through. This is a breakthrough? There was still a feeling of unreality in Terminal Dry.
The original plan was to fuse one's own Dao to break through the transformation stage.
Instead, the fusion is now the sun. Breathing out lightly, Final Dry saw that the exhale air was tinged with sparks. Coming into the sun, Final Dry looked at the sun.
Today, he saw a radiant sun god carriage.
Is this normal? Final Qian looked toward the divine carriage, and the worlds appeared to overlap at this moment. His figure also changed, transforming into a golden crow. Final Qian unfolded the fire feathers, and the dark plumes were outlined with a golden silk pattern that was magnificent. To do what? Is it possible that this is an invitation for him to fly up there?
As Ji Qian looked at the radiant sun god's carriage, his heart actually felt some yearning. There was a special desire urging him to fly to the top, which was his home. Final Qian's eyes reflected the sun god's carriage, and his wings slowly opened. What did you see? The Empress grandmother appeared at her side. This is the grandmother that Jianxian has never seen. Human body foxtail, head wearing 12 tassels Pingtian crown, 3 of the tassels virtualization, Pingtian crown of the bead curtain is black and red in the front narrow back wide. Terminal Qian knew little about it, but a dynasty was seen in the clear. See the divine man with 2 dragons on his feet, Xiaohoqi. This enthronement is a summer system. Jianzhuan's trance-like mind woke up with it. Grandmother, when my grandson saw a divine carriage, there was an impulse that attracted me and made me want to fly up there. Then you'd better not be impulsive. The feeling given to this gentleman up there is very disturbing. To go up, wait until you can defeat this gentleman. The grandmother in front of me was indeed different from her usual self.
Jinwu Terminal Qian sneaked a sideways glance. Oh Empress, so handsome.
Feeling the sight of her grandchildren, some familiar smiles finally surfaced on the Empress' majestic face. This image is made by incense and has the expectations of the peoples of the Orissa Kingdom for me, so it will be a little different.
Terminal Qian came to a sudden realization.
The long sleeves were raised and covered in front of Final Dry.
Stop looking and go back. Good.
A small section of tree drilled out from the heart of Final Qian, and the 6 layers of branches and leaves covered the top of Final Qian's head, and the sensation with the sun god's chariot was then cut off.
Final Qian woke up from the cloud boat.
Peeking at the sun god's chariot was gone under the shade of the small trees, but the sun with sunglasses and bared teeth was back. Final Qian retracted his gaze to look around. The young girl grandmother was sitting on the parapet, her body swaying, her look pleasant and lively, very different from that empress.
Grandma.
Knowing what her grandson wanted to ask, the teenage girl like lord of the land returned. Well, that one was me, too, and I remember it all.
Is that out of body?
Sort of, to be precise, a godhead incarnation, which can also be called a fragrance incarnation.
Terminal Qian was thoughtful.
Grandma, when I look at that I see Xiaohoqi.
Oh, what kind?
Final Qian returned. With 2 dragons on his feet, he is very tall. Normal, after all, there is the throne of the kingdom of Su that he sealed. The teenage grandmother surveyed Terminal Dry, the steaming heat causing her to look sideways. This is not a good thing. The depth of the ancient god pollution can only be carried by an immortal after passing the first calamity. Without an immortal body, so dry burning, it will spontaneously combust.
You're almost there.
Yes. Final Qian returned with a smile on his face. It feels like I'll be burned to ashes in the next moment. Feeling the strange gaze of the young girl's grandmother, Final Qian hastily put away his smile. I'm sorry, grandmother, I shouldn't have laughed, but I'm a little unable to control it. It's obvious that it's very painful, but the more painful it is, the happier I am, and I understand that there's definitely something wrong with me. It's not you, maybe the sun was too happy today and you followed suit.
It was the first time that Final Qian had heard this kind of talk and asked in surprise, is that so?
I've heard that the emotions of people tainted with the golden crow pollution will go out of control and become irritable, and I don't have any anger, instead I'm inexplicably happy.
The lord of the kingdom of Orissa looked at his grandson. It's definitely not going to work at this rate. He knew that his grandson's becoming like this was mostly related to the winter god change. Yesterday, when I observed that ominous, I thought that I was also looking for an ancient god to replace the winter god. Let's go to E Mountain. On the west side of E Mountain is the Valley of the Rising Sun, the water god there is our old neighbor. You can borrow the ancient god pollution on him to suppress your fire. Terminal Qian was even happier, he was saved. MT. Iboshi is also a great place. The original plan was to go when he formed the three infants, but he didn't want to be transformed into a god by various coincidences. It must be easier for him to accomplish that task now. But before he left, he still had to take care of the matter of Qiaoming Mountain. He had already prepared the precious medicine that Pig 9 needed, and he would directly send the air-inducing pills. But it was still necessary for Pig 9 and Okapi, Wolf to tie up Samuel Meng. When the time comes to use one door for two purposes, you can save 10 points of, God, witty.
Okay, grandmother. Final Chen was about to open his mouth when he heard his grandmother say, this time you go out and walk as a human, your mother you can take with you, but she can't make a move and your test will be nullified. Oh. Terminal Qian nodded repeatedly, accepting all of the restrictions given by his grandmother. Completion rewards, remember? The wood of the great Tsubaki. The seductive voice of the young girl's grandmother resounded. The power of the ages existing in the wood of the great Tsubaki is 800 years old. Oh. What? Terminal Qian was ecstatic. 800 years. That's 800 attribute points. Please rest assured, grandmother. Grandson will definitely pass the test. But Jaji Jiesher also bring it. There was only one tale, no one will care about it with a little concealment. Ba Jiesher? Who's that? 180 years ago, a fast-forgotten name floated to mind, and a golden fox face followed it. Ah, it's Little Kim. He still came up with the name. The grandmother raised her hand, and the jade bead pendant around Final Chen's neck floated over. I'll keep your mother's identity card for you first. It's a token for ordering Ishan, so if you carry it, you'll be exposed as soon as it appears. It was the first time that Jin Jian knew that this pendant was Mao Lunyang's identity card, a token of Ishan. Mao Lunyang didn't even tell him. The grandmother took away the identity card, thus showing that although she said she would not let him grow up, she had actually paved the way for him. Grandma treats him so well. Thank you, Grandma. Grandchildren will miss you. Well, good boy. 112, Chapter 117, Six-Winged Golden Cicada, I will count to 3. Godkeeper opens, God, is reduced by 10. God, 403393. With 2 uses for 1 gate, Final Qian sent out 2 gourds, each containing 1000 air-inducing pills. A 100 fairy money calculation, this is the expenditure of 200,000 fairy money. The final dry will be recorded in the account book. Later Pig 9 or Okapi, Wolf wanted to leave the team to do it alone. He claimed the money, witty as he. The main purpose of the bookkeeping is to visualize the tilting of resources, so that the final dry knows who has given resources and who has not, preventing droughts from drying up and floods from flooding up. Of course, meritorious work counts for something else. It would be an injustice if the meritorious and the unmeritorious were the same. Final Qian threw the gourd over, then grabbed Manhwa, who had been knocked unconscious by the Okapi, Wolf. It was identified by her grandmother that this Manhwa was not related to the great demon that killed Granny Lu. Manhwa, there is a beast whose shape is like an badger, huan, and red hair, and whose sound is like a pomegranate. Its name is Manhwa, and it can protect against evil. The so-called evil spirits are exorcisms. Accordingly, it also has some characteristics that tend to good fortune and avoid evil, and is considered a strange beast that is compatible with the Okapi, Wolf. Somehow, this little beast that tends to good fortune and avoids evil fell into the hands of the Okapi, Wolf, probably not yet grown up and still small in its abilities. Final Qian's fingertips pointed on the back of the small beast shaped like a boar all red ho. A little flame flared up with a golden glow. Final Qian lifted the small beast with one hand and threw it back again. Take good care of it, and you'll be companions from now on. The Blue Wolf, who was feeling guilty for betraying his friend, happily pounced on him, catching Manhwa, who had fallen out of the door, and carrying him on his back. He also took out the air-inducing elixir that he had just acquired and gave it to the little guy to make up for the deficit in his heart. The divine doorkeeper is hidden. It's time for Terminal Dry to depart. All set? Terminal Chan looked around. Broad 180 years of small gold size has been very large, but in order to hide the identity, was reduced to the size of an unusual dog, sitting on the side of a tiny one. Grandmother, little Kim doesn't have to shrink so small, does she? Without seeing her grandmother do anything, the dog-sized little golden fox grew into a bull. It's okay. Very good. And then look at the 4 incompetents, now disguised as a donkey. Grandmother also knows how to disguise herself, and the temper of the 4 unworthy is not just like a stubborn donkey. Say goodbye to the 2 masters again. The 2 masters were moved by their grandmother, said their goodbyes, and were sent away again. One of the 1,000 puppets master gave Terminal Qian a sword box. Unusual sword cultivator flying sword are installed in the sword box. Now the final dry flying sword is also more, a full 4. By the time all stain with the pollution of the ancient gods and then income Purple House will be prone to chaos, so 1,000 puppets master gave him to build this sword box. And once Xian Taoist came in a hurry, nothing had time to prepare, came in a trance, was sent away in a trance.
Anything else? Nope. It's really gone? Did you forget something? What?
You have 4 more siblings. Furry mother's voice rang in her heart.
Terminal Qian came to a sudden realization. Ah, right.
Here's a gift for the 4 younger siblings. Grandmother, pass it on for me. Give it to yourself. Turn into a fox body.
Terminal Qian hurriedly transformed into a fox body. 4 extremely well-grown foxes were then transported into view.
Big brother?
Big brother. Wow. Big brother hasn't seen you in a long time. Grandmother said you went to Pure Fox Ridge.
Big brother, is Pure Fox Ridge fun? This big brother awakened the memories of Terminal Qian 180 years ago. It also awakened the cordiality in Qing Qian's heart. 4 blind boxes of gifts that had been prepared in 180 years appeared in his hand. Here, all of you, pick one. It's the gift I brought for you. The 4 little foxes with glowing eyes sniffed their noses and picked them out, but unfortunately, what Jianchen sent was not food, and smelling was not something that could be smelled. That, next big brother, I have to go out for a trip. If it's slow 300 years, if it's fast a few years I'll be back, then we'll get together again.
Ah, big brother, you still have to go? The 4 fox gifts were not chosen and all gathered again. 300 years is fast, and it's just a few years if it's fast, and next time big brother comes back he'll even bring you a gift. The 4 little foxes faced reluctance. Big brother, I do not want gifts. Can you not go? You are not in the time of the kitchen fairy developed a lot of new recipes. Tasty we are for you to remember it, have not eaten it together. Aha! We have all the ingredients ready. It's all frozen in the metaphysical ice. Terminal Qian glanced at his grandmother.
His hard-won Taoist heart was nearly shaken. Although unwilling to give up, although very tempting, Jianchen still clenched his teeth and promised, next time for sure. Then changing the subject, he said, one of these 4 gift boxes is the most special, let's see which one of you is lucky. The 4 foxes looked at the blind box again. Without waiting for the answer to be revealed, final Qian spoke, grandmother, departing. This time grandmother was not in the way.
In a trance, he came to the foot of the mountain. Not far away is a boundary marker for the state line.
The front will not be the boundaries of the Orissa kingdom. During this time outside your mother can make a move, but after making a move your human identity will be nullified, at your own discretion.
It meant that as long as mother made a move, this human identity became related to the 9-tailed fox, so it couldn't be taken as an independent identity, right? Okay, grandma, become human. The end of the dry, fox-shaped contraction into a young man, the future he will walk in the world with such a face, a long time not a person, suddenly want to change back into a human. End of the dry was a little excited, although he would occasionally change back into a person, but this time is different. The end of the dry have a hunch that if he can use the identity of the human race well, he and the kingdom of Arisu have a double identity. He was a human being, but this time was different. Take out the gourd and the beast bag. Grandmother demanded it, and ultimate dryness complied. Wispy lines intertwined to form the beast harnessing pouch given by grandmother, and the gourd given by mother Chenjiu. Grandmother received the beast harnessing bag and the gourd, and personally hung the 2 items on Jianzhuang's waist. This grandmother also tied a black pouch of snakeskin texture around Terminal Qian's waist. This snakeskin final Qian remembered that it was plucked from the giant merchant's shop. Grandmother said she would refine a storage bag for him. You be good too. Grandmother rubbed the little golden fox's head and tied the same black snake pocket around the little golden's neck. Whispered there is dragon meat inside. Oh, a certain guy does not like to eat, all for you. Terminal Qian's ears twitched. Is it too late to say you love food? By the way, where did you get the dragon meat? Isn't it gone? Xia Hochi was here? Thank you, Lord of the Land. Call Grandma. Grandmother of the state. Grandmother flicked the harness. The little golden fox and the 4 incompatibles who had turned into donkeys were then taken in. Turning back to survey Terminal Dry again. Carry the sword case on your back. Terminal Qian studied the way the sword case was hung and placed it across the back of his waist. At this moment, Jianchen felt as if he was a little doll going to school for the first time, and his patient grandmother was standing in front of the school gate, organizing his bag for him. Well, have fun out there. Without waiting for Terminal Qian to open his mouth, the teleportation formation on the precious clothes that Terminal Qian had never used before was activated, instantly disappearing 10,000 miles far away. When Zhongqian returned to his senses, the land under his feet was no longer the land of Arisu. This place is filled with mists and there is a miasma sinking into the valley. Terminal Qian stood in place. Vaguely, it felt as if he had forgotten something. Right. Where's Boat Spirit? His sister mutilated Go. How come he didn't see her this time when he came back? Could it be that he forgot about Boat Spirit and Boat Spirit got angry and hid and ignored him? Auntie, is my sister Mutigo okay? Furry mother's voice rang in her heart. What could she be up to? Since it was fine and he hadn't seen it yet, it was most likely what he had guessed. Jianzhuang suddenly remembered that he had also made a promise with Boat Spirit when he mastered the wind and snow sword. Boat Spirit would teach him the usage of combining the man arm with the flying sword. Also,
When he survived the calamity, the boat spirit would teach him the method of splitting the divine soul to refine the dragon egg into an out-of-body incarnation.
He also didn't know if boat spirit would still be willing to teach him when they met again.
Ugh, this brain of mine, after thinking about it for so long before I left the house, I end up forgetting things.
Final Qian reconfirmed, Mother, did you bring the Misty Sea Cloud boat with you this time out? It doesn't work and it's not far, so what's the point of carrying it? The last hope of Terminal Dry is gone.
Green smoke curls up at his feet. The damp leaves spontaneously combusted as they were roasted dry by the heat from Terminal Dry's body. Terminal Chen hurriedly put out the fire. He had to find the water god here quickly, otherwise he would be the one to burn next time. He was about to depart when a buzzing sound came to his ears. A golden light draws a line in the fog, and arrives in a flash, transforming into a six-winged golden cicada in front of the final dry body.
Tisk, TSK, TSK, little guy, no one's defending you now, are they? On the count of 3, give me a reason not to kill you. Final dry? 3. 113 Chapter 118 Golden Cicada Big Brother. Seek death. Blast him with the gourd. Terminal Qian's heart resounded with the furry mother's angry shout. Subconsciously, Final Dry's hand also touched the gourd. When the thought flickered, Jinxian was very glad that the furry mother didn't immediately take action, so that his trip would end here. With that, he also lamented that the Kailas man had really invited a big trouble for him. No doubt the other giants had known what he had taken, and in their hearts they should have applauded, glad to have finally sent calamity away. The third thought, with the golden cicada's decisiveness in piercing through the head of the Kailas man, this golden cicada did not immediately strike at him, but talked to him, that is, it did not move to kill. 3 thoughts rose in the eyes of the final dryness, and the wings of the golden cicada flapped 3 times. Steaming water vapor, in the bottom of the final dry feet as if fixed slowly upward. Final Qian opened his mouth. I've seen seniors like old friends at first sight, why don't we become brothers with different surnames today? The golden cicada's wings stopped. Even the brain stopped. What? Terminal Qian's face was enthusiastic and brilliant, affected by the sun's pollution, he really didn't feel half a bit of fear. To the flood beasts in front of him eloquently said, you and I are both for the longevity of the species, life expectancy for us is only the length of the sleep is different, so let's not learn those baldy on what the eldest and youngest generation, on the brotherhood, he day horse treads on the golden emperor, the war on the 9 heavens, is not at a pleasure. There are many clever words hidden in this statement of Terminal Qian. Last time we met, Jian already knew that the 6-winged golden cicada is extremely displeased with the Buddhist sect, hiding in the giant's cave is not allowed to hide from the Buddhist sect. That's why Terminal Qian's words indicate disdain for baldness. But at the same time, baldness in the ears of the 6-winged golden cicada is that of Buddhism, but who can say that baldness is Buddhism? Therefore, it is also pleasing to the eye here, and is not considered to be disrespectful to the Buddha. As for the brotherhood, it is really this golden cicada to the final dry feeling is too much like the monkey brother's temper, or the monkey brother before the great trouble in the palace of heaven, so there is this bold proposal. Of course, there is also the idea of climbing the relationship, the 6-winged golden cicada that practiced in the Buddhist sect, that is not the golden cicada Z and who is it? The golden cicada's wings that were shocked to stagnation in the eyes of Terminal Qian finally flapped again. Ha! You little fox! It is also interesting. Daring to call yourself a brother to old ancestor me is rare under the heavens and has guts. Final Qian returned, it's good that big brother likes it, and my younger brother is also familiar with my older brother at first sight, so it's really a blessing to be able to make a friendship today. Golden Cicada hurriedly spoke, wait a moment, old ancestor I haven't agreed yet, why are you calling up this big brother? The big brother in your mouth is so worthless. Terminal Qian pointed to heaven and earth, swore, little brother since birth, so far, only recognized the big brother you as big brother, has not been so close to the second, the words of heaven and earth can be seen, the words from the bottom of the heart, little brother to you is really the same as the first time, I hate to not be born a few years earlier to be friend with big brother, with the tour of this heaven and earth. The golden cicada's buttocks squeaked as it was slapped. This kind of junior, the golden cicada lives so long is also the first time to see, the courage is just, talk is also good. It would be a shame to have to kill it. Hee old ancestor my style, you such juniors can appreciate one or two is also quite enlightened, but the old ancestor I never easily befriend, if you can hurt me even a millimeter, you this brother old ancestor I will recognize. Terminal Qian's mind moved. Big patted the golden cicada's buttocks and said, big brother's divine speed, younger brother even the Kuanpang in the world can't catch up with big brother's shadow, how can brother hurt big brother? Golden Cicada Z was slightly vain, although his speed was also extreme, it was still slightly so much more than Kuanpang, but that's something he loves to hear. When it was a bold and heroic, big brother I'll stop on this rock and bind myself with 6 wings, so that you can make a move. The golden cicada stopped on a boulder in a mountain stream, its wings closed, and there was a flash of spell-consuming light, binding itself to its 6 wings. Good chance! My son is great! The praise of the furry mother resounded in his heart. Terminal Qian came to the boulder and respectfully said, then my brother will make his move. Come! Let old ancestor see, dare to climb with old ancestor. Terminal Qian tapped the gourd. Please baby turn around.
In a flash, raging heavenly tribulation sword chi erupted. The mountain stream boulders were instantly chopped into pieces. Since this gourd arrived, it was also the first time that Jianzhuang had used it. Do not see the might of the wind and clouds change, but the killing gas-biting cold, so that do not feel the fear of the end of the dry heart are a bit of austere, such as the face of death. I've done my best. Is Big Brother hurt in the slightest? Between the stone dust ruins, a steaming golden cicada trembled and stomped. He felt as if he had faced the 9-9 heavenly tribulation straight on once. What the hell? What's that? When that sword she chopped down, put in the ordinary he was able to dodge, but nay cocooned. The mouth opened, spitting out gushing arcs of electricity, wisps of sword chi mixed in, and the rocks in front of him were sprayed with another large crater. No, he has to molt, the cicada wings are severely damaged, that old bulb this time to catch up he cannot run. Big brother? Big brother? Golden cicada didn't want to talk. A drop of spiritual liquid soaked his body, wisps of anger moisturized the thousand poor wings, not restored, but cool and comfortable. Golden cicada looked at the guy who had used the spirit liquid to save himself and cried and laughed for a moment. I want to kill him so bad. But he's a man of his word. Alright, no need to waste it, keep this bit of life breath for yourself, old ancestor, I admit it today, find some dirt to wrap me up and find a place to bury me. Terminal Qian was alarmed. Big brother, don't give up on treatment. There must be a way. Who's going to give up on therapy? You bury me, I'll just shed a shell. What's in that gourd of yours? How come it has the aura of heavenly calamity? This gourd, my Tatsujiu mother gave it to me, made from the tail of a heavenly fox. It is said to be the sword she left over from the heavenly tribulation. It's really a ing apocalypse. Sky Fox's severed tail? Haven't seen you in a few years, are all the nine-tailed foxes so childish now? It's overindulgent, isn't it? Wandering around with something so dangerous really doesn't take the lives of other demons seriously. Golden Cicada wanted so badly to go and count the Sky Foxes that he had never met. Use that gourd carefully, not everyone under the sky is like an old ancestor, and the robbing chi inside is limited, right? Cherish it. Okay, thanks for the pointers, big brother. Well, go and find mud for old ancestor me. I've broken my spell and those vultures will be looking for me soon. Terminator obediently started digging in the mud. Asked, is it a hidden spell? My brother's divine ability is somewhat concealed. Final Qian's thoughts moved. I wonder how brother recognized his brother and how he found him. Golden Cicada glanced at the snakeskin Shenkuan pouch on Terminal Qian's waist. It just so happened that I had eaten the meat of that snake, and was able to lock in some of the deed, otherwise I really couldn't find you. Golden Cicada Z also realized something. Yeah? Do you still have treasures on you to cover your tracks? Final Qian looked at the snakeskin storage bag on his waist, so it was this item that was exposed. Terminal Qian's mind moved. Grandmother? Are you there? Between the inquiries, a little golden light lit up, exploded into a golden mist, and converged into a grandmother. That bit of golden light was the very fragment of the golden body that grandmother had sent. AI grandchildren miss their grandmothers so quickly. Favored head rub. Then he looked at the golden cicada. You guys have been wandering around outside of Arisu. I thought you were a thief, so I wanted to see what you were going to do. But I didn't want to marry my grandson, so it's this monarch who misunderstood you. Golden cicada? You're both innate Tao bodies, and each of you is good at something, so it's appropriate. Golden cicada. Alright, I won't get involved in the affairs of you late generations. Rubbing his grandchildren's head again, have fun out there. The snakeskin pockets can now be used without fear. With that, the golden light dispersed. Final Chen was pleasantly surprised. Elder brother turned out to be an innate Tao body as well, and my younger brother said why he was so close. Golden cicada. He hadn't heard that the innate Taoist body would be close to the innate Taoist body, and the innate Taoist bodies of the ancient times had all killed madly, and there weren't many of them living in the present. However, this little brother of his was actually an innate Tao body as well, which was a bit of a surprise to him. He thought that person was born from the nine tails again with a human. The innate Tao body, this go out, don't talk nonsense, don't have that strength, will be caught up refining the Tao rule, the human heavenly quarter gone, you can still get the heavenly Tao blessing? Ah, can it? What kind of shelter? Well, the more powerful it is, the harder it is to see me, I guess. Golden Cicada transformed into a white jade-faced monk, fingertips pinching, and then look at the kid in front of him more and more strange. Wonderful. It seems that luck is on my side, and the vultures have run out of gas. Final dry? You're a bald man cursing a bald man. Is that really good? Seeing the jade-faced monk reappear as a golden cicada, flapping his tattered wings, he landed on Final Qian's shoulder. Brother, where are you planning to go? My brother is familiar with this area. Terminal Qian instead brightened up. Find the god here. Oh, that guy is on the island in the center of the lake, but are you really going to meet an ancient god? He's got ominousness all over him. I'm circling around when I see it. Final Qian hastily changed his words. No need to meet face to face, just contact his divine pollution. My brother needs the pollution on him to hedge against the golden crow pollution on his body. Simple, for brother to show you the way. Thank you, brother. 114 Chapter 119 The Prey. With the golden cicada personally guarding the road,
Wouldn't this second half of the trip need to be less low-key? Final Qian directly summoned out Little Gold and the 4 undesirables in the guise of little donkeys.
Patting the little gold's thick back, he eventually rolled over and rode on the little donkey's body.
In response, Donkey's eyes flattened at the corners of his eyes.
This is the path, you go down the valley to the end first, and my brother still has to molt. Saying that, the golden silk erupted and in the blink of an eye, it formed a golden insect cocoon. Is ready to waving through the final dry go also not, do not go also not.
That. Big brother, if we suddenly encounter danger, is it convenient for you to make a move like this? Golden Cicada asked rhetorically, if you look at old ancestor me like this, surely I can't make it easy. Terminator. What a collapse of the fox and cicada math. Then, big brother, do you have any unique scent on you, the kind that other demons retreat from when they smell it?
The golden cicada reacted for a while and spoke, yes, if you let me pee on your head, I guarantee that no demonic beasts will dare to mess with you.
Final dry? Ah, that won't be necessary. If it was only Terminal Qian himself, Terminal Qian might not really consider it.
But he still had the furry mother in him who had been transformed into a composition arm. Terminal Qian complex mood looking at the road in front of him, the bottom of the valley smoke and miasma-filled visibility is very low, giving a person a kind of illusion that at any time there will be something to pounce out. Affected by the sun's pollution, he felt no fear now, but reason told him to be careful here.
Golden Cicada comforted, what are you worried about with that gourd? Terminator.
The gourd is very powerful of course he knows, but the gourd is a consumable use it up and it's gone. When Jianqian was about to open his mouth, the golden insect cocoon turned into golden light and actively drilled into Jianqian's beast harnessing bag. The golden cicada's voice resounded in the bottom of Final Qian's heart, boldly move forward, even old ancestor me can be injured, that gourd is very powerful, you don't need to worry at all. With a slap of the beast harnessing pouch, Final Qian put away Little Gold as well. The little donkey of the 4 incompatibles turned back in confusion, where is he? Jianqian patted his butt, go, what are you waiting for? The 4 incompatibles.
Rushing during the day and stopping at night.
It was only after Xiao Jin's repeated insistence that Jianzhuan released him to get some air.
9 days, where are we now?
As soon as the 4 incompetents opened their eyes, they saw the evil leader caressing a tree vine. The vines were wet, but quickly dried under his touch and crackled with fire. The fire burned and avoided the fingers, and invisibly there seemed to be a wall of air blocking the front of the fire.
Home?
Doubts appeared in Final Qian's eyes as he stared at the sword box, but I don't see the Fusang divine tree. The scene made the 4 incompetents' hearts tighten as they watched.
Sigh. Is he okay with this? What could go wrong? Big brother is talking to a being we can't see.
The 4 incompatibles. Meanwhile, the golden cicada nestled in the beast harnessing pouch was also puzzled and curious about who his little old brother was chatting with. As for whether or not he could still strike after cocooning, the answer was of course yes. He is a cicada and not a silkworm, and the cocoon he formed is nothing more than a divine technique, which is used to cover the sky, and has no half relationship with molting.
However, if he did start molting, then he really wouldn't be able to move.
It was while he was molting that the fat baldy took him in the first place. Since then, he had kept an extra eye out, not daring to molt easily. Golden Cicada patiently watched the outside. He had to see again if his little old brother had any other cards besides the gourd that could threaten him. He would wait until he was sure he had everything under control before molting. At the same time, the coverage area of the one arm on Jianqian's body shrunk to a very small point and did not move at all. Just as the golden cicada was observing its little old brother, the other big fox that was protecting her cubs also turned on its hunting mode. And once it found that golden cicada showing any signs of harming her cubs, it would get them killed. The peaceful evening passed peacefully in this peaceful atmosphere. When the sun rose, when golden hair crawled over the world, the murmur in Terminalia's ear was gone. Terminal dryness examines itself. Underneath the body was a dark circle, that was all burned by the heat. It was clear overhead, even with the daylight, and the fog of the valley was not dispersed, only the fog receded from the area he was in.
Pollution deepens again. Can't wait any longer.
Terminal Qian sensed a few of his devotees, and several of the little ones didn't seem to be affected. Among them, Manhwa appeared in a state of dry mouth due to the contamination of the golden crow that he had just come into contact with, while the others had no major problems. Final Qian was curious as to how this Manhwa would solve the nuisance caused by the golden crow's pollution, and whether he would be favored by the goddess of fortune, and take a few steps to find a fire control avatar fruit. Determining that the believers were all fine, Xing Qian withdrew his thoughts.
The important thing right now is to relieve yourself of the problem.
Final Qian looked into the depths of the valley, and as far as his eyes could see, the fog around him receded to the sides, as if pedestrians had made way. I'm going to be traveling at full speed today, so you guys go back to your beast bags and rest. Final Qian slapped the beast harness bag and put away the little gold donkey that had completed the vigil.
Another tap on the sword case. Wind and snow. 10 days.
The wind and snow sword and the 10-day sword flew out of the sword box, and Final Qian held 2 swords in each of his left and right hands, imperializing the swords. Flight. The tremendous upward force pulled Terminal Qian and shot toward the deepest part of the valley. There was actually a more dashing sword riding stance, but Jinshen was so focused on breaking through the realm that he hadn't had time to learn it yet. But don't look at this imperial sword posture as ugly, but fast is also really fast. It only took half a day of terminal dryness to cross the valley. Also at this moment, the golden cicada gave birth to a sense, and the already cocooned golden cicada floated out of the beast harnessing pouch on its own, pointing in a direction. The transmission said, climb from here to the mountain, where that ancient god occasionally sits, and where there is contamination in him.
Thank you, big brother.
Golden Cocoon pointed to another spot, be careful, there are 2 trees in those woods that are human transformed, don't get your ass touched. Terminal Qian's heart was startled, and he looked in the direction that the insect cocoon was pointing. There is a stream at the foot of the mountain, which passes through a dense forest with uncountable trees.
I can't imagine there are 2 people hiding there.
The golden cicada knew his own brother's cards and flew back to the beast harness after reporting the point.
Terminal Qian rode his sword up to a protruding rock halfway up the mountainside and gazed down.
His eyes fell on the tree and a few of its leaves burst into flames, and it was only when Terminator misdirected his eyes away from the tree that it was saved.
In the woods, 2 auras intersected, talking about the man on the stone wall.
Zhuoshu, the Taoist is probably from the Liang sect. It looks like the contamination is already deep, yet he's not a transitional cultivator. Right tree, he should be looking for the water god here.
Zhuoshu, looking for the water god only after it's all polluted like this, is this person a wild cultivator? So reckless?
Right tree, didn't you see him rode his sword? Not surprising, sword cultivators are so reckless. Zhuoshu, that sword of his looks very extraordinary, better than all those sword cultivators I've seen. Right tree, there should be a background, that sword is not something an ordinary cultivator can have. I suddenly thought of a rumor that the Zhou dynasty changed the winter god.
Zhuoshu, oh.
The winter god changed, so this cultivator of the Blazing Sun sect had to look for contamination from other water gods.
That makes sense. Right tree, it looks like he hasn't found it yet. Elder brother, I have an idea. Left tree, I have one too. 115 chapter 120, showing colors and using profits.
The 2 trees exchanged ideas. The 2 token flags merged into the earth veins underneath their feet, the wind rose, and the sand and dust filled the sky, quickly obscuring the sight of Final Qian. Being in the middle of a sandstorm, Final Qian's eyes naturally narrowed slightly. He hadn't found the 2 cultivators yet, and the other party had already come to his door. The golden cicada's voice resounded again in the bottom of his heart, trouble, the most important thing in battle is timing. Do you know why, old ancestor, I specialize in practicing the speed path?
Final Qian punched a thought into the beast harnessing pouch and returned, because you have 3 pairs of wings? Golden cicada. What does that have to do with 3 pairs of wings? It seems to have something to do with it, but that's not what he's getting at.
The golden cicada broke back the topic that had run off course, because the first to strike is strong, and the second to strike suffers, and as long as the speed is fast, then even if the enemy is the first to strike, the old ancestor I can also be the first to strike after the first, or him through and through.
Terminal Qian loudly patted the cicadas and said, Big brother is powerful. Big brother powerful.
The golden cicada was satisfied that his newly accepted little brother could understand his teachings, and idly crossed his legs in the golden cocoon, lying on his back and admiring the glowing strands of gold threads that would glow around him, and opened his mouth to say, if you call the old ancestor me as your big brother, the old ancestor I'll give you a few pointers, and next time, do you know how to do it?
Terminal Qian was a bit hesitant.
If it was a demon, he could strike without fear.
But if it's a human being,
big brother, I'd like to intercede first. The golden cicada let out a snort of life. In this wild forest, cats can be what good goods. The old ancestor, I put the words here, the other side only want you to die, there will be no second possibility, and the only thing you have to do is to kill it back. That pair of array flags look like they are specially prepared for hitting the house, do not believe you, wait and see.
Terminal Qian once again thanked Golden Cicada for his guidance.
At the same time, he said aloud, 2 fellow Taoists, you and I are both human cultivators, why don't you come out and have a chat? The wind and sand are getting stronger and covering the sky.
There is no other crisis, this seems to be a trap. It's just that these guys don't realize what a terrifying presence they've trapped.
Originally, he only had his furry mother and gourd on him, but now he had to add the golden cicada.
Waited a few moments, no response.
Terminal Qian defended his sword and flew towards the mountain peaks, but the mountain peaks that were within sight before could not be flown in any way at the moment.
This formation, it's a bit interesting, are you guys trying to trap me to death here? Still no response.
Terminal Qian fell downward, this time quickly fell back to the previous cliff wall, from the cliff wall a leap, how to fall cannot touch the ground, changed to fly upward, and quickly returned to the cliff wall.
Good formation.
It was the first time that Jinshen had seen this kind of formation. If this formation was used in his sword formation would improve unexpectedly. The final dry look on this array, and the mood is also good.
When the enemy is defeated, let them redeem themselves with this formation.
Thinking so, the final dry once again opened his mouth, 2 Taoist friends, poor Taoist Banewood, urgently need this place's water god pollution to save their lives, this matter cannot be delayed, I implore the Taoist friends to raise your hand.
Still no response. The people who trapped him did have patience, too.
It was nighttime in a trance. The noise in his ears gradually became clear, and Jian Shen listened to the sound and went to chat with a few small golden crows. At this moment, Terminal Chan no longer had to light the source of fire, and every hair of his sweat was as bright as the filament of a lamp. A thief. I'm a 5th day. No you're not, I'm 5 days, I'm 1 day. On the cliff face, a handsome young man was pointing at the sword case in front of him, acting like a madman. Outside the formation, in the woods, dots of firebugs light up the place. The two trees were entangled in spiritual awareness, discussing the light in that formation. Left tree, he can't tell reality anymore. Right tree, it's a shame about such a handsome hide, the thought of being burned to ashes is too much. Zwishu, huh? Senior sister, you don't like him, do you? He's already upside down and hopeless. Right tree, elder brother, what are you talking about? People are still young. Zwishu, oh, not small anymore, are 300 years of age of the transformation of God stage cultivator, in the mortals that are ancestors' generation. Right tree, but I'm a cultivator, why should I compare myself to mortals? Left tree, that's right too. Right tree, strange, why is this person having a seizure at night? I remember those epileptics from the Liang sect all had epilepsy during the day. Left tree, you mean, he's faking it? Right tree, let's see more. One day passes and then another. Terminator finally heard a sigh. It's a real shame about the skin. Terminal Qian was slightly dismayed. What, the looks, there's something else to do? Thinking about his heavenly fox maiden born with a blooming face and the endorsement of the heavenly Tao elder, he did have some killing power. Thinking about it, the plan was on. Being a fox for so long, he'd forgotten that most humans were face dogs. What's it gonna take? You've always seen a pig run if you've never eaten one. Terminal Chan began to review The Last Life, intentionally or unintentionally exposed to the movie and television works. If the other party had no feelings for him, then there was nothing that Final Chan could do, but since they all said it was a pity, he just needed to deepen this pity, and he might be able to fish out his target. Beautiful teenager unfortunately. So wouldn't it be more of a shame if the teenager had never been tainted yet? Interesting. The spirit tentacle connects to the sword case. The 10-day sword received instructions to infuse the golden crow pollution into the stone underneath him, creating the illusion of being on the verge of not being able to hold on. I'm dying, maybe I deserve this, it's just. I have a regret, I have never touched women's colors since I have been devoted to cultivation, and I didn't like anyone. Now that I'm going to die, it's quite regrettable to think about it. Can you two Taoist friends satisfy this last regret of mine, and look for a wife for me? Only one day is good, we worship and marry, one day later I will be disbanded on my own, so my life is also complete. The rocks were cracked and roasted with red burns, and the man lying among them looked like he really wasn't going to make it. In the wind and sand, two yellow sand eyeballs gazing at this place slowly approached. The young man who looked so handsome from a distance could not imagine being even more beautiful up close, meditatively, as if his heartstrings were plucked and tinkled. The female monk stepped out of the tree. The male cultivator followed close behind and showed up to block. What are you going to do? The female cultivator was slightly stunned. I will be inheriting his legacy soon, so I think it would be better to fulfill his heart's desire. Ha! But where can we find a woman for him in the middle of nowhere? Seeing the young girl squirming, the man couldn't believe it. Senior sister, you shouldn't. Just one day, just as a child playing house wine, you see his whole body flowing fire, holding hands cannot hold, also can only watch. No. Why? Just no. Terminal Chan waited for a long time, but unfortunately there was still no response. Not enough fire? A day later, the contamination deepened again, and Final Dry finally felt the burning pain. The porcelain crack pattern that had closed before cracked open again, and a nearly incandescent light flowed through the cracks. Ultimate Qian put away his playfulness. The contamination of the sun just made him feel less fearful. That didn't mean it wouldn't give birth to hostility. Those two were really trying to trap him here. He gave them a chance. They didn't appreciate it. Such a person living in the world will only jeopardize more people. The final dry touch to the waist gourd. Have seen the power of this gourd. The final dry to the gourd is also more and more cherish. It's better not to use it if you can. Inwardly, he decided to try the lure again. Fellow Taoists, do you see the sword in my hand? This is a small student recently got a strange encounter. This sword is a 6-jacked cultivator's relics. I took away 2. In addition there are still 4 failed to take away. If you guys can fulfill my wish, not only the treasures on my body you can take, we'll also inform the whereabouts of the rest of the sword to you and so on. Whether you want to take it or not, you guys decide on your own. 6th jacked cultivator. The male cultivator's breath thickened. Senior sister, how about? The female cultivator daintily blanked her own senior brother. I thought you said no? Senior sister, you haven't spoken to senior brother for the past few days. It's a fake around the same time. Since senior sister wants to play it, it's fine, but it's just family wine. Senior brother and senior sister forgot each other and instantly cleared the air. Final Qian continued, but if you guys want that heavy treasure, you still need to help me accomplish one more thing. Just one more thing, please, for the sake of being of the same human race. 116th chapter 122 maybe even make a profit. The water god's pollution suppressed the golden crow's pollution, but Final Dry still felt no fear and was still filled with joy in his heart.
What's going on? Is it hard to believe that his emotions are not affected by the sun? What's that? I can't recall it, but I feel like I've lost a very important memory.
Jianchen did not continue to think about it, his grandmother warned him, but the lost memories often contain great horror, it is best not to look deeply.
That's it for now. Go back and talk to your grandmother, if she wants to. Look again at the wind and snow sword. 33 billion snowflakes transformed into 33 billion drops of rain.
Snowflakes switch erratically between snow and rain, and the occasional one freezes into hail. It was logical that the winter god had been replaced, and there shouldn't be any relevant authority left in wind and snow. But perhaps the casting of the wind and snow sword used a bug in the heavens way that unmeltable snow, so the wind and snow sword still maintains the characteristics of a snowflake.
Still, the winter god is a better match for you, but it's a shame we don't know who the newest winter god is.
The ripples trembled without making a sound, and after a few more tries, the wind and snow sword barely allowed the two hailstones to collide, issuing a ding.
The response. Terminal Chan checked himself, and the cracks on his body had already closed. As a rule of thumb, these cracks will gradually fade next until they disappear completely. Rising, he saluted the distant island in the center of the lake.
The wind and snow swords converged to form a shaved ice snowman, and very knowingly followed their masters back to salute. After the salute, Ji Qian was about to leave. The mind sensed two small balls of fire scurrying around. Final Chen looked over in search of the feeling, only to see a line of two people, one carrying a bucket of water poured into the people around him, as if pouring into the sauna on the hot stones, steaming hot air from the other person's body straight to the outside.
They're here for the water god, too?
As a fellow sun-watching cultivator, Zhuang was eager to make friends with these two.
Big brother, do you think these two will be good people?
Golden Cicada returned, I don't know if it's good or not, but these two guys are really lucky, but I'm afraid that if they come a day earlier, they will be in tragedy.
Final Qian's mind moved. So he was still kind to these two people? Ultimate Qian looked at the mountain for a long time.
Seeing that the two of them were just like headless flies bumping around, thinking that there were still corpses in the forest, which were deliberately left by Final Qian, he sent a sword chi over to transmit his voice. The golden crow sword chi exploded the moment it arrived in front of the two people, sending out the voice of Final Qian, the water god's pollution is on the mountain. The two monks stopped and worshipped the mountain. Then he ran to the other mountain on the opposite side of where Terminal Qian was.
Final Qian had no choice but to send out another sword chi. The other one.
The two of them once again bowed to the mountain where Terminal Qian was and flew up.
Blazing Sun Sect Stone, thank you for your guidance. Blazing Sun Sect Red Leaf, neat fellow Taoist. Final Qian returned the salute. Wild Cultivator Scourgewood, meet the two fellow Taoists. Feeling the aura on Jianqian's body, the two were pleasantly surprised. Fellow Taoist cultivates the golden crow as well?
Then why don't you join my Blazing Sun Sect? Final Qian pointed to the area where the ancient god's contamination was located. The two of you should still solve the problems on your bodies first.
Yes, extremely.
With that, the two of them plopped down on their knees where Terminal Qian had sat. One of them suddenly opened his eyes and somewhat apologetically looked at Final Qian. It's not that I don't believe in you, it's really that it's hard to disobey the master's orders. The master asked us to keep watch over each other.
Terminal Qian sat on the sword box, as it should be. Then the two of them chattered away. Have you been a loose cultivator? It's not easy to cultivate to the transformation god stage in a loose cultivation.
Ji Qian thought of his several masters. There are several masters who have instructed me, but said that the blessing is not enough for me to worship under them.
Hearing this, Red Leaf didn't doubt it and responded, some tall people do, so do you have any thoughts of joining a sect? Not for a while.
Just then, I heard Red Leaf sigh, although loose cultivators are free, the goodness of joining a clan can only be known after joining a clan.
Jianjuan smiled and nodded, such as?
Red Leaf Taoist friend eloquently talked about it, for example, you are angry outside, you loose cultivators can only endure themselves, but to have a clan, you can return to the clan to greet the clan's various mountain masters brothers and sisters, and then go together to knock on the door of the mountain, that scene, you are not aware of it, don't mention how imposing it is.
Are you okay with fighting?
It does sound cool though.
Final Qian tried, not everyone can call out to those people, right?
It feels like only the sect leader's own son can call out so many.
No.
Red Leaf quickly waved his hand, our clan is different, is just into the clan Wild Dog, once hanging our clan's license plate, that is bullied outside, we are also all on, have to put this reasoning. Elder brother, I am talking about the real Wild Dog is not referring to the loose repair. Red Leaf suddenly thought of the Dao friend in front of him called himself a wild repair, so I was afraid of being misunderstood, and hastened to find a complimentary up. Jianqian hadn't thought about himself, but with this addition, he had to think in that direction.
Smiling, it doesn't hurt to be. No, it really isn't.
Looking at the child in front of him to be anxious, Terminal Qian hastened to persuade him, okay, then it's not. This Red Leaf Taoist friend was also talkative, and spoke of the many knocking mountain battles he had participated in since joining the sect. Listening to the final dry heart straight into muttering.
It feels like bragging.
Really, like he said, then where is the time to practice? but did not care too much. Who chat does not like to blow a few words, not bragging chat or boring. In retrospect, it had been a long time since he had bragged.
Talked a little more.
The meditating stone Taoist opened his eyes to end his cultivation. Phew, it's finally cooler, so comfortable.
Taoist Red Leaf smiled at Final Qian. My turn, you guys chat. Said he closed his eyes and meditated. The stone rose again and bowed in thanks to Terminal Qian. Final Qian followed and returned the salute. Then the two of them chatted about everything.
Having just been ambushed once, the ease of the moment made Final Qian very emotional. This is what human cultivators should be like among themselves. The kind of person who draws a cold shoulder behind his back and tries to touch the knife when he sees an opportunity is really not a son of man. Thinking of the two people who had ambushed him, Final Qian asked, "Do you know a sect called the Walking Foot sect?" Stone frowned. "That's not a good thing. Why did you encounter them, fellow Taoist?" Terminal Qian pointed down the hill. Guiding with his sword Qi, Taoist Stone finally found a corpse lying there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did it? Someone from the Walking sect? It's true that it's the Walking Foot clan, but it's also the Walking Foot clan that's dead. Stone dogs are confused. Final Qian then told the story of the ambush he had encountered in this place. Of course, the plot was slightly modified, did not say how he seduced the female cultivator, only that the two did not share the spoils equally. The female cultivator wanted to monopolize the benefits, so the male cultivator assassinated. It's really something they can do. Then, Taoist Stone exclaimed, "It's not good." He hurriedly urged Red Leaf beside him, "Hurry up, it's not safe here." He also asked Final Qian, "Since that kind of thing happened, why don't you leave as soon as possible?" Final Qian sighed, "I wanted to leave, but seeing you two here, I was afraid that you would encounter them if I left, so I had to stay here." Hearing this, Taoist Stone was moved to tears. Fellow Taoist is highly righteous. Receive a bow from the stone. No need, no need, my generation of human cultivators, when we help each other's arms, it's all as it should be. Fellow Taoist is very righteous. Take another bow from the stone. Terminator. Is that traveling clan very powerful? What level are they at if they're going to have someone come? The disciple is dead, the one who came to check it out must be a transitional cultivator. I don't know how long the two who ambushed you have been dead. According to the speed of a transitional cultivator, they will definitely arrive within 3 days. Less than a day. Hearing this, Taoist Stone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you're not too unlucky, you shouldn't be able to touch it. Soon, Taoist Red Leaf also finished staining. Learning of what happened here, he also saluted and thanked Shi Qian, exclaiming that the Taoist friend was highly righteous and the Taoist friend was highly righteous. Let's go, it's not a good place to stay. Terminal Qian was worried, if there are other cultivators who come here to look for the water god's pollution, they will run into them. Taoist Stone spoke, "I will report the Walking Feet sect's appearance in the Valley of the Rising Sun to the sects, and the Fiery Sun sect, Summer sect, Fire Worshipping sect, and many other sects will send people here to hold down the fort." Terminal Qian was relieved to hear that. Good, then let's leave it at that. Both sides saluted again and said goodbye, exchanging means of transmission. By the way, the items on those two cultivators' bodies are on you, right? It's too dangerous for you, a loose cultivator, to carry those things. Why don't you sell them to us and we'll destroy them on your behalf? Is that a good thing? Wouldn't that involve you guys? No, it won't. Our master isn't far from here. Just call for help and we'll be there soon. Great guys, so they all have backstops. Thanks then. Ultimate Qian took out all the stolen goods. The two cultivators stared, so fat. The stone Taoist blushed, "Oops, big talk, we're afraid we can't afford it. Would you be willing to go with us to see our master?" Could be. The Fiery Sun sect gave Terminal Qian good senses and wanted to get acquainted. If there's an accident, then we'll just have to ask the baby to turn around. The Golden Cicada saw his oldest brother agree without even asking him, and this heart is also straight muttering. As powerful as the gourd is, you have to have a chance to use it. This brother of his agreed to be so dry. Is the person too naive or does he have other cards? It's not naive, is it? How can you be naive after what you've just been through? Final Qian's heart resounded with the golden silkworm's reproach. Brother you're reckless. After this reminder, the final dry heart is also a tight. He has always been to seek stability, but review their own behavior and seek stability is not related at all. Back, big brother, I'm not sure if I'm being paranoid. I feel as if I'm being affected by an external force, but I don't feel like they're bad people. What do you say? Do we still have to follow them? Life. Golden Cicada laughed. I can smell their master's scent on these two dolls, minor characters, no harm in going, maybe even make a profit. Terminator. 117 Chapter 123 Drinking and Bragging. The sword is a windy ride. This time the final dryness was invited by Rui. Only to see Rui transformed into a small boat carrying Jinshin forward, the speed is slower, finally not as wretched as before. Fellow Taoist Banewood, is this magic weapon for sale? Not for sale, it took all my family to build this. The stone dowser who asked for the price was slightly regretful. Taoist Red Leaf also sked at the side. Taoist Banewood, this magic weapon of yours has a luster unique to divine iron. It's better to find a way to cover it up, otherwise it will indeed be easy to attract prying eyes. Final Qian looked down at the Rui canoe and then at the leaves underneath the two Taoists.
And yet there is a difference. Originally, he thought it was the difference in the artifacts, but he didn't want it to be the material. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist, Banewood is taught. Daoist Stone laughed softly. Senior Banewood, you've been exposed. You're not a casual cultivator at all, right? You look like a big clan's son out for training. Terminal Qian slightly think, also know it is difficult to justify themselves, then apologize to the two. Elders at home strictly order me not to use their names. Manhwa would not to tell the truth. Understand, your family must want you to eat a big loss outside before letting you bring such a shaky treasure out, but meet us, is that they think too much. Wait to see the master. I let the master to give you a copy of the boss snake oil, that thing has the effect of obscuring the light of the treasure. Terminal Qian thanked him in a hurry. Stone looked again at the sword case on Terminal Qian's back. That sword box has something to hide the breath, but I can't see the heel. How come you didn't use it on the sword when you've handled the case? Is it possible that it's some great and ferocious family that practiced some kind of sheathing that would lead to death? Brainstorming the haves and have-nots, the group made their way through the rolling hills, and when the sun set and the day turned red, the group finally arrived, only to see an old turtle with 4 limbs fluttering slowly carrying a blue city tower hanging in the sky. Jinshen was shocked by the sight before him, even if he had seen even more shocking giants. What a big turtle! That's the pack seniors. The clan's divine beast of protection. We visualize the golden crows moving and catching fire, so there are a lot of waterbound seniors in the clan. Because he didn't see the giant turtle's head, Jinjuan didn't know whether to greet him or not. Just looking at Stone and Redleaf, waiting to see what the duo would do. The two of them struck the golden paper talisman of the summons, and a transparent bubble was vaguely revealed, which opened a portal, and the three of them went in through that gap. Stone Redleaf, who is this person you two brought back? The longing voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Stone and Redleaf saluted and then expressed their report of what they had seen in the Valley of the Rising Sun, as well as their desire to repay the favor. Heat waves steamed as a fire tiger smashed in front of Final Chen, the flames extinguishing to reveal the burly man within. This red flame tiger for the two disciples to thank you for your thoughts, something to take out. This father will not let you suffer. Final Chen gave away the 2 beast harness bags that he had picked up, including the $200,000 of God's money that was inside. The burly man looked at it, collected the 2 storage bags, and sent out another storage bag. Final Qianliang probed and found that there was $500,000 of God's money inside. More or less Terminal Qian also do not know, only to say thank you. Is it all here? Don't just leave any found artifacts on your body, you'll invite trouble. Final Chen took out the only 2 token flags left behind and explained his thoughts. The walking foot sex formations do have some tricks up their sleeves, but it's almost impossible to crack the flags alone. The flags will self-destruct and mark you. It shouldn't be hard to crack a formation flag with Mother Fluffy and Brother Golden Cicada, right? Forget it, there should be a better formation at Grandmother's place. It's better to dispose of this troublesome thing. Then let this formation flag be handled by Senior as well. Well, it's the safest. Terminator received another $200,000 of God's money. Master, do you still have snake oil from the boss snake? Gift some to this Taoist friend, he needs it. The strong man glanced at his own disciple, felt me pain. Boss snake's snake oil for the teacher, this is not much. You two unscrupulous can't let the teacher save some good things? Final Qian opened his mouth, later generations can buy it. The burly man didn't push back, $500,000, all for you. Deal. Terminator agreed and picked up a lot for nothing left and right. But Stone and Redleaf refused to do so. Master, what does fellow Taoist Bane would need so much snake oil for? You don't just blindly dump what you can't sell. Fellow Taoist Bane Wood is our benefactor. The burly man's beard shook. Shut up, you guys. The two disciples shrank their necks and didn't dare to disobey their master, but they still signaled with their eyes for Final Dry not to buy it. Terminal Qian has seen it since. But that boss snake's snake oil, if really have that kind of miraculous effect, he really need. Grandmother gave him the storage bag, plus his own a little bit of private stash. Inside the treasure light of the good things can be quite a lot, need to be rubbed all. Then he parted with $500,000 of divine money and handed it over to the red flame tiger immortal master to complete the transaction. Thunk! The sound of a large bucket, a person high snake oil looked at the corner of the eye of the Final Dry twitch. So much was something he didn't expect either. Howdy, where are you going? My father can give you a ride. Arisu Koku Aizen. Yeah. The giant turtle extended its head, and its form dropped away, drifting toward Arisu. We can be there in the morning. Stone and Redleaf, go and arrange a room for your benefactor. What else to arrange? Why don't you stay at our place? Tonight the two of us are going to have a good chat with fellow Taoist all night. That's just it. Suit yourselves, just don't tear the house down. Fiery flames flared up on his body as the manticore took a long leap, not knowing where he was going to jump again. The stone Taoist friend introduced in a low voice, our master is a tiger spirit transformed into a form. After turning into a human being, he still misses the past, so he is slightly different from the other cultivators, acting a bit more boldly. Egu. Out of nowhere, a tiger's paw came and slapped Stone on the back of the head. The intensity looks extremely well controlled, riposte doesn't hurt the brain, and it looks like it's a regular fight. Come on, let's go back to the house and talk. As night fell, the
the whispers were gone from Terminator's ears. The two men hosted a banquet for Terminal Qian, and the one person's one altar of wine was also generous.
Drinking and talking, that's a lot of bragging. But most of it is terminally dry listening to two people blow. Hey, what are you doing in Entei, Iboshi? I heard there was recruiting there and wanted to get some experience. Recruiting? Fighting who? Ancient Celestial Court, I think.
The two looked at each other, not knowing about this matter, and then it was Terminal Qian's turn to brag. Talking about how Orisa Kingdom had resisted the pressure from the ancient heavenly court's ancient demons in order not to break off diplomatic relations with the human race, it was heroic and valiant, and he asked Drilly, how can I, the human race's cultivator, huddle on the sidelines of such an act of great righteousness?
Color. It's so well said. How can my generation of human cultivators stand by and watch?
Brother Scourgewood is righteous.
Brother Banewood is magnificent. This is a matter to drink a large pot.
The three of them lifted up the wine cans and drank tons and tons and tons. For a while the room was searing with alcohol and booze.
Stone, why don't we talk to Master and we'll go too? Good. That's a much better offer. One more can. Ton.
A few people were a little disoriented from drinking.
Stone accused, Banewood Toestrand, we drink a can, you drink a cup on the line, in the future outside the cut cannot be so real into, to know that this place is our home turf, not your. Red Leaf also echoed, right.
Master told us that we can't drink outside, fellow Taoist Banewood is just today, so be careful outside in the future.
Terminal Qian was suddenly ashamed.
The wine that was drank in was actually put into the storage bag, and he drank very little of it.
He, the two of you mustn't insult me, I've taken all the wine away, I didn't actually drink much. Ha, taken away? Aha. Nice job. Come on. Do it. Terminator. Tons and tons and tons, the trio did it again. Brother Banewood, you have several swords in that sword box, are the others made of divine iron like that one?
4 of them, well, 3 of them yes. The 4th one was even more expensive, the whole thing was a branch of the Fusang God tree, with a sun-shooting arrow sealed inside.
Can you open a brother's eyes? Sake and red faces, money and money, ah. Terminal Qian is not afraid of them watching, only worried about the backlash. You guys want to see the 3 swords? Aha! We have babies too. I'll look for them. Stone took out a bead and introduced, this is the dragon bead, it is the dragon king of the East Sea gifted to my master let me take it, said this thing can turn bad luck into good luck, meet noble people, also said that when then meet other treasures with auspicious omen will build a magic treasure for me. What is the dragon and tiger Rui? Laughed to death, that thing I don't even want. I have only heard of the dragon fights with the tiger. What is the dragon and tiger Rui? What is? The dragon and tiger Rui? Ha 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 ha. Terminal Qian also laughed.
The eyes paid more attention to the dragon pearl.
The reason why he wanted to befriend these two, the reason why he had followed them, could it be that he had been influenced by this bead? Final Qian shot out a thought into the beast harnessing pouch and asked the golden cicada what he thought. The golden cicada also couldn't decide, there are many treasures in this world, and I don't know what effects they have, but to remove this bead, I can study 1 or 2 of them. This proposal was directly rejected by Final Dry. Returning, people don't even covet my treasures, so how can I covet theirs? Red Leaf took out an identical bead, Master said so. In fact, I was very skeptical as to whether this was a dragon bead or not, but I did meet a nobleman, and Senior Banewood is the nobleman of the 2 of us. With that said, the 2 were about to fill their drinks. Terminator stopped the 2.
Then I'll show you guys as well, viewing treasured weapons and drinking fine wine, when it comes to the ultimate style of my generation of cultivators. 118 Chapter 124, Barbarians. Fengshua, Rui, Haud, come out. The sword box unfolded and 3 sword shadows flew out. The surface of the wind and snow sword became very moist after it was contaminated with Tianwu pollution, as if it had just been masked. Both Rui and Haud had yet to be tainted by the ancient gods, displaying only their own divine iron properties.
As intended, it's versatile, thick and virtuous without affront.
The 2 viewed the precious sword with infinite envy in their eyes. Sword cultivators are damn handsome. I want to cast a magic treasure when casting such a weapon of life and death, to bless my human race with great prosperity. Xing perhaps is drinking when the final dry bragging 2 people's hearts and minds. Now the table 3 people's pattern is also big to no boundaries.
Of course, it can't be wrong.
However, 3 small cultivators who had not even crossed the thunder tribulation had such grandiose words, which was really a bit naive. The flaming tiger who was gazing at this place through the precious mirror stroked his beard and had a face of egg on his face. He is not interested in blessing the human race. Once upon a time he thought he was a human being after he took shape, but the human cultivators looked down on him. Why should his hot face have to stick his cold ass to those people anymore? On the contrary, after he had crossed the threshold to become an immortal, those human races invited him as a guest again, banqueting him one after another, calling him a brother and accepting his status as a human race. That's hilarious. Of course face to face everyone is getting by, he's just not going to tear it down. It's just that after the heat of the moment, you rarely go to the kind of parties that are hypocritical in every way. Cultivators of my generation, strength is still the most important. His eyes fell towards the 3 swords, which all possessed the qualities of immortal swords. To be able to take out these 3 swords at once, I'm afraid that the background of this kind human cultivator is also too big to be true. Therefore, he is also half of what he wants. AI, the only people who can raise someone as abject as this are the descendants of those great clans. Maybe this kid is still the bloodline of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Thinking of that kind of existence, the red flame tiger's heart was even more in awe. Averted his eyes, not daring to look again. Of course, corroborating this guess was the fact that the kid gave him the feeling of just being dangerous. It was unimaginable that he, a second-jacked cultivator, could feel danger in the body of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. This kind of accumulation is not something I can test. If the stone and the leaf can befriend this person on the future path, I don't know how. Is it a blessing or a curse? The eyes are bright and uncertain. The red flame tiger weighed the pros and cons, pondering whether or not to send the 2 disciples to Mount Eboshi as well. No! People's hearts are treacherous. Day and night together will only make them have unnecessary suspicion. The stone and the leaf must not travel with them, only when separated at the present time, to ensure that this friendship will remain unchanged for 1,000 years, to be 1,000 years later, the 2 young disciples to cultivate and become successful. They will see you again, and this friendship will be able to be long. Right away, the red flame tiger had a plan. The next day dawned at first light. The giant tortoise arrives at the border of Mt. Eboshi. Little friend, it's here. This trip is unpredictable. May it be precious. Terminal Chan bowed to Stone and Red Leaf's master and thanked him for escorting him all the way. The 2 of them, Stone and Red Leaf, shook their internal auras and woke up from their drunken state. Master, the 2 of us will also go with fellow Taoist Woebegone Wood. May Master fulfill us. Oh, that's okay. The 2 rejoiced. They thought that the master could not agree, and they were about to cheer, when they heard the back said again. Can beat me then go. Stone? Red Leaf? Just say that you don't want us to go. Why mention something that is impossible to accomplish? When Shi Qian saw this scene, he knew it was time to say goodbye. Stone, Red Leaf, this matter is not urgent. My brother first for you to explore the road. When the next day the 2 of you to become immortal, the 3 of us brothers gathered again, then the world. There is no place where the 3 of my brothers cannot go. Hearing this, Stone and Red Leaf had a hard time in their hearts. Precious. Precious. Then it's a date. We'll meet again after the transgression. Say yes. The portal had been opened, and Jinshan left the city in one leap. The 2 brothers on the city had tears in their tiger's eyes until the barriers closed in to cut off the sticky, drawn-out sight. Ha! You guys think that after you cross the threshold, the gap between you guys will be closed? I'm afraid your gap will be even further apart by then. This pot of cool water didn't quench the enthusiasm of the 2 brothers, but instead became even more exuberant. Then the second robbery. 3 robberies. While the red flame tiger grunted from his nose and praised, there is ambition. If you just want to pass through a thunder tribulation, then let's go back to the clan. But if you want to go even higher, then there are other arrangements for the master. It just so happens that master has stayed at the second tribulation for long enough, so let's go outside and break into the world as master and disciple? Break in. Mt. Eboshi. The final dry freefall down, like a comet hitting the ground, boom. The sound smashed on the ground. First thing on the ground, find your grandmother first. Didn't find it. Terminal Chan looked up into the sky as the giant turtle turned its head, and Terminal Chan finally saw the giant turtle's head. Waving his hand, he shouted, "Thank you, Elder Pack, for giving Junior a ride." A steady buzzing sound rang in Jianshan's ears, and that should be the giant turtle's response. Seeing the giant tortoise leave, Jianshan sighed in his heart. Although there are bad people in this world, there are also good people. With emotion, he typed a thought into the beast harness, safely home. It seems that there are still many good people in this world. The sound of life snickered in his ears, and it was the laughter of the golden cicada. With 3 divine weapons and being so flamboyant, I think that Tiger was 80% intimidated by you and didn't dare to take a shot at you. This possibility really can't be ruled out, and Terminal Dry recognizes it. Don't care what people don't do because of what, anyway, if they don't do it, they are good people. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a perfect person when it comes to deeds regardless of heart. Final Chan stretched his waist, thinking that he had come back from this trip with a new identity, so he straightened his clothes and paid homage to the mountain, human Junior Woeful Wood, willing to do his small part to protect a friendly country, please ye mountain god to witness. A small demon with a jackal's head and a body covered in armor jumped out and stood in front of Final Qian, here to join the army? Before Terminal Qian came out, he had some understanding of the situation in E Mountain and knew that demon soldiers were being drilled here, so he replied, yes. The head of the jackal, a small demon with a wandering head of broken hair, looked up and down at Jianzhuang. The human race has all gone into the city to enjoy their happiness. What are you doing here in our Eboshi mountain? Experienced, heard that the daily martial arts are practiced here, not limited to private fights, so I wanted to come here to hammer myself. The little demon nodded. Indeed, but though private fights are not limited, there can be no deaths, do you know that? Knowing. Okay, follow me. The little demon carrying the lance led the way in front, with Final Chen following behind. This razor-sharp mountain at the foot of the mountain is not yet abnormal. Once climbing the mountain, feet across a certain border, the world in front of us will change its appearance. The rushing demonic aura of the sky will be smoked into a chaotic red. In addition, there is also the soldier's fury pressing on the heart, and every time you ascend a section, the soldier's fury will be one layer thicker and heavier, weighing heavily on your body.
And then look at that little demon walking like a fly. It's not normal.
Final Chan searched on the body of the little demon and saw the waistplate at his waist faintly swept by floating light.
Is this a place where you don't get targeted when you gain an identity? Targeting? There's no targeting here, but I can guess what you're saying. You're questioning how I can be so relaxed, right?
I'm just a small demon that hasn't transformed into a form. I'm doing the job of gatekeeper here before I have a specialized shelter. You soldiers are different from us. You have to adapt to this place, of course. If you're here to boil water and cook as a logistic, then just forget what I said. Then we'll all be peers from now on.
Ultimate dryness is clear.
Thanks for letting me know. I'm here as a soldier. Okay, I'll bring you inside. There is a special demon in charge inside. Welcome to Mte. Iboshi, I hope you don't stay for 2 days and run away like the last person.
No. Well, then I remember. You want to run away? I will taunt you. By the way, I recently came up with a new idea. The mountain has a martial arts honor list. I intend to follow the example and set up a strawman list at the bottom of the mountain. You want to hold on to it, halfway down the mountain, the strawman list when there is your name on it. Terminator. It's a shame to let you watch the front door. It won't. Well, you stick around for a few more days, and I'll go back and learn to write your name first, so my carving hand won't be raw by then. What's your name? Terminator. Wanted to punch him so bad. But it's all about him keeping people, so let's count him out. Woe wood, woe of calamity, wood of wood. Good name, my name is Jackal Archie. You have a good name too, I'll remember you. Of course, our name was given by the god of the mountain, so it can't be bad? Master Yamagami? Looks like the mountain godfather didn't go to school for a few days.
Ji Qian had not yet met the mountain god of Ishan, and he had already begun to question the mountain god's qualifications. 119 Chapter 125 Katsan, the military counselor.
Name or Taoist name? Vane Wood. Gender?
Final Dry was tempted to ask a mouthful of can't you tell, but still cooperated and returned, male. From where, you can say country or family. Scattered cultivators, all over the world. The owl in charge of recording looked up at the human cultivator in front of him. Then is there any interest in joining Arisu Kingdom? Joining the Arisu state within the city can be assigned a house, and you'll have a place to go during the holidays, and the specifications of the house will be changed for you in the future based on your military merits, from collective silos to single floor, and even single family. As long as you have enough military merits, the house won't be bad. I'll go. A house for enlisting? What kind of genius came up with that? The heart of the last Qian, who had never bought a single house in his last life before he died, was already on fire.
Can anyone join the Arisu Kingdom?
The ink-stained quill in Owl's hand that looked like it had been plucked from his own body made a dashing turn at his fingertips. The ink was no doubt flung everywhere, but it was all still suspended, flung out and retracting on its own, like some kind of elastic tissue.
Final Chan looked at the pen, also could not help but praise the sound will play.
Just heard the owl lazily said, you have given your life to us, no matter what kind of you once were, then we have no reason to dislike you, so there are no requirements, but there is one, there is the Sioux country's own system, which should be observed after joining. In the final Dry Point's frown to analyze the pros and cons of it, the owl continued, there is a Sioux country and you have seen other countries are different. In the country of Sioux any aggression will be stretched out, there is no wrongdoing. Because the state lord Niang watching everything, you in other countries, bullied, no one stretched out, the evil side of the guts of the knife drawn to fight with the people, but here do not have to, you are bullied only need to pray to the queen, and the queen of state who watches everything will give you justice. Is grandma watching the whole of Arisu country all the time? How tiring that must be. Oh yes, the grandmother has a fragrant detachment, and under her there are mountain gods, river gods, and land. So much so, and it does get done. Any more? Terminal Qian had been heartened, of course, but he was a little curious as to what else was being said. This owl was just too good at talking. No, I should say, there is a great policy given by the Sioux nation. Some of the entries would be a bit microscopic in times of peace and prosperity, but in times of chaos, it's wisdom. Yes, there are many of them. For example, if you have other hometowns, the Arisu Kingdom will not restrict your identity. You can still go back and will not take back your treatment in the Arisu Kingdom. It's just that, if you die out there because of other karma, it's not a good idea for us to make a move. Final Dry couldn't help but ask, what about the ones that don't have other hometowns? Owl proudly said, then you were born in the country of Arisu. Death is the ghost of the country of Arisu. How do you die? Who kills? Pursued to the end, to comfort the spirits of the dead. And we have the country of Arisu of the mountain god, the river god, the land, and not a lot of, that is to say that there exists a seat that can be inducted into the office, you if you die outside, but there is a miraculous achievement in the body. The country of Arisu can also give you a molded golden body, to return to the sun to become a god, to govern the party. Terminal Qian was once again shocked. This treatment. What reason is there not to die? A warrior's death for a friend who understands him. Who came up with all these treats? The queen of the kingdom?
Owl scoffed. This kind of small matter is still bothering the state lord's maiden?
It is under the discussion with several staff, reported to the queen agreed.
Said the feather fan, since the fan actually let the final chan from an owl body to see a few feather fan spun scarf of the celebrity style. Dare I ask, what is the name of this military man? Cat San. Final dry? The mountain goddess started it? Naturally. Terminator.
How did you guys get so smart and accept such a stupid name?
How's the thinking going? Are you in?
Plus, the owl picked up a feather quill and filled in the residence. There is the country of Su, the third silo, 303 households. After filling out the form, he pulled the drawer behind him that looked like a medicine cabinet and took out the key from it and handed it over to Jianzhuang. When you have military honors and change your residence, you will be given a new address and key.
Good. Final Qian put the key into his storage bag.
The key counted for something special to him, and it would be the first house he would get in this world by his own efforts. Of course, this own efforts more or less mixed with some other water, after all, can be so quickly promoted to the transformation of God stage, less grandmother and a few furry mothers' love and care. But rounding up to sort of work on your own isn't a big problem. Well, not really.
The final dryness is full of joy. Owl took out a jar. Here, smoke one. Without asking, Terminator drew a ball from the jar.
TSK, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or not, E-word camp, the military camp at the bottom, but this is also a good thing. You chose the E-word camp, that encountered a bunch of monsters as well. The rankings don't go up, or you have to fall down. This is good. You're already at the bottom. The next should be all the way to the top.
Terminal Qian also smiled. Borrow your good advice. Should I say no? This owl is quite a talker and has a high emotional intelligence. Is there anything else you want to ask?
Originally, I was going to only let recruits ask 3 questions, but as you can see, you're the only recruit I have here, so there's no limit, so you can ask anything you want.
Terminal Qian thought briefly. There are naturally quite a few questions that you want to ask, but some of them are not urgent. Then he said, is there any information that only you can know?
The owl's expression got wonderful, glanced at the door, saw that there was indeed no one there, and hooked his wings. Attach your ears and come here. The law is not passed on to the 6th ear.
Terminator cautiously poked his head out.
Just then I heard the owl whisper, Martial makeup tents, bathing in the moon pool on the 15th of this month.
Final dry? The martial makeup tent is?
Oh nymphets, the males are on the North Hill, and the females are on the South Hill.
Final dry?
Good guy, Terminal Dry straight up called good guy.
The corners of his mouth twitched as he whispered, are you encouraging me to peek?
The owl pulled away from someone in an instant, his eyes one large and one small, skewing at someone with a look of disgust.
You can watch it if you like, go you.
The owl's wings flapped violently, and there was a divine wind gathering, only to see the skylight crack open, and Final Chen was flapped out through the skylight. The body is not controllable in flight, a big arc as if it were a basket, and the final dry was sent to the E-word camp.
Yo! Check it out! There's a new arrival.
The half-humans and half-beasts who were drilling all looked over. Final Chen's feet touched the ground and his body floated, feeling like he had stepped on several feet of cotton before stabilizing himself.
Nice guy, one word, and he's pissed off. He hasn't even asked the questions he wants to know, and he's being sent out the door. Is that okay?
However, Final Dry gave it another thought and felt that there was a pit here. Didn't that cat, San, even say that grandmother watched Arasaguni, so if he went to the moon pond to peek, he'd be caught for sure, so insidious.
What's the new guy's name?
Final Qian organized his thoughts and saluted his compatriots with sword cultivator etiquette, E-word battalion Woolwood, come to report, poor etiquette, still need to learn.
Wolf face, tiger face, jackal face, dog face, cow face, and human face and animal ears, human body and leopard tail.
When Jianzhuan looked around, he only saw a human cultivator among them. The man was dressed in a tattered cloth robe, white and thin, but in excellent spirits. Seeing that Terminal Chan looked at him, he nodded slightly as a greeting.
Hey, newcomer. We're not bullying you, we've all been here before, we're low on supplies here, and there are only 30 houses, so it's up to you if you can live in a house. Terminal Qian became interested. Want to fight?
Seeing that Final Chen leaped forward and glanced at the sword box behind Final Chen, the group of demon soldiers took a step back in tacit agreement.
What's the point of fighting? Fighting and killing is not our style in the E-word battalion.
Saying this, he offered a bucket and invited, here.
Pick one. Terminal Qian hesitated slightly and chose one from among them.
It says, go to Campy in the South Mountain and fetch the camp master's personal belongings.
Final dry? Terminal Qian touched his sword case. It's better to fight.
The crowd of demon soldiers protested. What's the point of fighting? If you don't treat us as brothers, you can just kill us and we won't obey. That's it. Are all sword cultivators reckless?
Just know how to fight and kill.
Crude sword cultivator, bullying his fellow robes on the basis of his high force.
That's just it. Final dry? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure, the very grandmother who had come to see the play. Grandma laughed a lot. Terminator. 120 Chapter 126, Singling Out a Battalion. Terminal Qian knocked on the sword case.
The crowd of demon soldiers drew their necks, a picture of if you dare to draw your sword I will die here today.
Terminal Chen was speechless. This trip was a bit different from what he expected.
This makes Terminal Chen cannot help but celebrate. Fortunately, the stone and red leaf did not come, otherwise this face can be lost.
If you don't want to fight, then why do you come to join the army? Final Chen didn't understand. The various demons squinted at Terminal Chen. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I'm not good at fighting.
That's just it. Who says the battle has to go forward?
That's right, it's true that you're a sword cultivator, you don't understand this point of reasoning.
Terminator's fists are hard. Feeling the soldier fury of this place, it is not too dense, body is not too restricted, and his battle power can be played out.
Then, beat it up first. Final Qian also didn't open the sword box, rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the group of demons.
401's body allowed Final Chen to have an abundance of martial arts and virtue, charging into the group of demons, clanging and clanking with a flurry of cannon hammers, whip kicks, face-breaking punches, and small tornadoes of big flying kicks. Ultimate Qian's understanding of physical arts was really only stuck in the basic stakes of boxing, and he could throw a jab and a heavy punch, but at the moment it didn't affect play in the slightest. In the main, the guys at the bottom of the list didn't originally have much of a fighting chance. The only one who could resist a punch from Jianchen was the bull demon, but he only took one punch, and the second and third punches behind him hit the ground with a bang, 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 bang. When there wasn't a single one standing on the scene, Terminal Chen clapped his hands, finished the fight, and called it a day.
Convinced?
One with a swollen mouth bites back, "Dahius," and we're not convinced. Terminal Chen looked at the other demon soldiers. One of them, although their noses were bruised and swollen, none of them had served. If you don't serve, we don't beat you up just to make you serve. Listen to me, if you look down on sword cultivators again, yin and yang sword cultivators, yin and yang me, when I hear it once, I'll beat you up once. As long as I hear one person mocking me, I'll beat up all of you, who let you guys say that we're a crude sword cultivator, then we'll be crude for you to see. Terminal Chen clapped his hands and was ready to find a place to rest. Crude sword cultivator.
Terminal Chen's movements froze, turning back to the bull demon with a provocative face. Terminal Chen laughed, have a backbone. Next, Jian Qian fulfilled his promise.
The demon soldiers pretending to be dead collectively stormed up, instantly pressing Final Chen to the ground.
The two demons pressed an arm, and the fattest pig demon sat on Terminal Qian's back with a big butt. Howd!
The sword box opened, and the heavy sword without a blade, hoda, like hitting a baseball, sent the pig demon on Jian Qian's back flying directly, followed by a sweeping attack, sending the 10 demon soldiers that had trapped Jian Qian flying. The freed Final Chen joined the battle, one person and one sword, charging quickly between the group of demons. Half a pot of tea later. Body, 401402. Final Dry soundly threw a punch, then looked at the attribute board several times in disbelief. It turns out that, body, needs movement. Why hadn't he thought of something so logical before? No wonder, body, didn't rise when he was locked up in the purple mansion. The attribute boost didn't slow down Terminal Dry's exhaustion, and a big gulp of hot air came out. Terminal Chen seemed like a soft weeping willow, tilting his head back with his body half leaning back for support, looking disdainfully at the group of defeated men on the ground.
Have the guts to say it again.
The bull-headed demon soldier whose two eyes were swollen into frogs from the beating opened his mouth in defiance. District then, vulgar, sword cultivator.
Ha 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 ha, come on.
2 drops of spiritual liquid floated down, one was absorbed, the other went through the body, and Jianzhuang retrieved it back on the leaves.
War. One person and one sword charged at the group of demons.
A few of the lightly injured ones wanted to lie on the ground and play dead to avoid conflict, but they were picked up and punched by Final Chen, and after that, there was no more laziness, and all of them hardened their heads and charged forward.
Brothers, too much bullying of the demon. Take the plunge.
Streams of light whisked by, a picture of the fierce armor on the body. The size of the demon soldiers was like a fat sea soaked in water, all swelled up, skin dyed iron black, clear 5-meter-tall rexes.
Ha 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 ha, you new recruit is so uninformed. You brought this on yourself. Brothers, teach this new recruit a lesson. Go! One by one, the 5-meter-tall pylons rushed towards Final Dry.
The momentum is like a locomotive that flies off the rails at full speed.
Rui.
The sword box opened, and the golden light fell on the hands of Final Qian and transformed into a large hammer. There is spiritual liquid support. The Final Dry has recovered 7 or 8. Buzz buzz will be a big iron hammer swing round. Rolled up the yellow sand 100 feet. Meet the rushing over the iron pimple on the smash up. How does a flying sword start faster, although behind the end of the dry, but after the first, directly hit stumbling a pylon, when the end of the dry just arrived, a hammer swing fly. It's a struggle. There was a qualitative difference between a demon soldier wearing armor and one not wearing armor.
But ultimately Dry felt like he could still hold on.
First of all, these iron pimples have a vulnerability, that is, they are all too big one by one, and Final Qian is too small, so that every time there is an engagement, only one of the iron pimples will be able to fight with Final Qian, and the rest of the troops will be nestled in the surrounding area. With this sole advantage, Jianzhuang used it to roll all the way around, knocking the iron bumps away one by one. The physical exertion was as drastic as ever.
Just as Terminal Qian struck the 10th iron lump flying.
Body, 402-403. Seeing that the body had risen again, the smile at the corner of Final Qian's mouth became harder to suppress. Those eyes, which had long since become scarlet from the sight of blood, curved into an arc that made the demon's scalp tingle.
A battle to the end. Whoever wimped out is a son. Final Qian excitedly rushed into the group of demons. And the demon soldiers who were fighting with Terminal Qian couldn't help but curse, is this TM still a human being? How is it more demonic than they are? Brothers, don't hide anything, use all your best skills. If we're picked off by him alone, all the demons in the mountain will die laughing tomorrow.
The words certainly inspired all the demons.
While the E-word battalion was originally a joke, that was because people really weren't good at killing combat.
Some of their aptitudes were smooth wind ears and some were clairvoyants. They were better at assisting compared to charging and killing, so when a demon took the battle power, they just laughed and didn't care at all. But today was different, an entire battalion of them would be nailed to the pillar of shame if they were picked off by a new recruit. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
How come this kid has so much stamina? This can't be a body cultivator, right?
Sword cultivation plus physical cultivation? A vicious chill rose in the hearts of all the demons.
Sword cultivators were coarse enough, and physical cultivators that was even worse. And if these two were together, that would be a disgusting demon.
The reason why everyone ridicules sword cultivators and body cultivators actually has nothing to do with the two's brainless reckless fighting style. The main reason is that these two kinds of cultivators are really strong that everyone is jealous. Kill. Not a single demon had died at the scene, but the murderous aura and fury had already climbed to the peak. A big demon turned upright into 4 hooves on the ground, and its body shape also changed from a beast-faced person to a humanoid beast, and that body's brute force erupted, combining with the divine ability, and rushed over towards Jianzhuang. Boom! Piercing through his body, Jianxian exploded into a cloud of mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk?
Old bull, you killed someone? I didn't. The bullhead, who was not easily intimidated for once, was aggrieved. In the next moment, the fog converged, and the intact Final Qian swung his sledgehammer, knocking the dazed iron lump out with a single blow. Then, the flaming battle armor was draped out on the body of Final Qian. It was not a real armor, there was no defensive function, it was just a vision manifested by the fire control aptitude. What's the fret? Come on.
Ferocious and ferocious collide, a hammer to flesh fight, such as drums like hammering bang bang,
ringing straight.
More and more patrolling demon soldiers were attracted to the area, including those who had come halfway over the mountain from the southern mountain.
Holy, what was that? It seems to be an individual repair.
He's still a sword cultivator.
Campy won't be singled out today, will it?
Tisk, TSK, how can you keep something so interesting to yourself?
Yes, extremely, it's better to be alone than to be happy.
Various summoning spells activated, and the entire E-Mountain all woke up. 121 Chapter 127, the appointment for the transitional succession.
Fighting, recover, keep fighting, keep recovering.
Companion Small Tree now has 216 leaves, that is, do not use the furry mother's reserve of final dry can also be used up.
Punch a duck son, kill, beat them all up. Terminal Qian's consciousness resounded with the cheering of his furry mother.
The hammer swings with more vigor.
30th head. Body, 404. Attribute enhancement doesn't bring back the status, but it does after replenishing the spirit liquid.
The sledgehammer in his hand was getting smoother and the hammer strikes were getting faster.
There are 30 more, which should be enough to go up a bit more.
The aura rushed into all the limbs and bones, and Jianzhuang drummed up the blood chi of his whole body and smashed toward the next target. At this time, a strange voice resounded in Final Qian's heart. Brother, give us face, there are too many onlookers, if you pretend to be defeated by us, we'll recognize you as our big brother in the future. Terminal Qian was not interested in Big Brother Big or Big Brother Big at all right now, although that was also the purpose of his trip, he could have accomplished it with other thoughts, and now, he only wanted to earn attribute points. Moreover, Jianshan also wanted to show his strength in front of the other brethren, so that the subsequent subjugation plan could be smoother.
Whoever sent me a message, I can't hear you. You speak louder. What do you mean, admit defeat?
Ultimate Shin's words nearly shamed the demon soldier who had taken the initiative to intervene in annoyance. He rushed forward and was knocked unconscious on his own accord. Terminal Qian was wide open, hitting a group of demon soldiers who were suffocating.
That's not fair. Let's get weapons too, a demon soldier suggested.
This is actually very unreasonable. When it comes to fairness, they have more than 80 demon soldiers besieging others. Is this fair? This truth was understood by all the demon soldiers present. But it's also true that without the use of weapons, you get pinned down.
As for shame, that kind of thing doesn't even need to be considered anymore, because it's already done.
Some were still entangled, while some had already taken their weapons out, and in a moment the demon soldier's baleful aura climbed to a new height, and his 5-meter-tall size swelled again, doubling again. With a leader, the other demon soldiers would be well accepted.
A 10-meter-tall heavily armed demon soldier descended like a mountain.
Finished, it's over, the E-word battalions are too shameless, they even took out their weapons.
That can't be helped, the boy does seem a bit evil. He, even if he loses, this human kid is still famous. Who knows where this guy came from? Is he so fierce? Is it possible that he's from the wilds of Dale?
It is well known that the state of Arisu had an old relationship with the Xia dynasty, which had been extinguished, and that Xia Hochi who started the Xia dynasty is now in the field of Dale. It would be reasonable to say that Xia Hochi sent a few demons of the human race to support the Arisu kingdom. Just as the demons were speculating about the identity of Final Qian, a rod of standardized ferocious weapons was taken out, and the monstrous fury pressed down on Final Qian's body. It was difficult to move even a fraction of an inch with all the strength of his body.
Standing there like a target. Can't keep my hand in. Wind and snow.
The sword box opens, the wind and snow sword flies out. Because of the divine name of Tianwu, wind and snow has been recovered all the way from the Jidan stage to the out-of-body stage, and is only one step away from the transformation of God. The 33 billion raindrops spread out, Final Qian and Feng Shui teamed up, and the divine royalty and formal royalty cooperated with each other, and the sword formation was fully unfolded. The name of this formation is Drifting Snow, passed down by the sword immortal.
Nowadays it's to be called Drifting Rain, or Drifting Rain with Snow.
In order to help the sword's power, Jinshen called out the divine name Tianwu in his heart. Wind and Snow Sword's realm also broke through from the outbreathing stage to the transformation stage at this moment. The rain poured down with the might of the ancient god Tianwu and covered the 29 iron mountains. For a time, the might of both sides was evenly matched, but that balance was shattered with the moment a demon soldier viewed the god of war. Rushing sky of fury gathered in one place as a shape, vaguely emerged a headless giant, its left hand holding a shield, right hand holding an axe, manipulation Gonchi dance.
This is, can't think about him.
This old boy had a grudge against the father of the sun, and the 10-day extinction was caused by that tribe's insulting the emperor of heaven by sacrificing fish and eels to him, and 9 of the 10 days after that were shot down. It could be said that this one had an undying grudge against the heavenly emperor of that time, as well as the golden crow.
Is no one coming to take care of it? This great god has been invited out. This is no longer a private fight, is it? Final Qian's complaint echoed in the ears of all the onlooker demon soldiers.
Among them, in a place that the crowd could not see, the fragrant flame child wrapped his arms around himself and said approvingly, "Master, it's your turn to make a move. This fight has indeed crossed the line." As the god of Mounty looked at the young man, he always felt a sense of familiarity, but there seemed to be a force in the underworld that prevented him from recognizing him.
Well, it did cross the line.
A little fragment of the golden body floated out, struck with a thought, and shot at the headless giant's silhouette. The giant that was dancing moved with a lurch, and in the next moment, the fury that had gathered dispersed. The 29 honored Iron Mountain did not want to be defeated one by one, simply disarmed directly. His eyes rolled over, and he fainted.
This is the end of the battle.
The demon soldiers surrounding this place excitedly wanted to go and befriend them. Just then a voice rang out. The voice was bright and clear, tantalizing all the male demon soldiers and demon generals. "Transformation stage, it's a bit low. I hope you can cross the threshold soon so that you can fight with me." Shi Qian looked in search of the sound, only to see a masked female general riding on a horse, watching him from afar. This woman in armor, handheld lance, the sharpness of its tip of the gun piercing the eyes, there is a sense of tears. It was also that these eyes of his were by no means mundane, otherwise Jian suspected that this glance could pierce his eyes.
There's still the transitional stage? Terminator couldn't help but glance at his grandmother again.
He could kind of relate to Stone and Red Leaf's feelings now.
If you don't want to give it, just say so.
However, this sentence of final dry was just spit out in his heart. As long as there was a goal, he was sure to get his hands on the great Tsubaki wood.
He is very grateful to his grandmother for giving him this opportunity.
Late generation Banewood, on the day of the tribulation I will ask Senior for advice. Dare I ask how Senior is addressed?
Red tasseled gun fairy.
What a red tasseled spear fairy, and the weapon she held in her hand was the exact same one. The main hit was a good one to remember. This honored one will only wait for you for 200 years, and if you don't become immortal in 200 years, this battle will be called off.
200 years to cross over?
The difficulty was not small, but as long as there were enough golden body fragments, it was not impossible for him to be more diligent in getting his body full, based on twice the attribute points per realm raised. The full realm of the transformation stage is 800 points, the harmonization stage is 1,600 points, the Mahayana stage is 3,200 points, and the transition stage is 6,400 points.
Mother *******. 200 years enough? May I ask my junior why Senior is in such a hurry? Will Senior leave in 200 years? There are no enemies here who will leave themselves. Oh, like that. Terminator has a plan.
For example, have Furry Nymphette enlist in disguise to fight her. There's a rival.
What Senior means is that as long as there is an opponent, you will always be there and the agreement between us will be void?
It's not that Senior doesn't have the confidence to cross the tribulation in 200 years, it's just that Senior's cultivation seeks stability and pursues the ultimate in every realm, so he doesn't want to self-destruct his Tao foundation because of the agreement, so please understand Senior.
The red-tasseled gun immortal couldn't help but look at that junior named Scourgewood one more time. It's so handsome, I wish I could just look at it.
No sooner had the thought emerged than it was stabbed in 1,000 holes by a lance of mindfulness and dissipated into nothingness.
Then let it be, if there has been an opponent, my father will stay here. Then let it be.
The red tasseled gun fairy under the warhorse treads clouds and leaves, and the final Chan Dao salute to send off. Inwardly, he prayed to his furry mother and told her about the ideas he had thought of.
Auntie, how's this for a solution? A bit damaging, but doable. Hey, what hey? You got a crush on someone?
That's not true, the child is bent on only cultivation. The reason why he wants to retain it is just that he doesn't want to raise the mountain and not be able to keep the talent.
Alright, Wolfel Central really believed it. 10,000 Sword Sect, Sword 6th Lang, would like to have a sword date with fellow Taoist. The crowd of demon soldiers, dumbfounded, then became excited.
A sword fight. Sword cultivators slashing sword cultivators are the best looking. Cheers and whistles were heard. Terminal Qian was a bit surprised that these guys could blow a rogue whistle as well. After looking at those demon soldiers who could blow whistles, Final Chan then looked at the one who had asked for battle.
122 Chapter 128 Lao Tzu was here to dominate Ishan.
Only to see a Xian-clothed swordsman with a straight body. Standing there he had the might of piercing through the heavens.
Oh, what realm are you in? Harmonization.
Oh, then I'll fight you again when I'm in my merged stage.
Good. It's a deal.
The crowd of demon soldiers were instantly disappointed. They preferred the two sword cultivators to kill each other right now.
Then add poor monk A.
The high-pitched flood bell-like positive sound let the final dry for the side eye, the final dry to look at, heard that bald monk self-reported, we are the transition stage, has not yet transitioned, the martial arts monks hanging empty want to fight with the Taoist friends about.
Just about to respond. Shoot him.
The tyrannical voice resounded in the bottom of his heart, sent by the golden cicada that had shed its shell in the beast harnessing pouch.
Terminal Qian was instantly speechless.
Beating to death was naturally impossible, but this battle he took.
Good. I'll take that too.
The martial monk gave a single palm salute.
Final Dry returned with a sword monastic rite. Another military maiden from the South Mountain with a martial makeup tent yodeled, I still don't know what you call yourself?
This time it exploded. We must know that usually as the North Mountain of male demons and male cultivators sneak to the South Mountain run, this North Mountain of the women's army took the initiative to run over is the first time. The crowd of cultivators were looking at the youth, and only then did they notice that this kid was a little bit handsome, and 1 second they wanted to call themselves brothers and sisters, and this second the sense of crisis was drawn out, and the alarms were ringing wildly. Feeling the guarded gazes around him, Jianzhuang's heart was clear. He is no longer the little fox that just left the house. There is the matter of the female cultivator of the Walking Foot sect backstabbing his senior brother for him. The final Chan is more or less clear about the charm that he inherited from his furry mother. Then he returned with a cold face, I've heard that male cultivators of the North Mountain are not allowed to step into the South Mountain. How come, you female cultivators of the South Mountain can come to my North Mountain?
Once this statement was made, the male cultivators and male demons were collectively confused. They'd love to say they can come. Better yet, come every day. Come day after day.
But for some reason, so justified, with the tone of reprimand, accountable for those female cultivators, they somehow have a kind of great revenge-cool feeling. Have the balls for 30 years, you sissies have had your day with a vengeance quick look. The few female soldiers who had come from South Mountain were also stunned by the question.
This guy's a log, isn't he? Or is it a rock? How can you be so unsympathetic? To ask something that hurts the scenery. Do they want to come to this stinking barracks? It's not enough to be ungrateful, it's enough to blame them.
A few women exchanged glances, anger and curses in the heart, opening their mouths since they won't say everything out, with an apologetic face, apologizing, this is our ill-considered, listening to the strange sounds coming from the North Mountain, we are worried that there is an enemy attack here, so we are busy to come to support, and it's abrupt. Previously there was still a sense of revenge-cool dorky male demon to see the heart of the dashing humongous girl apologized instantly backwash. This fellow Taoist, the fellow robes of the Southern Mountain are also concerned about us, so don't nitpick the bones, I see that you're also tired, so quickly go back and wash up. Yeah, people are kind enough to come and help, they surely don't mean it, so I'll let it go this time, but of course next time you wanna come you can always come.
Final Dry.
These cannot help the wall-licking dog you can chase the female, my black dog with your last name.
Bunch of spineless lickspittles.
Then I'll shuffle along.
Once Terminal Qian withdrew, everyone dispersed.
There are a few self-proclaimed outstanding style of male demons attentive to the female soldiers to get together, so that other wanna get together again has no place, resentful can only go back to their respective camps.
I can't tell you all the things that happened in the barracks.
The next day, Xing Xian woke up in the tree refreshed. Instead of going to live in one of those houses that wafted all sorts of foul odors, he chose a clean tree and slept until morning.
Woke up to several pairs of hateful eyes staring back at him.
Final Chan looked around, last night he thought his grandmother would come to flirt with him, but he didn't want her to disappear after watching the fun.
Convinced?
Humph. Crude sword cultivator. The lively campy starts with the first group fight of the day. This time, however, everyone was just as restrained, Jin Shen didn't invoke those 3 swords, and the wastrels of the E-word camp didn't summon their battle armor. Everyone mainlined a punch. It was a fight that lasted more than a month.
Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Bloodline, the son of a demon fox, conceived in the sense of heaven. Accompanying spiritual item, creation of the infinite longevity tree. Longevity, endless. Body, 404500. Spirit, 405435. God, 393433. Realm, transformation stage. Convinced? Hey! Crude sword cultivator. Terminal Qian was silent. It's time to say no. The E-camp's mouth is really hard.
But he couldn't stay in the E-word camp any longer, because beating up these guys didn't raise body anymore. He needed a stronger opponent.
How can you serve? Complete the task you drew. Final dry? These LSPs are hopeless. Is that the best you can do? A bunch of demons stalked their necks.
Some are clearly acquiescing. A picture of this is how you can feel. There's also the sophomoric, rules are rules, and if you want us to recognize you, you have to play by the rules. I have to say that Final Dry was somewhat in awe of this rule brother, in every sense of the word.
Whether that's an excuse or not.
At least the other demons were fooled by him to really eat this up.
Show me that note I drew.
The crowd of demon soldiers exchanged glances. They are really cooperative, went to fetch the draw barrel, one by one open, looking for the final dry that they draw.
Terminator then looks at the other notes.
There's even in there, the outrageous challenge of giving a kiss to the Red Rifle Fairy. Others like holding my pants up high and running around the mountain for a week yelling I'm the hungriest.
And, plucking a feather from a cat Asan?
You are truly making the greatest death with the weakest battle.
A note unfolded, the final dry to these guys also respect. But another question arises, did any of the demons finish? Terminal Qian asked this idea out. Big brother will be done.
A humanoid demonic beast with a hyena's head thumbs up and points to his side. It was a guy with a horse's head.
Which one did he finish?
Mentioning this, the horse-faced demon old man showed a blush and slapped away a small hand that was just about to point out to Final Chen. What do you care which one I finished? Anyway, old me just finished it. So it's the big brother here. If you can finish your one, we'll recognize you as the big brother as well. Terminal Qian's heart was suddenly so complicated.
Did it not hurt? How about a little more pressure on the hand? Ultimate Qian did not hide his heart in front of Heavy Demon. In reply to terminally dry by.
Crude sword cultivator. The final dry convinced, but convinced to convince the shots still have to go out.
Another melee. Half a month had passed. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Body, 500-505. Spirit, 435450. God, 433448. Realm, transformation stage. For half a month, morning, afternoon, and evening practice.
Cheng Chen fought in the dark, but, body, only went up by 5 points.
I can see that the experience here is really at its limit.
The tough-talking E-word battalion remained unconvinced. On parting, Final Qian had to think of other ways to challenge the campmaster of the Nanshan Martial Makeup Tent E-word camp. If they win, they will take one of their magic weapons and display it in the pavilion of the E-word camp on North Mountain. This was also the result of the discussion between Final Qian and his brethren in the E-word camp. Final Qian had also gone through a lot of trouble to change his personal belongings into a magic weapon.
Go ahead and deliver this letter of war.
Bringing the E battalion under control, next up is the D battalion. Let's hope nothing goes wrong then.
3 T's later.
A pig-headed demon blushes and brings back a belly band.
Final Qian frowned. You went to someone's women's camp to steal this?
No. The pig-headed demon looked at Final Chen with a face of admiration. Once the campmaster heard that it was you who wanted it, he gave it, saying that there was no need to fight.
Final dry? What did you tell people? Wasn't it that I wouldn't let you deliver the war book? Where are the war letters? I just opened my mouth and people sent it, so naturally there's no need to send a war letter. Camp E. The sound of a pig being killed rang out. With this sound of killing pigs, Jian Chen became the boss of the place. The one who won the boss seat by lifting his pants wants to take the spot back, and that's going to require a redraw to complete the challenge. Sitting on the pig's head, the aggrieved piglet's little eyes darted around, but didn't dare protest the fact that he was being used as a stool. He is aggrieved. Obviously the errand was done extremely well. Why was he beaten? He couldn't figure it out. Well, the mission is kind of done. Are you guys convinced now? Serve. The rushing demonic aura made Final Qian's mouth tremble. He wanted to curse these demons, and that person.
As the only human cultivator here, that guy is in cahoots with these demons and has absolutely no sense of propriety and shame.
But it's time to say no. The atmosphere here is pretty good.
Alright, just serve. I'm going to go pick on the Dingbat battalion. Brothers, wait for my good news. Jian Zhuang carried the sword case across his waist, got up and left.
The demons were confused. Big brother, you're still going to Camp Ting?
Zhong Qian walked in the light and looked back to give these stupid younger brothers a sideways glance, not just the D-word battalion, but also the B-word battalion and A-word battalion in the future, the entire North Mountain, and even the entire E Mountain.
I am here to dominate Ishan.
Leaving these words behind, without waiting for the crowd of demon show to return to their senses, Jian Zhuang jumped out of the E-word camp in a single leap.
505's body. Final Qian's martial virtues were even more abundant, and he could play half a body cultivator. After Terminal Qian left, the demons came back to their senses from being petrified. He brags, doesn't he? Definitely bragging. Other than that, the ones in the A battalion are monsters, and there are several hijack immortals. I hear there's more than one robbery in there. The demons shook their heads.
Then they realized something else.
With Big Brother gone, they don't have a Big Brother again. Should they pick a new Big Brother?
At the moment of this thought, seems to be triggered some kind of prohibition. A large stone surface crumbled, written on it rules two big words, the inscription, Banewood.
The threat is unmistakable. By the way, where are the bibs? Aren't they to be put in the pavilion?
123 Chapter 129 Ding Battalion's Downward Spiral.
E-word battalion Woe Wood. Come and worship the battalion.
Its voice was so loud that it spread over half of Mt. Iboshi.
For a while, a question popped up in the hearts of all the demons, who was Banewood? Who's at the door in the middle of the day making a lot of noise and fire?
A line of sight from the barracks looked out toward the camp. Quite a few that had come along recognized the boy at once.
Phew! Who did I say it was? If it isn't the little bully from Camp E. How's the little bully from Camp E? Final Qian laughed. That's a good name, but soon I'll be the little bully of Tingji Camp.
Some of the demon clans didn't understand, but when they chewed out the flavor they couldn't help but raise their interest and instantly turned red.
What? You still want to pick on one of our battalions by yourself?
Even if you're a crude sword cultivator come crude body cultivator, then you won't be able to do it. We're different from those losers from Camp E.
The realm of this battalion is at the minimum of Yuaning stage. Terminal Qian froze. Yuaning stage? You guys also practice human cultivation methods? Nonsense. Is there any other way out without practicing the human cultivation method under this heavenly Dao suppression?
Terminal Qian looked at that yak head in consternation, and then looked at the dog head next to it, and also the human-faced antler one.
So, you're all morphing? How is this morphing? Terminal Qian didn't even know how to say it. You want to say it doesn't look like a human, don't you?
It's not our fault. Not all demons have seen a human before taking form, and those that haven't are stuck with this.
With such an incarnation, with Final Qian's simple values, these guys definitely couldn't be considered human. Who has antlers? There are also cow horns and cow tails. That and a cat ear.
Ah, cat-eared ladies can have it, cat-eared men don't have to.
With one sword to cut down the thoughts, Final Qian's Dao mind was once again clear and flawless. Ask for advice. Does it have an effect on the practice? No. The eldest brother of the camp answered Terminal Qian's query painfully. Final Qian also put away his aggressive and demonic stance and eased up. That's not bad.
A swan person with a very long and elegant neck spoke. The transitional stage can also redefine looks, and change them when the time comes.
Terminal Qian breathed a sigh of relief for these messy-looking demons. This dignified appearance is fine in Orissa Kingdom, and will definitely be decimated when he goes out.
Looks like there's a need to popularize the looks of the human race to the demon race that hasn't transformed. Both sides looked at each other. The Final Qian suddenly noticed that the topic was a bit off track, and lightly coughed twice, moving the topic back on track. Thank you for informing me, but it is still necessary to pick the camp. You prepare, the battle will begin soon. Thank you for cooperating. Once these words came out, the wariness within the camp was also instantly ignited. The bullhorn trumpet of assembly was blown, and the entire battalion of 80 demon soldiers and human cultivators assembled. There were many more human cultivators in the D camp than in the E camp, totaling nearly half. This shows that the human cultivators are all very strong, and none of them want to stay in the E-word camp except for that one that is in cahoots with the E-word camp. When Shi Qian was still standing outside the barracks, he heard the shouts of military might from inside the barracks. The outsider kid is going to challenge all of us by himself. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Dare. The E camp was picked off by him. Will we be picked off by him? No way. The D camp is really different from the wasteful E camp. Nice guys, all starting to do their pre-war mobilization. Terminator listens sideways. To be picked on, each man receives 50 army clubs of his own. Conform or not. Serve. Do you need a reward for winning? No need. Whoever is defeated brushes the outhouse for a year. All defeated live in the outhouse. Yes. Squeak dash. The wooden doors of the barracks slowly opened. There is no armor, but the aura of military fury is not weaker than that of the E-word battalion with armor, and the only difference is that their bodies are not swollen. No bloat isn't good news. Smaller bodies aren't as strong as larger ones, but they're more agile. This scenario ends up drying up once you have to face no longer one opponent, but maybe two, or even three, or even more. In the eyes of Jianxian, the overwhelming pressure turned into jingoism, killing towards Jianxian with his intention first. It's not an illusion. Mental attack. Final Qian was appalled. He hadn't really expected this when he opened the door. Took a hard hit with a lone soul in a battle of arms. Terminal Qian's divine soul suffered a heavy blow, and his consciousness was nearly directly disorganized and comatose, so he could only bitterly support it. If he was just an unusual god transformation stage cultivator he might have fainted, but it was good that he still had 456, God. The golden body is now on the divine soul. In the surging and raging spiritual wave, the final dry is like a piece of lonely boat lost in the storm.
Yeah, surprisingly it's holding up. Interesting.
The battalion master who was not involved in the charge came into the formation and was about to charge with the soldiers when Final Qian suddenly raised his hand and gestured a pause. The soldier chief still appreciated the youngster in front of him, and with a lift of his hand, he stopped the army spirit soldier formation from continuing their charge.
What, going to give up?
A man's word is a brick in the wall, he can't change his mind at will. The final dry as if drowning people, when the rushing stopped only finally gasped evenly this breath.
Thanks, phew, that's strong. Terminator gasped for air.
The soldiers of the Dingji battalion inside the door looked calm on the surface, but in their hearts they had already begun to curse and swear. This military spirit rushing formation naturally did not release its full strength. The main formation's battalion master was not even in position, it was just the aftermath, but that kid surprisingly did not faint.
This is unreasonable. Not to mention a cultivator at the god transformation stage, even a TM harmonization stage should have fainted. Unless this kid also practiced Shinto on the side. Isn't the divine path only touched by the hijacked immortals?
That is the most money-burning Taoist path. Practicing the divine path is hardly ever practiced by themselves. They all rely on a country's national fortune to practice, not because they can't practice, but only because they simply can't afford to do so. There are two ways to cultivate the divine path. One requires a large number of believers to nurture a golden body with the power of faith. There is another way to get a gold body directly by eating gold body pieces.
There's just nothing easy about these two.
Shi Qian didn't know how shocked the brothers in the barracks were. At the moment he was already shocked.
Also confirming one thing, Campy is indeed waste. Give me an incense stick of time, or I'll come back tomorrow and pick. What can you do with an incense burner?
Final Qian honestly replied, I have a method that has some power in divine soul charge. I plan to cultivate it and then try it out.
What Jianqian said was the 10-day soul extermination array that was offered by the Black Dog Girl.
The Scorched Sun Sect Master's special secret technique for seizing the body, as well as the Scorched Sun Sect's untold secrets except for the Sect Master. Want to use this technique needs to be very serious pollution of the Golden Crow to be able to do. The final dry and Shen Junyang had worked together to study, but because of the pollution at that time or not enough did not learn to do. Nowadays, Terminator wants to give it a try.
Learn now? The camp master in the barracks laughed.
He had seen crazy ones, but this was the first time he had seen one this crazy.
A secret art that has not yet been cultivated is even more powerful. Can it be learned now? Are you kidding? We have a pretty good impression of you, but if you're full of, we can't help but teach you a lesson.
Final Qian had a straight face. The matter of cultivation is no child's play. Please give me one incense stick of time from the campmaster. Terminal Qian sat down on his knees, pressed his hand against the sword case, and directly practiced.
Once again, the soldiers of the Tingji battalion were shocked. This kid just started practicing in front of us?
I want to go and teach him a lesson. It won't do to be so stupid even if I have to march out there in the future.
A demon soldier with a pair of wings on his back that looked like thunderclap flew out of the city by talking to himself.
The sword case opened on its own, and the wind and snow sword drifted into a roiling rain of snow, shielding itself. The demon soldier who was about to touch Jianzhuang only felt inexplicable fear in his heart and mind, and hastily retreated back. Forget it, we are all fellow soldiers. This lesson will be told to him orally when he wakes up.
The demons blanked out. You guys, do you think this kid will suddenly break through to the harmonization stage? No way.
The reply was instantaneous.
Then is it possible that if we cultivate that art we can kill with us without a fight? That's even more impossible. Just can't eat and dream like that. But I have a bad feeling that this kid is too confident. You're overthinking it. By the way, why did he pick on our battalion all by himself? That would be a question for the losers at Camp E. How did they get picked on by one guy? An incense burner, soon.
Final Qian opened his eyes punctually, and 10 golden crows manifested in his eyes.
Okay, hard wait, let's get started. 124, Chapter 130 War. War.
On the shelves tomorrow. The battalion master raised his hand and placed it forward, signaling to charge with the military spirit. Jingo Taima again rushed into the vision of the end of Qian. At the same time, the end of Qian's spirit body tore into 10 golden crows from the body to fly out to meet the array rushed out. This kind of tearing is the tearing of the spell but also the tearing of the real spiritual body. The strange feeling that has never been felt before fills the senses of the final dry. The pain and suffering is only the aftermath of the starting style of this spell, and the weird thing is that the final dry feels that he has become 10. His mind was no longer a separate whole, but a cluster of 10 golden crows.
The two formations meet.
At this moment, it is not allowed to think too much. The 10 golden crows stacked together and charged in at one point. The intense heat burned the spiritual bodies of all the soldiers, 100 times clearer than their physical bodies. The fiery pain made many of them cramp up in pain. The 10 golden crows were like nobody's business, tearing apart the battle formation along the way. The sword case hummed. On the 10th day, Rui and Hout invited to fight one after another. However, the other party was willing to wait for him to burn incense, and before the other party's weapons were upgraded, Final Qian also gave up his intentions and only pacified a few swords, letting them continue to wait. The snowflakes scattered by the wind and snow swords continued to protect Final Qian's body. The 3 swords were in the sword box, while Final Qian's spiritual body transformed into 10 golden crows charging through the formation with golden crow pollution. The battle, which had been unequal, fell straight into the abyss in an almost one-sided state of affairs because of the rashness of the Ting battalion. The battle of souls was no more than a fist-to-flesh fight. This kind of tussle is even more vicious. A little carelessness can lead to a lot more cuteness. Therefore, after seeing that their side was undefeated, many soldiers withdrew their respective divine souls. As the saying goes, a soldier's defeat is like a mountain's fall. The 10 golden crows, each clad in a golden body, rushed into the back of the enemy formation and charged out again. If it continues, Jian Qian is confident in restoring Zhao Zilong's 7 entries and 7 exits. But he didn't do that, and when he saw that his opponent was retreating, he withdrew his spell. 10 days melted into 1, and the final dryness only felt complete again. The good thing about fusion is that it doesn't hurt. It's like 2 lumps of sticky dough sparingly and naturally fused together. But, information on medical checkups in Nichiko. Spirit, 450400. Dropped 50 points in one go. The golden body fragment used the divine keeper to only hang 10 points. This 10-day soul execution formation actually consumed 50 points at a time. Fortunately, the drop is not, body, or, god, spirit, can be repaired back, otherwise the final dry are going to smack their own big mouth. Let's just meet it out. Terminator stood up, looking very generous. It was you who won, and then what? Do I need to inform the whole of Mount Eboshi? Camp B's battalion master was unexpectedly frank, clearly not doing his best, but simply admitted defeat. Not only that, one could also see an appreciation for Final Qian on his face. But, this appreciation collapsed with the next sentence of the final dry. Oh, so you guys are convinced? Camp owner? Battalion B soldier? Everyone looked at the very reckless teenager in disbelief. Ha! The camp owner was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Kid, I know sword cultivators are reckless, but it's the first time I've seen one as rash and reckless as you. What, you want us to submit and kneel in front of you? Terminal Chen felt that everyone had misinterpreted his meaning. Hastily, he took out a friendly gesture. No need, no need. Campy gave me the position of the camp master after serving me. You guys can just give me the position of the camp master as well. Silence. Terminal Chen faced a crowd of looking at the little cute. The eyes of the awkward scratching his head. Right, I know you have not served, so continue. By this point, Campy could no longer maintain the demeanor of a strong man. The leader of the battalion master's face turned into a pig's liver color in anger, and his angry voice shook the entire Ishan mountain. Take a copy. Kill this son of a. Armor was added to his body, and his fierce aura rushed to the sky. One by one, dark-skinned, 5-meter-tall Rexes were like derailed locomotives rushing toward Final Dry at full speed. Howd! Rui! 2 flying swords joined the battle. The heavy sword without a blade of Howd flying up does not show the slightest bulky steel excellent hardness between the impact of the thud. Dang! Drum-like roar. This drum is since those demon skin drums, a sword hit flying, a sweep is sweeping thousands of troops. Unless these demon soldiers were loaded with fierce soldier figures rising to 10 meters, it would be difficult to resist at all. What's the purpose of the terminal dry meat fight? Subduing the enemy was only one thing, the main thing was to hammer the body. Howd! You take it in. Leave the attack to me, just protect me. This statement in the final dry this does not have the slightest problem, everything is the pursuit of the optimal solution to the benefits. But to the years of the dingbat camp that was a bit harsh. Aha! I'm so mad at you. The giant spirit, aptitude was enhanced, and the fist that was even bigger than Final Qian's fox body smashed Final Qian into a cloud with a single punch. Avatar, Cloud Fox, triggered, no damage. The aptitude obtained from the furry mother was truly an excellent aptitude for preserving one's life. The clouds regrouped, and Final Qian's body was draped in the fire of the Golden Crow, the royal fire avatar, Phoenix Sound. Due to the fact that Final Qian had been tainted with a critical heavy degree of Golden Crow contamination in order to perform the 10-day soul execution formation, and then driven by Fengming, at this moment, its power was unknown how much stronger than when it was performed at the E-word camp. Only to see the red gold hair white flames vaguely outline the form of a phoenix, accompanied by a phoenix cry, the powerful rising force pushed the final dry hard to receive the giant spirit strike. The flood of explosions shaped to shake the foliage of half a mountain. The center of the sounding point, the two popped apart. This time the final dry did not disperse into clouds. It seems to be that the Tao of the Phoenix song is not compatible with the G Cloud Fox. So it didn't trigger Cloud Fox when using Phoenix Sound. Only to see that one of the arms of the final dry was shattered, broken bones from the shoulder branch inserted into the cheek. The appearance is extremely miserable and horrible. The spirit body is imperial, and the bone inserted into the mouth is pulled out and returned to its place. Wrapped in flame, the wound wriggled and healed in the blink of an eye. Avatar Phoenix. The divine fire that accompanies the phoenix has healing powers. Premature fruit, unfortunately. Information on medical checkups in Nichiko.
Body, 505 506. Leader, up again. The splattered blood tickled the bloodlust. The desire for bloodlust paralyzed most of the pain, and Jianchen grew more and more courageous as he fought, ignoring the pain of his broken arm, and once again killed with the battalion master who had the giant spirit, aptitude. Broken arm. Body, 506 507. Break a leg. Body, 507 508. Half of the body collapsed. Body, 508 509. The worse the injury, the tougher the recovery, and the faster the body grows after recovery. The injuries sustained by Final Qian were recovering more and more slowly with Phoenix Sound alone, which was normal. After all, this avatar was not complete, it was a prematurely born fruit. But there is still spiritual liquid in the end. There was Phoenix Sound to assist with the spiritual liquid. That recovery is just undefeatable overdrive regeneration. And as the body continues to climb, the moment body grinds to 520, the battle thus takes a turn for the worse. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Final Dry. Kill, kill, kill. Beat the hell out of him. Terminally dry heart furry nymphets waving flags and cheering. Watching his son get his body smashed over and over again, Scourge Central really hated to rush into the Manchukuo Palace and carry that bed right away. But Ji Qian's valor and fearlessness also inspired and supported her in the same way, allowing her to resist the urge to watch and wait for her good elder son to kill through everything and personally accomplish the outrageous goal set by that unscrupulous grandmother. Kill. Show your raggedy grandmother. What a time mission, plain and simple. At that moment, Grandma Rags was also watching the fight. The scene of blood and flesh being shattered hurt her flesh to watch. Can't this kid challenge them one by one? Sure, it hurts to watch. No, too old to watch this. The raggedy teenage grandmother covered her eyes and only peeked through her fingers. The expression kept retracting back as the body was twisted off. Disgust on his face was all heartache. What a sin to make a teenage girl of my age watch this. Body, 520 521. Terminally dry and bony chest rehealed, the pain and the rapidly growing strength of his body refreshed him. Again! Cannonball to cannonball, the spirit transformation stage cultivators could already step into the air for a short period of time, and it just so happened that both of the two sparring partners were at the spirit transformation stage. As for the other cultivators of the Ding camp, after seeing the desperate fight, they stopped and watched the battle from the sidelines. That figure that charged upwards no matter how badly injured touched them a little. New guy. Him. I don't know who roared. All the soldiers looked in unison. It was a human cultivator, 2 meters and a half tall. His body was gnarled with muscles, his ripped shirt was bare-backed, and there was a heart protector hanging from his heart. This look was a crude body cultivator. New guy. Him. Another human cultivator cheered, and then more human cultivators shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices mountainous. Then, some of the demon race also got involved. After all, the camp masters were also humans, so they didn't feel that this was a battle of honor between the human race and the demon race, and applauding whoever was powerful was the most abject choice made by their simple thought patterns. Wait a minute. Are we just going to watch? If we let this kid win, we're going to be living in an outhouse from now on. Silence. The shouting soldiers joined the battle once again. What's the point of watching, living in an outhouse? They're not wood demons who make fertilizer by the ton. Sneak attack. New bee. Sorry about that, ha. A wasp needle shot at the back of Final Dry's head at an odd angle. 125, 8. One on the shelf message, extra, thanks. It's a pretty hard book, the creative direction I feel like I'm fine with myself. The combination of the Yamaha Sutra, ancient legends, and Cthulhu fulfills my vision of writing about an Eastern Cthulhu with at least a passing grade. But, elements like the baby opening with the furry mother and the general background full of hijacks all over the place make it hard for the male lead to have something he can play with in the early stages, which causes the early stages to be on the everyday side. My approach to this is to make the plot, the interactions, as interesting as possible. All in all, it's that much of a niche that doesn't suck. I'd like to thank all of you who voted, recommendations, monthly votes. Your votes let me know that there are still people who like this book. I'm even more thankful for the ones that commented and more directly let me know that someone is reading. There's also the chapter title punches for each chapter of Toho Bunny and Apollo Storm, letting me know that these two have been catching up on their reading down the line. To be honest, it's quite scary. I'm really afraid that I won't see these two one day, and I'm walking on thin ice in my life. There are more direct, rewarding ones. A lot of support to keep me going along the way. The biggest struggle with this book, the recommendations broke on the first round. However, breaks have their benefits and allow me to look at each chapter more carefully. It's been a tough ride, thanks to all of you and to myself. The other thing that kept me going was the path to godhood in Bare-Hearted Patrol, which was a low opener, but several years of perseverance worked wonders. In addition, what surprised me is that there are many readers in the QQ bookstore, and it's all on the shelves over there, and some people are starting to subscribe. Happiness. Thank you all. Thanks to QQ bookstore. Thank you to the readers of QQ Book City. And, there's the one from Dotone. I don't know if that's some reader doing the lead-in or the platform. Flattering. Bliss. Well, these are the feelings of attacking difficulties. All the difficulties are the word poor, trying to make a mark, trying to make money to support yourself. In addition there is the happy, the core of my book main and make the reader happy, some small plot I write in the time of their own smile, which also provides me with a lot of motivation. I finished writing once, the next day will copy to the browser, with Yunjian that voice package to listen to once, looking for typos, but also review the plot, a listen, hey? It's not bad. The writing is quite good, hahaha. Some of the chapters are killing me, but it still feels pretty good, so it's really quite good. Of course, there is also a lot of room for improvement. I used to be a self-important author who got high on his own writing without getting his readers high. That's expressive immaturity and a lack of talent compared to others. But after constant failure and reflection, I've also begun to look at how to progress from getting high on myself to getting readers high. Bridging the gap in this area requires careful outlining, fine outlining, and that's the next hurdle I'll tackle, and I'll do everything I can to learn, make up for the shortcomings, and become a truly mature and liked author. But I'm kinda dumb and a slow learner, so I hope you can be more tolerant, patient and encouraging too, stinky. I've been writing books for many years, with 2 years of self-imposed isolation in between, but I never gave up. I'm unsociable myself, sociopathic, prefer to stay at home, and I love novels and writing them. I'm a full-time author who has had my share of immaturity and has worked my way to maturity and professionalism. My vision is to write well, to bring joy to everyone, to give a moment of peace to a busy day, to be more relaxed, to smile more. Thanks for reading. My name is called Bao, a little puffer who wants to have a lot of fans.